Chapter 1, Sending Wife at the Beginning. Akihara City, Cine Bar. Dumingshi looked depressed and drank beer with a look of despair. It was drizzling outside the window, and Dumingshi's mood was just like the weather, it just wouldn't clear up. He was just forced to drop out of school today because of his poor qualifications. To make matters worse, the girlfriend he finally found also left him. After taking a big gulp of beer, Dumingshi lamented the sadness of his life. At this time, a girl with ordinary looks and a slightly plump figure walked into the bar, hugging a boy who was about the same age as Dumingshi and had a strong figure. Dumingshi was suddenly shocked and angry. Wasn't that Luo Xin, who had just broken up with him? Before Dumingshi could start a fight, Luo Xin saw Dumingshi getting drunk alone. She was surprised at first, then she hugged her boyfriend and walked towards Dumingshi. Hey! Isn't this Dumingshi who was just expelled from school? To be honest, I was really blind to be with you before. Luo Xin glanced at Dumingshi with disdain, turned around and said to the boy next to him with a smile, "This is the loser I told you about. I didn't expect to meet him here." "You really look like a loser," the boy laughed. "Can you please go away?" Dumingshi said slowly, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Oh. Are you going to lose your temper? You're just a coward. What qualifications do you have to lose your temper? My current boyfriend, Chen Fei, is a level 15 firemaster. You are so far behind him. You're a piece of trash." Luo Xin cursed loudly, attracting the attention of the people around him. "I said, get out." Dumingshi slammed the table and glared at the arrogant Luo Xin. Chen Fei grabbed Dumingshi by the collar and said, "Why are you barking like a dog? Are you looking for death? Chen Fei, show him some color." Luo Xin showed no regard for their old friendship. Upon hearing this, Fei Chen used both hands to lift Dumingshi up, then threw him heavily to the ground. Dumingshi only felt a pain in his waist, slowly turned over and stood up. Just as he stood firm, Fei Chen kicked him. The force was so great that Dumingshi felt a black screen in front of his eyes instantly, and his whole body flew out and fell heavily on the rainy street. "Waste! Get out of here!" Chen Fei stood at the door of the bar and spat at Dumingshi, who was lying in the rain. At this moment, Dumingshi's eyes were dark and his chest was in unbearable pain. Suddenly, a loud voice appeared in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the counterattack system. There is a novice reward now. Do you want to claim it?" Dumingshi was overjoyed and immediately agreed to accept it. There was another ding sound, and Dumingshi endured the severe pain and slowly stood up with full of expectation. I saw that beside me, the dripping rain suddenly outlined the shape of a woman. The woman gradually became clearer and finally appeared completely before his eyes. Dumingshi was completely stunned. This woman was so stunningly beautiful. She had long fiery red hair, a face without any flaws, a pair of big, watery eyes, and extremely delicate and fair skin. The red sleeveless leotard perfectly highlighted the 2 Mount Everests on her chest. To be honest, this was the biggest one Dumingshi had ever seen in his life. A red dress can hide her long legs, and a pair of red high heels. Everything about beauty is displayed to the fullest on her. "Hello, husband. My name is Kiki, and I'm your exclusive wife. What may I do for you?" The plump and attractive Kiki turned around lively and said in a sweet voice. "Pa!" Dumingshi slapped himself in the face. "Am I dreaming? The novice reward is so exciting? A wife for free? Husband! Why are you hitting yourself?" Kiki felt very distressed and quickly stretched out her delicate hand to gently stroke Dumingshi's face. The moment Kiki touched Dumingshi's eyes seemed to change suddenly, and the number 70 appeared above Kiki's head. For a moment, Dumingshi was at a loss like a child. Seeing Dumingshi in a daze, Kiki thought that Dumingshi was dissatisfied with her, so she suddenly hugged Dumingshi and said in a tender voice, "Hubby. I'm sorry, you must be dissatisfied with me. I'm sorry." Dumingshi only felt the waves in his chest. He was stunned for a moment and said hurriedly, No, I'm not dissatisfied with you." Hearing this, Kiki was overjoyed and hugged her even tighter. Dumingshi felt a huge pressure on his chest and asked quickly, "What's that 70 on your head?" "This is my level. After you awaken the system, you can see everyone's level." Kiki let go of Dumingshi and pointed at his head lively. "Oh, so impressive." There were not many people on the street. Dumingshi looked at the bar just now and saw a number above everyone's head. "Husband. Let's go get revenge. I felt so bad when they beat you just now. Chen Kiki looked a year or two older than the 20-year-old Du Mingxi, but she pulled Du Mingxi's hand and acted like a child. But Du Mingxi hadn't finished his words when Chen Kiki's whole body began to change color. His whole body was red just now, but now it is slowly being covered by blue. Hubby. Let's go. Chen Kiki, who was completely covered in blue, suddenly seemed like a different person and pulled Du Mingxi towards the bar. Damn. A dual personality. Du Mingxi was shocked. Chen Kiki was tall to begin with, and when her face changed color, an invisible aura emerged, and she looked majestic and awe-inspiring. Everyone in the bar noticed the two people returning at the same time, but everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Kiki. Even girls are attracted to Chen Kiki. Chen Fei and Luo Xian naturally noticed Du Mingxi who had returned, and they both showed expressions of disgust. Hey! Where did you find this? Bang! Luo Xian was speaking in a sarcastic tone when Chen Kiki came up with a big fight and instantly slapped Luo Xian to the ground. Chen Fei was furious and slapped him. How could Chen Kiki tolerate him? She caught Chen Fei's wrist with one hand and applied a little force. With a click, the wrist was dislocated. Ah! Chen Fei screamed, and at the same time, his other hand burst out with fiery red energy and blasted towards Chen Kiki. As Du Mingxi stared in amazement, Chen Kiki caught Fei Chen's fist with her bare hands and pushed again, and once again she heard the sound of a crack. Well, both hands are useless. Chen Fei's screams attracted the bar staff, but the pale Chen Kiki had no intention of stopping. She kicked Chen Fei in the chest and knocked him to the ground. Those are the highest level of high heels. Then, Chen Kiki pulled up Luo Xian, who was crying on the ground, and there was another big fight. Luo Xian cried even more happily. Chen Kiki frowned, and there was another big fight. Blood oozed from the corners of Luo Xian's mouth and he dared not cry anymore. Seeing that the situation was serious, a bar staff member rushed over to pull Chen Kiki away, but Chen Kiki shouted angrily, "Go away!" In an instant, the entire bar was filled with the sound of people kneeling on the ground. Only Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki herself stood there. The pressure of level 70 is so terrifying. Seeing that someone might die if the fight continued, Du Mingxi quickly grabbed his wife's hand and said, "All right, let them go." When Du Mingxi spoke, even Chen Kiki, who had changed color, immediately softened and said softly, "I will listen to my husband." Du Mingxi quickly took out the remaining 300 yuan, put it on the table and said, "I'm sorry for the wine money just now. We'll leave now." After saying that, he took Chen Kiki and quickly left the pub. Chapter 2 Dad, I'll take you in myself. It's a bit shabby, you don't mind it. Although Chen Kiki was the exclusive wife given by the system, Du Mingxi still felt a little embarrassed. After all, his small bungalow in the urban village was indeed a bit shabby. It doesn't matter, as long as my husband is here, anywhere is home. At this time, Chen Kiki's face had turned back to red, and she spoke in a sweet voice. Honey, where are your parents? Chen Kiki asked as she walked around the shabby house of about 40 to 50 square meters. Hearing this, Du Mingxi's eyes dimmed for a moment, and he sat on the sofa and said, "My mother died a long time ago, and as for my father, he was an alcoholic and a gambler, and he rarely came home in a month. I'm sorry, husband. I made you sad again." Chen Kiki squatted obediently in front of Du Mingxi and touched his hand. "It's okay." Du Mingxi motioned Chen Kiki to sit down, and said with emotion, "I never dreamed that one day I would have a wife as wonderful as you. I never thought I would be able to awaken the system. Hubby, you are not dreaming, I am real." Chen Kiki quickly placed Du Mingxi's hand on her chest. A soft feeling came over her instantly, and Du Mingxi blushed instantly. A man and a woman were alone in the same room, and they might end up entering a paid plot. Du Mingxi quickly pulled his hand back. After all, this was only the first day they met, so he couldn't do that. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came from Du Mingxi's mind. Mission assigned, send Du Yunhai to prison for reformation within 20 hours. The reward is a rebirth pill. Do you accept it? Du Mingxi was stunned. Filial piety is really a powerful thing. The father is kind and the son is filial. What is it like to send your dad to jail? Chen Kiki can also receive tasks because they are given by the system. Husband, do you want to accept it? Chen Kiki asked worriedly. After all, that was Du Mingxi's biological father. Anyway, he's drinking and gambling all day outside, so it's a good opportunity to send him in for some reform. Du Mingxi said righteously. Ding! It is detected that you have accepted the task. The timer starts now, the system voice came. Du Mingxi took out his cell phone, checked the time, and breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Husband. Chen Kiki looked confused. Du Mingxi pulled Chen Kiki along as he walked away, saying seriously, let me check the time. If it's too late, we won't be able to catch him. Soon the two arrived at the southwest of the urban village, which was a mixed crowd of good and bad people. It was the place with the worst public security in the city, and those who engaged in gamble liked to come here. Du Mingxi called the police at the intersection. He was sure that Du Yunhai was gambling inside because it was raining today. The police arrived quickly, and there were quite a few of them, more than 10 people. Du Mingxi led the police through the alley with ease. When the police asked Du Mingxi why he looked so familiar, Du Mingxi blurted out that he was a regular customer, and the police almost arrested him first. Du Mingxi quickly explained that he had often come to see Du Yunhai in the past, and he was able to calm everyone down after the second visit. Du Mingxi led the group around for a long time, because Du Mingxi knew that every time Du Yunhai and his group gambled, there would be someone keeping watch, so they could not enter from the front and had to go through the back door. Uncle Police, go and catch them. Try to let them stay in there for a few more days so that they can reform themselves. I won't go there because I'm afraid they will come out and retaliate against me. Du Mingxi said as he took the police to the back door. Okay. Then you have to be careful too. The security in this area is a little weak. After saying this, the police captain rushed in with his officers. Du Mingxi took Chen Kiki around in a circle and hid in the front. Not long after, the police came out of the main gate with 7 or 8 people. One of them was a middle-aged man with an untidy beard, who was Du Mingxi's father Du Yunhai. Seeing that Du Yunhai was successfully captured, Du Mingxi let out a long sigh and left with Chen Kiki. Ding! Mission completed, please collect your reward. As soon as he got home, the voice of the system rang in Du Mingxi's mind. Du Mingxi hurried to take it, and saw a small wooden box slowly appearing on the coffee table. Du Mingxi hurriedly opened it and saw a pill similar to Luei Dihuang pill inside, with a strong medicinal aroma. This can change your husband's attributes, and there's a chance he'll gain rare attributes. Chen Kiki said. The world Du Mingxi is in at the moment is the year 2237. 100 years ago, the global spiritual energy revived, all kinds of demons and monsters were born, humans suffered heavy casualties, and in the end only less than 1/10 of all humans were left. They built high walls to block the monsters, and with the help of the revived spiritual energy, they figured out a way to awaken in practice. Everyone has a chance to awaken when they reach adulthood. Awakening determines your spiritual attributes. Common ones include gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while rare ones include thunder, darkness, light, wind, ice, etc. Awakening not only grants you attributes, but also has an initial level based on your innate spiritual energy. The average one is at level 4-7, the one with good qualifications is at level 8-10, the one with genius or devil skills is at level 11-20. The entire cultivation system has a total of 100 levels. The higher the level, the more abundant the spiritual energy, and the stronger the power. Du Mingxi was expelled from school because his innate spiritual energy was too poor, which led to his slow cultivation speed. Rare attribute? Is the probability high? Du Mingxi asked expectantly. It's a 5% probability. Chen Kiki stretched out a palm and said in a tender voice. Ah. Only 5%. I don't have any hope. I just hope that the initial level can be higher. After Du Mingxi said this, he swallowed the Luei Dihuang pills in one gulp. After taking the pill, there was nothing unusual. Du Mingxi burped because he drank too much beer before. Looking at his unresponsive body, Du Mingxi couldn't help but suspect that the system had given him a fake. After all, it will be painful to wash the marrow and transform it. If it doesn't hurt, I won't be able to accept the attributes that will be produced. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Du Mingxi flew up directly, and countless golden lights shone through his body. But there was still no pain at all, instead my whole body felt warm. Then, the golden light fell back into Du Mingxi's body, and a surge of tiredness came over him, an irresistible one. So, Du Mingxi fell asleep in mid-air, snoring a little, and it seemed that he was sleeping soundly. Chen Kiki smiled and picked up Du Mingxi who was slowly falling down. She carried him to the bed and took off Du Mingxi's clothes. Then she began to undress. Just as this incredible scene was about to unfold, Chen Kiki just radiated spiritual energy all over her body, hugged Du Mingxi, pulled up the quilt and fell asleep. There was no VIP scene, absolutely not. The next day, Du Mingxi woke up in warmth. he moved slightly and his whole body started crackling. Dumingshi stretched out his body, feeling as if he had been washed from head to toe, without any impurities, and both his body and mind were very clean. Dumingshi's eyes turned to the mirror beside him, and he realized that he was only wearing shorts, which made him full of thoughts. Just then, Kiki walked in with breakfast. "Honey, it's time for breakfast." Kiki put breakfast on the bedside. Dumingshi was a little shy for a moment and his movements were awkward. Kiki came over with a smile and hugged Dumingshi from behind. Because they were not wearing any clothes, the soft touch from her back made Dumingshi almost scream with pleasure. For a moment, Dumingshi felt extremely hot inside his body, and even the air he exhaled was hot. "Turn around." Her hands had already begun to explore uncontrollably. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly came from the system, warning. The host has been detected to have improper tendencies towards Kiki. Hereby warned that no overly intimate action should be made before the intimacy level reaches the standard. The current intimacy level is 50. Reminder, kissing is allowed when the intimacy level reaches 70. Mating is allowed when the intimacy level reaches 90. Note, this system will not give intimacy rewards to the host Kiki. Whether the intimacy level of Kiki can be increased depends on the host's performance. Then an information chart of Kiki appeared in Dumingshi's mind, with the intimacy level displayed as 50. Dumingshi almost vomited. What the hell, he gave me a top-notch wife but added some intimacy level to her. What use did he have for this iron rod? Also, has this system not graduated from elementary school? Can humans use the word mating? Fuck. Dumingshi quickly let go of Kiki, whose face was flushed, and changed the subject. By the way, I don't know the effect of that pill yet. After saying that, he immediately started to circulate his spiritual energy. Every inch of Dumingshi's skin glowed red, and countless red spiritual energies surged into his arms. Fire attribute? It's okay. Dumingshi was a little disappointed. After all, that was something given by the system. When his gaze turned to the top of his head, Dumingshi was so scared that his legs went weak. I activated the level viewing function and saw a big 17 above my head. Initial level 17. Honey, there's more. Try to circulate your spiritual energy again. Use your other hand. Kiki said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dumingshi quickly used his right hand to mobilize his spiritual energy. At this moment, everything was different. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and countless tiny lightning bolts surrounded his right hand. Rare Thunder Attribute. Dual attributes in one body. Chapter 3 Level 50 Evil Shadow Scorpion. Dumingshi looked at the tiny purple lightning flashing on his hand in disbelief and didn't know what to say for a moment. A basic level of 17, plus dual attributes in the same body, it is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Dumingshi happily picked up Kiki and spun around. With an intimacy level of 50, it was okay for him to hug her. Kiki was very happy to see Dumingshi so happy. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding! The mission has been issued. Go outside the high wall and kill the level 50 monster evil shadow giant scorpion. You will be rewarded with one of two options: 1. An intermediate fire spell. 2. An intermediate lightning spell. Do you want to accept the mission? Dumingshi was shocked. He gently put down his young wife in his arms and couldn't help but ask, level 50? I'm only level 17. And I just awakened. Isn't this just giving myself away? Honey, have you forgotten that I'm level 70? I'm confident that I can deal with a mere level 50 monster. Kiki stuck to Dumingshi and said in a soft voice. Dumingshi gently straightened the young wife's long hair and said affectionately, I've been waiting for you to say this. Let's go now. While Kiki was in a daze, Dumingshi was already standing in the room with a piece of bread in his mouth, saying, Wife, let's go. Kiki came back to her senses and hurriedly followed. At the same time, a voice came from the system, detected that the host has accepted the task, start the timer. Today, there are 5 major gathering places for the remaining humans. Shoyuan City is located at the southernmost of the Central Plains gathering place, right next to the high wall. It only takes more than 20 minutes by car, and you can see the 100-meter high wall towering into the sky. Not only is it tall, it is also more than 20 meters thick. The main body is made of reinforced concrete, and the outer layer is filled with 5-centimeter thick steel plates. It looks like an indestructible steel barrier. After getting off the car, the two came to the High Wall Pass, which is the only passage leading outside the High Wall near Choyuan City. It is usually used by the army to encircle and suppress monsters and is not open to civilians. The pass is heavily guarded, with hundreds of powerful soldiers on duty patrolling 24 hours a day, so not even a fly can get through. What should we do? We will definitely be caught if we go over there directly. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki hid in the woods, looking at the pass in the distance. Chen Kiki looked around and said to Du Mingxi, "Hubby, hold me tight." Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi hurriedly hugged his young wife tightly. The softness and comfort made Du Mingxi's hair raise unconsciously, and Du Mingxi could only grit his teeth to suppress it. Spiritual energy suddenly burst out from Chen Kiki's body, and all of it rushed to her back, forming a pair of red wings. Du Mingxi poked his head out from the turbulent waves and looked at the fiery red wings with the expression of a countryman entering the city. After all, wings can only be condensed at level 70. Before that, Du Mingxi had only seen it in books. Chen Kiki flapped her wings and flew up. The movement of spiritual energy attracted the attention of the defenders guarding the pass, and they all looked over. "Who are you? Trespassing through the pass is a capital crime. Come down quickly," a guard shouted. But no one paid attention to him. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki flew straight out of the high wall. The defenders quickly notified their superiors, and because their highest level was only 50, they had no way of catching up with Du Mingxi and the others, so they had to wait for their superiors to send strong men. Outside the high walls is a vast forest that stretches as far as the eye can see. All traces of humanity have disappeared after hundreds of years. Only nature and the ferocious monsters created by the revival of spiritual energy remain. As soon as he got out of the high wall, a red dot appeared in Du Mingxi's mind. This was the system's positioning. Chen Kiki also received it and flew towards the red dot with Du Mingxi. Soon, a small lake appeared in their sight, and the red dot indicated that it was nearby. Chen Kiki glanced down and slowly descended after making sure it was safe. Du Mingxi didn't dare to leave Chen Kiki for a moment. After all, he was only level 17 and any powerful monster could kill him in seconds. The two walked around the lake and did not see any evil giant scorpion, so they turned their eyes to the lake. Du Mingxi picked up a stone and threw it in. The stone sank to the bottom with a thump and the lake suddenly began to boil. The whole lake was like boiling water, bubbling with big bubbles. Du Mingxi quickly hid behind his young wife, while Chen Kiki's color changed instantly. The blue god of war appeared again, staring at the center of the lake. The lake water boiled for a while, and then a black shadow gradually emerged from the bottom of the water. The two of them got ready, and Chen Kiki burst out with blue spiritual energy, ready to attack as soon as that guy showed up. Du Mingxi also burst out red and purple spiritual energy, but he didn't go up directly. He just threw some spiritual energy behind to explode. The moment the evil giant scorpion appeared, Chen Kiki jumped up, skimmed across the water like a dragonfly, and headed straight for it. Du Mingxi also prepared fireballs and thunderballs, ready to assist at any time. But what puzzled Du Mingxi was that when Chen Kiki flew over, no fierce battle broke out. Instead, he landed directly on the evil shadow giant scorpion. This made Du Mingxi very anxious. If he lost such a perfect wife, he would never meet her again. He was about to swim over, but before he got into the water, Chen Kiki actually came over dragging the evil shadow giant scorpion. Du Mingxi stepped back quickly. "Kiki, what's going on?" Chen Kiki threw the huge evil shadow scorpion onto the shore and clapped his hands. "It only has one breath left. I was wondering why it ran into the lake. It must have been seriously injured by other monsters and ran here." Hearing this, Du Mingxi dared to step forward, only to see that the evil shadow scorpion's entire tail was gone, 3 of its legs were broken, and only one of the big pincers in front of it was left. If it hadn't been twitching from time to time, it could have been considered a corpse. "The system daddy is awesome. You told me earlier that you were here to pick up some bargains." Du Mingxi was overjoyed. He gathered spiritual energy in his hands and ended the evil shadow scorpion's painful life with a slap. Ding! The mission has been completed, please choose your reward. The system voice followed. This system is capable, if there is a leak it will really let you pick it up and give you a reward. I'll choose the thunder-based skills. Du Mingxi said. After all, fire is a general attribute and not as powerful as thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple book appeared in front of Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi quickly took it, opened it, and the 4 words Lei Po Wanjun came into view. It's a cool name, but I wonder how powerful it is. Du Mingxi muttered, and then turned to the content at the back to take a look. After understanding it, he closed his eyes, mobilized his spiritual energy, and prepared to test its power. Chen Qi's complexion had returned to red and she was standing by, watching. Du Mingxi took a long breath and shouted, "Thunder breaks 10,000 kilograms." A thick black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and a thick purple lightning bolt fell down, hitting the small lake, causing water to splash out. The lightning did not end in an instant, but it was like a line connecting the sky and the ground, and it kept crackling for more than 10 seconds before fading away. The small lake was turned upside down and the whole lake became muddy. Sure. When Du Mingxi was marveling at the power of this technique, a deep and powerful male voice came. "Excuse me, who are you? What are you doing here? Why are you illegally crossing the wall? Chapter 4. You ignored me in the past, but now you can't afford me." Du Mingxi looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows flying towards him at a very fast speed. The green wings behind him proved that his strength is no less than Chen Qi's. Chen Qi's color immediately turned blue, as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Du Mingxi quickly hid behind Chen Kiki. "Please answer my question." The old man stood in mid-air, and an old but deep voice came. We are here to kill monsters," Du Mingxi said, sticking his head out tremblingly. Upon hearing this, the old man turned his gaze to the corpse of the evil shadow giant scorpion beside him, and slowly fell towards the two of them. Chen Kiki quickly took Du Mingxi back a few steps. After all, they didn't know what the old guy's intentions were. He might be here to arrest them. Kill the monster? The old man muttered to himself as he walked towards the monster's corpse. He touched it with his old hand and muttered to himself, "Level 50? When his gaze shifted to Chen Kiki, the old man was secretly shocked. "Her strength is not inferior to mine." The old man immediately cupped his hands and said, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. I really admire you. But you look unfamiliar. I wonder which faction you belong to." "I'm not from Choyuan City," Chen Kiki answered vaguely. The old man did not ask any more questions, so that's how it is. "This is all a misunderstanding. I would like to thank you for eliminating this evil. I didn't kill this thing, my husband did." Chen Kiki shook her head. It seemed that the old man had no intention of taking action. Hearing this, the old man was startled. The man hiding behind this strong woman was actually this woman's husband? Since his wife is so powerful, he himself should not be weak. However, according to the old man's inspection, this person only has spiritual power of more than 10 levels. He must have some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, how could he have such a strong wife? The old man thought to himself and immediately spoke. "Yes, you are so young and have achieved such a great feat. That lightning bolt was sent by you, right?" Du Mingxi nodded quickly. "Thunder attribute, very rare." The old man exclaimed, and then said, "But why do I sense that your spiritual energy is at most 10 levels? Seeing the evil shadow giant scorpion's tragic death, the old man dared to conclude that Du Mingxi did not kill it alone. To be honest, this thing was already seriously injured when we arrived here. We were lucky to have picked it up." Du Mingxi answered truthfully. "Oh. I see. I thought it was your powerful wife who helped you. But sometimes, luck is also a part of strength." The old man said calmly, "You crossed the wall without permission, so you should be sentenced to death, but I am not like that stubborn old mayor. I really appreciate young people who dare to try and hone themselves." "Thank you, senior." Du Mingxi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "It's a small matter." The old man waved his hand gently and asked, "You are still young, so you are still in school. What is your initial level?" Hearing this, Du Mingxi said with some shame, "I was just expelled from school." "Oh? Then which school are you from?" the old man asked again. "Fongyun College," Du Mingxi replied. Hearing the words Fongyun College, the old man was very puzzled, and the expectation in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Fongyun College is the worst college in Choyuan City, and the students who are expelled from Fongyun College must have such poor qualifications. "Okay, come with me." The old man waved his hand and prepared to return to the city. But Du Mingxi's words stunned him. "But I woke up again yesterday." Upon hearing this, the old man turned around suddenly and saw that Du Mingxi's left arm was surrounded by flames, and his right arm was surrounded by purple lightning. Dual attributes in one body. The old man was so shocked that he shouted out in a moment of loss of composure. "That's right, dual attributes in one body. Primary level 17. Du Mingxi said confidently. This sentence made the old man uneasy again. Level 17? Level 17. Really? Looking at the old man's excited expression, Du Mingxi smiled slightly and mobilized his spiritual energy. Two red and purple mixed air masses appeared behind him, one was very obvious, and the other was slightly dim. This is a sign of displaying strength. One can condense an air mass every 10 levels. Like Kiki, as long as she wants, she can condense 7 air masses behind her. The darker one represents the range of levels 10 to 20. Du Mingxi's spiritual power has exceeded level 15. Seeing the 2 air masses, the old man no longer doubted and took a few steps to Du Mingxi, and asked excitedly, "What's your name? Do you want to come to our college? Do you want to be my student?" "My name is Du Mingxi." "What college are you from?" Du Mingxi replied. "Sorry, I lost my composure." The old man quickly calmed down and said, "I am Chu Yuntian, the principal of Nolan College." Du Mingxi was shocked. Nolan College is one of the top universities not only in Shouyuan City but also in the entire Central Plains area. There are countless powerful people coming out of it. "Of course I am willing," Du Mingxi said quickly. "This good opportunity must be seized." The old man was overjoyed, patted Du Mingxi on the shoulder and said, "Okay. From now on, you will be my student, Chu Yuntian." Du Mingxi also nodded happily. Chu Yuntian had a smile on his face. Just as he was about to take his good disciple and his wife back to the city, a group of cavalrymen came rushing over. "Mr. Chu, you are really efficient. You caught these 2 illegal immigrants so quickly," a cavalryman came up and said. "Bullshit. What illegal immigrant? These are my good disciple and his wife. Watch your words. They are out to kill monsters. Unlike you, who stay in that city all day and do nothing." Chu Yuntian's words confused the cavalryman. "What are you standing there for? Take my disciple's spoils and go back to the city. My disciple killed a level 50 monster by himself. This kind of achievement will surely make him famous." Chu Yuntian scolded. The cavalry finally noticed the corpse of the evil shadow giant scorpion not far away, and quickly found a few thick vines, tied them to their horses, and dragged them into the city. Back in the city, the huge monster corpse instantly attracted countless attention. At the pass, the soldiers used horse-drawn carriages to transport the monster's corpse into the city. The master and his 2 apprentices stood on the carriages, enjoying the admiring gazes of the people around them. Not long after they walked, they ran into a group of patrolling soldiers. The leader hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Chu Yuntian. "Hello, Mr. Chu. How do you know that I accepted a student with dual attributes of fire and thunder, with an initial level of 17? "That's right, he was the one who killed this level 50 monster." Chu Yuntian's words confused the leader, who just stood there in a daze watching the carriage slowly leave. The further the carriage went into the city, the more people recognized Chu Yuntian. When others came to greet him, he kept introducing Du Mingxi. Just like introducing a treasure, he carried Du Mingxi and showed him to everyone one by one, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he had accepted a disciple with dual attributes today. Du Mingxi was speechless. Does Chu Yuntian have social prowess? Although he was speechless, Du Mingxi couldn't do anything about him. Along the way, Du Mingxi was almost numb. It wasn't until he met a fat man with a Mediterranean style that Du Mingxi suddenly became energetic. "Principal Chu, what are you doing?" Fang Hai came forward to greet him with a beer belly. Chu Yuntian turned around, and the moment he saw Fang Hai, he was about to say what he had repeated dozens of times along the way, but suddenly he was stunned. "Fang Hai? Thank you so much." Seeing Chu Yuntian, who was always serious and meticulous, in this state, Fang Hai was a little confused. "Why are you thanking me?" Chu Yuntian quickly pulled Du Mingxi over from the other side of the carriage. "Of course it's because of Mingxi." "Him? Ha ha." Fang Hai burst into laughter. "Principal Chu, what happened to you today? You are so unlucky to meet such a loser. I tell you, this guy is really the worst student I have ever seen." Chu Yuntian was furious when he heard this, and was about to challenge this greasy-faced guy to a duel, but Kiki got there first. With a loud bang, Fang Hai was slapped to the ground by Kiki. This instantly attracted a lot of people to watch. "You're looking for death." Fang Hai quickly jumped up, and red spiritual energy burst out instantly. But before he could make a move, Kiki released her intimidation, and Fang Hai was immediately forced to kneel on one knee. The ordinary people watching on the side knelt directly on both legs. "You have to kneel down just to watch the fun." Fang Hai's face changed drastically and fear surged in his heart. Du Mingxi quickly called out to the blue little wife, which made the crowd of onlookers stand up. Principal Feng. You said I was a waste. Yes, I admit that I was a waste before, but now. Du Mingxi jumped off the carriage and stood in front of Fang Hai, who was sweating profusely. He used dual attribute spiritual energy, and instantly 2 streams of red and purple spiritual energy surged into his arms. Dual attributes in the same body. Fang Hai's little eyes opened wide in surprise. The people around burst into exclamations at the same time. That's right. The initial level is 17. Du Mingxi's words once again caused the crowd to scream in surprise, and everyone looked at Du Mingxi as if he was a monster. Level 10, 17. Fang Hai sat dejectedly on the ground, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he hurriedly grabbed the corner of Du Mingxi's clothes. Mingxi, I was blind before. Give me another chance, I will restore your student status, let you go to the best class, give you the best teacher. Will you come back to Fangyun College? Du Mingxi shook off Fang Hai, jumped onto the carriage, and left a message. You ignored me before, but now you can't afford me. Chapter 5. Are you the Dean of Studies? With Chu Yuntian's operation, the news that Du Mingxi had dual attributes and an initial level of 17 spread throughout the entire Chouyuan city. Du Mingxi has become the top figure in Chouyuan city. In order to protect Du Mingxi from being poached by other universities, Chu Yuntian specially arranged a villa for Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki in the college. Because Nolan College covers a large area, Du Mingxi was also equipped with a Chouyue. Chouyue is a car brand in the Zhongyuan district and is considered a mid-range car. The next day, Du Mingxi drove his car and took his young wife to report to the teaching department. Halfway through the journey, the two passed by a huge building. There were many luxury cars parked in front of the building, and many students about the same age as Du Mingxi were rushing into the building. Du Mingxi was just about to take a detour to the teaching department when the system suddenly issued a task. Ding! Task issued, give Li Muxue a slap in the face, time limit of 5 hours. Reward of 10 million. Do you accept it? Du Mingxi slammed on the brakes with a puzzled look on his face, and Chen Kiki next to him was also puzzled. Does this system have a grudge against Li Muxue? Husband, I didn't provoke you, so don't accept it. Chen Kiki said in a soft voice. Du Mingxi nodded. Although it was 10 million, the other party didn't bother us, so there was no need to make this dirty money. Unexpectedly, the system then said, it is detected that the host refuses the task. Now you are given one more chance. If you choose to refuse again, you will be punished. Damn it! You are forcing me to do nothing. Du Mingxi exclaimed. At this time, Li Muxue had just got out of an extended Maybach. Li Muxue is dressed like a little Lolita, with 2 ponytails, an oval face, big eyes, and she is wearing a custom-made pink Lolita dress and over-the-knee socks. She carries a pink branded school bag with a limited edition teddy bear hanging on it. There is no choice but to do it. After all, I don't know the content of the punishment. If I take my wife back, it will be a big loss. Du Mingxi slowly walked towards the stretched Maybach, and the little girl's voice was clearly audible. It's so annoying. I told you to drive faster. Now you're almost late. The little girl said to a man in a suit with some gray hair. The man put on a very respectful look and said, Miss, my wife told you to drive slowly. This is also for your safety. Humph. The little loli stomped her feet, turned around and walked towards the building. The driver followed her and wanted to escort her into the building, but the little girl yelled, Go away, don't follow me. The driver quickly stopped the car, and the little girl walked towards the building with an angry look on her face. At this time, Du Mingxi hurriedly chased after him. Classmate. Get out. The little loli interrupted Du Mingxi and walked towards the building angrily. Du Mingxi quickly chased after him and shouted, Hey! Du Mingxi's voice was so loud that it attracted the attention of some classmates around him, and the driver not far away also noticed Du Mingxi. Li Muxue turned back angrily. You want? Bang! The slap was extremely loud, and everyone around changed their expressions when they saw it. The little girl's face was slapped red and she burst into tears. The driver was furious when he saw this scene, and rushed up quickly, condensing the spiritual energy in his hands and blasting it towards Du Mingxi. Unfortunately, Xiaolan suddenly rushed out from the side and easily blocked the driver. You are looking for death. I will kill you. The little loli covered her face and roared. Du Mingxi quickly pulled his young wife away and said, I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. The two jumped onto Qiuyu and stepped on the accelerator to flee the scene. Ding! Mission completed, rewards distributed. The system voice sounded, and a message came from Du Mingxi's mobile phone. Hello, your account with the last number 6983 transferred 10 million yuan at 9:04 on July 10, 2237. Please verify the identity of the other party and beware of telecommunications fraud. Du Mingxi took a look at the message and felt both excited and a little guilty. After all, this money was earned without any human effort. I must compensate them well in the future. Du Mingxi thought. When we arrived at the teaching department, Zhu Yuntian's office was crowded with people. The old guy sat in the main seat and talked to everyone with a smile. Seeing Du Mingxi coming, a group of people quickly surrounded him. Du Mingxi then realized that these were the presidents of various universities. They had heard that a genius with dual attributes had emerged in Nolan College, so they came specially to take a look. He is indeed a handsome man. Yeah, that's right. You can tell at a glance that he's not an ordinary person. What's so good about Nolan College? Why don't you come to our college? I'll let you be the vice president. Everyone was talking at once and the situation was about to get out of control. Zhu Yuntian quickly stepped forward, welcomed Du Mingxi in, served him tea, and helped Du Mingxi with the formalities. Under the strong request of the principals, Du Mingxi was forced to show them his dual attribute body. Two kinds of spiritual energy, one red and one purple, climbed up Du Mingxi's arms, and two air masses appeared behind him, one virtual and one real. Everyone was shocked. A dual attribute body had never appeared in the Central Plains gathering place before. Moreover, Du Mingxi's initial level was only level 17. The principals admired Du Mingxi from head to toe as if she were a peerless beauty. This made Du Mingxi very uncomfortable, and he quickly fled with his young wife. Because he had studied in the freshman year, Du Mingxi directly entered class 3 of the sophomore year. In today's turbulent times, universities are no longer as free as they used to be and adopt a teaching system similar to that of high schools. The content also changed from theoretical knowledge to combat skills and knowledge related to spiritual energy cultivation. Du Mingxi chatted with his young wife, driving Xiaqiwiyu on the huge campus. When passing by a large fountain, I happened to encounter the fountain spraying water. It was spectacular. Du Mingxi's attention was also drawn over, and for a moment he didn't pay attention to the situation ahead. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud collision, followed by a strong vibration. Du Mingxi's first priority was to protect his young wife, even though she was a level 70 warrior, but Du Mingxi subconsciously wanted to protect her. Shen Qi's intimacy level +5, current intimacy level is 55. A voice came from the system. Although Du Mingxi was delighted for a moment, he still got off the car angrily. The other party got out of the car angrily. Don't you have eyes? You crashed my car. The other person was a young man about the same age as Du Mingxi, with a 3:7 hairstyle and wearing a suit of a brand that Du Mingxi couldn't name. What are you barking about? This is a one-way street. You're going the wrong way. Du Mingxi pointed to the sign on the ground. It was indeed a one-way street. So what if you were driving in the wrong direction? You hit my car anyway. Pay for it. The young man pointed at Du Mingxi in a cocky manner. Damn it! Du Mingxi rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. After all, this guy was only level 16 under Du Mingxi's perspective function, which was not as high as Du Mingxi's initial level. Du Mingxi rushed forward with a right hook, followed by a left-hand punch, instantly beating the young man to a pulp. The commotion also attracted the attention of dozens of passers-by on the sidewalk, who all started to watch the show. The young man quickly stepped back, covered his face and cried, "You, just wait. My dad is the director of the teaching department." After Du Mingxi had done it twice, his anger subsided and he said jokingly, "Okay, I'll wait for you." The young man ran away, and Du Mingxi wanted to see who this guy's father was. Looking back, Du Mingxi noticed that the young man was driving a Ferrari F17, which cost more than 5 million. You know what, this guy is quite rich. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove over. These luxury car brands have survived because of their large size and power, but many mass-market brands have disappeared. A bald man with a beer belly walked down with the young man. Who the hell hit my son? It is true that like father, like son. Du Mingxi shouted, "It's me." What's wrong? Luo Caifu walked over arrogantly. Boy, you are so brave. How dare you hit my son? He was the one who went against the flow, why do you blame me? Du Mingxi said with a smile. TMD, you're looking for death. Luo Saifu punched over, and red spiritual energy burst out instantly. Du Mingxi dodged quickly. This guy was a level 59 warrior. Du Mingxi turned sideways, and Xiaolan rushed up instantly, punching Luo Saifu on the shoulder. The powerful force forced him to half kneel. "What are you doing?" At this moment, an angry shout came from not far away. Du Mingxi looked back and saw Chu Yuntian coming over with a group of principals. "Principal, principal! He was the first one to hit my son," Luo Saifu said hurriedly. "His son was driving in the wrong direction and hit me, and he also asked me to pay compensation." Du Mingxi pointed to the sign on the ground again. "Apologize." Chu Yuntian pointed at the half-kneeling Luo Saifu and shouted angrily. A group of principals also looked at Luo Saifu with dissatisfaction. "Do you know who he is?" "He is my new student, Du Mingxi, a person with dual attributes." "Are you getting senile?" the principal added. "Du Mingxi, is he Du Mingxi?" Luo Saifu was a little flustered for a moment. He also learned about Du Mingxi's news. Du Mingxi was the principal's favorite, and he didn't expect to offend him. Du Mingxi signaled Xiaolan to let go of Luo Saifu, who then pulled Luo Quan to apologize to Du Mingxi. "Sorry. I'm sorry, my son was at fault first. We apologize to you. We will compensate you for damaging your car." "No need, let's just leave it at that," Du Mingxi said lightly. The Luo family father and son hurriedly thanked him, jumped into 2 luxury cars and fled. Chapter 6, A Mistake. The next day, Du Mingxi said goodbye to his young wife and rode his bicycle to the teaching building. There were many classmates along the way, most of them were young and beautiful, and those who were able to enter Nolan University all came from well-off families. Therefore, Du Mingxi, who was riding a bicycle, attracted some disdainful looks. Du Mingxi ignored these short-sighted people and walked to the teaching building on his own. I have to say that Nolan College has a very profound heritage. The teaching building has more than 10 floors and is magnificent. There are still many luxury cars parked in front of the teaching building. After searching for a while, Du Mingxi finally found Class 2-3 on the 8th floor. The class hasn't started yet and the students are chatting in groups of 3 or 4. Du Mingxi was just about to step into the classroom when he suddenly froze. I saw a little girl with 2 ponytails and Lolita clothing sitting by the window. Fuck! Why is it her? Du Mingxi tried to escape quickly. Coincidentally, the little girl's gaze suddenly turned over. The moment she saw Du Mingxi, Li Muxue was stunned at first, then she became furious and jumped off the chair and rushed out. He grabbed Du Mingxi, his face flushed with anger. "Why did you hit me?" Li Muxue really couldn't understand in her heart why this guy, who was a total stranger to her, came up and challenged her to a fight. It's all misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Du Mingxi was furious. The old principal had to arrange for her to be in the same class with him. As soon as Du Mingxi finished speaking, 4 or 5 boys suddenly surrounded him. One of the boys, who had messy hair and looked quite handsome, asked, "You were the one who slapped Muxue for no reason?" "Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding," Du Mingxi hurriedly explained. "This TM system only knows how to trick the host. What a bullshit misunderstanding. If you dare to hit Muxue, I'll make sure you pay for it." Shen Yun pushed Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi left the classroom and several people followed him out. "Come on, if you're a man, let's fight," Shen Yun said arrogantly. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show off." He has been pursuing Li Muxue, but unfortunately there has been no substantial progress in 2 years. Now that this incident has happened, the opportunity has come. "I can apologize, but what are you doing barking here, you licker?" Du Mingxi saw through the guy's thoughts at a glance and said angrily. "Damn it!" Shen Yun was furious and kicked him. "In front of the person you like, you must not be timid." Du Mingxi turned sideways, grabbed Shen Yun's foot and pushed him forward. The only sound in the entire teaching building was a scream. The feeling of doing the splits was indeed very painful. Struggling to get up, Shen Yun pointed at Du Mingxi and said, trembling all over, "I challenge you. Damn it, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice came, ding. "The mission is issued. Defeat the licking dog Shen Yun. The time limit is 5 hours. The reward is a spiritual energy pill. Do you want to accept it?" Du Mingxi smiled contemptuously. Even the system identified this guy as a bootlicker, and he was only level 17. Okay. I accept. Du Mingxi said lightly. Ding, it is detected that the host has accepted the task, and the timer begins. In almost all universities, it is acceptable for classmates to challenge each other. After all, the world is different now, and challenging each other can enhance strength. However, private challenges are not allowed and must be conducted at the location designated by the college, and the entire process must be recorded. Anyone who attempts to kill or cheat will be severely punished. The group walked towards the arena in a noisy manner, attracting the attention of many classmates. Some brave ones quickly followed to watch the fun. Du Mingxi expressed his apology to Li Muxue again, but she still refused to accept it arrogantly. I think he wanted his bootlicker to defeat Du Mingxi to vent his anger. In that case, Du Mingxi won't force it. Soon everyone arrived at the arena. This is a venue similar to a basketball stadium. It is very large, with a circular fighting area in the center and stands around it. After a long period of recovery, Chen Yun finally came back to life and regained his original arrogance. A group of onlookers also quickly took their seats. Boy, today I will let you know what. Chen Yun didn't finish his words. Du Mingxi punched him in the face, screamed Nima. With one punch, Chen Yun was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. You talk too much, damn. Du Mingxi rubbed his fists. I'm going to kill you. Chen Yun got up and went completely berserk, with a blue aura surrounding his whole body. With a sudden stomp of his foot, Chen Yun leaped forward and punched. Water attribute? Ha ha. Du Mingxi smiled in his heart and burst out with the power of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, tiny lightning bolts spread out like little snakes with Du Mingxi as the center. The thunder attribute is a rare attribute, and its aura manifestation is somewhat different from the common gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Thunder attribute. The audience was suddenly surprised. Li Muxue was also shocked. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. It turned out that he had a rare thunder attribute. Chen Yun was also shocked. The thunder attribute suppressed him completely. After all, water conducts electricity. But the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, and the fist surrounded by water spiritual energy went straight to Du Mingxi's face. His lightning suddenly rushed into Chen Yun's body, and his whole body suddenly became numb. Du Mingxi held Chen Yun's fist with one hand, lightning exploded, and Chen Yun was blown away. The whole shirt was blown into pieces, looking very embarrassing. Don't think you're great just because you have the thunder attribute. Try this. Chen Yun roared, turbulent waves. As soon as he finished speaking, countless rich water-based spiritual energy poured out continuously and gathered into a huge wave above Chen Yun's head. Chen Yun waved his hand, and surging waves suddenly rushed towards Du Mingxi. Wow! It's a water spell. Chen Yun is amazing. This kind of powerful spell must be at least intermediate level. Chen Yun is still the best. So what if he has lightning skills? I don't believe this kid has any powerful spells. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. It is easy to get spiritual energy, but it is difficult to get magic spells, especially high-level spells, which are hard to come by. Seeing the powerful stormy waves, Li Muxue was also shocked. She didn't expect that her little dog had such strength. The waves suddenly hit Du Mingxi, and for a moment Chen Yun grinned, as if the victory was already decided. That's it? Suddenly, Du Mingxi's disdainful words came from the waves. All I heard was a violent sizzling sound, and the surging waves instantly turned into countless steam and spread out. What's going on? Chen Yun was surprised. This thunder attribute also has evaporation function? There was also confusion in the audience. Boom! A blazing flame suddenly erupted, and the steam dispersed instantly. Du Mingxi's left hand was surrounded by flames, and his right hand was struck by thunder and lightning. Two kinds of spiritual energy, one purple and one red, surround Du Mingxi. How come he has two kinds of spiritual energy? Impossible. Chen Yun panicked. He had never heard of a body with two attributes. Seeing this scene, the only thing that came to his mind was impossible. This is a body with two attributes. A boy in the audience shouted in a trembling voice. Everyone was shocked at the same time. Li Muxue was stunned when she saw the aggressive Du Mingxi. It turns out this guy is so strong. No more fighting. I give up. As the saying goes, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. Chen Yun naturally understood this well and quickly admitted defeat. Ding! Mission completed. Host, please claim your reward. System sounds followed. Du Mingxi dispersed his spiritual energy and turned to leave. Li Muxue, who was standing by, suddenly ran up to Du Mingxi, and Du Mingxi thought this guy was going to cause trouble again. Watching Li Muxue and Du Mingxi walking away talking and laughing, Chen Yun, who was standing on the battlefield, suddenly began to doubt his life. Chapter 7, Seeing Injustice, Helping Others. Who would have thought that the little Lolita who originally had a grudge against me would now become the first classmate to make friends with me? I have to say that strength is a good thing, which is the same as the ability of money in peacetime. It's just a pity for Chen Feng, he just keeps licking other people's stuff and in the end he is nothing. The teaching content of Nolan University is not much different from that of Fangyun University, except that the teachers are more detailed and the classroom atmosphere is more relaxed. During the break, Du Mingxi received his reward, a red and purple pill. I don't know what this thing is used for, but judging from the name, it's probably related to improving strength. To be honest, the system is pretty good most of the time, except that it sometimes doesn't work. After a whole day, Du Mingxi had already gotten to know most of the people in the class. After all, who wouldn't want to make friends with someone who has dual attributes in the same body and an initial level of 17? Of course, this does not include Li Mushue's bootlickers and secret admirers. I have to say that Nolan College is truly the best university in Akihara City. In Du Mingxi's class alone, there are already several level 18 warriors, and the little lowly is even more exaggerated, she is already level 20. If there is a 20-year student in Fangyun College's sophomore class, he or she will be the college's key training target. However, after getting to know each other for a day, Du Mingxi noticed a special classmate. His name is Su Lingyan, he is level 17, has the fire attribute, is very introverted, and always looks like he doesn't want anyone to approach him. We learned that this guy's parents abandoned him and left Akihara City very early and have never returned. If the principal had not met him by chance one day, thought he had good qualifications, and brought him to the college, this guy would have starved to death long ago. Hearing this, Du Mingxi also felt pity. This guy was even more miserable than he was before. I heard that he recently offended a junior and is often bullied. During the break, a group of people gathered around the little lowly and Du Mingxi to chat. Yes, I saw him being beaten into the hospital a few days ago. He looked seriously injured. Why doesn't the principal care? I don't know, maybe he didn't tell the principal. Everyone talked one after another, and Du Mingxi roughly understood it. Classic story of seniors bullying juniors. Hey, do you know who bullied him? Du Mingxi asked. Why, do you want to help him? Asked a boy with a short flat head. Mingxi has dual attributes in one body. It will take more than a few minutes to help him, said the little lowly. This change in attitude really made Du Mingxi feel that it was not him who slapped her, but she who slapped Du Mingxi. I do know something. I heard that he offended a guy named Luo Qingfei, who seems to be related to the Dean of Studies. His strength seems to be level 20, but I'm not sure about his attributes, said a girl with long flowing hair and delicate features. She is the little lowly's best friend, named Ning Yuchi, and is a member of the Ning family, a large family in Shouyuan City. Level 20? That's nothing, but this identity is a bit troublesome, said the little Lolita with a frown. She is now helping Du Mingxi analyze the situation. After all, they are friends now. Du Mingxi laughed when he heard this. Dean? Isn't he the one who bowed his head and apologized to me yesterday? Okay, I'll definitely help you with this. Don't leave after school this afternoon. Watch how I beat up Luo Qingfei. Du Mingxi said confidently. What he can't stand the most now is bullying of the weak, because before he awakened the system, he was also an extremely weak person. This is what it means when you've been caught in the rain yourself and want to hold an umbrella for others. Everyone quickly agreed to go together in the afternoon to join in the fun. A day passed quickly. Everyone followed Su Lingyan and walked out of the teaching building with him. I followed him for a long time and there were very few people on the road. Everyone thought that Luo Qingfei would not come and were ready to disperse, but he showed up. The moment she saw Luo Qingfei, Su Lingyan was also stunned. He didn't expect this guy to be so persistent, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. In addition to Luo Qingfei, there were two followers, and the three of them quickly surrounded Su Lingyan. Boy, are you still arrogant? Luo Qingfei stretched out his hand to pinch Su Lingyan's neck, but was pushed away by him. Hey! Come back and hit him! Luo Qingfei shouted, and the three of them attacked at the same time. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from nowhere and pushed Luo Qingfei on the chest. With just a hissing sound, Luo Chengfei was suddenly pushed out. The electric current made his limbs go limp and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the other two began to use their spiritual energy to attack Du Mingxi. Although Du Mingxi has dual attributes in his body, these two guys are both level 20. Du Mingxi is a little behind in level and got hit several times. Boom! Du Mingxi released flames, forced back the two followers, and immediately took the spiritual energy pill rewarded by the system. For a moment, a heat flowed through Du Mingxi's body, and every vein seemed to be burned by fire. At the same time, the numbness and tingling sensation becomes stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from Du Mingxi's body. Breakthrough? The first ones to be surprised were the two followers in front of Du Mingxi. How the hell could he have a breakthrough while fighting? Su Lingyan and the little loli and her group were also very surprised. But before they could recover from their surprised expressions, golden light burst out from Du Mingxi's body again. Again? The two followers panicked. This guy was too weird. It was bad enough that he could control two attributes by himself, but he could also upgrade it like a piece of cake. To everyone's surprise, Du Mingxi was promoted directly to level 21. I have upgraded 4 levels. I have to say that the things this system provides are really useful. Feeling the surge of strength in his body, Du Mingxi turned his gaze to the recovered Luo Chengfei and his two followers. What are you afraid of? He is only one person, and we have 3. Let's kill him. Luo Chengfei instigated, bursting with spiritual energy and rushing towards Du Mingxi. Seeing this, the two followers also rushed forward. Du Mingxi was about to meet the enemy, but was stopped by a hand. Thank you. Su Lingyan's voice was a little cold, but Du Mingxi knew it was sincere. What are you thanking me for? Let's beat them up first. Du Mingxi rushed forward and fought with 3 people. Su Lingyan looked at his own hands, then looked at Du Mingxi who was fighting one against 3 others, and he couldn't help but get angry. He burst out with spiritual energy and rushed forward to fight side by side with Du Mingxi. The final scene turned into a group of students from class 2 and 3 beating up Luo Chengfei and his followers, including the little Lolita and several girls. The sun had already set when they returned to the villa. The curvy Kiki stood in the sunset waiting for Du Mingxi to come home. She was still wearing an apron, probably because she had already prepared a table full of food. Seeing Du Mingxi coming back riding his bicycle and whistling, Kiki smiled and went to greet him. The first thing Kiki noticed was the scratches on Du Mingxi's face. Husband. How did you get hurt? Nothing, just a fight. Du Mingxi said calmly. Ah? Did anyone provoke you? Who was it? Kiki asked hurriedly. Du Mingxi waved his hand. If I tell you this, you will kill Luo Chengfei. Never mind all that, look what this is. Du Mingxi smiled and stretched out his hands behind his back. It was a bouquet of flowers. I picked it on the way. It smells really good. Do you like it? Looking at the wildflowers simply tied together, Kiki smiled knowingly and quickly took it. I like it. Thank you, husband. Ding. Kiki's intimacy +1, current intimacy is 56. Chapter 8 Preparation. The news of Du Mingxi beating up Luo Chengfei spread quickly throughout the academy. Du Mingxi has become popular again. In the end, the principal learned the news and stepped forward to calm the matter down. July is already midsummer, and the annual Lantern Festival in the Central Plains District is about to arrive. Nowadays, there are not many festivals left, so everyone attaches great importance to the Lantern Festival. The entire campus is filled with elements related to the Lantern Festival, and the topics that everyone talks about in their daily conversations are all focused on the Lantern Festival. Wife, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival and the college is on holiday. I'll take you out to play. Du Mingxi asked while sitting on the sofa in the villa, breathing in spiritual energy. Great, great. I haven't seen what the Lantern Festival is like yet. Kiki's face was full of excitement, and her big eyes were full of anticipation. Du Mingxi stopped practicing and walked out. After finishing the afternoon class, Du Mingxi did not go home immediately, but drove the repaired Zaya Kiwiyu out of the college. The streets and alleys were filled with lanterns, and some families even put up paper cuts. The whole city is preparing for tomorrow's Lantern Festival. The main venue of the Lantern Festival is in the northeast of the city, beside Shuinyan Lake. When Du Mingxi arrived at Shuinyan Lake, the place had been almost arranged. There are lights and decorations everywhere. A bluestone road connects to a small wooden bridge. Both sides of the road are lined with retro stalls, and the atmosphere is strong. There are many lanterns with words on them hanging on the small bridge. These are riddles, and there are rewards for guessing them correctly. The other end of the small bridge is connected to the island in the middle of the lake. There will be a Guzheng performance in the pavilion on the island in the middle of the lake tomorrow. In addition, you can also release Kongming lanterns, but because you are afraid that monsters outside the high wall will be attracted by the brightness of the Kongming lanterns, there will be a layer of spiritual energy above the entire lantern festival to prevent the Kongming lanterns from flying too high. If you spend $50, you can rent a small boat. You are free to paddle around the entire Xuanyan Lake. Due to the influence of spiritual energy, the water of the lake glows every night. It is a romantic thing to share a world of your own with the one you love on this spiritual lake. Of course, it's not impossible to have in-depth communication, but be careful not to capsize the boat. Du Mingxi came here to give his wife a surprise. After looking around, Du Mingxi found the person in charge of arranging the scene and told him why he was there. Every year, the Lantern Festival has a signature show, the Rain of Petals. If someone needs it, they will set off a special kind of fireworks during the Lantern Festival. After they explode in mid-air, countless petals will fall, which is extremely romantic. But this thing is not cheap, 200,000 per time. Du Mingxi is a multi-millionaire now, so why would he care about the 200,000? He arranged it readily. Du Mingxi then found the host of the lantern riddle guessing game and discussed it with him, and the two reached a secret agreement. At the same time, Du Mingxi also went to discuss with the Guzheng performer and reached a secret agreement. Everything is ready, only one thing is missing. Du Mingxi drove his Xiaoqiu to the city center. Xiaoqiu stopped in front of a diamond store. Du Mingxi straightened his clothes a little and walked in on the red carpet. As your eyes wander, you will see the dazzling diamonds lying quietly in the counter, waiting for the right person to come. The young female cashier in the store came over quickly, but when her eyes fixed on Du Mingxi's clothes, she inadvertently revealed a hint of disdain. Du Mingxi was wearing a t-shirt and ordinary casual pants. I want to buy a diamond. Du Mingxi asked blankly like a fool. After all, it was my first time buying this thing, so I was a little nervous. Are you not here to buy diamonds? Are you here just to hang out? What the hell? Du Mingxi didn't know why the teller spoke in such a tone. Is it because all the money on your body combined is less than 1,000 yuan? This is too superficial. Xiao Yun. How can you talk like that? Another female teller who looked a little older came over and scolded. Tisk, I've seen a lot of stuff like this. They can only afford cheap stuff worth a few $1,000s at most. The thing called Xiaoyun mocked softly, but Du Mingxi still heard it. Well, you like to look down on others, don't you? I want a purple diamond. Can you show it to me? Du Mingxi said to the older teller. Of course. Shen Lin said quickly. He then took Du Mingxi to the counter inside, which was filled with luxurious purple diamonds. Hee, Sister Lin, you are really in a good mood. You even brought her to see the purple diamond. Can she afford it? Xiaoyun walked past Chen Lin and said something else. Well, how about this one? Chen Lin felt a little embarrassed and quickly took out a 1-carat jewel to show Du Mingxi. To be honest, this purple diamond is really beautiful. Du Mingxi did not choose a colorless diamond because he wanted a special one. Well, it's very beautiful, but too small. Give me this one. Du Mingxi pointed to the 5-carat one. Okay. Chen Lin didn't say anything else and quickly took out a 5-carat purple diamond. Are you getting married? Chen Lin asked with a smile. Not really. It's a gift for my girlfriend. Du Mingxi made up a story. After all, he is too young now. Girlfriend? Then your girlfriend is so lucky. Chen Lin said with a smile. To be honest, she also felt that Du Mingxi would not be able to afford a purple diamond, especially a top-quality 5-carat one, which would cost at least 5 or 6 million. Du Mingxi watched for a while. Chen Lin was about to persuade Du Mingxi to take a look at the colorless diamond, but unexpectedly Du Mingxi said directly, okay, this is it. Sir, are you sure? This price. Chen Lin was obviously shocked by Du Mingxi, but still didn't quite believe that Du Mingxi could really buy it. Sure. Just swipe the card. Du Mingxi took out his credit card quickly. Chen Lin was stunned and was at a loss for a moment. What's wrong? Du Mingxi asked. You, please wait a moment. I'll go call the manager. Chen Lin came to his senses, extremely surprised, and quickly ran to the back of the store. Such a large transaction requires the manager to come in person. Xiaoyun, who was standing aside, was standing there in a daze, with a look of impatience in his eyes. Until Chen Lin called the manager over, the full 6 million was paid by card, packaged, and everything was done. Xiaoyun just realized that Du Mingxi, who was wearing cheap clothes, was actually a rich man. "Sir, take care." The manager in Chen Lin escorted Du Mingxi out of the store. "No need to send it off," Du Mingxi said. "I just need to tell you that the guy named Xiaoyun is a bit of a snob. To be honest, if I didn't feel good about him, I wouldn't want to buy it." Du Mingxi said this while looking at Chen Lin. The manager understood immediately. "Is there anything else?" "I'm so sorry." "Don't worry, I'll fire Xiaoyun right away." As for Chen Lin, she also got a commission for the purple diamond you bought from her. "Are you satisfied?" "Yeah." Du Mingxi nodded and drove Xiaoqiu away slowly. "Manager, I didn't mean it." Watching Du Mingxi leave, Xiaoyun, who was hiding aside, finally couldn't help but stepped forward to plead for mercy. "Oh. How many times have I taught you this? These rich people like to pretend to be poor. What you see may not be the truth." The manager shouted angrily, "Go. I promise them that if I keep you, I will lose a big customer the next time they come." Chapter 9 Lantern Festival. An ordinary day passed quickly, the sky gradually darkened, and the Lantern Festival officially began. "Honey, how do you think I should wear this one? Or this one? I'm so happy when I think about going to the Lantern Festival." Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki went to a traditional clothing store to buy clothes together. In Akihara City, everyone likes to wear traditional costumes during the Lantern Festival. The traditional costumes of Choyuan City are actually the traditional Hanfu. As for other cities, Du Mingxi doesn't know. Chen Kiki changed into a green silk long skirt, which immediately gave people a feeling of elegance, refinement, and spirituality. In addition, Chen Kiki is already extremely beautiful, and when she wears this dress, she looks like a fairy from heaven, ethereal and airy. "She's so beautiful. You're worthy of being my wife," Du Mingxi said with a smile. Du Mingxi only chose a black robe. Although it was simple, it looked generous and clean. Chen Kiki blushed when she heard this, and said delicately, "Then I'll try this one." After saying that, he ran into the fitting room again, and soon the young wife walked out slowly. Du Mingxi looked up and was immediately fascinated. This time, Chen Kiki was wearing a red embroidered long dress, which gave off a sense of classic dignity, elegance, and generosity. A line of poetry suddenly appeared in Du Mingxi's mind, and he couldn't help but recite it softly. "The clouds are like clothes, the flowers are like faces, the spring breeze blows over the threshold, and the dew is gorgeous." "Good. This one is the best," Du Mingxi exclaimed. Hearing this, Chen Kiki was also very satisfied. The shopkeeper also helped Chen Kiki half-tie her long hair and inserted a gold hairpin into it. At that moment, Du Mingxi seemed to see an ancient princess, whose dignity and grace made her forget herself. Seeing that it was getting completely dark, Du Mingxi took Chen Kiki to Xuanyan Lake. Du Mingxi is wearing a wig with long flowing hair, and he looks like a martial arts hero. I was walking halfway when I happened to pass by a foot massage parlor. Du Mingxi knew that it was not formal. Du Mingxi had heard Du Yunhai bragging to his friends before. At this moment, a familiar figure walked in slowly. "Oh, isn't that our dean?" Du Mingxi smiled inwardly and took out his mobile phone to take a video. After all, this old guy has a grudge against me and I might be able to use him in the future. When Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki arrived, there were already crowds of people outside Xuanyan Lake. Fortunately, Du Mingxi had experience and parked the car early, otherwise there would be no parking space nearby. There are so many people. Chen Kiki couldn't help but admire the huge crowds of people around Xuanyan Lake. Although Chen Kiki is the exclusive wife given by the system, she also has her own thoughts and is a flesh and blood person. Moreover, she had only been in this world for a short time, and although she knew everything, she had never seen it with her own eyes. "Mingxi." At this time, a silver bell-like voice came. Not far away, a little Lolita in purple hanfu ran over, holding up her clothes. "You are here too. What a coincidence." The little girl wore a ponytail today and a purple long skirt, looking like a little princess. "Yes. Did you come here by yourself?" Du Mingxi said with a smile. "No. Look, they are all here." The little girl pointed to the people not far away, all of whom were students from class 2 and 3. Su Lingyan was also among them. Today he was wearing a blue robe painted with bamboo and had long hair on his head. He looked very handsome too. Mingxi, who is this? At this time, the little girl noticed Kiki beside Du Mingxi. Oh, this is my girlfriend. Du Mingxi said. Kiki frowned when she heard that. What girlfriend? I'm his wife. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't set your sights on my husband. Du Mingxi really didn't expect that this would lead to a fight. Du Mingxi had already told his wife about the resolution of the misunderstanding between the little loli and himself. Hearing this, the little girl was stunned for a moment and stammered, "Humph. Who wants to snatch it from you? I. Mingxi and I are just ordinary friends." At this time, classmates also came over and everyone greeted Du Mingxi. Thank you, Mingxi. Su Lingyan thanked him somewhat awkwardly. Since the last time, Luo Chengfei has never bothered Su Lingyan again. It's a small matter. Du Mingxi said with a smile. Hey! Who is this? The group also noticed Kiki. The appearance of the little Lolita seemed to make Kiki a little jealous, and she held Du Mingxi's hand tightly. I am Mingxi's wife. My name is Kiki. Kiki greeted everyone. Wow! Great, Mingxi. Such a beautiful wife. Yeah. You're really amazing, not only are you strong, but you also have such a beautiful wife. Oh, I really envy you. I also want to taste the bitterness of love. Didn't you just break up last month? You scumbag. Don't expose me, okay? The group chatted and laughed as they visited the Lantern Festival together. Everyone was smiling happily, except for the little girl who seemed to be sulking for some reason. Is this a candied Haws? Honey, I want to eat it. Kiki pulled Du Mingxi to look here and buy there. The group of people watched the couple showing their affection and they just wanted to beat up Du Mingxi. Okay. Boss, I want them all. Du Mingxi said proudly. My dear, I will only sell one string of these candied Haws to each person. Let others have a try too, said the boss with a smile. The small vendors at the Lantern Festival are all arranged by the city and are not for the purpose of profit at all. Sorry. Du Mingxi scratched his head. It's okay, this is your girlfriend, right? What a perfect match. I'll give you the candied Haws. Du Mingxi wanted to pay, but couldn't resist the boss's enthusiasm, so he had to take it for free. Seeing Kiki happily eating the sour and sweet candied Haws, Du Mingxi was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Honey, what is that? Kiki hadn't finished eating the candied Haws yet, and she pulled Du Mingxi to a stall. This is a sugar man. We can make anything you want. The boss is an old man. This kind of intangible cultural heritage is really rare in the world. I want a rabbit, said Kiki. At this time, the girl, who was about the same age as Du Mingxi, was like a child. Grandpa, I want a rabbit too. As soon as Kiki finished speaking, Li Muxiwei came over from somewhere and wanted the rabbit too. The smile on Kiki's face suddenly disappeared and she glared at the little loli. The little loli was not to be outdone and stared straight at Kiki. Okay, I'll do it for you. The old man was very skilled. He scooped up the syrup with a spoon and started to draw on the clean platform. With a flip of the wrist, a vivid little rabbit took shape. Then wait for the sugar to harden and use a special sugar knife to scoop it up. Here. What Du Mingxi didn't expect was that the old man handed it to anyone else but Du Mingxi, who was sandwiched between the two of them. Grandpa, you must have done this on purpose. Husband? Kiki asked in a questioning tone. Mingxi? I want to eat too. Unexpectedly, the little loli also imitated Kiki. Du Mingxi wanted to give it to his wife, but he was afraid of hurting this little loli's heart. After all, Du Mingxi knew how much damage a big fight would do to her heart. Even if others forgave him, Du Mingxi still felt a little guilty. Fortunately, in this dilemma, the old man quickly made another one. Come here, this is for you. This is for you, okay. Du Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. This is fucking terrible. If people don't know, they would think I'm playing both sides. Chapter 10 Formal Confession. Having just gone through a storm, the two old ladies are causing trouble again. Both of them fell in love with a jade pendant at the same time. It was really fucked up. Du Mingxi wanted to break the jade pendant into two pieces before the boss slowly took out a string of identical ones. The boss was stunned when he saw Du Mingxi's eyes, because the look of someone wanting to stab someone cannot be hidden. The group gradually became aware of Du Mingxi's predicament and followed the three to watch the fun. After strolling around the market, everyone came to the small bridge, which was the first place Du Mingxi prepared. "Honey, why are these lights different from the others?" Kiki asked stupidly. "The above is a riddle. If you guess it correctly, you will be rewarded," Du Mingxi explained. At the same time, he secretly exchanged glances with his boss. "Miss, do you want to try it? There will be a reward if you answer correctly." The boss came forward and said with a smile. "Is it okay?" Kiki looked at Du Mingxi excitedly. "Of course. I believe you. Give it a try." Encouraged by her husband, Kiki, under the guidance of her boss, looked at the first riddle: when the water in Huaihai recedes again. "Guess a word," said the boss with a smile. Kiki read it once, a puzzled expression appeared on her fair face, and then she was suddenly surprised. "I know, it's the word difficult." "That's right. Guess the word below too," said the boss with a smile. "The next one is, two people exchange the obstacle stone." Kiki thought for a moment and blurted out, "It's the word D." "Clever." The boss gave a thumbs up. "The third one is, there is no mouth on the right-hand side of the moontop." "This one is simple, it's the word have." "Great," the boss laughed. "The fourth one is, young men and women next to the tree." "It's the word love." "This is already obvious. There's only one left." "Come on, little girl. The last one, what in the world understands love best?" Kiki read it over and over again, but really didn't know the answer to the riddle, so she had to look at Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi pointed at himself. "Husband? My husband understands love the best?" Kiki didn't react at first and was a little confused. But after Kiki was puzzled, she immediately responded, "Is it a person?" "That's right. You guessed all 5 riddles correctly, that's amazing." The boss said with a smile, "The 5 words together mean a rare couple. I think you two should be husband and wife. Lovers are rare, so you must cherish them. Wait a minute, I'll give you a reward." When Kiki heard the boss's words, her face turned red. The boss returned soon with a big bouquet of roses in his hands. "Here is your reward. I wish you two a happy marriage." Kiki took the rose in a daze, and instantly felt like countless hearts were beating wildly in her heart. Ding, Kiki's intimacy +5, current intimacy 61. Ding, Kiki's intimacy +5, current intimacy 66. When the system voice came, Kiki's intimacy instantly increased by 10 points. "Wow, even the things I just bought have gone up in price? Honey, this lantern festival is so great." Kiki ran to Du Mingxi and said with a red face. "As long as you are happy." Du Mingxi touched Kiki's head. Cough cough. A group of people also walked here at this time, and someone coughed twice. Everyone laughed. The riddle boss at the side looked at these young people and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion, thinking back to the past. The group arrived at the island in the middle of the lake. There were already many people there, and a guzheng performance was being performed in the pavilion in the center of the island. There was also a little boy introducing the music. The woman playing the guzheng saw Du Mingxi coming and quickly changed the song. The song I'm playing now is the famous guzheng piece Butterfly Lovers, which represents the loyal and unswerving love between a man and a woman. I wish all lovers in the world will eventually get married. The little boy read from the list. Wow, why is everything about love this year? A female classmate asked puzzledly. Mingxi, it wasn't you who arranged this, another male classmate asked jokingly. No. Du Mingxi said calmly. Soon after the song ended, everyone started releasing Kongming lanterns again. The Kongming lantern slowly rises, carrying everyone's most sincere wishes and blessings, flies into the sky, and finally burns out slowly after coming into contact with the spiritual energy. Let's go boating, said the little girl. A group of people followed. Rowing is an indispensable activity in the Lantern Festival. Du Mingxi and Kiki rented a small boat and rowed slowly into the lake with their classmates. Wow! Husband, look! What is this? Kiki lay on the side of the boat and pointed at the lake in surprise. At this time, the lake water seemed to have life, and lines of spiritual energy like the aurora were flowing in the water. That's spiritual energy. Idiot! Du Mingxi cursed with a smile while rowing the boat. Chen Kiki turned around and gently pushed Du Mingxi. You are the idiot. Du Mingxi was not to be outdone and gently patted Chen Kiki's butt. Chen Kiki's face turned red and she started playing with Du Mingxi. The two were having a lot of fun, when suddenly, Du Mingxi slipped and fell into the cabin. Chen Kiki also slipped and fell on Du Mingxi. The faint fragrance of Chen Kiki wafted towards him, and his chest felt soft. For a moment, Du Mingxi felt hot and uneasy in his heart. Chen Kiki also blushed. She herself was unaware of the degree of intimacy she had. Looking at this beautiful face, Du Mingxi started touching Chen Kiki as if possessed. The two of them were breathing hotter and hotter, and their faces were getting closer and closer. Just when they were about to kiss, that damn system suddenly jumped out with a warning. Warning! The host has been detected to have improper tendencies towards Chen Kiki. Hereby warned that no overly intimate actions are allowed before the intimacy level reaches the standard. The current intimacy level is 66. Reminder, kissing is allowed when the intimacy level reaches 70. Mating is allowed when the intimacy level reaches 90. Note, this system will not give intimacy rewards to the host Chen Kiki. Whether the intimacy level of Chen Kiki can be increased depends on the host's performance. At this moment, Du Mingxi wanted to unbind the system directly. After calming down, Du Mingxi still endured it. Gently placing the hot Chen Kiki next to him, Du Mingxi pointed to the sky and said, "Look, it's so beautiful." Chen Kiki was a little confused. Why did Du Mingxi always break at critical moments? But he didn't ask any more questions. He leaned in Du Mingxi's arms, looking at the stars in the sky and the bright moon. The boat is filled with sweet dreams and the stars are overwhelming. This is probably what it is like. Wife, do you want to see something more beautiful? Du Mingxi asked. Chen Kiki nodded quickly and asked, yes, but is there anything more beautiful? Du Mingxi gently stroked Chen Kiki's hair. You'll know in a moment. After that, Du Mingxi took out his cell phone from his inner pocket and dialed a number. Let's get started. While Chen Kiki was puzzled, the sound of fireworks rang out, and fireworks flew in all directions to the west of Xuanyan Lake. Bang! 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 Fireworks exploded in the sky above the entire lantern festival, and the gorgeous fireworks attracted everyone's attention. Wow! Honey, is this fireworks? So beautiful. Chen Kiki stood up and pointed at the sky excitedly like a little child, almost jumping up. When the fireworks exploded, what spread was not the pungent smell of gunpowder, but the rich fragrance of flowers. Countless petals floated down like raindrops, and for a moment the entire lantern festival was raining flowers. Wow! It's so beautiful. I remember we didn't have this last year. The little Loli and her best friend Ning Yuchi were in the same boat. Ning Yuchi looked excited, while the little Lolita was a little depressed, glancing at Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki from time to time. Do you like it? Du Mingxi said with a smile. I like it. Thank you, husband. Chen Kiki opened her arms and felt the petals floating down and filling the air with fragrance. Ding! Chen Kiki's intimacy +5, current intimacy is 71, congratulations to the host for unlocking the kissing function. The system voice sounded, but Du Mingxi simply ignored it. Du Mingxi quietly took out the prepared purple diamond and knelt on one knee in front of Chen Kiki. Wife, we have only known each other for a few days, but when I first saw you, I fell deeply in love with you. Maybe this is love at first sight. I haven't formally confessed to you these days. Today, I will take this opportunity to sincerely confess to you. Wife, I love you. Chen Kiki was happily catching the flower petals when Du Mingxi suddenly knelt in front of her and said these somewhat corny yet affectionate words. Chen Kiki was stunned for a moment, and then tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She was the reward given by the system to the host, and Chen Kiki knew this. Whether to see yourself as just a reward or to truly treat yourself as a wife is entirely up to the host. To put it bluntly, the host can completely regard himself as an object. And this man, Du Mingxi, not only never touched me, but also confessed to me so affectionately. How can you not love such a person? I love you too, husband. Chen Kiki said with a choked voice. Du Mingxi pulled Chen Kiki's hand over and slowly put the purple diamond on her finger. So beautiful. Du Mingxi exclaimed. Ding! Chen Kiki's intimacy +10, current intimacy 81. At this time, the sound of the system could no longer affect Du Mingxi, because his eyes were now full of the girl in front of him. Chen Kiki wiped away her tears, gently pulled Du Mingxi up, and kissed her desperately. Ding! Chen Kiki's intimacy +10, current intimacy 91. Ding! Chen Kik's intimacy +9, current intimacy is 100. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully unlocked the mating function. Look! Is that Mingxi and Chen Kiki? Ning Yuqi had really good eyesight and managed to notice the two people kissing. With this shout, many people's eyes turned to the couple. Wow! How romantic! Damn it, I'm going to find a girlfriend and bring her here next year. I really envy them, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Everyone in the group envied and blessed the guests, except the little girl, who lay glumly on the side of the boat, paddling listlessly. We don't know why she is unhappy. Chapter 11. This system really doesn't care about people. Monday, early morning. Du Mingxi was awakened by the alarm clock. Chen Kiki was still sleeping soundly beside me. Normally, Chen Kiki would get up first, prepare breakfast and then wake up Du Mingxi, but they both slept too late last night, probably because they were too tired. Du Mingxi put on his clothes, gently kissed Chen Kiki on the forehead, and helped her pull up the quilt. After washing up and having breakfast, Du Mingxi rode his bicycle to the teaching building. In fact, Du Mingxi now has nearly 3 million yuan in his card, which is enough to buy a luxury car. But Du Mingxi thinks it is better to keep a low profile, and riding a bicycle can also exercise the body. Today is different from the past. The school organizes a monster invasion drill. Everyone knows about this, it's just a formality. After all, the monsters are all teachers in the academy in disguise. Is it possible to really destroy them? While in class, the alarm suddenly sounded. As required, all students need to hide in the classroom first and then move. It's really boring. Isn't this just for show? That's right, look at that monster, it's so funny. Several students near the window could see the scene downstairs in the teaching building and began to whisper. Mu Shui, what's wrong with you? You've been in a bad mood since you came back from the Lantern Festival. Ning Yuqi is the little lowly sitting next to me. She took the opportunity of not having class to ask. I don't know, the little girl said perfunctorily. Seeing that the little girl didn't say anything, Ning Yuqi didn't dare to ask any more questions and turned around to chat with Du Mingxi. Mingxi, you are so romantic. Your wife is so happy. It's okay. I just happened to come across the Lantern Festival and gave her a surprise. After the Lantern Festival ended that day, everyone learned about Du Mingxi's arrangements, and the female classmates were instantly envious. Look, you're handsome, capable, and romantic. If you were my husband, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Ning Yuqi is an extrovert and the type who doesn't hide anything. She will say whatever she thinks. Du Mingxi actually likes dealing with this kind of person? After all, there is no need to guess her true thoughts. What she says is what she thinks. As they were chatting, a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding. Mission issued, subdue the exercise monster, 1 hour limit, reward is a book of intermediate fire spells. Do you accept it? Du Mingxi was confused. Doesn't the system know that the monster was the teacher in disguise? Are you trying to show off in front of all the teachers and students in the school? Besides, this kind of stupid behavior is not just showing off, it's making a fool of oneself in front of others. Do you accept? The system urged. Is it okay if I don't accept it? Du Mingxi smiled bitterly in his heart. It is detected that the host refuses the mission. Now I will give you one more chance. If you choose to refuse again, you will be punished. Damn, this again. This is a naked threat. This is oppression. We must resist. Punishment countdown 10, 9, 8. Hey, brother, let's talk nicely. Accept it, accept it. Du Mingxi quickly accepted the task. Detection that the host has accepted the mission, start the timer. Du Mingxi looked around and saw that his classmates were all talking about the exercise. Most people think it's a waste of time and stupid. At this time, the transfer information came over the radio. Everyone started to move. When we arrived at the bottom of the teaching building, we saw a water monster spraying water everywhere. Of course, it was a teacher in disguise and it would not really hurt the students. Du Mingxi seized the opportunity and suddenly ran out of the team in front of everyone. I'm sorry, teacher. Du Mingxi thought to himself, and lightning gathered in his hand, thunder breaks 10,000 junes. In an instant, the flying cloud suddenly changed, and a thick bolt of lightning fell down. The monster that sprays water right in the middle. The teacher who was playing the monster had never expected anyone to attack him, and he was struck by lightning, and for a moment he was actually dazed by the electricity. Du Mingxi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He rushed forward and held down the teacher. It doesn't matter if you don't press it, but when you press it, what the hell are these two soft lumps on your hand? At first Du Mingxi thought it was the silicone or something on the monster suit, but he didn't expect that the lightning had torn a hole in the monster suit. There is a female teacher inside. Why does she look so familiar? Damn it! Not only did he knock the guy unconscious in front of all the teachers and students in the school, he also held him down in a weird position. The most shameful thing is that in front of so many people, I grabbed things with my two hands that I shouldn't have grabbed. It's over. It's all over. I am Du Mingxi, a genius with dual attributes and an initial level of 17, and my reputation is well known. But today I am in disgrace here. At this moment, the students were all stunned, like little clay figures. Their expressions were frozen. The teachers were even more surprised because they knew that the teacher who played the monster was a female teacher. And they all saw what Du Mingxi did just now. What are you doing? The dean was the first to react and rushed over with a roar. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Du Mingxi quickly jumped away from the female teacher. A group of teachers also gathered around. Du Mingxi can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the yellow river. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the task. Please collect the reward. A voice came from the dog system at this time, and Du Mingxi was no longer in the mood to receive the reward. With the rescue of a group of teachers, the female teacher who played the monster woke up. This teacher is none other than Lin Qingxue, the head teacher of Class 3, Grade 2. Seeing that it was her own student, Lin Qingxue did not blame anything. Instead, she felt a little strange when she saw the indignant looks on the faces of the male teachers. Teacher, I didn't mean it. I thought the play was about subduing monsters. Sorry. Du Mingxi apologized quickly. It would be easier to deal with him since he was his teacher. It's okay. The teacher doesn't blame you. On the contrary, your strength seems to have improved. That's amazing. Lin Qingxue is probably in her 30s. She is still very good looking, and has a charm that a girl in her 20s doesn't have. In particular, she has a very good personality and is approachable to everyone. Teacher Lin, such bad behavior must be severely punished, said the head teacher Luo Caifu angrily. To be honest, this is more or less a personal grudge. It's okay, Director Luo. I know my own student. He is a talented and well-behaved kid. This is just a misunderstanding. It's okay. Lin Qingxue said with a smile. Hearing this, Du Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy for Luo Caifu to point out Du Mingxi's actions on the spot, and maybe Du Mingxi really didn't mean it. After a while, the exercise resumed and Du Mingxi returned to the team. Mingxi, what are you doing? Yeah. I'm totally confused. Several boys looked confused. Nothing. Misunderstanding. Du Mingxi shook his head and looked at his hands. He couldn't help but say in his heart, pretty soft. Bah! What am I thinking? That's my teacher. After school, Du Mingxi still rode his bicycle and walked slowly on the campus. If today's incident hadn't happened to be a water-spraying monster, no, if the person playing the role of the water-spraying monster hadn't been my class teacher, then it would have been really over. As I was walking, two little yellow dogs appeared in front of me, walking hand in hand, just like a couple. Du Mingxi smiled slightly. Nowadays, dogs live in pairs. Just as he was about to speed up and overtake them, a voice suddenly came from the dog system. Ding! Mission issued, separate the two puppies in front of you, and you will be rewarded with a spiritual energy pill. The time limit is 30 minutes. Do you accept it? WC system, you are the real dog. Chapter 12. Sorry, Lao Luo. The next day. Du Mingxi got up very early today, and his wife had not yet prepared breakfast. Du Mingxi just had time to take a look at yesterday's rewards. System, collect yesterday's reward. After completing the system task, you can claim the reward within 48 hours. Ding! The reward has been issued. As soon as the system finished speaking, a red spellbook appeared on the coffee table. At the same time, a spiritual energy pill also appeared next to the spell. Du Mingxi quickly put away the spiritual energy pill and turned to the fire spell. Liehua Longxiang. These names are more cool than each other. Du Mingxi complained. He immediately turned to the Venn diagram and began to comprehend it. It didn't take long before he mastered it. This spell was very easy to learn. All he had to do was circulate his spiritual energy and follow the prescribed procedures. When you use it, just let the spiritual energy burst out at the last moment of the meridians. After putting away the fiery dragon, Du Mingxi took out the spiritual energy pill. Little dog, blame this damn system if you want to blame someone. I really didn't mean to separate you two. Du Mingxi said to himself as he looked at the spiritual energy pill in his hand. He immediately swallowed the spiritual energy pill in one gulp. Just like last time, there was no pain after taking the spiritual energy. Instead, the spiritual energy surged. Not long after, golden light flashed on Du Mingxi's body. Level 22. Immediately afterwards, another golden light. Level 23. As soon as the previous ray of golden light fell, another ray of golden light burst out. Level 24. This time it stops at level 24. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. At this time, Kiki also prepared breakfast. After the intimacy reached 100, apart from unlocking those two activities and Kiki being more attached to me, there wasn't much difference from before. After breakfast, Kiki sent Du Mingxi to the teaching building before going back. This has caused countless male classmates to envy, jealousy and hatred. There is also an event today to send off the seniors and summarize yesterday's exercises. The venue for the event is in the college's Student Activity Center, which is large enough and has a stage for leaders and student representatives to give speeches. When Du Mingxi arrived, Su Lingyan had already reserved a seat for himself. Du Mingxi had just sat down when the little girl in front of him suddenly turned around and handed Du Mingxi something. Mingxi, this is a crystal ball I made myself. I made it myself. It's for you. Du Mingxi took it with some surprise, and saw many small hearts floating in the crystal ball. Why did you give me this? Du Mingxi was a little confused. Well, just consider it as a thank you for treating me to the candy rabbit at the Lantern Festival. The little girl's face had turned red without her realizing it, and she turned back after saying that. Mu Shui, what are you doing? Don't you know that Mingxi has a wife? Ning Yuqi beside her hurriedly leaned over to the little lowly's ear and said. The little lowly didn't answer immediately, but just snorted, and after a long time she whispered, anyway, they haven't gotten married yet. When Ning Yuqi heard this, she finally understood that this was the rhythm of pursuing Du Mingxi. Come to think of it, Du Mingxi is handsome, capable, and romantic. Which girl wouldn't like him? Ning Yuqi actually thought about pursuing Du Mingxi, but gave up when he found out that Du Mingxi had a wife. In addition to Ning Yuqi herself, she knew that many girls were interested in Du Mingxi, but like Ning Yuqi, they gave up the idea after knowing that Du Mingxi had a wife. Even if I still have thoughts about her, they have turned into secret love. Are you planning to poach someone else's girlfriend? I think that's going to be a disaster. Ning Yuqi said mercilessly. How do you know if you don't try? The little lowly said, acknowledging the fact that she wanted to pursue Du Mingxi. They are so loving and they are both talented and beautiful. It's such a perfect love. If it were me, I wouldn't have the heart to break it. Ning Yuqi said. The little girl smiled and said, I don't care, they are not married anyway. I must get him. Du Mingxi didn't understand and didn't care too much. The conference will begin soon. It started out as the same old routine, with various leaders giving speeches, each one eloquent and emotional. Then representatives of outstanding students gave speeches, which was also meaningless. However, there were a few good-looking girls among the outstanding student representatives of the senior year. When they appeared on the stage, the boys in the younger grades were excited. Soon, the senior year graduation activities were almost completed, and the next step was to summarize yesterday's exercises. When talking about yesterday's exercise, we have to mention Du Mingxi's abnormal behavior. Luo Caifu talked a lot, and finally mentioned Du Mingxi. Here, I want to mention a classmate in particular, he is Du Mingxi from class 2-3. I want to make a serious criticism of him. As soon as these words came out, Xu Yuntian's eyebrows twitched. He heard about Du Mingxi's incident. Didn't he say it was a misunderstanding? And wasn't it resolved? Why did Luo Caifu mention this matter in front of so many people? During the drill, this student disobeyed the arrangements and privately injured our teacher. Although it was just in drill, it was enough to show the character of this student. I hope you can learn from him. I also hope that student Du Mingxi can realize his mistake. Luo Caifu scolded with a serious face on his face, but he was actually laughing in his heart. After all, it is difficult to find an excuse to scold Du Mingxi with a clear conscience. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Saifu had just finished speaking when a pouting voice came. Everyone quickly looked to the side and saw the little girl pinching her waist and glaring at Luo Saifu on the stage. This confused Du Mingxi. My master hasn't taken any action yet. Student Li Muxue, please return to your seat and do not disrupt the order of the meeting. Luo Saifu said fearlessly. You are slandering me. What happened between Mingxi and Teacher Lin was a misunderstanding, and Teacher Lin and Mingxi have already resolved the misunderstanding. You are slandering me. The little lowly said loudly with her face flushed with anger. Luo Saifu was very embarrassed for a moment. Li Muxue was the daughter of the Li family, the largest family in Shouyuan City, and he couldn't offend her too much. Teacher Luo, my behavior yesterday was indeed inappropriate. I apologize to everyone for this. Du Mingxi stood up slowly and said. When the little girl heard this, she turned her head suddenly, as if questioning why Du Mingxi was speaking for Luo Saifu. As soon as Du Mingxi finished speaking, the system voice came, ding. Mission issued, report Luo Saifu for going to an irregular foot massage parlor. Reward, a physical training pill. Time limit, 30 minutes. Do you accept it? Du Mingxi was overjoyed and didn't want to say anything more about this matter. He just let Luo Saifu say a few words. But now the system can't stand it anymore, so... Lao Luo, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. Classmate Li Muxue, you should learn from Du Mingxi and have the courage to take responsibility for your mistakes. Luo Saifu said with a forced smile, following Du Mingxi's words. But... Du Mingxi then said but. Everyone's eyes immediately fixed on Du Mingxi again. I would like to ask Teacher Luo, what are the most basic requirements for being a teacher? Du Mingxi sneered. Luo Saifu was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, as a teacher, of course, I teach and educate you, and help you become stronger. And I also set a good example. What a good role model for a teacher. Then I would like to ask Teacher Luo, is this how you set a good example? Du Mingxi said as he walked onto the stage. Under everyone's gaze, he sat down on the stage and turned on the projection screen. Mingxi, what are you doing? Shu Yuntian was a little confused. Just watch it. Du Mingxi fiddled with it and projected the content on his mobile phone onto the screen. I took this photo when I was passing by the Lantern Festival. Mr. Luo, that person in the photo is you, right? Du Mingxi played the video he shot that day. On the screen, although it was nighttime, the lights at the entrance of the foot massage parlor just illuminated Luo Saifu clearly. Wow! Isn't this Chunyu Foot Bath City? Holy crap! Awesome! You were a role model just a second ago, but now you are gone. Ha ha! I expected someone like Luo Saifu. The audience exploded, and the stage exploded too. Teacher Luo. What's going on? Shu Yuntian shouted angrily. Luo Saifu looked at himself on the screen and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Chunyu Foot Massage City is a well-known informal foot massage city. Others may not know it, but we are all native Shouyuan people, so we don't know what that place is for? Humph. You're ruining the reputation of the academy. Luo Saifu, wait for your punishment. Shu Yuntian shouted angrily, then stood up and left. Du Mingxi also left with his classmates. Only Luo Saifu and a few members of the Luo family were standing there in a daze. Chapter 13 Li Yuni. Principal's office. The tea aroma was faint. On the sofa, a burly figure sat upright and sipped his tea slowly. Yuntian, are you being too hasty? He was wearing a military uniform with a star on his epaulets that was very eye-catching. His skin is dark yellow, probably because he has been guarding the high walls outside for many years. Although his skin is a little dark, his face shape is good, with smooth lines, and he is quite handsome. Oh, Yun-yi. Believe in my judgment. This little guy is a rare talent. Shu Yuntian sat aside and said with a smile. Li Yuni is not only the mayor of Shouyuan City, but also the person in charge of the high wall guard in the Shouyuan area, and his military rank is Major General. I'm not talking about his talent. Li Yuni slowly put down the teacup. This man is very suspicious, especially his wife, who is a level 70 expert but has an unknown origin. Shu Yuntian smiled and said, Mingxi will definitely be fine. He studied at Fangyun College before and was expelled once because of poor qualifications. His files match, there will be no problem. Drop out of school? Li Yuni's eyebrows twitched. Yes. This guy's aptitude was so poor before that Feng Yun Academy didn't want him. Later, he seemed to have awakened again. Not only did he become a dual attribute body, but he also had a terrifying initial level of 17. Second awakening? Li Yuni suddenly became nervous and stared at Chu Yuntian. What's wrong? There's no problem with Mingxi, but her wife is indeed a little suspicious. You can go and check it out. Chu Yuntian said lightly. Yuntian, have you forgotten the demonization phenomenon? Li Yuni said, his performance is very similar to the demonization phenomenon, a second awakening, a sudden change in aptitude, and a high initial level. The demonization phenomenon first appeared 50 years ago. Refers to the phenomenon where normal humans come into contact with high-level monsters and are contaminated by their spiritual energy. Once contaminated, normal humans will become puppets, controlled by these monsters. As for the polluted people, because they have absorbed powerful spiritual energy, they will most likely awaken again, and their initial level will be very high. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian was stunned for a moment, and his somewhat old face suddenly twitched. Do you suspect that Mingxi has been polluted? That's right, his so-called wife might be the source of the pollution. Li Yuni said calmly, a very small number of high-level monsters can be transformed into human form. That shouldn't be the case. I've come into contact with both of them, and there's no smell of monsters. Chu Yuntian asked in confusion. After all, he is also a level 70 warrior. Ordinary monsters will be exposed in front of him no matter how well they disguise themselves. Her level is very high, she may have some special hidden means. Li Yuni said, I think I need to test it myself. I can't let a level 70 monster move around in Shouyuan City without any restrictions. If I guessed wrong, I will apologize to them. Li Yuni added another sentence. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. But I still think Mingxi hasn't been demonized. You'll know once you try it. In the classroom, Mingxi was chatting with Ning Yuqi when the head teacher Lin Qingxue suddenly rushed in a hurry. Mingxi, come with me. Mingxi looked at Lin Qingxue's nervous expression and couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's wrong? Teacher. Just follow me. Lin Qingxue took Mingxi towards the arena without explanation. The classmates were also very confused. After all, it was the first time they saw Lin Qingxue so anxious. What's wrong with Mingxi? Ning Yuqi was a little worried. Looking at the head teacher's expression, it's probably not a good thing, said a boy. I heard that the mayor is here. Could it be related to this? What does this have to do with the mayor? Don't you know that the mayor is also the head of the Akihara City Wall Guard? Oh, and then? Are you mentally ill? Have you forgotten that Mingxi killed a level 50 monster a few days ago? Mingxi is not a soldier, and illegal border crossing is a capital crime. Mingxi is in danger. The two boys argued. When the little Lolita at the side heard this, she suddenly couldn't sit still anymore. It's time for get out of class to end, but class will start in a few minutes. The little girl looked at the clock, gritted her teeth, and suddenly ran out. Mu Xiue. Where are you going? Ning Yuqi shouted, then suddenly reacted and ran out with Li Muxue. Arena. On the round platform, Li Yuni, wearing a military uniform, stood upright in the center, his face showing 3 parts of nervousness and the remaining 7 parts of seriousness. After a while, the plump Lin Qingxue and Mingxi slowly walked into the arena. Chu Yuntian in the audience came over and said, Mingxi, this is the mayor, and also the person in charge of the high wall security in Shouyuan City. He is the stubborn guy I told you about last time. He wants to test your strength. Show him some of your skills. Okay. Mingxi agreed without hesitation. In Mingxi's eyes, the person on the stage had a number 75 on his head, which was 3 levels higher than Chu Yuntian's number 72. And I don't know if it's because he is a soldier, but Mingxi feels a lot of pressure from his intimidating presence. Just make your move. I'll see if you have as good talent as Yuntian said. Li Yuni said as Mingxi walked up to the stage. Hearing this, Mingxi stretched out his hands, and red and purple spiritual energy quickly surged into his arms. 2 air masses slowly appeared behind him, and the third one already had a faint shadow, and it would probably take shape soon. This guy must be level 23 now. Chu Yuntian and Lin Qingxue in the audience were very surprised when they saw the air mass behind Mingxi. Li Yuni on the stage was also a little surprised when he saw Mingxi controlling 2 attributes. But he recovered quickly. After all, the guy opposite him might be a contaminated puppet. Du Mingxi burst out with the power of thunder and lightning and whispered, "Thunder breaks 10,000 pounds." Boom! I saw a thick bolt of lightning break through the dome above the arena and fall down with a loud bang. Bang! Li Yuni held up the sky with one hand, and a strong cold air rushed out, blocking the violent thunder and lightning. No demonic energy? Li Yuni couldn't help but feel a little confused. He really didn't sense any demonic energy. The aura of monsters is also called demonic energy, which is very different from the aura of humans. Their demonic energy is extremely violent and can be sensed upon contact. Du Mingxi couldn't help but be surprised to see that Li Yuni caught the powerful lightning with one hand and resolved it easily. This was really cool. Du Mingxi put away his right hand and suddenly released spiritual energy with his left hand, fiery dragon soar. Roar! As soon as the words fell, the sound of a dragon's roar broke out. Countless flame auras surged out rapidly, transforming into a giant flaming dragon that pounced towards Li Yuni. Another intermediate spell. Where did this guy come from? Shu Yuntian said indifferently. Intermediate spells are relatively rare, and there are only a few dozen of them in the entire Nolan Academy. Li Yuni pressed his hands together, and heard the sound of ice condensing. A horrible chill suddenly surged into Du Mingxi's heart, causing his entire body to tremble. The giant dragon that was roaring away was frozen in mid-air. Li Yuni waved his hand and the fire dragon shattered instantly. Then it dispersed with a hiss sound. This is too horrible. Du Mingxi sighed in his heart. Although he had magic, his spiritual energy of only level 24 was nothing in front of Li Yuni, who was level 75. Okay, very good. Yuntian didn't make a mistake in choosing the right person. Li Yuni said lightly, looking at Shu Yuntian. Chapter 14, Level 70 Battle. Ha, that's what I told you. Shu Yuntian also returned Li Yuni's look and said with a smile. At this time, the little lowly rushed in. What are you going to do to Mingxi? Although Mingxi crossed the wall illegally, he did it to kill the monster. No one is allowed to touch him. Everyone was a little confused. What was going on? Student Li Muxue, why are you here instead of attending class? Lin Qingxue asked hurriedly. I don't care, no one can touch Mingxi. Li Muxue shook her head. Everyone looked at Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi was very embarrassed for a moment. Student Li Muxue, I think you misunderstood. We just want to test Mingxi's strength. We have no other purpose. Shu Yuntian said with a smile. At first Li Yuni thought that this was Du Mingxi's powerful wife, but when he took a closer look, he found that she was only level 18. Testing? The little girl was a little confused. What about the death penalty? Yes. Shu Yuntian said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yuni and Shu Yuntian's faces changed at the same time. Show my husband out. I heard the voice before I saw the person. As soon as the words came out, the blue chin Kiki broke through the wooden dome and flew into the arena. A pair of sky blue wings flapped violently a few times, and its body fell rapidly in front of Du Mingxi. Who dares to touch my husband? Chen Kiki protected Du Mingxi and stared at Li Yuni and Shu Yuntian fiercely. Seeing Chen Kiki coming, the little girl couldn't help but feel a little annoyed again. Sir, you misunderstood. We are just testing Mingxi and have no other purpose. Shu Yuntian repeated. I didn't expect Chen Kiki to be so well informed. He arrived here so soon. Husband, didn't they hurt you? Chen Kiki turned to Du Mingxi and said with concern. Just now, Ning Yuqi ran to the villa to tell Chen Kiki that Du Mingxi had been taken away. She was so anxious that she rushed over immediately. It's really a misunderstanding. Du Mingxi said. After hearing this, Chen Kiki finally believed it. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Sorry, Principal. Everyone. Chen Kiki quickly apologized. Sir, I wonder if I can exchange a few moves with you, just as an exchange and learning opportunity. Li Yuni said slowly. It is impossible to determine whether Chen Kiki is a monster that has transformed into a human form just by visiting. A fight is necessary. Husband? Chen Kiki looked at Du Mingxi with some confusion. Du Mingxi was also confused. Why did even Chen Kiki have to come for this test? Mingxi, Yuni knows that you are very powerful, so he wants to learn a thing or two from you. Don't get me wrong. Shu Yuntian explained. After all, he was quite curious about Chen Kiki. He would not feel at ease if he did not test a level 70 expert out of nowhere. Let's compete with him. Du Mingxi probably guessed something? If he didn't compete, it might be more troublesome. Okay. Chen Kiki respected her husband's words 100%. Chen Kiki slowly stepped onto the stage, and Li Yuni's expression became extremely serious. You never know when Chen Kiki's true identity will show up. The combat power of high-level monsters is extremely strong. It is very difficult for humans of the same level to kill monsters of the same level. Chen Kiki released her spiritual energy. At this time, she was still Shaolan and her spiritual energy was also dark blue. Suddenly, the temperature in the entire arena dropped sharply, and tiny ice flowers floated in the air. Li Yuni was a little surprised because he also had ice attribute. But the girl in front of him, although her spiritual energy level was lower than his, the power of her cold energy was no less than his. Ice condensation field. Li Yuni whispered. In an instant, an ice force field appeared around Li Yui, and countless ice crystals flew. With a step of his foot, Li Yuni's body moved violently and instantly flashed in front of Chen Kiki. The flying ice crystals were like countless sharp blades, whistling towards Chen Kiki. Chen Kiki's spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and cold air surged, blowing away the ice crystals in an instant. A layer of ice covered his fist, and he punched towards Li Yuni. When it comes to fighting, the young wife has never been afraid of anyone. Li Yuni also threw a punch. Bang! The two ice hockey players confronted each other, and the whole field was like the cold winter. A violent explosion was heard and both men retreated at the same time. Wife, are you alright? Du Mingxi was so cold that he could hardly speak clearly. Chen Kiki nodded, and her body moved again, punching Li Yuni again. Extremely cold ice blade. The two retreated again, and Li Yuni cast a spell. The entire time seemed to be frozen, and sharp ice blades appeared in the air. Li Yuni waved his hand, and countless ice blades whizzed out. The number of ice blades was like a giant net, blocking all the space for Chen Kiki to hide. Boom! The ice blade flew in front of Chen Kiki's eyes, and his color changed instantly. Strong flames rose from Chen Kiki's body in a spiral form. The ice blade was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, and the whole place was filled with steam for a moment. The next moment, Chen Kiki turned into a red light and instantly flashed in front of Li Yuni. The flame condenses and a punch is sent out. Li Yuni quickly condensed ice on his chest. Chen Kiki punched the ice, and Li Yuni took several steps back before he could steady himself. It's not over yet. Li Yuni had just stood firm when Chen Kiki's beautiful face appeared in front of him again. Another punch, straight to the chest. Li Yuni reacted and quickly turned sideways. Chen Kiki looks petite, but she is actually very powerful and her punch just brushed past Li Yuni's military uniform. In a flash, Li Yuni condensed an ice blade and chopped forward. Chen Kiki did not retreat at all, and also gathered a fire knife and swept it away. Bang! The two of them pulled apart again, and 2 beads of sweat appeared on Li Yuni's forehead. To be honest, Li Yuni did not expect that although Chen Kiki's spiritual energy level was lower than his, he could fight with him evenly and even have the upper hand. The test had been completed long ago, and Li Yuni did not sense any demonic energy from Chen Kiki. Although the testing is complete, the battle is not yet over. It is an extremely rare thing to be able to fight against a strong human being who is equally powerful as yourself. At the same time, as a major general who has never lost a battle, Li Yuni still has a strong desire to win. Cold Light Phantom. Advanced Spells. Hiss. A hissing sound that made one's scalp tingle spread out, and Du Mingxi hurriedly used his fire-attributed spiritual energy, otherwise he would be frozen to death if he continued watching. Suddenly, dozens of Li Yuni appeared on the circular platform. In the blink of an eye, all Li Yuni rushed towards Chen Kiki at the same time. Looking at Li Yuni, whose eyes were glowing blue all around him, Chen Kiki chose to break through at a specific point and rushed in one direction. Boom! Chen Kiki punched Li Yuni, and his body suddenly shattered and turned into countless ice crystals. Just when everyone thought that Li Yuni's move was just that powerful, the shattered ice crystals suddenly turned into Li Yuni's. All of a sudden, the number of Li Yuni in the audience doubled. Chen Kiki didn't react for a moment and was knocked back several steps by the punch. Dozens of Li Yuni surrounded Chen Kiki again. Principal. That's enough. Du Mingxi was a little panicked. This was a rhythm that they would not give up until they decided the winner. I don't know what's wrong with this guy Yuni. Shu Yuntian didn't know how Li Yuni's test was going, and he didn't dare to stop it at will. Chen Kiki was in trouble for a while. These Li Yuni appeared more and more, and the aura of each one was exactly the same as Li Yuni, making it impossible to locate them. Taking a deep breath, Kiki closed her eyes lightly, and made strange gestures with her delicate hands in front of her chest. Suddenly, a powerful deterrent descended, and even a strong man like Chu Yuntian was surprised. Boom! A pure and flawless white light burst out from Kiki. I saw her clothes changed again, the red dress turned into a white long skirt, a white lace on her head, a pair of white high heels on her feet, and a scepter emitting white light in her hand. Boom! White light burst out again. For a moment, everyone saw a white light in front of their eyes. Dozens of Li Yuni were instantly penetrated by the white light, and no new Li Yuni could be separated. Chapter 15: 3 Attributes in One Body. Li Yuni's real body was hit by the holy light, and he retreated several steps in embarrassment. His shock at this moment was far greater than the pain in his chest. Everyone in the audience was stunned at the same time. 3 attributes in one body? And it also has an extremely rare light attribute. What is the concept? Du Mingxi is the only one in 100 years to have dual attributes in one body. The 3 attributes in one body will probably not appear even after several hundred years of development. Who on earth is this person? As a high-ranking military official, Li Yuni knows many powerful masters. But now Kiki suddenly appeared, and Li Yuni had never known this person before. 3 attributes in one body, 70-level spiritual energy, and he looks only in his 20s. This level of talent is no longer something that humans can achieve. But he couldn't sense any demonic energy from her. Furthermore, she has already demonstrated the attribute of light, which only humans have. Monsters cannot have this attribute. Li Yuni was very puzzled. Everyone in the audience was also dumbfounded. Du Mingxi's dual attributes had already surprised them enough, and now here came someone with 3 attributes. This couple has 5 attributes combined. Are they still human? Ahem, okay, let's stop here. Chu Yuntian quickly called for a stop. The look he gave Kiki was also full of shock and confusion. Excuse me, which faction do you belong to? Li Yuni said slowly. Chu Yuntian also asked this question. So Kiki blurted out, I'm from another city. Which city? Li Yuni asked. Knowing which city she is from, you will have a general idea of Kiki's origins. Feng Ming. Kiki slowly faded away her light attribute, changed to fire attribute, and turned into the cute and clingy Xiaohong again. Kiki's words shocked everyone. Could Coco be abducted by the system? Du Mingxi wondered in his heart. Feng Ming City? Chen family. Li Yuni and Chu Yuntian reacted at the same time and looked at each other. Feng Ming City is located in the north of the Central Plains concentration area. The Chen family is the number 1 surname in the north, and also the largest consortium and the strongest clan in the north. If Kiki comes from the Chen family, that makes sense. After all, the Chen family is very powerful, so it is not surprising that someone with such qualifications and strength appears. But why would the daughter of a top clan become Du Mingxi's wife? Although Du Mingxi is now a genius with dual attributes, he was a loser who was expelled from Fengyun College before. The little lowly was also stunned. She had heard of Feng Ming City before. Of course, I also understand the huge Chen family. If Kiki is from the Chen family, then he would have even less chance. Thinking of this, the little girl's cherry lips slowly pouted. I see. I'm sorry for offending you today. I hope you won't blame me. After saying this, Li Yuni slowly left the venue. Chu Yuntian told Du Mingxi and others to go back to class, and then he left with Li Yuni. Wife, you actually have 3 attributes. And, are you really from Feng Ming City? Du Mingxi and Kiki are at the end? Du Mingxi had seen Kiki change from red to blue before, and he thought she had a split personality. Hush, I lied to them. Kiki, who turned into Xiaohong, spoke in a sweet voice and was very gentle and cute. I was so scared. I thought you were abducted by the system. Du Mingxi whispered. Kiki smiled when she heard this. How could that be? Noticing Du Mingxi chatting and laughing with his young wife, the little girl became sulky again and walked towards the teaching building in a huff. After sending Du Mingxi back to the classroom, Kiki returned to the villa. I didn't expect it to be someone from the Chen family, but why would the daughter of the Chen family appear in Shouyuan City, and she's the wife of an ordinary student before? Li Yuni took a sip of tea and said in confusion. Yeah. I didn't expect that. Shu Yuntian sighed. I asked about her background before, and she said she was from another city, so I thought she was a strong person from the surrounding cities, but I didn't expect that she was from the Chun family in the north. As for why she and Du Mingxi became husband and wife, I am also a little confused. Du Mingxi was expelled from Fengyun College before. According to what you said, Du Mingxi was expelled from Fengyun College before, and then awakened again. Is it possible that he met Chen Kiki, and it was she who gave Du Mingxi the opportunity to awaken again? Li Yuni seemed to have guessed some big secret and said in surprise. You mean Chen has mastered the method of controlling the second awakening? Shu Yuntian was also surprised. It's very possible. I just don't know if there is a limit to the number of times the second awakening can be achieved. If not, then Chen's family can completely mass-produce geniuses. Li Yuni analyzed while holding the teacup. If there is no limit on the number of times the second awakening can be performed, then you can awaken any attribute you want. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, try it 3 times. There is no limit to the number of times, just wash and you're done. This is not necessarily a good thing, at least not for people outside the Chun family. There is more than one Chun clan in the Central Plains concentration area. If they can mass-produce geniuses, other clans will inevitably be suppressed or even wiped out. I think I need to inform the family. I'm leaving now. Li Yuni got up and left. He is a member of the Li clan, a top clan in the south. Although as a soldier, he usually does not interact with the clan, but this is a major matter concerning the survival of the clan and it is necessary to report it. Maybe we are too nervous. Shu Yuntian said with a smile. To be honest, even if Chen can really mass-produce geniuses, what can it do? Humanity's biggest enemy right now is the monsters outside the walls, so the internal strife shouldn't be that intense. Yuntian, you don't understand clan fighting. It's better to be nervous than to be defenseless. I'm leaving first. Li Yuni waved and left the office. Shu Yuntian sipped his tea alone and looked out the window quietly. After a day of classes, Du Mingxi rode his bicycle home. Chen Kiki did not wait for Du Mingxi at the door today. Du Mingxi was not angry either. On the contrary, he felt that there was no need for Chen Kiki to go out and wait for him every day. The sun is so hot, you can just stay at home. Moreover, love is a two-way thing, it cannot be given by only one party. Du Mingxi had long regarded Chen Kiki as a wife to be found, rather than a simple gift from the system. So he bought chocolate for Chen Kiki on his way home from school. Girls would probably like to eat it. After entering the villa, Du Mingxi still didn't see Chen Kiki. After looking around, I found out that the young wife was sleeping. I guess it was because I was too tired from the battle at noon. Looking at Chen Kiki, who was lying on her side on the bed wearing only a lace nightgown. Du Mingxi reacted immediately. As if possessed by a ghost, Du Mingxi slowly climbed onto the bed and gently kissed Chen Kiki. Just when I was about to take a step further, a bell rang outside the door. Du Mingxi suddenly felt like a deflated ball. He helped Chen Kiki pull up her pajamas, walked out of the room, and came out of the villa. The person outside was ringing the doorbell frantically. What's wrong? Is there anything? Du Mingxi opened the door and what came into view was the little Lolita and her best friend. You haven't been being intimate with your wife for such a long time, have you? Ning Yuqi joked. The little girl next to her gave her a nudge and said, It's my birthday on Saturday. Here's the invitation. You have to come. The little girl handed over a very exquisite invitation. Du Mingxi took it and the two ran away. After returning to the villa, Du Mingxi suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt for his previous behavior. Du Mingxi admitted that when he first got his wife, he had some very strong and obscene thoughts. But when the intimacy value was really full, Du Mingxi couldn't bear to touch her easily. Oh, this is love. Du Mingxi sighed and began to practice on the sofa. Chapter 16 Provocation. 2 days passed in a flash. Somehow, ever since awakening the system, Du Mingxi felt that time had gone much faster. Early Saturday morning. Du Mingxi got up early and wanted to make breakfast for his wife. Unexpectedly, Chen Kiki got up earlier than her, so she had to practice on the sofa. The physical training pill that I used to expose Luo Saifu last time hasn't been used yet, so it's a good time to give it a try. Du Mingxi took out a wooden box with a green pill inside. Unlike the spiritual energy pill which has a strong medicinal fragrance, the bodybuilding pill has no smell at all. Du Mingxi picked up the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Du Mingxi still trusts what the system gives him. It's impossible for the system to give me a fake product. Not long after taking the pill, I felt a hot sensation in my lower abdomen. The heat became more and more intense, and sweat started to form on Du Mingxi's forehead. The pain evolved into a burning pain, and when Du Mingxi was ready for even more severe pain, the pain suddenly disappeared. Streams of warm current flow from the lower abdomen to the limbs. For a moment, Du Mingxi began to sweat all over, and even like a steam engine, steam was coming out of his mouth and nose. I don't know if it's steam or spiritual energy. Kiki just walked out of the kitchen with breakfast at this time. Seeing Du Mingxi's misty appearance, she was frightened. Honey! What's wrong with you? Kiki hurriedly sat next to Du Mingxi, not daring to touch Du Mingxi, and said anxiously. Du Mingxi wanted to answer, but found that he could not move his body. I could only watch Kiki anxiously. Not long after, Kiki was almost crying with anxiety, when suddenly a golden light burst out from Du Mingxi's body. Du Mingxi finally regained control of his body? A strong force came from every part of Du Mingxi's body. Every inch of his skin and every muscle seemed to have been tempered thousands of times, becoming extremely tough. Even Du Mingxi's body shape has changed slightly, with his abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles gradually taking shape. Du Mingxi, who had been a little thin, suddenly became strong. Damn, this stuff is like a miracle drug for bodybuilding. Although he is only level 25 now, Du Mingxi feels that he has no rivals among people of the same level. Ding, it is detected that the host has taken the bodybuilding pill. The current bodybuilding progress is 1%. There is still 99% to reach the immortal golden body. The system voice sounded immediately afterwards. Du Mingxi was shocked. What was going on? Immortal golden body? This name sounds awesome. Du Mingxi let out a breath and calmed himself down. Training each time could only increase his strength by 1%, which meant that he still needed to train 99 times to achieve an indestructible golden body. I'm fine. I just took a physical training pill and I don't know why I became like this. Du Mingxi explained to Kiki. Tears were already welling up in Kiki's big eyes. Du Mingxi was everything to her now. I'm so scared. If anything happens to you, I won't live anymore. Kiki threw herself into Du Mingxi's arms, not caring that Du Mingxi was soaked in sweat. Du Mingxi smiled and comforted Kiki. Night. Du Mingxi took a shower, changed clothes, and took Kiki to Li's house to attend the little girl's birthday party. Originally, Du Mingxi didn't want to bring Kiki here, but she insisted on coming to supervise Du Mingxi. Am I, Du Mingxi, that kind of person? Would I do anything to a little lowly just because she's cute? But I couldn't persuade Kiki, so I had to bring her here. Xiao Chouyue stopped outside a huge manor in the east of the city. Du Mingxi was stunned. He had been asking for directions along the way, but he didn't expect the Li family to be so rich. At this time, there were already quite a few vehicles parked in the manor. Looking around, all you see are luxury cars, and Du Mingxi's Xiao Chouyue is in stark contrast to them. Hello, this is a private estate, please do not stay and leave as soon as possible. While Du Mingxi was stunned, a tall man in a suit came forward and said something. Although he was quite polite, he obviously thought Du Mingxi was just passing by. Is it rare because Du Mingxi drives Xiao Chouyue? Du Mingxi handed over the invitation letter. The man took it and took a look at it, his face suddenly showing shock, as if he couldn't understand how a guy from Kaikiyu could receive an invitation from a wealthy family. After all, Li Muxue is the daughter of the Li family, and not everyone can come to her birthday party. Only a few people in the class received invitation letters, and no one else did. Excuse me, sir, please come in. The man quickly handed back the invitation respectfully and stood aside. Du Mingxi entered the manor. It must be said that Du Mingxi now understands a saying that has been circulating for a long time: 9 out of 10 Lolita girls are rich, and the other one lives in a villa. The entire manor covers at least 1,000 acres. A huge castle stands in the center of the manor. In front of the castle is a giant fountain and there are countless gardens of various kinds. In one word, awesome. Du Mingxi found a parking space, parked the car, and walked towards the castle with his young wife. Kiki was wearing a purple dress today with her hair tied up, looking a bit like a noble lady. Many vehicles continued to come in at the door, all of them were luxury cars. This made Du Mingxi want to buy a luxury car. After all, there was still more than 3 million in the card, so he might as well keep it. Moreover, it is indeed a bit shabby to drive only a Zaya Kiwiyu with a peerless beauty like Kiki. Just as he was thinking about it, a man in a white suit and a mechanical watch on his hand suddenly appeared in front of him and walked straight towards Du Mingxi. "Your name is Du Mingxi, right?" The man stopped in front of Du Mingxi and said coldly. "Yes, what's wrong?" Du Mingxi was a little confused. "Get out, now," the man pointed at the door and shouted angrily. Du Mingxi looked confused, wondering how he had offended him. "Why should I leave? I have an invitation." Du Mingxi didn't know the situation and suppressed his anger. At this time, because of the quarrel between the two, many people came over. "Mr. Luo? What's wrong?" A white-haired man walked over casually with his hands in his pockets. The man sneered, "This guy beat up my cousin and messed with my uncle." "Ha, kid, you're pretty awesome." Whitehair laughed and taunted. Du Mingxi realized that this guy was Luo Saifu's nephew. And then? "You are not the owner of the manor, what right do you have to let me go?" Du Mingxi spread his hands and said disdainfully, "Either get out of here or I'll beat you out." Luo Xian said coldly. Du Mingxi activated his exploration skill and saw a number 32 on Luo Xian's head. 32 level. Du Mingxi is only level 25, so the gap is indeed quite large. "Master Luo, I heard that he is a genius with dual attributes and killed a level 50 monster by himself. Can you beat him?" A woman dressed somewhat seductively walked slowly towards them. "Heh, you're not even level 20 and you want to kill a level 50 monster, don't be ridiculous." Another man wearing a gold chain came over. "I heard that he has a level 70 wife, right?" "This is the one, she's really pretty." "There's no future with him, why not follow me? I'll buy you a luxury car and bag." Hearing this, Du Mingxi became angry instantly. "Shut your dog mouth. Get away from me." Du Mingxi said angrily. "Are you looking for death?" Luo Xian stepped forward and clenched his fists. Kiki stepped forward and stood in front of Du Mingxi. "Ha, you're just a loser who can only hide behind a woman. You call yourself a genius? I think you're just a coward." The man with the gold chain mocked loudly. "Say it again." Du Mingxi's voice was filled with anger. "Haha, what? Am I wrong?" Zhao Chen sneered. "Okay, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept it?" Du Mingxi stared at Zhao Chen and said word by word. Ding. Mission assigned, defeat Zhao Chen and you will be rewarded with a physical training pill and a spiritual energy pill. Time limit, 3 hours. Do you accept? Accept. Wow, what did I hear? You want to challenge me? Zhao Chen looked at the people around him in disbelief, and then immediately turned cold. "Okay, I'll teach you a lesson. Don't blame me if you get beaten to death." Husband. Kiki was a little worried. "Don't worry, I'll let him know that if he dares to tease my woman, I'll make him lose a layer of skin." Chapter 17, beat you until you are left with a fistful of teeth. Everyone found a spacious venue. The quarrel just now attracted quite a few people. "Isn't this the recently famous genius Du Mingxi?" A long-haired woman in a black trench coat said. "Yeah. I heard it was because he offended Luo Xiao. I have to say it. Although this guy is very talented, he dared to challenge Zhao Chen. He is too arrogant. Haha, what a genius, do you really think this guy can kill a level 50 monster by himself? It's his level 70 wife. Isn't he still a dual attribute body? Have you seen it? Maybe it's just exaggerated. Just watch and shut up." Several girls with relatively good looks were discussing with each other, and finally a girl in a red dress stopped them. On the other side, a group of boys led by Luo Xian were also discussing the issue. "Ha, Master Luo, this kid is really arrogant. We must teach him a lesson today." Bai Mao looked disdainful. "Oh, why should I take action? He is really good enough to beat Zhao Chen." Luo Xian smiled. "I heard that this guy is very close to the daughter of the Li family." A boy in a black suit said with a smile. When everyone heard this, there was a hint of malice in their eyes when they looked at Du Mingxi. While everyone was discussing, Du Mingxi and Zhao Chen were already standing on the open space. "Boy, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I'll consider letting you go," Zhao Chen said jokingly. As soon as the words fell, an intense feeling of heat instantly hit me. Du Mingxi didn't waste a word with him. Flames climbed up his arms, and he violently punched out. Zhao Chen was shocked and dodged quickly. It must be said that Zhao Chen is, after all, a level 30 warrior. 5 levels higher than Du Mingxi. The gap of 5 levels is still huge. Zhao Chen dodged Du Mingxi's punch by simply turning sideways. At the same time, green light burst out from his body and he punched Du Mingxi's temple. Du Mingxi rushed forward quickly to create some distance. Zhao Chen's punch missed and his spiritual energy suddenly burst out. A large amount of green spiritual energy turned into dozens of spiritual vines and was thrown towards Du Mingxi under the control of Zhao Chen. Wood element? Ha ha. Du Mingxi smiled slightly. The fire element restrains the wood element. Boom! Du Mingxi also burst out a large amount of spiritual energy and threw out dozens of fireballs in a row. The fireball whizzed past and collided with the spiritual vine. Bang, bang, bang. A loud explosion sounded, and there were exclamations from the audience. This kind of confrontation, which consumes a large amount of spiritual energy, is extremely entertaining to watch. At this moment, a flash of green suddenly appeared in the red shadow. Du Mingxi had already realized it, but still didn't dodge. Several spiritual vines suddenly shot out from the ground and trapped Du Mingxi in an instant. Zhao Chen raised the corner of his mouth, rushed forward, and punched Du Mingxi in the chest. Although the fire element restrains the wood element, the 5-level gap is still there. If only the fire element is used, he will be inferior to Zhao Chen in all aspects. Du Mingxi took several steps back and felt a dull pain in his chest. Without even having time to catch his breath, Zhao Chen followed Du Mingxi and punched him again. Du Mingxi tried his best to dodge, but was still hit on the left shoulder. The powerful force knocked Du Mingxi to the ground, and the spiritual vine followed closely. Du Mingxi endured the severe pain and turned over quickly. Bang! The spiritual vine hit the ground, making a sound similar to that of a whip. Ha, I thought it was so awesome. That's it. The girl who was dressed seductively before stood next to Luo Xian and laughed. Everyone laughed when they heard this. After all, as long as one was not blind, one could see that the situation was one-sided. Oh, this is genius? The girl next to the girl in the red dress had a look of disdain on her face. On the other side, Kiki was very anxious. She wanted to take action, but Du Mingxi didn't let her. Bang! Another crisp sound was heard, and Du Mingxi was hit by the spiritual vine, leaving a blood mark on his white t-shirt. Kiki couldn't bear it anymore and was about to rush in and beat Zhao Chen up. Du Mingxi suddenly signaled Kiki not to interfere. This is a game between men. If you dare to tease my woman, I will make you lose skin no matter what. Du Mingxi slowly stood up, covering the bloodstain on his chest. Hey, kid, why don't you let your wife do it? I will definitely surrender. Zhao Chen's ridicule caused a burst of laughter. Du Mingxi stood up, and suddenly a dull thunder sounded in the sky. The faces of the people who were still laughing a second ago suddenly changed. Hiss hiss. Thunder and lightning flowed out of Du Mingxi's body like little snakes. The thunder in the sky is getting louder and louder. One of Du Mingxi's eyes was burning with fire, and the other was filled with lightning. Bang! The dual spiritual energy of thunder, lightning, and fire exploded, and Du Mingxi's body shook violently, like a purple lightning, and instantly flashed in front of Zhao Chen. One punch. The lightning paralyzed Zhao Chen's senses instantly, and he felt an intense numbness spread throughout his body. Du Mingxi punched Zhao Chen, sending him flying backwards. Then he dodged behind Zhao Chen and punched him again. Zhao Chen flew forward again and looked at his distorted face, which seemed to be in great pain. Before he landed on the ground, Du Mingxi flashed in front of him like a ghost and punched him right in the jaw. You like verbal teasing, right? Then I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be beaten to a pulp. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Chen, a level 30 person, was unable to even get off the ground by Du Mingxi, a weakling at level 25. This guy really has dual attributes. The girl who had just questioned Du Mingxi's dual attributes looked incredulous. Damn it, what is this loser Zhao Chen doing? The white-haired man cursed loudly. Dual attributes in one body, it's really powerful, it can make up for such a huge level gap. The woman in the red dress muttered to herself, looking at Du Mingxi with a little more appreciation. At this moment on the court, Zhao Chen had been hit by Du Mingxi and was vomiting blood, but he still couldn't land. Every time he was about to break free from the paralysis, he was hit by another punch and his whole body was paralyzed again. The strong electric current had made it difficult for him to breathe. Du Mingxi burst out the last of his spiritual energy, flames and lightning intertwined on his right fist, and he struck with all his might. Bang! The violent explosion directly blew Zhao Chen away more than 10 meters in the air. The moment the fist hit Zhao Chen's shoulder, Du Mingxi heard the crisp sound of bone breaking. Zhao Chen fell heavily to the ground and happened to land on his face, breaking several teeth. His mouth was full of blood and he couldn't get up. When Du Mingxi's spiritual power was exhausted, the flames and lightning in his eyes faded away. Chen Kiki rushed over and supported Du Mingxi. Because of the whip just now, half of Du Mingxi's t-shirt was stained red, and the wound must be quite serious. If it weren't for the two attributes, plus the thunder attribute having a paralyzing effect, Du Mingxi would not have been able to defeat Zhao Chen. The gap of 5 levels was simply too huge. Bai Mao and several men hurried over to check on Zhao Chen, only to see him being dragged up by others like a puddle of mud, his face unrecognizable. It looks like he won't die, but he won't be able to recover for 2 or 3 months. Boy, you are really tired of living. Luo Xian seemed to have forgotten Chen Kiki's strength and rushed forward angrily. Chen Kiki was extremely angry, and a white light burst out instantly, directly blowing Luo Xian away and smashing him heavily into a Roman column. Well, my brother is injured, I can't get over it without getting hurt myself, right? At this time, the little Lolita and Ning Yuqi hurried over. Seeing Du Mingxi's weak appearance, the little Lolita's big eyes suddenly turned red. Who did it? The little Loli was so angry that she was shaking all over. Everyone pointed at Luo Xian, who had not yet recovered, and Zhao Chun, who was half dead, under the Roman column. All of you, get out of here. The little Loli pointed at Luo Xian and the others and yelled. And you are fired, get out of here right now. Get out. The little Loli pointed at a man in the crowd. This was the guy who had just stopped Du Mingxi. Despite such a big conflict, this guy didn't go to report it but just watched the show here. This guy is quite surprising. The tall beauty in a long black trenchcoat laughed. Indeed, this guy has aroused some interest in me. The beautiful woman in the red dress chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. Chapter 18 Li Qiyuan. Everyone dispersed, and Luo Xian and others dragged Zhao Chen away in shame. Chen Kiki took Du Mingxi to the hospital. If it is just a minor bump or bruise, modern humans can quickly repair it with their own spiritual energy without going to the hospital. But if the injury is caused by spiritual energy or demonic energy, you have to go to the hospital. The hospital is maintained by the government, and they have a drug that eliminates abnormal spiritual energy in the body. Seeing Du Mingxi being carried into the car by Chen Kiki, the little girl simply followed along regardless of the birthday party. At this moment, a deep and old voice came, Xiaoxue, what happened? I saw an old man in tang suit, with white hair and a cane walking slowly towards me. This person is none other than the current head of the Li family, Li Mushue's grandfather Li Qiyuan, a level 94 super strong man. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mr. Li. Everyone greeted him quickly. Grandpa. That bastard Luo Xian deliberately provoked Mingxi and even beat him up. The little Loli was very anxious as she looked at Xiao Choyue, who had already driven out of the manor gate. Oh? Mingxi? Is it Du Mingxi, the dual attribute body that recently killed a level 50 monster? Li Qiyuan suddenly became interested and asked. Du Mingxi's name has recently spread throughout Shouyuan City, and all this is thanks to Chu Yuntian. Yes. It's him. Grandpa, please let everyone go. I won't celebrate my birthday. I'll go see him. The little Loli was about to leave after saying this, but was stopped by Li Qiyuan. Wait a moment, I also want to meet this genius. Li Qiyuan waved his hand and said to the follower behind him, go get a book of intermediate fire spells. After bringing the martial arts techniques with his followers, the grandfather and grandson got into a Rolls-Royce and left the manor, leaving behind a group of bewildered guests. Everyone, I'm very sorry, the young lady's birthday party has been cancelled, please go back. The manor steward stepped forward and said. No one dared to say anything and left one after another. On the other side, Chen Kiki brought Du Mingxi to the hospital. There was no need for surgery. The doctor simply cleaned Du Mingxi's wound and sprayed it with potion to eliminate the abnormal spiritual energy, and that was it. The doctor told Du Mingxi to stay in the ward for half an hour and then left. I'm fine, don't worry too much. Du Mingxi hurriedly comforted Chen Kiki. Indeed, this minor injury is nothing, just some bleeding. Don't do this again. I'll do it. Okay? Hubby. Chen Kiki said sincerely. No, you're my wife, I have to protect you. Besides, if I always stand behind you, wouldn't I become a loser who only relies on women in their eyes? Du Mingxi said somewhat arrogantly. Kiki couldn't help but feel moved when she heard this. Although Du Mingxi was only level 25, he brought Kiki a great sense of security. After all, doesn't a person who dares to fight for you and others have a sense of security? As the two were chatting, there was a knock on the ward door. Mingxi, I came to see you, I'm so sorry. After the little girl finished speaking, she took her grandfather into the ward. The moment Kiki saw the little lowly, her face suddenly turned cold. It's okay. It's our personal conflict. It has nothing to do with you. Du Mingxi got out of bed. Who is this? Grandpa, this is Mingxi. Mingxi is my grandpa. He heard about what happened just now and came with me to see you. The little lowly introduced. Oh. Grandpa. No, it's Li Laohao. Du Mingxi was a little nervous and almost said the wrong thing. After all, Du Mingxi had heard of the reputation of the head of the Li family before. We failed to take good care of you today. I hope you don't mind, little friend Mingxi. This is a book of intermediate fire spells. Just consider it as an apology. Li Qiyuan smiled and handed over a spellbook. Du Mingxi quickly waved his hands. No, you're too polite, Mrs. Li. What happened today is entirely our own fault. Take it, it's okay. Li Qiyuan said again. Du Mingxi seemed to understand something. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Li. Well. Mingxi's reputation has spread all over Choyuan City recently. When I was your age, I was still hanging around in college. Ha ha. Li Qiyuan's words made Du Mingxi very nervous. This kind of old monster usually has hidden meanings in his words. Ha, Mr. Li, thank you for your compliment. I'm just lucky. Du Mingxi replied quickly. Isn't luck a part of strength? Li Qiyuan smiled and looked at Kiki, who was having an eye fight with the little Lolita. This must be your wife, right? They are indeed a perfect match. I heard she is also a level 70 warrior? Mr. Li, you are too kind. My wife is indeed level 70, but she is not a strong one in front of you. Du Mingxi's brain was working rapidly, trying not to say a wrong word. Well, very good. I wonder if young friend Mingxi is interested in joining the Li group. Li Qiyuan said slowly. Here we go, this old freak. He's talking a lot. It turns out he wants to get us on board. And don't mention it, the Li family's ship is a big one. Du Mingxi thought about it and said, we are not members of the Li family. Can we also join? You can join the Li family's guest group. You can help the Li family when they need you. You and your lover will receive bonuses. Li Qiyuan said lightly. Kiki patted her chest when she heard that. Just now she thought the old woman wanted to force Du Mingxi to be her grandson-in-law. This. Du Mingxi hesitated. Come on. Mingxi, if you join the Li group, you will be on my side. I will take you to other cities to play in the future. Li Muxue smiled, seemingly not noticing Chen Kiki's murderous look. Don't worry, my friend. The guest group is very free and will not disturb your normal life. They will only help when the Li family needs it. In addition, because you two are very strong, I promise to give you a bonus of 20% more than other guest officials. That is 400,000 per month. Li Qiyuan said again. Okay. I'll join. Du Mingxi said. It's not for the money, it's simply because of the freedom. Li Qiyuan smiled and asked the attendant outside the door to bring the contract. Du Mingxi was a little dumbfounded. Is the contract already ready? But there is nothing I can do, after all, I have already promised them. Want to regret? You may have forgotten that Li Qiyuan is a level 94 super strongman. Du Mingxi turned into ashes with one slap. Du Mingxi signed the contract, Li Qiyuan nodded, and stood up with a smile. Then I won't disturb you to rest, by the way. Li Qiyuan called his followers in again and said in front of Du Mingxi, give orders to close half of the Luo and Zhao family's properties in Choyuan City. The Li family can be said to be the boss of Choyuan City. Even the government cannot compare to them. Almost all industries are in the hands of the Li family. More than 80% of the people in Choyuan City rely on the Li family for their livelihood. Li Qiyuan only banned half of the people because he took into consideration the ordinary people under the Luo and Zhao families. If they are completely banned, they will lose their jobs. I'm leaving now, take a good rest, my friend. Li Chi-yuan grabbed the reluctant little loli and walked out of the ward. Chapter 19 Provoked again. The next day. After Du Mingxi finished his breakfast, he collected yesterday's reward. I saw 2 small wooden boxes on the coffee table. Du Mingxi opened one of them. There was no medicinal fragrance, but the black thing was a physical training pill. After swallowing it in one gulp, Du Mingxi sat cross-legged and began to refine the medicinal power. Just like last time, Du Mingxi was like a human steam engine, emitting puffs of hot air. More than 10 minutes later, Du Mingxi exhaled and opened his eyes. Ding! It is detected that the host has taken the bodybuilding pill. The current bodybuilding progress is 2%. There is still 98% to go to achieve the immortal golden body. The system then sounded. Du Mingxi wiped the sweat off his forehead and swallowed the purple and red spiritual energy pill into his stomach. Come to think of it, the spiritual energy pill seemed to be tailor-made for Du Mingxi. The purple color represented the thunder attribute, and the red color represented the fire attribute. After taking the pill, the experience level 28. The medicinal effect stops at level 28. Compared to the first time it was used, which resulted in a 4-level upgrade, the next 2 times were both 3-level upgrades. But it is also very good. After all, in the range of level 20 to level 30, most people have to breathe in and move spiritual energy for at least half a month if they want to upgrade to the next level. Du Mingxi has already leveled up more than 10 times in just 1 or 2 weeks. It's simply impossible to play like this even with cheats. Du Mingxi took a shower and changed his clothes when the phone suddenly rang. Mingxi, are you free today? My grandpa is helping me organize a birthday party. He said there will also be an auction. It's fun. Can you come? The voice of little Loli came from the phone. Sure. Du Mingxi replied. After all, he is now a guest official of the Li family, so we still have to give him some face. Besides, there is an auction, which is worth going to see. Okay. I'll ask the driver to pick you up later. Pick you up. The little Loli said the last few words reluctantly. 6 o'clock in the evening. The Li family driver arrived at Nolan College on time, and the Rolls-Royce stopped at the door of the villa. Fortunately, the person who came this time was not the one who had a conflict with Du Mingxi last time. The Rolls-Royce drove out of the college, this time not heading east, but towards the city center. Not long after, the Rolls-Royce stopped in a luxurious villa. Although this villa is much smaller than the previous manor, it is in the city center. Its value is not much different from that manor. The villa has a large yard, and several cars are already parked there. This time, the little Loli was waiting for Du Mingxi directly outside the villa door. When she saw the Rolls-Royce driving into the gate, she hurried forward. Mingxi, let me take you in. The little girl rushed up and held Du Mingxi's arm. There was murderous intent in Chen Kiki's eyes. But the little Loli ignored Chen Kiki and just pulled Du Mingxi away. Chen Kiki had no choice. It was impossible for her to really beat up this little Loli. He quickly ran forward and took Du Mingxi's other arm. Du Mingxi walked into the hall, supported by 2 beauties on his left and right. Damn it, who is this guy? How dare he set his sights on Xiaoshui? He wants to die. A tall, handsome man in a white suit got out of a Ferrari and looked at Du Mingxi angrily. He went to another city for a trip last month and just came back today, just in time for Li Mushua's birthday party. Young Master Yang, haven't you heard of this guy? He is Du Mingxi, who is very famous recently. Yesterday, young Master Luo and his men were all fooled by this guy. A boy heard what Yang Di said and came forward and said, I heard that Du Mingxi has joined the Li family's guest group. Don't mess with him. A plump, curvy beauty wearing a beige evening dress got out of the Ferrari. This person is none other than Yang Xingyu, the beauty in red dress from yesterday. Sister, why are you so disloyal? I like Xiaoshui, you know that. Yang Di said. It's not that I'm being mean. You know Li Mushua's attitude. You insist on being a lickspittle, so who can you blame? Yang Xingyu said, just don't provoke Du Mingxi. After saying that, he walked towards the hall. TSK, what a piece of crap. How dare you snatch it from me? Wait for me. Yang Di cursed to himself and hurriedly caught up with Yang Xingyu. The Li family's villa is extremely luxurious. The first floor is a large dance floor that can easily accommodate thousands of people. Du Mingxi was pulled by two people, one was going upstairs and the other was dancing on the dance floor, which almost made Du Mingxi collapse. There are so many people here, and it's not possible to just reject the little lowly. At this time, Yang Di and her sister walked in. This is what I saw as I walked in. Yang Di was immediately enraged, completely forgetting his sister's reminder, and walked up quickly. This must be the famous Du Mingxi, nice to meet you. Yang Di asked with a smirk. Hearing this, Du Mingxi thought Yang Di was here to help him out, so he quickly said, No, I'm Du Mingxi, who are you? My name is Yang Di. Yang Di began to speak sarcastically, I've been hearing about your reputation recently, and I didn't expect to meet you here. I just don't know which wealthy family you are from. I don't think I've heard of the Du family. I'm not from a wealthy family, I'm just an ordinary college student. Du Mingxi said. Seeing someone coming to talk to Du Mingxi, the little girl in Chen Kiki also quieted down. Oh? An ordinary college student? Impossible. I heard that you killed a level 50 monster by yourself. I'm afraid that's not something an ordinary college student can do. Yang Di sneered. When he walked in just now, Yang Xingyu briefly told him some things about Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi also realized at this time that Yang Di seemed to have bad intentions. It's just luck. If nothing else, I'll leave first. Du Mingxi was about to leave. Yang Di suddenly smiled and said, Don't get me wrong. I just admire the strong, especially young strong men like you. I wonder if I can spar with you. Yang Di's idea is to defeat Du Mingxi first, then use his life experience to hit him, so that Du Mingxi will stay away from Li Muxue. Yang Di, stop looking for trouble. The little lowly said angrily. Xiaoxue, don't be angry. Yang Di quickly said to Du Mingxi, It's okay if you don't accept it. After all, it would be bad if you were beaten. I think you probably can't even afford the medical expenses. After saying that, Yang Di quickly covered his mouth again. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. By the way, please stop your strong wife, I can't beat her. Yang Di's sarcasm was so obvious that anyone could hear it. Du Mingxi couldn't help but sigh, why does this kind of thing always happen? Okay, I accept. Du Mingxi said slowly. In Du Mingxi's eyes, there was a number 33 on Yang Di's head. Just like yesterday's battle, the gap is 5 levels. Chapter 20 Yang Di. Mingxi. Chen Kiki's face showed worry. Du Mingxi had just healed from his injury yesterday. It's okay, believe me. Du Mingxi said with a smile. Seeing Du Mingxi's confident look, Yang Di became more and more angry and pointed outside the house, Go outside. After saying that, he walked out first. Du Mingxi followed. Seeing this, the guests in the hall followed him out. Many of them were present yesterday, but they didn't expect that someone would come to provoke Du Mingxi again today. Everyone came into the yard. Fists and feet have no eyes. If I hurt you, don't blame me. Yang Di laughed. Du Mingxi replied, I'll give this to you as well. Hearing this, Yang Di's face changed. Bang! Yang Di clenched his fists, and deep blue spiritual energy burst out, surrounding Yang Di. At the same time, 3 air masses appeared behind it. The temperature dropped slightly within a radius of dozens of meters. Yang Di kicked his feet hard, his body moved violently, and he appeared in front of Du Mingxi in an instant. So fast. Du Mingxi's first feeling was speed. This person was much faster than Zhao Chen. If you dare to compete with me, go to hell. Yang Di roared in his heart and punched Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi dodged quickly, and Yang Di followed up with another punch, aiming directly at Du Mingxi's temple. Du Mingxi instantly burst out with fire spiritual energy. The flame suddenly rose up, lingering around the left fist, and a punch was thrown out. Bang! The 2 fists collided violently, and a spiritual energy shockwave swept across. They both stepped back at the same time. Du Mingxi retreated 5 or 6 steps, his face suddenly changed, and he looked at his left fist suddenly. He saw a small piece of ice crystal beginning to spread on his hand, and at the same time he felt a stinging pain. Ha, you are the first one who dares to fight me head-on. My spiritual energy will stick to you until you die. Ha ha. Yang Di smiled without any hesitation. What a vicious aura. Du Mingxi was indeed a little surprised. This cold air was like a cancer attached to his bones. Even his own fire-attributed spiritual energy could not force it out of his body. He could only slow down its spread. Hiss. A bone-numbing hissing sound spread, and thunder sounded in the sky at the same time. Thunder and lightning were like countless thin snakes lingering on Du Mingxi's right hand. Du Mingxi suddenly rushed out, lightning exploded, and spread around with himself as the center. It really is a dual attribute. The moment he saw the thunder and lightning, Yang Di was also surprised. He quickly clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and blue spiritual energy quickly condensed into an ice wall. Bang! As soon as the ice wall was formed, Du Mingxi's fist with lightning slammed up. The ice wall suddenly shattered. Yang Di's face changed drastically and he quickly took a few steps back. Du Mingxi took advantage of the victory and launched several punches in succession. Lightning and thunder were like poisonous snakes, launching a fierce attack on Yang Di. Under Du Mingxi's high-frequency attack, Yang Di's rhythm was disrupted and he was hit by several punches. The paralysis from the lightning also made him unable to move, but the difference was that Yang Di's reaction was extremely fast. He was able to seize the moment of Du Mingxi's combo and break free at extremely fast speed. Every time he breaks free, he fights back madly. Yang Di condensed an ice knife, and each knife was aimed at Du Mingxi's vital points. Du Mingxi quickly pulled away. Yang Di's level was 5 levels higher than Du Mingxi, so being hit by his sword was no joke. Du Mingxi took a few deep breaths, looking like his spiritual energy was about to run out. Ha, low level is low level. The spiritual energy is almost exhausted so quickly, so prepare to die. Yang Di smiled in his heart and whispered, "The extreme ice is frozen." As soon as he finished speaking, an ice field suddenly formed within a radius of 20 meters with Yang Di as the center. The spiritual energy of everyone except Yang Di was suppressed immediately, and they could only mobilize half of their spiritual energy at most. Of course, this refers to those who are at the same level as Yang Di or lower than Yang Di. The higher the level, the smaller the impact. If it is a super strong person like Li Qiyuan, the impact of the domain on him can be ignored. Yang Di grinned fiercely and rushed towards Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi did not dodge and faced it head-on. Boom boom boom. After several punches in a row, Du Mingxi was defeated again and again. The audience was in an uproar. Du Mingxi is quite awesome, isn't he? Now he's in trouble. The outcome is still unknown, maybe they have something else in mind? That's impossible. Look at the person being suppressed. If he had a trump card, he would have used it long ago. Li Mushue's face was full of worry. If Du Mingxi got hurt again this time, not only might Du Mingxi have a bad impression of her, but even her grandfather might blame her. When she thought of this, Li Mushue wanted to hit Yang Di, but she was a little weak and couldn't beat him. Chen Kiki on the other side was relatively calm. Her level was very high and she could easily see that Du Mingxi's spiritual energy showed no signs of being exhausted. For people who are at a similar level to Du Mingxi, it is very difficult to tell whether Du Mingxi has really exhausted his spiritual energy or is just pretending. This little guy must be preparing for a big move. Yang Xingyu chuckled. Her own level was 38, which was not very high, but she had a strong ability to pay attention to details. As long as you observe carefully, you can still see that Du Mingxi is showing off his flaws. What? No way. Are you mesmerized by this little guy? Instead of helping your brother, you're speaking for him. Next to Yang Xingyu, Wang Yunxi, the long-legged beauty who was wearing a long trench coat yesterday, said. Ha, it's not like I haven't reminded him before. If he likes to cause trouble, just let him do it. Everything will be quiet once he is dealt with. Yang Xingyu said with a smile. On the court, Yang Di felt a little proud for a moment as he watched Du Mingxi being defeated step by step and almost being forced onto the grass. Haha, is this a dual attribute body? That's about it. Yang Di stopped, released all his spiritual energy, and chanted, "Cut with a knife of ice." The sound of water condensing into ice spread, and a huge ice knife appeared in the air. Yang Di waved his hand suddenly, and the ice knife attacked Du Mingxi with a sound of breaking through the air. As soon as the ice knife came out, Yang Di's face turned a little pale. This intermediate spell really consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and he could only use 2 at the same time at most. Looking at Yang Di's pale face, Du Mingxi smiled slightly. The opportunity had come. Prisoner of fiery fire. Thunder breaks through the sky. Dragon of fiery flame soars. Du Mingxi suddenly went berserk, flames and lightning flashed in his eyes, and he used all 3 intermediate spells. That's right, the intermediate spell that Li Qiyuan gave Du Mingxi yesterday was Prisoner of Fire, which is a control spell. A raging flame suddenly erupted from under Yang Di's feet, quickly forming a cage that trapped him. At the same time, purple lightning in the sky broke through the air, and the loud noise made everyone in the audience's ears tinnitus, which shows how powerful it is. The fiery dragon flying is used to deal with Yang Di's ice knife. The fire dragon roared out and collided with the ice knife. After a violent explosion, a large amount of water vapor dispersed. For a moment, everyone couldn't see what was happening on the field. This guy still has so many spells. Yeah, that's really awesome. Du Mingxi is so young, not only does he have dual attributes, but he also has so many spells. He has a bright future. Don't forget, Yang Di is a level 33 warrior. It's still uncertain who will win. Everyone was talking about it. Wang Yunxi was stunned. Did Zhang Xingyu guess right? This guy really had something up his sleeve. As everyone talked, the steam slowly dissipated. There were two people on the field, one standing and the other kneeling with his head bowed. The steam completely dissipated and everyone could see clearly. Du Mingxi stood there calmly, with no other scars except for the few punches he had received before. On the other side, the half-kneeling Yang Di made everyone laugh out loud. The strong lightning not only blew his clothes into tatters, but also gave him a big afro with smoke coming out for free. It looked like he was electrocuted and was kneeling on the ground, motionless. Chapter 21 Auction. This little guy is not bad. We must tie him together with us, otherwise he will be a hidden disaster. At the second floor window, Li Qiyuan was leaning on his crutches and smiling. There were more than 10 people standing next to Li Qiyuan, both men and women, all of whom were core figures of the Li family. Soon, Yang Di, who was electrocuted, slowly woke up. After realizing that he had lost, he roared twice and then ran away alone. Aren't you going to see your brother? I hope nothing happens to him. Wang Yunxi asked. Yang Xingyu smiled and said, what will happen to him? He deserves it. It's not like I didn't warn him. After saying that, Yang Xingyu quickly went to the car to get a bottle of water and came to Du Mingxi. Mingxi, drink a bottle of water. You are awesome, let's be friends. My name is Yang Xingyu. Yang Xingyu handed the water to Du Mingxi. To be honest, that idiot just now is my brother. I warned him not to provoke you, but he didn't listen. Now he deserves to be defeated in front of so many people. Du Mingxi took the water in a daze. Are they siblings? Sister Xingyu, what are you doing? You're not going to snatch it from me. The little girl next to her blurted out, but she suddenly realized that something was wrong and stopped talking halfway through. The little loli slowly glanced at Chen Kiki beside Du Mingxi, and her body trembled. Chen Kiki's eyes are murderous. Hello, my name is Chen Kiki, Mingxi is my husband, I hope you don't try to get my husband's attention like someone else did. Thank you. Chen Kiki's words were full of jealousy. How about we go in first? The little loli felt a little guilty and her tone changed. After all, he almost revealed his true purpose. The somewhat awkward situation finally eased and everyone returned to the hall. Chen Kiki tried to pull Du Mingxi's hand, only to find that Du Mingxi was infected by the cold. For someone of Du Mingxi's level, there is really no way to deal with the cold and he can only go to the hospital. But it was much simpler for Chen Kiki. A beam of holy light condensed in the palm of his hand, and the coldness soon dissipated. It was as if I had not caught a cold at all, and there was no pain at all. A birthday party is nothing more than cutting a cake, everyone singing birthday songs together, and wishing the little girl a happy birthday. In fact, it wasn't that much fun. In comparison, Du Mingxi was more interested in the upcoming auction. Du Mingxi met many guests in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. They couldn't be Li Mushui's friends. They just came here specially to attend the auction, and among them are many famous wealthy and powerful people in Shouyuan City. It looks like there will be good stuff at this auction. The little girl's birthday party lasted until around 10 o'clock, and the auction didn't start until then. Everyone moved to the second floor, which had already been decorated. Li Qiyuan stood on the auction stage and spoke, "Thank you all for coming to Xiaoxue's birthday party. I would like to take this opportunity to hold an auction for your entertainment. We have prepared many good things for you to auction. At the same time, if you have something you want to sell, you can also hand it over to our auctioneer and auction it here. Okay, without further ado, let's get started." After saying this, Li Qiyuan sat down in the front row. An auctioneer wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked up to the auction platform and said, "Thank you, Mr. Li. Today's auction officially begins. The first item, intermediate water spell tidal wave. The starting price is 1 million. Everyone can make a bid now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone raised a sign, number 06, 1,100,000. Number 09, 1.3 million. Number 35, 1,500,000. Number 71, 1.7 million. Number 55, 2 million. There was almost no need for the auctioneer to offer any inducements, people were already competing to bid. Because spells are limited and rare, especially mid and high level spells, which are even harder to come by. As for the highest level special spell, it has never appeared in the entire concentration area and has only been recorded in books. It is said that all special level spells must be studied and practiced above level 90, and after learning every special level spell, one can almost make mountains collapse and the earth crack with a wave of the hand. The Waves and Scrolls was eventually bought by number 71 for 6.5 million. The starting price was 1 million, but the bid reached 6.5 million, which shows how attractive magic is to everyone. The second item, a fire-attributed spiritual energy pill. The crowd was already in an uproar before the auctioneer even made his offer. Spiritual energy pill? The Lee family is really amazing. They are willing to auction this thing. Damn, it's actually a spiritual energy pill. Didn't they say that this thing is no longer available? Xingyu, the spiritual energy pill is very rare. If you miss it, you may never find it again. For you, I will bleed and give you 2 million. Wang Yunxi whispered to young Xingyu beside her. Forget it, things like spiritual energy pills must be very expensive, there's no need. Although Yang Xingyu also wanted it, she knew that her financial resources were not enough to support it. Du Mingxi was confused as he listened to the discussions of people around him. Is this spiritual energy pill precious? Why don't I think so? The system gives spiritual energy pills for every task, which makes Du Mingxi feel that spiritual energy pills are rubbish now. Ding! Tip: spiritual chi pills must be refined by an alchemist, and the properties of the pills inherit the properties of the alchemist. The last alchemist died 30 years ago, and the pill formula was lost. Since then, no one in the Central Plains concentration area can refine spiritual chi pills. The system popped up and explained. I see. I was wondering why a spiritual energy pill could cause such a big reaction. Du Mingxi blurted out and was heard by a man next to him. Du Mingxi, although you are very powerful, you are too arrogant. This is a spiritual energy pill. I'm afraid you have never heard of it. After the man finished speaking, he looked at the pills in the wooden box on the table and couldn't help but reveal a greedy look. Ah, this. Du Mingxi was a little speechless. Isn't it just a spiritual energy pill? I've already eaten 3 or 4 pills. At this time, the auctioneer signaled everyone to be quiet. I understand your feelings, and this also shows the sincerity of the Lee family this time. So, the auction will begin now, starting price, 10 million. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar again, and the starting price was 10 million. But despite being surprised, someone soon made an offer. Almost everyone who made a bid was adding millions, and soon the price reached 30 million. 40 million. The person in front of him had just quoted a price of 30 million when a middle-aged man who was a little fat suddenly stood up and shouted. A bid of 10 million at a time, who else is there? Sure enough, after this shout, no one bid anymore. Du Mingxi noticed that some girls' eyes changed slightly when they looked at this man. Sure enough, being rich and having billions is very attractive. The auctioneer was about to count down 3 times, but the system suddenly came to his rescue. Ding! The mission has been issued. If you win the bid for a fire spiritual energy pill, you will be rewarded with a spiritual energy pill worth 150 million. The time limit is 3 hours. Do you accept it? This system really likes to mess with the host. They have already offered 40 million, and you still want to snatch it from them. Isn't this clearly making things difficult for them? But unfortunately, the system gave too much. 4,100,000. Du Mingxi thought that he would pay as little as possible, so that he could get more after the work was completed. But Hong Tao doesn't think so. I've already offered 40 million in one go, and you still want to compete with me? Forget about robbing, you only have an extra 100,000? If this isn't a provocation, what is? 45 million. Hong Tao said loudly again. 45,100,000. Du Mingxi continued to bid. If the minimum single bid was not 100,000, Du Mingxi might have only added 100 yuan each time. 46 million. Hong Tao felt a little nervous. He had originally planned to take it within 45 million, but he didn't expect Du Mingxi to jump out halfway. 46,100,000. Du Mingxi raised the sign again. 47 million. Hong Tao made the final offer, and he would not accept it if Du Mingxi matched it. 47,100,000. Du Mingxi raised the sign again. Hong Tao glared at Du Mingxi. There were so many people at the scene, and Li Qiyuan was there in person. It was impossible for him to jump up and hit Du Mingxi. 47,100,000 for the first time. 47,100,000 the second time. 47,100,000 for the third time. Deal. Congratulations to number 66. Ding, it is detected that the host has completed the task, please collect the reward. Collect 150 million first. Du Mingxi said in his mind. Du Mingxi had just finished thinking when his phone vibrated. A text message came in. Hello, your account ending in 6983 transferred 150 million yuan at 11:24 on July 30th, 2237. Please verify the identity of the other party and beware of telecommunications fraud. This system, if it can correct the whole host's problems, will be a good system. Speaking of which, my account won't be checked if such a large sum of money is transferred into it, right? Du Mingxi thought about it. Then he laughed in his heart. I already have a F-King system, why would I still care about these things? Are you a fool? Most of the items auctioned later were intermediate spells. Du Mingxi now had 3 books of intermediate spells, which was more than enough. Du Mingxi suddenly thought that magic is simply a book. Whoever gets it can practice it. So, can he sell the magic he has used? An intermediate water spell can be sold for 6.5 million, and Du Mingxi also has thunder spells. Du Mingxi seemed to have found a way to make money. Chapter 22, Sky-High Price Lightning Spells. Li prepared 5 books of spells, all of which were auctioned at a price no less than 5 million. Next up is the auction of today's guests' belongings. Everyone, the next item is from Mr. Fong number 46, the intermediate wood spell Thousand Vine Prisoner. The starting price is 1 million. Everyone can bid. The auctioneer introduced. Number 46 was a burly man. He stood up and greeted everyone. Everyone started bidding. Maybe because there were fewer people with the wood attribute, the final price was set at 4.6 million. With number 40 SAX's consent, the spell was successfully sold. The next item is Mr. Lu number 75's intermediate water spell, 10,000 waters. The starting price is 1 million, you can make your bids now. As the name of the spell 75 suggests, it is a defensive spell. In comparison, everyone is more interested in offensive spells. The price was finally settled at 5.2 million. The next few items were all intermediate spells, and none of them caught Du Mingxi's attention. Soon the 7th item came, a strange large jade tripod. Everyone, let me introduce you. This lot is Miss Li's spiritual jade cauldron, which belongs to number 09. This jade cauldron contains very rich spiritual energy. Everything that is nourished by it can enhance the spiritual energy, and it can even make the object spiritually intelligent. I don't need to explain the value of such a treasure. The auction will start now, with a starting price of 20 million. A long-haired woman in the first row stood up and greeted. When everyone heard the auctioneer's offer, they gasped. It is understandable that the price of spiritual energy pills is high, as they are something that can directly improve one's strength. Although this jade tripod sounds very impressive, it is not as practical as the spiritual energy pill. Number 61, 25 million. More than 10 seconds passed before someone made a bid. Number 66, 30 million. Du Mingxi made a bid immediately afterwards. Du Mingxi was quite interested in this thing, not because of its ability to transform objects into living beings. It's because this thing is rich in spiritual energy. Du Mingxi wants to take a bath with this thing. Can he level up while lying down? After all, breathing and moving spiritual energy is very tiring. Number 61, 40 million. Number 66, 50 million. Number 61, 55 million. Number 66, 55.1 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. Were these two people fighting? Du Mingxi glanced at number 61. She was a very pure girl. Different from Yang Xingyu, a beautiful woman with feminine charm, her beauty was pure and flawless. She looked like a green lotus, untainted by anything and untainted by the mud. The only downside is that it's a bit flat. Number 61, 60 million. Number 66, 61 million. Du Mingxi refused to give in and only added 100,000 each time, which made people think that Du Mingxi did it on purpose. 70 million. Feng Shuang stood up and shouted. Du Mingxi could see that there was some anger and tension on her face. Hubby, let's stop it. Chen Kiki advised. I think the thing is not simple, maybe it is a good thing. Du Mingxi smiled. He immediately stood up and said, 700 and 100,000. As soon as Du Mingxi finished speaking, Feng Shuang's body suddenly trembled and she suddenly broke down and cried. Are you sick? Why do you have to snatch it from me? I'll give it to you. He ran out crying. Du Mingxi was stunned, and so was everyone else. What is going on? At an auction, the item goes to the one with the highest bid. Could it be that this person has princess syndrome? Du Mingxi's impression of her suddenly became much worse. He thought she was a knowledgeable and sensible lady from a noble family, but she turned out to be a princess with princess syndrome. Originally, only Du Mingxi and Feng Shuang were fighting for it. Now that Feng Shuang has run away, the thing naturally belongs to Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi calculated that he had just spent 47.1 million to buy the spiritual energy pill, and now he had spent another 70.1 million, a total of 112.2 million. The system reward is 150 million, and there are still 32.8 million left. The guest's belongings were almost sold out soon, and Du Mingxi stood up quickly, thinking it would be a waste if he didn't sell the magic spell in his hand. I have a book of intermediate level lightning offensive spells. Can I auction it? Du Mingxi's words caused a huge uproar. Everyone was surprised. Is this guy showing off that he has the lightning attribute? This is so infuriating. He's willing to sell a lightning spell, this guy is awesome. Thunder spells are much rarer than ordinary spells, and the price is more than 6 or 7 times higher. Du Mingxi's words attracted everyone's attention, and the Li family members in the front row also turned around to look at Du Mingxi. Li Qiyuan also gave him a friendly look. Of course, are you sure you want to auction the lightning spell? The auctioneer confirmed. Du Mingxi nodded and took Lei Puanjun up. After briefly introducing himself to the auctioneer, Du Mingxi returned to his seat. Okay, then the next item to be auctioned is Mr. Du's intermediate lightning spell Thunder Breaker, which is number 66. As lightning offensive spells are relatively rare, the starting price is 5 million. Everyone can make a bid now. Because there are only a few people who can awaken the thunder attribute, although thunder spells are rare, they are not so necessary in everyone's eyes. However, this statement is not true for those who are of the thunder element, or have close relatives who are of the thunder element. 10 million. Du Mingxi suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. I saw a man in military uniform in the second row stand up and say. Li Yuni. I didn't expect this guy to come. He hadn't made any noise before, so Du Mingxi didn't notice him. Li Yuni is here, so Chu Yuntian 1T be here too. Du Mingxi looked around but didn't see the old man. Maybe he was absent for something. Mayor Li, what are you doing? A man with a beer belly next to Li Yuni asked. Ha, I have a nephew with thunder attribute. I just happened to meet him today and bought this for him. Li Yuni explained. As soon as Li Yuni finished speaking, a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s wearing a Mao suit stood up from the second row and said, 20 million. Mayor Li, please forgive me, my grandson also has the thunder attribute. After making the offer, the middle-aged man did not forget to explain. For a moment, Du Mingxi felt that they were showing off. But at the same time, it also reminded Du Mingxi that the thunder attribute is not unique to him, and there are many people who have it. That's fine. According to the auction rules, the highest bidder wins. Li Yuni smiled and said, 30 million. Du Mingxi was dumbfounded. Don't these older guys have any brains when they make bids? 10 million plus 10 million. 40 million. The middle-aged man stood up again. 50 million. Li Yuni chased closely. To be honest, even if it is a mid-level thunder spell, 40 million is already a high price. Even with the blessing of special circumstances such as the auction, 50 million is already the maximum. But looking at these two, they have no intention of stopping at all. 55 million. The middle-aged man gave in first and changed the amount to 5 million each time. 65 million. Li Yuni had no idea how to write the word coward, and he went ahead with another 10 million. 70 million. The middle-aged man's tone was obviously much weaker. 79,099,000. Leuni made the offer in a joking manner, as if to say, don't use your wealth to challenge my pocket money. Mayor Li is indeed very wealthy. I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man compromised. Everyone applauded. Du Mingxi was stunned. This intermediate spell was sold for 79.99 million? Chapter 23 Rescue. Du Mingxi really didn't expect that Li Yuni, who came from a military family, was so rich. Du Mingxi only knew that the border guards had a high status, but who knew that they not only had a high status, but also had a lot of money? But on second thought, Li Yuni is a member of the Li family, so it is normal for him to be rich. The auction lasted until 1 in the morning. Du Mingxi gained a total of 119.79 million, a fire-attributed spiritual energy pill and a spiritual energy jade tripod today. It's good to have a system. I became a billionaire in no time. Chen Kiki had fallen asleep. Perhaps the girls were not very interested in the auction. The little girl arranged for a driver to take Du Mingxi back to school. Du Mingxi had just walked out of the villa with Chen Kiki in her arms when a figure suddenly jumped out. Du Mingxi was startled and took a closer look. Wasn't this the beauty number 61 who had just competed with him for the jade tripod? Although she is very beautiful, unfortunately she has princess syndrome. What do you want? If not, please get out of the way. Du Mingxi said lightly. Feng Shuang trembled when she heard this. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Oh, it's okay. Du Mingxi's expression softened when he heard that. He replied and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Feng Shuang suddenly grabbed Du Mingxi's hand. Du Mingxi was shocked. Hey, you're not going to take revenge on me, are you? Du Mingxi turned around and with the help of the light, he could see clearly that Feng Shuang's eyes were red and there were 2 tear marks on her tender face. She looked very pitiful. What are you going to do? Du Mingxi was a little confused. It shouldn't be that serious for just a jade tripod, right? Besides, the auction is all about the highest bidder winning, and everyone knows the rule. Can I borrow your tripod for a while? 3 days at most. I will definitely return it to you. Feng Shuang said with difficulty. Du Mingxi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. You're pretending to be pitiful for a jade tripod? No. Du Mingxi was straightforward, but human hearts were unpredictable. Who knew if she would take the tripod and run away after borrowing it? After saying this, Du Mingxi turned and left. Du Mingxi had just taken 2 steps when he heard a plop. When she turned around, Feng Shuang knelt directly on the ground. Please, I really need this jade tripod, I want to save my mother. Feng Shuang said while choking with sobs. Du Mingxi realized at this time that things might not be that simple. Just then, Chen Kiki woke up because of their conversation. Du Mingxi quickly pulled Feng Shuang up. Regardless of whether she had princess syndrome or not, it was really not good to make her kneel down. Hubby, she has demonic energy. Chen Kiki suddenly said. Oh my god. Du Mingxi quickly jumped away. This thing has evil aura. Could it be a high-level monster? Seeing Du Mingxi's reaction, Feng Shuang quickly explained, I'm not a monster. The evil spirit in my body is because of my mother. She was attacked by a monster 2 years ago and was contaminated by the evil spirit. Now she is about to become a puppet. I want the jade tripod to save her. Hearing this, Du Mingxi recalled that 2 years ago there seemed to be an incident in which a monster sneaked into the high wall and attacked people. Du Mingxi glanced at Chen Kiki. Chen Kiki nodded. The evil energy in her body is not enough to contaminate her. If you had told me earlier, I would have asked them to send it directly to your house. Du Mingxi said. I really didn't know that Feng Shuang wanted the jade tripod to save someone, otherwise Du Mingxi wouldn't have snatched it away. Thank you. Thank you. Feng Shuang hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Du Mingxi brought the 2 of them back to the villa, said hello to Li's people, and sent Yuding directly to Feng Shuang's house. By the way, how is your mother doing now? Can you handle it on your own? Does she need our help? Walking out of the villa, Chen Kiki said worriedly. Generally speaking, if a person is contaminated by evil spirits, the only way to save her is to infuse her with a large amount of spiritual energy to force out the evil spirits. But no one knows how much this large amount is. If the pollution of demonic energy is very serious, spiritual energy may sometimes be useless. Hearing this, Feng Shuang suddenly thought of her mother, who was almost completely transformed into a demon. It's okay during the day, but once it's night, my mother goes crazy. Many of the scars on her body were caused by her mother. Fortunately, her mother was not of a high level, otherwise she might have been beaten to death by her mother. Feng Shuang certainly wanted help, but Du Mingxi had already lent her the jade tripod, so would it be too much to ask him for help again? Seeing Feng Shuang's awkward expression, Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki looked at each other and said, "Let's go take a look. It looks very serious." Not long. Feng Shuang pointed the way and the Rolls-Royce stopped outside a small villa. Fortunately, Feng Shuang's family has a small villa, otherwise the fact that her mother was contaminated by evil spirits would have been discovered long ago. This villa is located in the suburbs and is dwarfed by the one owned by the Li family. Chen Kiki frowned as soon as she got out of the car. The whole villa exuded a demonic aura. The higher the level, the more sensitive to demonic energy. Because Du Mingxi had given notice, the Li family had already delivered the jade tripod as soon as everyone arrived. After everyone moved the jade tripod into the villa, they left. "Where is your mother?" Du Mingxi stood next to Chen Kiki. He wasn't afraid, he just felt a little cold. "She's in the basement, come with me." Feng Shuang led the two of them to the stairs. There was a door at the bottom. When they opened the door, there was another staircase leading down. The moment the door was opened, a chill came over him, and in Chen Kiki's eyes there was a strong demonic aura. At the same time, intermittent screams of women could be heard from the dark basement, which was very creepy. "You are behind me." Chen Kiki stepped forward. After all, she was a level 70 expert and ordinary polluters were no match for her. Du Mingxi immediately followed the young wife, and Feng Shuang also followed. Going down the stairs was a spacious room. The moment Feng Shuang turned on the light, a dark shadow suddenly jumped up. Du Mingxi was startled and quickly took a few steps back. Chen Kiki gathered her spiritual energy but did not make a move because the black shadow was suddenly grabbed by an iron chain. Only then did Du Mingxi realize that the black shadow's hands and feet were tied with chains. Under the light, you can still see that it is a woman, but her hair is disheveled and her clothes are tattered. The scary thing is that her eyes were glowing purple, her nails were sharp and very long, and her two fangs were sticking out of her mouth like a zombie, which was very scary. "There are already signs of beast transformation," Chen Kiki said with some regret. "There are signs of bestiality, which means that ordinary spiritual energy has no effect on her." After Chen Kiki finished speaking, Feng Shuang also choked up. She could not accept the fact that her only relative had been completely contaminated. Completely polluted humans like this are usually wiped out unconditionally once discovered. But maybe I can give it a try. Chen Kiki observed Feng Shuang's mother carefully, and there seemed to be a trace of humanity in her purple eyes. "What? You can save my mother? Really? Can you really save her? Please save her, I am willing to pay any price as long as you can save her," Feng Shuang cried. Hearing this, Feng Shuang's mother, who had been yelling at several people, suddenly turned around and scratched the wall that was already riddled with holes frantically. This further confirmed Chen Kiki's judgment that this mother still had a trace of humanity, and she still felt a little bit of pity and heartache when she heard what her daughter said, but she could not escape the control of the evil spirit and was trapped in intense pain. Chen Kiki nodded, signaling the two to step back, and white light burst out from her delicate body. The light attribute is a natural counter to evil spirits. The white light became stronger and stronger, covering the entire basement. Under the exposure of the white light, Feng Shuang's mother suddenly became violent, tearing the chains frantically, and evil spirits ran rampant in her body. Chen Kiki continued to increase the intensity of the white light, and for a moment Du Mingxi and Feng Shuang could not open their eyes. At this time, the purple color in Feng Shuang's mother's eyes began to fade, but suddenly came back again. Chen Kiki frowned, this was too deeply contaminated. Chen Kiki increased the output of spiritual energy again. The light was extremely dazzling. Nothing could be seen in the entire basement, only white light. The purple in Feng Shuang's mother's eyes was finally defeated and faded away in an instant. Waves of black and purple evil spirits were forced out by the holy white light like little snakes, dissipating into the air and disappearing. After about half an hour, the evil spirit was finally eliminated. Chen Kiki retracted the white light, her entire face turned pale, and her originally rosy lips turned white and cracked. However, Chen Kiki's efforts were worth it. The evil spirit in Feng Shuang's mother was completely eliminated. Although she is now in a coma, she is no longer in danger. By the way, Chen Qi's white light also removed the small amount of evil spirit from Feng Shuang's body. Chapter 24, 10 Level Up. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when Feng Shuang helped her mother settle down. Feng Shuang really doesn't know how to thank such a great favor. Chen Kiki doesn't want money, and it's even more impossible for her to marry Du Mingxi. After all, he has a wife. In the end, Chen Kiki picked out a handmade butterfly as a reward. Feng Shuang would definitely not agree, but there was nothing she could do. The other party was not short of money and had the ability, and she had nothing to give him. Because it was too late, Du Mingxi simply asked for leave from his class teacher the next day. The next day, Du Mingxi slept until noon and had already sent a message to his teacher last night asking for leave, so he didn't have to go to class today. Sitting on the sofa, Du Mingxi drank a sip of water and received yesterday's reward. Small wooden box as always. Du Mingxi also took out the fire-attributed spiritual energy pill that he bought at the auction yesterday. Because the big jade tripod was not used last night, Du Mingxi brought it back. This jade tripod is indeed very large, and it is completely possible for Du Mingxi to practice while taking a bath as he wished. 2 spiritual energy pills. If I take them all at once and combine them with this. Du Mingxi suddenly became a little excited. Normally, the spiritual energy pill was enough to allow Du Mingxi to upgrade 2 to 3 levels. If he took 2 pills at the same time, plus the jade ding, he would definitely take off on the spot. Just do it. Du Mingxi carried the big jade tripod to the bathroom. Although this guy weighs several hundred pounds, it is still easy to hold it with the help of spiritual energy. Du Mingxi put some hot water in, and as soon as the hot water touched the jade tripod, it suddenly turned emerald green. The dark green spiritual energy swam in the emerald green hot water like a little snake. Damn! This spiritual energy is too strong. Du Mingxi was a little surprised. This thing had such a strong spiritual energy, maybe it could actually give the item intelligence. Thinking of this, Du Mingxi suddenly had a strange idea. If I put the baby in there? Fuck! What are you thinking? I'm a married man. After slapping himself, Du Mingxi took out 2 spiritual energy pills and started taking a bath. As soon as I entered the jade tripod, a cool feeling crawled up along my toes. Du Mingxi was very surprised, because he clearly put hot water in it. Du Mingxi thought that the jade tripod was dissipating heat too quickly, so he added some hot water. It's still very cool. That's strange. Du Mingxi took some hot water and poured it on the jade tripod. As soon as the hot water touched the jade tripod, it immediately became cold and turned emerald green. Du Mingxi almost figured it out. This should be the effect of spiritual energy. Du Mingxi sat in the jade tripod again. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to take a cold bath, it mattered little in order to improve his strength. While taking a bath, Du Mingxi swallowed 2 spiritual energy pills in one breath. Then he waited expectantly for the golden light to burst out from his body and a constant sense of power to come over him. But before the golden light burst out, I felt sleepy instead. I don't know why, but this jade tripod seems to have some magical powers. I feel sleepy after taking a bath in it for just a few minutes. Du Mingxi slowly fell asleep, and at this time the spiritual energy in the water began to flow into Du Mingxi's body in large quantities. Golden light bursts out. Level 29. Level 30. 30 level. 32 level. Du Mingxi was like a large short-circuited light bulb, flashing every once in a while, and it flashed for 10 times before stopping. In other words, Du Mingxi leveled up 10 levels just by sleeping in this jade tripod. Suddenly jumped from level 28 to level 38. Although Du Mingxi is indeed extremely talented after his second awakening, how can others survive with this damn fast upgrade speed? It would be fine if he worked hard to move his chi and breathe in his spiritual energy to level up, but what the hell is this about leveling up 10 levels by just sleeping? Du Mingxi was completely unaware that he had leveled up 10 times in one breath. He was sleeping soundly with a silly smile on his face. Chen Kiki got up later than Du Mingxi. After all, she had consumed too much spiritual energy yesterday. As soon as she got up, she heard waves of spiritual energy coming from the bathroom, and Chen Kiki hurried to check. Du Mingxi was seen wearing only a pair of shorts, sleeping soundly in the jade tripod. But when Chen Kiki investigated, she was shocked. In the time it takes to close his eyes and open them again, Du Mingxi's aura has already reached nearly level 40? Those at a higher level can easily tell the approximate strength of those at a lower level, relying on the richness of their spiritual energy. Each level has a different degree of intensity, which can be seen just like aura. Those at a lower level cannot tell those at a higher level. After all, you haven't reached that level yet, so how do you know what level others are at? At most, you can know that the other party is stronger than you through fighting. After being stunned for a long while, Kiki finally came to her senses and couldn't help feeling happy. If the husband is great, the wife will definitely be happy. Seeing my husband get promoted makes me happier than getting promoted myself. After taking another look at her handsome husband, Kiki did not disturb Du Mingxi, but skipped off to make lunch. Du Mingxi stayed in the bath until the afternoon before waking up. The moment he saw his own level, Du Mingxi was shocked. After leveling up 10 times in one go, Du Mingxi even doubted whether he was still human. You know, Du Mingxi is only a sophomore now. Nolan College's senior year graduation rating of level 30 is excellent. Du Mingxi is only in his sophomore year and already at level 38. By the time he is in his senior year, he must be at level 50, right? Of course, this is not necessarily the case, because the higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade. However, with Du Mingxi's current upgrade speed, breaking the graduation level record of Nolan College is easy. The Nolan College graduation level record is level 40. The next day, Du Mingxi rode his bicycle to class. What happened over the weekend had spread, and Du Mingxi's fame had risen to a new level. In both battles, Du Mingxi fought against opponents of higher levels and won both times, which shows how terrifying Du Mingxi's strength is. And I don't know which idiot leaked the information about the auction. The news that Du Mingxi not only has excellent qualifications and outstanding abilities, but is also a hidden rich man has spread like wildfire. Along the way, many classmates looked at Du Mingxi differently. In the past, some people would laugh at Du Mingxi for riding a bicycle and calling him a poor bastard. Now, Du Mingxi rides a bicycle, what do you call that? That's called low-carbon travel, enjoying life. Be low-key in life and high-key in work, this is Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking, he just felt that the way his classmates looked at him was a little different today. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, the principal asked Du Mingxi to see him. Come to think of it, if it weren't for this old man manipulating things behind the scenes, Du Mingxi wouldn't be so famous. When I arrived at the office, Xu Yuntian, who had no black hair on his head, was drinking tea. Principal, you're looking for me? Du Mingxi knocked on the door. Come in, Puff. As Xu Yuntian spoke, his gaze turned to Du Mingxi and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea. You, what level are you? Xu Yuntian seemed to not believe his own detection and asked. Level 38. Du Mingxi said with a smile. Cough 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 cough. Xu Yuntian started coughing violently, as if he was frightened. Fan Hai, I really have to thank you very much. Xu Yuntian was overjoyed. Chapter 25 Luxury Car Incident. Xu Yuntian calmed down and motioned Du Mingxi to sit down. I heard that you had some conflicts with others over the weekend? Xu Yuntian poured a cup of tea for Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi quickly took over, yes. I don't want to either, but they like to cause trouble, and I can't do anything about it. I've investigated and found that the people you have conflicts with are all uneducated and useless. Don't worry. After Xu Yuntian finished speaking, his face suddenly became a little serious and asked, I called you here today to ask you about joining the Li family's guest group. You found out so quickly. Du Mingxi smiled and took a sip of tea. Mingxi, this is no joke. Joining the Li family's guest group means you are tied to them. Xu Yuntian said earnestly. Don't worry, Mr. Li has personally promised not to interfere with my life under normal circumstances. I just need to help when the Li family needs it. Du Mingxi said heartlessly. Ha, Mr. Li is not a bad guy, but he is definitely not a good guy. I think he wants to use you to deal with Chen. Xu Yuntian chuckled and said. As the two largest clans in the Central Plains, the Li and Chen clans have been fighting each other for decades. Both companies want to dominate the Central Plains concentrated area and neither will give in to the other. There were several times when a large-scale civil war almost broke out, but fortunately the government had some deterrent effect and persuaded the two families to stay together. Otherwise, before the monsters break through the wall, all the humans will die first. On the surface, the two families shook hands and made peace, but the competition behind the scenes never stopped for a moment. I'm only level 38 now. Will Li use me to deal with Chen? Isn't Mr. Li a level 94 super strong man? Do you still need me when he's here? Du Mingxi asked. The Li family has a super expert, but the Chen family doesn't? I don't know the details, but I heard that the one in the Chen family is a level 95 super expert. Mr. Lee's goal is not to make you a cannon fodder now, but to wait for you to grow up. Then they will provoke a dispute between the two families. As a member of the guest group, you must participate in the battle. In this way, the top forces of the Lee family will be far superior to those of the Chen family. To put it bluntly, they are all using you as cannon fodder. The only difference is the power. Right now, you are at most a firecracker. The Lee family will wait for you to grow into a nuclear bomb. Chu Yuntian's throat became dry from talking, so he took a sip of tea. What can we do? We have already added it. Besides, they gave too much. Du Mingxi is still heartless. Chu Yuntian almost vomited blood. It seemed that what he had been saying was just talking to a deaf ear. Well, it's not without benefits. At least your identity as a member of the Lee's guest group can save you a lot of trouble. Those losers you met before didn't know that you joined the Lees, otherwise they wouldn't dare to mess with you. Chu Yuntian seemed to be comforting Du Mingxi, but in fact he was comforting himself. The only ones you have to be careful of are the members of the Lee family and the members of the guest group. They dare to challenge you. There's no point in saying more. Anyway, you are my student. You can come to me if you have any problem. I will definitely find a way to help you solve it. In addition, I have to remind you that danger may be lurking around you. Don't trust others easily, especially those with unknown origins. Okay, let's go back to class. Du Mingxi walked out of the office in a daze. Chu Yuntian's previous words were all normal. Why did he say something weird at the end? Unknown origin? Could it be that Chu Yuntian suspected Chen Kiki? Du Mingxi smiled. Chen Kiki's origins were indeed unknown, because she was given by the system. Du Mingxi didn't think much about it and went back to the classroom for class. After what happened over the weekend, the little girl admired Du Mingxi even more and would pester him as soon as the get out of class was over. Fortunately, Chen Kiki was not there, otherwise the two would have started fighting again, and if Chen Kiki got too angry, she might really kill the little loli. The day's classes ended quickly, and Du Mingxi wanted to buy a car. After all, he now had more than 100 million yuan in cash. When the little girl heard that Du Mingxi was going to buy a car, she was so excited that she insisted on going with Du Mingxi. She also said that she knew many 4S shop owners and could bargain for Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi had no choice but to let her follow. When Du Mingxi went back to pick up Chen Kiki, he once again saw that murderous look. Du Mingxi can guarantee that if he hadn't been caught in the middle, Chen Kiki would have taken action long ago. The Rolls-Royce drove out of Nolan College and headed towards the 4S store in the city. At this moment, the system suddenly issued a task. Ding! Mission issued, buy a Ferrari LaFerrari. Priced at 18 million. Reward for completing the mission is 50 million and a physical training pill. Mission time limit is 5 hours. Do you accept? This system should not be called the counterattack system, it should be called the nanny system. It even thinks of what car to buy for Du Mingxi. In fact, the car that the system asked us to buy was an old car, but because of the revival of spiritual energy, everyone's focus has almost entirely shifted to defending against monsters and practicing. It's already great that these supercar brands can survive, but as for launching new models, it's very rare. The Ferrari Raphael was previously a limited edition car, but production has since resumed at a lower price than before. Accept. Du Mingxi said in his heart. Although the price of this car, which is close to 20 million, is a bit luxurious for a college student like Du Mingxi, the reward for completing the mission is 50 million, and he can earn more than 30 million for free. Ding! Detection that the host has accepted the mission, start the timer. Then a voice came from the system. Student Li Mushue, do you know where I can find a Ferrari LaFerrari? Du Mingxi asked. I know. There's nothing I don't know. The little girl looked proud and glanced at Chen Kiki, as if she felt that she was finally better than Chen Kiki in one aspect. Driver, go to Xinsher. I heard from my friend that there is a car that Mingxi wants. The little girl mentioned a place name. The driver then turned. Not long after, a large 4S store specializing in luxury cars appeared in front of everyone. There are many luxury cars parked in the hall, which to Du Mingxi are piles of money. Du Mingxi is not so fanatical about these luxury goods, and one of the important reasons for buying a car this time is that he has too much money and nowhere to spend it. The little girl jumped out of the car and pulled Du Mingxi towards the store, but when she saw Chen Kiki's eyes, she quickly let go. Du Mingxi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Towards the little loli, Du Mingxi just treated her as a classmate, or at most an ordinary friend. I wonder what the two of them are arguing about all day long. The three of them walked into the store together. A male salesperson in a suit noticed the few people first. Just as he was about to come forward, he suddenly saw that it was Li Muxue who brought people. He quickly asked a female salesperson to come forward to greet them, and he called the manager. "Good afternoon, everyone. Which car would you like to see?" The female salesperson was wearing a tight skirt and had a sweet voice. She was less pretty than Kiki and the little lowly, and she put on some makeup. Although she was not too beautiful, she was still pleasing to the eye. "Excuse me, are there any Ferrari Rafales now?" Du Mingxi asked. Hearing this, the saleswoman paused and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, the last Ferrari Lafayette in our store has been reserved. How about you look at other models?" "Ah. No, I'll give you an extra $1,000,000, sell it to us." The little lowly pouted. The female salesperson was in a dilemma, but luckily the salesperson came rushing over. "Hey little ancestor, why are you here?" The manager, who had sparse hair and a slightly plump body, hurried forward and said to Li Muxue. This scene stunned Du Mingxi and Kiki. How could this little lowly be so impressive? "If you know it's me and you still don't give up your car, I'll tell my grandfather." The little lowly put her hands on her hips and said proudly. Xinshur is a chain of 4S stores, and its owner has a good relationship with the Li family. Last time the little girl came to buy a car, she was offended by a salesperson. Then his boss blamed him, the salesperson lost his job, and the manager was forced to take a pay cut. The manager immediately asked the saleswoman and found out why Du Mingxi and the others came. He said, "Ms. Li, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you. The problem is that the customer has already ordered it for a month and wants to pick it up today. If you had come earlier, I might have been able to get a deal, but now there's really nothing I can do. Forget it. Let's go somewhere else or buy something else." Du Mingxi said to the little lowly. It would be best if the task could be completed, but Du Mingxi couldn't deliberately make things difficult for others just to complete the task. If it doesn't work, look somewhere else. If there is really nothing there, the system will punish you if it wants to. No, who is the buyer? Let him come and talk to me. At worst, I'll give him some money. I'm going to order this car today. The little lowly finally found an opportunity to surpass Kiki. How could she give up so easily? Just as the little girl finished speaking, an angry voice came over. "Who the hell wants to steal my car? Are you looking for death?" Chapter 26. Li Qianxing. A man with fashionable clothes, permed and dyed hair and wearing sunglasses walked in. He looked 2 or 3 years older than Du Mingxi. "Li Qianxing?" The little lowly was a little surprised. Li Qianxing took off his sunglasses, glanced at the little girl, and smiled. "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you. I want this car from your brother, you guys can buy something else." "Your brother?" Du Mingxi asked. "Damn it!" The little lowly whispered, and her face turned a little ugly. Li Muxue was often bullied by Li Qianxing when she was a child. Although her grandfather helped her every time, Li Qianxing was Li Qiyuan's grandson after all, so the matter was always left unresolved. Moreover, although the Li family dotes on Li Muxue, she will definitely not be the future heir of the Li family. Among Li Qiyuan's descendants, Li Qianxing is considered to have good qualifications. 28 years old, fire attribute level 42, and I heard that he will soon break through level 43. Because of these restrictions, the little girl usually avoids Li Qianxing when she sees him. It seems a little unrealistic to want to snatch the car from him. But when she thought that this was the only aspect in which she could surpass Kiki, the little girl didn't want to give up anymore. "I want your car, name your price," the little girl said to Li Qianxing with her hands on her hips. "Not for sale." Li Qianxing did not give the little lowly any face and directly refused. "Forget it, let's go look somewhere else." Du Mingxi gently patted the little girl's shoulder. This action suddenly angered Li Qianxing. "Take your hands away from me, who the hell are you? How dare you touch someone from our Li family?" Du Mingxi was stunned for a moment. This guy doesn't know his own name? As an insider of the Li family, don't you know that Du Mingxi has joined the Li family's guest group? "My name is Du Mingxi. I have no ill intentions. Li Muxue and I are just classmates. I hope you don't misunderstand me." Du Mingxi patiently explained that he was giving face to Mr. Li, otherwise, with his temper, he would have fought with him a long time ago. "Oh? You are Du Mingxi? Ha, you look just like that. I heard you joined the Li family's guest group?" Li Qianqing sneered. Yeah, so you buy your car and we'll go look somewhere else, bye. After saying this, Du Mingxi was about to take Kiki away, but Li Qianqing suddenly stopped Du Mingxi. Come on, go this way. He pointed to his crotch arrogantly. Li Qianqing, don't be so arrogant. If Grandpa finds out, he will make you suffer. The little girl's face turned red with anger. Huh, Grandpa will punish me because of him? What is he thinking? Besides, aren't the guest group all dogs raised by our Li family? I let him get out of here, that's right. Ha ha. Li Qianqing's face was so arrogant. Du Mingxi finally understood that this was a young man who had been protected for a long time by the giant Li family and had become arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone. In his eyes, only people from the Li family can communicate with him normally. Others are either regarded as dogs by him or looked down upon. Du Mingxi didn't expect that Chu Yuntian had just told him to be careful of Li's people, but today he had a conflict with Li's people. Du Mingxi didn't want to either, but such an arrogant person would not know how to respect others unless he was beaten. Want to have a fight? Du Mingxi said lightly, his tone was very cold. Wow. I'm so scared. Li Qianqing made an exaggerated expression and said, do you think I'm the trash you met before? Come on, I'll let you know what strength is. After saying this, Li Qianqing walked out of the 4S store. There is a small square outside the 4S store, which is enough for fighting. Mingxi, don't bother with this guy, I'm going to call my grandpa now. The little lowly grabbed Du Mingxi and said. On this sentence, Kiki and the little lowly rarely reached an agreement. It would be difficult for your grandfather to come, so why not let me help your grandfather educate him? Du Mingxi walked straight out of the store. Little lowly and Kiki had no choice but to follow out. Quick, go call my grandfather. Mingxi and Li Qianqing are fighting, tell him to come quickly. The little girl quickly called the driver who was waiting outside the 4S store and gave him a few instructions. The driver left quickly. Boy, you are nothing but trash, a dog. Remember to stay away from the Li family in the future. Li Qianqing pinched a cluster of flames with his fingertips and threw it down casually. Bang! A huge fire spread rapidly. The people in the square then realized that a fight was about to break out and quickly ran away. Du Mingxi did not argue with him and activated the attributes of thunder and fire at the same time. Suddenly there were thunders and heat waves. That's a dual attribute. Really? It really is a dual attribute, so it can't be Du Mingxi. It's him. It must be him, he's the only one with dual attributes. Wow, I didn't expect him to be not only strong, but also so handsome. I heard he's very rich. Oh, if I could be her wife, I'd be willing to pay for it. Don't be such a fangirl. It looks like they're going to fight. Isn't that young Master Li Qianqing? Oh my god, Du Mingxi and young Master Li are fighting? Big news. People around were already talking about it. You really have dual attributes. Ha, so what if you have dual attributes? How can a person with an outsider get the attention of my grandfather? I will beat you to death today. Li Qianqing thought. The reason why he really hated Du Mingxi was that Du Mingxi received special attention from Li Qiyuan. This made him, a descendant of the Li family, very unconvinced. Why should a person with an outsider be valued while I am not? In a few seconds, the battle is about to break out. Du Mingxi launched a thundering attack as soon as he came up. One punch was lightning, one punch was fire, countless fists all smashed forward at once. Du Mingxi did this entirely because of Li Qianqing's character. He grew up under the protection of the Li family and developed a mentality that he was the best no matter what. Once he is suppressed, he will feel very uncomfortable. He will try every possible means to turn the situation around, and when he wants to turn the situation around, that's when his flaws appear. Du Mingxi's body was in turmoil, and he took advantage of every opportunity to attack Li Qianqing frantically. Li Qianqing may have never seen such a reckless style of play at the beginning, and he felt very depressed for a while. Although Du Mingxi's attack was fierce, Li Qianqing was also at level 42, so he had no problem defending against Du Mingxi. But he has always been the one beating others since he was a child, so how could he be the one being beaten by others? For a moment, Li Qianqing was a little annoyed, and the red spiritual energy burst out again. The flames are raging. Li Qianqing roared angrily, and flames as raging as a tiger gushed out of his body like mad, all rushing towards Du Mingxi. It is difficult to dodge this kind of area-destructive spell. Du Mingxi simply fought fire with fire. Flame Dragon soars. The sound of a dragon's roar spread quickly, and a fire dragon emerged, pointing directly at the rapidly approaching fire wave. Boom! The onlookers hurriedly retreated to a distance. Some flowers and plants that were closer were all burned to death, and even the glass of some storefronts was melted by the heat wave. At the moment the explosion ended, Dumingshi felt a burning sensation in his chest. He looked down and saw a hole in his t-shirt and his chest was red. It shouldn't be too serious. There is no way. He is at a disadvantage in terms of level. It is impossible for Dumingshi to gain the upper hand every time he fights against opponents of higher levels. Seeing Dumingshi being burned, Li Qianqing's mouth corners slightly raised. He took the initiative to attack in a blink of an eye. He wanted to suppress Dumingshi to death just like Dumingshi had suppressed him just now. However, the more he wanted to deal with Dumingshi, the more flaws he found. The crazy fist with the burning fire attributed spiritual energy kept swinging towards Dumingshi. Dumingshi will avoid it if he can, and fight back if he can't. After dozens of punches, Dumingshi had several more burns on his arms. Li Qianqing became more and more arrogant. The so-called dual attributes are just like this. The thunder attribute is just a decoration, completely useless. It's really rubbish. Is such a waste worthy of attention? Li Qianqing had already imagined Dumingshi being stepped on by him, and for a moment he was eager to get rid of Dumingshi. All the spiritual energy was concentrated on one punch, and his figure suddenly flashed in front of Dumingshi and punched him. Even your father can't take this punch. Li Qianqing's character determines that he will easily become arrogant and proud, which is his most fatal weakness. Now! Dumingshi burst out with thunder-attributed spiritual energy, and his speed increased instantly, avoiding Li Qianqing's powerful punch at a strange angle. At the same time, he gathered lightning and punched Li Qianqing in the chest. Lightning instantly penetrated his whole body, and a feeling of paralysis and powerlessness instantly came over him. The powerful force knocked Li Qianqing flying. Dumingshi seized the opportunity and cast 3 intermediate spells at the same time. Prisoner of Fire. Thunder breaks with every force. Flame Dragon soars. 3 spells were cast at the same time, and spiritual energy surged like a torrent. Li Qianqing was still in the air when a vortex of flame suddenly rose up, trapping Li Qianqing, and at the same time, lightning suddenly fell. Next came the roaring fire dragon. Boom! Dumingshi wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was not too pale at this moment. He didn't use all his spiritual energy just now, otherwise Li Qianqing might have lost his life. Ahem! I don't accept it. How could a piece of trash like you? Li Qianqing, covered in wounds and in tattered clothes, crawled up from the ground, shouting that he refused to obey with blood flowing from his mouth. Grandfather! At this time, the little lowly jumped up. Li Qiyuan finally arrived, his followers cleared a path, and old man Li walked over with a cane. Seeing Li Qiyuan coming, Li Qianqing suddenly seemed to see the hope of revenge, and hurriedly limped over. Grandpa! Bang! With just one slap, Li Qianqing was stunned. Chapter 27 Repay. Grandpa! He is just a person with a different surname. Why are you favoring him? Li Qianqing roared like a madman. Being slapped in front of so many people, he would definitely become a laughingstock among the disciples of the major clans in the future. Go back! Li Qiyuan shouted angrily. Li Qianqing immediately became scared. To be honest, he rarely saw Li Qiyuan so angry. He quickly got up in a panic and ran away. My dear friend Ningxi, I am so sorry. I was not disciplined enough. Li Qiyuan walked forward and said with a smile. Dumingshi was a little panicked. This old man was so nice to him, could it be the same as what Xu Yuntian said? It's okay, Mr. Li. I should be the one to say sorry. Please take the trouble to make the trip. Dumingshi said quickly. The little girl at the side also came forward. Grandpa, you must teach the guy Li Qianqing a lesson, he insulted Ningxi. The little girl briefly recounted what happened. After hearing this, Li Qiyuan's face turned a little grim, but he soon smiled again. I understand, I will teach that kid a lesson. As for the car. Li Qiyuan waved his hand, and the followers behind him came forward. Go buy that Ferrari LaFerrari and give it to little friend Ningxi. Mr. Li, no, I can buy it myself. And it's already been reserved by Mr. Li, so I'd better go look somewhere else. Dumingshi hurriedly said that he didn't want to owe Li Qiyuan too many favors. It's okay, just consider it as an apology. Li Qiyuan insisted on sending it, and Du Mingxi had no choice. Xiaoxue, send little friend Mingxi back later, I'll leave first. Li Qiyuan touched the little lowly's head, turned around, got into a stretched white car and left. At the same time, the manager of the 4S store came out and welcomed Du Mingxi and others in to handle the formalities. Everything was settled, and Li Qiyuan's entourage paid the money and left. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the task, please collect the reward. Then the system voice came. By the way, could it be that the system knew there was only one Ferrari Lapata and deliberately let Du Mingxi buy it? This dog system really likes to mess with the host. The manager gave the key to Du Mingxi. At this moment, the little girl's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey! Shuang! What's going on? The little girl was a little angry. She only knew that Feng Shuang and Du Mingxi had a conflict at the auction, and she didn't know what happened afterwards. Xiaoxue, are Mingxi and Kiki with you? As soon as Feng Shuang said this, the little girl became alert. What are you going to do? Nothing, I just wanted to treat them to a meal and thank him. If it weren't for them, my mother. At this point, Feng Shuang suddenly realized and said vaguely, anyway, they saved my mother. I want to treat them to a meal. I forgot to ask for their contact information. I can only ask if you are with them. Hearing this, the little girl felt relieved. She had thought it was another competitor trying to steal her boyfriend. Okay, wait a minute. The little girl gave the phone to Du Mingxi. Mingxi, my mother has woken up and is in good condition. Thank you so much. Can I treat you to a meal? Right at my house. I'll cook it myself. Feng Shuang said. Du Mingxi glanced at Chen Kiki beside him and thought, it's okay to just have a meal. Okay, we'll come over later. Du Mingxi returned the phone to the little girl and talked to Chen Kiki. Chen Kiki also readily agreed. Not long after, Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki drove a Ferrari Lafayette to Feng Shuang's house. Feng Shuang, who was standing at the door of the villa, was surprised to see Du Mingxi driving a Ferrari Lapata. Mingxi, I didn't expect you to be so rich and drive such a luxury car. Feng Shuang said. In fact, Feng Shuang's family used to be quite wealthy, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to play with Li Muxue. But it was the changes that happened 2 years ago that caused Feng Shuang's family to become increasingly poor. I just bought it. I drove here just for convenience. Du Mingxi said with a smile. Feng Shuang hurriedly took the two of them in. Du Mingxi noticed that Feng Shuang was wearing something a little cool today, a light-colored halter dress with even the shoulder straps visible. Moreover, her eyes were evasive when she looked at Chen Kiki, as if there was something wrong. Du Mingxi didn't think much about it, but just tried his best to avoid looking at Feng Shuang. Walking into the villa, Feng's mother was sitting in the living room. Seeing Du Mingxi and others coming, he quickly stood up to welcome them. Now that you are here, please take a seat. Thank you so much, otherwise, Mother Feng sighed. Thinking about it now, she still feels scared. If it weren't for Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki, she would have turned into a monster. It's okay, Auntie, as long as you recover. Chen Kiki smiled. This is Coco, right? She's so pretty. You two are a perfect match. Come on, let's eat. Xiaoying and I made this together. See if it suits your taste. Mother Feng smiled again and quickly asked everyone to move over to eat. There were a lot of dishes, probably more than 10, which showed how long it took the mother and daughter to prepare. The four of them were talking and laughing. After dinner, it was already dark outside. Feng's mother hurriedly went to wash some fruits. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki couldn't refuse the hospitality, so they had to sit for a while. Feng's mother was chatting with Chen Kiki when Feng Shuang ran upstairs. After a while, she heard a shout, Mingxi, can you come over here for a moment? I have something to tell you. Chen Kiki was very alert and glanced at Du Mingxi when she heard that. I heard that Mingxi is very good at cultivation, so Xiaoying told me that he wants Mingxi to teach him. Is that possible? Mother Feng laughed. Hearing this, Chen Kiki's expression relaxed and she continued chatting with Feng's mother. Du Mingxi went upstairs to the second floor and came to Feng Shuang's room. The room was dark, and Du Mingxi called out, Where are you? What's wrong? The door suddenly closed and the purple ambient light suddenly came on. Du Mingxi was startled when he saw Feng Shuang behind the door. Feng Shuang was originally wearing cool clothes, and now the straps had slipped to a dangerous position. Although Feng Shuang is small, she is not small. Her half-hidden and half-visible figure is extremely attractive. In addition, when she lets her long hair down, the fluttering hair makes her even more attractive. Before Du Mingxi could react, Feng Shuang suddenly hugged Du Mingxi and said, "Mingxi, I really have no way to repay your kindness to me. I can only do this in this way. Don't worry, this is my first time." A man and a single woman were in the same room, with the help of ambient lighting, and their breathing suddenly became rapid. Feng Shuang held Du Mingxi's hand forcefully and kissed her. Just when it was almost over, Du Mingxi suddenly realized that his wife was still on the first floor. This was courting death. Du Mingxi quickly exerted force to stop Feng Shuang. This really shouldn't happen. Firstly, Du Mingxi didn't contribute much, it was all Qin Kiki's credit. Secondly, am I, Du Mingxi, that kind of person? You think too much. It's really just a small favor for us. It's enough for you to treat us to a meal. Du Mingxi gently pulled Feng Shuang's suspenders onto her shoulders. But Feng Shuang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Du Mingxi. It's okay. We didn't ask for anything in return. Besides, you guys treated us to a meal, so why should we feel bad about it? After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he touched Feng Shuang's head like an older brother and walked out. Feng Shuang is a little older than Du Mingxi, but at that moment, she felt a strong sense of security. Ever since her mother was contaminated by evil spirits, she has been living in fear and under tremendous pressure. It was not until Du Mingxi and others showed up that she had hope again and finally put down the burden in her heart. What should I do? I feel like... Feng Shuang talked to herself, but she didn't dare to say the last few words. She fell in love with Du Mingxi, but Chen Kiki was Mingxi's wife and it was she who saved her mother. What should I do? If I pursue Mingxi directly, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with ingratitude? Feng Shuang stamped her feet in anxiety. Chapter 28 Level Test. The next day, Du Mingxi got up early and received the reward. 50 million was immediately deposited into the account, and a small wooden box appeared on the coffee table. Du Mingxi now has more than 160 million and is a true billionaire. The immortal golden body is now 2% complete. If it is 100% complete, will it be immune to all poisons? Or is he immune to all spiritual attacks? Or is he even physically immortal? The more Du Mingxi thought about it, the more excited he became, and he quickly swallowed the bodybuilding pill. It was similar to the previous 2 times, with heat radiating from my entire body. After a while, a voice came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host has taken the body refining pill. The current body refining progress is 3%. There is still 97% to go to achieve the immortal golden body. Du Mingxi let out a breath, washed up, had breakfast and went to the teaching building. Students are very excited recently because the annual border guard candidate selection activity is about to begin. Border guards are like gods in all major concentration areas, and their social status is even higher than that of the government. Everyone is proud to join the border guard. The border guard organizes a candidate selection event at the end of July every year. It is to select some elites from various universities, led by personnel sent by the border guards, to carry out hunting competitions near the high walls. Teams or individuals with outstanding performance will be registered by the border guard and can directly join the border guard after graduation. For students at various universities, this is similar to the college entrance examination hundreds of years ago. Seize the opportunity and join the Border Defense Force, then you will be a hero, enjoy the best treatment, and be admired by thousands of people. However, it is impossible for the border guards to allow all students to participate in a hunting competition. Therefore, the number of places allocated to each college is limited. The general rule is that those with higher spiritual energy levels are given priority. When Du Mingxi arrived at the teaching building, he happened to meet several teachers moving a huge machine. Xu Yuntian was directing from the side. Mingxi, come over and give me a hand. Seeing Du Mingxi, Xu Yuntian shouted. Du Mingxi hurried over to help. Principal, what is this for? Du Mingxi asked. He had seen it once before at Fangyun College when he was a freshman, but he didn't ask about its use. Xu Yuntian patted the columnar machine gently and said, "This is a machine specially used to test the level of spiritual energy. Be careful, this is for the border guards. In order to prevent the colleges from making small moves, the border guards will send people to distribute an official professional aura tester to each college every year. This thing can measure the exact level of spiritual energy?" Du Mingxi said as he looked at the lump of iron. Du Mingxi himself has the ability to see the spiritual energy level of others. Of course. By the way, the day for the border guard to select candidates is coming up soon. You should prepare well. I have high hopes for you, Xu Yuntian said with a smile. Du Mingxi is now in grade 38 and is already one of the best students in the academy. Including students in their 3rd and 4th years, the best ones are only in their 30s. If only those with higher spiritual energy levels had the opportunity to participate in the hunting competition, most of the spots would definitely go to seniors. But in order to give students from other grades some opportunities, Xu Yuntian specially set a rule. The quota allocated by the academy is evenly distributed among each grade to ensure that those with the highest spiritual energy level in each grade can participate. After all, the level of spiritual energy is not the only criterion for judging strength. There are people who have high spiritual energy levels but are very weak in actual combat. When facing a monster, it will not let you kill it unless its spiritual energy level is high. On the contrary, the higher your spiritual energy level, the stronger its sense of crisis will be, and the more it will try its best to get rid of you. Reiki testing was arranged on the playground. Everyone in the school gathered in the playground, and tens of thousands of people lined up, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Mingxi, with your qualifications, you will definitely be selected, Su Lingyan said as she stood beside Du Mingxi. Ever since Du Mingxi helped solve his problem last time, Su Lingyan has become much more cheerful and talkative. Yes. Mingxi is the best. You don't know how handsome Mingxi is when he fights. The little Lolita looks like a crazy fan. Xiaoxue, be more reserved. Ning Yuqi quickly pinched the little Loli lightly. The little girl blushed suddenly and turned away. You can definitely be selected. Du Mingxi patted Su Lingyan on the shoulder. As everyone was talking, the ceremony began. Everyone suddenly became quiet, all eyes turned to the makeshift platform. The black machine above can determine a student's future. After graduation, he did nothing and just found an ordinary job, gradually neglecting his spiritual practice. He was selected by the border guards and became a hero defending his country. All thanks to this cold machine. Soon, the testing began. The first to be tested are freshmen, with 8 places available for each grade. Li Jia, level 13. A somewhat thin boy walked up and put his hand on the designated position of the machine. After a while, the teacher next to him called out. Generally speaking, everyone awakens after adulthood, which is around the time between the 3rd year of high school and the 1st year of college. The strength of a freshman at level 13 is considered average. Soon after, more and more students went up to the platform to start the test. Most people are between level 9 and 14. After all, they have just awakened and their levels will not rise that quickly. After about 2 hours, the freshman test was finally completed. The teachers quickly discussed the shortlist and Xu Yuntian read out the names of the 8 people. They are lucky, but they cannot be called lucky. Because being selected today is related to their own hard work and practice. Even if your initial level is very high, it will be useless if you don't practice hard. Of course, this does not include people like Du Mingxi. Xu Yuntian finished his studies and the sophomore exam began. Zhao Fong, level 20. The boy named Zhao Fong shook his head when he heard this and walked down the platform. Indeed, in a prestigious institution like Norlan College, being a sophomore in the 20s was not considered outstanding. The graduation level record of Nolan College is level 40, and level 20 is only half. And you should know that the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Even Du Mingxi, who is a cheater, is like this. He used to use the spiritual energy pill to upgrade 4 levels at a time, but as his level increases, he can only upgrade 3 levels. Going forward, you may only be able to upgrade 2 levels, or 1 level, or even not at all. Students went up to take the test one by one. After a long time, a higher level finally appeared. Li Chengquan, level 25. Most people are around level 20, but Li Chengquan, who is level 25, stands out. Everyone was amazed at once. Wow, this senior is amazing. He's already level 25 in his sophomore year. Yeah. It's just that his appearance isn't that great. It would be better if he was a handsome guy again. Sophomore, level 25, his initial level must be very high. If he develops well in the future, it is possible for him to join the border defense force. The discussion was most heated among the freshmen, and some girls had even decided to pursue Li Chengquan. The little girl looked at Li Chengquan, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, I know him. I've seen him at home before, and he seemed to call me cousin. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi couldn't help but admire Grandpa Li. He had so many descendants. But this is okay, at least the strength is good. All the students after Li Chengquan hovered around level 20, and none were above level 25. Soon it was the turn of class 2 and 3. The eyes of tens of thousands of people on the playground were all focused on these dozens of people. The first few are no different from the previous ones, all at levels 21 or 22. Until Su Lingyan stepped forward. Su Lingyan, level 26. Wow! There was a burst of applause from the audience. Du Mingxi was also surprised. When Du Mingxi first came to class 3 of year 2, he was only grade 17. In other words, he reached 9 levels during this period of time? What surprised Du Mingxi the most was that Su Lingyan was not like the little lowly who came from a wealthy family and had good resources. He got to this position entirely through his own efforts. Seeing Du Mingxi's surprised expression, the little lowly became unhappy. He walked onto the stage in small steps and placed his little hands on the instrument. After a while, the teacher next to the instrument shouted, "Li Muxue, level 26. Wow! Everyone was surprised again. They didn't expect the little lowly to level up so quickly. Du Mingxi was also a little surprised. After all, when the little lowly first came, she was level 20, and now she is level 26, which means she is growing very fast. Seeing that Du Mingxi also showed a surprised expression, the little girl almost jumped up with joy. There were a few more people in between, all of them were around level 20 or above. Until Du Mingxi slowly walked onto the stage. Because of Chu Yuntian's previous actions, and the conflicts between Du Mingxi and those young masters in recent days, Du Mingxi was already very famous, and as soon as he came on stage, the whole audience burst into heated discussion. The lower grades are divided into 2 factions. Most of the girls admired Du Mingxi, and some even wanted to confess their love to him on the spot. Most boys are unwilling to accept this. After all, the sense of being the best is everyone's nature. The seniors are much calmer, and even if they have the same idea as the freshmen, they will not show it very obviously. Du Mingxi walked up to the platform and placed his hand on the instrument. The person in charge of recording the data beside the instrument was a middle-aged male teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He glanced at the instrument, wrote down a number quickly in the notebook, and then read out, 30. At the exit of number 30, the male teacher suddenly stopped and leaned over the instrument to take a look again. He immediately looked at Du Mingxi in disbelief, and at the urging of the students below the stage, he shouted, "Du Mingxi. Level 38. Chapter 29, Hunting Monsters 1. After the middle-aged teacher finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. Bang! A girl's schoolbag accidentally fell to the ground. Everyone finally reacted and the discussion came like a wave. Is this still a human being? Level 38, almost breaking the Academy's graduation record. Tell me this instrument is broken, I don't believe it. He's only a sophomore. I'm a senior and only in the 30th grade. Mingxi is indeed the strongest, and he is so handsome. I love him. I have decided. I want to pursue him. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? If someone likes you, I'm almost there. Brother, aren't you a man? Hey, don't be so rigid about gender. The conversation among the crowd gradually became strange. Chu Yuntian quickly adjusted his expression, stood up and signaled everyone to be quiet. When Du Mingxi returned to the team, the little lowly was the first to come over. Mingxi, you are awesome. Du Mingxi smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just got a little luckier. You guys are amazing too." When Du Mingxi said this, everyone in the class was struck by lightning. Is this human language? Mingxi, you are too modest. Level 38, only 2 levels away from the college graduation record. And you are only a sophomore now. Su Lingyan said slowly. His eyes revealed admiration, but also a hint of unwillingness. His experiences have made him a tough character. Du Mingxi is very outstanding, so as his friend, I can't be too bad. The testing of the sophomores was soon completed. With the huge waves created by Du Mingxi and others, the small waves behind seemed very powerless. Finally, Chu Yuntian announced the results. Class 3 of the second year of college occupied 3 places, and Du Mingxi, Little Lowly, and Su Lingyan were all selected. Lin Qingxue, the head teacher standing at the end of the line, could not hide the excitement on her face as she listened to Chu Yuntian reading out the names of 3 students in her class. Especially Du Mingxi's performance was truly stunning. He had never seen a student as outstanding as Du Mingxi. He was extremely lucky to meet such a genius among geniuses. All the class teachers hurried over to congratulate Lin Xingxue, their eyes full of jealousy and envy. Especially the newly appointed Dean of Studies. Looking at Du Mingxi was like looking at a peerless beauty. Next came the test for the 3rd and 4th year students. The dramatic thing was that after all the 3rd and 4th year students were tested, Du Mingxi still ranked the highest. This is really an embarrassment to the seniors, but there is nothing they can do. It's because Du Mingxi is a cheater. Ding'an City, headquarters of the Border Defense Forces. A bearded man, probably in his 40s or 50s, was smoking a homemade cigarette while looking at a document. 20 years old, level 38, dual attributes in one body. If Li Yuni hadn't told me, I would have thought this guy was contaminated by evil spirits. He Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and said. He Feng is the commander-in-chief of the Central Plains Concentration Zone Border Defense Force. Let me see. A tall, handsome and clean-looking boy with long legs, who looked to be in his 20s or 30s, came over, took the document and started to read it. My goodness, this is genius. He Xin exclaimed. You will be the host of the hunting event in Shouyuan City. Pay special attention to this guy named Du Mingxi. He Feng stood up and patted his brother's shoulder. Hey, brother, this is unlike you. You've decided to give me such an important mission? He Xin smiled. Hearing this, He Feng held a cigarette in his mouth, gently kicked his brother, and scolded him with a smile. What do you mean by not like me? I'm telling you, if you don't do a good job, I won't punish you. Okay, I promise to complete the task. He Xin saluted with a smile, then slipped away with the documents. 3 days later. Du Mingxi brought Chen Kiki to the west gate of the academy, where all the selected students gathered and headed to the high wall pass. When the couple arrived, there were already quite a few people there. There were many people in military uniforms holding submachine guns around. Their submachine guns have been specially processed and are much more powerful than ordinary firearms from 100 years ago. However, guns are mostly used for auxiliary purposes, and the lethality of spiritual energy on monsters is incomparable to that of guns. Du Mingxi quickly found the little lowly in Su Lingyan and quickly joined the team. When the little girl saw Du Mingxi bringing Chen Kiki, her face suddenly looked a little ugly. After waiting for a while, almost everyone arrived. I saw a tall and handsome officer walking up to the front of the team and shouting. Everyone, you are all the best in each grade of the academy, but I don't want you to have any pride. Please cherish this opportunity. The list of candidates for the border guard is right here. There are only 100 spots on it. You will have to compete with the best from all the colleges in the city. Only the truly strong can become border guards. Please do your best and let us see how powerful you are. Okay, now let's talk about the rules. First, divide into groups. You can form teams freely, with a maximum of 4 people. Of course, you don't have to form a team if you are confident in your own abilities. Secondly, we will set up a cordon outside the high wall. No one is allowed to cross the cordon and can only hunt within the cordon. Third, teams are not allowed to fight each other privately. If you have any conflicts, please report them to us and we will help you resolve them. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone answered in unison. This officer looked young, but there was an invisible aura when he spoke that was quite oppressive. 30 seconds, team up. He Xin looked at his watch and said. The crowd suddenly became chaotic and formed cliques everywhere. 3-4 of us can form a team. Xiao Luo said somewhat embarrassedly. I won't participate in your activities. It's unfair to others. I'm only here to protect my husband. Chen Kiki said while holding Du Mingxi's arm. The little girl rolled her eyes at Chen Kiki and folded her arms. Time is up. He Xin shouted, and everyone immediately quieted down. Okay, let's go. After taking a look, He Xin waved his hand, and the students began to board the bus prepared by the academy. At this moment, He Xin suddenly realized and shouted, by the way, who is Du Mingxi? Du Mingxi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and quickly raised his hand. He Xin walked towards Du Mingxi. For a moment, Du Mingxi panicked, wondering if this guy was deliberately making things difficult for him. Chen Kiki quickly stood in front of Du Mingxi. When his eyes fell on Chen Kiki, He Xin's face changed and he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chen Kiki's strength was so strong that he couldn't see through it at all. Li Yuni had already reported the information about Chen Kiki, and the military had also investigated it. Unfortunately, the Chen family has core secrets that even the military cannot access, so it is impossible to judge whether Chen Kiki's words are true or false. Chen Kiki is too contradictory. Being at level 70 at the age of 20, this is absolutely impossible for a normal human being to achieve. But she has the attribute of light, which completely denies the possibility that she is a monster. Therefore, the military now does not know how to deal with Chen Kiki and can only wait and see. This must be Ms. Chen Kiki. You are very powerful, I hope you are on the side of humans. Xin then turned to Du Mingxi and said, Du Mingxi, 20 years old, level 38 dual attribute body, very good. I hope you can surprise me this time. Come on. After saying that, Xin walked away without waiting for Du Mingxi and others to speak. This different treatment made the students nearby very envious. Chapter 30, Hunting Monsters 2. Half an hour later, 3 buses slowly stopped in front of the high wall pass. At this time, the number of border guards at the pass was more than 10 times that of usual, and soldiers holding special submachine guns were everywhere. Moreover, their strength is not low, the lowest is level 47, and the highest is Xin, who is level 68. Du Mingxi and others had just gotten off the bus when several buses slowly drove over. Those are outstanding students from other schools. Du Mingxi took a casual glance and saw several students from Fangyun College. The highest level is only level 28, which is too far behind Nolan College. Du Mingxi looked again and found a student at level 32. He is considered outstanding among all the students. There were more than 300 people in total, standing in groups based on colleges. Xin read out the rules and precautions again, and distributed some activity supplies and a small metal ball to each team. As Xin announced the start of the hunting activity, small balls flew up and followed each team for real-time monitoring. The crowd began to slowly pour out of the pass. This event uses a points system. The higher the level of the monster, the more points you get. And different monsters of the same level also have different points. The little loli looked at the activities given by the military and explained. What is the highest level monster? Su Lingyan asked. Purple Abyss Demon Crocodile, level 55. 100 points. The little loli was a little surprised. Level 55 was far beyond the level of the other students. If we compare it individually, there is a huge gap between anyone in it, but there are 3 of us, so if we work together well, we should be able to take it down. Du Mingxi said that 100 points was really high, as an ordinary level 20 Red Shadow Wolf only had 5 points. Well, why don't we take the Purple Abyss Demon Crocodile as our big target and hunt it all away? Su Lingyan said. Indeed, there are dozens of monsters in the entire event, with scores ranging from 5 points to 100 points. If you only focus on the Purple Abyss Demon Crocodile, you will definitely lose. The little loli took out the map and found that there was only a small lake in the entire activity area. There is no doubt that the Purple Abyss Demon Crocodile is definitely there. In addition, there are many red dots throughout the activity area, which are the locations of monsters above level 25. After some discussion, everyone drew a straight line between their current location and the small lake. All the red dots next to the straight line will be killed. All targets encountered on the way were killed. At this time, at the pass, in the military tent, Xin and several officers were watching the actions of each team on the screen. General He, you seem to be very interested in this team. A middle-aged officer said. At this time, only Du Mingxi and his team were enlarged on the screen, while the others were reduced. Yes, because Du Mingxi is in this team. Xin did not hide anything and spoke directly. Hearing this, the middle-aged officer smiled and briefly told the story of Du Mingxi. After hearing this, Xin became more interested in Du Mingxi. He was expelled from a third-rate university, but now he has awakened again and become a genius. Such stories are really fascinating. At this moment, a light flashed across the screen, and then a team was forcibly enlarged. Team number 32 was the first to kill the monster Red Shadow Wolf. Current score, 5. A prompt sounded. Xin was a little surprised that the monster was killed so quickly. The team that got the first kill was the one that Du Mingxi saw at level 32. General He, this guy is Ouyang Quan, the son of Tianyue Group. He is 21 years old this year, with fire attribute, level 32. The officer on the side said. Tianyue Group? Not bad. It's rare to have such strength even though one comes from a wealthy family. After saying this, Xin enlarged Du Mingxi's team. At this time, Du Mingxi was leading the team to fight the monster at the first red dot location. Su Lingyan, be careful. The little girl threw a ball of water and the giant magic frog was blown back. Su Lingyan quickly jumped sideways to avoid the attack of the giant magic swamp frog. Du Mingxi's fireball then fell on the giant magic swamp frog. Boom! This giant magic swamp frog is only level 28 and is just a little brother in front of Du Mingxi. Moreover, the giant magic frog is a water attribute monster and is restrained by the fire attribute. The violet explosion instantly blew the giant magic frog into pieces. Team 03 killed the giant magic frog, current score 15. The small metal ball that follows the team reports the results of each team in real time. Currently only 2 teams have points. It's still faster to hunt high-level monsters. The little lowly smiled. She was a little unhappy when she heard the news that another team got the first kill. But now, if our team kills one, it is equivalent to their 3. It feels so satisfying. Let's go. Next target, level 30 Demon Anaconda. There are 20 points. Du Mingxi said as he looked at the map. Everyone hurried to follow. At this time, the little metal ball came with another report. Team number 32 killed 2 red shadow wolves, current score 15. After hearing this report, all the teams panicked. Did Team 32 run into the red shadow wolf's den? The red shadow wolves are only level 20, so they are easy to deal with. Their tactic should be to win by numbers. Du Mingxi said. We have to hurry up. At this rate, they will soon surpass us. After Su Lingyan finished speaking, everyone hurried to the next red dot. This Ouyang Quan is pretty good. An officer looked at the big screen and said. 3 red shadow wolves were all killed instantly by Ouyang Quan alone, and the other 3 team members seem to be just decorations. It's really good, but a bit too individualistic and doesn't he know how to leverage the power of the team? Another officer retorted. Xin did not express any opinion. As Du Mingxi and others rushed to the location of the Demon Anaconda, more than a dozen teams sent in reports of kills. The majority of them were red shadow wolves, and 1 or 2 teams killed monsters with 10 points. At present, Du Mingxi's number 03 team and Ouyang Quan's number 32 team are still in the lead. It's just ahead, be careful. Du Mingxi pointed to a huge ancient tree in front. There is a huge tree hole in the ancient tree, and the Demon Anaconda must be inside. Just as a few people were about to take action, the broadcast came again. Team number 32 killed the red shadow wolf, current score 20. It can now be confirmed that Ouyang Quan's tactic is to win by quantity. Kill the simplest red shadow wolves madly and create distance with other teams in a short period of time. Alright, don't be distracted, we need to lure out the Demon Anaconda. Get ready. After Du Mingxi said this, he rushed into the big tree hole. A bone-numbing rustling sound was heard, and Du Mingxi was the first to rush out of the tree hole. A giant python followed quickly. His eyes were red and his whole body was emitting black demonic energy. Just as its name suggests, the demonic anaconda. Su Lingyan and the little lowly took action at the same time. Waving the fire knife, Su Lingyan moved and cut several cuts on the huge body of the demon anaconda. The demon anaconda hissed in pain, then swung its huge tail to fight back. At the same time, the little lowly kept bombarding the demon anaconda's head with water balls. The demon anaconda spit out green venom to fight back. The little girl dodged quickly, and the venom fell into the bushes nearby. The bushes turned to ashes in an instant. Du Mingxi burst out with lightning aura and used the powerful thunder to break the 10,000-kilometer mark. A thick bolt of lightning came down with a loud bang. There was a loud explosion and a burning smell spread. The huge body of the demon anaconda fell to the ground with a loud bang. The lightning hit the demon anaconda right in the heart, killing it instantly. The announcements sounded at the same time. Team 03 killed the demon anaconda, current score 35. As soon as the announcement was finished, it sounded again. Team number 32 killed 2 red shadow wolves, current score 30. Chapter 31 Conspiracy. Du Mingxi didn't expect that Ouyang Quan's team could fight so hard. The entire hunting activity seemed to be a contest between 2 teams. Du Mingxi hurriedly led his team to the next red dot. On the way, Ouyang Quan's team number 32 killed 2 more red shadow wolves, and their points surpassed Du Mingxi and his team, reaching 40. Roar! A low roar came from a small cave. A huge black bear rushed out. His mouth was full of sharp teeth, his eyes were glowing red, and he was surrounded by black energy. Level 30 Giant Rock Bear, 20 points. The three of them quickly dispersed, the little lowly condensed water balls, and bombarded them, while Dumingshi and Su Lingyan attacked in a cross-attack. Compared to the demon anaconda, the giant rock bear is much more difficult to deal with. Not only is it thick-skinned and tough, it is also very flexible. Unlike the demon anaconda, its body is too huge and it has to only care about the head and not the tail. Flame Dragon soars. Dumingshi took advantage of the opportunity when the giant rock bear attacked Su Lingyan and used an intermediate spell. The flaming dragon roared out and slammed hard into the chest of the giant rock bear. Roar! The giant rock demon bear fell backwards suddenly, and dust flew everywhere. But the kill report did not come. Suddenly, a violet black airwave burst out from the huge body of the giant rock demon bear. Stand back! Chen Kiki shouted. Everyone stepped back quickly. But it was still a little late. The body of the giant rock demon bear suddenly exploded, and the violent shockwave instantly lifted a layer of land within a radius of 100 meters. Everyone was also blown away. Are you okay? Chen Kiki quickly helped Dumingshi up. This guy can even self-destruct. Su Lingyan covered her chest and slowly stood up, pulling up the little girl beside her. Among the three, the little girl has the palest complexion. Team 03 killed the giant rock demon bear, current score 55. Everyone rested for a while, during which time other teams continued to kill. Among them, Ouyang Quan's number 32 killed 2 red shadow wolves again, and his points reached 50, and he was still biting very hard. Brother Quan, take a break. You have killed so many red shadow wolves by yourself. If you continue to fight, your spiritual energy will be exhausted. At this time, Team 32 was at the entrance of a small valley. No, Team 03's points are increasing very quickly. Our strategy is to win by quantity, so we have to be fast. Ouyang Quan has messy hair, is very handsome and tall, about 1.89 meters tall. Let's go! There should be a lot of red shadow wolves in the valley, remember to avoid the red spots. Ouyang Quan said and walked into the valley first. Seeing this, the other team members hurriedly followed in. Let me explain this on two sides. Dumingshi and others encountered 3 red shadow wolves on their way to the next red dot. For Dumingshi, this level 20 red shadow wolf was simply here to give away points. One intermediate spell killed them all instantly. Team 03 killed 3 red shadow wolves, current score 70. Damn it, Team 03 must be cheating. The points are increasing so fast. We only have 15 points. How did Team 03 do it? Forget it, I don't even want to play anymore. Who the hell can beat me? Listening to the broadcast, the morale of the other teams suffered a severe blow. Then, the announcement sounded again. Team number 32 killed 3 red shadow wolves, current score 65. The other teams were excited again. This is a fight between gods, and the mortals are suffering. Are these two teams fighting each other? Dumingshi and others were also surprised. They thought they could keep some distance, but they didn't expect Team 32 to catch up so quickly. Not daring to stay, Dumingshi quickly led the team to the red dot. This time it's the level 33 monster bloodthirsty demon flower, with a score of 25. At the high wall pass, inside the military tent. It should have been a fierce competition among all teams, with one team winning by a narrow margin in the end. Now it has become a competition between the two teams. General He, why don't you intervene? This way the other teams won't stand a chance. A male officer said. No, why should we intervene? How many points they can get depends on their ability. Their actions are within the rules. There is no need to intervene. Hexin enlarged both teams on the screen and kept a close eye on their actions. Oh, right, remind Team 32 separately that they are approaching the cordon. Tell them to pay attention. Hexin added another sentence, and the officer next to him picked up the microphone and said a few words. Ouyang Quan in the valley had just killed another red shadow wolf, and his points reached 70, tying with Dumingshi's team. The flying metal ball that monitors in real time is reporting. Team number 32 killed the red shadow wolf, current score 70. After the announcement was completed, the small metal ball suddenly emitted a red light and a sound was heard. Warning! Team 32, you are approaching the cordon, please do not cross it. I repeat, please do not cross it. As soon as the sound of the metal ball fell, bursts of howling of red shadow wolves were heard in the valley. Judging from the sounds, There are at least dozens of them. On one side there are official warnings, and on the other side there are high points. Ouyang Quan thought about it and resolutely walked into the depths of the valley. Brother Quan, do you still want to go in? If you cross the cordon, it will be over. The other members of the team were a little hesitant. It's okay, we're just approaching, and we're still some distance away from the cordon. Ouyang Quan had just finished speaking when the announcement started. Team 03 killed the bloodthirsty demon flower, current score 95. After this announcement, Ouyang Quan's other teammates also became determined and resolutely followed Ouyang Quan. After all, everyone has a competitive spirit. The hunting was in full swing among the teams. By the small lake, several men in black were busy doing something. Dad, is this thing really useful? That bastard has a level 70 wife. This thing is made from the blood essence of tens of thousands of monsters. It has a strong demonic energy. When they are about to arrive, throw this thing into the lake. The purple abyss demon crocodile will definitely go berserk. As for his wife, this thing can also attract other high-level monsters. If we attract a high-level monster at random, we can naturally lead her away. Hearing this, the other men in black laughed. Time flies, and it's evening in a short while. The entire hunting activity lasted 2 days and 1 night. This night was also arranged to see how the students perform outside the high walls at night. After all, many monsters hide during the day and come out at night, so they are much more dangerous at night. So far, more than a dozen teams have withdrawn. After all, with the 2 devilish teams 03 and 32, the chances of being noticed by the military are slim. Moreover, it is very dangerous to spend the night outside the high wall, so it is better to withdraw early. Du Mingxi and Ouyang Quan's choices at night were surprisingly consistent, and they did not take the risk of hunting at night. They all found a safe place to spend the night. The next day, Du Mingxi and his team killed the last 2 red dots, and the score reached 150. What is puzzling is that team number 32, which had been fighting very hard, was silent today. Until the emergency broadcast came. Emergency report, Team 32 encountered a level 65 monster, the bloodthirsty mad tiger, in the Fengshan Valley area. All teams, stay away from the Fengshan Valley area. Another warning, stay away from the Fengshan Valley area. Chapter 32, Thunder Punishment. Everyone was shocked when the announcement came. It is still unknown whether Xin, who is at level 65, can defeat a level 65 monster, let alone students at levels 20 or 30. Ding! Mission assigned, kill the level 65 monster bloodthirsty mad tiger. The reward is 5 body refining pills and a high-level lightning spell. The time limit is 5 hours. Do you accept it? At this moment, the system suddenly issued a task. Hubby, you guys go find a safe place, I'll go check it out. Kiki said. She has to concentrate on dealing with the level 65 monster by herself, and if Du Mingxi and the others go with her, it will distract her. Can you do it yourself? Du Mingxi worriedly said that after all, they were outside the high walls and the situation could change suddenly at any time. Don't worry. After Kiki finished speaking, he spread his red wings, soared into the sky, and headed for Fengshan Valley. Let's go, back to the wall. Du Mingxi said. Even though it was only a few dozen meters away from the lake, the situation had become complicated, and 100 points were not enough for them to risk their lives to get it. The 3 of them began to return the same way. The situation has changed. They have given up on the purple abyss demon crocodile. In the darkness, a man in black whispered into the intercom. Xian, lure the purple abyss demon crocodile over here. You must not get yourself stained with the blood. Luo Saifu said on the intercom. It can be said that Du Mingxi's previous actions completely offended the Luo family. They hated Du Mingxi to the core. Not only was Luo Saifu suspended from the college, but most of the Luo family's assets were also lost. They had been planning this conspiracy for a long time. Du Mingxi was walking back with the 2 of them. A terrifying roar suddenly came from not far away. The earth shook suddenly. I saw a large number of thick trees being trampled down like dead wood and a huge figure rushing towards Du Mingxi and others at a rapid speed. The bushes suddenly shook and a black figure suddenly jumped out. A ball of black and red blood wrapped in spiritual energy was suddenly thrown towards Du Mingxi and others. Du Mingxi subconsciously punched the air mass, and the black and red blood inside immediately spilled out. All 3 of them got some of it on them. Roar! Roar! There was a deafening roar, and a huge figure suddenly jumped out from the dense forest. Get out of the way. Su Lingyan yelled, grabbed the little loli and Du Mingxi and quickly retreated. Bang! The giant claws of the purple abyss demon crocodile smashed heavily on the position in front of the three people. Everyone was a little scared for a moment. This purple abyss demon crocodile was almost as tall as 2 stories. It is so big that the giant rock bear just now is nothing but a little brother in front of it. Especially that bloody mouth, it can easily eat dozens of people in one bite. And those huge eyes glowing red are chilling. In addition, its huge body is still emitting a strong demonic aura. So dense that its scales are barely visible. Run! Du Mingxi turned around and ran with the 2 of them. Anyone can see that this purple abyss demon crocodile is abnormal. What is this on us? It smells so bad. The little loli said as she ran. I don't know. But the man in black just now is definitely not a good person. He should want to use the purple abyss demon crocodile to kill us. Du Mingxi said. Looking back, the Ziyuan demon crocodile was gone. Du Mingxi was just wondering when the purple abyss demon crocodile suddenly appeared in front of him. With a sweep of its huge tail, trees that were so thick that several people could hug fell down in an instant. Not only is it extremely powerful, it's also extremely fast. The 3 of them have no way of dodging it and can only concentrate their spiritual energy to resist it. Bang! The giant tail swept across the spiritual shields of the 3 people, making a loud bang. The 3 of them were swept away at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. The Ziyuan demon crocodile gave no chance at all and pounced on him with its huge body. Before the 3 of them could stand up, the bloody mouth was already within reach. Thunder breaks through the sky. Du Mingxi shouted hurriedly. The thunder from the sky descended at a high speed and suddenly hit the back of the purple abyss demon crocodile. The Ziyuan demon crocodile hesitated for a moment after feeling the pain, and Du Mingxi quickly pulled the 2 of them up, turned around and ran away. Du Mingxi and Su Lingyan were fine, but the little loli was obviously in bad shape. The sweep just now made her vomit blood. I slowly couldn't run anymore. Mingxi, I can't run anymore. The little girl's eyes were blurry, as if she would faint at any time. At this time, the purple abyss demon crocodile had already caught up. Du Mingxi glanced at the pursuing purple abyss demon crocodile and patted Su Lingyan on the shoulder. Lingyan, take Li Muxue to find the border guards, I'll cover you. How could Su Lingyan agree to this? But Du Mingxi said, otherwise we will all die. Do you understand? After Du Mingxi roared, he burst out with 2 kinds of spiritual energy and walked towards the purple abyss demon crocodile. Su Lingyan looked at the extremely weak Li Muxue, the corners of her mouth trembled, and she carried Li Muxue on her back and ran towards the pass of the high wall. Bang! After just a few moves, Du Mingxi was grabbed and flew away. A monster in a violent state is completely different from an ordinary monster. System, if I die, you'll be dead too. Can you give me some help? Du Mingxi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while dodging the swing of the huge claws, and said in his heart. However, this damn system completely ignored Du Mingxi, even though he was in danger. Brush! The giant claw swung towards Du Mingxi with a sound of breaking through the air. Prisoner of Flame. Du Mingxi quickly cast a spell, temporarily restraining the giant claw, and quickly jumped away. But just as it landed, another claw attacked. Bang! At the critical moment, Du Mingxi hurriedly condensed spiritual energy in his chest. The giant claw swept across Du Mingxi fiercely. For the huge purple abyss demon crocodile, sweeping Du Mingxi away was like throwing away a small stone. Du Mingxi hit a huge rock hard and everything in front of his eyes suddenly went dark. Just when consciousness was about to be completely lost, a voice suddenly came from the system. Host mission completed, please claim your reward. Du Mingxi suddenly woke up. Did Chen Kiki hunt down the bloodthirsty tiger? Du Mingxi quickly received the reward. At the same time, the Ziyuan demon crocodile attacked again. Du Mingxi dodged while comprehending advanced lightning spells. This bastard is so lucky that he can't even die. In the dark, Luo Caifu and others were watching the battle on the field. Oh, don't worry, without Chen Kiki, he will die. Luo Caifu, who was a little bloated, smiled. The current situation is a complete crushing defeat. The berserk purple abyss demon crocodile is not something that a level 38 student like Du Mingxi can deal with, unless he has super powerful spells. Almost there. Du Mingxi was very anxious. The Ziyuan demon crocodile was unable to kill Du Mingxi for a long time and became more and more violent. purple-black spiritual energy burst out from its body and it grabbed Du Mingxi with its claws. Du Mingxi was directly surrounded by huge claws. Oh! He's dead this time. Luo Saifu laughed in the dark. Alright. At this moment, Du Mingxi completed his comprehension. Thunder suddenly came from the sky. Thunder and lightning surrounded Du Mingxi like a mad snake. Bang! Lightning as thick as several people's arms suddenly descended, and Du Mingxi was completely enveloped in it. The claws of the purple abyss demon crocodile were forcibly stretched apart by lightning. Du Mingxi slowly rose up, and his whole body emanated a rich purple aura. Heaven! Thunder! Punishment! Du Mingxi recited the spell word by word. Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared around the body of the purple abyss demon crocodile, circling around it madly. The huge body of the purple abyss demon crocodile slowly rose up. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky and a bolt of lightning strangely resembled a giant snake, poking its head out from the clouds but did not come down. Immediately afterwards, bolts of lightning followed suit and popped out. All the lightning did not roar down, but gradually condensed into sharp swords. Lightning swords! Suddenly, lightning burst out, and thousands of lightning swords suddenly fell down. Bang! 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 The lightning sword easily pierced into the body of the purple abyss demon crocodile and then exploded inside its body. With thousands of swords coming down at the same time, the purple abyss demon crocodile had no time to wail before it was blown into pieces in an instant. At this time, Xian just arrived with his men and saw this incredible scene. Everyone was stunned. This is a level 38 student? In midair, Du Mingxi was surrounded by lightning, with lightning flashing from his eyes, just like the god of thunder. How is this possible? In the dark, Luo Saifu tore off his black clothes, unable to believe it. Chapter 33 Tang Cheng. Du Mingxi landed slowly on the ground. The thunder and lightning gradually faded away. He felt a strong sense of weakness and collapsed to the ground. Mingxi, how are you? Xian hurried forward. Fuck it, retreat. In the dark, Luo Saifu gritted his teeth. It took me so long to come up with a way to avoid a head-on battle with Kiki while killing someone with a borrowed knife. Unexpectedly, it was broken by Du Mingxi's advanced spell. Luo Saifu really couldn't understand what kind of luck Du Mingxi had. Second Awakening, initial level 17, a bunch of intermediate spells, and some almost extinct advanced spells. You know, the power of high-level spells is not comparable to that of intermediate spells. Sometimes, high-level spells can kill enemies instantly across levels. Note, it's an instant kill. I'm fine. Have you met my teammates? Du Mingxi said weakly. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for them. Xian turned around and said, you two take Mingxi back, and the rest of you and I will go to Fengshan Valley. After saying this, he rode away with dozens of people. Two soldiers helped Du Mingxi onto the horse and started walking back. Du Mingxi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xian is a level 65 warrior. With him there, Kiki will not be in any danger even if another high-level monster comes. Everything went dark before Du Mingxi's eyes, and his consciousness started to become blurry. The two soldiers quickly sped up. As they walked, the two began to talk. This must be Du Mingxi. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that he could kill a level 55 purple abyss demon crocodile. Yeah. Even if we work together, it's not easy to kill it. I never thought that Du Mingxi could kill it alone. It seems that the rumor about him killing a level 50 evil shadow giant scorpion a while ago is true. Oh, he is really a genius. He can kill a level 50 monster when he is only level 30. And he has dual attributes in the same body. What more can he do in the future? The spell he used just now doesn't look like an ordinary spell. Could it be an advanced spell? That's impossible. Didn't high-level magic become extinct long ago? I heard about it when I went to the headquarters before. There are still advanced spells, but they are very rare. Some big clans still have them, such as the Li clan. Could it be that Du Mingxi is the son of a certain big clan? It's possible. The move just now was most likely a high-level spell. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful and kill the purple abyss demon crocodile by surpassing so many levels? What a hidden talent. Du Mingxi used to be a loser, I didn't expect he was just pretending. Yeah, so you can't judge a person by his appearance. Let's go, I don't think he's in a good condition. The two of them sped up again. As he was galloping, he suddenly heard a cry like slaughtering a pig from the dense forest. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Brothers, I haven't showered for almost a month. Can you guys eat me? Dumingshi suddenly woke up. The two soldiers also stopped quickly. It should be a student, go and check it out. The two soldiers quickly tied up their horses and headed towards the dense forest. Dumingshi also dismounted and followed. After taking a breath, Dumingshi was no longer as weak as before. The three of them cut through the thorns and entered the dense forest. The cries for help did not stop. Help! I'm here to trap you monkeys. If I hadn't been having my period this month, I would have taught you what cruelty is. The three of them followed the sound. At the branch of a towering tree, a boy with disheveled hair and wearing plain clothes was hugging the trunk tightly and shouting to the three red shadow wolves under the tree. It seems that his age is not much different from Dumingshi. The two soldiers looked at each other, and one of them condensed his spiritual energy, his body moved violently, and he killed three red shadow wolves instantly with a few punches. Seeing someone coming to rescue him, the big boy in the tree burst into tears of joy. Thank you. Thank you so much. It doesn't matter, it's dangerous here, let's leave. The soldier said. The big boy in the tree looked embarrassed for a moment. Can you help me get down? I can't get down. Hearing this, the two soldiers smiled at each other, and the soldier who had not taken action just now waved his arms. A thick spiritual vine slowly rose up and caught the big boy on the tree. My name is Tang Chung. I am grateful for your kindness. I will repay you in my next life by working like a slave. Tang Ching clasped his fists. It's okay. I see you are not a student. Why did you leave the prison? The soldier asked. It is a serious crime to cross the wall without permission. Oh, look at this. Tang Ching quickly took out a yellowed piece of paper. The soldier took it and took a look at it, his expression showing that he understood. So you are from Qingchuan Temple. All right, leave now. The soldier returned the paper and took Dumingshi back to the horses. Tang Ching also followed out. Can I get a ride? The two soldiers nodded. Tang Ching quickly joined the team. Hey, my name is Tang Chung, what's your name? Why do you look so weak? Tang Ching is a bit outgoing. You should ask the two soldiers' names so you can repay them in your next life. Dumingshi was still very weak and didn't want to talk to him anymore. You don't know this, do you? Just to remember my name I'll have to work like a slave. Tang Chung whispered heartlessly. Dumingshi was very contemptuous of this. How could this guy be so shameless? What are you doing? I saw a lot of soldiers today. Also, you haven't answered my question yet. Why are you so weak? Tang Ching never stops coming. I'm not weak, I just used up my spiritual energy and need time to recover. Also, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. If Dumingshi wasn't weak now, I would have hit him twice. Can spiritual energy run out? Tang Ching's words made the three of them look sideways. What else? Your spiritual energy won't run out? The soldier laughed. Everyone's spiritual energy will be used up, but the higher the level, the more and richer the spiritual energy is, and the slower it is used up. After use, you need to recover slowly. No way. Can't you just suck it out after use? Tang Ching's words suddenly made the two soldiers look stern. Only monsters can absorb spiritual energy from external objects. No, don't get me wrong, I mean to absorb it from the surrounding environment. When Tang Ching saw that the two people looked unhappy, he hurried to explain. Everyone can absorb spiritual energy from the environment, but the speed is extremely slow. It is impossible to absorb spiritual energy while fighting. Dumingshi rode. Isn't that what you guys are like? Tang Ching looked surprised. The three of them were confused. Are they still on the same channel? You seem a little big. The soldier was about to retort to him, but his words stopped abruptly. Tang Ching just opened his hands, and spiritual energy like flowing water slowly flowed in from all directions and penetrated into his body. The three of them were shocked at the same time. This speed was thousands of times faster than that of an ordinary person. Who are you? Why can't I see through your strength? The soldier stopped immediately and distanced himself from Tang Ching. Dumingshi also quickly activated his ability to see through levels. At this moment, Dumingshi was stunned. There was a 0 on Tang Qing's head. This TM level is 0. Du Mingxi thought he was seeing things and blinked. It's really 0. No, no, no. Don't be nervous. Everyone's body is different. I was born like this. Tang Qing hurriedly explained. Apart from this, I seem to be different from you in other aspects. Tang Qing continued, my spiritual energy disappears randomly one day every month. Poor little 5-colored rainbow, it leaves me one day every month. Tang Qing cried falsely. His words surprised the three of them. Will the aura disappear? Wait, I don't think I noticed the point. 5 colors. What the hell? 5 kinds of spiritual energy? 5 attributes in one body? Chapter 34, Quick Body Refining Method. You have 5 kinds of spiritual energy? Du Mingxi asked in disbelief. The 2 soldiers also noticed the key point at this time and looked at Tang Qing in surprise. Yes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Tang Qing said nonchalantly. He grew up in Qingxuan Temple and had almost no contact with the outside world, so he didn't have much idea about these things. The 2 soldiers looked at each other, fear in their eyes. Du Mingxi's dual attributes in one body is already so awesome, and this guy has 5 attributes in one body. How awesome would that be? What is your initial level? Du Mingxi was also surprised, even though all 5 were of ordinary attributes. But having 5 attributes in one body is even rarer than Du Mingxi's dual attributes of fire and thunder. No levels. You're all so weird. Aren't there no levels at the beginning? You get them through practice. As soon as these words were spoken, the surprise on the faces of the other 3 people suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by some regret. What a pity. If there is a level 10 initial level, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. The soldier lowered his guard and said. Yeah. 5 attributes in one body, what the devil is this? Another soldier continued. Du Mingxi also felt a little regretful and confused. 5 attributes in one body, such talent is extremely rare, but there is no initial level. You should know that the initial level is directly linked to the speed of cultivation. People like Tang Qing who have no initial level will not go far on the road of cultivation. What are you talking about? Master didn't tell me about the initial level? Tang Qing was a little confused. He was abandoned by his parents in Qingxuan Temple when he was young. He was raised by the abbot of Qingxuan Temple. For decades, he hardly ever left the mountain. The only way he knew about the outside world was through the knowledgeable abbot. Nothing, why did you come outside the wall? Du Mingxi felt that Master Tang Qing was afraid of hurting him and deliberately did not tell him about the initial level. Well, it's a long story. My master suddenly asked me to come down the mountain a few days ago, saying that I could come here to gain experience. I don't know anything, and the money I brought with me was quickly spent. I heard that the fur of some monsters can be sold for money, so I came here to try my luck. Who knows, the spiritual energy just happened to disappear today. Tang Qing said helplessly. Well, if you don't mind, you can stay at my place. I happen to have a vacant room. Du Mingxi thought for a moment and said. Firstly, a guy like Tang Qing who is inexperienced in the world will definitely not be able to survive in the outside world. Secondly, Du Mingxi is also very interested in Tang Qing. He has 5 attributes in one body, but has no initial level, and his spiritual energy disappears every month. It's hard not to be curious. Really? Thank you. Thank you. I'll just stay for a while. Tang Qing said quickly. After that, the 4 of them said nothing more and hurried to the pass of the high wall. Unexpectedly, Kiki had arrived first. Seeing Du Mingxi return safely, Kiki hurriedly came over to greet him happily. Honey, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried. Kiki hugged Du Mingxi in front of everyone. Feeling the warmth of Kiki's body, Du Mingxi's feeling of weakness disappeared for a moment. I'm fine, don't worry. How's Team 32 doing? Du Mingxi gently touched Kiki's head and asked. When I arrived, there was only one left. Now that guy has been sent for emergency treatment. Kiki's tone was a little heavy. Hearing this, Du Mingxi also felt a little sympathetic. He participated in a hunting activity and lost his life. This matter may not be simple. After you left, we met a man in black who deliberately lured the purple abyss demon crocodile to attack us. Moreover, they seem to have used something to make the purple abyss demon crocodile extremely violent. Du Mingxi said. Upon hearing this, Kiki quickly said, "That's right, the bloodthirsty tiger is also very violent, unlike ordinary monsters. This must be a conspiracy." Du Mingxi was a little angry. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, "I think I know who is behind this." Du Mingxi took Kiki into the military tent, found He Xin who had just returned, and told him all his guesses. Upon hearing this, He Xin was also furious and immediately sent people to investigate. The event also ended early. After dealing with these things, Du Mingxi took Kiki and Tang Qing back to the college. Really? 5 attributes. Kiki was also surprised to hear that Tang Qing had 5 attributes in one body. But there is no initial level, and the spiritual energy disappears for 1 day every month. It's very strange. Du Mingxi leaned back on the sofa and said. He arranged for Tang Qing to live in his villa. Judging from his appearance, he should be about the same age as Du Mingxi. After talking to Chu Yuntian tomorrow, he will let Tang Qing go to the college to attend classes. That's such a pity. Kiki sighed. I just don't know what level his spiritual energy will be after it recovers. Du Mingxi said and then shouted, Tang Qing, what level will you be after your spiritual energy recovers? The harsh singing in the bathroom stopped abruptly. 2 attributes. Du Mingxi and Kiki were confused and asked what the relationship was between level and attributes. Then Tang Qing's voice came again, I have 5 attributes, and each attribute awakened is level 20. This awakening is not that awakening. Tang Qing's body is extremely special, and all 5 attributes can undergo a secondary awakening similar to evolution. Each time an attribute is awakened, its level will jump by 20 levels. And it is not restricted by the rule that the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Du Mingxi and Kiki were confused again. 1 attribute was level 20, and 2 were awakened. That is, level 40. The previous second I was still regretting that this guy didn't have an initial level, but I didn't expect that the clown was actually me. He's already level 40. No more words to say. Honey, go and have a rest. I want to practice. Du Mingxi's desire to win suddenly arose, and he immediately sat cross-legged and began to breathe in spiritual energy. Damn it, even I'm not as good as you when I cheat, this is a bit unreasonable. Kiki smiled and went back to sleep. She was really tired after today's battle. The bloodthirsty tiger in its violent state was really hard to deal with. Du Mingxi suddenly remembered that there was still a reward that he had not claimed, so he quickly called the system. In a blink of an eye, a larger wooden box appeared on the coffee table. By the way, has this system learned to save money? Didn't each pill come in its own box before? Du Mingxi opened the box and found 5 body refining pills. Du Mingxi grabbed it and swallowed it whole. Then started breathing in and out to absorb. After a while, a voice came from the system. Ding! Detected that the host has taken the physical training pill. Current physical training progress, 8%. There is still 92% to reach the immortal golden body. I don't know if it's because I ate 5 pills in one go this time, but Du Mingxi felt that his whole body became harder after completing the body training. Then, another voice came from the system. Ding, reminder, the immortal golden body refining progress reaches 10% to unlock the dual body cultivation technique. Each dual body cultivation increases the body refining progress by 10%, please keep working hard host. Note. Du Mingxi was petrified. Dual cultivation? Chapter 35 Decisively give it to Yang Xingyu. The next day. Du Mingxi took Tang Qing to find Chu Yuntian. When the old man learned that Tang Qing was a body with 5 attributes, he was so excited that he almost died on the spot. He immediately arranged for Tang Qing to enroll in school. The other side. After 3 days of investigation, it was found that the accident during the hunting activity was indeed done by those guys from the Luo family. Unfortunately, when the border guards went to arrest the person, the place was empty. After spending a few days together, Du Mingxi learned that Tang Qing was an orphan who was abandoned in Qingxuan Temple. Thanks to the abbot of Qingxuan Temple who took him in and raised him. Du Mingxi felt even more sympathy for him. Saturday, noon. Tang Qing was meditating in the living room. The cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang. After a while, Du Mingxi didn't come to answer the phone, so Tang Qing picked up the phone. Because mobile phones were not allowed in Qingxuan Temple before, Tang Qing fumbled for a long time before answering the call. Mingxi, it's me, Yang Xingyu. I'm sorry about what happened to my brother last time. I want to treat you to a meal. Is that okay? The first voice came from the phone. You are Sister Xingyu? Tang Qing suddenly became excited. When he first came down the mountain, all the money he had with him was cheated away and he went hungry for 2 days. Fortunately, I met Yang Xingyu, and because I felt sorry for him, I treated him to a big meal. It's me. Tang Cheng. Tang Qing said quickly. Ah. It's you. Yang Xingyu was also very surprised, and quickly asked, why are you the one answering the phone? Are you and Mingxi together? Tang Cheng quickly recounted what happened on that day of the hunting activity. So that is how it is. Sister Xingyu, thank you so much. I owe you a favor. I have settled down in Nolan College now. I will treat you to a big meal when I make money. Tang Qing laughed. Hearing this, Yang Xingyu suddenly had an epiphany. Tang Qing, my sister doesn't need a big meal, can you do me a favor? Just tell me, I will do it. Tang Qing patted his chest. Can you help me ask Mingxi out for dinner? Just dinner, nothing else. Yang Xingyu felt a little guilty. After all, he said one thing and meant another. Her plan was simple and crude. She would make the matter a done deal first and then everything would be fine. This method may seem a bit reckless, but this is the way to deal with someone as loyal and affectionate as Du Mingxi. Of course. Where are you? I'll just let him go. Tang Qing has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. No, I want you to invite him in your own name, okay? Yang Xingyu said again. She has been paying attention to Du Mingxi these days. This man is becoming more and more powerful. His strength, status, financial resources, etc. are constantly growing. Recently, it has been rumored that Du Mingxi possesses advanced magic and is the young master of a top clan. Moreover, it is a foregone conclusion that Du Mingxi will be registered by the border guards. The future is infinitely bright. Yang Xingyu could feel that many beauties around him were beginning to have a good impression of Du Mingxi. This is not good. After all, his stupid brother has offended Du Mingxi. Isn't this a loss at the starting line? So let us just be direct and take him down in one go, and leave the other girls alone. Ah. This, okay. Tang Qing's heart was pure and he could never imagine Yang Xingyu's plan. Okay. Thank you. Yang Xingyu quickly told Tang Qing the address and hung up the phone. Tang Qing found a pen and paper, wrote down the invitation information and address, and then went for a walk in the college. Not long after, Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki returned and saw the message left by Tang Cheng. What does Tang Cheng want to do? Do I have to go alone? Du Mingxi asked in confusion. Maybe he wants to thank you alone. Go ahead. Chen Kiki said in a tender voice. Du Mingxi also nodded and drove Xiaoqiu out of the academy. Normally, Du Mingxi doesn't drive a Ferrari because it's a bit too ostentatious. Xiaoqiu Yue is very low-key. When he arrived at the destination, Du Mingxi was a little surprised. This is the second most expensive restaurant in the city. Can Tang Cheng afford to treat me? Du Mingxi smiled. This guy was probably using the excuse of inviting me to treat him. Du Mingxi had no aversion to this at all. Because Tang Qing seems to be born shameless and a little too cheerful. Of course, such people are also easy to get along with. They are not scheming, just like Ning Yuqi. After entering the restaurant, Du Mingxi went to a private room as Tang Qing had instructed. When he opened the door, Du Mingxi was stunned. Yang Xingyu was wearing a red cheongsam, which perfectly outlined her curvy figure. Especially those long white legs, which are so eye-catching. Her face is white and tender, her hair is half tied up, and her eyes are watery, as if they have the power to captivate souls. Mingxi. You're here. Seeing Du Mingxi push open the door, Yang Xingyu hurried over to greet him. Yang Xingyu? Du Mingxi recalled and remembered that she had brought him water that day. Yes. It's me. Well, my brother offended you last time, I'm really sorry. So this time I'm here to apologize to you on his behalf. Yang Xingyu held Du Mingxi's arm. What happened to that guy Tang Cheng? Du Mingxi looked confused. Seeing Du Mingxi's expression, Yang Xingyu quickly explained the relationship between himself and Tang Cheng. Du Mingxi suddenly realized that this guy had sold me out. Mingxi, come and sit down. I ordered a lot of dishes. Yang Xingyu said. Du Mingxi suddenly spoke righteously, Miss Yang, I have a family now. This is not good. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he was about to walk out. Yang Xingyu quickly pulled Du Mingxi back. Mingxi, I ordered so many dishes, I can't finish them all by myself, what a waste. It's just a meal, or do you want to blame my brother? He's a playboy, why don't you just not bother with him? Damn, this is a master. Du Mingxi thought to himself that if he left after hearing these words, he would be too narrow-minded. Okay. Let's eat. Du Mingxi hesitated for a moment and said. Yang Xingyu suddenly laughed and quickly took Du Mingxi's arm and sat down. The dishes came up very quickly, and as expected, they ordered a lot. While eating, Du Mingxi smelled a fragrance. What does it smell like? Oh, it's the incense I ordered. Yang Xingyu quickly explained. Du Mingxi quickly quickened his pace, thinking about finishing his meal quickly and getting away. But there seemed to be something strange in the body, as if he had taken a body refining pill. And he was getting more and more thirsty, so Du Mingxi drank several glasses of water. Because Du Mingxi ate too fast, there were oil stains at the corners of his mouth. Yang Xingyu considerately took a tissue and gently wiped Du Mingxi. Mingxi, don't go. I like you, you are so outstanding, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Can we be together? Yang Xingyu suddenly said affectionately. With the help of incense, it is really hard to resist when a beautiful woman takes the initiative to confess her love to you. Chapter 36. Du Yunhai is released from prison. Yang Xingyu's soft moan suddenly woke Du Mingxi up. He quickly pushed Yang Xingyu away and ran away. Yang Xingyu was so angry that he stamped his feet. He quickly took out the antidote from his bag, swallowed it, and extinguished the incense. Du Mingxi ran back to the car in one breath and took a long time to relax as the effect of the medicine gradually wore off. Du Mingxi broke out in cold sweat on his back. From the moment he confessed his love to Kiki at the Lantern Festival, Du Mingxi decided to love only her. If I can't control myself today, it would be unfaithful. Tang Qing, you bastard, let me beat you up. Du Mingxi said angrily and drove back to the college. But Tang Qing was not found. It seemed that this guy knew that Du Mingxi was going to settle the score with him, so he hid himself. Tang Qing was not found, but Kiki smelled the perfume on Du Mingxi, and the scene was extremely awkward for a while. At this moment, a phone call broke the awkward situation. Hello? Is this Du Mingxi? Yes. Who are you? We are from the Akihara City Public Security Bureau. Your father's detention time has expired and he will be released from prison today. Please come to the Public Security Bureau. Du Mingxi suddenly realized that he had a father. I immediately agreed. Come on, I'll take you to meet your future father-in-law. Du Mingxi was eager to change the subject and joked. When Kiki heard this, her tender face suddenly turned red. The anger and grievance just now disappeared in an instant. Du Mingxi thought about it and decided that it would definitely not be possible to drive Xiao Qiu Yue to pick up Du Yunhai. He must feel that he is doing very badly now. Ferrari only has 2 seats. Du Mingxi simply made a phone call and asked the little girl to borrow her Rolls-Royce. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at the Akihara City Public Security Bureau. The driver parked the car at the door. Such luxury cars will attract a lot of attention and passers-by will all look at them sideways. Du Mingxi took Kiki to complete the formalities and finally met Du Yunhai. This middle-aged man was still as sloppy and unshaven as ever. Damn it, who the hell reported me? Don't let me know. Du Yunhai was complaining to himself when he suddenly looked up and saw Du Mingxi and Kiki waiting outside the door. Good boy, I've been in prison for more than 2 months, and you didn't even bother to come and see me. Du Yunhai was just about to rub Du Mingxi's head when he suddenly noticed the beautiful woman standing next to Du Mingxi. Very surprised, son, what is this? Hello, father-in-law. My name is Kiki, and I'm Mingxi's wife. Your daughter-in-law. Without waiting for Du Mingxi to speak, Kiki spoke first in a delicate voice. Du Yunhai was shocked and pulled Du Mingxi aside. Son, tell me the truth, where did you find those actors? They must be very expensive. You must be a fool if you don't use your spare money to honor me. Believe it or not, she is really my daughter-in-law. Du Mingxi said lightly. Du Yunhai gave a disdainful smile. How could you fool me? I know best what kind of person my own son is. You. Before Du Yunhai finished speaking, Du Mingxi mobilized his spiritual energy and exploded with dual attributes. Du Mingxi's eyes widened, looking at Du Mingxi's red and purple auras in surprise. What are you doing? I am now a dual attribute body, level 38. And a student at Nolan College. Dad, I am not the same Du Mingxi anymore. But you are still the same Du Yunhai. Du Mingxi withdrew his spiritual energy and sighed. Du Yunhai was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what the concept of dual attributes in one body meant, but he knew what level 38 meant. In just over 2 months, my son has changed so much. I really didn't expect it and I feel a little ashamed. Well, how can you call me by my name? Let's go. Go home. Du Yunhai's tone became weak. Walk out of the Public Security Bureau alone. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki also followed him out? Sir, the car is over here. As soon as he left the Public Security Bureau, the driver stopped Du Yunhai and said respectfully. Seeing the driver in a suit and white gloves, Du Yunhai was shocked again. Just as he was about to say something, Du Yunhai was petrified when he saw the Rolls-Royce that the driver was pointing at. Dad, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Du Mingxi said. Du Yunhai finally came to his senses and pulled Du Mingxi aside again. Xiaoxi, tell me honestly, is this car yours? No, I borrowed it. Du Mingxi said lightly. Du Yunhai's expression suddenly relaxed, and he smiled and said, I told you, you probably can't drive this car in 2 months. Ha ha. As soon as Du Yunhai finished speaking, Du Mingxi added a sentence. The Ferrari Raphael is at the villa. Since there are only 2 seats, I didn't drive it to pick you up. I borrowed this one from a friend temporarily. Du Yunhai's smile froze instantly. Villa? Ferrari? Borrow a Rolls-Royce from a friend? Du Yunhai suddenly felt very unreal. Dad, what's wrong? Du Mingxi asked. Nothing, I'm just a little surprised. I haven't seen you for 2 months. You've changed a lot. Du Yunhai's voice became weaker and weaker. At this moment, Du Yunhai suddenly felt incompetent. Look at my son, he has become very successful in the 2 months I was away. Looking at myself again, just as my son said, I am still the same Du Yunhai. After Du Mingxi got into the car carefully, Du Yunhai asked quietly, Mingxi, have you got the marriage certificate now? Not yet. Du Mingxi answered and Chen Kiki blushed. Do you have enough money to buy a house? The old house should still be able to sell for some money. If not, I'll make up for it after I sell it. Du Yunhai's tone was very humble. It's like 2 very good friends, both of them are very lame. Suddenly one day, your friend becomes a successful upper-class person, and you will seem very humble when communicating with him. Even father and son would have this feeling. No need, Dad. Speaking of houses, why don't I take you to buy an apartment today? We live in the college now, and it would be inappropriate for you to move in. Du Mingxi said that he is a billionaire now and buying an apartment is a piece of cake for him. No, I'll go back to my old house. You guys keep the money and buy your own house. Du Yunhai said quickly. Since his mother's death, Du Yunhai has been in a state of depression and has become an alcoholic and gambler. Mingxi's qualifications were very poor before, and the father and son were just playing it safe, just trying to get by one day at a time. Now Du Mingxi suddenly became very good, which gave Du Yunhai a huge psychological boost and made him feel a little ashamed. It's okay. I have over 100 million in savings now. I can buy several houses with that. Du Mingxi said in a somewhat pretentious manner. Du Yunhai's body suddenly shook, and he looked at Du Mingxi in disbelief. How much? More than 100 million. Du Mingxi smiled. I suspect I'm dreaming. Du Yunhai turned around and said in a low voice. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki smiled. The Rolls-Royce drove to the largest sales office in Shouyuan City. This is also Li's asset, so when the salesman saw that it was Li's Rolls-Royce, they quickly lined up to welcome it. Mingxi, this. Du Yunhai was so shocked when he saw the salesman lined up neatly. I don't know what happened either. Du Mingxi asked in confusion. Du Yunhai took a breath and sighed secretly in his heart. This kid has really grown up and learned how to act cool. Chapter 37, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. Dad, don't get me wrong, they are probably doing this because of this car. Du Mingxi said this as he took Chen Kiki out of the car. Sure enough, when the sales manager who led the welcoming showed surprise on his face when he saw that it was Du Mingxi instead of a member of the Li family who got off the car. The driver quickly stepped forward to explain. The sales manager had a smile on his face. Not to mention that Du Mingxi is a member of the Li family's guest group, his fame alone has spread throughout Shuyuan City. Mr. Du, I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Are you here to see the house today? Come on, please come in. The sales manager hurried forward and said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Du Yunhai glanced at his son. Du Mingxi was too lazy to explain. The group followed the manager into the lobby. Xiao Zhao, go make some tea and take out my treasured De Hong Pao to entertain our distinguished guests. The manager shouted and brought Du Mingxi and others to the office. Du Yunhai was almost petrified. He even has some doubts now whether this kid Du Mingxi is his biological son? Could it be that Du Mingxi is the illegitimate son of Mingxi's mother and some powerful or wealthy person of a certain level? No, that is impossible. Ning Shuang is not that kind of person. Du Yunhai was arguing with himself in his heart. He knew Ning Shuang would never betray him, but the change in Du Mingxi now was really too big. Mr. Du, do you have any expected styles? We have a complete range of products here, including Lakeview villas, high-end commercial houses in the city center, and even suburban manors. The manager gave the sofa to a few people and stood with two female salespeople. I have to say, with this attitude, I would be really sorry if I didn't buy him a Lakeview villa. Can I see this Lakeview villa? There is only one lake in Akihara City, which is where the Lantern Festival was held at that time. Although it is not in the city center, it has beautiful scenery and the housing prices are slightly lower than those in the city center. Okay, Mr. Du, the sandbox is outside, please move. The manager said respectfully. His first thought was to move the sand table in, but he considered that there was no large space in his office to accommodate the entire sand table. Therefore, we had to ask Du Mingxi and others to go outside. Everyone followed the manager back to the lobby. Du Yunhai quickly pulled Du Mingxi. Mingxi, you don't need a Lakeview room, just buy a commercial house. But Du Mingxi just stood there without responding. Mingxi? Du Yunhai shouted again and looked in the direction Du Mingxi was looking. I saw a girl who was not very pretty, pulling the arm of a boy who was dressed very elegantly and acting coquettishly. While acting coquettishly, she pointed at the house model in the sand table, probably wanting the boy to buy it for her. Mr. Du, this way please. The manager greeted quickly. Du Mingxi glanced at Luo Xian and no longer cared about him. He wanted to stay as far away from this materialistic and snobbish guy as possible. It's not that I'm afraid of her, it's that I'm afraid of dirtying my own eyes. Mr. Du, what do you think of this one? The manager introduced Du Mingxi. This single-family villa faces Shuinyan Lake, only 100 meters away. You can see the beautiful scenery of Shuinyan Lake every morning when you wake up. And the Lakeview room comes with a garden, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. At this point, the manager seemed to think it was a little small, and hurriedly explained, Please forgive me, Mr. Du, this is already the best one in the area. There are bigger ones, but they are too far from Shuinyan Lake. Du Yunhai was completely petrified. Over 1,000 square meters with a garden is still too small? Du Mingxi was also a little panicked. I didn't say it's small. The funding is only over 100 million. Don't exceed it. As soon as this thought came to mind, the system suddenly sent a task. Come to think of it, the system is a bit unprogressive. It takes so long to send out a task. Ding. Mission assigned, purchase a commercial house in Fengyuan Community, Changqing Road, within 20 minutes. Reward, 50 million, a body refining pill, and 2 spiritual energy pills. Do you accept? Changqing Road? Isn't that near my hometown? Du Mingxi was surprised. Fengyuan Community is considered the best community in the area, but it is close to the urban village, so it is not much better. Accept. Although I don't understand it, the system gives me too much. And there is no harm in having an extra house. Not bad, let's take a look at this one later. Are there any houses available in Fengyuan Community, Changqing Road? Du Mingxi asked. Hearing this, the manager was visibly surprised. But then he calmed down and went to look at houses without asking why Du Mingxi would buy a house in that place. This is what a person who really knows how to judge the situation is like. He won't ask whatever he wants like a fool. Sometimes you offend people without even realizing it. He will only satisfy the boss's requirements at the first opportunity, and what the boss wants to do is his business to consider. It's enough for me to just satisfy the boss. Seeing the manager move to the other side, Du Yunhai thought that Du Mingxi had thought it through and was going to just buy a sweet, so he followed him. Du Mingxi and Shen Kiki continued to look at the lake view room. Not long after, a quarrel suddenly broke out on the other side. Du Mingxi glanced sideways and saw Luo Xian pointing at Du Yunhai and cursing at him arrogantly. How dare you come to a place like this? What a jerk! Look at yourself, you really look like a beggar, and you smell so damn bad. Get out now. If others don't chase you away, you will really refuse to leave? You're still looking at houses. Can you afford them? I'm afraid you can't even afford a toilet. Manager, what's wrong with you? You let this beggar stay here. Get him out now. Du Yunhai was indeed sloppy and didn't fit in here. After being scolded by Luo Xian, he felt very ashamed and dared not do anything. Miss, don't go too far. The manager said angrily. Du Yunhai came here with Du Mingxi, so he must be a distinguished guest as well. Adi, he's mean to me. Luo Xian quickly changed into a pitiful look, holding the arm of the man next to her and acting coquettishly. Manager Hong, look carefully at who I am. The man pulled his sunglasses and said coldly. The manager took a look and said, Mr. Ning, I know it's you, but this person is a big shot, you are going too far. Ha? You call this a big shot? Ha ha. That's hilarious. Luo Xian's laughter echoed throughout the hall. But then, a loud slap interrupted the disgusting laughter. Luo Xian was knocked to the ground by Du Mingxi. The burning pain made her cry out loud. Ning Chindi was furious for a moment and was about to take action when he suddenly saw that it was Du Mingxi in front of him and abruptly took a few steps back. Adi, this guy dares to hit me, hit him. Luo Xian covered his face and shouted. Halfway through, he saw that it was Du Mingxi. He paused and quickly got up. She became arrogant again. Du Mingxi, I haven't settled the score with you yet. My current boyfriend is the eldest son of the Ning family, you are looking for death. She seemed to think that the Ning family dared to provoke Du Mingxi. Oh. Really? Du Mingxi looked coldly at Ning Chindi standing beside him. The latter just felt a chill on his back. He was almost 40 years old, but only level 45. He had heard about Du Mingxi's experience of fighting above his level, and he also had a wife who was level 70, so it was even more impossible for her to fight with him. No, Master Du, this woman is a lunatic. From now on, I have nothing to do with her. Ning Chindi said quickly. Even a wealthy young man like Li Qianqing fell into Du Mingxi's hands. How dare he challenge Du Mingxi? Adi. Didn't you say you would love me forever? Didn't you say you would buy me a house? Luo Xian looked at Ning Chindi in disbelief. Fuck, stop pretending. Don't you know what kind of person you are? If my family hadn't been in trouble these days, would I have been interested in someone like you? Stop disgusting me here. Ning Chindi yelled and left alone. Manager, this lady is a bit of an eyesore. Du Mingxi said coldly. Security. Hurry up, kick her out. The manager quickly called the security guard and kicked Luo Xian out of the sales office lobby. Chapter 38 Ning Family Crisis. Luo Xian, who was kicked out of the sales office, broke down and cried. She could never have imagined that Du Mingxi would suddenly become so successful in just 2 or 3 months. Thinking of his previous short-sightedness, Luo Xian could not stop crying. After Luo Xian was kicked out, the sales office became much quieter. Du Mingxi finally bought 2 houses, a Lakeview villa for 73 million yuan and a commercial house in Fengyuan community for 1 million yuan, for a total of 74 million yuan. After buying the house, Du Mingxi now has 88.79 million yuan left in his card. After completing the task, the system rewards another 50 million. The balance once again reached 138.79 million. After a round, it's still more than 100 million. There are 2 more houses. In the afternoon, Du Mingxi and Shen Kiki helped Du Yunhai move into the Lakeview villa. Du Yunhai tried to refuse, but Du Mingxi insisted, so he didn't say anything. After all, in a family, the capable person always has the final say, and everyone will listen to him. Du Yunhai was finally settled. The next day. Classes start on Monday. Du Mingxi arrived very early, and as soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Ning Yuqi lying on the table with a worried look on her face. What's wrong? You look very unhappy. Du Mingxi sat down and said, Alas, my family used to have a lot of cooperation with the Luo family. Now the Luo family has committed crimes and has run away. Many of my family's projects have failed, and the funds invested cannot be recovered. My family's capital chain is broken and I will go bankrupt soon. Ning Yuqi said dejectedly. The atmosphere at home has been extremely depressing these days, and she has no mood to attend classes. Du Mingxi suddenly realized that the Ning family was the second in command of Shouyuan City's business, and the first was the Li family. Actually, this matter has something to do with me. I was the one who ruined the Luo family. How much money do you need? Du Mingxi said, I have to ask first, there are too many questions and Du Mingxi can't help. I heard from my dad that they have tried their best to raise the funds, but they are still 200 million short. Raising another 200 million will allow us to resume the operation of all our current projects. The worry on Ning Yuqi's face still hasn't disappeared. It seems that the Ning family has no way out. Why don't you ask Li Muxue for help? Du Mingxi remembered that Ning Yuqi was Li Muxue's best friend and asked. I've already told her, but Mu Shui is just a child and can't influence the family's investment at all. Our family is facing bankruptcy now, and the Li family probably won't invest. Ning Yuqi explained. Du Mingxi nodded. Indeed, a normal person would not invest a large amount of money into a company that is about to go bankrupt. If you are not careful, all the money will be wasted. But Du Mingxi is not a normal person. Don't worry, I have some here to help you out of your immediate situation. Du Mingxi said firmly. But Ning Yuqi gave a bitter smile and said, Mingxi, thank you. I know you are still rich, but this is not 2 million or 20 million, this is 200 million. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll let my father find a way to ask the Li family for help. What I mean is, I know you still have some money, but it's not enough. Isn't it just 200 million? Wait, I can get it after school this afternoon. Du Mingxi said angrily. Hearing this, Ning Yuqi smiled. Did you learn this from Tang Cheng? You like to show off. Du Mingxi was stunned by this sentence. To be honest, Tang Cheng hadn't come to settle the score with him yet. During the lunch break, Du Mingxi received yesterday's reward. 1 body refining pill and 2 spiritual energy pills. The last time a fire-attributed spiritual energy pill was auctioned, it was sold for more than 40 million. It's not too much to sell this spiritual energy pill with dual attributes of fire and thunder for 60 million. Adding the 130 million in his own card, wouldn't it be easy to raise 200 million? Thinking of this, Du Mingxi quickly called Li's auction and left a message last time. When the other party heard that it was a spiritual pill with dual attributes of fire and thunder, he rushed to the academy on the spot. You know, no one can refine the spiritual energy pill, so 1 pill less is 1 less. This also means that spiritual energy pills are something that absolutely maintain their value, and they become more expensive as time goes by. Not to mention that Du Mingxi was talking about a dual attribute spiritual energy pill, which was an extremely rare thing decades ago when there were still people who could refine spiritual energy pills. After a negotiation, Du Mingxi sold it on the spot for 70 million per pill. Generally, the auction house will auction the item for the owner and then take a commission. But Du Mingxi was in a hurry to use the money, so Li's people bought it directly. Originally, the price offered by Li's people was 90 million per pill. After all, this thing is really rare, and its value will continue to rise if you buy it and keep it. But Du Mingxi bargained in the opposite direction, and finally came down to 70 million per pill. This operation confused the people of Li family. In their opinion, Du Mingxi seemed to be disdainful of this extremely precious dual attribute spiritual energy pill. In the afternoon, school is over. Du Mingxi and Ning Yuqi got into the Ning family's car together. This scene happened to be seen by the little Lolita, and for a moment she felt that her crystal had been stolen. Ning Yuqi always told her that she would not pursue Du Mingxi. The little girl got angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and she started crying. Unwilling to accept the result, she asked the driver to follow the Ning family's car. As the second in command of Shouyuan City's business, the Ning family is quite powerful, but it's a pity that they chose the wrong person and cooperated with the Luo family. The car stopped in a luxurious villa. At this time, several cars were already parked in the yard. The quarrel inside the house could be heard outside. Because it was my father's idea to cooperate with the Luo family, my uncles have been blaming my father. Ning Yuqi said. At this time, a Rolls-Royce drove into the villa. The little girl, with tears still on her face, walked towards Ning Yuqi angrily. Seeing this scene, Ning Yuqi subconsciously hid behind Du Mingxi. This further confirmed the little girl's belief that the two were having an affair. Ning Yuqi, you are amazing. Didn't you say you wouldn't chase Mingxi? The little loli said angrily. I didn't chase Mingxi. I told you that my family was in trouble and Mingxi came to help me. Ning Yuqi explained. The little girl immediately realized that she was being unreasonable and her face turned red. Now that we're here, let's go in and take a look. Du Mingxi quickly said, and it was not so embarrassing. The three of them walked into the living room. I saw 6 or 7 middle-aged men discussing something intensely. Dad! Uncles, look who I brought with me! Ning Yuqi said excitedly. A haggard middle-aged man turned around first. There was no change in his eyes when he saw Du Mingxi, but when his eyes moved to Li Muxue, a light suddenly burst out in the man's eyes. Xiao Xue is here. Come on, come and sit down. Ning Jiang quickly stood up and walked forward. Several other Ning family leaders also stood up quickly. After all, the Li family is the one that has the greatest difficulty in saving the Ning family. Dad! And this one, Du Mingxi, who has become very famous recently. Ning Yuqi was very unhappy about her father's different treatment. Oh, I see. Xiaoqi, please entertain them. Ning Jiang said perfunctorily and immediately started chatting with Li Muxue. Mingxi, I'm sorry. Ning Yuqi apologized. It's okay, it's normal. Du Mingxi said this as he stood aside, listening to everyone's discussion. Xiao Xue. What's your grandfather's attitude? Ning Jiang asked cautiously. I talked to him yesterday and he said he'd wait and see. The little loli answered truthfully. Hearing this, everyone in the Ning family felt a chill in their hearts. Xiao Xue. You have such a good relationship with our Xiaoqi, can you help uncle persuade your grandfather to help uncle? Ning Jiang said quickly. The little loli also shook her head helplessly. Uncle Ning, you know I can't influence grandpa's thoughts. Although Li Muxue is favored, it does not mean that what she says in the Li family is the final say. Okay. It's okay. You finally come here. Let Xiaoqi's mother cook for you and stay for dinner. Seeing that it was hopeless to ask for help from Li, everyone's faces turned ugly again. Can I ask how much funding you need? Du Mingxi, who was standing by, saw that the atmosphere had become cold and asked. Xiaoqi, this is. Ning Jiang's attention was completely on Li Muxue just now, and he didn't remember Du Mingxi. My classmate, Du Mingxi. Didn't I just tell you about this? Ning Yuqi was a little angry. Is it the Du Mingxi who has become famous recently? The one with 2 attributes in one body? It seems like I've been named by the border guards. Everyone in the Ning family started talking at once. Sorry, I'm so sorry, please sit down. Ning Jiang said quickly. Du Mingxi nodded and sat down. He understood Ning Jiang's double standards very well. After all, a person who is about to drown will desperately grab anything that can save his life. The most likely family to save them at the moment is the Li family. Friend Mingxi, what you just said is that you can invest in the Ning family. Ning Jiang tried, he didn't quite believe that Du Mingxi could come up with 200 million. Yes, Yuqi told me about your situation. Du Mingxi went straight to the point. That's great. If you, Mingxi, invest, we can give you some shares. Ning Jiang said. If it were in the past, the Ning family members present would definitely not agree. It is a family business after all. But now there is no other way. I wonder how much you can invest. Don't worry, as long as you invest 1 million, we can give you 0.1% of the equity. 0.1% may seem like a small amount, but for a large company, this 0.1% of equity may bring in dividends worth tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi's expression changed. Ning Jiang quickly said, if you think it's too low, we can go for 0.2% of every million. The Ning family members all showed looks of pain on their faces. Or do you not intend to invest more than 1 million? A member of the Ning family asked. For the current Ning family, if the investment is less than 1 million, it would be a drop in the bucket. No. I plan to invest 200 million. Du Mingxi said lightly. Ning Jiang was stunned, and all the Ning family members were stunned. Chapter 39, The Chen Family. Don't joke, little friend. Ning Jiang's hands were shaking as he spoke excitedly. I'm serious. I can transfer the money now. Du Mingxi looked indifferent, as if 200 million was nothing in his eyes. By the way, there seems to be a rumor recently that Du Mingxi is the son of a top clan. Ning Jiang and several members of the Ning family looked at each other, and they all had the same idea. Really? That's great. Don't worry, if you really invest 200 million, we can transfer 30% of the shares to you. See? Ning Jiang said. In fact, according to what he just said, 200 million should be 40%. But as the largest shareholder of Ning Group, he only holds 35% of the shares. If 40% is transferred to Du Mingxi, the Ning Group will no longer belong to the Ning family. No need, just 0.1% of every million. Du Mingxi said lightly. This look of not taking the 200 million seriously further strengthened everyone's thoughts. This guy Du Mingxi is not a simple person. Under the increasingly respectful gazes of the Zhongning family, Du Mingxi completed the transfer and signed. Then he took the little lowly away. The Ning family admired him for being so carefree. Xiaoqi, you should spend more time with Mingxi in the future. If possible, try to develop a relationship with him. This person is not simple. Ning Jiang said to Ning Yuqi, and the other uncles also expressed their agreement. What? He and I are just classmates. Ning Yuqi said quickly. But my face turned red for some reason. It's true that Du Mingxi's actions really make people think more. Would most students take out 200 million at once? Thinking of this, Ning Yuqi's heart beat faster. When I returned to the villa, Tang Qing was still not there. He was still there during class, but disappeared as soon as school was over. Du Mingxi took out the body refining pill and swallowed it. Ding! It is detected that the host has taken the body training pill. The current body training progress is 9%. There are still 91% to the immortal golden body. There is still 1% to open the dual training body. Please cheer up, host. Du Mingxi slowly opened his eyes and clenched his fists. An extremely strong feeling spread from all parts of the body. The effect of the body refining pill is to strengthen the body. Du Mingxi has taken it 9 times so far, and feels that his body's toughness is twice that of an ordinary person. It's only been like this after 9 times, if it reaches 100%, maybe the body can really be immortal. Du Mingxi was just imagining himself reaching 100% of his physical training when the phone suddenly rang. Mingxi, come to my office. Xu Yuntian's tone was calm, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Du Mingxi hurried to the office building. When I walked into Xu Yuntian's office, I saw a handsome man in a suit and tie chatting and laughing with Xu Yuntian. Behind the man stood 2 men in black. The one chatting and laughing with Xu Yuntian is level 57, and the 2 behind him are both level 65. Mingxi, let me introduce you. This is Chen Dong, the 3rd son of the Chen family. Xu Yuntian said. Nolan College is a neutral organization and does not participate in clan fights, so its attitude towards all clans is the same. Is this Mingxi? He is really young and promising. Chen Dong stood up and extended his right hand towards Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi shook hands and sat aside. Principal, what is this? It's like this, we heard about your glorious deeds, so we came here specially to visit you. As Chen Dong spoke, he took out a knife from a box beside him. Since you don't need anything to upgrade, I have prepared this sharp blade for you. This blade is called Yuehua. It was forged by dozens of sword-making masters. It has been soaked in pure spiritual energy for decades. It has a very strong killing effect on monsters. It's just a small gift, I hope you will accept it. This is too valuable, I can't accept it. Du Mingxi quickly refused. Du Mingxi knew that if someone showed kindness to you without any reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. If he didn't have a purpose, why would he give me such a magical weapon for no reason? Your Excellency, there is no need to be modest. Only a young talent like you is worthy of this moonlight sword. Chen Dong still said. I don't think you came all the way here just to give me a knife, right? Just tell me what you want to say. Du Mingxi was straightforward. Hearing this, Chen Dong stopped beating around the bush and said with a smile, you are indeed straightforward. Our Chen family admires your talent very much and would like to invite you to join the Chen family. We promise that as long as you join the Chen family, we will give you a monthly salary of 1 million and you will also enjoy the status of a member of the main line of the Chen family. 1 million a month? Du Mingxi was a little surprised. This Chen was much more generous than Li. and he enjoys the treatment of being a member of the main line of the Chen family. This means being on an equal footing with the Chun family, instead of just joining the guest group of other families like the Li family did. But he had already joined the Li family's guest group and signed the agreement. Du Mingxi is a trustworthy person. The offer you made is very tempting, but I still refuse, Du Mingxi said directly. If you care about the Li group, we can assure you that if you join the Chen group will definitely guarantee your safety. Chen Dong still didn't give up. No need, thank you for your kindness. Du Mingxi still refused. Then we won't force you, Principal Chu. We'll take our leave now. After Chen Dong finished speaking, he left with the two men in black and Yuehua. Xu Yuntian, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke. Mingxi, if you make this choice, it means you will become the enemy of the Chen family completely. Be careful. Yeah, I know. Du Mingxi nodded. Eliminate immediately. On the other side, Chen Dong, who had just walked out of the office building, suddenly looked stern and said in a cold voice. The two men in black nodded and left the office building to ambush Du Mingxi. Chen Dong looked back at the office building, sneered, and turned away. Before he came, my grandfather said that if Du Mingxi could be recruited, then fine, but if not, then he must be eliminated. Xu Yuntian sent Du Mingxi out of the office building and wanted to send Du Mingxi back to the villa, but at this time there were more documents for him to deal with, and they were quite urgent. Thinking that the Chen family would not dare to do anything in the college, he let Du Mingxi go back by himself. Du Mingxi came here by bicycle. I rode my bicycle slowly along the campus path. It was already getting dark. Just as he walked to the front of the teaching building, Du Mingxi suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A strong sense of crisis came over me instantly. Suddenly, two lights, one red and one blue, burst out behind him. At this moment, a voice called out, "Husband." The two colors of light faded quickly, and the two figures disappeared into the darkness like ghosts. Kiki hurried forward, looking extremely nervous. After checking, he found that Du Mingxi was not injured and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Husband. Someone just tried to attack you. It was of a high level." Du Mingxi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Kiki arrived in time, otherwise it would have been all over. "It's okay, I know who it is," Du Mingxi said angrily. "The Chen family is really good. If they fail to win over someone, they will just assassinate him." Du Mingxi hurriedly took Kiki back to the villa and called Li Qiyuan and Xu Yuntian respectively to inform them of the Chen family's affairs. The two old men were furious. Xu Yuntian arranged teachers above level 60 to patrol around Du Mingxi's villa around the clock overnight. Li Qiyuan was ruthless and ordered all Li family members above level 60 to search the whole city for members of the Chen family. Once found, they would be killed without mercy. "Master, I failed." That woman suddenly appeared. "It's okay, there will be another chance in the future, let's go." After Chen Dong finished speaking, the Lincoln drove out of the border of Shouyuan City. They are not stupid. Whether the assassination succeeds or fails, they will be hunted down, so they prepared early. Chapter 40 He Xin visits. With the 200 million yuan investment from Du Mingxi, the Ning Group regrouped and pushed the project forward again, and the situation gradually improved. Funds from all parties began to pour in. Sometimes it is like this: when you are about to go bankrupt, everyone avoids you, but when you are thriving, everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. In the past few days, Du Mingxi has been practicing with the jade tripod he bought at the previous auction and has broken through to level 40. Du Mingxi did not expect that this jade tripod was so powerful. With its assistance, his cultivation speed was several times faster than usual. Du Mingxi couldn't understand why the Li family member wanted to put this thing up for auction. Saturday morning. Du Mingxi was practicing when the doorbell suddenly rang. Du Mingxi was awakened, came out of the jade tripod, put on his clothes, and went to open the door. That's right, Du Mingxi's practice is to take a bath in the jade cauldron. Du Mingxi opened the door and saw a tall and handsome man standing upright outside. It was He Xin who hosted the hunting activity last time. "General He? Why are you here? Come in," Du Mingxi said in surprise. The last time he came back, Du Mingxi checked He Xin's information. At the age of 36, he was already a major general of the Border Defense Army, and he was level 65 himself, which was quite impressive. "Mingxi, we have found out what happened last time. It was someone from the Luo family who did it. Unfortunately, they had already escaped when we went to arrest them." He xin followed Du Mingxi into the villa. Yeah, I heard about it. It's a pity for those students. Du Mingxi said regretfully. If the Luo family hadn't brought the bloodthirsty tiger into the venue and set it on a rampage, those students might not have died. Yes, I was punished for this. I am also responsible for not giving them enough warning. I should have sent people to stop them from entering Fengshan Valley. The two came to the living room, and He Xin said with some annoyance. In fact, this cannot be blamed on He Xin. The border guards used a high concentration pure spiritual energy condensate to divide the activity area. Most monsters hate the smell of this thing and will stay away from it. Nothing has happened in all these years. But I didn't expect to run into these inhuman things from the Luo family this time. General He, this is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame those bastards from the Luo family. Du Mingxi said angrily. He Xin sighed again and said, my brother asked me to bring this to you. Keep it well. As he said this, he took out a jade token. Du Mingxi checked and found out that He Xin's brother He Feng was the famous commander-in-chief of the Border Defense Army and the patron saint of the Central Plains concentration area. What is this? Why are you giving it to me? Du Mingxi took the token and looked at it carefully in his hand. I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen this thing. My brother said it will help you become stronger quickly. He Xin said. These words made Du Mingxi's heart skip a beat. Is He Feng the same as Li Qiyuan? Are you planning to train me first and then use me as cannon fodder? Du Mingxi laughed secretly in his heart. When he grew up, how could they still restrict him? Thinking of this, Du Mingxi accepted the token. He Xin then said, there is another survivor from the last accident. I want to go visit him. Are you going? The one at level 32? Du Mingxi asked. He Xin nodded. Yes. He is also a sophomore, and the tallest one besides you. He Xin said. Du Mingxi was shocked. At that time, Du Mingxi thought that this guy was a junior or even a senior. I didn't expect that he is also a sophomore, so he can really be called a genius. Level 32 in the sophomore year, that's such a perverted existence. Su Lingyan and the little lowly are only in their 20s. As for Du Mingxi, this cheater, naturally, normal people cannot compare to him. Du Mingxi nodded in agreement, and the two drove to the hospital. On the way, Du Mingxi also talked to He Xin about the recent events of the Chun family. He Xin was shocked when he heard this. Du Mingxi is currently the focus of attention of the border guards and no problems can be allowed to occur. He Xin immediately said in a domineering manner that he would report to his brother when he returned and give Chen a good warning. When they arrived at the hospital, they found Ouyang Quan's ward. Today, Ouyang Quan was transferred from the intensive care unit to the general ward, which also means that his condition has stabilized. Hello, I'm He Xin, a border guard, and I'm here to visit classmate Ouyang Quan. He Xin knocked on the ward door. A couple with worried looks on their faces quickly stood up and welcomed the two people in. Du Mingxi was shocked the moment he saw Ouyang Quan. I saw that his eyes were wrapped in gauze and his face was a little pale. You too, I'm really sorry for this accident. As the organizer of the event, I am also responsible. This is the compensation from the border guards, a total of 60 million. He Xin sincerely apologized. My son, you have pity on me. He is blind now. What will he do in the future? Ouyang Quan's mother couldn't control her emotions and choked up. General He, this is not your fault. I just want to know, was this accident really caused by the Luo family? Ouyang Quan's father was relatively calm. They have also heard a lot of news about accidents in the past few days. Yes, we investigated and had sufficient evidence, but unfortunately, when we went to catch them, they had already run away. He Xin sighed. Ouyang Mu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Don't F King let me know their whereabouts. Ouyang Quan, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly sat up when he heard He Xin's words. General He, can I still join the border guard? Hearing this, everyone looked at He Xin. There are regulations for the border guards, and only healthy people can join. This is not discrimination, in fact it is a kind of protection for yourself and your teammates. Because border guards often carry out dangerous missions, if you have any physical defects, not only will you be in danger, but you will also implicate your teammates. I'm sorry, but you also know the rules of the border guards. He Xin shook his head. Ouyang Quan fell back into the hospital bed. His biggest dream was to join the border defense force and become a hero protecting all mankind. But now, is this dream about to be shattered? But Xin hesitated for a moment, then said, if you can make sure that your physical defects do not affect your combat, and reach level 55 before the age of 30, the border guard can make an exception and let you join. It's not that Xin wanted to keep it a secret, but he couldn't bear to let Ouyang Quan know about this special case. To reach level 55 at the age of 30 is totally impossible without good qualifications. Having qualifications is not enough, you have to work very hard. That kind of effort is not simply practicing every day, but pushing your body to its limits every day. This is the only way to ensure the speed of cultivation and reach level 55 before the age of 30. The process is extremely painful, and it is difficult for ordinary people to do it. Ouyang Quan is now blind, which may not be a good thing for him. But when Xin saw his desperate reaction, he felt that not telling him would be cruel. In that case, let him choose for himself. Really? General He. I still have a chance to join the border defense force? Ouyang Quan almost jumped up. Yes. But you have to understand, reaching level 55 at the age of 30 is not that easy. Xin said. Ouyang Quan then said excitedly, don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely achieve it. Hearing this, Xin didn't say anything else. After chatting with Ouyang Quan's parents for a while, the two said goodbye. After leaving the hospital, Du Mingxi suddenly felt sad for Ouyang Quan. If it weren't for this accident, it would have been easy for him to be selected based on his previous performance and qualifications. Unfortunately, fate plays tricks on us. Chapter 41 Neon Dragon turns into flower. The next day, Du Mingxi was woken up by Kiki, and Tang Qing also got up smelling the aroma of breakfast. Du Mingxi had already beaten him up once a few days ago. While eating breakfast, the system suddenly issued a task. Ding! Mission assigned, harvest the Neon Phoenix Dragonflower to prepare for dual cultivation. Reward, 2 physical training pills and Spirit Blade Destiny. Time limit, 5 hours. Do you accept? Du Mingxi was stunned for a moment. Neon Phoenix Dragon Turning Flower? This name is really awesome. It should be some kind of magical herb. The revival of spiritual energy not only brings monsters, but also some plants are nourished by the spiritual energy and will become magical herbs with powerful effects. Also, there are new rewards for this mission. Spirit Blade Destiny? This should be a weapon, right? Just as the Chen family failed to send Yuehua, the system counterattacked with Destiny. This system is okay. Accept. The reward is so generous, of course I have to accept it. Ding. Detection that the host has accepted the mission, the exam timer is on. After breakfast, Tang Qing was going to practice at home, but was pulled out by Du Mingxi to do a mission. After all, more people means more insurance. The three of them came to the pass of the high wall, and the system gave them a location outside the high wall. When the border guards at the pass saw that it was Du Mingxi, they let him pass directly and sent several soldiers outside the high wall to protect Du Mingxi and others. Because Xin had given a heads up beforehand, Du Mingxi was able to leave the prison. Du Mingxi felt a little emotional for a moment. It's good to have connections. Everything you do will go smoothly. Following the system's positioning, Du Mingxi led a group of people through the dense forest. Tang Qing began to panic. Mingxi, didn't we agree to pick flowers? Why are you walking deep into the forest? Although they are now on the outskirts of the dense forest, there are generally no high-level monsters. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If one of the big brothers eats too much and has nothing to do and comes for a walk, that would be the end of us. Almost there. Du Mingxi walked and talked. Their team is composed entirely of strong warriors above level 40, so ordinary monsters are no problem at all. The slightly higher level ones can be dealt with by Kiki. After walking for a while, they came to a small depression. A small stream runs through the depression and flows into the distance. The red dot located by the system was right here, but after Du Mingxi took a look around, he didn't find any flowers, only lush green grass. Mingxi, where are the flowers? Tang Chang looked around and asked. I don't know either. Let me look for it again. As soon as Du Mingxi finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. Everyone quickly took a defensive posture, only to see the ground not far away suddenly rise up and a monster broke out of the ground. It was a frog-shaped monster, but there was something like a lantern hanging under its chin, and a bright red flower was blooming in that lantern-like thing. Du Mingxi quickly started to investigate, only to see a number 58 on the monster's head. Level 58. Go! Du Mingxi shouted and took the lead in attacking. Upon hearing this, Tang Qing and several soldiers calmed down and attacked together. Level 58 is a bit high for Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng. But it is easy to deal with the border guards, after all, any one of them is over level 50. Under the siege of several people, the frog-shaped monster soon died, and Du Mingxi took the neon phoenix dragon flower from the small lantern. The body of this neon dragon flower is scarlet, the pistil is 5-colored, and it has only 2 petals. The petals, as their name suggests, look like 2 little dragons circling. What's the use of this thing? Tang Qing took it and took a look. Aphrodisiac. Du Mingxi said casually. As soon as these words came out, Tang Qing's eyes lit up. Real? How is that possible? I was just kidding. Let's go. Du Mingxi rolled his eyes at Tang Qing. This guy usually looks so innocent, but he was actually interested in aphrodisiacs secretly. Don't get me wrong. I want to awaken the fire attribute. Tang Qing quickly explained and returned the flowers to Du Mingxi. Everyone packed up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a coquettish voice suddenly came. Big stupid frog. What's wrong with you? A little girl in purple clothes appeared from nowhere and lay on the body of the frog-shaped monster and started crying. Du Mingxi and others were stunned and looked at each other. Is this monster raised by someone else? The little Lolita in purple also noticed Du Mingxi and the others. Especially when she saw the neon dragon flower in Du Mingxi's hand, she cried even more happily. You killed the big stupid frog. You bad guys. Du Mingxi looked embarrassed and quickly stepped forward to apologize. Sorry, we didn't know this was your pet. Who would keep a monster as a pet? Tang Qing stepped forward and added fuel to the fire. I don't care, you killed the big stupid frog. You are the bad guys. The little Lolita in purple didn't mind the dirt and sat down on the ground. Du Mingxi and Tang Qing looked at each other, wondering what to do. Tang Qing walked up to her, picked up the little girl without saying anything, and said with a smile, Little sister, I'll buy you some candy, okay? This is a monster, let's not have it, okay? 2A. The little loli in purple teaches Tang Qing a lesson with a single spit. Go! 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 Tang Qing threw the little Lolita in purple to the ground and stepped aside. I'm really sorry, we didn't know it was your pet, but there's no way to revive it now. We can satisfy any compensation you want. Du Mingxi's tone was very sincere, after all, he was not in the right. I want to eat ice cream, buy new clothes, play that, what's it called? Anyway, I want to have fun. And, I also want to have a big meal. The little loli in purple blurted out without thinking. The sadness of losing the big stupid frog just now disappeared instantly. Du Mingxi laughed, these requirements were too simple. Okay. Du Mingxi agreed, but then asked, what's your name? Why are you here? My name is Mo Xiaoxiao, I came here with an uncle, he brought me here and left. He hasn't been back for a long time. Looking at the dust on Mo Xiaoxiao's face and the stains on her clothes, it really looked like she had lived in a dense forest for a few days. In other words, this little loli was tricked into coming here? Seeing Du Mingxi frowning in thought, Mo Xiaoxiao rushed over like a kitten and threw herself into Du Mingxi's arms. Big brother, can you take me out? Mo Xiaoxiao's big watery eyes looked very pitiful. Du Mingxi had no choice but to carry her back to the team. Kiki stared at Mo Xiaoxiao and felt something strange, but couldn't put his finger on it. She is just a child. It's okay for your husband to hug her. Otherwise, you would be too stingy. Tang Cheng also came forward and pinched Mo Xiaoxiao's face. Little guy, spitting is very rude. 2A. Little psychopath. Tang Cheng left first, cursing. Everyone returned along the same route. Mo Xiaoxiao lay in Du Mingxi's arms, looking at the dense forest in the distance, and blinked her big eyes mischievously. In the dense forest, 2 human-shaped shadows nodded to Mo Xiaoxiao and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 42 Big Eater Mo Xiaoxiao. Du Mingxi took Mo Xiaoxiao back to the villa, and Kiki helped her take a bath and change into clean clothes. She was so cute when she was dirty, and after washing she looked like a kitten, making people want to pinch her little face. System, receive the reward. Du Mingxi returned to his room to change clothes and collect his reward. Du Mingxi was already accustomed to the body refining pills, but he was more concerned about the spiritual blade named Destiny. After a while, a 1.23-meter long sword appeared on Du Mingxi's desk. There were gorgeous patterns engraved on the scabbard, as well as 2 green dragon patterns. The handle is long enough to be held with both hands. There is also a dragon pattern inlaid with gold wire on it, and there is a blood-red bead at the end of the handle, which looks very strange. Du Mingxi slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Along with a crisp sound, a red aura surged out along with the blade. Du Mingxi suddenly seemed to hear the whisper of destiny. Destiny is a type of spiritual weapon. The so-called spiritual weapon is an ordinary object or weapon that has been soaked in spiritual energy over the years and has developed its own spiritual energy. The spiritual energy generated by objects has extremely terrifying lethality to monsters. Tianming has already developed his own spiritual energy and is only one step away from developing spiritual intelligence. Once an item develops intelligence, it will rise to a higher level and become a divine weapon. In the 100 years since the revival of spiritual energy, the artifact has only appeared more than 10 times, which is very rare. Du Mingxi suddenly thought of the big jade tripod where he took a bath and practiced. That thing is also a spiritual weapon, but its function is more to assist in cultivation. Du Mingxi changed his clothes, filled the jade tripod with water, and then threw Tianming into it. Fearing that Tianming would not be able to receive full penetration, Du Mingxi unsheathed it slightly to allow the emerald green spiritual water to fully contact it. The 4 of them packed up and went out, wanting to take Mo Xiaoxiao out to play. After all, they had promised her. Among eating, playing, and buying clothes, Mo Xiaoxiao chose to eat first without hesitation. It seems that he is also a real foodie. Du Mingxi was a native of Shouyuan City and knew the layout of Shouyuan City like the back of his hand. Of course, this thorough knowledge only applies to ordinary urban areas. Du Mingxi still doesn't know much about high-end places like the CBD area. Du Mingxi brought a group of people to the vicinity of the old city. The most representative and authentic food in a city is mostly found in its inconspicuous alleys. Mo Xiaoxiao is like a curious baby and asks about everything she sees. She didn't even know how the car moved. This made Du Mingxi feel even more sorry for her. She must have been tricked into the forest and was scared silly. Under the leadership of Du Mingxi, the group tasted the real Shouyuan City cuisine. After dinner, Du Mingxi and others took Mo Xiaoxiao to buy clothes. After all, she had just eaten, so she shouldn't be hungry so quickly. Everyone came to a big shopping mall. Mo Xiaoxiao looked at the rows of beautiful skirts and her eyes widened. You want it? Du Mingxi picked up a light blue skirt. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded quickly. In the past, she was only allowed to wear dark-colored clothes, either purple or black, and she had long since disliked them. Now when I see this skirt, which is not only fresh in color but also different in style, I fall in love with it instantly. What about this? Du Mingxi pointed to the light green one nearby. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded quickly. Du Mingxi changed another one. Mo Xiaoxiao nodded without even thinking about it. Good man, you want one. Du Mingxi was also very straightforward and asked the salesperson to pack one of each. After all, Du Mingxi still has more than 100 million in savings. More than 100 million. Nowhere to spend. Mo Xiaoxiao jumped up happily. Kiki on the side seemed a little unhappy. After all, any woman would be a little angry if her husband bought so many clothes for other women in front of her. Don't say that Mo Xiaoxiao is just a child. When Kiki was giving her a bath, she found that this little girl's breasts had already begun to take shape. It's just that I usually wear looser clothes, so it's not obvious. Maybe she is already an adult, but just looks like a child. Snort. The more Kiki thought about it, the angrier she became. Her little mouth pouted like a little child. Du Mingxi must have noticed it. I then took Kiki to buy a lot of beautiful clothes, and that was it. How could Du Mingxi and Tang Qing alone carry so many clothes, so Du Mingxi paid someone to deliver them to the villa. After buying clothes, Mo Xiaoxiao started clamoring for ice cream again. Du Mingxi brought everyone to the new city area, which was close to Xuanyan Lake. The location was very good and the development was better than the old city area. If you want to eat delicious food, you have to go to the old city, and if you want ice cream, you have to go to the new city, where the environment is better. I want this, and this, I want this too. Bro, can I have them all? Because Mo Xiaoxiao was too short, Du Mingxi had to hold her while ordering. But this little girl was really rude. She wanted all of the more than 30 kinds of ice cream. You can't finish that much. Du Mingxi said. No. I want it. Otherwise I'll tell everyone about you killing the big stupid frog. Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to think that this could threaten Du Mingxi, and said with a pout. The three of them smiled bitterly, and Du Mingxi said helplessly, then you have to promise to finish it all. Otherwise I will throw you back outside the high wall. Du Mingxi threatened. Mo Xiaoxiao was really scared and quickly hugged Du Mingxi's neck and refused to let go. No. It's not fun outside. Du Mingxi smiled and bought one of each flavor for her, and also bought one for Kiki. There were more than 30 servings, filling up the table. The three of them stared at Mo Xiaoxiao. The three people's eyes were surprisingly consistent, all conveying the same message: eat quickly. If you can't finish it, I'll throw it away. Mo Xiaoxiao quickly buried her head and started eating. Du Mingxi leaned back in her chair with a smile, ready to pack up the leftovers and take them home to freeze for her to eat later when she couldn't eat anymore. Unexpectedly, Du Mingxi's smile froze the next second. Mo Xiaoxiao's little mouth was like a little black hole. She finished an ice cream in just 10 seconds. The crispy shell was swallowed with 2 crunches, and the next one came in a flash. In the blink of an eye, she had finished 6 or 7 ice creams, and it looked like she had no intention of stopping. Don't eat. You'll be too full. Du Mingxi quickly picked her up. Mo Xiaoxiao fluttered in the air, brother, I'm not full yet. This little bit is not enough to fill my teeth, hee hee. But it's really delicious. Du Mingxi froze. Kiki and Tang Cheng were both stunned. The customers and staff of the ice cream shop were all stunned. This little brat is exaggerating. Du Mingxi put her down again. Mo Xiaoxiao ate the ice cream happily again. Under everyone's dull gaze, Mo Xiaoxiao finished all the ice cream on the table in 5 minutes. Sister, don't you want to eat? If not, can you give it to me? The most amazing thing is that after she finished eating what was on the table, she also set her eyes on what was in Kiki's hand. Because she was so surprised, Kiki didn't even take a bite of her ice cream. For you! Kiki quickly handed it to Mo Xiaoxiao. Mo Xiaoxiao said thank you, took the call and solved it in just 10 seconds. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Mr. Du, I didn't expect to see you again. Du Mingxi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar face. Li Qianxing. Du Mingxi was a little surprised. This guy has changed so much? He speaks so politely? Du Mingxi didn't want to say more to him and nodded. Hey, whose child is this? He's quite cute. Li Qianxing walked over and saw Mo Xiaoxiao with a satisfied look on her face. He reached out and pinched her tender little face hard. Mo Xiaoxiao felt a little pain and tried to pull his big hand down. 2A. He spat. You're looking for death, little brat. Li Qianxing reached out to hit Mo Xiaoxiao, and Du Mingxi quickly pulled Mo Xiaoxiao to his side. Don't go too far. Mo Xiaoxiao's face had been pinched red by him, which showed that this guy was just looking for trouble on purpose. But after what happened last time, his arrogance has been somewhat restrained. Oh. I'm so sorry. By the way, Mr. Du, Xiaoxue is hosting a tea party next Saturday. You should be invited. There will be competitions and exchanges. I'll just say hello to you first. I'll have to ask you for advice later. Li Qianxing said coldly. He had never accepted his loss to Du Mingxi last time and had been looking for an excuse to avenge himself. Chapter 43, Peerless Sword Skills. Du Mingxi looked at Li Qianxing's fake smile and wanted to refuse directly, but the system disagreed. Ding. Mission issued, accept the challenge. Rewards, a copy of Peerless Swordsmanship and a spiritual energy pill. Time limit, 5 minutes. Do you accept? Accept. In that case, let us go. Li Qianxing is now at level 43, and he must have just broken through recently. However, Du Mingxi is already level 40, with the blessing of dual attributes, the 3-level difference can be almost eliminated. Coupled with all kinds of magic, Li Qianxing is simply looking for death. Ding. Detection that the host has accepted the mission, start the timer. There was a voice coming from the system. If you challenge me because you are dissatisfied, then I can beat you until you submit. Du Mingxi said directly. Oh, then I'll wait for you to defeat me. Li Qianxing grinned, showing a disdainful expression, and turned away. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the task, please collect the reward. System sounds followed. Brother, that person is so annoying. Mo Xiao Xiao rubbed her little face and said. Du Mingxi touched her little head, paid the money, and the three of them took her to the amusement park for another day. At the end of the day, Du Mingxi learned that Mo Xiao Xiao was actually an orphan. Of course, this is not surprising. After all, in this chaotic world, many people will die every time a war breaks out. The next day, Sunday. Du Mingxi got up early and collected yesterday's reward. Du Mingxi now has 2 body refining pills, 1 spiritual energy pill and a book of peerless swordsmanship. The system has prompted that this sword technique can be regarded as an advanced spell. Du Mingxi first took the spiritual energy pill and sat cross-legged to refine it. Not long after, 2 golden lights burst out from Du Mingxi's body. Level 42. Yesterday, Du Mingxi could only say that he was confident of defeating Li Qianqing, but now, this confidence has turned into certainty. The difference of 1 level can be made up by Du Mingxi's dual attributes. Not to mention spells, especially Du Mingxi who has advanced spells. Du Mingxi took a breath and swallowed 2 more body refining pills. Heat was bubbling from his body. After a while, Du Mingxi exhaled a breath of foul air. System prompts came. Ding! It is detected that the host has taken the bodybuilding pill. The current bodybuilding progress is 11%. There is still 89% to go to achieve the immortal golden body. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed 10% of the body training degree. Now start the dual body training, each time increase the body training degree by 10%. As the system's voice fell, Du Mingxi felt that his body had undergone great changes. If you look closely, you can see golden dots appearing beneath the skin. Du Mingxi clenched his fists and felt much stronger. As for this dual cultivation body, Du Mingxi felt that he still had to find a suitable opportunity and not rush. After all, Shen Qi's heart is with me, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Du Mingxi immediately started to use his peerless swordsmanship again. What surprised Du Mingxi was that this peerless sword technique was ridiculously thin. Just 2 or 3 pages. When I opened it, there was only a name introduction and a diagram of the circulation of spiritual energy. There is another saying, if you don't move, you'll be fine. If you move, you'll be like thunder. If your mind is as still as water, your sword skills will come naturally. Du Mingxi read the introduction carefully. This sword technique is called Fiery Skybreaking Slash. The name sounds a bit childish, but the description above surprised Du Mingxi. The key to this sword technique is to accumulate strength before striking. Gather your spirit into strength, and cut everything with 1 strike. When you perfect it, you can split mountains and break rivers, and even shake mountains and seas. Such amazing swordsmanship is worthy of being compared with high-level magic. Du Mingxi ran to the bathroom and saw Tianming still soaking in the jade tripod. It is true that this system has included everything Du Mingxi needs for growth and the task rewards. Low level? Then I'll give you the spiritual energy pill and let you upgrade like a rocket. Not strong enough? Take the body refining pill. Is your indestructible golden body strong enough? Lack of weapons? He directly threw a spiritual weapon, and also gave him a peerless sword technique. Du Mingxi took out the destiny. At the moment of contact, a vague consciousness suddenly came into Du Mingxi's mind. A vague figure appeared in Du Mingxi's mind. He is very tall and seems to have long hair. Apart from this, no other details can be seen clearly. Moreover, there was only a figure, no movement, no words. Du Mingxi was a little surprised. It had only been soaked for 1 day, but the spirit of the weapon appeared? The appearance of a weapon spirit is a sign that a spiritual weapon has broken through and become a divine weapon. Du Mingxi patted the jade tripod. This thing is so useful. Armed with his sword skills and destiny, Du Mingxi came to the yard to test the power of the fiery skybreaking slash. Du Mingxi put destiny aside and studied the spiritual energy operation diagram of the fiery flame breaking the sky slash. Like magic, this thing is very simple and Du Mingxi understood it pretty well in no time. The villa arranged by Chu Yuntian comes with a small garden and a bunch of small rockery. Du Mingxi rockery was selected as the test object? Du Mingxi picked up the Tianming, leaned over slightly, holding the scabbard in one hand and the handle in the other. Close your eyes slightly and start to accumulate momentum. The fire-attributed spiritual energy flowed down Du Mingxi's arm into Tianming. The original spiritual energy of destiny gushed out and merged with Du Mingxi's spiritual energy. An invisible aura began to slowly spread around. The breeze was blowing, and Du Mingxi remained in a ready-to-go posture for several minutes. A bird's chirping suddenly sounded in the distance. Du Mingxi suddenly drew his sword. Clang! The condensed momentum suddenly exploded, and the invisible aura surged out. The long sword slashed out, and a large amount of spiritual energy formed a huge blade, which blasted towards the rockery at an extremely fast speed with the force of destroying everything in its path. Boom! The rockery was blown into pieces, but what Du Mingxi didn't expect was that the fiery red blade showed no sign of stopping. After cutting through the rockery, he cut again on the wall of the villa. How could such a small wall withstand such a heavy blow? A gap was cut in it on the spot. The blade flew out at high speed and exploded on the hill next to the villa. That was it. Du Mingxi was stunned. This thing is too powerful. It was really beyond Du Mingxi's expectations. The explosion drew out the three people in the house. Everyone was stunned when they saw the small garden in ruins. I was practicing my sword skills, but I didn't control the strength well. Du Mingxi explained awkwardly. Tang Qing saw the destiny in Du Mingxi's hand and rushed over immediately. What a nice sword! Wow, so beautiful. Is it a spiritual weapon? Du Mingxi nodded. Tang Qing was even more surprised for a moment. Where did you get it, man? Why can't I meet it? Chen Kiki also walked forward to check and was relieved after confirming that Du Mingxi was not injured. Only Mo Xiaoxiao rushed out with a look of joy as she watched the fun. But when he saw the destiny in Du Mingxi's hand, he suddenly ran aside and hid, with sweat on his forehead. Little brat! What's wrong? This is a spiritual weapon, a good thing. Tang Qing took the mandate of heaven from Du Mingxi and waved it in front of her. Unexpectedly, Mo Xiaoxiao closed her eyes and fainted. Tang Chang was stunned. Am I that scary? Or, is this little thing suffering from knife sickness syndrome? Chapter 44 Wang Yunqi suffers. Chen Kiki quickly carried Mo Xiaoxiao to the sofa in the living room. Du Mingxi also quickly put away Tianming. After a while, Mo Xiaoxiao slowly woke up. You are such a coward, little brat. You are so scared by a knife. Seeing this, Tang Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Are you feeling unwell? Chen Kiki said softly. Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head, then quickly nodded, and said in a panic, yes. I feel a little dizzy, maybe I caught a cold after getting up, it's okay. I'll be fine after a rest. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Du Mingxi took Tang Qing to repair the wall, while Chen Kiki took care of Mo Xiaoxiao in the house. Du Mingxi and Tang Qing had just been working for a while when the sky suddenly turned dark. Dark clouds rolled in and soon it started to rain heavily. The rain was heavy and lasted for a long time, and it continued to fall until the evening. Chen Kiki took Mo Xiaoxiao to bed early, and Du Mingxi and Tang Chang watched TV in the living room until late at night. It's getting late, and we have classes tomorrow. Let's go to bed. Du Mingxi glanced at the time and it was already 11 o'clock. Tang Qing was just about to get up and go back to his room to sleep when there was a knock on the door of the villa. And the knocking on the door sounded very urgent, as if something was chasing her. Du Mingxi was a little confused. There was a doorbell in the villa, so why did he have to knock on the door? He quickly pulled Tang Qing forward to open the door. The moment the door opened, two figures suddenly fell forward. Du Mingxi hurriedly supported him. Looking closely, it turned out to be Yang Xingyu and Wang Yunqi. Wang Yunqi was covered in blood and his face was pale. Yang Xingyu's face was filled with fear. Du Mingxi and Tang Qing quickly helped the two into the villa. What's going on? Du Mingxi quickly took out the first aid kit and towel and asked. Yang Xingyu trembled all over and said slowly, I'm not sure either. Half an hour ago, Yunqi suddenly came to me, and she was injured at that time. She asked me to help her. Someone is chasing her. I wanted to call the police, but she said no. So I had no choice but to come to you. Sorry, Mingxi, for causing you trouble. It's okay, she's seriously injured. Du Mingxi wiped the blood off Wang Yunqi's body. There was a long wound on his abdomen and chest. And the most troublesome thing is that there is other people's spiritual energy on the wound that prevents it from healing. Only hospitals have medicine to remove foreign spiritual energy. Du Mingxi thought for a moment, then hurried upstairs to call Chen Kiki. Light-attributed spiritual energy can dispel evil spirits, so helping Wang Yunqi force out other people's spiritual energy should not be a problem. Chen Kiki was also shocked when she saw Wang Yunqi's wound. He quickly activated the light-attributed spiritual energy and shone it gently on Wang Yunqi's wound. After a while, a trace of red spiritual energy escaped from the wound, dissipated into the air and disappeared. In a few minutes, his spiritual energy was completely forced out. Du Mingxi quickly applied hemostatic medicine to Wang Yunxi and bandaged it. However, Wang Yunxi had lost too much blood and still had to go to the hospital. Who is chasing her? How strong is he? Du Mingxi asked. I don't know either. She passed out without telling me anything. I only know that the Yunxi family is engaged in the mining of spiritual stones. Could it be revenge from a business enemy? Yang Xingyu replied. At this moment, Du Mingxi's chest suddenly felt hot. Du Mingxi took out the jade token from his pocket and saw that it was glowing faintly. This was given to him by He Feng's brother. Du Mingxi didn't know what it was for. Du Mingxi brought the token closer to Wang Yunxi with some doubt, and suddenly the token emitted a strong green light. Streams of green spiritual energy like flowing water flowed out from the token and penetrated into Wang Yunxi's body. Wang Yunxi's face turned visibly red. Du Mingxi gently removed the gauze and saw that the 2 long wounds had healed miraculously. Everyone was shocked. This healing ability is incredible. The green light continued to shine, and after a while, Wang Yunxi suddenly coughed a few times and slowly woke up. The green light gradually disappeared and Du Mingxi put away the token. Yunxi, what happened to your family? Who is chasing you? Yang Xingyu quickly handed Wang Yunxi a glass of water and asked. Wang Yunxi took a sip of water and briefly recounted what had happened. It turned out that Wang Yunxi's family was engaged in the mining of spirit stones. This kind of spirit stone could be used to extract spiritual essence, which was the main material for making medicines that could remove the spiritual energy of others. This kind of thing is monopolized by the government, but they think mining it is too labor-intensive and dangerous. The project was contracted to the Wang family to help with mining, and the Wang family earned the mining fees. But today, when Wang Yunxi's father checked the accounts, he discovered that someone in the company had colluded with outsiders, lied about the mining volume, and sold a large amount of spirit stones at a low price to enrich himself. After being discovered, the man teamed up with outsiders to beat up Wang Yunxi's father. Wang Yunxi and her mother escaped. The two fled separately, and Wang Yunxi called the police immediately, but he didn't expect that they had spies in the police station. This led to Wang Yunxi being caught up. Wang Yunxi escaped at the risk of his life and could only go to Yang Xingyu for help. Yang Xingyu had no choice but to take her to find Du Mingxi. How strong are the people chasing you? Du Mingxi asked. My father was level 57, but he was still injured. I guess the strongest among them is around level 60. Wang Yunxi said. She herself is also level 42 and has a certain level of combat capability, otherwise she would not have been able to escape. Okay, Coco, I'm afraid I'll have to let you take action this time. Du Mingxi said. He was not stupid either. The enemy was at level 60, and Du Mingxi was nearly 20 levels behind him. This cannot be compensated by dual attribute body and spells. Of course, if a real fight breaks out. Since he is no match for his opponent in a head-on fight, Du Mingxi can assist from the side, which is a good opportunity to test the power of his swordsmanship in actual combat. Chen Kiki nodded. At this moment, the gate of the villa collapsed. Heavy rain was pouring down. In the rainy night, several men in black stood in front of the villa with knives in hand. Damn it, you dare to come! Tang Qing cursed angrily. Du Mingxi quickly took out the destiny and walked out of the house with Chen Kiki. Hand over Wang Yunxi. The leading man in black spoke in a cold voice. Judging from his voice, he should be in his 40s or 50s. Du Mingxi quickly activated the function of seeing through levels, and saw a number 61 appear above his head. The other men in black were mostly in their 50s, with some in their 40s. What if I don't hand it in? Tang Qing retorted. As soon as Tang Qing finished speaking, 6 or 7 men in black rioted at the same time and attacked at high speed. Such decisiveness surprised Du Mingxi. Boom! Chen Kiki released both fire and ice spiritual energy at the same time. His figure flashed and he punched a level 50 man in black away. The level 61 one chopped with a knife. Chen Kiki slightly turned sideways, and the blade brushed against Chen Kiki's skirt and cut down. Clang! Du Mingxi drew his sword, fire-attributed spiritual energy burst out, he leaped forward, and slashed at the level 61 guy with his sword. Tang Qing took a step and jumped out at the same time as Du Mingxi. 5-colored light burst out from him instantly. Du Mingxi was surprised to find that when illuminated by Tang Qing's 5-colored light, his own strength and speed would increase, while the opposite would happen to the enemy. A natural assistant. Du Mingxi was thinking. At this moment a flash of knife appeared. Du Mingxi quickly drew his sword. Bite. The two swords collided, and the black-clothed man's long sword was directly cut off by Tianming. The spiritual weapon was indeed extraordinary. Ordinary blades could not hurt it at all, and it was a nightmare for ordinary swords. Dozens of people were fighting in the yard, and the originally small yard instantly became ruined. Even though Kiki is level 70, there is a person at level 61 who was barely holding up, and there are many people over level 50, so the situation is becoming tense. Kiki punched the level 61 guy away, summoned the wings of spiritual energy, rose into the air, and burst out light attributed spiritual energy. For a moment it seemed like sunrise. The holy light is spread indiscriminately to the opposite side. A group of men in black were hit at the same time. Those with low levels were directly blown away. Seeing the opportunity coming, Du Mingxi quickly sheathed his sword, bent his body slightly, adjusted his breathing, stabilized his mind, and concentrated his sword power. Flames break through the air. A whisper came from the destiny, and Du Mingxi slashed with a knife. Boom! The flaming blade broke through the air, and the scorching heat wave instantly evaporated the rain. There was only a loud explosion, and all the men in black were blown down. Several strong ones quickly got up and fled with their companions who were knocked unconscious by the explosion. Chapter 45 Establishment of a Company. Looking at the man in black running away, Du Mingxi did not chase him. After all, I don't know if there are other enemies besides these. When everyone returned to the house, Yang Xingyu was so scared that he curled up into a ball. Wang Yunqi's face was full of worry. Mo Xiaoxiao was also awakened. She went downstairs while everyone was fighting and leaned on the window to watch the battle. At this moment, Wang Yunqi's mobile phone suddenly received a message. Wang Yunqi quickly clicked it open and his expression immediately relaxed. Wang Yunqi's father and mother have both arrived at his uncle's house and are safe for the time being. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead. Wang Yunqi choked up a bit. It's nothing, Coco, take them to the vacant room to rest. Tang Cheng and I will be guarding them. Du Mingxi pulled Tang Cheng, who wanted to sneak back to sleep, and said. Good. Kiki carried Mo Xiaoxiao and took Yang Xingyu and Wang Yunqi upstairs. The two of them stayed there all night, but no one came. The next day, Du Mingxi ran to tell Chu Yuntian about this matter. Chu Yuntian said that he would investigate the matter, and if it didn't work, he could ask Li Yuni to come forward. If the military gets involved, it will be useless even if they have connections with the police. Fearing that he would be hunted again, Du Mingxi let Wang Yunqi stay temporarily. Unexpectedly, Yang Xingyu didn't leave either, saying that he wanted to take care of Wang Yunqi. Fortunately, Kiki didn't know what happened that day, otherwise Yang Xingyu might not see the sun today. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng went to class as usual. As Li Qianqing said, Li Muxue did invite him to the tea party. The tea party can be understood as a gathering of the rich second generation in the past. The difference is that there are more competitions at the tea party. After all, strength is more fascinating than money these days. With Chu Yuntian coming forward to investigate, the matter soon came to a conclusion. Just as Wang Yunqi said, there was a traitor in the Wang family company who colluded with outsiders to enrich himself. Because this incident involves the embezzlement of spiritual stones and premeditated murder, the government is paying close attention to it. Even if some of those people are high up in the police force, they cannot withstand such great pressure. Within 2 days, the traitor and his accomplices were arrested. This matter is over. However, for the Wang family, the impact of this incident was heavy. The government's trust in the Wang family has weakened. But after all, they had been cooperating for many years, so they retained half of the Wang family's projects. The other half will be found by another mining company. This means that the Wang family's economic resources will be reduced by half, which is a big blow. Thursday. Du Mingxi was in class when the system suddenly issued a task. Ding! Mission assigned, establish a mining company. Reward, 300 million. 2 spiritual energy pills. Time limit, 24 hours. Do you accept? Du Mingxi was stunned. A mining company can't be established just like that. There are many certificates to obtain. As soon as Du Mingxi finished his thought, a voice came directly from the system. Reminder. All certificates have been processed for the host, please collect them. Du Mingxi laughed, and was amused by himself. I have a system, why should I care whether it is reasonable or not? Isn't this the same as before? I already have a system, so why should I care whether the bank will check my account? Funny. After school, Du Mingxi took Tang Qing to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. What is the name of the company? A young lady helped Du Mingxi with the process. Name? Mingxi, right? Sorry, we have the same name. Please change it. Tang Cheng. Tang Qing rushed to speak. Sorry, this one has the same name as well. Please change it. Du Mingxi thought for a moment and said, Mingqing. That's fine. How much is the registered capital? The young lady looked at Du Mingxi with a playful look. After all, Du Mingxi is still young and probably can't come up with much money. These days, anyone can start a company. 30 million in total. It's a little less, but it's the first time I register a company, so I'll take it slow. Du Mingxi said lightly. The young lady was stunned when she heard this. 30 million is still not enough? For a moment, the young lady felt a little ashamed. It is true that one should not judge a person by his appearance. This guy is handsome and rich, but I don't know how capable he is. I really want his contact information. But it's a pity that it's working hours now. The young lady was thinking while helping Du Mingxi deal with it. Du Mingxi collected all the certificates and documents issued by the system on the way, so the process went smoothly. As he was doing this, Du Mingxi suddenly realized that he had to attend classes and practice, so how could he have so much time to manage the company? Tang Cheng is an unreliable guy, and he also has to go to class. Du Mingxi thought of Wang Yunxi. Her family is originally engaged in this business. The system allows her to register a company, so the government bidding will definitely be won by her company. Don't ask, the answer is to trust the system. At that time, his company and the Wang family will be responsible for the collection of spiritual stones for the government. If someone else is sent to manage it, the Wang family might get themselves into trouble because their company has taken away half of the Wang family's business. If Wang Yunxi comes, it will no longer exist. Thinking of this, Du Mingxi temporarily called Wang Yunxi to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. When Wang Yunxi learned the reason why Du Mingxi called him here, he was immediately incredulous. Du Mingxi wanted to give him the management rights of a company? How is this different from starting your own company? Your family is in charge of this, so you are the best person to do it. Also, this company has nothing right now, so I need you to help me with everything, such as talent introduction and department establishment. If you need funding, just tell me directly. Du Mingxi wrote. Now the mission is completed, and there are still more than 70 million left after the last investment in the Ning family. There are only more than 40 million left out of the registered capital of 30 million. After receiving the reward, there will be more than 340 million left. The company is not big, so this amount of money is enough. You really want me to manage this company? Wang Yunxi still couldn't believe it. Yes. By the way, how about this? You take 60% of the shares, and Tang Cheng and I each take 20%. Du Mingxi said again. But I'm afraid I can't do it well. Wang Yunxi does have experience in this area, and she has been helping out in her own company since graduation. But this doesn't mean she can manage a company independently. You can ask your dad for help. Tang Cheng said. Indeed, with Wang Yunxi's father protecting her, she would not make any mistakes. Besides, Wang Yunxi's father had to help, so why wouldn't his daughter help? Okay. I'll try. But what if I lose money? Wang Yunxi still couldn't accept it. Don't be afraid. At worst, you can file for bankruptcy. Go for it. Nothing comes naturally. Only through experience can you make progress. I believe in you. Du Mingxi quickly drank the chicken soup. Hearing this, Wang Yunxi also became determined and accepted it. After completing the formalities, they went to the bank to open a special company account. After doing all this, I just walked out of the bank door and a voice came from the system. Reminder, Mingqing Company has successfully won the bid for the government's spiritual stone mining project. Please negotiate with the government on related matters. See? What did I say? Du Mingxi sighed in his heart. The system allows you to set up a company at this critical juncture, so the winning company has already been selected. Yunxi, our company has won the bid for the government's spiritual stone mining project. Your task now is to quickly set up the company. talents, equipment, office space, etc., are all up to you. If there is any money needed, just deduct it from the company account and I will put the money on it. Du Mingxi pretended to look at his phone and said. Wang Yunqi was shocked. This company was just established, it only has 3 members, it doesn't even have an office, and it hasn't bought any equipment yet, and it won the bid? Chapter 46 The Ultimate Imagination, Mingxi Likes Me. Wang Yunqi suddenly felt that the task was arduous. A newly established company, which has nothing yet, has won such a big project as Lingshire Mining. I don't know what the government was thinking when it let Mingxi Company win the bid. However, there is pressure. But with Du Mingxi's encouragement, all difficulties are no problem. Wang Yunqi left in a hurry. She had to start recruiting talents and setting up the department immediately. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity to prove myself. She seemed to be able to foresee her father's surprised expression when he found out that Mingxi Company belonged to her. After returning to the villa, Du Mingxi received the reward. He transferred 100 million into the company account. Perhaps because of the system, there is no limit on Du Mingxi's account transfers. There are also 2 spiritual energy pills. Du Mingxi filled the large jade tripod with water, soaked his whole body in it, swallowed 2 spiritual energy pills, and began to practice. Just like last time, Du Mingxi fell asleep soon. Not long after he fell asleep, golden light burst out. Level 43. Spiritual energy continued to flow into Du Mingxi's body, and the jade token that Du Mingxi placed aside also burst into light, but this time it was golden light. This golden light seemed to have the effect of speeding up Du Mingxi's absorption of spiritual energy. Not long after, golden light burst out from Du Mingxi's body again. Level 44. The end time of the sophomore year is a little different from before. We will have a holiday after completing the tests in September. Today is August 11th. There is still more than a month left until the end of sophomore year, and Du Mingxi has already reached level 44. It has far exceeded the graduation level of Nolan College. There are still 2 years left, so breaking through level 50 or even the exaggerated level 60 is not impossible. The golden light settled, and after a while, another golden light burst out. Level 45. At this level, combined with Du Mingxi's dual attribute body and numerous spells, he can be invincible even when fighting against a level 50 strongman. After a long time, the last golden light burst out. Level 46. There was no more golden light after this one. Last time, I used a fire attribute spiritual energy pill and a dual attribute spiritual energy pill, combined with the large jade tripod, to level up 10 levels in one go. This time, both were dual attribute spiritual energy pills, but they were only upgraded to level 4. It is true that the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. From now on, one spiritual energy pill may only be able to upgrade 1 level. Du Mingxi woke up slowly, feeling his strength increase, and felt indescribable joy in his heart. Li Qianqing is level 43, and now I have surpassed him by 3 levels. With the dual attributes of the same body and spells, he can be completely crushed. Saturday. Du Mingxi spent the entire day at home breathing in spiritual energy to stabilize his levels, which had recently soared. The 3 girls have been having a blast these past few days, spending the entire day either shopping or having fun in the amusement park. With Kiki around, Du Mingxi didn't worry about their safety at all. In the afternoon, Du Mingxi drove a Ferrari Lafayette to Li Mushue's manor. The person standing at the door this time was no longer the same person as last time, but a middle-aged man with a kind face. Du Mingxi had just parked the car when he saw a familiar figure. Bai Mao was previously in the same group as Luo Xin. When Luo Xin and his gang planned to kill Du Mingxi, they did not take him with them, and instead he escaped. Du Mingxi walked by on his own. Bai Mao took the initiative to come forward. Master Du, you are here too. Du Mingxi was a little surprised. Wasn't he this guy very arrogant last time? Do I know you well? Du Mingxi said coldly. There's no need to be nice to this kind of person. No, I'm really sorry for what happened last time. I hope you can forgive me. You are a famous figure in Shouyuan City now, and it is my honor to meet you. Bai Mao hurriedly said that Du Mingxi's reputation has been growing recently. Hunting activities include killing level 55 monsters, border guards, young masters of secret clans, and many other titles. The name Du Mingxi is now a household name in Shouyuan City. Bai Mao conducted a serious investigation on Du Mingxi after the last incident. This investigation really made him break out in a cold sweat. Du Mingxi was not only a member of the Li family's guest group, but Li Qiyuan even slapped Li Qianqing, the young master, in public for Du Mingxi. This means that Du Mingxi's status in Mr. Li's mind is higher than Li Qianqing. This is the scariest thing. He knew Li Qiyuan's skills very well. If Du Mingxi said a few words to the old man, he might lose his head. This is not an exaggeration at all. Li's power is so great that it is unimaginable. So during this period of time, Bai Ma was always worried and trembled when he saw people from the Li family. Oh. Du Mingxi was too lazy to look at him. He just replied casually and walked into the castle. Bai Ma sighed. If he had not offended Du Mingxi before, he might be able to make friends with him now. Bai Ma couldn't even imagine how great the benefits would be if he made friends with Du Mingxi. It's a pity that I can only blame myself for being mean and short-sighted. Thinking of this, Bai Ma slapped himself. Du Mingxi walked into the palace hall, where there were some tables and chairs, and on the tables were high-end tea sets and some snacks. The little girl was chatting with Ning Yuqi. When she saw Du Mingxi coming, her eyes suddenly lit up and she jumped up to Du Mingxi. Mingxi, you're here. Come over here. The little girl pulled Du Mingxi inside, and Ning Yuqi also hurried forward. Mingxi, thank you for your investment. Now that things are stable, give my father and the others some time, we will be able to make a profit again soon. Du Mingxi didn't care much about this. After all, the money is given by the system, so you can spend it as you like. Anyway, the reward for a mission is hundreds of millions now. It's okay, we are all friends. I can make additional investments if needed. Du Mingxi smiled. After hearing this, Ning Yuqi's heart started beating wildly and the way she looked at Du Mingxi was different. Ning Yuqi's previous opinion of Du Mingxi was that she agreed that he was excellent, but not quite up to par, so she just treated him as an ordinary friend. But now things have changed, from him taking the initiative to care about himself to him casually saying, I want to invest 200 million. Ning Yuqi felt like the window paper had been broken. Just imagine, who would pour money into a business when it is on the verge of bankruptcy? And it's 200 million. Would he take this risk if he didn't care about me? Could it be that he likes me? Ning Yuqi's thoughts became more and more devious, and she magnified Du Mingxi's actions infinitely. Seeing her best friend looking at Du Mingxi with infatuated eyes and blushing face, the little girl was deeply shocked. I treat you as my best friend, but you treat me as my love rival? It's hard for me to pursue my ex-wife since she is already there, and you're here to interfere? The little loli was anxious. She asked Du Mingxi to drink some tea first, and then pulled Ning Yuqi out of the palace, pinching her waist and questioning her. Yuqi, what are you doing? There's something wrong with the way you look at Mingxi. Are you going to snatch it from me? No. No. I'm hot. Xiaoxue, he already has a wife, and you still want to steal her away, is that appropriate? Ning Yuqi turned the tables. I don't care. As long as we're not officially married, it's fine. The little loli stammered. Ning Yuqi smiled and thought to herself, stupid, you don't know anything at all, just wait and see how I can get Mingxi. Chapter 47 Crushing. The tea leaves prepared for this tea party are all of the best quality with a rich tea aroma. Du Mingxi tasted it and found it was indeed very good. At this time, Li Qianqing walked in with a pretty girl in his arms. The moment he saw Du Mingxi, Li Qianqing sneered and walked over. Hey, Mr. Du, you're here early. It looks like you like this tea? I guess so. People of your background can't get to know such high-end things. If you like it, I'll have someone pack some for you to take back. Li Qianqing said sarcastically, and the woman next to him also laughed. No need for that. The food is quite high-end, but it's not certain whether the people enjoying it are high-end or not. If you have nothing else, please go away, okay? Du Mingxi retorted sarcastically. Li Qianqing's mouth twitched, and he suppressed his anger and said, Mr. Du, I'll be looking forward to your guidance later. By the way, I've just been promoted recently, so I can't control my strength well. You won't mind, right? Don't worry, I will teach you until you doubt your life. What a coincidence, I have a little trouble controlling my strength recently. You won't mind, right? I suggest you call an ambulance first. Otherwise, it will be bad if they can't save you. Du Mingxi smiled. Li Qianqing was furious for a moment. Okay. Then let's see who teaches whom. Li Qianqing gritted his teeth and pulled the girl away. At this time, the little loli and Ning Yuqi returned. Seeing Li Qianqing walking away from Du Mingxi, the little girl hurriedly said, "Is this guy here to cause trouble for you again?" "Really, I didn't even invite him, but he went to see my grandfather." "How shameless." Du Mingxi smiled when he heard this. "It doesn't matter, I'll have to compete with him later." "Ah? You still want to compete with him? He's level 43. The little girl was a little worried. "He was the one who challenged me first. Besides, what's there to be afraid of? Didn't we fight last time?" Du Mingxi said lightly. It's really difficult for the little lowly to be caught in the middle. "We must believe in Mingxi," Ning Yuqi said quickly. The little girl nodded when she heard that and rolled her eyes at Li Qianqing on the other side. The little girl invited many people to the tea party. Feng Shuang and Yang Xingyu are both here. Wan Yunxi didn't come because she was busy dealing with company matters. Su Lingyan and several boys were also invited. Everyone drank tea and chatted, it was very comfortable. However, nowadays, the most interesting thing about gatherings is still the competition. Especially these rich second generation and clan children. Because they have a higher birth, better resources than ordinary people, and higher level. The higher the level, the more entertaining the battle will be. Soon we entered into today's competition session. Usually the opponents are decided by drawing lots. But if you have an opponent you want to challenge, you can also take the initiative to challenge. Another use of competitions is to help settle personal grudges. After all, it is better to stop competing in a gathering like this than to fight in private over a small conflict. The competition took place in the large courtyard of the manor. Li's housekeeper acted as a referee to prevent the fight from getting too intense and violent. Su Lingyan was drawn to the first team, and her opponent was a member of the Li family's side branch. What surprised Du Mingxi was that Su Lingyan was already level 29 at this time. From the last test to now, a maximum of 2 weeks. And he has already been promoted to level 3, which is pretty good. The little lowly is only level 28 now. Su Lingyan's opponent is level 30, with Earth attribute. The battle between the two officially began. Su Lingyan launched a fierce attack as soon as he came up, and his fists whizzed away with fire-attributed spiritual energy. The other party quickly gathered his spiritual energy and formed an earth wall in front of him. Su Lingyan slammed his fist hard on the earth wall. The earth wall was not shaken at all, but Su Lingyan's own fist was hurt by the shock. Su Lingyan's body moved violently and launched attacks from other directions. But the opponent was not stupid either. He directly condensed a spherical earth shield to block all of Su Lingyan's attacks. The advantage of the earth attribute lies in defense. He will first use his high defense to drain your spiritual energy, and then give you a fatal blow. Su Lingyan gave up the attack and kept his distance. The flames suddenly erupted, and the raging flames and rolling heat waves completely enveloped the opponent. "Since you like being a turtle, I'll roast you." As the fire continued to burn, the temperature inside the earth shield rose rapidly. Soon, the opponent took the initiative to remove the earth shield and punched towards Su Lingyan. But the biggest advantage of the fire attribute is in combat. How can the earth attribute possibly beat it? After a few rounds, the opponent could no longer hold out and had to admit defeat. The audience burst into applause. Many times, battles rely on brains rather than brute strength. If they just relied on brute force, the loser would be Su Lingyan. However, this refers to battles of similar levels. If the level gap is too big, then no matter how many tricks you use, they will all be useless. There are several more duels to come. The levels are generally between level 26 and level 35. The 9th game is over and it is Du Mingxi's turn. Du Mingxi did not draw lots just now because the competition was with a designated opponent. Du Mingxi is going to fight with Li Qianqing again? I heard that Li Qianqing was defeated by Du Mingxi last time. Yeah, he wants revenge this time. But he didn't win last time, can he win this time? I don't know, but I bet Du Mingxi can win. Me too. There was a lot of discussion off the field. Li Qianqing became even angrier when he heard that everyone supported Du Mingxi. Let me make it clear first. I recently reached level 43. I may not be very careful with my attack, so don't blame me if you get hurt or disabled. Li Qianqing said viciously. The butler at the side frowned and was about to say something. Li Qianqing suddenly said with a fake smile, "Uncle De, I was just joking with him." When the people off the field heard that Li Qianqing had recently been promoted to level 43, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Among the rich second generations in Shouyuan City, Li Qianqing's ability is considered to be above average. Du Mingxi couldn't help but smile when he heard the admiration from the audience. Oh? Well, I'll tell you something. I just recently reached level 46. I may not know how to control myself, so don't blame me if I hurt or maim you. The audience exploded. What? Did I hear it right? Level 46. It's fake, it must be fake. You're just saying this to show off. It's a bit shameless. Indeed, Du Mingxi is only a sophomore, how could he be 40? Du Mingxi directly revealed the air mass, and the 4 purple and red air masses behind him were clearly visible, and the other one was a little dim. This scene made the whole audience silent. Everyone was stunned. Stiff. Petrified. Li Qianqing took 2 steps back and looked at Du Mingxi in disbelief. Did I see it wrong? A murmur from the audience ignited the wave. Everyone exclaimed. Level 46 of the sophomore year, what does that mean? Nolan College, which is one of the top universities in the entire Central Plains area, has a graduation level of only 40. This devil has reached level 46 in his sophomore year. What level will he reach when he graduates? I can't imagine it. Can we start now? Du Mingxi asked, looking at Li Qianqing, whose eyes were full of fear and shock. Yes. Even though Li Qianqing came from a prominent family and had met countless masters, he was still shocked by Du Mingxi. He had never seen such a terrifying person. The last time I fought with him, the concentration of his spiritual energy had not yet broken through level 40. And now, he has surpassed himself. It's only been a short time, less than a month. Li Qianqing completely lost confidence. He knows what a 3-level difference means. He doesn't have dual attributes in the same body to make up for the level difference. And there was only 1 intermediate spell book, but Du Mingxi had 3. And 1 advanced spell book. He had been completely suppressed by Du Mingxi. But if I admit defeat like this, it would be extremely embarrassing. The battle is about to begin. As soon as Du Mingxi came up, he unleashed dual attribute spiritual energy, surrounded by the colors of thunder and fire. Du Mingxi wants to let Li Qianqing know what crushing means. With a flash of his body, Du Mingxi rushed in front of Li Qianqing and punched him. The dual-colored spiritual energy of thunder and fire burst out. A strong sense of oppression instantly descended upon Li Qianqing's heart. As a result, he was half a second slow in dodging and was hit in the chest by Du Mingxi's punch. Fly out backwards directly. Du Mingxi gave no chance at all, and appeared behind him in a flash. Another punch, hammering him hard to the ground. Severe pain came from all over Li Qianqing's body. Du Mingxi threw another punch, straight at Li Qianqing's face. If he gets hit by this punch, he will be crippled if not killed. But the intense pain seemed to wake him up, and he quickly rolled over and dodged the punch. Li Qianqing seized the opportunity and quickly distanced himself from the enemy, using an intermediate spell, Raging Flames. Du Mingxi stood where he was, without dodging at all. Just like last time, he chose to fight fire with fire. Flame Dragon soars. The giant flaming dragon roared out and collided directly with Li Qianqing's fire wave. This time, Du Mingxi's flames completely suppressed Li Qianqing. The flaming dragon broke through the fire barrier and pounced on Li Qianqing. If this attack hits him, he will be seriously injured. At the critical moment, the butler on the side quickly took action. Powerful water spiritual energy burst out, enveloping the flaming dragon and corroding it bit by bit. But the fiery dragon soar was not a pushover. It withstood the erosion of the water system and pushed the level 68 steward several meters away before completely dissipating. Master Qianqing, you lose. The butler announced the result. Of course, anyone could see the scene. Li Qianqing no longer had the arrogance he had before. After just a few moves, he felt suffocated. Finally, I understand what crushing means. Chapter 48 Lin Qingshua's Secret. Thunderous applause broke out again from the audience. Li Qianqing, who was at level 43, was defeated by Du Mingxi in just a few moves. It was so shocking. The little girl was also jumping for joy. Although Feng Shuang, Yang Xingyu and Ning Yuqi had smiles on their faces, they all had plans in their hearts. They could also see that the people next to them were all competitors, and only the little loli was acting stupid. The subsequent competition was still exciting, but it was also more intense due to the strong impact brought by the man Du Mingxi. The rest wasn't that shocking. The next day, Du Mingxi was gently awakened by Chen Kiki and had breakfast with everyone. It's true, before this, only Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki lived in this big villa, so it was a bit deserted. But since Tang Qing, Mo Xiaoxiao, Yang Xingyu and Wang Yinqi moved in temporarily, the place suddenly became lively. Tang Qing teased Mo Xiaoxiao all day long, often making her angry and chasing Tang Qing around the house. The other two girls can also help Chen Kiki with housework. Du Mingxi reviewed the fiery sky-breaking slash and took a bath to practice with the hope of destiny in mind. This way you can improve your own strength and immerse yourself in destiny, killing two birds with one stone. The next day, Du Mingxi and Tang Qing attended classes as usual. But today was a little different. It was supposed to be the class of our homeroom teacher Lin Xingxue, but she didn't come. The class was halfway through when the teacher of the history of Reiki development came to substitute for the class. On Tuesday morning, Lin Xingxue still didn't come. Lin Xingxue did not show up until Thursday afternoon. To everyone's surprise, she had injuries on her face and at the corners of her mouth. Lin Xingxue has a good temper and a kind personality, and she won't fight with others easily. Du Mingxi felt it necessary to ask about the situation. After all, he liked this teacher very much. The liking here is purely the appreciation and affection between teachers and students. After school, Du Mingxi and the little lowly surrounded Lin Xingxue and asked about her situation. "Teacher, what happened to you? Why is there a wound on your face? Who hit you? Tell me, I will get someone to beat him up today." Tang Qing spoke first. Although he has only been in this class for a short time, he really likes teacher Lin Xingxue. She's beautiful, and so gentle. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue subconsciously turned sideways, trying to cover the wound on her face. "The teacher is fine, you guys should go back. The teacher has to go too." Lin Xingxue was about to leave after saying this. The little lowly quickly stopped her. "Teacher, you can tell us anything you have. We can help you." "Yes, teacher, tell us so we can help you think of a solution." Du Mingxi continued. Seeing that her students cared about her so much, Lin Xingxue's eyes suddenly became red. But she still insisted, "The teacher is really fine, don't stay outside, go home quickly." "Okay?" After hearing this, everyone was at a loss. Lin Xingxue really didn't want to say it, it would probably be inconvenient. It would be rude to continue asking. "Okay, then, teacher, take care." Du Mingxi gave Tang Qing and the little lowly a look, stopping them from asking any more questions. "Okay. You guys should go back soon too. Bye." Lin Xingxue walked out of the classroom quickly, but when she was leaving the classroom, Du Mingxi saw her wiping her tears. It seems that she must have encountered some difficulties. "Let's go. Follow them and see," Du Mingxi said. Everyone nodded quickly and followed. Lin Xingxue's home is not far from the school, so she often rides a bicycle to class. A group of people followed Lin Xingxue from a distance. After walking for a long time, we arrived at a residential area. Everyone followed her upstairs again. Finally, I watched her go home. "It's nothing. Where did the scar on the teacher's face come from?" the little lowly asked in confusion. Du Mingxi looked at the door of Lin Xingxue's house and said, "I guess I figured it out." As he said this, he led everyone to the door of Lin Xingxue's house. "You want to go in? It would be bad if the teacher knew we were following her," Tang Qing said as he leaned against the door and listened to the sound. "I think the teacher's injury was caused by domestic violence." Du Mingxi expressed his guess. Just as everyone was about to speak, Tang Qing suddenly said, "Don't talk. There's noise." Everyone immediately kept quiet and moved closer to the door to listen. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the house. It was definitely a slap. Then a man cursed angrily, "Useless thing. I'm going to beat you to death." "Oh shit." When Tang Qing heard this, he was about to kick the door. Du Mingxi quickly pulled him aside and knocked on the door. An angry man's voice came from inside the door. "Damn, who is it?" "Hello, I'm from the property management, I'm here to collect the property management fee," Du Mingxi said with his throat pinched. "Damn it. Didn't I pay it this month?" Men always use swear words. "Oh. It shows here that you haven't paid. Can you come out to verify? Thank you for your help." Du Mingxi continued. "Wait. There's so much to do every day." The man came to open the door while cursing. The moment the door opened, Tang Qing kicked the man hard in the abdomen, and then punched him in the face with all his spiritual energy. The man fell backwards suddenly. Tang Chang and Du Mingxi hurried forward and held the man down. A group of people rushed in. As soon as they entered, everyone was stunned. Lin Xingxue was seen tied up all over, wearing only a shirt, with wounds all over her body and slap marks on her face. When Lin Xingxue saw that the person rushing in was her own student, she burst into tears. "UTM, you like domestic violence, don't you?" Tang Chang and Du Mingxi tied up the man and sealed his mouth. The more Tang Chang looked at this guy, the angrier he became, and he kicked him a few times. The little loli and other girls helped Lin Xingxue untie the ropes, went to the bedroom to help her treat the wounds on her body, and changed her clothes. "Teacher, why don't you want to tell us?" "Even if you don't want to tell us, you can call the police." The little loli brought Lin Xingxue back to the living room, and Du Mingxi asked, "This situation is already illegal. As long as you call the police, this bastard will go to jail." "Thank you." Lin Xingxue couldn't stop crying. This made Tang Ching even angrier, so he went up and hit the man a few times. Don't Lin Xingxue hurriedly stopped him. "Actually, this can't be blamed on him, it's all my fault." "Ah?" The little loli was surprised. "We have been married for 2 years, but we still don't have a child. We went to the hospital for a checkup and nothing was found wrong. She's always wanted a baby, but I can't get pregnant." Lin Xingxue cried. "What about him? Has he been checked, too?" Du Mingxi asked. Lin Xingxue nodded. "We both checked and there's nothing wrong, but we just can't get pregnant." "How can you be blamed for this?" Tang Chang got angry again. "You like to shirk responsibility, don't you?" Then he said he was going to hit him again. Du Mingxi hurriedly pulled him away, as it would be difficult to deal with him if he got injured. "If that's the case, why do you insist on doing that?" The little loli asked. "I asked him for a divorce, but he disagreed and started beating me up." Lin Xingxue's tears flowed again. At this time, the man struggled. Tang Ching tore off the tape, and the man yelled, "Damn it, where did you come from, you bastard? Get out of here." "Say it again." Tang Ching grabbed the man's neck and pushed him against the wall. 5 colored spiritual energy burst out and condensed into 5 air spikes, pointing directly at the man's neck. The man didn't dare to speak. "Teacher, don't worry, we will help you deal with it. If it doesn't work, we can sue you," Du Mingxi said. "Why bother with that?" Tang Ching sneered and turned to the man and said, "Do you want a divorce or not?" As he spoke, he thrust 5 air spikes closer to the man's neck. Lin Xingxue's main focus is theory, so her own strength is only level 40, which is why she was domestically abused by this man at level 42. The man was not stupid. He could see that Du Mingxi and Tang Ching were quite strong and he had no chance of winning in a fight, so he did not dare to act rashly. Leave. The man finally compromised. He thought that it would be a waste of time to stay together, so he just divorced. "Okay. I give you the house, I don't want it anymore. I just ask you not to harass me in the future." Lin Xingxue is just soft-hearted. It was clearly she who was the victim of domestic violence, but in the end she was kicked out of the house with nothing. Hearing this, the man suddenly became delighted and nodded. "Teacher, please pack up and we will go with you." Du Mingxi rode. Lin Xingxue packed up her things and left the community with everyone else. "Classmates, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Thank you so much this time." Lin Xingxue choked up. "It's okay. Teacher, you probably have no place to live now. If you don't mind, I have a vacant house in Fengyuan Community, Chongqing Road. You can live there," Du Mingxi said. Lin Xingxue would definitely not accept this given her personality. But it's so late now, how can anyone feel at ease letting Lin Xingxue go out alone to find a house to live in? They all agreed that Lin Xingxue should accept it, otherwise they would not go back. There was no choice but Lin Xingxue to agree. The others went home first. Du Mingxi, Tang Ching and the little loli sent Lin Xingxue to Fengyuan Community, watched her enter the house, and then went back. Chapter 49. Du Yunhai, son, do you have your teacher's contact information? With the help of Du Mingxi and others, Lin Xingxue's problem was quickly resolved and the two divorced smoothly. It just benefited that son of a bitch, who abused Lin Xingxue and still got the house. Classes are normal on Thursday and Friday. Early Saturday morning. Du Mingxi was meditating when the doorbell suddenly rang. When I opened the door, a burly, neatly dressed man was standing at the door. Du Mingxi was surprised. Du Yunhai looked sloppy just a few days ago? Now he has shaved his beard, groomed his hair, and dressed neatly. Dad! What's wrong? Du Mingxi took Du Yunhai into the villa. Du Yunhai smiled and said, "Have you forgotten that today is your birthday?" Du Mingxi suddenly realized that August 16th was his birthday and he had forgotten it. "I'm already this old, why should I celebrate my birthday?" Du Mingxi poured a glass of water for Du Yunhai and said with a smile. In Du Mingxi's memory, birthdays are something he has only a vague impression of. I hadn't had it many times until I went to college. And every time, Du Yunhai would buy a small cake, and once the father and son had one, the birthday was considered celebrated. Mingxi, I'm sorry. I ignored your feelings before. Du Yunhai held the water cup, somewhat afraid to look directly into Du Mingxi's eyes. It's nothing, let the past be the past. Du Mingxi sat on the sofa and comforted her. Well, come to my place for your birthday this time. I'll make all the preparations. You can call some friends. Du Yunhai said that he seemed to have really changed at this moment. The decadent, hedonistic, gambling and alcohol-addicted Du Yunhai had disappeared. By the way, where's my daughter-in-law? Ask her to come down and help me. I haven't cooked for many years. I wonder if my cooking skills are still there. Du Yunhai added. Du Mingxi was surprised, you can also cook? Ha ha. Of course. Your mother stayed with me because I cooked delicious food. When Du Yunhai said this, his eyes suddenly dimmed. Du Mingxi's mother Ningxuan passed away when Du Mingxi was still a child. After that, Du Yunhai seldom cooked, so Du Mingxi didn't know that he was a good cook. Okay. I'll take her there later. Du Mingxi said this and took out his cell phone. I transferred some money to you. If it's not enough, tell me again. Du Yunhai hesitated to speak. Okay. Then I'll go get ready, you guys come over then. Du Yunhai said and left the villa. As soon as Du Yunhai left, Kiki and others went home after having enough fun. These girls got up at 5 o'clock just to watch the sunrise. I'm so bored. Du Mingxi talked about his birthday. Everyone was delighted and hurried to prepare. Du Mingxi took advantage of this time to call and invite little Lolita, Ning Yuqi, Feng Shuang, Su Lingyan and others. Wan Yunxi was also asked by Du Mingxi to stop working and come to the party. Finally, there is the class teacher Lin Xingxue. These are the only people who have a good relationship with Du Mingxi. Afternoon. Du Mingxi and Kiki went to the Lakeview Villa first. Du Mingxi didn't feel anything when he bought it, but now that he has actually entered this luxurious villa, he is a little shocked. As soon as you enter the door, there is a garden with various flowers. Behind the garden is a large yard. The villa has 6 floors, 4 above ground and 2 underground. There is also a separate underground garage. There is a private cinema and swimming pool. The level of luxury far exceeds the villa that Du Mingxi lives in the college. Du Mingxi took a long time to get to the living room. At this time, Du Yunhai was busy in the open kitchen. Kiki hurried to help. Kiki's cooking skills are pretty good, and when combined with Du Yunhai, they become a powerful combination. Coco, when are you going to have your wedding? Du Yunhai asked while cutting vegetables. Kiki glanced at Du Mingxi who was watching TV in the living room, her face flushed. I don't know either. I think we should do it as soon as possible. I'm still waiting to hold my grandchildren. Ha ha. Du Yunhai said with a smile. Kiki bit her lip. Du Yunhai's words just reminded her. Du Mingxi is getting better and better, and many people have already set their sights on him. Kiki is still confident in herself, but confidence is just that. There are so many beautiful girls surrounding Du Mingxi all day long. What if he suddenly falls in love with one of them one day? This depends on Mingxi. I can do anything. Kiki said with a blushing face. Indeed, she is the exclusive wife given to Du Mingxi by the system, and she has to do whatever Du Mingxi asks her to do. When it comes to matters like getting married and having children, you still have to look to Du Mingxi. Don't worry, I'll talk to him later. Du Yunhai said. Du Mingxi now feels that he is not qualified to give orders or criticize, but he can still talk. Kiki nodded with some joy. Soon, the friends invited by Du Mingxi began to arrive one after another. The first to arrive were Yang Xingyu, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Tang Chang. The 3 of them also prepared gifts. Yang Xinghu's watch is one that looks quite high-end. Mo Xiaoxiao's was a doll, which looked like it was bought on the roadside. But Du Mingxi also gladly accepted it. After all, the kid didn't have much money to begin with, so it was already great that he could give Du Mingxi a gift and not have a free meal. Tang Qing carved a small wooden sword for Du Mingxi, which was extremely crude. Later, the little Loli and Ning Yuqi also came. The little girl's gift was very expensive, a Rolls-Royce, the same model as the one in his house. Du Mingxi would definitely not accept it because it was too expensive. But the little girl said that her grandfather allowed it, so Du Mingxi could only accept it reluctantly. Ning Yuqi made the crystal ball directly, and it looks very beautiful. Feng Shuang and Wang Yunxi arrived almost at the same time. Lin Qingxue arrived with Su Lingyan. While Du Yunhai was cooking, he looked at Du Mingxi's friends who came one after another and was a little dumbfounded for a moment. Why are there so many girls here, and each one is prettier than the other? The worst thing is that the last one is obviously about the same age as me. No wonder you don't want to get married, it turns out you have a harem. Du Yunhai suddenly became a little angry, because he had the same idea back then, but he never dared to do it again after being discovered by Ning Shuang. On second thought, this is the son fulfilling his father's unfulfilled wish. Forget it, I can't control this guy now. He is so outstanding now, it's normal for him to have some girls around him. But we still have to talk about it. I can't control other things. This guy told me that she is his wife, so she should be given a name. Du Yunhai was thinking as he put the dishes on the table. Everyone gathered around after smelling the fragrance. I have to say that Du Yunhai's cooking skills are really good, he is worthy of being a man who picks up girls with his cooking skills. The dishes he cooked were fragrant, colorful, fragrant and delicious, and were not inferior to those in other restaurants. The dishes were served and everyone took their seats. Du Mingxi introduced it. Everyone. Dad. This is our homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin Qingxue. Teacher, this is my dad, this is my wife, and this is Feng Shuang. Mr. Du, hello everyone. Lin Qingxue stood up and said. Du Yunhai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt relieved. It turned out that this was teacher Du Mingxi. I was just overthinking it. Du Mingxi gave a round of introductions. Everyone started eating. There were constant exclamations of admiration at the dinner table, all praising Du Yunhai's cooking skills. This made Du Yunhai, a grown man, feel a little embarrassed. After the meal, everyone sang birthday song for Du Mingxi and cut the cake. The clever little Lolita was the first to start a cake battle, and everyone started a fight. Du Mingxi's entire face was covered with blurry paper, leaving only his two eyes. The crowd made a noise for a long time before they stopped. Du Yunhai seized the opportunity and pulled Du Mingxi out for a talk. Mingxi, you are very good now. I didn't want to interfere with you, but I think it is necessary to remind you. It is wrong to have multiple relationships at the same time. As a man, you should be loyal. Du Mingxi was a little confused. He had only one wife, Kiki, from the beginning to the end. Where did these words come from? I'm not on multiple boats. They are all my friends, not what you think. Du Mingxi quickly explained. I can see that their feelings for you are not simple. I can't influence your thoughts, but what I want to tell you is that since you told me that Kiki is your wife, then I will only recognize her. You should give her a name. Du Yunhai put his hands behind his back and spoke earnestly. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Du Mingxi nodded. Before, when Chen Qi's intimacy level was not full, I had emergency breaks several times, which might have caused her to misunderstand. I'd like to take this opportunity today to ask Du Yunhai for help. Oh, what a fool. Du Mingxi looked at Mingyue and smiled. The father and son stood in the moonlight in silence for a long time. Suddenly, Du Yunhai broke the silence. Why did you invite even your teacher? Oh, she met a domestic violence man and got divorced recently. I thought she might be in a bad mood, so I invited her to come and have some fun to relax. Du Mingxi said. Ahem, do you have her contact information? What? Du Mingxi was confused. Do you have her contact information? Don't get me wrong, I'm just a little free recently, so I can help comfort her. Chapter 50, Every moment is worth 1,000 gold. Du Mingxi was stunned for a moment, then he understood. It just so happens that Lin Qingxue is now divorced and alone. Du Yunhai also changed his mind and thought that their union might not be a bad thing. I only have a phone, so be careful. Du Mingxi gave Lin Qingxue's phone number to Du Yunhai. Don't worry, believe in your father's ability. Du Yunhai smiled and returned to the living room with Du Mingxi. Everyone was tired from playing and were watching TV. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Yushi left first. The company's affairs these days have made her extremely anxious. But it is also very fulfilling, and it feels really good to be in charge of a company. Lin Qingxue and others also left one after another. In the end, only Mo Xiaoxiao and the couple were left. Mingxi, it's so late, why don't you rest here? There are so many empty rooms anyway. Du Yunhai said. Du Mingxi glanced at Chen Kiki, and the other party nodded and agreed. Come on, little one, I'll take you to bed. Look, your skirt is dirty. I'll take you to change. There are only large-sized men's clothes at home, so you can wear them for now. Du Yunhai took Mo Xiaoxiao and left. He learned about the little guy's life experience from Du Mingxi. I want to change it myself. Okay, change it yourself. I want to sleep in the big bed by myself. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's go. Looking at Mo Xiaoxiao being carried away by Du Yunhai like a little rabbit, Du Mingxi laughed out loud. At this time, Chen Kiki gently hugged Du Mingxi and whispered in her ear, Husband, let's go to bed. Du Mingxi felt as if an electric current surged through his whole body. I held Chen Kiki and found an empty room to rest. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the sound of the bedboard could be heard. This night, every moment is worth 1,000 gold. The next day. When Du Mingxi woke up, Chen Kiki was already there getting dressed and washed. Seeing Du Mingxi wake up, Chen Kiki kissed Du Mingxi gently and said teasingly, Hubby was great last night. Du Mingxi felt numb all over. At this time, a voice came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed the dual body training once. The current body training progress is 21%. There is still 79% to go to the immortal golden body. Ding! It is detected that the host has completed 20% of the body training, unlocking the strengthening skill. Description: the host can enhance the strength of some body parts for a short period of time during combat. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi's gaze gradually shifted downwards. A strange thought came into his mind. Honey, what are you looking at? Chen Kiki asked with a blushing face. Du Mingxi quickly came back to his senses. Nothing. Nothing. Have a good rest, I'll make you breakfast. After saying that, Du Mingxi hurried out of the room. When we arrived at the living room, Du Yunhai was already leading Mo Xiaoxiao to have breakfast. Du Yunhai's face was full of surprise. Because Mo Xiaoxiao ate so much, he had already made 11 fried eggs for her and poured 5 cups of milk. The little one is still shouting that it's not enough. Seeing Du Mingxi coming, Du Yunhai's mouth curled up. He got up and brought breakfast to Du Mingxi. When he put down the plate, he patted Du Mingxi on the shoulder and said, Well, you will be a real man from now on. Don't let Coco down. Du Mingxi almost had a palpitation. How did you know? Looking at Du Mingxi's surprised expression, Du Yunhai smiled and said, I overheard it by accident when I woke up last night. Du Mingxi was embarrassed for a moment. Why the hell was this strong feeling of shame? At this time, Chen Kiki also came to the living room. Du Yunhai brought out another breakfast? Mo Xiaoxiao, who was eating at the side, suddenly said, Uncle, you just said you heard something last night. What did you hear? Du Mingxi almost spit out. Du Yunhai quickly scolded, Don't talk too much, little brat, eat quickly, and I'll take you fishing after you finish eating. Really? Okay. When Mo Xiaoxiao heard that they were going fishing, she immediately stopped talking. Chen Kiki's entire face and neck were red at this time. How could this be heard? Was I too loud last night? So shameful. Chen Kiki could only lower her head and eat. The scene was very awkward for a while. Why aren't you talking? Mo Xiaoxiao said while eating. Well, I'll take her fishing. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Du Yunhai simply carried Mo Xiaoxiao away. The awkward atmosphere eased somewhat. How shameful, husband. Chen Kiki whispered. It's okay, let's be quieter next time. Du Mingxi smiled. Chen Kiki's face turned even redder when she heard this. Finish breakfast. Du Mingxi came to the yard, ready to try out the power of enhancement. Du Mingxi found a big, solid stone. It would be nice if I could smash this thing into pieces with one punch. In order to prevent the last incident from happening again, Du Mingxi deliberately moved the large stones away from the walls and other buildings. Du Mingxi held his breath and concentrated, mobilizing the strength and power in his body and stimulating it on his right hand. Du Mingxi's entire right hand gradually turned light gold, with a faint golden light flickering under the skin. A strong sense of power came from the right fist. Du Mingxi didn't mobilize his spiritual energy and punched down. The big rock shattered, but Du Mingxi still felt a little pain. After all, it's only 21% of the body refining degree. Being able to smash a big rock with one punch without using any spiritual energy is already very good. Moreover, this is only a bonus skill that comes with reaching 21% of body refining. The biggest benefit is the strengthening of Du Mingxi's body. At this time, Du Mingxi felt that his body was far beyond that of an ordinary person. If you look closely, you can see that the golden light beneath Du Mingxi's skin is becoming more and more obvious. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the system again. "Host, please take the neon dragon flower within 24 hours. The system did not say what benefits would be gained from taking it, it just left a message and disappeared. However, if it hadn't reminded him, Du Mingxi would have almost forgotten about the neon dragon flower. Du Mingxi hurriedly took Kiki back to the college villa and took out the neon dragon flower. Looking at the flowers that could remain bright and fresh even without soil, Du Mingxi was stunned. "Eat them directly?" Du Mingxi called the system, but no one answered. Without thinking twice, Du Mingxi ate it raw. As soon as it took a sip, the extreme bitterness almost made Du Mingxi vomit. But he forced himself to swallow it. Unexpectedly, not long after taking the medicine, Du Mingxi's whole body turned purple as if he was poisoned. Du Mingxi was immediately panicked. This was the end of him. He wanted to scratch his throat to spit it out, but the system stopped him. "Please don't worry, host. This is a normal phenomenon. You can speed up the absorption of the neon phoenix dragon flower through practice." Hearing this, Du Mingxi calmed down. If the system says it's okay, then it must be okay. Then start practicing. Du Mingxi's whole body turned from purple to black at first, then gradually faded to purple, then to lavender, then to pink, and finally to normal color. At the moment when Du Mingxi's skin color returned to normal, a phoenix cry and a dragon roar sounded at the same time. I saw an illusory phoenix and an illusory dragon appear around Du Mingxi, surrounding Du Mingxi. "Oh my god! What is this?" Du Mingxi said in surprise. The system quickly explained. "Host, please do not panic. This is the effect of the neon phoenix dragon flower combined with the body refining. This dragon and phoenix is your guardian aura." As soon as the system finished speaking, a dragon and a phoenix rushed into Du Mingxi's body. Golden light suddenly burst out from Du Mingxi. That's right, Du Mingxi has upgraded again. Level 47. Level 48. Level 49. Chapter 51. Ning Yuqi was kidnapped. Du Mingxi was shocked. He didn't expect that this thing could help him level up 3 times in one go. Level 49, let alone Nolan University, even the students of all the colleges in the entire Central Plains concentration area may not be able to reach it. Du Mingxi is only a sophomore now. If he continues like this, he can even reach level 70 by the time he graduates. Du Mingxi was surprised when he suddenly realized that something was wrong with Kiki next to him. After taking a closer look, Du Mingxi was shocked again. "Coco, are you level 71? "Yes. Because I did that with my husband. Every time I did that with my husband, I could level up a little. Now at this stage, I should be able to level up once. I don't know about the future." Kiki's tender face was rosy. Du Mingxi was shocked again. Why didn't they tell us earlier that this system could be upgraded by doing that? What are you waiting for? Upgrading is the most important thing. Du Mingxi picked up Kiki and walked towards the room, but his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Du Mingxi gently put Kiki down and answered the phone. "Mingxi, it's me. Last time you invested 200 million to save our family, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Can I treat you to a meal today?" Ning Yuqi said. When Du Mingxi heard this, he remembered what Yang Xingyu did that day. If it weren't for his strong will, the first blood would not have belonged to Kiki. "Can I not go?" Du Mingxi said that he really didn't dare to go, because who knows if it was really a dinner invitation, and Ning Yuqi might be even more powerful than Yang Xingyu. Ning Yuqi seemed to have not expected Du Mingxi to refuse, and was stunned for a moment. "Well, my dad said he has to thank you. If you don't want to, forget it. The worst that can happen is that he will scold you. Du Mingxi was shocked when he heard this. Ning Yuqi is also a master. This trick of moral blackmail is really well played. If I don't go, she will be scolded by her father. All right. Du Mingxi had to give up the idea of helping his wife upgrade. Ning Yuqi was overjoyed. She told Du Mingxi the address and then hung up. Wife. Du Mingxi was on speakerphone just now, and Chen Kiki heard it all. It's okay, go ahead. Come back soon. Chen Kiki said gently. To be honest, Chen Kiki is really the perfect wife. She is beautiful, has a good figure, is gentle, and can cook. So this further strengthened Du Mingxi's determination to be single-minded. Then wait until I come back. Du Mingxi said with a wicked smile. Chen Kiki shyly pushed Du Mingxi and said, You think about that all day long, take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'm fine. Du Mingxi joked. Alright, just go. Go earlier and come back earlier. Chen Kiki finally realized last night that Du Mingxi is simply a little pervert. But I don't understand why I always had to emergency brake before. Du Mingxi drove a Ferrari Lafayette to Tianqing Hotel, the third largest hotel in Akihara City. As soon as he arrived near the hotel, Du Mingxi saw Ning Yuqi standing outside waiting from afar. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Ning Yuqi's headphones. Miss, here I come. Hurry, get started. Ning Yuqi said quickly. Okay. Group A, go ahead, Group B, get ready. Du Mingxi slowed down the car and drove towards Ning Yuqi. Suddenly, a van appeared from nowhere and stopped right in front of Ning Yuqi. Suddenly, 5 or 6 strong men jumped down from above, pulled Ning Yuqi up, and drove away. Oh my god. Du Mingxi was shocked. Rape a woman in broad daylight? At this moment, the observer in the dark suddenly gave an order. Group B, hurry up. Just as Du Mingxi was about to step on the accelerator to catch up, a white car suddenly appeared on the street opposite the hotel. It just stopped in front of Du Mingxi's car. Du Mingxi could only brake. Sorry, the engine is out. The other driver stuck his head out and shouted. This made Du Mingxi anxious but helpless. By the time the white car started away, the van had disappeared. Grass. Du Mingxi parked the car aside and kicked the tree next to him angrily. Then he immediately called Ning Jiang. Ning Jiang was also very surprised when he heard the news, and his voice trembled. Soon he brought a group of Ning family members to the entrance of Tianqing Hotel. Mingxi, what's going on? What happened to my daughter? Ning Jiang looked very nervous. I don't know either. I just arrived and saw her being dragged into a van by several strong men. I wanted to chase them, but was stopped by a car. Du Mingxi explained. Du Mingxi was also very anxious at this time. After all, she was a virgin and no one knew what would happen if she was kidnapped. So I didn't think much about it. But I haven't offended anyone recently. Ning Jiang was very confused and turned to ask the Ning family members, Have you offended anyone? No. And you? No. Call the police first. Then check the hotel surveillance cameras. As soon as Du Mingxi finished speaking, Ning Jiang's cell phone rang. Ning Jiang quickly picked up the phone. Ning Jiang, your daughter is in my hands. I warn you, don't call the police, otherwise I will make you regret it. Okay, I definitely won't call the police. How's my daughter? Let me hear her voice. Ning Jiang said quickly. After a while, Ning Yuqi's crying voice came from the phone. Dad. Save me, I'm developing a business on Quanjiang Road. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. There were sounds of punching and kicking coming from the phone. This made Ning Jiang very anxious. Stop. Don't hit my daughter, I will give you whatever you want. Now, immediately send 5 million to the bottom of Chengjiang Bridge on Fanyuan Road. I'll give you 1 hour. If you don't see the money within 1 hour, I'll kill you. The robber said viciously. Also, if I see a policeman or a member of the Ning family within a 500-meter radius of here, I will kill them immediately. Okay. Don't worry, I'll send the money right away. Please don't hurt my daughter. There was a hint of begging in Ning Jiang's tone. The robber hung up the phone. Quick! Go to the bank to withdraw money. Go with more people so that you can withdraw enough at once. Go quickly. Ning Jiang yelled at all the Ning family members. Several uncles of the Ning family left hurriedly. Mr. Ning, don't worry too much. I can go to the Quanjiang Road Development Zone to take a look. Du Mingxi said. He heard what was said on the phone. Since the Ning family is not allowed to get close, then Du Mingxi should be fine. Can. Ning Jian wanted to say that it was too dangerous, but what if he could really save his daughter? After all, even if the money was really sent, it was not certain whether they would release the person or not. The worst outcome is that the money was sent, but what was received was actually the daughter's body. Friend Mingxi, if you can really save my daughter, I will do whatever you want me to do. I can give you all the Ning family businesses. Ning Jiang said quickly. Don't worry. You don't have to worry too much. They won't hurt Yuqi in the short term. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he drove to the Quanjiang Road Development Zone. While driving, Du Mingxi calmed down. At this moment, he suddenly became a little doubtful. This is indeed a bit of a coincidence. Why did I get kidnapped when I came here? And there just happened to be a car blocking your way? No matter how you look at it, this seems like a deliberate arrangement. But when he saw Ning Jiang's reaction and expression, Du Mingxi felt that it was not fake. Ning Jiang's anxiety cannot be acted out. It's impossible that he could even lie to his own father. Chapter 52 Emotional Master Du Mingxi. The Quanjiang Development Zone is an unfinished project with many buildings that have been suspended halfway through construction. Du Mingxi parked the car far away and walked in. He had been looking around and didn't find any ambush. Du Mingxi checked each building one by one. We went all the way to the innermost building and found smoke from a fire in a room. Du Mingxi quickly hid and observed. Little did they know that it was a peaceful place inside at this moment. Give me a skewer of mutton. Ning Yuqi drank beer and took a skewer of freshly grilled lamb and started eating it with relish. Come on, have a drink. Eat quickly, your rescuer will be here soon. A sturdy man clinked his glasses and said. Another sturdy man smiled and said, Ms. Ning, how about our acting skills? Are they good? Let me tell you, 3 of us are from Phonying. Our acting skills are top-notch. Phonying refers to Fengmingcheng Film and Television Academy, the best film and television academy in the entire concentrated area. This kind of film and television academy teaches both martial arts and acting. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. After success, I'll give each of you an extra 500 yuan in red envelopes according to the agreed price. Ning Yuqi took a sip of beer and said. As a hostage, she shouldn't have eaten. But I hadn't eaten anything in the morning, so these actors started barbecuing on the spot and I couldn't help but have some. Separat. Okay, come tie me up. And get some dust or something. And spank me twice. Ning Yuqi wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth and said. Are you sure? Miss Ning. The strong man said. Asking to hit yourself shows that you are really dedicated. As a person who came from a Phonying background, he felt a little ashamed of himself. It doesn't matter. Brother Mingxi won't feel bad for me if I don't do this. Come on, beat him hard. Ning Yuqi spent a lot of money on this self-torture tactic. Upon hearing this, the sturdy man could only pick up the hemp rope beside him and whip Ning Yuqi with it. Ah! Ning Yuqi couldn't help but scream. She didn't expect it to hurt so much. Ms. Ning, do you want to continue? The strong man was a little afraid to take action. It's okay, come on. Ning Yuqi gritted her teeth. Bang! Another blow, and Ning Yuqi suddenly had a blood mark on her body. Another piercing scream was heard. At this time, Du Mingxi hurriedly stopped. He has been lurking on the 3rd floor of the building. Judging from the sound, the robbers should be on the 5th floor. Du Mingxi had just observed that there were 5 strong men in total, the lowest level was level 40 and the highest was level 48. Because there are so many of them, Du Mingxi only has one chance. We must get rid of them in one go, otherwise we will be in trouble. Du Mingxi also heard the 2 screams just now. He was also very angry, but he knew that he should be calmer now. Du Mingxi continued to move up carefully. I had just walked up the 4th step when I suddenly stepped on something sticky. Du Mingxi was shocked and thought it was some explosive. After careful inspection, it was found that it was just some dew condensed from spiritual energy. Just as Du Mingxi stepped on the dew, one of the 5 strong men, who had just closed his eyes to rest, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't say anything, but waved. The other 4 strong men immediately understood, and the 5 of them left the 5th floor at the same time and headed for the top floor. Du Mingxi carefully walked to the corner, and above him was the 5th floor. After adjusting his breathing and thinking of a response plan in advance, Du Mingxi rushed forward. Heavenly thunder, of. Du Mingxi was nearly forced to vomit blood due to the reverse flow of qi and blood caused by the forced interruption of the spell. Why isn't there anyone here? Woo woo woo. At this moment, sobbing sounds were heard from a room. Du Mingxi hurried in to check. The moment he saw Ning Yuqi, Du Mingxi was shocked. 2 long bloodstains stained her white shirt red, and there were slap marks on her face. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, and her hair was obviously pulled roughly and was very messy. Du Mingxi felt a little distressed. It was a very normal feeling of distress. Everyone would feel distressed when seeing a girl being treated like this. Moreover, she was kidnapped just to treat him to a meal. Du Mingxi felt a little guilty for a moment. He quickly removed the towel from her mouth and untied her. Brother Mingxi. Woo. Ning Yuqi suddenly threw herself into Du Mingxi's arms and cried loudly. It was also because Du Mingxi arrived late that he did not hear the conversation between Ning Yuqi and the robber. Otherwise, the current scene would be Du Mingxi pushing you away and giving you a big fight. You acted really well. Du Mingxi patted Ning Yuqi's back gently. It's okay. I'll take you away. At this moment, Ning Yuqi suddenly hugged Du Mingxi tightly in her arms. Brother Mingxi, I like you. You saved my life, and I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only give you my body. Please don't despise me. Du Mingxi was stunned. He now seriously suspected that the entire kidnapping was planned by this little girl. Now is not the time to talk about this. Du Mingxi hurriedly wanted to take her away. But Ning Yuqi didn't leave. Brother Mingxi, can you please promise me? Otherwise, I won't leave. If it were the Du Mingxi of the past, he would have given you a big fight. It's up to you whether you want to leave or not. If you don't want to leave, then forget it. But now it's different. Okay. If you don't leave, then I won't leave either. I'll just wait here until the robbers come back and beat me to death. Will you be happy? Or wait until the police find this place and let them take you away? Du Mingxi put his learning into practice and also came up with a trick. If you don't leave, I will be beaten to death. Hey, let us see if you want to leave. Brother Mingxi, why can't you accept me? You're not married, so why can't I pursue you? And you've been so kind to me, how do you want me to repay you? Woohoo! Ning Yuqi threw herself into Du Mingxi's arms and started crying again. Oh boy, it's not over yet. You have to understand, I helped you, whether it was the last investment or saving you this time, because you are my friend. I have always treated you as a friend. Besides, you know I have a wife. I only love Kiki. Many times, you don't have to be lovers, being friends is great too. Du Mingxi advised earnestly. Brother Mingxi, you don't like me? Then, can't I be your mistress? Don't say that. Du Mingxi quickly covered Ning Yuqi's mouth. If Kiki heard this, Du Mingxi would not be able to protect her. Okay, if you insist, then I'll talk to you. What do you like about me? Du Mingxi sat on the ground and said. He could now almost guess that this kidnapping was most likely planned by Ning Yuqi. In fact, I used to view you as a friend, but last time you invested 200 million to help my family without hesitation, I fell in love with you. You are so outstanding and handsome. I usually have a good impression of you, and you helped me when I needed it the most. So, I like you. Ning Yuqi said. Du Mingxi smiled when he heard this. So, can I understand that if a person is usually excellent and helps you when you need him, then you like that person? Yes, but shouldn't it be like this? Ning Yuqi said. So, have you ever thought that I am usually just a friend in your eyes, but you were touched at that moment and fell in love with me? So, if it was not me who helped your family at that time, but someone else, would you like him as well? Du Mingxi said again. In other words, you don't like Du Mingxi as a person, but just a person who is usually excellent and helped you when you needed it. This person can be replaced by Su Lingyan, Fatty, etc. As long as they meet the above conditions, you will like them, right? Ning Yuqi was speechless after hearing what Du Mingxi said. She wanted to refute, but what Du Mingxi said was the truth. Your kind of liking is a very sudden, all-at-once liking. Just because I helped your family come up with 200 million at once, you suddenly like it. You haven't even gotten to know me well, you just know me well through some external factors. This kind of liking is extremely short-lived, or it would be more appropriate to define it as a high degree of liking. It's like when you bump into a handsome, rich second-generation guy driving a luxury car on the side of the road, and you instantly have a crush on him. That's pretty much the same feeling you have for me right now. This kind of feeling is not enough for you to plan a kidnapping to force me to agree to your confession. Not to mention that you knew I had a wife. Love at first sight is fake, only love that lasts a long time is real. Do you understand? Du Mingxi spoke until his mouth was dry. He could guarantee that this was the best persuasive words he could think of. You need to make him speak more reasonably and convincingly. Du Mingxi could only say that he couldn't do it. You knew I planned this? Ning Yuqi was shocked and scared. Yes. So, can we go now? Don't worry, I will cooperate with you. Du Mingxi said easily. Well, I also think I was a little reckless, but I will slowly get to know you. If I still like you after that, I will still pursue you. Ning Yuqi said firmly. Du Mingxi's eyes went dark and he was so angry. After talking for so long, she still hasn't changed her mind. Forget it, let her be. Du Mingxi was powerless to persuade him any further. Let's go. Du Mingxi said helplessly. Can you carry me? They hurt my feet. Du Mingxi. Chapter 53, Comeback. Du Mingxi had no choice but to carry Ning Yuqi out of the development zone and drive her back. Before meeting her father, Ning Yuqi took care of the wound she had sustained previously. Ning Jiang was overjoyed to see his daughter return safely, and his heart finally settled down. The next step is to call the police and search for the kidnappers. However, Ning Yuqi would not dare to do so without careful consideration. So most likely nothing can be found. When Du Mingxi left Ning's house, the phone rang. Mingxi, are you guys back? Xia Bushan and I caught a lot of fish. I'll send some to you later. Du Yunhai's voice came from the phone. Somehow, Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to like being with Du Yunhai. Good. Du Mingxi agreed, restarted the Ferrari and drove towards the college. While on the way, the sunny weather suddenly changed. It started to rain lightly. Damn it, I'm going to make him pay the price this time. On the hill outside the villa, 3 dark shadows stood in the rain, staring at the villa. Thick black fog surrounded the 3 people, looking very strange. Doesn't he have a wife? Ha, I'm going to kill that bastard Du Mingxi this time. I'm going to torture her. Luo Xian licked his lips, his eyes glowing red. Killing him directly would be too easy for him. I want him to watch me violating his wife. Ha ha. That must be very interesting. Luo Saifu made no secret of the evil in his heart. Their faces were completely bloodless at this moment, and were covered with black and purple lines. Its eyes were also glowing red, and it looked like a mad beast. After their last assassination attempt failed, they fled from Akihara City. He ran outside the high wall and was actively infected by the evil spirit. This made them half human, half beast, but it also gave them great power. Luo Saifu jumped from level 59 to level 70. Luo Xian and Luo Quan also soared to level 60 and level 40 respectively. Even if the evil energy would slowly devour them and turn them into complete monsters, they would not hesitate. Because they want revenge on Du Mingxi. When Du Mingxi returned to the villa, Du Yunhai just arrived with Mo Xiaoxiao. Mo Xiaoxiao was carrying a bucket that was almost as tall as her, and the bucket was full of fish. Du Mingxi was a little surprised. This little guy was quite strong. The 3 of them entered the villa together. There were lightning and thunder in the sky, as if foreshadowing that something bad was going to happen. Chen Kiki and Yang Xingyu were drinking tea and chatting, while Tang Cheng was watching TV. Seeing Du Yunhai coming with so many fish, everyone quickly gathered around. Du Yunhai demonstrated his skills in killing fish. He cleaned the fish in no time at all without dirtying the kitchen. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Du Yunhai simply prepared a fish banquet. When the little foodie Mo Xiaoxiao heard this, her eyes lit up and she watched Du Yunhai's operation the whole time. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Kiki, who was helping Du Yunhai, was suddenly startled. Husband. There is a demonic aura. Then he looked towards the door. Everyone was shocked at the same time. Nolan College is located in the center of Shouyuan City. What kind of monster could sneak in here without being discovered? Everyone became nervous at once. Du Mingxi took out the destiny. This time, Du Mingxi felt that the consciousness in the knife was becoming stronger and stronger, and it should be about to develop intelligence. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng walked out of the house first, followed closely by Chen Kiki. Du Yunhai himself was very weak, so he could only watch through the window with Mo Xiaoxiao in the house. Compared to the nervousness of others, Mo Xiaoxiao was full of excitement. Because the last time she was woken up and went downstairs, they were almost done fighting. Didn't see the exciting part. So this is another good opportunity to watch a show. The doorbell rang more and more urgently. Suddenly, the doorbell stopped ringing. The sound of rain was pattering, and for a moment, the place became somewhat quiet. Bang! The gate that was repaired just yesterday suddenly collapsed. I saw 3 men surrounded by black mist standing in the rain. There was a red light in their eyes, which was very creepy. Luo Caifu? Luo Xin? Du Mingxi was shocked and recognized their identities. Du Mingxi, today is the day you die. Luo Caifu said nothing as demonic energy burst out from his body. His figure flashed in front of everyone like a ghost. Being infected by demonic energy will not only greatly increase the level of spiritual energy, but also cause qualitative changes in speed and other aspects. The only drawback is that it will be corroded by evil spirits and eventually turn into a monster. Luo Caifu punched him. The demonic energy is as strong as a raging flame. Chen Kiki instantly transformed into light attribute and condensed a protective shield to block Du Mingxi. Bang! With a loud bang, Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng flew backwards. Luo Caifu just took a few steps back. Chen Kiki was shocked, although the light attribute can restrain evil spirit. But this guy's demonic energy is too strong, and his restraining properties are greatly weakened. At the same time, Luo Xian and Luo Quan burst out with demonic energy and rushed straight towards Chen Kiki. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng hurried forward to resist. Yang Xingyu also joined in and fought against Luo Xian, who was at level 60, together with Du Mingxi. The scene turned into Chen Kiki resisting Luo Caifu, Tang Cheng barely blocking Luo Quan alone, and Du Mingxi and Yang Xingyu clamping Luo Xian. The villa courtyard became ruins in an instant before it was repaired. Plants that come into contact with the evil spirit wither instantly. The battle is getting more and more intense. The 3 members of the Luo family fought more and more violently, and their momentum grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, these guys didn't even blink when they were injured, as if they had no sense of pain anymore. Chen Kiki's 3 attributes fully exploded, barely able to suppress Luo Caifu. But Luo Xian already had a level advantage, and he was becoming more and more violent. Du Mingxi exploded with both attributes and used all kinds of spells, but he was gradually at a disadvantage. Tang Cheng also began to be suppressed and beaten by Luo Quan. Boom! Another outbreak of demonic energy. Du Mingxi, Yang Xingyu and Tang Cheng were knocked away. Chen Kiki was also defeated. Ha ha! Du Mingxi, I'm going to peel off your skin and drink your blood today. The 3 members of the Luo family have begun to transform into beasts at this moment. Their nails and teeth have become visibly longer, and their body hair has also begun to grow wildly. The beastliness is getting stronger. Roar! Luo Caifu let out a low growl like a wild beast and pounced towards Du Mingxi. Chen Kiki quickly gathered her spiritual energy and threw it out with force. Boom! Luo Caifu did not dodge at all, half of his face was injured by the explosion, and blood was flowing. But this did not slow down his speed at all. On the contrary, he seemed to have no sense of pain and licked his own blood with his long tongue. At this time, the 3 people from the Luo family could no longer be called human beings, they had almost completely transformed into beasts. In a blink of an eye, Luo Caifu flashed in front of Du Mingxi and took a picture. Suddenly, the sounds of dragon roaring and phoenix crying spread. A dragon and a phoenix surrounded Du Mingxi, blocking Luo Caifu's powerful claw. Luo Caifu threw another punch, and the protective spiritual energy was directly shattered. Du Mingxi took several steps back. The gap between level 49 and level 70 is really too big. Luo Caifu didn't give Du Mingxi any chance to breathe. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Du Mingxi again, and he grabbed Du Mingxi's temple with great force. This is a critical moment. A small figure shouted, "Brother." At the same time, he suddenly rushed in front of Du Mingxi and stood between Du Mingxi and Luo Caifu. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. Du Yunhai was shocked. He was so worried that he didn't notice when Mo Xiaoxiao ran away. There is no way a little girl like her could bear it if he were to claw her. Brush! The sound of claws breaking through the air rang in Du Mingxi's ears. He tried his best to push Mo Xiaoxiao away, but it was too late. Sudden. All the sounds suddenly disappeared at this moment, and Luo Caifu's movements slowed down. Everyone's movements have slowed down. Even Du Mingxi's thinking began to slow down. A very fast black shadow came out of nowhere and punched Luo Caifu directly through the chest. Then he crushed Luo Caifu's head. It wasn't over yet. The black shadow flashed past Luo Xian and Luo Quan in an instant, and its body returned to its original position, while the two men exploded and died. Chapter 54, The Abandoned Guardian. Du Mingxi could no longer describe his shock in words. Luo Caifu is now a level 70 warrior. Moreover, he is still in a violent state. Even if he has 3 attributes in one body, Kiki, who is at level 71, has a hard time dealing with him. He punched through Luo Caifu's chest and crushed his head with one hand. What a strength this is! Du Mingxi felt greatly shocked when he saw the black shadow kill Luo Caifu in seconds from such a close distance. I was stunned for a moment. The sound of rain began again and everything returned to normal. In front of Du Mingxi, there appeared a man in a black robe and a mask. Thank you for your help, senior. Tang Chang was the first to step forward and clasped his fists. The man just nodded and looked at Mo Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, go home. Unexpectedly, the man had a strong physique, but his voice sounded very old. Only then did Mo Xiaoxiao get up from Du Mingxi. Seeing that Du Mingxi was fine, Mo Xiaoxiao felt relieved. Wait a moment. Mo Xiaoxiao said as she ran into the house. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Du Mingxi and Kiki also hurried to express their gratitude. It's okay, I'm Uncle Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao has caused you trouble. The man's language style is very concise and he uses words sparingly. I didn't expect that Xiaoxiao has a strong person like you behind him. It's really unexpected. I don't know what your title is, senior. Du Mingxi rode. I was a little confused just now. Isn't Mo Xiaoxiao an orphan? Now I understand. The man shook his head and refused to reveal his name. At this time, Mo Xiaoxiao came out with a bag of fried fish. Uncle Du's fried dried fish is delicious. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled and said, he is really a foodie. Du Yunhai also laughed. After spending the past 2 days together, he found this little guy quite interesting. His only shortcoming was that he ate a lot. But for Du Yunhai, this is just right, as he can try out the dishes himself. There are many dishes I haven't remembered from the past, so I can let Mo Xiaoxiao try them first. The man nodded and took Mo Xiaoxiao out of the villa. The two of them had just left. Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni arrived soon after. I saw the mutilated bodies of the 3 members of the Luo family and the messy yard. The two were shocked. Mingxi, what's going on? Xu Yuntian stepped forward and asked. He and Li Yuni had just been at the pass through the high wall when they sensed the outbreak of demonic energy in the city, and they hurried over. At first, the two of them had no idea that they were inside Nolan College. Du Mingxi quickly recounted the incident in brief. I didn't expect they would go this far. Xu Yuntian sighed a little. After all, Luo Caifu had made some contributions to the college in the past. But now he has fallen to the point of being actively contaminated by evil spirits. Mingxi, are there any other strong people appearing? Li Yuni asked. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. How do you know? Tang Chang was surprised. Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni's expressions suddenly became complicated, and they hurriedly said, tell me in detail. We were already no match for the 3 of them, and Mingxi was almost taken care of by him. But at the critical moment, Mo Xiaoxiao suddenly ran out. Protect Mingxi. Oh, you don't know Mo Xiaoxiao yet. Tang Cheng briefly introduced Mo Xiaoxiao and continued. Then the situation suddenly reversed. A super strong man suddenly appeared from nowhere and killed all the enemies in a flash. Then he took Mo Xiaoxiao away. Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni were both shocked when they heard this. Could it be that person? Li Yuni blurted out. Impossible, he was already dead that year. There's no way he could be alive now. It must be someone else. Xu Yuntian said. The conversation between the two left Du Mingxi and others confused. Principal, what are you talking about? Du Mingxi asked. Let's go in and talk. Yuni, call a few people to deal with it later. Xu Yuntian said. Such attacks by people infected with evil spirits are usually handled by the military. Everyone came into the house, and Du Mingxi's previous pain was now much relieved. The man we are talking about is called Hong Jing, the former commander-in-chief of the Border Defense Army, but he died in a great battle 30 years ago. Xu Yuntian said slowly. At that time, he was not the president of Nolan College, but just an ordinary professor. In fact, it was humans who caused his downfall. Li Yuni hesitated for a moment and spoke. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What do you mean? As the commander-in-chief of the Border Defense Army, shouldn't you be the patron saint of mankind? Yang Xingyu interjected. Indeed, border guards were born to protect humanity and this last bit of land. The commander-in-chief of the Border Defense Forces is the guardian of the concentration area. Well. Xu Yuntian sighed. When the monsters attacked the concentration area, Hong Jing was like a guardian angel, defending the high wall. He killed countless monsters. But at that time, the monster camp lord broke through to level 98. This is bad news for mankind, because the strongest Hong Jing at that time was only level 97. Hong Jing fought with that lord 3 times. Although he managed to escape unscathed, he was never able to win. The humans are panicking. Originally, the number of humans above level 90 was 1 less than that of the monsters. Now the strongest human, Hong Jing, can't beat the strongest monster. For a moment, the entire human camp was in a panic. At this critical moment, perhaps because Hong Jing killed too many members of the monster camp spread the news that as long as humans hand over Hong Jing, the monster camp promises not to invade on a large scale for 30 years. Humans at that time were already frightened birds. Xu Yuntian paused when he said this. He did not support handing over Hong Jing at that time, but he did not oppose it either. He was a neutral. So, the humans handed over Hong Jing? Chen Kiki asked. Li Yuni nodded and took over Xu Yuntian's words. Fortunately, the monster camp kept its promise. Humans gave up the guardian god who had protected them for decades in exchange for 30 years of peace and stability. For all of humanity, this decision is right, because that lord died 10 years after humans handed over Hong Jing. Thus, a balance was established between humans and monsters. Even though the agreement had expired, they did not invade. This result is good, but for Hong Jing personally, this is tantamount to betrayal. All of humanity has betrayed him. He protected humanity for decades, but humanity handed him over for 30 years of peace. Well, in the course of history, there will definitely be sacrifices. We cannot criticize the choices made by humans at that time. After all, Yuntian and I were neutral at the time, and we also felt that humans could not defeat monsters. And that choice really did allow humanity to survive. We both sensed a familiar aura just now, so we suspected it was Hong Jing from the past. Now I think I was worrying too much. Given the situation back then, the monster camp hated him to the core and there was no way they would let him survive. After Li Yuni finished speaking, he also sighed. In this situation, there are bound to be sacrifices. Between sacrificing Hong Jing and sacrificing the entire Central Plains concentration area, humans chose the former. Chapter 55. No matter how awesome you are you as awesome as Du Mingxi? After hearing the two people's explanation, everyone was shocked. If Hong Jing is not handed over, the human beings in the Central Plains concentration area may be finished. But Hong Jing is also a hero who has protected the Central Plains concentration area for decades. On one side is survival, on the other side is morality. One must lose. Okay, we'll leave first. Yun Yi will arrange someone to deal with it later. Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni walked out of the villa. Soon, more than 10 soldiers came to the villa and cleaned up the scene. At this time, Wang Yunxi called. Mingxi, the company has been established. Today is the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Do you want to come? These days, Wang Yunxi has been running around. Buying equipment, recruiting personnel, contacting the government, etc. She was so busy that she only slept 4 hours a day. Now the company is almost set up. All departments have been established and started working normally. Once today's ribbon-cutting ceremony is completed, mining can begin. Hearing this, Du Mingxi was a little surprised. Wang Yunxi is quite efficient at work. Okay. Tang Qing and I will come together. Du Mingxi rode. Okay. Wang Yunxi then sent an address. Du Mingxi said something to Chen Kiki and left with Tang Qing. Chen Kiki and Yang Xingyu stayed in the villa. By the way, Chen Kiki didn't know what Yang Xingyu did last time. So I always treated Yang Xingyu as a friend. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng drove a Ferrari to Xingyue district. It is close to the city center and many large companies have their headquarters nearby. Some companies including the Li family have their headquarters here. Du Mingxi parked the car in the underground garage and went to the office building that Wang Yunqi mentioned with Tang Cheng. This place is indeed prosperous, with countless high-end shops. There are several high-end residential areas nearby, and the housing prices are shockingly high. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng were both looking for the place Wang Yunqi mentioned, and did not notice a young man hurrying behind them. Bang! The young man was already walking in a hurry, and he kept looking down at his phone. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Du Mingxi and all the coffee in his hand spilled on Du Mingxi. Fortunately, Du Mingxi was wearing a coat, otherwise he would have been scalded to death. Du Mingxi was startled and quickly took off his coat. But the shirt underneath was still stained. Don't you have eyes when you walk? Tang Cheng said angrily. Unexpectedly, the young man showed no apology at all. Instead, he yelled, "You are blind. Why did you have to walk in front of me when the road is so wide? It's so annoying. I have to go by it again." Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng were speechless. How can this guy be so self-righteous after hitting someone? Hey, get this straight. You hit us first. Tang Cheng rolled up his sleeves and said. Seeing Tang Cheng's momentum, the young man suddenly panicked. You, don't mess around. Our company's shareholder is Du Mingxi, you can't afford to offend him. When the young man mentioned Du Mingxi, he suddenly became arrogant again. Du Mingxi is well known in Shouyuan City, but few people have seen his appearance. Most people only know the name Du Mingxi and his deeds. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng were both stunned. Use Du Mingxi to threaten Du Mingxi? Do you know who I am? Du Mingxi said jokingly. Who the hell do I care who you are? No matter how awesome you are, can you be as awesome as Du Mingxi? Don't bother me here. After saying this, the young man turned around and went back to the coffee shop, bought another cup of coffee, and left quickly under the stunned gaze of Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng stared at each other. He burst out laughing. This should be an employee of Mingxing Company. Tang Cheng laughed. He actually used Du Mingxi to threaten you. Ha ha. Tang Cheng laughed so hard that his face was crooked. There were so many weird things happening these days. I'm already looking forward to his expression when he sees me at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Du Mingxi also smiled. After that, the two walked towards the office building. Boss, your coffee. You don't know, I just met two idiots who bumped into me and all my coffee spilled. I had to buy a new cup. Mingxing Company, Wang Yunqi's office, the young man just handed over the coffee respectfully and said dissatisfiedly. Oh. Here's the money for 2 cups. Let's get ready to start the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Wang Yushi gave the young man 200 yuan and glanced at the time. Logically, Mingxi and the others should be here by now. Boss, is Du Mingxi really coming today? The young man asked with admiration. Of course, he told me so himself. Okay, go and help me see if they are ready. Wang Yunxi said anxiously. Good. The young man said with a smile. The young man was very excited at the thought of meeting the legendary Du Mingxi. If I could make friends with him, I would never have to worry about anything in my life. The young man thought about it more and more beautifully, and walked quickly to the outside of the company. At this point, the place has been almost set up. Everything needed for the ribbon-cutting ceremony was ready, and dozens of core employees stood in 2 rows, ready to welcome the legendary major shareholders Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng. Secretary Wang, will Du Mingxi really come? A female employee asked. Secretary Wang is a young man who was related to Wang Yunxi. Don't worry, Mr. Wang said he will definitely come. Secretary Wang looked very proud, as if he and Du Mingxi were very familiar with each other. Hearing this, everyone was excited. They had heard a lot of rumors about Du Mingxi before. At this time, Wang Yunxi walked out of the company while talking on the phone. Yes, you can see it if you turn left. As soon as Wang Yunxi finished speaking, Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng walked out from an intersection. Wang Yunxi waved quickly. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng saw it then and walked over quickly. Hiss, why does this look familiar? Secretary Wang muttered to himself. Secretary Wang, have you met Du Mingxi? The female employee next to her asked in surprise. I have seen it, not. Secretary Wang's face suddenly changed and his heart beat faster. Could it be that the two idiots I just met were Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng? Secretary Wang panicked for a moment, his hands trembling slightly. Mingxi. Wang Yunxi called out sweetly. Let's start welcoming. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began the welcoming ceremony. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng came in front of Wang Yunxi. Wow! This is Du Mingxi? So handsome. I used to think that a genius like Du Mingxi would have a poor appearance. After all, God opens a window and closes a door at the same time. I didn't expect that he is so strong and so handsome. Who said it wasn't? What should I do? I feel like I'm falling in love with him. Forget about you. Don't you know that Du Mingxi has a level 70 wife? Be careful, she might kill you with just a breath. The employees were talking in low voices. Secretary Wang was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng also noticed the young man standing there in a daze. They guessed right. Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng smiled at each other and did not deal with him immediately, but completed the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Wang Yunxi smiled and invited Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng to come into the company to take a look. Du Mingxi walked towards Secretary Wang. Do you think I have Du Mingxi cattle? When these words were spoken, everyone was confused. Only Tang Cheng was laughing. Secretary Wang looked like he had eaten shit. What's going on? Wang Yunxi was puzzled. Tang Cheng recounted what had just happened in 2 or 3 sentences. Wang Yunxi was immediately furious. How can you be so ignorant? You are fired now. Wang Yunxi fired him on the spot without saying a word. Cousin. I didn't mean it. Okay, if Uncle hadn't told me, I wouldn't have wanted you. Let's go. We can't afford to support you here. Wang Yunxi is very determined. Hearing this, the young man had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Chapter 56, Sword Spiritual Wisdom. Wang Yunxi took Du Mingxi and Tang Cheng around the company and found no problems. It has to be said that Wang Yunxi's abilities were somewhat beyond Du Mingxi's expectations. Although Wang Yunxi's father may have helped her, it would be useless if she couldn't do it herself. Du Mingxi transferred another 50 million to the company account and left with Tang Cheng. On the other side, inside the school villa, Chen Kiki and Yang Xingyu were watching TV when suddenly a noise came from the bathroom. They were both shocked at the same time. Nowadays, thieves are not scary. What is scary is people who are infected with evil spirits. Chen Kiki was very strong and not very scared, so she went to the bathroom first. Yang Xingyu is weak and can only follow Chen Kiki. Kiki, could it be another person infected with the evil spirit? Yang Xingyu witnessed the previous battle with his own eyes. People contaminated by evil spirits are no different from monsters. Probably not. Chen Kiki said. At this moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Chen Kiki's eyes flashed, and just as she was about to gather her spiritual energy to attack, she suddenly froze. A plump woman with long purple hair and delicate and beautiful features stood blankly at the bathroom door. The most shocking thing was that she was completely naked, exposed in front of Chen Kiki and Yang Xingyu. Even girls would blush when seeing such a beautiful scene. Yang Xingyu subconsciously pointed to her chest, then pointed to the person at the bathroom door, and blurted out. Wow! It's bigger than mine. Who are you? Chen Kiki asked. You can't let your guard down now, even if she is a naked beauty. Where's the master? The woman said somewhat dazedly. Yang Xingyu and Chen Kiki were shocked. Owner? Are you referring to Du Mingxi or Tang Cheng? It should be impossible for Tang Cheng. This guy just eats and waits for death all day long and has no desire in that aspect at all. That's Du Mingxi. Unexpectedly, Du Mingxi actually hid such a beauty in the villa and no one noticed. And still called Du Mingxi master. Chen Kiki's eyes turned red for a moment, and a feeling of betrayal surged in her heart. Du Mingxi has always been known as a loyal and affectionate person who treats himself very attentively. But now, this image is shattered. It turns out that he not only loves herself, but also hides a woman. Maybe, before he had that with me, he had already had sex with this woman. When she thought of this, Chen Kiki felt angry and aggrieved. But at the same time, she didn't dare to lose her temper and rush up to slap her. After all, she is the exclusive wife given to Du Mingxi by the system. If she makes Du Mingxi unhappy, she will be the one who suffers in the end. The more Kiki thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. For a moment, she could hardly hold back her tears, so she ran upstairs and returned to her room crying. And Yang Xingyu was also a little angry at this time. She appeared in this villa naked and called Du Mingxi the master. All this indicated that her relationship with Du Mingxi was not simple. Am I scary? Why did that sister run away crying? The woman asked innocently. Yang Xingyu snorted coldly, yes. You are the one who scared her and made her cry. Hearing this, the woman suddenly looked flustered, touched her face, and said quickly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yang Xingyu smiled and felt that the girl was like a child of 7 or 8 years old. Believe everything. Come here, I'll take you to put on some clothes. Yang Xingyu waved her hand. After all, she had been left naked all the time. What if Mingxi came back and saw her? The girl hesitated. Won't I scare you? Hearing this, Yang Xingyu laughed. No, come on. The girl followed Yang Xingyu to his room, and Yang Xingyu found a set of clothes for her to wear. What is your relationship with Du Mingxi? Yang Xingyu looked at the girl and asked. He is my master. The girl answered truthfully. This answer left Yang Xingyu a little puzzled. This girl looks about the same age as Du Mingxi. How could such an old person keep saying that someone else is her master? Could it be that this girl has been brainwashed by Du Mingxi for a long time and has been mentally controlled? Or has he lost his own personality after being humiliated by Du Mingxi for a long time? Thinking of this, Yang Xingyu imagined a scene in his mind where Du Mingxi was holding a whip, beating the girl viciously and asking her to call him master. Yang Xingyu quickly asked again, did Du Mingxi do that to you? Which one? The girl asked stupidly. Oh, it's just a matter between men and women. Yang Xingyu continued. Unexpectedly, the girl still asked, what is the relationship between men and women? Yang Xingyu was speechless. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Forget it, we'll know when Mingxi comes back. Yang Xingyu gave up. When will the master come back? I like the smell of him. When the girl said this, Yang Xingyu was struck by lightning. The virginity of Du Mingxi, whom he had always dreamed of, was taken away by this girl? She didn't know that Du Mingxi and Kiki had already had that happen once. Looking at the girl's innocent face, Yang Xingyu felt that he couldn't ask anything, so he had to wait for Du Mingxi to come back. So he took the girl to the living room to watch TV. Not long after, the Ferrari drove into the villa. Du Mingxi and Tang Qing came in carrying a few bags of delicious food. After visiting Mingqing Company, they went to eat something and brought some of their favorite braised food to Kiki and Yang Xingyu. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Qing first noticed the girl sitting with Yang Xingyu. Hey! Who is this? Tang Qing put down his things and asked. Du Mingxi also cast a puzzled look. Without waiting for anyone to speak, the girl suddenly stood up and rushed over to hug Du Mingxi. Master, you are finally back. You know what? Just now a sister was scared to tears by me. Am I really that scary? After saying that, the girl started to sob. Du Mingxi was confused, and Tang Qing was also confused. Yang Xingyu had a complicated expression. This what is going on? Du Mingxi asked in confusion. Yang Xingyu sighed and briefly recounted everything that had just happened. After listening to it, Tang Qing suddenly realized. Great! Du Mingxi, you are so good. I thought you were a loyal and good man, but I didn't expect that you actually hit a woman at home. Du Mingxi looked helpless. When he heard Yang Xingyu say that the girl came out of the bathroom, he roughly knew what was going on. Du Mingxi gently pulled the girl who was hugging him away, walked into the bathroom, and took out Tianming. At this time, the destiny is emitting red light. You, stop messing around. What are you doing with a knife? Tang Qing looked nervous and ran behind the sofa. She should have come from here. Du Mingxi put Tianming on the coffee table. Don't talk nonsense. Find a convincing excuse. Seeing that Du Mingxi didn't look at him, Tang Qing criticized him again. Yang Xingyu also looked unconvinced. Du Mingxi's actions made her feel that Du Mingxi was an irresponsible person. The favorability has dropped a lot. Master is right. I came from destiny. I am the destiny sword spirit. After saying that, the girl ran over and hugged Du Mingxi again, and couldn't get rid of him no matter how hard she tried. Master, my name is Qingyue. You can call me Xiao Qing, Xiaoya, Yaya or Yuer. After saying this, Tang Qing and Yang Xingyu froze. Did it really come out of the knife? Chapter 57. Sister, what are you going to do? Tang Qing's gaze shifted back and forth between Qingyue and Tianming. He really couldn't understand how such a living person could come out of a knife. Yang Xingyu was a little surprised. She had misunderstood Du Mingxi just now. You really came from inside? Tang Qing was still confused. Xingyue nodded obediently. Come on, show it to me. Tang Cheng pointed at Tianming. Xingyue Shuiling looked at Du Mingxi with her big eyes, and the latter nodded. Immediately, Xingyue closed her eyes slightly, and a red light burst out from her body, then turned into a stream of light and entered Tianming. All the clothes were left outside. This. Du Mingxi looked at the remaining clothes and was speechless. Does this mean that Xingyue is naked every time she appears? That's too much. As soon as Du Mingxi had this thought, Xingyue in his destiny said a thought, Master, I can make clothes with my spiritual power, but I just transformed today, so my spiritual power is not enough. Sensing Xingyue's consciousness, Du Mingxi nodded. Don't come out. Wait until you've made your own clothes. Seeing a living person really turn into a stream of light and enter the destiny, Tang Chang and Yang Xingyu now believe it. Who did Xingyue say was scared to tears just now? Tang Qing sat down on the sofa and asked. Speaking of which, Xingyue isn't ugly, she is even pretty, so how could I be scared to tears by her? Tang Qing was very puzzled. Oh, by the way, Coco must have misunderstood, go and take a look. Yang Xingyu explained that even he had misunderstood, so Chen Kiki must be even more upset. Hearing this, Du Mingxi went upstairs alone and came to their room. Before I opened the door, I heard Chen Kiki sobbing. Du Mingxi gently pushed the door open and walked in. There was no light in the room. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a long-legged beauty was curled up, crying alone in the moonlight. Under the moonlight, Chen Kiki looked even sadder. Her feelings for Du Mingxi are absolutely loyal, and she even loves Du Mingxi more than herself, because this is the system setting. But she couldn't control Du Mingxi's feelings for her. What happened to our Coco? Du Mingxi didn't turn on the light and walked in front of Chen Kiki. Only then did I realize that her eyes were swollen from crying. Chen Kiki didn't dare to vent her anger and could only cry even louder. Du Mingxi was so heartbroken. This was all a complete misunderstanding. She didn't expect it to make her so sad. But he also knew that the fundamental reason why Chen Kiki was so sad was that she was uncertain about her own feelings. Because in her mind, she belonged to Du Mingxi like an object, rather than a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Du Mingxi gently hugged Chen Kiki and began to explain. At first, the more Du Mingxi spoke, the louder she cried. Slowly, Du Mingxi finished explaining, and Chen Kiki's crying subsided. Hubby, are you telling the truth? Chen Kiki's eyes were filled with tears. She raised her head and asked in a crying voice. Of course. You really misunderstood this time. Xingyue has already returned to Tianming. I didn't expect Tianming to develop intelligence so quickly. Sorry, I didn't tell you in advance. Du Mingxi kissed Chen Kiki gently and said. Chen Kiki's heart, which had been blocked and uncomfortable, suddenly felt unblocked, and she smiled with tears in her eyes. The moonlight shines, tears well up in the eyes and the smile is sweet. Du Mingxi was fascinated at once. He gently picked up Chen Kiki and put her on the bed, locked the door, and began to explore the mysteries of human beings. In the living room, seeing that the two had not come down for a long time, Tang Qing made a joke. This couple won't do anything bad up there, will they? Ha ha. What do you mean couple? They're not married yet. At most, they're boyfriend and girlfriend. Yang Xingyu felt a little frustrated. I come from a wealthy family, and I have a great figure and good looks. In the past, many rich second-generation men pursued me. I thought it would be easy to pursue Du Mingxi. But unexpectedly, neither the last plan nor the constant attempts in recent days were effective. Now that Wang Yunqi has moved out, I will leave tomorrow too. I had been thinking of giving it one last try tonight, but it looks like that's not going to be possible. It seems like Sister Xingyu is interested in Mingxi? Tang Qing pointed out the key point directly and spoke frankly. No. No. Yang Xingyu was a little incoherent for a moment. Ha ha. Don't be nervous, this is not a rare thing. Not only you, she has many suitors. I'm sure there are two. Wang Yunqi should also be counted as one, which makes three. Add you, that's 4. Tang Qing laughed. He didn't know there was another Feng Shuang. Well, Mingxi is so outstanding, it's normal for the opposite sex to like her. Yang Xingyu said lightly. Speaking of which, this guy is really amazing. Just now when we were having dinner, he told me that he is already level 49. I was shocked on the spot. I didn't know how powerful he was before. It was only after taking classes at the academy recently that I realized the potential of this guy Du Mingxi. Tang Cheng talked cheerfully. Hearing this, Yang Xingyu was also shocked. Grade 49 of the sophomore year. In her 20-plus years of life, this was the first time she had heard of such an incredible talent. Besides being shocked, Yang Xingyu was also a little timid. My own background is good, but it is still slightly inferior to that of a rich girl like Li Muxue. In terms of figure, Chen Kiki is better than me. Even the sword spirit Qingyue just now is bigger than him. Mingxi is not only powerful, but also a major shareholder of Mingqing Company. He is also very rich and lives in a villa and drives a luxury car. It seems that I am not worthy of him. As he was thinking, Yang Xingyu shifted his gaze to the carefree boy next to him. Brother Tang Cheng, what level are you now? Yang Xingyu asked with concern. Level 40. Why did you suddenly ask this, sister? Tang Cheng blurted out while watching TV. Hearing this, Yang Xingyu was shocked. The graduation level of Nolan College is 40. Now Tang Cheng is still a sophomore like Du Mingxi. Oh my god. Tang Cheng is also a genius. Yang Xingyu was a little excited for a moment. Since Du Mingxi couldn't catch up, then Tang Cheng, his younger brother who knew nothing, should be able to catch up. Wow. My brother is so awesome. Yang Xingyu picked up a piece of fruit. Come on, brother, eat some fruit. Tang Cheng didn't notice the change in the look in Yang Xingyu's eyes. He took the apple and started eating. No. I'm special. I only level up once in a long time, but I can level up 20 levels at a time. Tang Cheng said calmly while eating fruit. But Yang Xingyu was no longer calm. 20 levels at a time? What kind of talent is this? Even more terrifying than Du Mingxi. Brother, what kind of girls do you like? Yang Xingyu said in a tender voice. Have no idea. Tang Cheng spoke without thinking. Because he really doesn't know what kind of girl he likes. I have spent more than 10 years in the temple and have rarely seen women. So, what do you think of my sister? Yang Xingyu asked immediately. Tang Cheng also didn't think twice and replied, very good. Kind and beautiful. Hearing this, Yang Xingyu smiled and moved closer to Tang Cheng. Well, if you were looking for a girlfriend, would you look for someone like my sister? Yang Xingyu was already sticking close to Tang Cheng, and this guy just now realized that something seemed wrong in the atmosphere. Sister, what are you going to do? Chapter 58 Feng Shuang's Gift. You look so nervous, but I won't eat you. Yang Xingyu moved closer and closer, forcing Tang Cheng to the corner of the sofa. But sister, the look in your eyes. I'm scared. Tang Cheng trembled. Yang Xingyu said that she would not eat him, but her eyes betrayed her. Hearing this, Yang Xingyu calmed down a little and moved aside. Tang Cheng had just breathed a sigh of relief when Yang Xingyu suddenly started sobbing. Sister, why are you crying? Tang Cheng panicked. Having grown up in a temple, he knew little about the routines of relationships and could not understand Yang Xingyu's performance at all. Do you dislike your sister? I understand. I will move out tomorrow. Yang Xingyu said in a crying voice. Don't. How could I dislike you? It's just that your actions just now scared me a little. Tang Cheng said whatever he thought. Yang Xingyu cried louder and louder. I have to say, this woman's acting skills are extraordinary. You're scared of me, and you still say you don't dislike me? Tang Cheng was completely panicked. He had no idea how to deal with this situation. Then what do you want me to do to make you believe that I don't despise you? Tang Cheng said helplessly. Can I do anything? Yang Xingyu looked at Tang Cheng with tears in her eyes. Right. Tang Cheng answered with firmness. Then can you date your sister? Yang Xingyu was straightforward and got to the point. Tang Cheng was shocked. I treat you as my sister, but you lust after my body. This. Tang Cheng hesitated for a moment, and Yang Xingyu was about to cry. Tang Cheng had no choice but to nod. That's good. Yang Xingyu smiled and pinched Tang Qing's face, then returned to her room on the second floor. When passing by Du Mingxi and Shen Qi's room, I heard some strange noises. My heart suddenly felt blocked, but then I thought, if I can't seduce you, I'll seduce your brother. Yang Xingyu's heart suddenly became clear again. The next day. They were supposed to be in class, but they both stayed up late last night and overslept today. When Du Mingxi woke up, Chen Kiki was still sleeping soundly. Du Mingxi suddenly discovered that Chen Kiki was now level 72. I couldn't help but sigh at how awesome I am. At the same time, a voice came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host has started the second dual cultivation of the body. The current progress of the body cultivation is 31%. There is still 69% to go to the immortal golden body. As soon as the system's voice fell, golden light burst out from Du Mingxi's body. This is not the golden light of upgrading, but the physical strengthening brought by body training. Du Mingxi felt that every part of his body had been extraordinarily strengthened. If we have to find a reference, Du Mingxi's body at this moment is as tough as steel. The golden light fell back into Du Mingxi's body, hiding beneath his skin, and can only be seen through careful observation. What Du Mingxi didn't expect was that the immortal golden body refining not only strengthened his body, but also improved his appearance a little. The muscle lines are smoother and the facial skin is more delicate. Du Mingxi stretched, helped Chen Kiki pull up the quilt, and went downstairs to make breakfast for her. Only then did Du Mingxi realize that Tang Qing had left a note asking for leave for him. This guy finally did something reliable. Du Mingxi was making breakfast when the doorbell suddenly rang. After turning off the fire, Du Mingxi went out wearing her scarf. When I opened the door, it turned out to be Feng Shuang. It must be said that among the opposite sex that Du Mingxi knows, Feng Shuang ranks among the top 3 in terms of appearance. The only drawback is a pair of A's, which makes her look like a girl next door. Mingxi, you seem to have become more handsome again. Feng Shuang smiled. Du Mingxi took her to the living room. No. What's the matter with you coming to see me today? Hearing this, Feng Shuang handed the thing in her hand to Du Mingxi. You are my family's benefactor. My mother and I have been thinking for a long time but still can't think of a gift to express our gratitude to you. I thought about trying my luck at the Lee's auction last night. Guess what I encountered? Dual attribute spiritual energy pill. And it happens to have the same attributes as yours, dual attributes of lightning and fire. I can't think of a better gift than this. Feng Shuang's little face was full of smiles. Spiritual energy pills are of great significance to people nowadays. They can directly improve one's strength and everyone will like them. But after hearing this, Du Mingxi was stunned and his expression looked a little ugly. Feng Shuang suddenly felt panicky. Does he dislike this gift? Or does he despise it? It's normal for Mingxi, such an outstanding person, to despise the spiritual energy pill, but this is the most precious thing I can give him. Thinking of this, Feng Shuang slowly lowered her head. But at this moment, Du Mingxi felt a bitter smile in his heart. Isn't this what I sold to Li? And this girl bought it back and gave it to me? This thing is not cheap. It can be sold for 70 to 80 million in private transactions, and it will be sold for hundreds of millions at an auction. Du Mingxi handed the spiritual energy pill back. Take it back. I can't accept it, it's too valuable. I'm sorry, I know you don't like this, but it's the best I can think of. If it weren't for you, my mother might have. As she spoke, Feng Shuang began to cry. My goodness, what is going on these past 2 days? Everyone likes to cry and misunderstand. It's not what you think. I don't dislike it. It's just too expensive. It must have cost a lot of money to buy it. Du Mingxi knew that Feng Shuang's family still had some capital, after all, they lived in a villa and were acquainted with rich girls like Li Muxue. But this spiritual energy pill is not an ordinary thing, it is really too expensive. Feng Shuang nodded. A few days ago, Feng Shuang and her mother sold 3 of the 5 villas in their family. The original idea was to start a small business so that the mother and daughter could live a peaceful life. But I happened to come across the spiritual energy pill last night, and I used all the 130 million I earned from selling the house to buy it. It cost more than 100 million, but my mother said it's worth it as long as you like it. Feng Shuang said stupidly. Du Mingxi patted his head. This mother and daughter really are so grateful for every drop of kindness. Are you stupid? Buying such expensive things. Are you and your daughter going to live? Du Mingxi scolded. Hearing this, Feng Shuang's eyes turned red again and she wanted to cry. This won't happen again. What's your bank account? Du Mingxi asked. What are you going to do? Feng Shuang asked. Du Mingxi was so angry that he laughed. I'm transferring the money to you, idiot. No, my mother said that we can only send you gifts, and we can't accept your money or gifts. Feng Shuang quickly refused. Okay, if you don't want it then I won't either, take the spiritual energy pill. Du Mingxi handed the spiritual energy pill to Feng Shuang. Either tell me your bank account or take the spiritual energy pill away. Your choice. Du Mingxi added another sentence. All right. Feng Shuang reluctantly told Du Mingxi her bank account. Not long after, a message came from the phone that 150 million had been deposited into the account. Because of the system, Du Mingxi can transfer as much as he wants without any restrictions. Feng Shuang was stunned. She didn't expect Du Mingxi to be so rich that he could easily transfer more than 100 million. Mingxi, it's too much. I only spent 130 million to buy it, and you transferred 20 million more. Feng Shuang said quickly. It's okay, take it. You two are just mother and daughter, life is already hard. Du Mingxi said calmly. But. Don't say but, just take it if I tell you to. Oh, you haven't had breakfast yet. Wait a minute, I'll make it right away. Du Mingxi said this and walked towards the kitchen. Unexpectedly, Feng Shuang suddenly hugged Du Mingxi from behind and said thank you in a crying voice. Du Mingxi's expression froze and he looked towards the stairs. Fortunately, Kiki did not appear at this time, otherwise there would be another misunderstanding. Chapter 59 Du Yunhai's Strength. After breakfast, I saw Feng Shuang off. Du Mingxi took out the spiritual energy pill and swallowed it in one gulp, then began to meditate and absorb it. After a while, a golden light burst out. Du Mingxi, this guy who hasn't even finished his sophomore year, has now advanced to level 50. Such a terrifying promotion speed, not only in the Central Plains concentration area, but also in the entire world, there is no second one. Feeling the improvement in his strength, Du Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. In today's world, the most reassuring thing is strength. Du Mingxi had just upgraded when Tianming beside him suddenly moved on his own. Immediately afterwards, a red light burst out. Qingyue appeared with purple hair and an attractive figure. This time she was wearing a purple long dress, which made her look more noble. But her behavior was not noble at all. When she saw Du Mingxi, she was like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman and she kept clinging to Du Mingxi and wouldn't let go. This made Kiki, who was standing by, very angry. It was because of this woman that I was so sad yesterday, and today she hugged Du Mingxi in front of me again and refused to let go. Kiki pulled Qingyue's hand away forcefully. Please respect yourself, this is my husband. With Du Mingxi's repeated affirmation, Kiki gradually became more confident. Mingxi only loves me. Qingyue was definitely not happy, and quickly hugged Du Mingxi again, saying in a tender voice, Master, my sister is so fierce. Du Mingxi smelled a strong flavor of green tea. Let go first, or I'll beat you. Du Mingxi scared her. Unexpectedly, Qingyue was not at all weak and said, Humph. She can't beat me. At this time, Du Mingxi finally reacted and quickly activated his ability to see through levels. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Qingyue has a number 75 on her head. Kiki is only level 72, so if a real fight breaks out, it's hard to say who will win. But Kiki got angry when she heard that, and pulled Qingyue out to duel. Du Mingxi had a headache? It was already tiring enough to deal with those people before. Now there is another Qingyue, I can't handle it. Alright, don't hurt the relationship. Du Mingxi hurried to try to stop the fight. The two beauties each snorted, folded their hands and didn't look at each other. Just when Du Mingxi was at a loss, a phone call came and Du Mingxi was successfully rescued. Xiaoxi, come to my place for dinner tonight. By the way, I have a good news to announce. Du Yunhai's voice came. Du Mingxi almost cried with joy. The call came at the perfect time. Okay. We'll be right there. Du Mingxi said quickly. I'd like to ask Du Yunhai how to deal with these two ancestors. Didn't you have class? Du Yunhai asked. It was still morning and he called when Du Mingxi and the others were finishing get out of class. No, I'm taking a day off today. Du Mingxi explained. When I heard this, I automatically thought of who Du Yunhai was. Young people need to learn moderation. Du Yunhai said this and hung up the phone. In order to get out of the predicament, Du Mingxi deliberately turned on the speakerphone. The entire conversation was heard by the two girls. Kiki had a shy look on her face, and Xingyue, who was standing next to her, saw Kiki blushing and pouted all of a sudden. She just became smart yesterday and is completely a naive person who knows nothing. After a day of nourishment, her every aspect has been fully completed. Humph. If I hadn't come a step later, you would have had your share. Xingyue muttered softly. But it couldn't escape Kiki's ears. Upon hearing this, Kiki became furious again and wanted to challenge her to a duel. Xingyue was not afraid at all and was about to follow Kiki out to fight. Du Mingxi quickly grabbed him. Xingyue refused to return to her destiny, so there was nothing I could do but take her to the Lakeview Villa. Along the way, Xingyue was like a curious baby, amazed at everything she saw. Just like Mo Xiaoxiao when she first came into the city. Arriving at the Lakeview Villa, Du Mingxi parked the Xiao Yue and walked into the house with the two ancestors. As soon as he entered the room, Du Mingxi was startled when a familiar figure came into his sight. It was Du Mingxi's class teacher Lin Xingxue. Du Mingxi was stunned. Why is the head teacher here? Du Mingxi was shocked again when he suddenly remembered that he had given Lin Xingxue's phone number to Du Yunhai last time. No way. No way. It was taken down so quickly? While Du Mingxi was stunned, Lin Xingxue had already come up to him. She did know Kiki. She had met her on Du Mingxi's birthday last time. On the contrary, Xingyue, who had a sweet appearance and magnificent breasts, was very unfamiliar. Coco, who is this? Lin Xingxue smiled. Kiki glanced at Xingyue and said coldly, "This is the pet adopted by my husband, named Xingyue." After hearing this, Xingyue became unhappy. You are the pet. I am the master's loyal guard. Xingyue puffed out her chest as if showing off. How could Kiki show weakness, so she straightened her chest. Looking at the four mountains in front of her, Lin Xingxue felt a little ashamed of herself. He quickly changed the subject. Come and sit down, Yunhai is already cooking, it will be ready soon. Hearing this, the two jealous girls did not react, but Du Mingxi was shocked again. Sea of clouds? Is that so affectionate? Mingxi, come and eat some quick fruit. Lin Xingxue called Du Mingxi again. Du Mingxi felt a little embarrassed because his class teacher had become his stepmother. Teacher, you and my dad? Du Mingxi asked, still trying to suppress his embarrassment. To be honest, Du Mingxi felt that it was not a bad thing for the two of them to get together. But he really didn't expect that Du Yunhai could take down Lin Xingxue so quickly. The impact came too suddenly. Hearing Du Mingxi's words, Lin Xingxue was like a little girl, a little shy. She glanced at Du Yunhai, who was busy in the kitchen, and said a little embarrassedly, "Yes, I am with your father." Ahem. Du Mingxi almost spit out the apple. This is too fast. Xingyue asked this and that with a curious look on her face. Kiki briefly recounted Du Mingxi's previous life story with great impatience. Xingyue suddenly realized. Seeing Du Mingxi's reaction, Lin Xingxue was a little embarrassed. After a long while, she said, "Mingxi, if you are worried that you are not used to it, you can continue to call me teacher." After she said this, her still charming face turned red. At this time, Du Yunhai brought out the prepared dishes and just happened to hear the conversation between the two. Hey, we're all family now. No need to be so restrained. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Yunhai noticed Xingyue with purple hair, and his eyes suddenly became shocked when he looked at Du Mingxi. But he didn't say anything and asked everyone to start eating. A family of 5 sat around the table. Thanks to Du Yunhai's good cooking skills, the dishes he cooked are delicious. Everyone's topic was about the dishes cooked by Du Yunhai, so it wasn't too awkward. After dinner, the 3 women sat on the sofa watching TV, and Du Yunhai hurriedly dragged Du Mingxi out of the house. Mingxi, why did you change another one? Du Yunhai came up and asked directly. What? It's not what you think. Besides, you're still blaming me. Didn't you also chase my homeroom teacher? I don't understand, how did you do it? Du Mingxi retorted. Oh, if you want to capture someone's heart, you have to capture their stomach first. As your parent, I naturally have many reasons to get in touch with her. Let her taste my cooking more often, and it will be easy to woo her. Besides, she just got divorced and needs comfort the most. It's easiest to succeed if you attack her at this time. Du Yunhai talked freely. Du Mingxi was completely shocked. Dad, I didn't expect you to be an emotional master. What master? He's just good at cooking delicious dishes and reading other people's expressions when speaking. After Du Yunhai finished speaking, he turned the topic to Du Mingxi. What about you? Didn't I talk to you last time? How come you found a new girl so soon? What does Coco think? Du Mingxi was speechless and quickly recounted Qing Yue's origins. I thought Du Yunhai didn't believe it like Tang Qing and the others. Unexpectedly, Du Yunhai made the final decision. The priorities are clear. When it comes to Coco, I will favor Coco. When Coco is gone, I will coax Qing Yue more. This is all my experience as a father. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and walked into the house. Chapter 60 Sophomore Final Exam. Du Mingxi looked at Du Yunhai's back and gave him a thumbs up. I have to say that the solution he proposed is indeed good. In comparison, Chen Qi's feelings for Du Mingxi are deeper and more profound. After Du Mingxi's confirmation several times, she has confirmed that she is the orthodox one, and the others are just concubines. This means that he must affirm her position in his heart in public so that she will not feel disappointed with Du Mingxi. And Daoling Qingyue, this guy has only been here for a few days. Although calling him master one by one sounded especially sweet. But her feelings for Du Mingxi are definitely not as strong as Chen Qi's, and this girl's personality is more lively than Chen Qi's. Even if you make her sad, she will most likely stop making a fuss as long as you comfort her afterwards. Thinking of this, Du Mingxi smiled bitterly. He said he only loved Chen Kiki, but now he is thinking about how to handle the relationship with two girls. Du Mingxi doesn't want to either. But this sword spirit has already recognized me as its master, and the sword was also given by the system. What is the difference between this and giving me another wife? Alas! Sometimes having too many beautiful women around can be a nuisance. Du Mingxi followed Du Yunhai's example, put his hands behind his back, and went back into the house. After dinner, everyone sat together watching TV and chatting. The atmosphere relaxed a little and was not as awkward as before. After sitting for a while, Du Mingxi took the two girls back to the college. In the next few days, Du Mingxi attended classes while consolidating his spiritual energy. To be honest, Du Mingxi himself felt that the speed at which he was upgrading was a little scary. A few days later, the final test of the sophomore year arrived. Early in the morning, Du Mingxi and Tang Qing came out of the villa together and walked towards the examination room. First there was a written test, then a Reiki test, which was pretty much the same as last time. The written test was a torture for Du Mingxi, especially the history of the development of spiritual energy. This lesson should have been called History 100 years ago. It requires you to accurately answer what happened in what year, month, day, and time period. Du Mingxi is really not interested in this thing. The entire written test lasts 3 hours, with 5 subjects in total, with a total score of 500 and a passing score of 300. It is worth mentioning that exams are now conducted using electronic devices, and the results are announced on the spot. Du Mingxi racked his brains, wishing he could pull out every brain cell and ask questions one by one. The final score was 315. Du Mingxi said, "This is the limit. Still want to go up? Why not let me go directly to the battlefield and kill monsters?" The students were also very surprised by this. But I was also somewhat relieved that it turned out that Du Mingxi was not perfect either. For a moment, everyone's eyes on Du Mingxi changed from looking at a monster to looking at a normal person. It's just that this normal look now contained a little more admiration and worship. Admiration and worship in the field of spiritual practice. Of course, handsomeness also plays a role. Ha ha! Mingxi, I finally found your weakness. You're even shorter than me. Tang Qingla was delighted when he learned about Du Mingxi's results. How many points did you get? Du Mingxi took a sip of water and smiled bitterly. Tang Qing puffed out his chest and blurted out, 335. Puff. Du Mingxi just sprayed. How shameless of you to only have 20 points more than me. 20 points is still a good score. I remember reading a sentence in an old book, saying that 1 point can defeat 1,000 people. What do you think? Tang Qing laughed. You two big brothers, stop laughing at the second brother. Ning Yuqi walked out of another examination room and said with a smile. The two of them quickly snatched Ning Yuqi's report card. When they saw the score, they were dumbfounded. 486 points. Take it away, I'm sorry. We are not on the same path. Tang Chang returned the report card to Ning Yuqi and joked. At the same time, Li Muxue and Su Lingyan also came over. Both of them scored over 400 points. Mingxi, even though you didn't do well in the written test, your spiritual energy level is much brighter than ours. Su Lingyan encouraged Du Mingxi. Mingxi, you were already level 38 during the last border guard activity. You should have reached level 40 by now. The little Lolita laughed. Everyone looked at him expectantly, only Tang Qing was trying to hold back his laughter. His current information is that Du Mingxi is level 49. He was not there when Du Mingxi broke through level 50. That's right. Mingxi, our academy's graduation level is only 40. You must rewrite this number. Ning Yuqi also said with a smile. You'll find out soon. Du Mingxi touched his head. He didn't want to say it now. After all, you can't pretend to be cool this way. Hearing this, everyone stopped asking questions and walked towards the examination room for testing their spiritual energy levels. Unexpectedly, everyone along the way deeply experienced the feeling of being a foil. Take 5 steps at most and someone will come forward. Either they want Du Mingxi's autograph or Du Mingxi's contact information. Or hand over a love letter, or even worse, confess on the spot. If he wasn't afraid of Du Mingxi's strength, he would have forced a kiss on him. These scenes made the little Loli and Ning Yuqi very angry. It's first come first served, hello. The little girl was pouting, and her anger was written all over her face. Ning Yuqi was sulking. It seemed that Du Mingxi's earnest advice last time was not completely ineffective, but just completely useless. Fortunately, Du Mingxi rejected all of them without exception, and the two of them calmed down. When we arrived at the test room, there were already a lot of people queuing up. Because the college only had 3 testing machines, the entire sophomore class lined up in 3 rows for testing. As expected, as soon as Du Mingxi walked into the examination room, most of the students forgot about keeping quiet and some of them shouted Du Mingxi crazily. To be honest, Du Mingxi didn't enjoy it very much. Instead, I felt a little guilty because it affected my exam performance. But before Du Mingxi could feel guilty for even 3 seconds, the teacher who was conducting the test actually ran down to ask for Du Mingxi's autograph. Du Mingxi turned into a numb signing machine, signing frantically. While signing, Du Mingxi accidentally heard that the border guards had confirmed the name list. He was rated as the best student by the border guards. At the same time, little Lolita and Su Lingyan were also named. Du Mingxi was already very famous, and there was news before that Du Mingxi was listed. Now that the official announcement has come out, Du Mingxi was not only named, but also named the best student. This once again ignited Du Mingxi's fame. After a while, the test started again. What level do you think Du Mingxi can reach this time? He was already level 38 last time. I think it won't be too difficult to break through to level 40 this time. Not necessarily. It would take at least 2 months to break through a level above level 30. Are you stupid? This is Du Mingxi. How can he be compared with a normal person? That's right, I think it's possible to break through level 45. It's exaggerated. This is too exaggerated. Yes. It is possible to break through level 40, but level 45 is too much. It is higher than our teacher of the history of spiritual energy development. No matter what, Du Mingxi will definitely make history. It's our turn soon, so stop talking. Everyone was talking about it, and they could have left after the test was completed. As soon as Du Mingxi arrived, everyone stayed there, ready to see what kind of surprises and shocks this genius Du Mingxi could bring to everyone. Except for Du Mingxi and others, the levels of all sophomore students are roughly between level 17 and level 24. Soon it was Du Mingxi and his group's turn. This time it was not Su Lingyan and the others who were hit first, but Du Mingxi was the first to be hit. Mingxi, you will definitely give us another surprise this time. The teacher who gave the test laughed. Du Mingxi smiled without saying anything and put his hand on the testing machine. Everyone's eyes were focused on Du Mingxi machinery and everyone was looking forward to it. Looking forward to verifying my own guesses and looking forward to more shocking things beyond imagination. After a while, light rose from the machine. The testing teacher quickly went to look at the score display screen. Upon seeing this, the testing teacher was petrified on the spot. What's going on? Teacher, please announce the results quickly. Yeah. I'm so anxious. There was a sudden commotion in the examination room. The testing teacher slowly came to his senses, swallowed, and was about to speak when he suddenly wiped his eyes and confirmed again. After making sure that he had not seen it wrong, the teacher took a deep breath and announced loudly, Du Mingxi. Level 50. At this moment, everyone's expressions were stunned. Immediately afterwards, violent cheers and exclamations surged in the examination room like waves. Du Mingxi! Du Mingxi! Everyone spontaneously shouted Du Mingxi's name in unison. When a person suddenly appears in a group who is so outstanding that everyone has to look up to him, then everyone will become his crazy believer. Chapter 61. Tang Qing is also a genius. Not only were the other students extremely shocked, but the little girl and her group were also jaw-dropping. Du Mingxi's brilliance is simply too dazzling. At this time, the test room was surrounded by students and the test could not be carried out. At this time, Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni happened to come for inspection. Seeing this scene, he hurried forward to check it out. Queue up for testing, don't crowd, what are you doing? When Xu Yuntian arrived at the door, he was blocked and couldn't go in. When several students saw the principal coming, they quickly explained the cause of the incident and stepped aside. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni were also somewhat expectant. Du Mingxi reached level 38 last time. How much progress will he make this time? Are Du Mingxi's test results out? Xu Yuntian asked while standing at the door. There were too many people inside and he didn't like to squeeze in. I don't know. When we arrived, the examination room was already surrounded. All we heard was someone shouting 50. One student explained. 50. Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Reaching level 50 in the sophomore year, what kind of incredible talent is this? Yuntian, you are going to be famous throughout the concentration area. Li Yuni joked. Indeed, as the principal of Nolan College, his college has produced such a terrifying genius, and he, as the principal, also benefits from it. I have to thank Feng Hai. If he hadn't fired Mingxi, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Xu Yuntian stroked his white beard and smiled. While the two were chatting and laughing, the testing session resumed in the examination room. In addition to the written test, Du Mingxi has another shortcoming. That is to be with him. Even if you are very good, you will become dim under his light. Last time Su Lingyan was level 26, this time she is level 29. This speed would have been amazing if it weren't for Du Mingxi, the cheater. And the little loli is not bad either. She was level 26 last time and 28 this time. Not bad either. Ning Yuqi's qualifications are relatively poor, at level 23, but she is considered above average among ordinary sophomores. Following Du Mingxi, another climax came from Tang Qing. This guy's image in the class is that he is absent-minded in class, his eyes are empty, and his soul is out of his body. He is full of energy after class, speaks fluently, and can chat with anyone for half a day. In short, you are a poor student. Therefore, no one had high expectations for him. Until the test teacher shouted, Tang Qing, level 40. Everyone was excited again. Although not as shocking as Du Mingxi, level 40 is already the graduation level of Nolan Academy. You know, the higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade. For ordinary students, it usually takes 2 to 3 years, or even longer, to reach level 30 to level 40 without any great opportunities. In other words, I want to break the Nolan College graduation record. By the end of the sophomore semester, you will have to reach level 30 or so. How many people out of thousands can do it? If this is the case with Nolan College, then it is even more impossible for other colleges. This shows that Tang Qing is also very powerful. If there was no Du Mingxi, he would be the most handsome guy. Just as Xu Yuntian and Li Yuni were about to leave outside the door, cheers suddenly broke out in the examination room again. The two were very confused and simply walked into the examination room to check. Seeing the principal and the mayor coming, everyone immediately quieted down. Principal, you are here. I have good news for you. We discovered another genius in this test. The testing teacher said to Xu Yuntian excitedly. Oh? Xu Yuntian glanced around and found that Du Mingxi was indeed level 50, but he didn't find anyone else who was particularly eye-catching. But when his gaze shifted to Tang Qing, Xu Yuntian was shocked. Li Yuni's reaction was the same as Xu Yuntian's. They couldn't even see through Tang Qing's level. Generally speaking, it is very easy for strong people like them to see through the strength of these students who are at level 30, 40, or at most level 50. The error will not exceed 2 levels. But they couldn't even see Tang Qing's level. This is a bit outrageous. It's impossible that Tang Qing was already over level 70 when he was only 20 years old. This is no longer something humans can do. Tang Qing, although there is still a gap compared to Dumingshi, he has now reached level 40. It's already equal to our graduation grade record. It's no exaggeration to say he's a genius. The test teacher pointed at Tang Qing and said, "You can really say you're a genius." Li Yuni said this and walked in front of Tang Qing. "You look familiar to me, have I seen you somewhere before?" Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, "I have some impression. We met before when you came to Qingshuan Temple." Tang Qing didn't dare to smile in front of such a big shot and answered honestly. Hearing this, Li Yuni suddenly realized. "I remember now, you are Master Dunkong's disciple." Li Yuni was friends with the abbot of Qingshuan Temple, Dunkong, and he used to go to him from time to play chess and drink tea. Tang Cheng nodded. "I didn't expect that he was Master Dunkong's disciple." Shu Yuntian was also a little surprised. Master Dunkong is a powerful warrior at level 85. When Du Mingshi came to talk to him about Tang Qing, he did not specify his rank. Shu Yuntian didn't take it too seriously. He didn't expect that he was a disciple of a great master. "With your qualifications, although you are a little behind Mingshi, you can definitely break our record. Come on." Shu Yuntian patted Tang Cheng on the shoulder. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Principal, it's a bit difficult to break the record." "Oh? You still have 2 years. With your aptitude, how is it possible that you can't even break through to the first level in 2 years?" Shu Yuntian was very puzzled. "No. My physique is very special, different from yours. It takes me a long time to level up," Tang Cheng said. "So how long is this exactly?" Shu Yuntian said again. "Several years. I don't know, the last breakthrough was 5 years ago." Tang Qing seemed to deliberately not mention that he had leveled up 20 times at a time. Du Mingshi suspected that he was just trying to show off. Ah! Hearing this, everyone except Du Mingshi was shocked. A breakthrough only once every 5 years. So what's the difference between this and a waste person? Wait, you said you only break through once every few years, so how did you manage to reach level 40 when you were around 20 years old? Shu Yuntian asked. Among those present, only Du Mingshi knew the truth. Although Li Yuni had a friendship with Master Tang Qing, every time he went to see Dun Kong, the latter would not talk about his disciple. So Li Yuni was not clear about Tang Qing's situation. "It takes me a long time to break through, but I broke through 20 levels at a time." Tang Qing laughed. When these words came out, everyone took a deep breath. Is this still a human being? 20 levels at a time? Shu Yuntian was somewhat shocked. He had lived for more than 80 years, and this was the first time he had heard of someone being promoted to level 20. Yes, my training method is somewhat special. I have 5 attributes, and each attribute can be awakened at the second level. Every time I awaken an attribute twice, I can level up 20 times. Tang Qing said calmly. Du Mingshi saw through his pretentious nature beneath his calm face. Wow! Everyone was surprised again. The intensity of the reaction this time was almost the same as when Du Mingshi's results came out just now. 5 attributes, what kind of monster is this? Come with me for a moment, I have some questions for you. Shu Yuntian pulled Tang Qing out of the examination room, and Li Yuni followed closely behind. Chapter 62, Battle of Lingqi City 1. Seeing Tang Qing being taken away by Shu Yuntian and Li Yuni, everyone started talking again. Du Mingshi returned to the villa, and not long after, Li Qiyuan called. Mingshi, accompany me to Lingqi City tomorrow. We have some business to do. Li Qiyuan said that he was going to Lingqi City to discuss business, but Du Mingshi always felt that it was not simple. But he was already a member of the Li family's non-local guest group, and since Mr. Li had specifically asked him to go, he had to go. Du Mingshi had no choice but to agree. I just hung up the phone and received a task from a system that hadn't appeared for several days. Ding. Mission assigned, kill Chen Yun. Reward, a high-level lightning spell and 3 spiritual energy pills. Time limit, 48 hours. Do you accept? Du Mingshi was startled. The system assigning this kind of task at this time undoubtedly meant that a battle would break out in Lingqi City this time. Accept. The Chen family has always had a grudge against him, and since he failed to win them over last time, he was going to kill them. Moreover, looking at the mission introduction, it was a counter-kill, so there was no psychological burden at all, so of course I accepted it. Host has been detected to have accepted the mission, timer starts. A voice was heard, and the system disappeared again. Du Mingxi prepared the destiny and the token. Du Mingxi has never used Tianming since he developed intelligence. I wonder if he has become stronger. As for the token, Du Mingxi had seen its extraordinary healing effect last time. As to whether it has other functions, we still have to explore it slowly. The next day, Li's car arrived outside the villa early and was waiting. Du Mingxi took the destiny and the token, led Chen Kiki and Tang Qing into the car and headed for the Li headquarters. Go to Lingqi City with Li Qiyuan. There were also many members of the Li family traveling with them. Lingqi City is more than 200 kilometers away from Chouyuan City, and there is another city in between. The Li family's influence covers dozens of cities in the south, and Lingqi City is no exception. Du Mingxi had probably guessed it. This time, a member of the Chen family appeared in Lingqi City, and Mr. Li took the opportunity of discussing business to kill them. To be honest, Du Mingxi was somewhat disgusted by this kind of clan dispute. After all, it involved killing people at every turn. But it's a pity that Chen showed his murderous intention towards me first, so don't blame me. It was already past 10 o'clock when everyone arrived in Lingqi City. I have to say, Mr. Li is really grand. The mayor of Lingqi City came to greet him personally. Everyone had dinner at the best restaurant in Lingqi City and then stayed in a 5-star hotel. Everything seems calm. At night, there was a sudden knock on Du Mingxi's door. When I opened the door, it was Li Qiyuan. Mingxi, I have a task for you. Go get a file. Li Qiyuan said slowly. Du Mingxi knew that it was definitely not as simple as just taking a document. Good. Du Mingxi agreed, called Tang Qing, took the destiny and the token, and walked out of the hotel with Chen Kiki to the address given by Li Qiyuan. For some reason, when night falls in Lingqi City, it seems as if the entire city has fallen into a deep sleep. There were few pedestrians on the road, and at a glance there were only street lights and a few scattered lights. This is completely different from Akihara City. It may be because the Li headquarters is in Akihara City, so Akihara City is the same day and night. The address Li Qiyuan gave was an office building, which was a bit remote. An office building stands alone on a large piece of land that has not been fully developed, looking a bit weird. Damn it, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming to this damn place to get documents? Tang Qing complained. There are some lights on in the office building. The three of them walked into the office building, and as soon as Du Mingxi stepped in, he felt like someone was staring at him. Chen Kiki said she felt it more obviously, but Tang Qing didn't feel anything at all. The two came to the 23rd floor, where there was a company called Zhuoxing. This company is really hard working, and many people are working overtime. Du Mingxi walked into the company, found a middle-aged man and said, "Hello, I was sent by Li to pick up the documents." The middle-aged man had a dejected look on his face, but he suddenly started to wake up when he heard these words. Hold on. The man hurried into an office. Du Mingxi was just wondering when suddenly all the employees looked at him. Before Du Mingxi could react, a slightly younger employee flashed in front of the three people and punched them. Du Mingxi quickly raised his knife to block and punched the knife. Tianming burst into red light and the man was knocked back. Fuck, what's going on? Tang Qing stepped back behind the two of them. The employees who had just been working overtime suddenly burst into spiritual energy and walked towards the three people. Walk! Du Mingxi shouted. The one he just fought with was at least level 45. With so many people, even if I were level 50, I would not be able to handle them with Tang Qing and Chen Kiki. And I don't know if there are any high-level ones. When Tang Qing heard this, he disappeared instantly. But in the blink of an eye the guy was back. Why did you come back again? Du Mingxi asked as he stepped back. All the passages up and down are blocked. Tang Qing said he wanted to leave too. At the same time, dozens of employees had forced the three people to the edge of the building, with glass behind them. 23rd floor. If you don't have spiritual energy to transform into wings, you will die if you fall down. Boom! 3 or 4 employees rushed over at the same time, and 3 of them gathered their spiritual energy to resist. At the same time, more employees came up. The 3 of them were totally unable to withstand it. Du Mingxi and Tang Chang were knocked away. Chen Kiki was also defeated. This old fellow Li Qiyuan is sending us into danger. With so many people, it's hard for us to even protect ourselves, let alone kill Chen Yun. Du Mingxi thought. Bang! Chen Kiki kicked the glass to pieces and threw the 2 people out. In an instant, Kiki jumped out, spread his wings, grabbed the two people, and was about to fly away when a ball of lightning struck. Kiki dodged in a hurry. In the air, a man in his 50s or 60s was seen spreading his wings of lightning, constantly condensing balls of lightning to prevent the three people from escaping. There was no choice but for Kiki to stay. The man then fell to the ground. As soon as the three touched the ground, dozens of people surrounded them. "Oh my god, there are so many people. We are done for this time," Tang Ching said seriously. Even he looked serious, which showed how serious the situation was. "I never thought that the Li family would come to our door so soon. But I don't understand why they sent you to alert the enemy?" The man approached slowly. At this time, the system reminded that this person was Chen Yun. Du Mingxi was speechless. "They wanted me to kill a strong man above level 70? Clang! Du Mingxi drew his sword and Xingyue appeared. Chen Yun's eyes suddenly showed interest. "Leave the one with the knife to me, and you guys deal with the others." As soon as Chen Yun finished speaking, his figure disappeared. A strong sense of power suddenly appeared in Du Mingxi's heart, and he raised his knife to block it. Bang! Lightning exploded on Tian Ming. It quickly spread to Du Mingxi's hands. Du Mingxi burst out with dual attribute spiritual energy, thunder and lightning surged, dispersing Chen Yun's thunder and lightning. Chen Yun was startled, and his eyes suddenly became hot as he looked at Du Mingxi. The Chen family has already issued a hunting order for Du Mingxi. As long as the Chen family members kill Du Mingxi, they will gain the right to enter the family council. Chapter 63, Battle of Lingqi City 2. "Hubby, leave this guy to me, you guys find a way to break out." Kiki burst out with dual attribute spiritual energy of fire and ice, pointing directly at Chen Yun. But suddenly, a fat middle-aged man rushed out and stopped Kiki. There SA-73 on his head. Du Mingxi looked around and saw Xingyue was also entangled by a level 73 strongman. Tang Cheng was chased and beaten by a group of level 40 or 50 guys. If he wasn't agile, he would have been killed long ago. "Come on, kid, let me see how powerful the legendary Du Mingxi is," Chen Yun taunted. There is no other choice but to accept the challenge. Du Mingxi fully mobilized the two kinds of spiritual energy, and destiny burst out with dazzling red light. His body moved violently and he slashed at Chen Yun with a knife. The corners of Chen Yun's mouth rose and disappeared in an instant. Du Mingxi only felt a strong pressure coming from behind, followed by severe pain. Powerful spiritual energy exploded behind Du Mingxi. The lightning caused Du Mingxi to lose most of the sensation on his back. Ahem. Du Mingxi coughed twice. TSK, can this attract so much attention from the family? Chen Yun smiled very arrogantly. Since everyone else was entangled, he could slowly tease Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi adjusted himself quickly, unleashing the power of thunder and lightning to the extreme, greatly increasing his speed, and with a flash of his body, he slashed down with one blow. Destiny passed through Chen Yun's body very smoothly. Before Du Mingxi had time to be happy, pressure came from the left again, and Du Mingxi quickly raised his knife to block. Bang! Thunder and lightning aura exploded on the left. Du Mingxi was blown away. Only then did he notice that what Du Mingxi had just cut was just a ball of spiritual energy. In other words, Chen Yun's speed was too fast, leaving an afterimage. "Oh, that's boring." Chen Yun held a ball of lightning and shook his head. "He is really strong. Level 79. The gap is really too big." Du Mingxi stood up slowly and clenched his fists. Prisoner of fiery fire. Dragon of flame soars. Thunder breaks the power. 3 intermediate spells are cast at the same time. Fire rose from under Chen Yun's feet. The flaming dragon roared out. Lightning strikes from the sky. Boom! All 3 spells hit. The violent explosion raised a lot of dust. Du Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. "Your flames are fine for grilling, but your lightning is not, it's too weak." Chen Yun walked out slowly in the dust. Except for the clothes being slightly damaged, everything else was unharmed. "Let me show you what real thunder and lightning is." As soon as Chen Yun finished speaking, violent lightning burst out from his body. A violent hissing sound spread. Chen Yun's eyes burst into purple light, surrounded by lightning, and gradually rose into the air. Boom! The lightning from the sky is controlled by his hands, and it radiates in all directions. Just like the god of thunder, he controls the thick and powerful lightning in his palms. The tiny objects around him slowly rose up due to the saturation of electric charge, surrounding Chen Yun in midair. The power of heavenly thunder! Chen Yun roared out. Boom! Lightning suddenly struck. His lightning is several times more powerful than Du Mingxi's. Du Mingxi quickly dodged as lightning exploded around him. The powerful energy directly blew Du Mingxi away. At the same time, 2 bolts of lightning struck again, hitting Chen Kiki and Qingyue. It was already difficult to cope with, and then being hit by the lightning, the 2 of them were instantly at a disadvantage. Before Du Mingxi could stand up, another bolt of lightning struck. If such a powerful energy hits Du Mingxi, he will be seriously injured if not killed. Du Mingxi quickly rolled away, but the powerful energy still blew Du Mingxi away. Blood is flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ha, is this a genius? Chen Yun in midair laughed loudly, waved his hand, and another bolt of lightning came roaring. Hiding? Keep hiding? Kiki and Qingyue were already at a disadvantage, and Tang Cheng was running around in a hurry. I must get rid of Chen Yun myself. Brush! Du Mingxi clenched the knife and slashed fiercely, and the lightning blade rushed towards Chen Yun at high speed. Chen Yun threw out a ball of lightning aura. Both exploded in mid-air. Du Mingxi was knocked back a few steps by the shockwave. The punishment of heavenly thunder. Du Mingxi sheathed his sword and cast an advanced spell. Lightning also exploded from Du Mingxi's body, and he rose up. The lightning around Chen Yun suddenly bound him. From the thunderclouds in the sky, bolts of lightning suddenly fell. Chen Yun was unable to break free for a moment and could only condense his spiritual energy to resist. At the same time, Du Mingxi quickly gathered his strength, and Tianming became increasingly restless, as if he had also sensed Chen Yun's arrogance and was eager to give him a fatal blow. Try this. Flames break through the air. Slash! Du Mingxi used all his strength and swung his sword. The sharp blade of destiny drags out a huge red flaming sword. Boom! The flaming sword hit Chen Yun right on target. This time, he no longer had the same majestic look as before and fell to the ground. I didn't expect you to be able to launch such a fierce attack. Chen Yun covered his chest and said in surprise, Okay, I've had enough fun. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yun's eyes burst into purple light again. A clenched hand. A giant lightning palm instantly grabbed Du Mingxi. The enormous pressure seemed to be able to crush Du Mingxi immediately. Husband. Chen Kiki quickly burst out with light-attributed spiritual energy, shaking her opponent away, and flashed to Du Mingxi's side. White light burst out, and the purple lightning was instantly dissolved. Ahem. Du Mingxi coughed up a little blood. Light attribute? How rare. Chen Yun smiled, then took out something similar to a capsule and swallowed it in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yun's momentum continued to rise. The number above his head soared from 79 to 85. A black spiritual energy surged into his lightning and thunder, surrounding him. Demonic energy. Chen Kiki saw through it at a glance. You guessed it right. But I don't have any reward prepared. Chen Yun grinned. As the news spread, Chen Yun actually disappeared. Bang! Chen Yun suddenly appeared on Chen Kiki's left side and punched him. Chen Kiki was hit on the shoulder and flew backwards. Coco! Du Mingxi quickly caught Chen Kiki. Hubby, I'll burst out my spiritual energy to block their sight, you guys take the opportunity to leave first. Impossible. Du Mingxi refused directly. The other side has 3 strong men above level 70, and it is impossible for Chen Kiki to escape alone. Oh my, what time is it now? Still showing your affection? Chen Yun's voice rang in Du Mingxi's ears. The next moment, a powerful energy appeared beside him. Hubby, be careful. Chen Kiki suddenly pulled Du Mingxi away and burst out with light attribute spiritual energy to resist. Chen Yun punched Chen Kiki's white spiritual energy, but suddenly, another Chen Yun appeared behind Chen Kiki. A punch hit Chen Kiki on the back. The powerful energy blew Chen Kiki away. Seeing this scene, Du Mingxi felt his anger rising. At this moment, the token that Du Mingxi carried with him suddenly flew out, hovered in front of Du Mingxi, and burst out with a sun-red light. The moment he saw the token, Chen Yun's face changed drastically. Du Mingxi holds the token. At this moment, countless points of spiritual energy gathered from all directions. They seem small and weak individually, but when they are all gathered together, they become a force so powerful that it is unimaginable. This force is fierce and domineering, strong and vast. It suddenly rushed into Du Mingxi's body. Du Mingxi's momentum is constantly rising. A pair of red wings slowly condensed behind him. A red light burst out from his eyes, and a gleam of contempt for everything emanated from his eyes. Flames break through the air. Du Mingxi's body flashed and he slashed down with a knife. Behind him, a huge shadow moved in sync with him and slashed down with a knife. Chen Yun's spiritual energy was directly broken. Chapter 64, Advanced Spells, Rake's Assistance. Tianming cut off one of Chen Yun's arms with one blow of his sword with unstoppable force. Ah! Chen Yun wailed and fell heavily to the ground. The momentum also weakened rapidly, and the level returned to level 79. Not far away, on the rooftop, all the Li family members stood in silence. Ha, this guy He Feng has also set his sights on him. Relying on the guardian token, he can actually push his strength to a level close to level 90. Li Qiyuan smiled. The border guards have an ambiguous attitude. If Du Mingxi joins the border guards in the future, will it pose a threat to us? A bearded man said. It doesn't matter. If He Feng wanted to interfere in the clan dispute, he would have done it long ago. Okay, let's do it. Li Qiyuan waved his hand, and dozens of strong men behind him flashed and appeared under the office building, surrounding everyone. Li's people. Sensing the sudden appearance of so many powerful people, Chen Yun was extremely shocked. Before, the auras of the Li family as strong men were concealed by Li Qiyuan, and he thought that only Du Mingxi and his group came. Before he could be shocked, a sharp pain came from his chest. Du Mingxi's eyes glowed red, and the destiny in his hand pierced directly into Chen Yun's chest. The hot blood keeps gushing out. Chen Yun could clearly feel that his life was slipping away rapidly. Du Mingxi, you. Du Mingxi suddenly pulled out the knife and scratched Chen Yun's mouth with the tip of the knife. He can only wait quietly for death to come. Du Mingxi exhaled, the light of the guardian token slowly dissipated, and Du Mingxi's momentum dropped sharply. The red light in his eyes also faded, and Du Mingxi felt a little weak for a moment. Kiki hurried forward to support Du Mingxi. At this time, the battlefield has been completely taken over by the Li members. One has to marvel at the power of the Li family. All the Li family members who appeared this time are above level 60. There are also 5 strong men above level 70. As soon as they appeared, the situation became one-sided. Moreover, they are extremely decisive. As long as they are members of the Chen family, they will be killed without mercy. For a moment, a large area of land was dyed red with blood. Kiki helped Du Mingxi to the side to rest. She herself was also slightly injured and was recuperating nearby. At this moment, Chen Yun, who everyone thought was dead, suddenly used up his last bit of strength and waved his hands violently. An extremely evil demonic energy flew out at a high speed, heading straight for Du Mingxi. Because of his weakness, when Kiki sensed it, the evil spirit had already arrived in front of Du Mingxi. Even if she released her spiritual energy at the first moment, it would be too late. At this moment, a figure suddenly pounced on Du Mingxi from behind. A raging flame rose up. The evil energy bombarded the wall of flames. But the evil spirit was only blocked for a moment, and instantly broke through the flames and hit the figure heavily. The powerful force pushed him away and smashed him heavily against the wall. Du Mingxi rushed to Chen Yun, who was not yet dead, with a knife in hand and killed him with one blow. He turned around and came to the figure who helped him block the demonic attack. Only then did they realize that this person was none other than Su Lingyan. Su Lingyan? Why are you here? How are you? Du Mingxi was shocked. With Su Lingyan's strength, it would be very dangerous for her to withstand such a blow. I'm fine. When Su Lingyan spoke, there was demonic energy in his mouth. Coco, save him. Du Mingxi said quickly. Kiki also quickly released her light-attributed spiritual energy to help Su Lingyan force out the evil spirit. Under the illumination of the holy light, the evil spirit was forced out bit by bit, dissipated into the air and disappeared. It took about half an hour for Kiki to retract her spiritual energy. Okay. Kiki wiped the sweat off his face. Du Mingxi also felt relieved. If it weren't for Kiki, Su Lingyan would have definitely been contaminated by the evil spirit this time. And I will definitely blame myself to death. It was the principal who asked me to follow you. After the evil spirit was forced out, Su Lingyan felt much more relaxed. Oh. I see. Thank you very much. Du Mingxi Road. At this time, the Li family had already dealt with all the Chen family members. Another group of Li members appeared and began to clean up the battlefield. They are the Li family's power in Lingqi City. At this time, Li Qiyuan appeared. Friend Mingxi, I'm so sorry, this time we made an unexpected mistake. Du Mingxi shook his head, it's okay, the Chen family and I are now at war to the death anyway. Ha, rest assured, young friend Mingxi. Next time, the Li family members will show up when the battle begins. Li Qiyuan smiled. He was very satisfied with Du Mingxi's performance today. This knife is sharp. Du Mingxi nodded. It is easy to get on a pirate ship but difficult to get off. Now that he has become an enemy of the Chen family, he might as well rely on the Li family to help him solve his problems. You want to use me as a tool, and I'll use you for free in return. That's reasonable, right? Ding. It is detected that the host has completed the task, please collect the reward. At this time, a voice came from the system. This also means that Chen Yun is completely dead. Xingyu has suffered minor injuries and returned to Tianming. As long as her spirit is not beaten to death, she can recover by returning to the object and nurturing for a period of time. As for Tang Cheng, when he was found, he was lying in a ditch with a bruised face. He is really lucky to be alive. Li acted very quickly and the battlefield was cleaned up in no time. Everyone returned to the hotel. Shen Kiki went to bed early, and Du Mingxi received the reward. 3 spiritual energy pills and an advanced thunder spell. Du Mingxi swallowed 3 spiritual energy pills in one breath. He felt the tremendous pressure brought by the level gap today. When the level gap exceeds 10 levels, all your methods seem so powerless. Dual attributes in the same body, spells, and spiritual weapons are not as real as levels. Just like Tang Qing, he has 5 attributes, but isn't he's still chased and beaten by strong men at level 50 or 60? Therefore, level is king. After meditating and absorbing for a long time, golden light burst out from Du Mingxi's body. 1 dish every few minutes, 3 in total. Level 53. Now 1 spiritual energy pill can only upgrade 1 level. Of course, Yuding was not used for assistance this time. If I have the jade tripod, I should be able to reach level 4. After taking a breath, Du Mingxi picked up the advanced thunder spell again. This time the spell is called Rake's Assist, which summons 1 to 3 lightning puppets to help in battle. The number of summons increases with the degree of spell practice. The summoned puppet is 10 levels higher than the summoner. The most perverted thing is that the summoned puppet can use all the spells of the summoner. If Du Mingxi raises the cultivation level of this thing to the highest level, that is equivalent to summoning 3 level 43 Du Mingxi. Imagine the scene of 4 Du Mingxi casting all spells at the same time. There are 16 spells in total. Etc. Du Mingxi suddenly realized that could the puppet use the help of the Rakage by itself? If it is possible, then it can fix the bug. Du Mingxi was happy for 2 seconds, and the next sentence in the spellbook was that puppets could not use this spell. Du Mingxi was a little disappointed. At this moment, there were sudden sounds of doors opening and closing outside. From the sound, it seems to be Tang Qing's room. Su Lingyan and Tang Qing lived in the same room, and he applied to take care of the injured Tang Qing. Tang Qing was in that state and would not get up so late at night. That is Su Lingyan. It's not that Tang Qing doesn't trust him, it's that Su Lingyan suddenly appeared and now goes out late at night. Could he be an undercover agent of some evil force? Thinking of this, Du Mingxi gently opened the door and followed. Du Mingxi followed Su Lingyan all the way to the outside of the hotel. What puzzled Du Mingxi was that Su Lingyan did not contact anyone like an undercover agent, but just took a break outside the hotel. Du Mingxi was accidentally discovered by Su Lingyan. Ahem, I heard you come out in the middle of the night, are you feeling unwell? Du Mingxi saw that he was discovered and hurriedly said. Nothing, I just couldn't sleep, so I came out to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, Su Lingyan was even more nervous than Du Mingxi, and she kept her hands on her chest. Are you sure you're okay? Du Mingxi asked. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Su Lingyan turned around. You should go to bed early too. Thank you for today. Du Mingxi said this and walked back. Fine. Su Lingyan said something. Only after Du Mingxi returned to the hotel did he dare to relax. On his chest under his shirt, a patch of skin turned black and purple. Chapter 65, Thanks from the Ning family. The next day. Su Lingyan went ahead and returned to Choyuan City early. Du Mingxi wanted to use the token to heal Tang Qing's injuries yesterday, but perhaps because he had consumed too much energy, the token could not be used for the time being. I can only treat Tang Qing's injuries this morning. Under the powerful healing effect of the token, Tang Qing recovered quickly. Du Mingxi is now becoming more and more interested in this token. Not only does it have a powerful healing effect, it can also push your strength to a terrifying level in a short period of time. It is really the best choice for cross-level operations. However, while being interested, Du Mingxi also became more and more curious about the purpose of Hefeng giving it to him. Could it be that he really wanted to use himself as cannon fodder? On second thought, Hefeng represents the border defense force. Being cannon fodder for the border guards can no longer be called cannon fodder, that is a hero. Du Mingxi didn't think about it anymore. After all, it was useless to think more now. After Tang Qing recovered, he took Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki for a tour in Lingqi City. The three of them returned to Choyuan City the next day. As soon as I returned to the college, Ning Yuqi called me. Mingxi, are you free today? Our whole family would like to invite you to dinner. When Du Mingxi heard that this girl wanted to treat him to a meal, he felt a little scared. This is to make you sympathize with the ruthless person who asked the kidnapper to beat you. I really don't know what outrageous thing she will do next. Is there anyone trying to kidnap you again? Du Mingxi joked deliberately. Hearing this, Ning Yuqi on the other end of the phone felt a little flustered. My parents and several uncles and aunts are listening here. If I let it slip now, I will be beaten to death. Ning Jian was the first to get angry when he heard Du Mingxi's words. He mobilized all his connections, but still failed to find the kidnappers. It seemed like they had planned it in advance. The hotel's surveillance camera happened to be broken that day. No. No way. It's in my house. What happened last time won't happen again. Ning Yuqi said in panic. Okay. When? Du Mingxi also heard the panic in Ning Yuqi's tone and agreed. It's all right. You can come over now. Ning Yuqi said quickly. It just so happened that it was already past 11 o'clock. Just in time for dinner. Okay, let's come over now. Du Mingxi hung up the phone after saying this. The three of them changed their clothes and freshened up. Because the Ferrari only has 2 seats, Tang Qing was naturally sent to drive Shoyu. When the three of them arrived at the Ning family, there were already quite a few cars parked outside the villa. The Ning family is quite large, with dozens of people including aunts and uncles. What Du Mingxi didn't expect was that all the Ning family members, young and old, were waiting at the door. As soon as Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki got out of the car, dozens of people surrounded them. My dear Mingxi, you are here. Come in, please. Ning Jian was the first to come forward and said respectfully. Everyone addresses you as you, which shows how important Du Mingxi is in the eyes of the Ning family. Mingxi, I've been getting to know you well recently. Ning Yuqi also came forward and took Du Mingxi's left arm without saying a word. This made Chen Kiki, who was holding Du Mingxi's right arm, very uncomfortable. Du Mingxi walked into the villa surrounded by the crowd and for a moment forgot to introduce Tang Qing to the Ning family. When Du Mingxi came to the living room, he suddenly remembered that Tang Qing was already chatting with a young girl from the Ning family. Whether he should say it or not, Tang Qing will never feel awkward or nervous wherever he goes, and he can always chat with others shamelessly. Perhaps, he has always adhered to the principle of as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. The Ning family prepared a super long dining table. My dear Mingxi, come and sit here. Du Mingxi and others came to the living room and found a white-haired old man inside. Ning Jiang introduced that this was Ning Yuqi's grandfather. Mr. Ning was in poor health, so he did not go out to greet them. As soon as he saw Du Mingxi coming, he pulled Du Mingxi to sit in the main seat. No. This seat is more suitable for you. Du Mingxi said quickly. He really didn't expect the Ning family to be so enthusiastic. The enthusiasm was so great that Du Mingxi was a little scared. Mingxi. You don't have to be polite. You are our Ning family's benefactor. Coming to the Ning family is like being at home. Old Master Ning held Du Mingxi's hand and said. Mr. Ning has been in business all his life, but unlike those profit-driven businessmen, he values friendship the most. Even if you don't make money or even lose money, you should still help those who have helped you. This is also the key to his early momentum. Today, the Ning family has been fully controlled by Ning Zhang's generation. He seldom inquires about the family business and spends his days at the Ning family enjoying his retirement. He didn't know about the cooperation with the Luo family from the beginning to the end, otherwise, with his vision, he would have been able to see what kind of people the Luo family is. You're too polite. I just helped a little. The Ning family was able to survive thanks to your efforts, Du Mingxi said quickly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but burst into praise. Du Mingxi is not only rich, but also very capable and handsome. He is still so humble, he is definitely a perfect man. If I hadn't married 10 years earlier, come on. Why don't you look in the mirror? Even if you are 20 years younger, no one will look down on you. A couple started arguing quietly nearby. Du Mingxi's words made everyone happy. At Mr. Ning's strong request, Du Mingxi still sat in the main seat. Kiki sat next to him. The Ning family members took their seats in order of seniority. Tang Qingze ran to the back and had a very happy chat with several young people from the Ning family. Friend Mingxi, this time our Ning family has completely recovered. We will be profitable soon. As we agreed before, if you invest 200 million, you will own 20% of the shares of Ning Group. As long as we make a profit, we will give you dividends immediately. Ning Jiang said. Du Mingxi smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Dividends and such don't matter. Just follow your own pace. Hearing this, Ning Jiang also smiled and nodded. While everyone was chatting, the Ning family's chefs began to serve the dishes. They were having a great time chatting and Ning Jiang even took out his treasured red wine. The Ning family began to toast Du Mingxi again. Everyone drank first to show their respect, so Du Mingxi had no choice but to drink a few glasses. Just sat down. Ning Jiang came over. Friend Mingxi, what do you think of our Yuqi? These words made Du Mingxi's body tremble. Very good. Du Mingxi replied quickly. Kiki was also a little surprised when she heard Ning Jiang's words. Can't you see that Mingxi already has a beautiful woman like me by his side? Don't be nervous, Mingxi. I mean, it's our honor that Yuqi can be your friend. I hope Mingxi can take good care of Yuqi in the future. How could Ning Jiang not see the relationship between Kiki and Du Mingxi? I just can't tell. I've heard all the rumors, so how could I not know that Kiki is Du Mingxi's wife? Of course. Du Mingxi quickly agreed. As a friend, Du Mingxi would definitely help Ning Yuqi. In fact, Ning Jiang didn't need to say it at all. At this time, perhaps because she had drunk 2 glasses of red wine, Ning Yuqi's face turned red and her eyes were a little blurry as she stood up. Then he said to Du Mingxi, Mingxi, last time you said I didn't understand you. Now I know you like to eat potatoes and broccoli, but not tomatoes. I like sunny days and hate rainy days. I like long sleeves, not short sleeves. Even in summer. Also, you like to wear flowery shorts. Square ones. After these words were spoken, Du Mingxi's whole body stiffened. Also, you like to show off your muscles in front of the mirror. And boast about how muscular you are. Besides, Ning Yuqi seemed really drunk and wanted to continue talking. Du Mingxi interrupted quickly, wait. Who told you that? Kiki was also very confused. She thought she was the only one who knew about these few people. Ning Yuqi turned her hand and pointed at Tang Cheng, who was chatting and laughing at the end of the table. Feeling the sudden murderous aura, Tang Cheng quickly turned his head to the side and did not look directly at Du Mingxi. Anyway, I think I know you very well. But what can I do? I still like you after knowing you, and even more than before. I don't care. Kiki is here too, so I'm going to declare war on you today. I'm officially going to start pursuing Du Mingxi. Although Tang Cheng said Mingxi likes big breasts. Ning Yuqi compared hers and continued, mine is a little small, but I can still grow. After saying that, Ning Yuqi fell asleep on the dining table, leaving a table full of stunned people. Chapter 66, Monster Arrives. Cough cough cough. Ning Jiang suddenly started coughing violently. He didn't expect his daughter to be so brave. Mingxi, this girl has no sense of propriety in her words, please forgive me. Mr. Ning quickly apologized. No problem. Du Mingxi replied quickly, already thinking of the 99th way to beat Tang Cheng to death. You guys eat, I'm leaving first. Tang Cheng quickly stood up, said hello to everyone, and ran away. We're leaving now, we'll come visit again when we have the chance. After Du Mingxi finished speaking to everyone, he chased after the angry Chen Kiki. Mingxi is young and promising, and he will have no shortage of beauties around him. Yuqi is being reckless. It would be bad if she makes Mingxi unhappy. Old Master Ning said as he looked at Du Mingxi leaving. Hey, Dad. You can't say that. Young people should dare to love and hate. I think Yuqi is very brave. What's wrong with daring to fight for it? Ning Jiang retorted. That being said, what are the advantages of Yuqi? Didn't you hear Mingxi's preferences just now? Mr. Ning hit the point home with one sentence. Ning Jiang also reacted after hearing what he said. Du Mingxi likes girls with big breasts. Although Ning Yuqi is not small, she is definitely not big, probably between B and C. As for Chen Kiki, her score is at least around D. There's absolutely no comparison. Dad, let's not get involved. Love is their own business. If Mingxi could really become your grandson-in-law, would you be happy? Ning Jiang smiled. Old Master Ning also smiled when he heard this. Of course I'm happy, but... Oh, forget it, never mind. Anyway, Mingxi is the benefactor of our Ning family, no one should offend him. College, Villa. Under a mango tree in the yard, Tang Qing's face was covered with bruises, and his whole body was tied into a ball and hung under the tree. Tang Qing usually likes to chat with his classmates, and he is outspoken, often accidentally revealing some explosive information. Now the retribution has come. Chen Kiki also gave the rope spiritual power, so it couldn't be broken by herself. Help! Murder! Is there anyone who can stop this couple? They are bullying single people. Tang Qing had no choice but to howl like a ghost. Speaking of single guys, since the last time, Yang Xingyu has frequently contacted me, often saying sweet words to tease Tang Qing. Who is Tang Qing? Straight guys, okay. A conversation can end in just 3 sentences at most. And because of what happened to Du Mingxi last time, Tang Qing didn't dare to have dinner with Yang Xingyu anymore. So now there is still no progress between the two. Whoosh! A cluster of spiritual energy flew out at a high speed and hit Tang Qing's mouth. Tang Qing's mouth suddenly swelled up. 100 miles away from the high wall, a huge palace sits on a plain. This place was originally human territory, but was later occupied by monsters. They tore down the previous buildings and rebuilt this magnificent palace. 72 Jade Avenues extend out of the main hall. Each Jade Avenue is connected to a small palace. The main hall is the residence of the Monster Lord, and the 72 small palaces are the 72 transformed powerful beings. The weakest is level 85. The strongest is level 95. In the main hall, in the magnificent hall, a sexy and charming woman lies on a golden bench. She had a pair of fox ears, long pink hair, charming eyes, and a loving look. A few pieces of thin silk cover the body, revealing the seductive figure, which is breathtaking. The pair of long white legs is even more eye-catching, and the 9 furry tails behind make people want to touch them. This year's Monster Lord is a female fox demon, and her strength is at level 96. The fox demon picked up a cherry with her delicate hands, gently put it into her mouth, and licked her fiery red lips lightly with her tongue. Every move revealed the ultimate charm. Mother! At this time, a little guy came jumping in, followed by a man covered in a black robe and wearing a mask. Where have you been playing again, you little troublemaker? The fox demon gently picked up Mo Xiao Xiao and pinched her nose lovingly. At this time, Mo Xiao Xiao was freed from the restraints, her ears turned into furry little fox ears, and 9 little tails appeared behind her butt. The 9-tailed foxes in this world are born with 9 tails, which is determined by their bloodline. I went to play inside the high wall. It was so much fun inside, there was delicious ice cream, and... Before Mo Xiao Xiao finished speaking, her mother suddenly got angry and stared at the man in black and asked angrily, "Did he find out?" He didn't make a move. The man in black replied respectfully. Hearing this, the fox demon calmed down and gently tapped Mo Xiao Xiao on the head. Be obedient and don't go there to play next time. Good. Mo Xiao Xiao agreed immediately, but in fact she was already planning her next outing. The fox demon waved his hand, and a servant not far away came forward and took Mo Xiao Xiao away. How are things going? The fox demon said calmly. It's halfway done, and we expect to be able to launch the final offensive within 2 years. There was no tone in the black-clothed man's words, they were all very calm. 2 years? Too slow. It is entirely possible for Yifeng to break through to level 97 in 2 years. The fox demon seemed a little dissatisfied. Lord, please forgive me. I will speed up the process. The man in black half knelt hurriedly and said respectfully. Heh, your performance determines the extent to which I restrain you. Okay, get off. The fox demon waved his hand impatiently. Lord, there is one more thing. Explain. He gave the guardian token to a young man in his 20s. This person has dual attributes in one body. In just a few months, he grew from a good-for-nothing who was expelled from school to a level 50 genius. I think he needs to be taken seriously. Guardian token? Ha, he dared to hand over such an important thing to a 20-year-old young man? Interesting. The fox demon smiled, her eyes revealing charm. Our presence is too obvious. He will notice it. Send a magic beast to wipe out the roots. Yes. The man in black left the hall and shook his head. The current lord is nothing compared to the previous one, whether in strength, strategy, or vision. If I hadn't sensed Feng's aura last time, I would have killed Du Mingxi long ago. But now, this lord thinks that sending a magical beast can solve the problem? Is it really that easy to solve? Is Feng a fool? Give the guardian token to Du Mingxi. But that's fine. If you're too smart, how can I get revenge? The man in black smiled and walked away quickly. Inside the villa, Tang Chang had been hanging for 2 hours, but Du Mingxi and Kiki still had no intention of letting him down. My mouth was swollen and my voice was hoarse. Forget it, this couple must have been making out. They didn't respond after I called them for so long. At the beginning, Tang Ching screamed like a ghost and was even hit in the mouth by spiritual energy. I stopped fighting after that. My voice became hoarse and there was no response at all. Just when Tang Ching was in despair, the ground in the yard suddenly bulged up. 2 huge hairy shelled limbs poked out first. Next are 8 huge eyes. Tang Ching's 2 eyes met its 8 eyes. Help! Chapter 67 Level 75 Demon King Spider. Even though his voice was hoarse, Tang Ching's pig-slaughtering screams still spread. The Demon King Spider suddenly drilled out of the ground, with demonic energy bursting out of its body, and pounced on Tang Ching. At the critical moment, a ball of spiritual energy flew out at a high speed and hit the demon spider heavily. The explosion pushed him back a few feet, and Kiki and Du Mingxi quickly put Tang Ching down. The moment it saw Du Mingxi, the demon spider seemed to have seen something extremely tempting. Its 8 eyes suddenly burst into red light and it pounced on him desperately. This monster has a strength of level 75 and is now in a violent state. Even Kiki finds it difficult to deal with it. Du Mingxi quickly pulled Tang Ching away, and the demon spider cut the mango tree, which was as thick as a person's arms, in half with one claw. Kiki burst out with spiritual energy and punched forward. Who would have thought that Kiki's punch didn't shake the demon spider at all? Instead, it suddenly sprayed out a large amount of spider silk, repelling Kiki. This spider silk is extremely sticky and carries demonic energy. Even Kiki would find it difficult to untie it in a short time. After restraining Kiki, the demon spider made a shrill sound and pounced on Du Mingxi and Tang Chang. Du Mingxi suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the body of the demon spider. The blade of the Destiny sword created sparks on the demon spider, but did not hurt it. A claw attacks. Fortunately, Du Mingxi was protected by the spiritual energy of the neon dragon flower. Although he was repelled, he was not injured. At this time, the blade of the Destiny blade burst into red light, and the clear moon slowly emerged. As soon as he appeared, Xingyue rushed forward and punched the demon spider in the face. The huge force knocked it back several steps. The Demon King Spider used the same trick again and suddenly sprayed out a large amount of spider silk. Xingyue's body suddenly became illusory, and spider silk passed through her body, and then Xingyue became solid again. This trick is useless against a sword spirit like Xingyue. Seeing that his trick was broken, the Demon King Spider became even more furious. He flashed and slashed with his claws. If such a claw had hit Tang Ching, he would have been dead instantly. Xingyue was not afraid at all. He gathered his spiritual energy and punched forward. Bang! The spiritual power vibrates. Xingyue took a few steps back. Although they are both level 75, the Demon King Spider seems to be in a violent state and its strength is higher than Xingyue. This is why it is difficult for humans to kill monsters alone at the same level. Their strength will be greatly increased when they are in a berserk state. The moment the fight between the two ended, Du Mingxi leaped forward, holding the knife with both hands, and chopped down fiercely. Yidao stands next to the eyes of the demon spider. This time the demon spider was injured. Green blood gushed out. The rest of the demon spider's body is as hard as iron, but the area around its eyes is relatively fragile. The demon spider took a few steps back, raised half of its body, and suddenly let out an extremely shrill cry. This time the cry was much harsher than the previous 2 times. What was unexpected was that Qingyue became illusory passively under the influence of this shrill cry. Du Mingxi understood instantly that this thing could affect spirits. There was no way out. Qingyue could only be forced back into the sword and could not fight for a short time. Du Mingxi stomped his feet hard, his body moved violently, the power of lightning and fire both attached to his destiny, and he slashed at the face of the Demon King Spider with all his strength. The Demon Spider was not stupid either. He jumped away in time, and Du Mingxi slashed into the air. The Demon Spider jumps away and sprays out spider silk. Du Mingxi dodged quickly. At this time, Kiki finally freed herself from the restraints and joined the battle. Coco! Tangle it! Du Mingxi shouted, then sheathed his sword and began to gather his strength. Upon hearing this, Kiki burst out with light-attributed spiritual energy, throwing out a large amount of holy spiritual energy to bombard the demon spider. Du Mingxi's level 53 attack cannot be compared with Kiki's level 72 attack. When Du Mingxi slashed at the demon spider, there was nothing else except some sparks. But Kiki's light-attributed spiritual energy hit the demon king spider, instantly making it roar continuously. Even the weak defenses were penetrated, and blood was flowing. The demon spider felt pain and jumped around quickly to avoid the attack. Flames break through the air. Du Mingxi finished building up his strength and suddenly drew his sword. The blade drew a graceful arc, bringing out an unstoppable blade of lightning and fire, pointing directly at the demon spider. Just as the blade was about to cut the demon spider, its huge body suddenly disappeared. In a blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared behind Du Mingxi. Both claws grabbed towards Du Mingxi at the same time. Kiki was shocked and immediately sent out a beam of light. Seeing that it was too late, Tang Qing exerted force in time, and a large amount of spiritual energy burst out to block one of the front paws. But the other Tang Qing was no longer able to stop it. Under the gaze of Kiki and Tang Qing, the sharp front claws pierced directly into Du Mingxi's temple. No! Kiki's tears suddenly welled up. She knew the strength of this monster. It was able to trap her for such a long time with just spider silk, which showed how powerful it was. Even if Du Mingxi had spiritual energy protecting his body, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand this claw. I remembered Du Mingxi's confession during the Lantern Festival. I remembered Du Mingxi's gentle persuasion when I misunderstood him. I remembered his loyal attitude towards me. Kiki turned into a ray of holy light and rushed towards the demon spider like a madman. She absolutely could not accept Du Mingxi dying in front of her. Tang Qing was also filled with sadness at this moment. His ability was limited and he could only block one claw. Just this claw requires all your effort. Bite. The claws of the Demon King Spider did pierce Du Mingxi's protective aura, but the moment they touched Du Mingxi's skin, a crisp sound was heard. The claws bounced off. The reward for reaching 20% of the immortal golden body refining can strengthen certain parts of the body. Du Mingxi quickly jumped forward to create some distance. Tang Qing also quickly stepped back. Kiki hit the Demon King Spider in the face with one strike. The demon spider lost 3 eyes in an instant. Amid the howling, Du Mingxi cast a spell. Reikage no Suk. A puppet exactly like Du Mingxi appeared. Prisoner of Fire. Thunder breaks through the sky. Flame Dragon soars. The punishment of heavenly thunder. Du Mingxi cast all his spells in one breath. Except for the assistance of the Reikage, all other spells of the puppet are completely copied. Equivalent to double the skill burst. Du Mingxi burst into flames, and the puppet also burst into flames. Du Mingxi burst into lightning and his body floated in the air, and the puppet also burst into lightning and his body floated in the air. A total of 8 spells were cast all at the same time. The surging spiritual energy raised the entire courtyard to the ground. At the same time, the level 75 Demon King Spider was also completely paralyzed. That's right, after 8 skills, this thing is still not dead. Du Mingxi suppressed the great feeling of weakness, drew his knife, stepped forward, and stabbed it into his brain. Green blood bursts out. The system spread a voice. It is detected that the host has completed the task, please collect the reward. Just now, before the Demon King Spider appeared, Du Mingxi received the task. Only in this way can the demon spider be discovered in time and Tang Qing be rescued. As the system voice fell, Du Mingxi's eyes went dark and he fainted. Release so many spells in one breath is also a great test for the body. Rika Genesuk's puppets also dispersed. Chapter 68 Spiritual Beast Little Qilin. The next day. Du Mingxi woke up slowly. Kiki, who was standing beside the bed, suddenly had a smile on her sad face. Honey, how do you feel now? Kiki held Du Mingxi's hand and said with great concern. She was still afraid after yesterday. If Du Mingxi didn't have the skill of immortal golden body refining, he might have really died. It's okay, don't worry. Du Mingxi touched Kiki's face lovingly. By the way, Xin and the principal have been here. I asked you to go find them when you wake up. Kiki said. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi got up, put on his clothes and walked towards the principal's office. This attack was definitely not random, it was purposeful. Li Yuni said. What do you mean? Xin asked quickly. Li Yuni pointed at the map and said, I went to check it out last night. The place where the Demon King spider dug its hole is here, but the place where it appeared is in Du Mingxi's villa. It passed through several squares, shopping malls, and even a government agency along the way. It did not destroy them, but headed straight for Du Mingxi. Xu Yuntian nodded. Indeed, the damage caused by appearing in these places is far greater than that caused by appearing in the villa. So, the monster camp is targeting Du Mingxi? Xin said. This is not good news. My brother asked me to pay special attention to Du Mingxi. Nothing must happen to him. At this time, Du Mingxi arrived. Du Mingxi recounted what happened yesterday. The three of them analyzed it again and were basically certain that the monster was coming towards Du Mingxi. How about this? I'll transfer a group of troops from the inland cities. Xin said. Xu Yuntian also said that he would strengthen patrols in the college. Du Mingxi had just returned to the villa when Wang Yunqi suddenly called him in an anxious tone. Mingxi, something happened. We dug up something weird. This sentence aroused Du Mingxi's interest. Send me the address and I'll be right over. Du Mingxi took Kiki, took the Destiny, and drove the Ferrari to the suburban mine. Du Mingxi now carries both the Destiny and the token with him. After all, you never know when a fight might break out. Come to think of it, there was no response from the battle token yesterday. I don't know why. The two drove for half an hour, arrived outside the mining area, and then walked into the core of the mining area. When Wang Yunqi was seen, she was gathering something with a group of workers, and people exclaimed from time to time. Seeing Du Mingxi coming, Wang Yunqi hurried forward. Mingxi, you're finally here. Today, the workers brought up a batch of ore from below, and I didn't expect there was an egg inside. I was afraid it was something dangerous, so I asked you to come and take a look. Egg? Du Mingxi was puzzled. Could eggs be dug out from under the mine? As they spoke, the workers made way for the egg and the three men came to it. Just as Wang Yunqi said, this is an oval egg. But it was no ordinary egg, more like a stone egg. The whole body is green and emits green light. This green light is exactly the same color as the spiritual energy in the J tripod. Coco, do you know what this is? Du Mingxi said as he observed. This thing is not transparent and you can't see what's inside at all. I don't know either. But I'm sure there's no demonic energy. Kiki also shook her head. Why don't you open it and take a look? The workers around suggested. Who discovered it? Du Mingxi asked. Wang Yunqi asked, and a short middle-aged man stood up. We want to open it up and ask for your opinion. Du Mingxi rode. Since this thing was discovered by someone else, we should at least show some respect to them. Boss, I don't understand this, please take it away. The man said with an accent, laughing. Hearing this, Du Mingxi picked him up and shook him. There was a gurgling sound coming from the stone egg, and it seemed like there was something inside. Du Mingxi put it down and was about to break it when he suddenly heard a cracking sound. It's cracked. It's cracked. A sharp-eyed worker pointed at the stone egg and shouted. Looking closely, there was indeed a small crack above the stone egg. A group of workers quickly retreated far away and looked at Du Mingxi and others. In a blink of an eye, the crack became bigger and bigger. Du Mingxi hurriedly stepped back a few steps and condensed his spiritual energy to avoid danger. After waiting for a while, the crack in the stone egg became bigger and bigger, and some of the things inside could be seen. I saw a small hairy creature struggling inside. Kiki seemed to realize that the little thing really couldn't make it out, so she went forward to help it. Coco, be careful, Du Mingxi reminded. I don't know the details of this thing, so it's better to be careful. It's okay. Kiki gently moved the shell of the stone egg, and the little thing inside suddenly poked its head out. A pair of big eyes looked at Kiki curiously. Judging from the head alone, this little thing should be a little lion. A little lion with green light all over its body. The little guy struggled for a while and successfully pushed open the stone shell and got out. I didn't expect that this little guy wasn't a lion, not even its body, limbs, or tail. Du Mingxi observed it carefully, and a name suddenly emerged, Qilin. That's right, this is a little unicorn. A little unicorn emitting green light. Moreover, this little guy is a little special, it has a pair of small wings. As soon as it broke free, it flapped its wings and flew up. It didn't fly away, but just circled around Kiki. Du Mingxi was stunned for a moment. All egg-laying creatures regard the first thing they see as their mother? Kiki waved her hand, and the little guy immediately flew into Kiki's arms. He really recognized his master. Honey, look at it, it's so cute. Kiki was so happy that she held the little guy like a child. The little guy kept licking Kiki's face. It doesn't seem to be aggressive. Wang Yunqi said. Indeed, this little thing looks harmless. So, when Du Mingxi used his ability to see through the levels, he was stunned on the spot. Good fellow. Du Mingxi blurted out. What's wrong? Wang Yunqi looked confused. Nothing. Du Mingxi covered his hands. This little guy has the strength of level 80. With this small body, is he really at level 80? Du Mingxi walked closer slowly, wanting to observe it up close. Unexpectedly, the little guy suddenly exploded. A powerful energy burst out from the little guy's body. Du Mingxi was knocked away more than 10 meters. What are you doing? Kiki hurried to Du Mingxi. Honey, are you okay? Du Mingxi covered his chest and slowly stood up. This thing is no joke. If it weren't for the spiritual energy protecting my body, I would have fainted on the spot. When the little Qilin saw Kiki so angry, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. He flapped his little wings, lowered his little lion head, and followed Kiki. It's okay, this little guy is pretty impressive. I think he recognizes you as his mother. Du Mingxi paused and said. Ah. Then can we keep it? I just don't know what it eats. Kiki looked excited. When Du Mingxi went to class, she was alone at home. It was great to have such a little guy to accompany her. Ask the person who found it. Du Mingxi said as he brought Kiki to the front of the crowd and said to the man who found the stone egg, Uncle, you found this little thing. Do you want to take it away yourself or let us take care of it? If you want to take it away yourself, then you can take it. If not, then we will pay for it. Oh, I can barely support my family, why would I take him back with me? If you want him, just take him with you. The man said. Hearing this, Kiki was overjoyed. When the little guy saw Kiki was happy, he also started to spin around happily. Du Mingxi finally negotiated with the man and bought the little guy for 10,000 yuan. In fact, they didn't want any money at first, but after all, they were the ones who discovered it, so they deserved some money. The workers continued to work, and Kiki and Du Mingxi took the little thing back to the villa. Chapter 69 Little Qilin's Abilities. After returning to the villa, Du Mingxi and Kiki took a good look at the little guy. It is indeed exactly the same as a Qilin, combining a lion's head, deer horns, tiger eyes, elk's body, dragon scales, and an ox's tail. The tail is hairy like a dragon's tail, and has a fleshy horn. The only difference is that there is a pair of small wings, all emitting green light. Du Mingxi quickly called the system, maybe the system knew the origin of this little thing. This time the system responded quickly. Ding! Test completed. This creature was nurtured for a long time in a place rich in spiritual energy. It is called a spiritual beast. It feeds on spiritual energy and has powerful combat power. At the same time, spirit beasts have a common ability, which is to burn their own spirits to save other lives. Once their own spirits are burned out, they will turn back into eggs. If you put the egg back to a place with abundant spiritual energy to nurture it, it will be able to regenerate into a spiritual beast after a period of time. After listening to the introduction of the system, Du Mingxi was a little shocked. This little guy looks harmless, but he actually has amazing fighting power and the ability to save lives. Honey, let's give it a name. Kiki said happily. Dumingshi nodded, let's call it Xiaolu. Look, its whole body is green. Hearing this, Kiki shook her head. The little guy also shook his head like Kiki, which was very cute. No, let me think, why not call it Xiaoqiu? It's a little fat, and this name is cute. Kiki gently pinched the little guy's face. The little guy didn't resist and kept licking Kiki's hand. What Kiki said was right, this little guy was indeed a little chubby. Okay. Dumingshi said, it's just a name, you can call it anything you want. You have a name now. Ball. Kiki happily hugged the ball and said. Xiaoqiu made a sound similar to that of a puppy, as if responding to Kiki. At this time, Xingyue ran out from Tianming. When I saw the ball, I was immediately attracted by its cute appearance. What a cute little fellow. Xingyue wanted to touch Xiaoqiu, but Xiaoqiu opened his little mouth, showing his little fangs, and growled at Xingyue. Xiaoqiu, don't be so violent. Dumingshi rode. Who knew that Xiaoqiu would become aggressive towards Dumingshi? Humph. I have help this time, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Kiki spoke to Xingyue like a little child. Xiaoqiu also turned to Xingyue and bared his teeth. The two of them could be said to share the same hatred and a common enemy. Humph. I don't care about you. Xingyue looked nonchalant and turned into a ray of light and returned to Tianming. After placing the ball, Dumingshi started cleaning the yard. No one knows where Tang Qing has gone, otherwise Dumingshi would definitely have asked him to do the job. After yesterday's battle, the entire yard was completely unrecognizable. Not only did the walls collapse, but most of the flowers, plants, and trees also died. Dumingshi first used spiritual energy to move the big things and stack them together, and then used manpower to move the small things. After all, using spiritual energy would make people weak very quickly. While cleaning, Kiki came with Xiaoqiu to help. With Xiaoqiu's small body, he should not be here to help, but to cause trouble. Just as Dumingshi had this thought, the ball suddenly burst out with spiritual energy. All kinds of garbage, waste and soil were gathered together and piled together. This efficiency is much faster than Dumingshi. Xiaoqiu turned to the wall again, and spiritual power burst out. The bricks were put back in place, and soon the wall was repaired. This shocked Dumingshi. How come this little guy's spiritual energy is so endless? Xiaoqiu came to the mango tree that was cut in half again. His little face tightened and he exerted force with his whole body, revealing a constipated expression. Immediately, a strong spiritual energy surged out from the ball and rushed into the mango tree, which was already beyond saving. A jaw-dropping thing happened, the broken ends of the mango tree were reconnected. The wound healed completely, as if the tree had never been cut down at all. The afterglow of the spiritual energy also moistened the grass nearby, and the dead grass came back to life. The art of bringing the dead back to life. Not only Dumingshi was shocked, but Kiki was also shocked. This little guy's ability was really too abnormal. I just don't know if I can bring the dead back to life. If that's possible, then this little guy would be like a god. After saving the mango tree and the grass, Xiaoqiu seemed to become extremely weak and flew back to Kiki, opening its mouth one after another, probably because it was hungry. Dumingshi thought that Ding seemed to have abundant spiritual energy, so he took Kiki to the bathroom. As soon as Xiaoqiu saw the big jade tripod, his eyes lit up instantly. He pounced on the side of the jade tripod, opened his little mouth and began to absorb spiritual energy. A steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into the little guy's body like water. Dumingshi even felt that it could squeeze the jade tripod dry. After a while, Xiaoqiu finally stopped eating. His little belly was bulging, and it seemed that he was full. Xiaoqiu returned to Kiki's arms with a satisfied look on his face and fell into a deep sleep. Dumingshi quickly put some water in the jade tripod. Fortunately, the water turned green, proving that the jade tripod still had spiritual energy. Dumingshi only remembered it when he had some free time. Before the battle yesterday, the system issued a mission to kill the demon spider. The reward has not been claimed yet. Dumingshi quickly received the reward? 1 chi condensation pill, 1 spiritual energy pill and 1 body refining pill. The first two have similar names, but their functions are different. The chi condensation pill can increase spiritual energy within a short period of time after taking it, and can be used in the middle of a battle. The spiritual energy pill can actually increase the spiritual energy level. It is more suitable for use in non-combat situations. Du Mingxi swallowed the spiritual energy pill in one gulp, took off all his clothes, entered the jade tripod, and began to practice. The last time I used spiritual energy pills was in Lingqi City, and 3 spiritual energy pills only raised my level by 3 levels. It can be seen that the higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Thinking of this, Du Mingxi felt a little envious of that guy Tang Qing. You can level up 20 times at a time and not be restricted by this rule. The only thing is that it takes him a long time to awaken his attributes. If he can awaken one of them in 1 or 2 years, then this guy is simply amazing. After a while, a golden light burst out. Level 54. Then another one. Level 55. After that, there was no more, and Du Mingxi could also feel the medicinal power in his body running out. Du Mingxi slowly opened his eyes, exhaled, and swallowed the body refining pill. After doing it with Coco last time, the degree of body training has reached 31%. Getting closer and closer to the immortal golden body. Yesterday's battle had already demonstrated the power of the immortal golden body. Just the skill that is rewarded with 20% body refinement can withstand the full force attack of the level 75 Demon King Spider. This shows how great its role is. If it could reach 100%, what an invincible skill it would be. The more Du Mingxi thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately began to absorb the body refining pill. About half an hour later, the system prompt came. Ding! It is detected that the host has taken the bodybuilding pill. The current bodybuilding progress is 32%. There is still 67% to go to achieve the immortal golden body. Du Mingxi exhaled a breath, stood up and stretched his muscles. At this time, in the hall 100 miles away from the high wall, the fox demon was furious, pointing at the man in black and yelling, "If you can't even handle such a small matter, what's the point of keeping you here? Lord, please forgive me. I didn't expect that he had so many strong people around him." The man in black quickly knelt on one knee. "Get out of here and don't get in the way." The fox demon put down his raised hand and waved it. "He can't be killed yet, the general attack has to be arranged by him." "Yes." The man in black quickly retreated. After walking out of the hall, the man in black loosened his clenched fists. 2 years. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant in 2 years. Chapter 70, Qi Condensation Pill. Du Mingxi practiced all day long? Now that he has 2 growth spells, Fiery Sky Slash and Thunder Shadow Assist, plus basic spiritual energy training, Du Mingxi is very busy. Until the evening, Du Mingxi took a bath and prepared to intensify the practice of the immortal golden body. But when I returned to the room, I found that Kiki had fallen asleep holding the ball. It must be said that this little thing is so clingy to Kiki that it's not easy for him to cultivate the immortal golden body. Du Mingxi shook his head, pulled the quilt for the man and the spirit beast, and went to the living room to sleep on the sofa. The next day, Du Mingxi was awakened by the doorbell. When I opened the door, it was Li Muxue. The little girl looked inside and didn't see Kiki, so she smiled and said, "Mingxi, we are going to travel to the beach, do you want to come with us?" "Who's going?" "Me, Yuqi, and sister Xingyu." Hearing this, Du Mingxi thought for a while. It was vacation now anyway, and he was just sitting around at home doing nothing, so he might as well go out and relax. Moreover, safety should be guaranteed when hanging out with the daughter of the Li family. Just have to tell Xin and Chu Yuntian before going out. "Okay. Can I bring someone else?" Du Mingxi rode. Hearing this, the little lowly hesitated. "Sure, by the way, Sister Xingyu asked you to ask Tang Qing to come with you," the little girl added. Hearing this, Du Mingxi was shocked. What was going on? Yang Xingyu wants me to take Tang Qing with me? Du Mingxi was a little confused. Yes. Don't you know? Sister Xingyu has started dating Tang Qing. They even had dinner together yesterday. The little girl said it without thinking too much. Du Mingxi suddenly realized. This is fine. Chasing Du Mingxi will lead to no result anyway, so Tang Qing is also a good choice. Okay. When are we going? Leave tomorrow morning. The little lowly said with a smile. Good. Du Mingxi agreed and sent the little lowly away. After returning to the villa, Du Mingxi told Kiki about the trip. Coco, how could a girl refuse to travel? Even Qiu was very happy after listening to it, and Du Mingxi didn't know whether it could understand it. The two men and the beast were eating breakfast when Tang Ching walked down with a dejected look on his face. Seeing Tang Ching, Du Mingxi quickly asked, "Hey man, how far have you and Yang Xingyu come?" Tang Ching suddenly shuddered. Who told you?" Seeing Tang Ching's nervous look, the two laughed. Du Mingxi told the story about the trip. After listening to this, Tang Ching said, "I just had a meal with her, there was no progress." "Are you sure she didn't light the incense?" Du Mingxi asked with a smile. Tang Ching was very confused and said no. But Du Mingxi's words may not have been meant, but his listeners took them to heart. Chen Kiki asked seriously, "What kind of incense?" Du Mingxi suddenly reacted and said quickly, "Nothing." As soon as Chen Kiki saw how nervous he was, she knew something was wrong. "Are you hiding something from me?" As Chen Kiki spoke, her eyes became red. Du Mingxi couldn't bear it, so he recounted what had happened. "When I heard Du Mingxi and Yang Xingyu hugged each other, I almost did that." Chen Kiki burst into tears all of a sudden. Seeing Coco crying, Xiaoqiu couldn't stand it anymore. It bared its teeth at Du Mingxi, but it didn't dare to hit Du Mingxi because it knew that hitting Du Mingxi would make Coco angry. Du Mingxi coaxed Chen Kiki again and finally she calmed down. Tang Ching on the side tried hard to hold back his laughter, and Qingyue and Destiny also laughed. "I was laughing so much that I couldn't laugh anymore." The master almost did that with someone else, and he was still laughing. Thinking of this, Qingyue also wanted to cry. The next morning, Li's stretched Maybach and Rolls-Royce were waiting outside the villa. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki packed up their things, took their Destiny and token, and walked out of the villa with Tang Ching. Du Mingxi had already greeted He Xian and Shu Yuntian. It just so happened that there were troops in the coastal city where Du Mingxi and his friends were going, and He Xian from another province had been dispatched. Yang Xingyu noticed that Du Mingxi's eyes were a little evasive. Du Mingxi noticed it and was very confused about it. It's normal to have choices in matters of love. You're pursuing me, but I can't, so why don't I let you pursue someone else? Is that reasonable? Yang Xingyu and Tang Ching were riding in a Rolls-Royce. Du Mingxi and his wife, little Lolita, and Ning Yuqi rode in the Maybach together. Fortunately, the little girl brought Ning Yuqi with her, otherwise it would have been quite awkward to be sandwiched between two couples. Only after getting in the car did Xiaoqiu wake up and crawl out of the school bag by himself. The little guy was still sleeping before, and Chen Kiki didn't wake it up, so she put it in her school bag and let it continue sleeping. Unexpectedly, the little guy suddenly appeared and scared the little Loli and Ning Yuqi. The driver even thought that Du Mingxi and his wife had done something dangerous. Du Mingxi quickly explained to the two the origin of the ball. After listening to Du Mingxi's explanation, the two calmed down. At first glance, this little guy is quite cute. I've heard my grandfather talk about spirit beasts before, but I've never seen one. I didn't expect it to be so cute. The little Loli said, but didn't dare to touch the ball. Ning Yuqi reached out to touch the ball, but was startled by its bared teeth. Kiki didn't scold Xiaoqiu either. Du Mingxi guessed that it was she who let Xiaoqiu scare Ning Yuqi. This little guy is pretty fierce. Does he have a name? Ning Yuqi stepped back and asked. Seeing that Chen Kiki was unwilling to talk to Ning Yuqi, Du Mingxi quickly said, its name is Xiaoqiu. What a cute name, and he looks cute too, but a little fierce. The little Lolita laughed. With Chen Kiki around, the ball will be very well behaved as long as you don't touch it. Ning Yuqi also nodded. The car fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. One is Ning Yuqi, who publicly announced that she wanted to pursue Du Mingxi. One is a little Loli who continues to be interested in Du Mingxi, and everyone can see it. Finally, there is the original wife Chen Kiki. The three women are enemies of each other. In order to avoid saying the wrong thing, Du Mingxi simply closed his eyes and rested. At this time, Xiaoqiu's stomach started to growl. Is the little guy hungry? What does he eat? The little Loli asked with concern. She only eats spiritual energy. Chen Kiki said. She also frowned and forgot about the little guy's eating problem. The jade tripod is so big that it cannot be carried around. Let him eat this. Du Mingxi took out the qi condensation pill, which also contains spiritual energy. As soon as Xiaoqiu saw the qi condensing pill, his eyes lit up as if he saw a jade tripod. After obtaining Coco's consent, he swallowed the qi condensation pill in one gulp. The little tongue licked it and looked very satisfied. Du Mingxi was so busy looking at the little guy that he didn't notice the little Lolita's surprised expression. Mushue, what's that expression on your face? Ning Yuqi asked in confusion. Mingxi, was that the thing you just fed it, the qi condensation pill? The little loli was stunned and said. Du Mingxi was a little confused and nodded. The little girl was shocked and said in disbelief, you actually have a qi condensation pill. My grandfather has been talking about this thing for years. He has been looking for it for a long time but can't find it. Your grandfather wants this thing too? What's so good about it? Du Mingxi said lightly. Hearing this, the little loli was completely stunned. Chapter 71. Arriving at the beach for the first time. The qi condensation pill can instantly enhance a person's combat effectiveness. Even strong men like Li Qiyuan are flocking to it. How could Du Mingxi say what's so good about it? The little loli was speechless and did not argue with Du Mingxi. The city they were heading to was Qinghai City, which was adjacent to the sea and was one of the 3 cities in the Central Plains concentration area that were connected to the sea. Among the 3 coastal cities, only Qinghai City is open to tourists. The group traveled by car for a whole day and finally arrived at their destination at dusk. It must be said that the beach becomes particularly beautiful under the setting sun. Except for the little girl, everyone in the group saw the ocean for the first time and was extremely excited. Chen, Kiki and Xiuxiu couldn't wait to go forward, not caring even if their skirts got wet. Ning Yuqi also joined in, and the 2 people and the beast started a water fight. Tang Cheng went even crazier and jumped directly into the sea to swim. Yang Xingyu watched on the beach. The little girl was not as excited as they were. She sneaked up to Du Mingxi and pulled him to pick up shells. Fortunately, Chen Kiki was having fun and didn't notice the little loli's actions, otherwise there would have been another big fight. Mingxi, what do you think of me? I was picking up shells when the little girl suddenly said something. Du Mingxi was shocked and said quickly, very good. Li Mushue picked up another beautiful shell and put it in the small bucket that Du Mingxi was carrying. While putting down the shell, the little loli deliberately touched Du Mingxi's hand. This made Du Mingxi very panicked, and he quickly looked towards Chen Kiki. Fortunately, the 2 people and the beast were still playing and did not notice this side. If I confess to you, will you agree? The little loli didn't want a hint anymore and said directly. Du Mingxi sighed in his heart, he knew he had to persuade again. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Mingxi, I like you. I know you already have Chen Kiki, but I also have the right to pursue the person I like. The little loli looked at Du Mingxi and said. Du Mingxi decisively refused, I don't deny that you have the right to pursue me, but I have only loved Kiki from the beginning to the end. There are so many excellent people, why do you want to hang yourself on me? Du Mingxi also looked at the little loli. His position on this matter has never changed. It was Chen Kiki who appeared when he was at his lowest point and helped him slap his ex-girlfriend in the face. It was Chen Kiki who always took care of herself, worried about herself, and protected herself. Moreover, they were already husband and wife, so it was even more impossible for him to betray her. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes turned red. Du Mingxi thought that she would just go back and cry for a while and everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, she suddenly hugged Du Mingxi and started crying. Mingxi, I don't care. I will definitely catch you. Du Mingxi panicked and tried to pull her away, but it was too late. Chen Kiki, who was not far away, happened to see this scene. She was far away and couldn't see the little Lolita's tearful eyes. She only saw Du Mingxi and the little Lolita hugging each other. For a moment, Chen Kiki's eyes also turned red. She didn't believe that Du Mingxi would betray her, but how could she explain the scene before her? She was in great entanglement. Tears streamed down Coco's pretty face. Xiuxiu was chasing and playing with Ning Yuqi when he suddenly bumped into Chen Kiki. When he flew to the front, Xiuxiu found that Chen Kiki was in tears. Ning Yuqi also came forward with a puzzled look on her face. Coco, what's wrong? Seeing Chen Kiki's face full of tears, he looked around and found Du Mingxi being held by the little girl. Suddenly I understood. She herself felt a little choked up in her chest for a moment. Chen Kiki walked to the beach in a daze and headed towards the hotel. Xiuxiu followed Coco obediently, not daring to make any sound. Du Mingxi was panicking now. He quickly pulled the little loli away and ran to chase Chen Kiki. Ning Yuqi also followed, and the little loli followed closely behind. Seeing this scene, Yang Xingyu, who was walking nearby, also followed. Tang Qing just dived into the water, and when he looked up, everyone was gone. Tang Qing was confused. Kiki, don't get me wrong, she wanted to hug me. I didn't expect that. Du Mingxi hurriedly caught up with Chen Kiki and wanted to hold Chen Kiki's hand, but Qiuqiu bared his teeth and refused to let Du Mingxi get close. Chen Kiki wanted to be angry, but she didn't dare to. She could only cry and walk towards the hotel while crying. Humph. Mingxi has already apologized to you, but you still ignore Mingxi. You really don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. A few steps later, Ning Yuqi heard Mingxi's words and the misunderstanding was resolved, but she was angry because of Chen Kiki again. The little loli was in a very low mood at this time and followed slowly behind. Tang Qing swam for a while, came ashore to look for his clothes, but after searching around, his clothes were gone. I had to run to the hotel naked with only a pair of shorts on. Tang Qing really wanted to find a crack to crawl into. After arriving at the hotel, Chen Kiki went straight back to her room. Du Mingxi hurriedly followed. Du Mingxi understood that Chen Kiki had a strong possessiveness towards her, so strong that she might get jealous if he talked to other girls. Not to mention hugging other girls in front of her. Du Mingxi understood this. Kiki, listen to me, you really misunderstood. Chen Kiki squatted in front of the window, curled up into a ball, tears flowing uncontrollably. Qiuqiu stayed by her side to protect her and prevent Du Mingxi from getting close. It seemed to know that Du Mingxi was the reason why Kiki was crying. Du Mingxi wanted to reach out to wipe Coco's tears, but Qiuqiu suddenly got angry and wanted to attack Du Mingxi. Coco tried to stop Qiuqiu, but she was still crying. Du Mingxi simply took Chen Kiki into his arms and patted her back gently. Silly boy, I am absolutely devoted to you. If there is even a trace of falsehood in what I say, I will be struck by lightning. Du Mingxi swore. Chen Kiki buried her head in Du Mingxi's arms and sobbed. Seeing that he still couldn't coax her, Du Mingxi simply carried Chen Kiki to the bed and locked the door. Close your eyes, little one. Du Mingxi scolded. This time the little thing really closed its eyes. Du Mingxi gently wiped away Chen Kiki's tears and kissed her slowly. After a while, the sound of a rocking bed was heard in the room. When Qiuqiu heard the different sounds coming from Chen Kiki, he quietly opened one eye and peeked. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you see it, the little guy is shocked. In the little Lolita's room, Ning Yuqi was also comforting the little Lolita. Although I also like Du Mingxi, as her best friend, I still have to comfort her since the little girl failed to express her love. In another room, Tang Qing had just come out of the shower. When he saw the scene on the bed, he turned around instantly, rushed to the door, and when he turned the door, he found that it was locked. Where do you want to run to, little guy? Yang Xingyu was only wearing a lace nightgown. She gently stroked Tang Qing's back and smiled sweetly. Tang Qing regretted for a moment, wondering why he didn't lock the door before taking a shower. Yang Xingyu and Tang Qing were originally in a separate room. Who knows when this woman sneaked in? Seeing that Tang Qing didn't say anything, Yang Xingyu pulled Tang Qing inside. Little guy, just obey your sister. Chapter 72 Unidentified Corpse. The next day, everyone had dinner in the hotel restaurant. Du Mingxi and Tang Qing bumped into each other, both of them holding their waists. Hey, what's going on? Du Mingxi smiled. Come to think of it, this guy is doing this for the first time. Don't mention it, I will never dare to take a shower without locking the door again. Tang Qing looked helpless and dejected. Du Mingxi smiled. It was a good thing that these two people could get together. It saved Yang Xingyu from pursuing me and causing Chen Kiki to misunderstand me. When the two arrived at the living room, everyone was already having breakfast. After last night, Chen Kiki was basically no longer angry, and she also figured out that she shouldn't be so sensitive. Du Mingxi also needs his own social life and space. If she is always so possessive, Du Mingxi will hate her. Hubby. Come here. Chen Kiki said in a tender voice, gently pulling the chair next to her away. When the little girl saw the scene, she instantly knew that the two had reconciled, and she wanted to cry again for a moment. Ning Yuqi ate breakfast in silence. Yang Xingyu smiled and pulled Tang Qing to his side. Du Mingxi had just sat down when a voice came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host has carried out the third dual cultivation of the body. The current progress of the body cultivation is 42%. There is still 58% to go to the immortal golden body. Ding! Detected that the host's physical training degree has reached 42%, unlocking the skill Demon Breaking Extreme Eye. Introduction: the host's eyes are strengthened, and can shoot out magic breaking beams, causing double damage to monsters. After the system finished speaking, Du Mingxi was a little surprised. This demon breaking ice sounds pretty cool. The degree of body refinement reached 42%, and golden light could already be seen on Du Mingxi's skin. At the same time, Du Mingxi discovered that he could control the appearance of golden light. This is more humane. Otherwise, as the degree of physical training increases, will Du Mingxi turn into a little golden man? Is this a joke? After breakfast, everyone decided to go fishing. We rented a boat and went to the fishing spot to fish. There are monsters in the ocean just like on land, but the government has fenced off the offshore area, so it is safe there. Monsters will not come to the offshore area unless in extremely special circumstances. When they arrived at the fishing ground, everyone started fishing with great interest. What Du Mingxi didn't expect was that the spiritual energy in this sea was even richer than that in Xuanyan Lake. The source of spiritual energy can be seen during the day. Fish are affected by spiritual energy, and over a long period of time they may be able to develop human form like monsters. This is different from monsters that have cultivated into human form. They rely on spiritual energy, and even if they have cultivated into human form, they will not harm humans. But monsters are different, they rely on demonic energy and are generally violent and bloodthirsty. Do you think we'll be able to catch a mermaid? Tang Cheng threw down the fishing hook and laughed. Du Mingxi also joked, if you really catch it, would you dare to take it? Yang Xingyu is not a vegetarian. What are you afraid of? I want both. Tang Cheng clenched his fist. Tang Cheng seems to have changed a little since losing his virginity last night. Du Mingxi thought about it and came to the conclusion, he has grown up. The first one to catch a fish was the little girl. A fish with beautiful patterns was pulled up. When the guide saw the fish, his eyes lit up and he told everyone that although the fish was only the size of 2 palms, its meat was tender and delicious no matter how it was cooked, and one fish could be sold for more than 500 yuan. Hearing this, Du Mingxi regretted not calling Du Yunhai. If he were here, everyone would have a treat. However, this guy should be busy dating Lin Xingxue recently. It must be said that Du Yunhai is indeed good at something, especially his cooking skills, which can sometimes be a great tool for picking up girls. Everyone was busy fishing. In fact, the most comfortable thing about fishing is not the result, but the process. What fishermen enjoy most is the process of fighting with the fish after catching it and finally catching the fish successfully. Of course, if the fish escapes at the last step, it will be the heaviest blow to the angler. Especially when you have already seen that it is a big fish and you are just about to scoop it up, but it suddenly runs away, you are so happy that you slap your thighs. Everyone caught several fish in succession, but they were all worthless. Tang Cheng also caught a sea turtle that looked very similar to him. Just when everyone was losing interest, Chen Kiki suddenly caught a fish. The powerful pulling force almost pulled Chen Kiki into the water. Fortunately, Du Mingxi hugged her in time. Judging from the degree of bending of the fishing rod, it should be a big fish. The guide also hurried forward at this time. Based on his many years of experience, he judged that this should be a spirit swallow fish, a fish that only appeared after the revival of spiritual energy. Although it is huge in size, its meat is extremely delicate and is considered the best among fish. A pound of this fish meat can be sold for thousands of dollars. When everyone heard this, they became excited. No matter how excited I was, this fish was really strong. Every time it struggled, it pulled the fishing rod into an extremely dangerous arc, as if it would break if it went a little lower. Chen Kiki soon ran out of strength. Without using spiritual energy, Chen Kiki was just a girl. But using spiritual energy to fish is boring. Du Mingxi took the fishing rod and fought with it. After a whole hour, Du Mingxi was exhausted and sweating, and finally he saw the shadow of the fish. Oh my god, it's so big! Tang Cheng lay on the side of the boat and exclaimed. A big fish with a 5-colored tail and 5 gorgeous patterns on its body was slowly pulled up by Du Mingxi. Tang Cheng observed that it was about 1.89 meters tall. The guide also kept praising everyone for their good luck, as a swallowfish of this size was twice as expensive as usual. Tang Cheng quickly took out the harpoon and prepared to get it on board. It's impossible to catch such a big fish with a scoop net, you can only use a harpoon. Tang Cheng lay on the side of the boat and harpooned hard, but unexpectedly the harpoon hit the hard head of the swallowfish. The swallowfish struggled violently, and the fishing line suddenly stretched out dozens of meters. Du Mingxi steadied the fishing rod again and slowly reeled in the line. This time, this guy seemed to have no strength left and was pulled to the side of the boat by Du Mingxi again. Tang Cheng hit the soft part under the fish's fin, and there was no way it could escape. Everyone cheered. It's not about how expensive it is. Except for the guide, everyone present is worth tens of millions. What matters to everyone is the process. Dumingshi fell to the ground exhausted. It was too tiring, but it was also really cool. The guide and Tang Cheng worked together to lift the big fish onto the boat. Looking at this beautiful big fish, everyone's mood suddenly became better. A big fish has put a perfect end to today's fishing trip. But at this moment, Yang Xingyu on the side suddenly shouted, "Caught a fish again!" Everyone quickly gathered around, and it looked like it was also a big fish. Everyone was overjoyed and immediately started fighting with it. Yang Xingyu held out for a few minutes before he was defeated, and Tang Cheng was the first to take over. When Tang Cheng took it, he didn't feel much pulling force, just heavy. Tang Cheng simply reeled in the line quickly, but it was too heavy and Tang Cheng couldn't do it after a while. Dumingshi took over and also felt something different. There was no sense of struggle, just that it was very heavy. The guide analyzed that this might be a stupid fish. The name is stupid and the fish is stupid too. People call it the model of bad fish. When caught, it hardly struggles and allows humans to pull it out of the water. And this guy is very fragile. If you dare to pull me out of the water, I will die in front of you. The only advantage is that the meat is of good quality and is suitable for sashimi. Dumingshi kept reeling in the line, and soon, the outline could be seen gradually. Tang Cheng lay on the side of the boat waiting to spear the fish, but the more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He couldn't help but ask, "Why does this fish have legs?" When everyone heard it, they looked over quickly, and when they saw it, all the girls screamed. That decibel can almost break the eardrum. Dumingshi and the guide quickly leaned over to take a look, and discovered that it was not a stupid fish at all, but a corpse tied to a big rock. Chapter 73, Eliminating Pirates. The guide was startled and quickly took a few steps back. Several girls have already hidden far away. Dumingshi and Tang Cheng looked at each other and decided to pull the body up. What the two did not expect was that the body seemed to have died not long ago and there was no rotten smell yet. But the expression was extremely distorted, and he must have experienced great pain before death. Everyone lost interest in fishing and quickly asked the guide to drive the boat back to the shore. Everyone called the police and they arrived soon after. Seeing the body, the leading police officer shook his head and said, "It's like this again." Everyone was a little confused. "Officer, what do you mean?" Dumingshi asked. The somewhat overweight policeman squatted next to the corpse and said slowly, "This is the 5th corpse like this month. They all have hideous expressions and their bodies are withered. We suspect that it was done by a pirate organization on Shensi Island. We haven't investigated it thoroughly yet, and now there's another one." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Are there still pirates in this day and age? Alas, even if there is evidence that these guys did it, there is nothing we can do about them. These guys are very powerful, so we have to ask the military to deal with them. But the military needs to guard the high walls, so they need to transfer personnel from other places. If they come and go for a few days, I'm afraid someone will be killed again. The policeman sighed, and several other policemen also looked embarrassed. They are only in their 40s, and they usually have no problem maintaining public order in the city and catching thieves. But the pirates on Shensi Island are all over level 50, and some are even over level 60. They have no way to eliminate them. Hearing this, Dumingshi asked about the pirates' level and strength and discussed it with everyone. The highest level of pirates should be over level 60, but there are 2 pirates on our side who are level 70, Kiki and Xingyue. By the way, apart from the 2 of them, Chocho has the strength of level 80. We are the winner at high levels. Dumingshi is level 54. If the token can be used, Dumingshi can push his strength to a terrifying level in a short period of time. Although Tang Cheng is only level 40, last time in Lingqi City, Tang Cheng single-handedly held back several powerful warriors over level 50. Yang Xingyu's strength is currently at level 43, which is also a combat capability. As for Ning Yuqi and the little Loli, their levels are a bit low, but if they work together, it shouldn't be a problem to hold back someone around level 50. With the help of the police, eradicating pirates is a piece of cake. After discussion, Dumingshi told the police what everyone was thinking. When the leading policeman heard this, he smiled, thinking that Dumingshi and others were joking. Unexpectedly, everyone showed off their strength. Chen Kik's pair of flaming red wings frightened all the policemen. The air masses behind the others also proved that they are not weak. Only then did the police believe what Dumingshi said. I didn't expect that you guys are all strong. It looks like this group of pirates is doomed. The leading policeman was named Yi Yun, and he said excitedly, "My name is Yi Yun. May I ask your names?" After everyone introduced themselves, Yi Yun was shocked. He didn't expect Du Mingxi to appear here. Recently, Du Mingxi's fame is no longer limited to Zhouyuan City and its surrounding areas, but has spread to the entire Zhongyuan concentrated area. Everyone dealt with the body first and then went to the police station to discuss countermeasures. Everyone, after our investigation, this pirate group is very complicated. It took only 2 months to develop. Before that, they didn't dare to kill anyone, but only robbed passing ships from time to time. But in the past 1 or 2 months, they suddenly dared to kill people, and it happened several times in a row. We suspect that they may have something to do with the evil spirit," Yi Yun said. Everyone nodded. If that was the case, they had to be careful. They have warriors at level 60 or more. If they are infected with evil spirits, their combat power can be comparable to that of warriors at level 70. It's okay, just be careful. Let's go today. The sooner we eliminate them, the better, Du Mingxi said. The fighting power of the group is definitely enough to eliminate them, even if they may be contaminated by evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun quickly gathered more than 10 policemen, all of whom were around level 40. The group went directly to Chenxi Island on a police-only speedboat. Du Mingxi brought both the destiny and the token on this trip. With many trump cards in hand, Du Mingxi can deal with all emergencies. 3 speedboats faced the scorching sun and headed towards Chenxi Island at high speed. At the same time, Chenxi Island. In a stone palace, a man with a hairy face, exposed sharp teeth and one hand that had become a claw was sleeping on a chair. In front of him, a huge purple crystal was floating. After a while, several burly men drove several people with their hands tied and wearing sacks into the hall. The leader on the chair opened his eyes, and his pupils were deep red, looking very scary. "Boss, we caught a few more," a man reported. "Throw it in to feed the crystal." The leader waved casually and closed his eyes again. After a while, a scream was heard. I saw the men throwing a young man onto the huge purple crystal. The crystal vibrated, and then a strange scene happened. The man was sucked directly into the crystal. After a while, the crystal vibrated again and the man's body was spit out. Like the bodies the police had found before, his body was already dry and his expression was extremely hideous. 2 men grabbed a young girl and tried to throw her onto the crystal, but the girl struggled hard. The other 2 older ones also tried their best to hold on to the girl. Just as the muscular subordinate was about to take action, a thin subordinate suddenly ran in. "Boss, it's bad. There are 3 police speedboats heading towards the island." The leader stood up suddenly and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" "I promise I didn't see it wrong, it was the police's speedboat." The subordinate who reported the news replied quickly. The leader smiled and said, "I didn't expect these policemen to be so courageous. It's just right. Let's catch them all and feed them to the crystals." The leader waved his hand and led his men to fight. The girl and her parents escaped and were locked up. "The island is just ahead. They may have discovered us." Yi Yun pointed to an island of medium size not far away. Everyone could vaguely see a palace and some houses on the island. "Don't be afraid," Du Mingxi said. Xingyue appeared from destiny. Yi Yun was shocked, and Du Mingxi explained it in a few words. Only then did Ji Yun calm down. Xiuqiu also followed Kiki, his face very serious, as if he knew that a battle was about to begin. Everyone is ready. The police were quite familiar with the island, and 3 speedboats were parked at the only beach on Chenxi Island. Everyone quickly landed on the island. Kiki and Xingyue walked in front at the first moment, and Xiaqiwei followed closely behind them. Du Mingxi, Tang Cheng and Yi Yun followed closely behind, followed by the little Loli and others and a group of police officers. The palace that everyone had just vaguely seen was in a forest. Xingyue and Kiki were not afraid and walked straight into the dense forest. Everyone followed closely behind. Suddenly, a sinister laugh was heard. "Ha ha ha. May I ask what gave you the courage to land on the island, you stinky policeman? Today, I will make sure you never come back." Chapter 74 Mysterious Amethyst. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of pirates suddenly appeared in the dense forest and surrounded everyone. "That's Fitu, the boss of the hideout group. From the looks of it, he must be contaminated with evil spirits." Yi Yun pointed at Fei Tu, whose eyes were glowing red. "Wow. Where did this beauty come from? She's so stunning. I'm going to have a blast tonight. Ha ha. The moment he saw Qingyue and Chen Kiki, Fei Tu's eyes lit up and he walked towards them slowly in an extremely obscene manner. Without saying a word, Chen Kiki jumped up and kicked him in the chest. Fei Tu flew backwards and hit a tree heavily. The battle is about to begin. Du Mingxi drew his sword and stepped forward, fighting alone against two level 57 warriors. Tang Qing entangled a level 50 warrior and a level 53 warrior. Qingyue helps Chen Kiki and prepares to kill Fei Tu instantly. Du Mingxi had always underestimated the fighting power of Xia Qiyu. At this moment, it was fighting alone against dozens of strong men around level 55. And it was extremely easy. 2 or 3 were killed by it in just a few rounds. Fei Tu stood up awkwardly, his face full of shock. He is level 69, but he still can't see through the levels of Chen Kiki and Qingyue. Only then did he realize that this time a disaster was about to happen. Before he could recover, Chen Kiki flashed and punched Fei Tu in the face. Qingyue rioted at the same time and kicked Fei Tu in the crotch. Fei Tu was blown away again, and screams spread. Qingyue, this girl, is so cruel. Fei Tu quickly got up and fled despite the severe pain. Chen Kiki and Qingyue hurried to chase after him. Du Mingxi also quickly resolved the situation and helped Tang Qing kill 2 strong men. Xia Qiyu is the most powerful, killing dozens of people by himself. Normally it looks harmless, but now when it starts a fight, a shock of its spiritual energy can injure a level 50 warrior. With the help of Du Mingxi and others, the pirates were quickly wiped out. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 run away. Moreover, none of the policemen were killed, only 3 or 4 suffered minor injuries. It can be said to be a great victory. Everyone hurriedly set off to meet Chen Kiki and the others. The other side. Chen Kiki and Qingyue chased Fei Tu to the stone hall. If the 2 of them had not been unable to use their spiritual wings in this dense forest, Fei Tu would have already been a corpse. Fei Tu rushed into the stone hall, tumbling and crawling. Chen Kiki and Qingyue followed closely behind. As soon as the 2 entered the stone hall, Fei Tu suddenly counterattacked, and red and black spiritual energy burst out from his body. Chen Kiki and Qingyue were shocked and quickly stepped back. This guy's strength suddenly rose to a higher level. Ha ha! Come on! You 2 bitches! I'm going to catch you alive today! Fei Tu roared angrily, his figure suddenly disappeared, and suddenly appeared in front of the 2 people, grabbing down with his 2 claws at an extremely fast speed. The 2 of them quickly gathered their spiritual energy to resist. Who would have thought that Fei Tu's casual attack would actually destroy the spiritual energy of the 2 men? The 2 of them quickly pulled apart. Chen Kiki bursts out with light attribute spiritual energy. In an instant his appearance changed drastically, and a staff appeared in his hand. Holy light burst out, and Fei Tu took the holy light head-on. He was blasted back by its powerful energy, and his feet left 2 marks on the ground. Qingyue seized the opportunity, flashed behind Fei Tu, and punched him on the back. He was attacked from front and back, and even with his increased strength he could not withstand it, and was knocked to his knees. Ah! Energy! Give me energy! Fei Tu suddenly started yelling like a madman. The huge purple crystal in the stone hall suddenly burst into light, and an extremely strong and evil energy poured into Fei Tu's body. Ah! Fei Tu roared, blasted Qingyue apart, and punched out, interrupting Chen Kiki's holy light. The 2 then realized that the reason for Fei Tu's huge increase in strength was the crystals in the stone hall. Fei Tu's figure disappeared again. After being strengthened, his speed and strength had a qualitative leap. Fei Tu appeared beside Chen Kiki and Qingyue at the same time. The 2 men dodged quickly, but 3 Fei Tu suddenly appeared behind them. 2 claws fell. Both of them had scratches on their backs and were bleeding. Chen Kiki immediately released light attributed spiritual energy to remove the evil spirit from the 2 people. The 2 Fei Tu that appeared just now were phantoms. His speed was too fast. Fei Tu's figure disappeared again, and the 2 of them quickly defended back to back. Fei Tu attacked with a claw, but Qingyue blocked it with a punch, but Fei Tu dodged immediately after the blow failed. Then he attacked Chen Kiki again, but Chen Kiki's spiritual energy burst out and shook him away. Unknowingly, the 2 level 70 warriors were at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the crystals in the stone hall burst into light again. This time, the 2 of them actually felt the pressure from Fei Tu. This proves that his current strength is above level 80. Except defeat 2 beauties. A voice came from nowhere. Fei Tu's voice was still echoing, but his body suddenly appeared beside the two of them, with a claw. Although Kiki reacted and burst out her spiritual energy to resist, his claws directly broke through the spiritual energy and grabbed Kiki's arm with one claw. In an instant, 4 bloodstains appeared and the white clothes were stained red. Xingyue took advantage of this fleeting opportunity and delivered a punch. Fei Tu threw a punch directly, and the 2 punches collided, and Xingyue was directly knocked back. Fita laughed loudly, a large amount of demonic energy burst out from his body, and the surrounding trees withered instantly. The powerful energy also forced the two to retreat. This purple crystal was unknown to everyone before they arrived on the island. Unexpectedly, the lack of information directly led to the two of them being in danger now. "You hurt my wife like this, have you ever thought about what I would do?" Du Mingxi's words came. The long sword Tianming trembled slightly, as if excited about the upcoming killing. Du Mingxi's eyes burst into red light, and he was surrounded by dragons and phoenixes. He walked slowly towards them like a legendary god. Fei Tu was shocked. He actually felt the pressure from Du Mingxi. His current strength is enough to defeat 2 level 70 warriors. But he actually felt pressure from this young guy. "I'm asking you a question." Du Mingxi roared, and 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes, hitting Fei Tu's eyes. In an instant, his world was filled with darkness. Bang! Du Mingxi's figure disappeared in an instant. Fei Tu was picked up and flew away, a flash of knife appeared, and his left arm fell down. "If there's 1 wound on her body, I'll cut you 10 times. I could only hear Du Mingxi's voice but couldn't see his figure. All you can see is the chilling knife light. Another blow, and the right palm was cut in half. With another blow, the right forearm was cut off. With another blow, the entire right arm was cut off. Another blow, and the left leg was cut off. Every time the knife flashes, Fei Tu will be wounded." After dozens of cuts, pieces of meat fell to the ground. Du Mingxi showed up, without a drop of blood on his body. Everyone looked at the furious Du Mingxi and dared not make any sound, for fear that he would go crazy and even chop his own people. "Honey, are you okay?" Kiki hurriedly walked forward and gently stroked Du Mingxi's shoulder. Only then did Du Mingxi recover from his extreme anger. The strong pressure disappeared and the red light in his eyes slowly faded away. Only then did everyone dare to come forward. How can this guy Fita be so strong? This shouldn't be possible. Yi Yun was surprised when he saw Kiki's injuries. "That's it." Xingyue pointed to the purple crystal in the stone hall. Chapter 75, Can your purple crystal absorb? "Look at me, the big eater, suck you dry." Everyone followed Xingyue's hand and looked towards the stone hall. In the center of the stone hall, there was a huge purple crystal suspended, with a faint purple light emanating from it. A shrunken corpse lay next to the crystal. As everyone slowly approached, Kiki just felt sick. The crystal was emitting evil energy all the time, and everyone felt uncomfortable. "This thing is very evil, it must be related to monsters, we can't keep it." Du Mingxi felt a little weak. Just now, with the help of the Guardian token, he forced his strength to above level 90. The price of gaining powerful strength was that Du Mingxi had almost no combat effectiveness for a period of time. Everyone agreed. This amethyst crystal doesn't look like a good thing. Tang Qing took the lead in gathering his spiritual energy and punched forward. Unexpectedly, as soon as the fist touched the crystal, a strong suction force suddenly came. Tang Chang was suddenly sucked into the crystal. Fortunately, Yang Xingyu was quick-witted and grabbed Tang Cheng, and the others quickly helped to pull him back. Tang Cheng slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath, his face instantly turning pale. "This thing will absorb spiritual energy, be careful." Tang Cheng was even weaker than Du Mingxi at this moment, and his voice was trembling. Everyone looked horrified, as if they understood why these corpses were sucked dry. "I originally thought it was the work of a monster, but now it turns out to be a crystal." Kiki stood in front, she wanted to try using the light attribute spiritual energy. Holy white light shines onto the crystal. Ripples appeared, but then disappeared. Instead, the light beam that Kiki shone at it was completely absorbed by it. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that the crystal was so strong that even a level 70 warrior couldn't shake it. Just when everyone was at a loss, Xiuqiu on the side was staring at the purple crystal and drooling unconsciously. Du Mingxi noticed something unusual about the little one. "Little guy, can you handle this thing?" Du Mingxi's words attracted everyone's attention. Xia Kiwi seemed to understand what Du Mingxi said and nodded his little lion head obediently. Chen Kiki touched the ball and said worriedly, "Are you sure you can handle it? Be careful, it's very dangerous." Xiaoqiu still nodded. Seeing this, Chen Kiki let it try. The little ball flapped its wings and slowly flew to the crystal. Surprisingly, the purple crystal seemed to sense the ball's approach and suddenly began to ripple violently. Xiaoqiu showed a greedy expression and took a bite. Something unexpected happened again. The ball did not bite through the crystal, but was sucked by its strong suction. Xiaoqiu used his 4 short legs to push against the edges of the crystal, trying to break free, but to no avail. Chen Kiki panicked and hurried forward to help Xiaoqiu. Unexpectedly, crystal suddenly turned into a white-haired demonic aura and forced Chen Kiki to retreat. Seeing this scene, everyone became anxious. At this time, the situation reversed again. Unable to pull it out, Xiaoqiu simply gave up. His 4 short legs drooped down, and he flapped his little wings, and began to absorb the evil energy with a look of enjoyment. That's right, the crystal was still absorbing its spiritual energy just now, and now it is its turn to absorb the crystal's evil energy. What everyone doesn't know is that spirit beasts are naturally able to purify demonic energy and turn it into normal spiritual energy. The crystal seemed to have intelligence and was in a panic, with ripples flashing wildly on its surface. But no matter how it vibrates, it can't force the ball away. The little guy was like a leech, clinging to the crystal tightly and couldn't be shaken off. The demonic energy stored inside the crystal was leaking out madly, and its color began to fade. It no longer emits light, and all the light has retracted. Xiaoqiu still refused to let go. That little mouth was like an abyss, you could only see things going in but not coming out. A large amount of demonic energy poured in, but the little belly was still flat. Everyone was shocked. This little guy is such a big eater. It is extremely difficult for normal people to deal with the evil spirit, but this little guy is eating it, and eating so much in one breath. Yi Yan felt that he had really broadened his horizons. Just now, Du Mingxi suddenly turned into a super strong man, and his pressure directly forced everyone to their knees, which surprised him very much. Now this little gadget surprised him again. When they turned around, the expressions of the other policemen were even more exaggerated, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. Everyone just watched. They were extremely shocked at first, then became more and more surprised, and finally became numb. The little guy seemed to be hungry. This reminded Du Mingxi of the little guy Mo Xiaoxiao, who was also never full no matter how much he ate. I don't know how Mo Xiaoxiao is doing now. After Mo Xiaoxiao was taken away last time, Du Mingxi thought about it carefully. The mysterious man who came to pick up Mo Xiaoxiao is so powerful. How could Mo Xiaoxiao be deceived with him protecting her? So Mo Xiaoxiao should have run out to play by herself and met Du Mingxi and others. I just don't know if I can see her again. It must be a joyful scene to see the 2 little ones together. 2 hours later. The sun was about to set, and Xiaoqiu finally let go. At this point the crystal no longer has any color and directly turns into colorless crystal. Xiaoqiu burped, dragged his chubby body into Chen Kiki's arms, and fell asleep in the blink of an eye. Without the demonic energy, the crystal lost its powerful suction power and became fragile. Xingyue smashed it into pieces with one punch. As the crystal shattered, the stone hall suddenly shook and was about to collapse. Everyone quickly evacuated the stone hall. As luck would have it, just as Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki were about to step out of the stone hall, the 3 people who had been captured and imprisoned in the stone hall by the pirates were suddenly awakened by the vibration and frantically called for help. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki both looked stern, and Du Mingxi turned around and rushed into the stone hall. Chen Kiki hurriedly followed. "Hey! You want to kill yourself?" Tang Cheng shouted, and seeing Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki still rushing in, Tang Cheng started running inside. Although he usually likes to expose Du Mingxi's negative information to others, he is very clear about how good Du Mingxi is to him. Not only did he give me a place to live, he also let me go to school at Nolan College, and even founded a company and gave me 20% of the shares. So he had to rush in, even if it meant sacrificing his own life for Du Mingxi's. Yang Xingyu became anxious for a moment and wanted to rush in, but was stopped by the police who reacted. The stone hall is about to collapse, and it is very dangerous to go in. What should we do? Will Mingxi be in danger? The little girl frowned and clenched her fists. She also wanted to go in, but her strength would not allow it. If she went in, she would not be able to save the people and would only cause trouble for them. Ning Yuqi was also very worried. She kept looking inside with a nervous look on her face. Inside the stone hall at this time, Dumingshi rushed into the stone hall first, only to see a couple and a young girl tied to stone pillars. The moment they saw Dumingshi, the three of them seemed to have seen their last hope. Even with sackcloth stuffed in their mouths, they were still frantically calling for help. Dumingshi dodged the rocks that kept falling above his head, rushed to the three people, and used his spiritual energy to turn it into a knife to cut the ropes on the three people. Boom! A huge stone pillar next to it fell down with a loud bang. Fortunately, he did not fall to the side of the crowd. Walk! The entire stone hall was shaking violently, and the load-bearing structure was constantly disintegrating. It wouldn't be long before it would completely collapse. The three of them hurriedly followed Dumingshi and ran out. Kiki then found a few people and used her spiritual energy to continuously blast the fallen rocks to cover their escape. Seeing that the others were fine, Cheng also started to turn back. The group had just reached the center of the hall when the huge stone slab above suddenly fell down. Cheng punched forward. But the stone was too big and did not break into pieces. It just split into two halves, one half fell outwards and the other half hit Dumingshi and others. Kiki quickly threw out a ball of spiritual energy, and half of the stone slab shattered. Seeing that Dumingshi and others were fine, the people outside were relieved. The group of people hurried out. At this critical moment, the girl's mother was too nervous and did not notice the stone on the ground and kicked it. Fell suddenly to the ground. To make matters worse, the entire main body of the stone hall began to collapse, with stone pillars and stone walls all falling down at once. There was no other way. Dumingshi could only rush out with the girl and the boy as father. Kiki and Cheng were in front of Dumingshi, so it was impossible for them to save the girl as mother. Boom! The stone hall collapsed completely and became a complete ruin. Mom! The girl rushed towards the ruins where the dust had not yet settled like a madman, and continued to dig at the stones with her bare hands. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel distressed, but helpless. Chapter 76 Little Ball Saves People. The girl's father knelt beside her with empty eyes. They were just fishermen from a nearby village. They were weak and had no power to fight against the pirates. The fishing industry has shrunk dramatically, and the family can only barely make ends meet. Now, because of pirates, the family has lost two people, and it is difficult for the father and daughter to maintain a normal life alone. The girl's hands had been rubbed by the rock fragments and were bleeding profusely, but she was still digging frantically. Dumingshi and others hurried forward to help her clear the ruins. The moment she saw her mother's body, the girl broke down and cried again. Li Muxue and Ning Yuchi took one look and ran away because it was too scary. The girl's mother was crushed by a large stone slab and bleeding from all her orifices. It was very horrific. The girl tried desperately to pull her mother out, but was stopped by the police. The stone slab must be moved first, otherwise the girl's mother's body cannot be taken out. Everyone worked together to lift the large stone slab again. The girl's mother's waist was twisted, and her spine must have been broken. The girl's crying made everyone feel a little depressed. There is no way. It has come to this. Even if Watua were still alive, he could only shake his head and sigh. Several people worked together to carry the girl's mother's body to an open area. At this moment, the girl's father suddenly went crazy and slapped himself hard. The force was so great that the corner of his mouth started bleeding. He was crying and laughing while slapping himself. Two policemen quickly held him down. It must be that the psychological blow was too great and he became a little mentally ill. Little girl, I'm sorry. We couldn't save your mother. Dumingshi squatted beside the girl, patted her shoulder gently and said. The girl let go of her mother's gradually cooling hand, turned to Dumingshi and others, and kowtowed several times. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my father and I would have died. Dumingshi quickly helped him up. Kiki came forward, hugged her and comforted her softly. The girl's emotions gradually became less broken, but her tears were still flowing. At this time, Jochio, who was sleeping on Kiki's shoulder, suddenly stretched and accidentally rolled off Kiki's shoulder. One of them fell on his face to the ground. The little guy slowly stood up and just happened to see the body of the girl's mother. At this moment, Dumingshi suddenly remembered, can't Jochio save his life? Jochio, can you save her? Dumingshi touched Jochio's head. Jochio flapped its little wings, flew in front of Kiki, and rubbed her face, as if asking Kiki whether she would save it. Kiki hesitated for a moment. If the ball consumed too much spiritual energy, it would disappear and turn back into an egg. She didn't know when it would be able to break out of the shell again. The girl's family had nothing to do with them. They had already rescued the girl and her father, and they were already their benefactors. Whether to save or not, no one is wrong. But when Kiki shifted her gaze to the girl, she instantly felt a strong sense of sympathy. Jojo, you can save her, right? If you can, please help her, okay? Kiki touched the ball lovingly. After getting Kiki's affirmation, Jojo suddenly flew to the body of the girl's mother and nudged the girl next to him with his little butt. Dumingshi quickly pulled the girl away. Immediately, Jojo stood right in front of the corpse and suddenly closed his two big eyes. Suddenly, an invisible sense of oppression appeared around, and spiritual energy began to emanate from the little ball. The spiritual energy is very rich and the color is dark green. Immediately afterwards, Jojo suddenly opened his eyes. Clear light burst out from two pairs of big eyes. An invisible force swept around and formed a tornado. Jojo stood in the eye of the storm and made the same expression as when he was saving the mango tree, as if he was constipated. I have to say it, but in this kind of situation, this expression is a bit unserious. But Jojo didn't care about all that. After a while, his hair suddenly turned white and shone brightly, just like the day when he saved the mango tree. And this time it's even stronger. I don't know if Dumingshi saw it wrong, but in the storm, there seemed to be a phantom of a giant beast that looked very similar to Jojo. Jojo stretched out a paw and gently touched the corpse's forehead. The giant beast's shadow also stretched out a claw and moved forward a little. Boom! The sun-like light obscured everyone's vision, and all they saw was white light. The sound of the storm reached its peak at this moment, and Dumingshi heard another roar. This was not the puppy-like barking that Jojo made last time, but rather it sounded a bit like a tigress roar. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the white light gradually faded away. The storm also subsided, and on the field, Jojo curled up into a ball, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The girl's mother still lay quietly. Everyone was surprised. Failed? Mom! The girl rushed forward crying. She thought she could really save her mother, but it turned out to be just an illusion. The girl's father, who was being held down by the police, started laughing again. His mind was still not completely recovered, but the failure to save his life accelerated his pace of becoming a madman. Failed? Dumingshi muttered to himself. At this moment, a cough was heard. The girl was startled, then became ecstatic, and burst into tears while hugging her mother who was slowly waking up. Everyone was shocked. What kind of magical skill was this? Was he really saved? Yi Yun can guarantee that what he experienced today was more exciting than anything he had experienced in his entire life. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then cheered. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, the girl's father stopped laughing and looked in the direction of the girl's mother. At this moment, all his senses disappeared, and he just stared numbly and blankly at his wife who had come back to life. It was not until the mother and daughter ran over and hugged him that he realized that his face was wet with tears. Mom, I'm so scared. I'm scared that you'll really leave me. Although the girl was still crying, she couldn't hide her joy. The girl's mother also hugged her daughter tightly, fearing that this was a dream. After seeing this scene, everyone finally felt less anxious. The girl's family originally consisted of 4 people, but her brother was killed by pirates before Dumingshi and others arrived, so there was really nothing that could be done. Kiki slowly walked to the curled-up little ball, picked it up gently, and stroked it with loving care. Its expression is very painful, because burning a spirit is extremely painful, just like burning a human soul. It has done a good thing. When it wakes up, we will give it the jade tripod as a reward and let it eat its fill all at once. Dumingshi stroked Kiki's shoulder and comforted her. The girl's family came over and knelt down in front of Dumingshi and Kiki. Benefactor, we will definitely repay your kindness. If you have any requests or needs, just tell us. We will do it for you even if it means our death. The girl's father spoke on behalf of the entire family. Dumingshi and Kiki quickly pulled the 3 people up. If they were the kind of people who only saved lives for the sake of profit, then I wouldn't save them. No, as long as you are safe. Dumingshi rode. You still don't know the name of your benefactor? The girl's father said again. My name is Dumingshi, and this is my wife Kiki. Dumingshi gave a brief introduction. Hearing this, the man was startled, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Dumingshi? You are Dumingshi. I didn't expect to meet you here and be saved by you. As they were talking, the man brought his wife and daughter to kowtow to Dumingshi and Kiki, but the 2 of them quickly stopped them. After handling the scene, the group reboarded the speedboat and returned home. The three speedboats gradually sailed away from Chensi Island, and the sea water changed from light blue to dark blue, which meant that the sea water became deeper. As they were driving, Kiki, who was holding the ball, suddenly changed her expression. "Be careful, there is something with evil spirit approaching." Chapter 77, Escape from Death. Kiki's words shocked everyone. The sea was calm at this time and there seemed to be no danger, but in fact there were undercurrents beneath the surface. A huge black shadow gradually approached the crowd. Looking down, the three speedboats looked like three small bugs in front of the huge black shadow. "Spread!" Yi Yun roared. "If they still stay together in this situation, they will be wiped out in minutes. Hubby, take good care of Chocho." Kiki handed the ball to Dumingshi, spread her fiery red wings, and flew towards the approaching beast. Xingyue followed closely behind. Now on the sea, Kiki's Xingyue can spread out the wings of spiritual energy to fight, but others cannot. The two flew to the top of the giant beast at a high speed, and Kiki condensed his spiritual energy and smashed it down fiercely. A column of water shot up into the sky and collided with Kiki's spiritual energy. Xingyue swooped down, a large amount of spiritual energy emerged from his hands, and he swiped his palm underwater. A semi-arc-shaped spiritual energy broke through the seawater and slashed towards the giant beast below. But as soon as the spiritual energy broke through the seawater, a violent shock came. The semi-arc-shaped spiritual energy was directly shattered. The giant beast's shadow disappeared in an instant. At this time, the three speedboats and the people on board had already gone a long way. They were unable to participate in the battle and could only get ashore as soon as possible so as not to drag the two people down. But what no one expected was that even the fastest speedboat could not outrun the giant beast on the seabed. Kiki and Xingyue, who were in mid-air, saw the giant beast that had run in front of the speedboat, and they hurriedly galloped away. But no matter how fast the two men were, they could not be faster than the giant beast. Boom! The giant beast leaped up from the bottom of the sea, and huge waves dozens of meters high hit in an instant. All three speedboats were destroyed, and all the people fell into the sea. Only then did everyone know what had attacked them. A giant whale. A whale surrounded by evil spirits and with red eyes. Dumingshi felt a chill in his heart, not only because of the freezing cold water, but also because of the size of the beast. Level 80 monster. It is still in its home turf. The people who were thrown into the sea by the huge waves quickly grabbed the wreckage of the speedboat and floated on it. A huge fear enveloped everyone's hearts. This place is within the inland sea enclosed by the government. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for such a 100-meter-long behemoth to enter. There is no shelter at all, and a terrifying giant monster is roaming dozens of meters below. Anyone would be terrified, and Dumingshi is no exception. Kiki and Xingyue hurried over. But at this time the giant whale disappeared again. Just as the two were searching, a huge black shadow completely covered the sea area where they were. The two were shocked. Kiki dived down at high speed and plunged into the sea regardless of everything. Xingyue, at the same time, burst out with spiritual energy and stabbed in like a sharp sword. Bang! Bang! There was a dull sound coming from beneath the sea. The next moment, the sound suddenly disappeared. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The next second, huge waves suddenly swept in. Kiki and Xingyue were blown away and fell heavily on the sea in the distance. Others were thrown into the sea by huge waves. Dumingshi held Tianming in one hand and grabbed a piece of speedboat wreckage, and held the little ball tightly in the other hand. The ball was now in a deep sleep, and if he accidentally let it slip out of his hand, it would definitely die. The little Lolita, Ning Yuchi and Yang Xingyu were not strong to begin with, and now they were affected again, and soon they could not hold on. Coco, rescue them back to the island first. Kiki and Xingyue flew up into the sky again, and Dumingshi shouted hurriedly. Kiki and Xingyue understood instantly and quickly turned around to bring everyone back to Chensi Island one by one. Fortunately, the group didn't walk too far, so Kiki and the others could return quickly. The two of them first brought the little Loli and Ning Yuchi over. Others can still hold on. However, the departure of Kiki and Xingyue also means that there is no one to deal with the giant beast in the sea. The sea surface suddenly shook, the sea water was like boiling water, and a huge black shadow appeared under everyone again. A strong feeling of suffocation surged into Dumingshi's heart. A thought suddenly appeared in Dumingshi's mind, it's coming for me. Tang Cheng, go on. Dumingshi threw the small ball hard towards Tang Cheng in the distance. The next second after the ball flew out, a huge mouth suddenly pounced on it. For a moment, the sky was blocked out, and in front of everyone's eyes, Du Mingxi was swallowed by the giant whale. No! Tang Qing roared, but he was powerless. With a strength of only level 40, he couldn't even condense the wings of spiritual energy. How could he save Du Mingxi? Tang Qing quickly caught the curled-up ball. With red eyes, he patted the ball excitedly. Jiuqiu, wake up quickly, you can definitely save him, right? Wake up quickly. At this moment, Tang Qing felt extremely powerless. If I could awaken 2 more attributes, Du Mingxi would not have died. Not only Tang Qing, but everyone else felt powerless after seeing Du Mingxi being swallowed in one gulp. They could do nothing and even had to wait for Chen Kiki and Qingyue to rescue them. They can't even save their own lives, how can they save Du Mingxi? Fuck! Damn it! Yi Yan's eyes were red and he punched the water angrily. But what's the use of this? Du Mingxi was dead right under their noses. Everyone's mood hit rock bottom. Originally, they eliminated the pirates without any effort, and Yi Yun was thinking about holding a banquet to thank Du Mingxi and others when he returned today. Unexpectedly, this genius young man died like this. At the same time, Du Mingxi saw darkness before his eyes. He could feel the giant whale diving rapidly. Are you really going to die? Du Mingxi was not swallowed by the giant whale, but was stuck in the giant whale's mouth. Because this thing is so big, it is not a problem for Du Mingxi to walk inside it, provided that its huge tongue does not roll Du Mingxi away. I just used the power of the token to kill Fei too, but I shouldn't be able to use it now. Is it possible for me to break through this giant whale and escape with my strength of over level 50? Impossible. But just wait to die? At this moment, scenes from the past flashed through my mind. Before the awakening system, Du Mingxi was just a loser, so useless that even a garbage academy like Fangyun College discouraged him from joining. No money, no power, no friends. I finally got a girlfriend, but we only held hands. My father also ignored me. It can be said that there is nothing. But at this lowest moment, the system came, Chen Kiki appeared, his qualifications changed, he began to have strength, and gradually became a leader among his peers. Now that I have money, I can buy a lot of things that I have never heard of before. I started to make a lot of friends, and even my father became a better person because of me. Everything started to get better and better. But today, is all this going to be broken? I'm unwilling to give up. I finally have a chance to make a comeback, how can I be willing to give up? He who steps into the light can never again abide in darkness. Go to hell, I'll take you with me even if I die. Lightning and flames illuminated the entire mouth of the giant whale, and destiny was like red-hot steel, bursting out with dazzling red light. Du Mingxi used all his strength and stabbed the giant whale's throat with a knife. The giant whale's body shook, and its huge tongue swept over. It wanted to roll Du Mingxi into its stomach. Once it entered the stomach, Du Mingxi would surely die. But Du Mingxi held the fate in his hands and chopped at the huge tongue like a madman. The fishy liquid splashed all over Du Mingxi's body, and the giant whale finally let out a wail. Du Mingxi gave it his all, concentrating all his spiritual power on destiny, and stabbed the giant whale's mouth wall with all his strength. Boom! Destiny, with its sharp spiritual energy, pierced through the giant whale's flesh. Du Mingxi gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, roared, and pushed it down hard. Destiny cut a big hole and the sea water rushed in. Du Mingxi stuck the knife firmly into the giant whale's flesh, and the impact of the water flow almost knocked Du Mingxi unconscious. The protective spiritual energy appeared and helped him resist the water flow. This was his last trump card. The giant whale felt severe pain and shook its head wildly, which actually helped Du Mingxi. Seizing the opportunity, Du Mingxi rushed out. The protective spiritual energy exploded to its maximum, and the powerful water pressure was blocked outside. It was dark all around, but Du Mingxi felt like he was reborn. Chapter 78, Out of the Wolf's Den, Into the Tiger's Den. The seawater was freezing cold, and Du Mingxi struggled hard to swim upstream. The intense pain drove the giant whale crazy, and it suddenly chased after him. The sea is its home. The huge figure caught up with Du Mingxi in the blink of an eye, and the evil demonic energy attacked, and Du Mingxi was in danger again. Ding! Threat to the host's life detected. Prepare to receive energy. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Chen Kiki, who had just returned to the surface of the sea, burst into intense light. The giant beam of light pierced through the seawater and drove away the darkness. Du Mingxi was enveloped by the light, and the giant whale crashed into the beam of light and was pushed away by the huge energy. Behind Du Mingxi, a pair of red and purple wings slowly spread out, forming a golden barrier that isolated the seawater outside. The power in the body is constantly rising, and an invisible momentum is unfolding. What am I doing? Where's Mingxi? Kiki looked at the sudden burst of light on her body, feeling a little puzzled, but suddenly realized that Du Mingxi was missing. Everyone lowered their heads and no one answered her. Kiki flashed to Tang Qing's side and asked, "Where's Mingxi? Why is Jiuqiu here with you?" "Mingxi is dead." Tang Chan lowered his head and said helplessly. Everyone present saw with their own eyes that Du Mingxi was swallowed by the giant whale. He was dead. Impossible. What on earth is going on? Kiki was sure that she could still sense Du Mingxi's presence and he was not dead. He was swallowed by a giant whale. I'm sorry. Tang Qing's eyes were red and he choked up a bit. Kiki turned around and rushed directly into the sea. At this time, dozens of meters under the sea, Du Mingxi was holding the destiny in his hand, surrounded by spiritual energy and protected by spiritual energy. With the help of Reiki, he can move freely underwater without suffocating. The giant whale circled and attacked Du Mingxi again. Du Mingxi held the knife in both hands, the spiritual wings behind him vibrated violently, and he slashed at the huge monster with the knife. With a swish sound, Tianming cut open the giant whale's flesh. The man and the beast crossed each other, and Tianming cut a long gash on its body. Under the illumination of spiritual light, the surrounding sea water was dyed red with blood. Du Mingxi moved his body, condensed his spiritual energy, and at the same time activated his body strengthening skill, punching the giant whale in the belly. With a bang, Du Mingxi's fist completely entered the giant whale's belly, flesh and skin flew out, and blood flowed wildly. The giant whale howled in pain, but Du Mingxi's fist would not let it go. Every punch caused a wound, and every punch was accompanied by the giant whale's painful howl. The giant whale quickly accelerated and swam forward, trying to get rid of Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi held up his destiny and quickly flashed to the bottom of the giant whale, and instantly unleashed a flaming air-breaking slash. A large amount of seawater was instantly evaporated by the high temperature, and the huge semi-arc-shaped flaming blade slashed away at a high speed. The giant whale immediately burst out with demonic energy, and the blade slammed into the demonic energy. The powerful energy pushed the giant whale up rapidly. Du Mingxi's body moved violently, and he stabbed the giant whale's body from below, pushing the behemoth to rise quickly. Kiki dived underwater and happened to see a giant whale rising rapidly. A light of hatred rose in her eyes, and a large amount of spiritual energy burst out, flashing to his side, and with one punch she knocked him to pieces. It was only then that Kiki discovered Du Mingxi. In an instant, Kiki felt relieved. On the sea, Xingyue continued to bring everyone back to the island one by one. It was already dark, and everyone began to emit spiritual energy so that Xingyue could find them. Everyone gathered around a large piece of speedboat debris. The atmosphere was depressing and no one spoke. At this moment, the sea water suddenly rolled up, and the seabed suddenly lit up. Damn it, you really think I'm a vegetarian? Yi Yan burst out with spiritual energy and stood on the edge. As long as the giant whale showed its head, he would pounce on it without hesitation. Tang Qing passed the ball to Yang Xingyu and also stood at the edge. Boom! Along with the light rising into the sky, the giant whale's body flew into the sky and huge waves swept over. Yi Yan and Tang Qing were so shocked that they were swept away by the huge waves before they could even check whether they were seeing things or not. Mingxi! He's still alive! Tang Qing suddenly jumped out of the sea and roared. Damn it! I knew it was impossible for Du Mingxi to die so easily. A policeman also popped his head out, slapped the water hard and yelled. Yi Yan stared blankly at Du Mingxi, who was pushing the giant whale's body into the air. He even forgot to tread water and choked on water twice. Everyone was ecstatic. Du Mingxi was not dead and the operation was not a failure. Boom! The white light of the sun shot out from Kiki's body, and the giant whale was completely wrapped in it. The holy light attributed spiritual energy continuously eliminated the evil spirit on the giant whale. Du Mingxi seized the opportunity, gathered all the spiritual energy, the spiritual wings behind him vibrated violently, his body moved violently, and he slashed down with one knife. The sharpness of destiny seems to be able to cut through the heaven and earth. The giant whale's body was cut in half by Tianming in an instant, and flesh, blood, internal organs and bones flew down to the sea. The giant whale broke into two sections and smashed down heavily. Its body will float on the sea surface for a while, and then sink to the bottom of the sea and be eaten by various marine life. Du Mingxi let out a breath, and Chen Kiki rushed over and hugged Du Mingxi. Tears suddenly started flowing. She didn't dare to think about what she would do if Du Mingxi really died. Du Mingxi gently stroked Chen Kiki's back. I can only say that I was lucky to escape death. While the energy bestowed by the system had not disappeared, Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki and Qingyue helped send everyone to the island. All the speedboats were destroyed and it was dark now, so we could only spend the night on the island and think of a solution tomorrow. Everyone made a fire and gathered together to talk about the thrill of the day. When the little Loli and Ning Yuchi heard that Du Mingxi was swallowed by the giant whale, they were so scared that their eyes turned red. Chen Kiki held Du Mingxi's hand tightly and never let go. Qingyue was too tired and injured, so she returned to Tianming to rest. Du Mingxi himself also sighed that he was indeed lucky. Of course, how could someone with a system die so easily? While everyone was chatting, the voice of the system came. Ding! Mission assigned, escape from the 3 Hall Masters. Reward, 1 high-level body refining pill, 1 chi condensing pill, and the 2nd level of Reikage assistant. Time limit, 24 hours. Do you accept? Du Mingxi was a little confused. He had just dealt with the giant whale, and now 3 more palace masters came. Who are these 3 palace masters? Escaping from them means that they are a threat to me? Du Mingxi suddenly stood up and looked around, but there was nothing. Not even any animals could be seen, let alone anyone who could threaten Du Mingxi. Chen Kiki also received the task and was a little worried. How about I send you back first? Everyone saw the 2 of them suddenly looking around nervously and were very confused for a moment. What's wrong? Tang Qing asked. Everyone looked at him with doubt. Nothing, it seems like a strong man is coming towards us. Du Mingxi said lightly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They had just dealt with the giant whale, so how come this one came again? I'll send someone to pick us up now. Yi Yun hurriedly wanted to call the police station. But before the call was made, a threat suddenly descended. Except for Chen Kiki, everyone else was suppressed and couldn't even raise their heads. A stream of spiritual energy flew over at an extremely fast speed, instantly blasting Yi Yun's phone into pieces. His palm was also injured and blood flowed out. Leave no one alive. In the darkness, a hoarse voice spread, and 3 dark shadows suddenly attacked. Chapter 79 He Feng arrives. In the darkness, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone like ghosts in an instant. A stream of purple spiritual energy shot out from one of their hands. Chen Kiki quickly burst out her spiritual energy to resist. But unexpectedly, the purple spiritual energy directly pierced through Chen Kiki's defense and hit Chen Kiki's chest heavily. Coco! Du Mingxi endured the pressure and caught Chen Kiki, who was flying backwards. Be careful, they are stronger than me. While Chen Kiki was speaking, the other 2 black shadows began a ruthless killing. Those policemen in their 40s were like ants in front of them and could be killed with just a wave of their hands. Damn it! I'm going to fight you. Yi Yun rushed forward with a roar. He has increased his speed to the limit, but he cannot touch the enemy at all. Instead, he was hit in the chest by an enemy's punch, and the powerful force sent him flying dozens of meters away, and he fell heavily to the ground. 7 or 8 of the 20 or 30 policemen were killed in an instant. And until now, no one has seen their true face. Now Qiuqiu is unable to fight, Qingyue is injured, and the only high-level combat forces are Chen Kiki and Du Mingxi. Let's go together. A young policeman yelled, and all the policemen responded at the same time, bursting out with their spiritual energy and rushing forward. I would rather die in battle than be slaughtered by them. Quick and decisive. Here he comes. The enemy who was entangled by Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki roared. The other 2 suddenly exploded, and spiritual energy surged out like a torrent. The shock of spiritual energy alone injured several policemen. Tang Qing followed the police and pounced on 2 powerful enemies, but one of them hit him with a palm print, and most of the police were seriously injured. Tang Qing was also blown away and fell heavily against a tree, spitting blood. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun was filled with anger. He rushed forward without hesitation and punched one of the enemies. Crack! Unexpectedly, the opponent did not dodge at all, but directly grabbed Yi Yun's fist and twisted it casually, causing Yi Yun's entire arm to be broken. Yi Yun endured the severe pain and punched out with his other fist. However, the level gap was too big and he couldn't hurt the opponent at all. Instead, the opponent held his fist again and twisted it at will. Both hands are broken. The other party kicked Yi Yun and he fell to the ground. He wanted to get up again. He couldn't bear to watch the young man under his command being slaughtered, but he couldn't do it because he was too weak. Without strength, he can't even protect himself. How can he protect those young people? Withdraw. At this moment, the enemy who was entangled by Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki suddenly roared. The other two people flashed and appeared in front of Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki, each with a palm. Chen Kiki and Du Mingxi were directly knocked back several steps. The three of them turned around and left without hesitation. The three of them were about to disappear into a stream of light. At this time, a deep and steady voice was heard. Now that you're here, don't leave. The three of them trembled instantly. A giant palm that illuminated half the sky suddenly fell towards the three people, with such a powerful force that it seemed like that of a god. The three of them hurriedly joined forces to resist. The giant palm pressed the three people to the ground. Boom! A loud noise spread out, followed by a tremendous impact of spiritual energy. The land on all sides was plowed more than 1 meter deep. The three strong men who had just killed people in the blink of an eye were now blown to tatters. A dull buzzing sound spread out, and in the air, a burly man was seen walking slowly out of the void. There was golden aura surrounding him. He was wearing a military uniform and had a beard. His face was somewhat similar to Exin, but he did not have Exin's Akiji. His face showed more calmness and maturity. He just walked in the air like that, as if he was not restricted by gravity. He had a cigarette in the corner of his mouth and his expression was extremely calm. He does not have the fierce aura that comes with a superior, but rather has the majesty of a strong man looking down on everyone. He Feng, do you think you can keep us here? The leading hallmaster spoke, but one could clearly hear a sense of fear in his tone. You can try it. I clearly saw the man shrouded in light throw away his cigarette and speak, but I didn't hear his voice. When his words reached everyone's ears, the three powerful hallmasters were blown away and fell to the ground. At this time, everyone really welcomed hope. He Feng's name was known to everyone in the entire Central Plains concentration area. This super strong man was the patron saint of the people of the Central Plains concentration area. The incredible strength of level 96 means that as long as he is there, no powerful monster can be invincible. The three Hall Masters all have strength above level 85, but they seem so powerless in front of He Feng. Go separately. The three of them rushed in 3 directions at the same time. Strong men like them can dodge extremely fast and can be 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. He Feng suddenly raised his hands, and several beams of golden spiritual energy burst out from his palms, flying away like immortal ropes, instantly binding the 3 people. He Feng pulled hard, and the 3 people were pulled back directly. I told you, once you're here, don't leave. He Feng's figure flashed, and a hall master was grabbed by the neck and thrown heavily to the ground. Before the previous action was completed, the other hallmaster had already been grabbed by the arm and thrown over the shoulder to the ground. The last hallmaster was knocked into the air by a punch and then knocked to the ground by another punch. The 3 actions are completed almost simultaneously. At this moment, the only word in Du Mingxi's mind was terror. Seeing that they could not escape, the 3 hallmasters revealed their true forms. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that the 3 of them were transformed from monsters. 1 wolf, 2 bears. They are not ordinary wolves and bears. Their size alone is dozens of times that of ordinary wolves and bears. A thick demonic aura lingered around the 3 beasts, and the surrounding plants withered instantly. He Feng, if you want to kill us, you have to see some blood. The giant wolf spoke in human language and said angrily. He Feng shook his head and said with a smile, do you really take yourself seriously? As soon as he finished speaking, the giant wolf's head was hammered directly into the ground, and the 2 bears slapped it with their claws at the same time. He Feng punched with both hands and directly knocked back the 2 giant beasts. The giant wolf pulled out its head and bit him. He Feng slightly turned sideways and dodged it easily. Then he was hit by a knee and then a punch. The giant wolf spat out a few teeth from its mouth. He Feng kicked again, but was blocked by 2 giant bears. The giant wolf was able to create some distance, condense the devil energy in its mouth, and spit it out. The 2 bears used their huge bodies to trap He Feng, and the evil spirit hit the latter. The 3 monsters showed joy on their faces at the same time, but they couldn't laugh the next second. In mid-air, He Feng folded his hands and watched the performance of the 3 beasts with a joking look. What just happened was, a puppet, a puppet. The giant wolf panicked. He Feng just now was just a puppet. All the beastmen present were shocked. Could a puppet hang up and hammer 3 level 80 monsters? How boring. It takes so long to beat a puppet. Hifeng teased and slowly spread out his hands. In an instant, the sky became bright. Behind him, a huge golden shadow appeared, and the token on Du Mingxi's body flew out suddenly and hovered in front of Hifeng. Bits of energy gathered from all directions and entered Hifeng's body. The tremendous energy makes the heaven and earth tremble. Hifeng clenched his fist, and the shadow behind him also clenched his fist. A punch was thrown out, and then the phantom also punched out. The space is vibrating and making a buzzing sound. The earth was groaning, and all living creatures within 100 miles around were crawling on the ground. Chapter 80, given an important task. The space is shaking and the heaven and earth are trembling. That punch seemed to be able to penetrate everything, and with irresistible deterrence, it blasted towards the 3 monsters in one fell swoop. A light that was 100 times brighter than sunlight burst out, and a super strong shockwave swept across. Chen, Kiki and others quickly gathered their spiritual energy to block it. The earth made a strange sound like a groan, and the sea was covered with huge waves. The shockwave lasted for several minutes, and when the light disappeared, only a pile of scorched earth remained where the 3 monsters had stood. This punch instantly killed 3 monsters above level 85. If Chen, Kiki and the others hadn't gathered their spiritual energy to protect them, the aftermath would have killed them all. In mid-air, the golden shadow behind Hifeng disappeared, and the spiritual energy around his body gradually dissipated and fell slowly. Everyone approached cautiously. Commander He, thank you for saving my life. Yi Yun spoke first. Everyone hurried forward to thank him, but no one dared to look him in the eye because Hifeng's aura was too strong. It's no problem. It's just a piece of cake. I'm sorry for being a little late. Hifeng was not at all arrogant. He looked at the murdered policeman with a look of regret. Hearing this, Yi Yun was also heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do. I will arrange to give them double the pension later. After Hifeng finished speaking, he walked up to Du Mingxi. Keep it. He handed the token back. Commander He, why did you give me this token? Du Mingxi asked the question that had always been on his mind. Hifeng took out another cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a puff. There's no reason, I just like you. Hifeng shrugged nonchalantly. But something so important that can push the strength of a person in his 50s to level 90 was given away just because you think highly of Du Mingxi? Commander He, I think you should take it back. This thing is too powerful, and I think it must be very important. It's not safe to keep it with me. Although it felt good to have a significant increase in strength, Du Mingxi still didn't want to rely on it. I have great talent now, and I believe that it won't be long before I can reach that level. Follow me. Hifeng suddenly said in a serious tone. After saying that, he walked to the side. Everyone was very confused. Why did Hifeng suddenly look so serious? Du Mingxi followed with some trepidation. You want to know why I gave you this? Hifeng continued to smoke his cigarette, and the cigarette but flickered in the darkness. Right. Du Mingxi nodded. Hifeng exhaled a puff of smoke and said with some melancholy, the first time you came into my sight was when I killed the level 50 evil shadow giant scorpion. At that time, I sent people to investigate all your details. Second awakening, dual attributes in one body, initial level 17, your changes are shocking. I have sent people to observe you since then, and your performance has been impeccable. Very strong, incredibly strong. People of your age are completely incomparable to you. You are a rising star, so I place my hopes on you and give you the token in order to accelerate your growth. Du Mingxi was a little confused for a moment. Put your hope on me? Right. I've been looking for 2 years, and you're the only one who makes me think it's possible. What Hifeng said made Du Mingxi even more confused. Maybe what? Breakthrough level 97 within 5 years, or even 3 years. Hifeng's words surprised Du Mingxi. Even if you have a system and upgrading is as easy as drinking water, it can't be that exaggerated. Reaching level 90 is not something that can be achieved by just talking about it. Many people cannot reach the threshold of level 90 in their entire lives. Breaking through level 97 within 3 to 5 years is simply a pipe dream. Commander He, you are kidding me. Du Mingxi smiled. But Hifeng's words were not full of smiles. I'm not kidding, level 97, it can only be higher and not lower. Because the war is coming. A big fight? Du Mingxi was a little surprised. The war that Hifeng mentioned, was it a clan war or a war between humans and monsters? That's right, it's not just a clan war, the monsters are already ready to make a move, and it won't be long before the war comes again. After Hefeng finished speaking, he put out his cigarette. The last time Chu Yuntian and the others talked about Hongjing, Du Mingxi knew about the agreement. The 30-year deadline has passed, so it is normal for the monster to attack again. But, you want me to defend against the monster invasion? Du Mingxi said in surprise. That's right. Hefeng didn't hide anything and spoke directly. How can I resist the entire monster camp by myself? Du Mingxi said quickly. Not to mention whether Du Mingxi can break through to level 97 or even higher within 3 to 5 years. Even if Du Mingxi really made a breakthrough, could he defeat the entire monster camp by himself? You are not the only one in this war, but you are the key. Hefeng said again. Resisting monsters is the common responsibility of all mankind, and Du Mingxi is just a key link in it. Du Mingxi was a little overwhelmed. He had never thought that a person like Hefeng would place high hopes on him. There are many people who are better than me, why does it have to be me? Du Mingxi asked. It's not that he is unwilling to fight for humanity, but Du Mingxi doesn't understand why he doesn't choose them when there are so many people stronger than him. I've been looking for 2 years, and you're the only one who's qualified to break through. You're not very strong now, but that doesn't mean you won't be strong in the future. Our strength has been reduced to a minimum, but you are advancing by leaps and bounds at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. This is why I chose you. I believe that when the war begins, you will become a truly powerful warrior. Hefeng said slowly. Du Mingxi remained silent, and for a moment he felt something extra on his shoulders. Don't worry, I'm here to support you, just practice hard. Hefeng patted Du Mingxi on the shoulder and slowly walked away. Du Mingxi stood in the darkness, feeling a little unreal. Will I become Hefeng's successor? Will you become the hope of mankind? I am only level 55 now, but I am already thinking about breaking through to level 97? It seems a little unrealistic. But these were spoken by Hefeng, and he couldn't possibly lie to himself. Du Mingxi immediately returned to the team. If the time really comes when Du Mingxi is needed to take over, he will not be cowardly. Everyone, I have to go back. If I'm not here, those things outside will start to cause trouble again. After Hefeng finished speaking, he stepped into the air and left. Everyone watched him go away and turned back to deal with the bodies of the police officers. Yi Yun didn't say a word during the whole process. There were 2 times today that he felt powerless. One time, Du Mingxi was swallowed by a giant whale, and another time, he watched a group of his men being killed. They are all young people who have just become police officers. Watching his descendants being slaughtered in this way was a heavy blow to Yi Yun. On the other side, in a dark sewer, the space suddenly fluctuated. A man wearing a mask and covered in a black robe walked out. Without any unnecessary movement, the man waved his hand and a huge purple crystal appeared. The man wiped it again, and the aura of the purple crystal was completely covered up. Chapter 81 Graduation Test. The next day, Yi Yun contacted the police station, and 5 speedboats sent everyone and the bodies of the sacrificed police officers back. After all these things, everyone lost their mood to play and returned to Akihara City that day. The news of that day spread quickly, and Du Mingxi became even more famous. But the protagonist this time is Hefeng. When a group of spectators learned that Hefeng had appeared, they were more excited than anyone else, even though this matter had nothing to do with them. It is not difficult to infer from Hefeng's words that he regards Du Mingxi as his successor. The patron saint of the Central Plains concentration area? If that day really comes, will I be abandoned like Hongjing? These questions have always lingered in Du Mingxi's mind. But with Chen Qi's encouragement, Du Mingxi also faced this problem. Maybe it really has to be me? After learning about this, Du Yunhai gave Du Mingxi great encouragement. After all, it was a great honor for his son to be chosen by a legendary figure like Hefeng. Du Mingxi became determined and began to practice madly. The system also continuously assigns tasks to speed up Du Mingxi's cultivation. 2 years later. Mingxi, you're going to shock everyone again this time. The little girl hasn't changed much in the past 2 years and is still 1.5 meters tall. Maybe everyone has become numb. Du Mingxi said slowly. He glanced around but didn't see Su Lingyan. Today is the day for graduation examination. Su Lingyan shouldn't be late for such an important event. Have you seen Su Lingyan? Du Mingxi asked. Ning Yuqi shook her head. For the past 2 years, she had tried every means to get close to Dumingshi. It cannot be said that there was no progress, it's just that the development was a bit off, and it all developed towards friendship. There is no progress in love. The little loli also shook her head. I don't know why, but after Dumingshi helped Su Lingyan for the first time, he obviously became more cheerful. But after returning from his sophomore year break 2 years ago, he became introverted again. He was even more introverted than before, and hardly spoke a word to anyone except Dumingshi. The testing has already begun, so everyone has no choice but to start testing. Soon it was Dumingshi and his group's turn. At this time, the testing site was not only attended by senior students, but also many junior students who had come here upon hearing the news. Everyone wants to see how high this legendary figure Dumingshi can reach. When the testing teacher saw Dumingshi coming forward, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Dumingshi placed his palm on the testing instrument, and soon the instrument burst into light. The testing teacher leaned over to take a look. I thought I was prepared, but when I saw the number, the testing teacher thought I had seen it wrong. After confirming it several times, she shouted excitedly, "Dumingshi, level 68. The whole place was silent. For more than 10 seconds, only the voice of the testing teacher echoed throughout the venue. Then the whole venue erupted in applause and cheers. Level 68, already higher than some teachers in the academy. There were also exclamations in the principal's office. He Xian, Yuntian, Li Yuni and others were standing in front of the screen, watching the test results. When the testing teacher read out Dumingshi's results, the three of them gasped at the same time. Then came an exclamation. He Xian was the most shocked. In just 2 years, Dumingshi was almost surpassing him. It's so perverted. In 2 years, He Xian broke through from level 65 to level 69. 2 levels a year is already excellent at the level 60 stage. But Dumingshi didn't think so. In 2 years, he soared from level 55 to level 68. 13 levels in total. He is not a human being at all. The test continued, and both the little Lolita and Ning Yuchi performed well. The former was at level 39, 1 level short of the original record. The latter is level 35, which is pretty good. After the test, Dumingshi and others were called to the principal's office. Because they were registered in their sophomore year, Dumingshi and the little Lolita could directly join the Border Defense Force after graduation. To Dumingshi's surprise, Ning Yuchi was also admitted by He Xian. Indeed, the result of level 38 would be considered a good result if there were no monster like Dumingshi to overshadow it. In the past 2 years, Ning Yuchi has practiced very hard in order to avoid being too far behind Dumingshi. It is reasonable to be admitted now. Dumingshi learned that Ouyang Quan, who had an accident during the hunting activity, was also admitted. The original intention was to see if he could reach level 55 before the age of 30. But with He Xian's continuous efforts over the past 2 years, that standard has been lifted, and he is now able to join with his current strength. Just because he is blind, he was assigned to a special company. As everyone was chatting, there was a commotion on the computer screen. Dumingshi turned his head and saw that the person to be tested was Su Lingyan. For the past 2 years, Dumingshi was also very confused. Since returning from Lingqi City last time, Su Lingyan has become more taciturn and his eyes have become colder. If I didn't have a good relationship with him, just looking at his freezing cold eyes, I would even feel that he wanted to stab me twice. At the same time, because of his personality, he has not made any new friends in the past 2 years and has offended many people. The reason for offending is also very strange, that is, others just can't stand him. Ha, brother Bingling is coming, hurry up, let me see how strong our brother Bingling is. Ha, keep your voice down, be careful of the cold brother. Ha, I think brother Bingling is just trash. He relies on his good relationship with Dumingshi to act like this every day. That's right. If it wasn't for Dumingshi, how could he be so arrogant? He would have been beaten up long ago. Just wait and see, this guy is going to get embarrassed. Su Lingyan hadn't been tested yet, but people off the field were already talking about it. Because he was really cold to others, Su Lingyan was given the nickname Cold Brother. What they said was indeed correct. On several occasions, it was Dumingshi who stepped in to make other students give up the idea of forming a group to attack Su Lingyan. Su Lingyan was wearing a black sweatshirt and a hat, and her face was cold. The words of others seemed to have no effect on him at all. Walking to the instrument, Su Lingyan stretched out his left hand expressionlessly and placed it on the instrument, while his right hand was in his clothes pocket. This action was a bit arrogant, and naturally received ridicule from the audience. Du Mingxi also had some doubts, which started about a year ago. Su Lingyan wears a sweatshirt or long sleeves almost every day, wrapping herself tightly, and summer is no exception. When asked, he said he doesn't like wearing short sleeves. The instrument burst into golden light, and everyone was looking forward to the results. Of course, most people are waiting to see the joke. The testing teacher leaned over to take a look at the instrument screen. With just one glance, the teacher cursed, "Fuck." Everyone looked at the teacher in confusion. The teacher quickly looked at it again and was instantly shocked. Su Lingyan, level 60. Just like before, the whole place was silent, and this time no one spoke for a long time. Everyone knows that Du Mingxi is a genius. So even though Du Mingxi reached level 68, it was shocking, but it was expected. But Su Lingyan was different. He was absent from all the previous tests, causing everyone to have no idea of his strength. Could it be that the instrument is broken? A boy spoke up. The whole audience erupted, and 80% of people thought that there was something wrong with the instrument. As for Su Lingyan herself, she left after the testing teacher announced the results. Inside the principal's office, everyone was stunned. Chapter 82 Clan War. Chu Yuntian and his companions were very excited and quickly brought Su Lingyan to the office. Like Du Mingxi, Su Lingyan was registered by the border guards last time, so he could directly join the border guards. Du Mingxi had just returned to the villa when he received a call from Li Qiyuan. "Mingxi, there is bad news. The clan war has been brought forward." Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki were both shocked. Over the past 2 years, the conflict between the Li and Chen tribes has grown increasingly serious, and everyone knows that there will be a war between the two tribes. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. There was no choice, so Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki quickly packed up and rushed to the Li headquarters. At this time, Chen Kiki was already level 78. Because Du Mingxi was very careful every time, she did not get pregnant. After all, we are not married yet. Before arriving at Li's headquarters, Du Mingxi was a little skeptical about the war, but when he saw Li's battle plan, he no longer had any doubts. Almost all the senior members of the Li family gathered, including the little Loli. Li Qiyuan gave instructions for all matters and set off with all the Li family's strong men above level 50. The little girl wanted to keep Du Mingxi, but her grandfather wouldn't allow it. She could only watch the person she loved step onto the battlefield of the war between the two races. The entire team, consisting of several hundred people, marched towards the central city of Yunjiang. It is the intersection of the two forces and also the place where conflicts are most likely to occur. Today, the contradiction will be completely resolved. The winner will be the king and the loser will be the bandit. Du Mingxi was a little nervous. In the past 2 years, Chen had continuously sent elites to assassinate Du Mingxi. But each time it was resolved by Du Mingxi. After all, there was the system's advance payment and the help of Chu Yuntian and others. This time it is the final settlement, so it is inevitable to be a little nervous. The convoy traveled for a day and a night before entering Yunjiang City. There are various forces in this city, and it is a mixed bag. Everyone stayed in Li's hotel. To be honest, this was the first time Du Mingxi had experienced such a large-scale clan fight, and he had no idea what to do. Early morning. There was a knock on Du Mingxi's door. Li Qiyuan had greeted him in advance, so he didn't rest. When he heard the knock on the door, he went out with Chen Kiki. Outside the hotel, the Li family members have gathered. Hundreds of people stood quietly on the side of the road. The strange thing is that the people in this city seemed to know that a war was going to break out today, and there was no one on the streets. So all the shops are closed, including those open 24 hours a day. Li Qiyuan walked out slowly. This old man looks a little thin, but his strength is top-notch in the Central Plains concentration area. His decisiveness and shrewdness in killing are also top-notch. He spoke briefly, pointed out the purpose of this trip, and revealed the conflict between Li and Chen. It goes without saying that all the Li family members are hostile to the Chen family. The crowd started their journey, just like when two gangs had agreed to fight before. The large group marched towards the northern suburbs of the city in a mighty manner. At this time in the north of the city, hundreds of people were already standing quietly in the darkness, waiting for the enemy to arrive. The leader was also an old man, who was a little plumper than Li Qiyuan. Behind him stood the 3 young masters of the Chen family, the eldest, second, third, and last. The third young master is Qin Dong, who came to Choyuan City last time. About an hour later, Mr. Chen, who had originally closed his eyes slightly, suddenly opened them. On the street in the distance, hundreds of people were walking slowly. Before they even got close, the two superpowers were already competing secretly, and their powerful aura made everyone present feel depressed. Li Qiyuan stopped 50 meters away. Chen Xiaoyang, we have been fighting for decades, and it's time to put an end to this today. As Li Qiyuan's voice spread, several members of the Chen family suddenly vomited blood and retreated. He added spiritual power to that sound wave. Snort! Chen Xiaoyang just snorted coldly, and several people from the Li family also fell to the ground. At this moment, there is no need to say more. The two super strong men fought each other first. Two bright lights instantly lit up the sky, and the two old men turned into two streams of light that kept colliding in mid-air. At the same time, the two members started a big fight. Thousands of people fighting at the same time, the scene is no less than a small war. Various kinds of spiritual energy continued to emerge, and the originally dark sky was directly ignited by the light of the spiritual energy. Du Mingxi, holding Tianming, was fighting with a level 70 warrior. A figure suddenly flashed behind him, and Du Mingxi quickly turned around and slashed with a knife. Chen Dong dodged sideways and punched forward. Du Mingxi was not afraid at all and punched forward. The air wave swept over, and the two of them collided again. Bang! Another shock wave spread out. Du Mingxi sheathed his sword and used the spell Prisoner of Fire, while at the same time slashing out with fiery air slash. In 2 years, Du Mingxi had mastered the fiery skybreaking slash. The flaming blade was dozens of meters wide and swept through with devastating force. Some weaker members of the Chen family were killed directly. The Prisoner of Fiery Fire only trapped Chen Dong for 1 or 2 seconds. But it was just these 1 or 2 seconds that allowed the blade of the fiery skybreaking slash to arrive in front of him. If you can't dodge, you'll have to take it head-on. Boom! It is impossible to kill a high-level opponent directly. The blade exploded on Chen Dong. The next second, the ragged Chen Dong suddenly rushed out from the spiritual energy that had not yet dissipated from the explosion and punched Du Mingxi in the chest. However, it was blocked by Du Mingxi's protective spiritual energy. Du Mingxi took the opportunity to create distance and used the help of Reikage. The two Du Mingxi pounced on Chen Dong at the same time, and punches like raindrops hit Chen Dong madly. Facing a strong enemy like Du Mingxi, Chen Dong couldn't fight two people alone and was defeated. Du Mingxi took advantage of the victory and pursued, not giving Chen Dong any chance to breathe. Du Mingxi seized the opportunity when Chen Dong dodged and slashed his waist with a knife. A bloody wound appeared and blood flowed out. Chen Dong did not retreat any further and rushed forward. This would certainly expose his weakness, but if Du Mingxi took the opportunity to attack him, he would also be hit by him. Du Mingxi took a few steps back and summoned another clone. Surrounded by his two clones, Chen Dong was suppressed again. Once again, we were defeated. Du Mingxi took the opportunity to summon his third clone and cast all his spells at once. For a moment, thunder, lightning, and fire covered half the sky. Several high-level spells directly bound Chen Dong and seriously injured him. Du Mingxi took out the token, gathered his strength, and pushed his strength to a terrifying level. He sheathed the sword again, quickly gathered strength, and slashed out with the sword. With the blessing of the token, Chen Dong is no different from an ant in front of Du Mingxi. The flaming blade slashed down at an extremely fast speed, and wherever it passed, whether it was the ground or people, it was instantly turned into scorched earth. Chen Dong, who was already seriously injured, had no way of catching such a blow and was cut in half. Du Mingxi turned around and flashed into the air to help Li Qiyuan deal with Chen Xiaoyang. Now that he has the support of the token, he can compete with Chen Xiaoyang. This battle lasted a whole night, and Du Mingxi truly saw what it meant to have corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. Is this a clan fight? In peacetime, the battlefield may be in business. And now, the battlefield is a place of killing people alive. The Li family won, Li Qiyuan was seriously injured, and Chen Xiaoyang died in the battle. More than 100 people from the Li family died, while 2/3 of those from the Chen family died. With the death of Chen Xiaoyang, the Chen family was like a backboneless one. Coupled with the loss of so many young and strong people, it would take at least 10 to 20 years for the family to recover. Although he won, Du Mingxi felt extremely frightened and palpitated when he looked at the blood flowing like a river. Humanity is already at a critical moment of life and death. Instead of joining forces to resist external enemies, they are killing each other. Is this what I, the successor to the border guard commander, should do? Du Mingxi felt panic in his heart. This battle was over. From now on, he would not participate in clan disputes again. Not only will he not participate in it, as the successor to the Border Defense Force commander, he will suppress and even put an end to such behavior. Chapter 83: Entering the Border Guard. The battle between the two clans resulted in hundreds of casualties, which should have been big news that shocked the entire concentration area. But there was no relevant report in the news the next day. 2 months passed in a flash. Du Mingxi's strength successfully broke through level 69. Today is also the time for everyone to report to the Border Guard headquarters. A few months ago, Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki moved out and bought a new villa. When Du Mingxi and the others moved out, Tang Cheng left for a while because of some matters at the temple and has not appeared since. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki were waiting at the college gate early, and soon he Xin arrived with a group of border guards. The little Loli and Ning Yuqi also arrived at the same time. When Su Lingyan arrived, a somewhat familiar figure also arrived at the same time as him. Ouyang Quan, someone who could once compete with Du Mingxi. Now he has a piece of cloth tied over his eyes and holds a long knife in his hand. I was sent to the gate of the college by my parents. After waiting for a while, all the students arrived. Everyone got on the Border Defense Force's special vehicle and headed to Ding'an City, the headquarters of the Border Defense Force. Along the way, the little Loli and Ning Yuqi were very excited and kept talking in low voices. Su Lingyan, on the other hand, was as cold as ever. Du Mingxi was so sleepy that he leaned on his wife's big white legs and took a nap. This made the other male students very envious, as this guy could bring his wife with him when he joined the Border Defense Force. The little Loli and Ning Yuqi were very angry. The journey was long and took 2 days and 1 night. It was not until the evening of the next day that everyone entered Ding'an City. On the first day, everyone was assigned to classes. Du Mingxi bought a house nearby and moved Chen Kiki in. She herself has the strength of level 78 and can protect herself. Du Mingxi's squad leader was a middle-aged man with a square face, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His name was Zhao Shouzhong, and the name alone sounded loyal. He has a strength of level 76, which is in the upper echelons among all the squad leaders. On the first day of new recruits' enlistment, the border guards will hold a party to celebrate for them. The most important thing in the evening parties in the military camp is the martial arts competition. In the past 2 years, Du Mingxi's popularity has been growing. There is almost no one in the Central Plains concentration area who doesn't know him. But if there are people who like him, there must be people who don't like him. Many other people who have been called geniuses since childhood will naturally become hostile to Du Mingxi after seeing that their fame and talents are overshadowed by Du Mingxi. Just as the competition at the party began, Du Mingxi received a challenge from a soldier who was 1 year older than him. The opponent is a strong man of level 56. Du Mingxi was a little surprised. He was already level 69, and he was really weak in front of him. Du Mingxi tried to persuade him kindly, hoping that he would give up. "Oh, why wouldn't you dare? I thought the genius everyone was talking about was so awesome. Turns out he's just a coward." Sun Yu smiled. He came from the north, and compared to the southerners who were influenced by the Li family and worshipped Du Mingxi as a god, he was more suspicious. "Okay. As you wish." Du Mingxi had no choice but to give it a try. "Since you want to give it a try, just give it a try." The battle between Du Mingxi and Sun Yu attracted many people to watch. Everyone wants to see the strength of this genius Du Mingxi. The little Loli and Ning Yuqi looked at Sun Yeye with a hint of pity in their eyes. They knew Du Mingxi's strength, and there was no young man stronger than him in the entire concentration area. The battle is about to begin. Du Mingxi threw a punch without any fancy moves. But the punch that seemed slow and weak to Du Mingxi was full of oppression in Sun Yu's eyes and hit him in an instant. Sun Yu gathered his spiritual energy to block the punch and take the opportunity to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the power of this punch was far beyond his expectations. With the explosion of spiritual power, Sun Yu took several steps back. Damn! He can't even take a single punch. No way! Is Du Mingxi really that strong? Of course, otherwise how could he be so famous? Looking at Du Mingxi's expression, he obviously doesn't take it seriously. If he takes it seriously, Sun Yu might not be able to hold out for more than 3 moves. Du Mingxi's casual attack surprised the onlookers. Even some veterans came to watch after hearing the news. Zhao Shouzhong was very impressed to see that Du Mingxi was able to defeat Sun Yu so easily. Sun Yu felt very uncomfortable listening to the discussions in the audience. A violent yellow spiritual energy burst out from his body and he pounced towards Du Mingxi. His attribute is earth, and he should focus on defense, but Sun Yu has a hot temper and will rush forward if he disagrees with something. The Earth attributed spiritual energy condensed on his fists, and Sun Yu punched out. The Earth attributed spiritual energy can greatly enhance physical strength. Sun Yu raised the corners of his mouth. He believed that someone like Du Mingxi, who was praised to the sky, would definitely look down on him, and thus suffer from his physical strengthening skills. Unexpectedly, golden light suddenly burst out from Du Mingxi's body. When? A dull thud was heard, and Du Mingxi just stood there calmly. Sun Yu's fist stayed on Du Mingxi's chest, but his expression was a little distorted. The next moment, Sun Yu quickly retracted his fist and felt a strong pain. Everyone was surprised. At this moment, Du Mingxi was glowing with golden light all over his body. The golden light was surging under his skin, as if he was cast in gold. Sun Yu didn't care about the pain in his fist. He quickly condensed dozens of balls of spiritual energy and blasted them all out. Apart from close combat, the safest and most effective way of attack is spiritual energy bombardment. But this method consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Dozens of airballs exploded on Du Mingxi's body. The khaki-colored aura blocked everyone's view. Suddenly, 2 golden lights burst out from it and hit Sun Yu. He was sent flying with one blow, and fell heavily to the ground, fainting. Several recruits who knew Sun Yu came forward and carried him to the infirmary. Du Mingxi retracted the golden light in his eyes and walked out slowly. Seeing that everyone was looking at him like a monster, Du Mingxi spread his hands and said, "You can't blame me for this. He wanted to challenge me, I didn't want to do it either." There was a round of applause, and then everyone followed suit. Although this guy seems a bit pretentious, he is really strong. Hey, have you heard? The last time Commander He showed up, it seemed to be just for Du Mingxi. Really? I heard that Commander He killed 3 Monster Palace Masters by himself. He was so powerful. Yes, a figure like General He would kill 3 Monster Hall Masters for Du Mingxi. It can be seen that Du Mingxi is special in General He's eyes. So what are you waiting for? Now is the time to build a good relationship. Everyone applauded and talked, and gathered around. Several veterans who were squad leaders or above also gathered together and admired Du Mingxi's influence. He is so young and has such strength. How can his influence be so great? He must have competed with Commander He at that time. Platoon Leader Lu, I think this guy is even more amazing than Commander He back then. His moves just now were so easy, I feel like this guy is about to reach level 70. TSK he is only in his 20s, and he is already about to break through level 70. He doesn't look like a human at all. He is simply a monster. Squad Leader Zhao, you're really lucky to be assigned to such a genius. Everyone was chatting and laughing. When Yifeng was Du Mingxi's age, he did not have as strong strength and influence as Du Mingxi. It can be expected that Du Mingxi's strength will definitely not be lower than Yifeng's in the future. Chapter 84 War breaks out. After the party, the border guards took the recruits to a training base in the suburbs and started training in separate male and female areas. What is taught here is the rational use of aura, how to extend the use time of aura, and other knowledge about combat. It looks simple, but compared to the training of troops hundreds of years ago, it is actually more tiring. Every day, the new recruits were so tired that they saw stars and their limbs felt weak. However, no matter how tired they were, after more than 2 months of high-intensity training, everyone's mastery of spiritual energy had reached a higher level. We also learned to cooperate. No matter how strong one person's power is, it is always limited, but the power of a team is unlimited. Every month, the border guards have 1 day off. Taking advantage of the holiday, Du Mingxi hurried to visit his wife. Kiki can visit Du Mingxi at ordinary times, but there are only 5 opportunities every month. Moreover, the 2 of them could only talk and could not do anything else. Holidays are different. As soon as Du Mingxi saw Kiki, he pounced into the latter's arms like a hungry tiger, and started doing bad things on the spot. The 2 of them have had this experience at least 10 times in the past 2 years, and Du Mingxi has become more and more bold. In the beginning, he would go back to the room every time. Later it happened in the bathroom, and then directly in the living room. Fortunately, she had moved out of the living room that time, otherwise she would have been so embarrassed if Tang Cheng had seen it. The 2 also discussed that they would have children after they got married. After all, Du Mingxi is still in the growth stage, and if they had a child, it would not please both sides. The 2 of them performed a 2-person performance art in the living room without turning on the lights. About an hour later, Du Mingxi hugged Kiki and rested on the sofa. This time the system did not prompt that the immortal golden body's body refining degree had increased. After Dumingxi's body refining degree reached more than 90%, this damn system could only rely on body refining pills. Dumingxi's current body refining degree is 96%. Only 4% away from achieving the so-called indestructible golden body. Kiki stood up and went to wash the unknown liquid off her body, while Dumingxi took out the spiritual energy pill from the last mission, swallowed it in one gulp, and began to practice. Not long after, a golden light burst out, and Dumingxi successfully advanced to level 70. In this level range, it is impossible for a spiritual energy pill to upgrade to the next level. The training in the previous 2 months had already pushed Dumingxi's strength to the peak of level 69, which allowed him to advance to the next level with just one spiritual energy pill. Dumingxi took a breath and leaned back on the sofa to rest. Suddenly, a dazzling light rose from afar, and the entire sky was suddenly illuminated. Immediately there was a deafening explosion. Ding'an City, like Shouyuan City, is adjacent to a high wall. It is obvious that the explosion just now came from the direction of the high wall. Dumingxi quickly put on his clothes and rushed out of the villa. I saw spiritual energy surging in the distance and flames shooting up into the sky. Kiki also dealt with it and walked out. Something might have happened to the high wall. I'll go check it out. After Dumingxi finished speaking, he suddenly spread his spiritual wings. His spiritual wings are two-colored, one red and one purple, corresponding to his two attributes. Kiki was worried, so she spread her spiritual wings and followed. The two of them flew across Ding'an City at high speed and headed towards the high wall. At this time, outside the high wall, spiritual energy and demonic energy surged up and continued to fight. Countless monsters continued to pour out from the dense forest and continued to attack the high wall. The guarding soldiers kept bombarding with spiritual energy, and monsters were torn into pieces by the spiritual energy at any time. On the other side, high in the sky, opposite Hefeng was the monster leader, the fox demon Emoli, and next to Emoli was the mysterious man who always wore a mask and a black robe. Hefeng, I have waited for this day for a long time. Let me see what you can do to resist my army today. There was a natural charm in Emoli's eyes, and even when she spoke extremely domineering words, there was still charm in them. Hefeng remained calm and composed, standing in the air, not paying any attention to Emoli's shouting. His duty is to stop super strong people like Emoli, and ordinary monsters need to be dealt with by ordinary soldiers, so he cannot spare the time. I'll hold him back, and you go down and lead your people to break through the high wall. Emoli said coldly. The man in black beside him nodded and appeared. But suddenly he was stopped by a golden barrier. You better stay here. Hefeng's words completely angered Emoli. 9 tails suddenly appeared, a pink light flashed, and a claw attacked Hefeng. If you look closely, you can see that there are many tiny pure black cracks along the trajectory of this claw. That's space being torn apart. Hefeng slapped them with his palm, and the two men retreated at the same time. Emoli's 9 tails suddenly grew in length and swept towards Hefeng. While dodging, Hefeng did not forget to resist the man in black. Bang! Seeing that his way was blocked by several tails, Hefeng gathered his spiritual energy and punched out. The space vibrated, and an invisible shockwave swept across. It seems that the fight between the two was not that spectacular, but if a level 60 warrior was thrown in, the shockwave just now would be enough to take his life. Even a warrior at level 70 or even level 80 would be injured if he was shocked by the aftermath of the battle between such super warriors. Seeing that they could not break through Hefeng's limitations in a short time, the man in black simply stepped forward and worked with Moli to deal with Hefeng first. The light from the three people's fight illuminated the entire sky as bright as day. Hefeng can be invincible for a short time, but under the attack of two people, he can only be passive. The fight between Emoli and the man in black became more and more fierce. Emoli took advantage of the opportunity when Hefeng was dodging the attack of the man in black and blew his tail to send Hefeng flying 100 meters away. In a fight between such powerful men, a flaw within a millisecond could very likely change the situation. Emoli smiled faintly. If Hefeng could be killed, the entire Central Plains concentration area would be in his pocket. Thinking of this, Emoli pounced forward suddenly, and his attack became even more fierce. The man in black hurriedly followed. The monstrous demonic energy rushed towards Hefeng frantically. The cooperation between the two was perfect. Hefeng could not find any chance to counterattack and could only defend passively. At this moment, a sense of attribute suddenly came over me. On top of the high wall, Dumingxi killed a monster in front of him with one punch, and the token in his arm suddenly flew out and flew high into the sky at a high speed. Immediately, a brilliant golden light burst out from the sky. The night is as bright as the day. Du Mingxi leaped forward, and at this moment, the destiny in the villa seemed to be summoned. It suddenly flew out of the villa and quickly reached the high wall. Du Mingxi caught the flying destiny and used fiery air slash the moment he landed. With one slash of the sword, a flaming blade dozens of meters long swept away, killing countless monsters. Xingyue also appeared in time to help Du Mingxi kill the enemy. Kiki followed closely and swooped down the high wall, fighting side by side with Du Mingxi. The soldiers on the high wall were a little confused. You were struggling to fight off the monsters that climbed up the high wall just now, and now you're just jumping down to kill the enemy? Is that Du Mingxi? That's okay. Very normal. Seeing Du Mingxi coming, the soldiers suddenly became more confident and followed Du Mingxi down the high wall to fight bravely. As powerful as the monster is, it was a little scared when it saw the soldiers going crazy all of a sudden. Chapter 85 Goodbye Emo Xiao Xiao. As the battle intensified, more and more reinforcements arrived. Outside the entire high wall, there is a melee between humans and monsters. Spiritual energy and demonic energy clash, the night is as bright as day, and everywhere you look are mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Du Mingxi killed the monster in front of him with one knife? At this time, his body was completely soaked in the monster's blood. Kiki and Xingyue were beside him, while Su Lingyan, the little lowly and Ning Yuqi were also fighting on the side. Kiki's light attribute spiritual energy has a strong burning effect on monsters. The light shone away, and there was a wailing. Du Mingxi and Xingyue took advantage of the opportunity when the monster was burned by Kiki's light and sneaked in to kill it. Before I knew it, there were monster corpses all behind me. Suddenly, a deep black demonic energy flew out from a distance and attacked Du Mingxi with a sound of breaking through the air. In a flash, it appeared before Du Mingxi's eyes. Careful! Xingyue's figure flashed and condensed spiritual energy to protect in front of him. The evil energy slammed into Xingyue's spiritual energy shield. Unexpectedly, Xingyue's spiritual energy was directly shattered. Fortunately, Du Mingxi pulled Xingyue away at the critical moment, otherwise Xingyue might have fallen into sleep again. A black shadow appeared in front of Du Mingxi in the blink of an eye and slapped him with a palm. Du Mingxi retreated quickly. This guy had an 89 on his head. He should be one of the 72 palace masters. Lingyi instantly created two clones, one to resist Xingyue and Kiki respectively. His real body instantly flashed to Du Mingxi's side and punched Du Mingxi in the chest. The protective spiritual energy was directly destroyed. The immortal golden body suddenly lit up. When a dull sound was heard, and Du Mingxi seized the opportunity and quickly pulled away. A trace of doubt appeared on Lingyi's face, and he chased after him again. Du Mingxi quickly cast several spells, and fire and lightning erupted at the same time, which temporarily restrained him. Du Mingxi immediately gathered his strength and slashed out with his sword. The blade swept away. But the previous spell did not trap him for long. After breaking free from the restraints, he faced the fiery sky-breaking slash and instead of retreating, he advanced, circled his hands a few times, and a vast demonic energy surged, directly blocking the fiery sky-breaking slash and devouring it. In an instant, Lingyi appeared in front of Du Mingxi again and punched him. Du Mingxi dodged quickly, but just as he avoided the punch, Lingyi flashed behind Du Mingxi at an extremely strange speed and slapped him with a palm. Du Mingxi was shocked. His immortal golden body had not yet been fully developed. His back was the only slightly weak spot. His strength is far above mine. Even with the protection of the indestructible golden body, he will most likely be injured by this palm. At the critical moment, a ray of clear light burst out. It hit Lingyi directly and forced him back. Du Mingxi picked up the plane and pulled away again. Only then did I realize that it was Xiu who had arrived. Whenever Du Mingxi and Kiki did that, the little guy would obediently go to sleep by himself. I was in such a hurry to get here that I forgot to wake it up. Xiu flew in front of Du Mingxi and stared at Lingyi, who was not far away. Lingyi's face was once again a little surprised, as if he didn't understand how a young man could have so many cards. Although he was surprised, Lingyi immediately stepped forward and punched the ball. Xiu didn't retreat either, but pounced on it with one claw. Boom! The shockwave swept across. The ball was knocked back, and Lingyi stood where he was. Xiu's own strength has always remained at level 80, while Lingyi's is level 89, a full 9-level gap. This is no joke. This may not be so obvious at low levels, but within the level 80 range, the difference of one level is very obvious. Xiaoqiu flapped its wings twice and gritted its teeth as if it was angry. Suddenly, Xiaoqiu stretched his limbs, and a surprising scene appeared. Xiaoqiu seemed to have taken growth agents and grew rapidly. His little paws suddenly turned into huge claws, his little fangs grew into sharp fangs in the blink of an eye, and his whole body became several times larger. What surprised Du Mingxi the most was that after Xiaoqiu's mutation, his strength reached level 90. Roar! At this time, Xiaoqiu's roar was no longer childish, but deafening and full of momentum, and a powerful deterrent burst out from it. Ling Yi frowned, totally unable to believe what he was seeing. Xiaoqiu flapped its wings and pounced forward with its huge body. It looks big, but it is very flexible. A claw grabbed down, Ling Yi dodged sideways, Xiaoqiu turned over and attacked again with the claw. Ling Yi was shocked and gathered his devilish energy to resist. Xiaoqiu's huge claws slammed down on Ling Yi, pressing him directly to the ground. Bang! Ling Yi suddenly burst out with demonic energy, shaking the ball away, and at the same time revealing his original form. A giant scorpion of similar size to Xiaoqiu appeared, swinging its poisonous stinger in two large pincers to fight with Xiaoqiu. It showed that the original Ling Yi's strength and defense had been improved to a higher level, and he fought back and forth with Xiaoqiu. Du Mingxi took the opportunity to help Kiki and Qingyue get rid of Ling Yi's two clones. The three of them rushed forward at the same time to help Xiaoqiu. Surrounded by four people, Ling Yi was soon covered in wounds and was defeated. Du Mingxi seized the opportunity and cast all his advanced spells at once. With the help of the rakeage, dozens of skills can be unleashed at the same time. Thunder roared and flames raged. Ling Yi was restrained briefly. Qingyue and Kiki took the opportunity to fly forward and each of them punched, directly smashing the shell into pieces, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Xiaoqiu followed closely behind and slapped the giant scorpion on the head with one claw, directly knocking half of its body into the ground. But this guy is really thick-skinned and tough, he is still alive even in this state. Du Mingxi flew forward to finish off the enemy, but unexpectedly a purple shadow approached quickly from the side and punched Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi's protective spiritual energy has recovered and blocked the attack. But Ling Yi was temporarily saved by her. Du Mingxi steadied his body and was about to join others in killing Chen Yaojin, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but he was stunned the moment he saw her. I saw that it was a woman with a well-developed figure, with a curvy figure and a magnificent chest. A pair of long legs is also very attractive. But when the eyes turn to the face, anyone will be surprised. Because the woman had a very childish face and wore two ponytails. This is what is called a baby-faced queen with a body. Du Mingxi was so surprised that he blurted out, "Mo Xiao Xiao?" That is right, the person standing in front of the half-dead Ling Yi was none other than the little girl Mo Xiao Xiao who could never get enough to eat 2 years ago. She looked to be only in her teens at the time, but she had grown into this size in just 2 years. The most surprising thing is not this, the most surprising thing is why she helped the monster. Hearing Du Mingxi's voice, Mo Xiao Xiao cast a cold look at him, condensed the demonic energy in his hand, and threw it out fiercely. Du Mingxi quickly dodged, and the demonic energy blasted the ground, creating a deep pit. Not only Du Mingxi, but everyone else was also shocked and couldn't believe that Mo Xiao Xiao was playing with everyone and looked like a little kid 2 years ago. It became like this in the blink of an eye. Chapter 86 Tang Qing appears. Kiki attacked immediately and slapped him with a palm. Mo Xiao Xiao didn't dodge at all and rushed forward with a punch. A violent shock wave exploded. They both stepped back at the same time. Du Mingxi was extremely surprised at this time. He could not see the level of Mo Xiao Xiao 2 years ago. And now, this guy is actually level 79. It turned out that she was not a kidnapped little girl at all. But she is a strong one in the monster camp. 2 years ago, she must have used some secret technique to conceal her strength. Du Mingxi should have thought of this when the man in black came to take her back. But now is not the time to regret. Du Mingxi and Qingyue rushed forward together, ready to besiege Mo Xiao Xiao. There is no such thing as a fair fight on the battlefield, as long as you can kill the opponent, it's fine. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras enveloped the place. A palace master appeared in front of Du Mingxi, Qingyue and Xiaoqiu at the same time, blocking the way of the 3. Swish! A strong palm wind came at him, and Du Mingxi quickly dodged to the side. The black palm print hit the ground, and a deep pit appeared. Du Mingxi broke out in a cold sweat. Although this guy was only at level 86, his speed was even faster than Ling Yi. The attack missed and he hit backhand in mid-air. Du Mingxi quickly raised his knife to block. Bite! A crisp sound was heard, and Du Mingxi was shocked and retreated repeatedly. Without the support of the token, it is impossible for a level 70 warrior like him to defeat a level 86 warrior. On the other side, Xingyuan now has the strength of level 82, and is fighting back and forth with a level 87 Hall Master. Although Chen Kiki was suppressing Mo Xiaoxiao, she was unable to resolve the battle in a short period of time. Xiuqiu fought against a level 90 warrior, and the outcome was basically a draw. In the blink of an eye, Du Mingxi suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him. Before the fist arrived, the strong demonic energy had already caused Du Mingxi to feel a dull pain in his chest. Bang! The protective spiritual energy once again blocked the attack for Du Mingxi. His body flew out backwards. He almost grabbed it in mid-air, and with a flash of his body, he came behind Du Mingxi and slapped him again. When? A deep and loud voice spread out, and golden light burst out from Du Mingxi's whole body. He flew forward more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. Ling Kong had the same reaction as Ling Yi just now. He was very confused. Du Mingxi does have many ways to save his life? But the doubts disappeared in an instant. Ling Kong raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and walked slowly towards Du Mingxi. The gap of 16 levels made it difficult for him to feel a sense of crisis. Du Mingxi struggled to stand up. The punch just now was blocked by the indestructible golden body, so it was nothing. It's just that the erosion of demonic energy is very troublesome. It will weaken Du Mingxi's combat effectiveness, and Du Mingxi must allocate part of his spiritual energy to resist its erosion. Are you Du Mingxi? I don't think you're that great. Is this the legendary genius? Ha ha. In high-level battles, their side has the advantage, so Ling Kong felt a little proud and made sarcastic remarks. The monster camp also has spies in the concentration area, and the rumors about the rising star Du Mingxi have long been transferred to the monster camp. It did cause a lot of reaction and panic at the beginning. They also sent monsters to hunt Du Mingxi many times, but they were all defeated by him. This further increased the monsters' fear of Du Mingxi. Once he grew up, he would be another He Feng. Therefore, the monster camp has been accelerating the pace of war in the past 2 years. Part of the reason is the fear that Du Mingxi will grow up. But now, this legendary genius was being beaten by himself, which really made Ling Kong laugh. Actually, I don't think you're that great. At this time, a somewhat ethereal voice came from somewhere. Du Mingxi, Su Lingyan, the little lowly and everyone else were shocked. They were very familiar with Tang Qing's voice. Who is it? Ling Kong was indeed a little panicked. If the person who came was a strong man above level 90, it would be troublesome. In midair, Tang Cheng, wearing a white robe, holding a gilded dragon-carved sword in his hand, with his long hair half tied up and his feet on a 5-colored lotus, was slowly coming down in the sky. This momentum and this way of appearance were like a god descending to earth, very majestic. Ha ha! I thought he was so strong, but it turns out he's just a level 80 kid. Ling Kong burst out laughing. He was level 86 and could see that Tang Qing's level was not a problem. Everyone was shocked. Has Tang Qing been promoted to level 80? Oh, that's enough to deal with you. Tang Qing landed slowly. Suddenly, Ling Kong's figure suddenly disappeared and punched Tang Qing in the chest. His body flew backwards and fell heavily into the pile of dead bodies. Ha ha! Who gave you the courage to show off? Ling Kong laughed. I thought he was a strong man just now, but it turned out to be a paper tiger. Du Mingxi and the others are fine, but this guy is used to being unreliable. In a blink of an eye, Du Mingxi fought with Ling Kong again, and the impact of spiritual energy and demonic energy continued to sweep over. As the battle was going on, a voice suddenly came from the pile of dead bodies. How shameless! You launched a sneak attack. I wasn't even prepared. Du Mingxi moved away and wanted to go over to check on Tang Qing's condition. 5 colored streams of light suddenly burst out. The entire battlefield was illuminated by this 5-colored light. In the light, Tang Qing moved violently with a knife in hand, and quickly passed by Ling Kong, who had not yet figured out the situation. Hiss! A deep wound appeared on Ling Kong's chest, and blood gushed out. How is it possible? Ling Kong covered his wound with a look of surprise. Moreover, at this moment, he felt an extremely strong sense of weakness. That knife seemed to have the ability to absorb life. Tang Qing put his sword aside and said, "If you underestimate your opponent, you will suffer a great loss." As soon as he finished speaking, he chopped it off with a knife. The 5-colored light burst out violently, and the blade directly cut through Ling Kong's body. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Ling Kong was cut in half. The scene was extremely bloody. In a blink of an eye, Tang Cheng and Du Mingxi hurriedly assisted others in dealing with the other two Whole Masters. After fighting for more than 2 hours, the few of them finally killed the two Whole Masters. Mo Xiaoxiao escaped with injuries. The top leaders died in battle, and the lower levels instantly fell into chaos. The morale of the ordinary monsters was low for a moment, some of them fled in a hurry, and most of them were killed. The battle outside the high wall has come to an end. Large areas of land were dyed crimson with blood, and the stench lingered for a long time. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood are the best way to describe the scene outside the high walls at that time. There are not only monsters here, but also many human soldiers. What is even more heartbreaking is that among them are new recruits who came to Ding'an City with Du Mingxi and others. They may not be that strong in combat, but they dare to fight for their country, and even sacrifice their lives for their country. They are heroes. At this time high in the sky, the battle between the three top powerhouses was basically over. With the help of the token's power, He Feng overpowered the two men and injured Mo Li. He was injured and lost the next battle. There was no other choice but for Mo Li to withdraw his troops temporarily. Only after Mo Li left did He Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he blocked the two men, he was also injured, and seriously. Chapter 87 He Xin is about to die. After the battle, Du Mingxi learned that this time the monster camp was attacking 19 high wall passes at the same time. 5 of them had fallen, and all the defenders had been killed. Ding'an City is the headquarters of the border defense forces, and with a super strong man like He Feng in charge, they were able to repel the monsters. The next day, Du Mingxi was called to the border defense headquarters by He Feng. Here he saw many generals, including He Xin. Mingxi, the token is in my hand now. I need its power to defend against the enemy's attack. He Feng explained. Du Mingxi nodded. He Feng immediately turned on the projector again. The scene soon appeared, showing another battlefield. Just like the battle in Ding'an City, the spiritual energy and demonic energy were overwhelming, and there were bright lights of fighting everywhere. Commander He, what is this? A general asked. They had just been called and didn't know what to do. Keep watching. He Feng pointed at the screen. Everyone watched in silence again. This video should have been shot on top of a high wall, with a bird's eye view. In the picture, spiritual energy gradually overwhelms demonic energy, which means that humans are gradually gaining the upper hand. The generals were delighted, for it turned out to be good news. They had thought it was bad news. At this moment, the situation suddenly reversed. Countless purple strips of demonic energy surged out from the depths of the dense forest, filling the entire sky. Purple spiritual energy poured into the bodies of the monsters that were retreating step by step. A surprising scene happened, the situation reversed instantly, and the evil spirit struck back. Humanity began to lose ground. Those monsters seemed to fall into a state of frenzy after absorbing the purple evil energy. Large areas of land were filled with red light. Those were the monsters' red eyes. Even though the defenders fought hard, they were ultimately defeated and tens of thousands of them died. The high wall was breached, and the monsters rushed into the concentration area, burning and killing people wantonly. The video disappeared when the wall was breached. It is easy to imagine what would happen if the monsters rushed into the concentration area. The entire city should have been reduced to complete ruins. As you can see, we must find out the source of this purple evil energy and cut it off. Because of its existence, we have already lost 5 cities. The support troops can only hold out for 7 days at most. Within 7 days, we must find the source of this thing and destroy it. He Feng said very seriously. Hearing this, everyone was also very confused, as this thing appeared for the first time. I think I know what this is. Du Mingxi said quickly. Everyone's attention shifted to Du Mingxi. Oh? What is it? A general asked. Commander He, do you still remember what happened at the beach 2 years ago? Du Mingxi said. Hearing this, He Feng nodded. Of course I remember. After we got rid of the pirates, we found a huge purple crystal in the stone hall. It can suck a person dry. The converted energy can be provided to monsters. Once the monsters receive the energy from this thing, their combat power will soar. At that time, a monster that was only level 60, after absorbing the energy in the crystal, was able to fight against 2 strong men above level 70 without being defeated, and even overwhelmed them. If I'm not mistaken, the purple evil spirit this time came from that purple crystal. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, all the generals looked surprised. After being absorbed, a level 60 monster can fight 2 strong men above level 70 alone without being defeated, and even overwhelm them? It's so terrifying, no wonder the battle situation turns so quickly. So that's how it is. Then how did you destroy it? He Feng said. Dumingshi replied, at that time, we used the spirit beast Chocho to suck it dry. Hearing this, the generals were surprised again. Spirit beasts are rare. Captain He, if we don't completely eradicate the crystals, we won't be able to stop the monsters. A general said. Everyone nodded. This mission may require us to go deep into the heart of the monster camp, which is very dangerous. He Feng paused. Mingshi, I may have to ask you for help. Don't worry, I will find the crystal. Dumingshi went on to say that Dumingshi also understood that this task belonged to him. No one else has seen this thing. Brother, let me go with Mingshi. He Xin said quickly. At this time, he has reached the strength of level 70. He Feng's mouth twitched when he heard this. This kid, I have always kept him away from war, but he always likes to rush into it. No need, I believe Mingshi can do it. He Feng said. When He Xin heard this, he quit. Brother, why do you always distrust me? Besides, I am much more familiar with the people outside the high wall than Mingshi. Everyone looked at each other. There was no choice, but He Feng could only agree. He Xin just came back from the central city today. He Feng would always transfer him to a safe place to prevent him from joining the war. But He Xin felt that this meant his brother did not trust him and felt that he was incompetent. Seeing that his brother agreed, He Xin quickly saluted his brother and left the office with Dumingshi. Mingshi, go back and prepare. We will gather at the high wall pass in the evening. It will be safer to go at night than during the day. As soon as he left the office, He Xin said excitedly. He really wanted to use this mission to prove himself to his brother. Dumingshi readily agreed, and the two went their separate ways. Dumingshi called Chen Kiki and Chocho to prepare for the destiny. And more than 10 Qi condensation pills, which were obtained by completing tasks in the past 2 years. Soon, the sun moved to the west and the sunset fell. Dumingshi and Chen Kiki rushed to the pass. At this time, the system suddenly dispatched a task. Ding! The mission has been issued. Bring back He Xin's body wrapped in his hide. The reward is 2 high-level breakthrough pills. The time limit is 48 hours. Do you accept it? Dumingshi was stunned. What did this mean? He Xin's body? In other words, He Xin will definitely die on this trip? No. I want to go find He Feng, He Xin can't go. Dumingshi hurried to He Feng. At this time, the system voice came again. Ding! Remind the host that you cannot change this person's fate. Everything has been arranged. If you stop him now, he will die from other reasons. No. Impossible. Why can't I change? I have a system. Dumingshi roared. In the past 2 years, He Xin has helped me a lot, whether it was monsters attacking or Chen's killers coming to assassinate me. Most of the time, it was He Xin who helped me block them and saved me many times. Ding. Please calm down, host. Everything is arranged. If the host changes He Xin's fate this time, the mission will fail. What? Dumingshi froze. Mission failed? If this mission fails, the monster camp will definitely send heavy troops to guard the crystal, making it difficult to destroy it. With the crystals present, how could humanity possibly win this war? Then it won't just be He Xin who will die. Thousands of ordinary people, as well as soldiers and generals of the border guards, will die. Dumingshi's hands were shaking a little. How should he choose? On one side are the people who have saved me many times and have always cared for me and helped me in the past 2 years. On the other side are millions of civilians, millions of families, millions of soldiers and generals. No matter which side you choose, it will be a blow to your own morality. Chapter 88 Sneaking into the Monster's Lair. Evening, pass. Dumingshi looked a little gloomy. When they arrived, He Xin was already waiting there. He was wearing a camouflage military uniform, and he also prepared a set for Dumingshi and Chen Kiki. Seeing that Dumingshi looked unhappy, he comforted Dumingshi. Mingshi, don't be afraid, you can rest assured that I am here. I am familiar with the environment of the dense forest and can take you to avoid many dangers. Dumingshi wanted to tell him that he was going to die, but the words couldn't come out. What good would it do to tell him in advance? It would only make him panic and desperate. Well, we believe you. Du Mingxi nodded. Looking at Hexin, who was very confident and even a little excited, Du Mingxi felt a sense of guilt. He had saved me so many times, but now I had to watch him die. This is a very frustrating feeling. But what can we do? If this mission fails, it will be the millions of people in the concentration area who will die. That was what Du Mingxi could not accept even more. Xiuqiu, this time it's up to you. Hexin gently pinched Xia Qiwu's face. In the past 2 years, Xiuqiu had met Hexin many times and had become familiar with him, so she did not resist. After Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki changed into camouflage uniforms, Hexin waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The three of them walked out of the high wall, flew over yesterday's battlefield, and entered the dense forest. The reason for flying is because they are afraid of being contaminated by the smell of blood. The monster has a keen sense of smell, and if it is stained with blood, it will be discovered quickly. The camouflage uniforms they are wearing now have been specially treated to conceal their smell and aura to a great extent. Where do you think the monster would put that purple crystal? Hexin asked as they walked. Something this important should be in the most heavily guarded place. Du Mingxi rode. This purple crystal is so important that it can determine the outcome of this war. The monsters wouldn't be stupid enough to send it to humans. Well, the most heavily guarded one is their main hall. Hexin nodded and said. For decades, humans have been sending people to investigate the dense forest and have basically figured out the location of the monster's main hall. That place is quite far from us. We have to fly. Hexin said with some concern. After all, there might be an army of monsters in this dense forest. If you encounter one, you will surely die. Yeah, I have this. Du Mingxi suddenly realized and took out a wooden box from a brocade bag. This magic bag was given by the system. It can hold many things, and its size and weight will not change. Du Mingxi opened the wooden box and 5 light blue pills appeared. This is? Hexin came over. The hidden chi pill can hide our aura. Even if we release our spiritual energy to fly, the monsters won't be able to detect it. This thing was awarded to Du Mingxi by the system a year ago. At that time, Du Mingxi thought this thing was useless and even suspected that the system was exploiting him. I didn't expect to use it here now. Mingxi, you really have everything. Hexin exclaimed. Spiritual beasts, spiritual weapons, various elixirs, these extremely rare things seem to be very common here in Du Mingxi. The three of them each took a pill, and Xiuqiu also swallowed one. This little guy had rich spiritual energy, and he would be discovered quickly without the chi hiding pill. With the protection of the hidden chi pill, he would basically not be discovered unless he ran into someone face to face. The three of them spread their spiritual wings and flew away. Hexin was more familiar with it, so he took the lead, followed by Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki. Xiuqiu followed behind everyone. After a while, Hexin suddenly slowed down and fell back to the ground. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki hurriedly followed, and the ball flew to Chen Kiki's side. There's an army of monsters ahead. Hexin whispered. Du Mingxi looked in the direction Hexin pointed, and saw indeed a team of about 30 monsters. They are not like high-level monsters that have completely taken human form. Each of them retains the characteristics of a monster. For example, claws, ears, tails, etc. Some of them can't even see human features, they are weaker. The highest level is 59. The lowest is only 38. Du Mingxi whispered. The three of them all have the strength of level 70, and with Xiuqiu's strength of level 80, it is no problem to kill this team in seconds. Forget it, let's take a detour. If the monster camp knew that a team was suddenly killed, they would definitely think of something. Hexin analyzed. With their strength, it is very easy to kill these minions, but they are still afraid that the monster leaders will find out. Du Mingxi and Chen Kiki also nodded. The mission this time is to find the purple crystal and destroy it, so it is better not to create trouble and alert the enemy. The three of them carefully bypassed the monster squad, flew past from the other side, and continued to move towards the monster main hall. Later we encountered several more monster armies. The most thrilling one was when they encountered an army of 1,000 monsters led by a palace master. If it weren't for the protection of the hidden chi pill, most of them would have been discovered. However, as Hexin said, it is much safer to come at night than during the day. The higher the level of cultivation these monsters have, the more similar their habits become to humans, and they all sleep at night. The three of them flew until the early morning, and when it was already dawn, they finally saw a huge palace. 72 roads extend around the magnificent giant palace, and each road is connected to a small palace. This is it. I guess the purple crystal is in that palace. Xin said. Looking at the magnificent monster's lair, Dumingshi couldn't help but feel a little sad. The monster is already so powerful. It's all buildings, and it's hard to approach without a forest. Dumingshi Road. Where they were standing now was the edge of the dense forest. Going further ahead was a stone road, and further ahead was a jade road. There are few forests around the palace, so it is impossible to approach it through the forest. Yes, indeed. Xin also nodded. At this time, a 5-member monster patrol team happened to be walking towards this side. Dumingshi quickly detected it. The highest level is 55, the lowest level is 50. Hearing this, Xin and Dumingshi thought of the same thing at the same time. The outburst just now won't be discovered. On the avenue, Dumingshi and the other two put on the furs and clothes of the monsters, disguised themselves as patrolling soldiers, and walked towards the palace. Fortunately, they were still wearing clothes, otherwise it would be difficult. Don't worry, with the effect of the hidden chi pill and the instant kill, it shouldn't happen. Dumingshi whispered. Xiaoqiu and Chen Kiki both entered Dumingshi's magic bag, which had a space that could hold living things. Dumingshi used the help of the rakage to create 3 clones, forming a 4-man team. Xin and the 3 Dumingsis walked slowly towards the magnificent main hall. There were not many guards on the road at this time, they must have all gone out to fight. The 2 of them walked all the way to the Jade Road, where they could already see several giant purple crystals floating in the main hall. They were not wrong, the monster did place the crystal in its lair. The 2 walked quickly towards the hall. Suddenly, a shout came, "Hey! What are you guys doing? Why are you walking on the Jade Road?" Chapter 89 Ambush. Dumingshi and Xin were both shocked. Was he discovered? Ahem. Sorry, we got separated from the team and we were trying to find them. Xin quickly lowered his voice and answered with his head down. They were covered in the furs of the monster soldiers, so it was hard to tell them apart unless you looked closely. I see. Be careful not to enter the main hall, or your life will be in danger. The captain of the other team said this and led the team to another road. Xin and Dumingshi breathed a sigh of relief. Go! Xin whispered, and the 2 of them hurried towards the main hall. Soon, the 2 arrived at the junction of the main hall and the Jade Road. Dumingshi looked around and found no enemies, so he released Xiaoqiu and Chen Kiki. The 3 people and 1 beast quickly entered the main hall. The battle on the other side of the high wall is at a critical stage, and the high-level monsters should be outside, not in the main hall. Dumingshi and his companions were protected by the hidden chi pills along the way, so there was no way they would be discovered. Entering the main hall, everyone was shocked. There is more than 1 purple crystal. 5 huge purple crystals were suspended in the main hall. Xiaoqiu, can you destroy them all? Dumingshi walked towards the ball path. 5 crystals, the energy contained in them will be enormous. Xiaoqiu looked at the 5 crystals and nodded resolutely. At this time, a burst of applause suddenly broke out. I have to say, you humans often have an inexplicable self-confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of monster soldiers rushed out from the darkness. In addition to these ordinary soldiers, there are also 10 palace masters. How so? Xin was very confused. Their whereabouts were absolutely secretive. Dumingshi was also puzzled. There were 10 hall masters, and they didn't go to participate in the battle but were waiting here in the main hall? There is only one explanation, that humans turned out to be traitors and reported their actions to the monsters. We have been waiting here for a long time, ignorant human. Prepare to die. A female hall master grinned. Wait, leave her alone. I want to have a taste of this kind of human. A male hall master pointed at Chen Kiki, licked his lips, and said without any concealment. The next moment, 10 hall masters attacked at the same time. Boom! Due to the violent shock of demonic energy, Dumingshi and others were all blown out of the hall. One person has to fend off at least 2 hall masters. It is difficult to protect himself, let alone destroy the crystal. Dumingshi raised his sword and slashed at a hall master in front of him. Even though he had increased his speed to the limit, it was still too slow in the eyes of the opponent. After a slash of sword, the opponent immediately launched a fierce counterattack. It was already extremely difficult for one person to deal with it, and suddenly another hall master appeared from the side. Du Mingxi was unable to resist and was slapped on the shoulder. Boom! Smash it hard on the ground. Others weren't feeling well either. Even though Qiuqiu had transformed into his strongest form, he was still defeated repeatedly when fighting against 3 level 90 hall masters alone. Chen Qi's 3 kinds of spiritual energy burst out at the same time, but she was still suppressed badly by the 3 hall masters. He Xin was also struggling, having to fight 2 hall masters alone. Du Mingxi stood up from the pit. With the protection of spiritual energy and the indestructible golden body, it was not easy for him to fall down. But now the situation is one-sided. This is a setup, a trap. Just now, I was glad that I had arrived at the main hall safely. Who knows, they have already sharpened the knife and are waiting for you to stretch out your neck. Whoosh! Du Mingxi didn't have time to think about it. He heard the sound of breaking air and rushed forward. The next second, the place where he was standing suddenly exploded. Before Du Mingxi could stand firmly, another hall master came to his side and shattered the protective spiritual energy with a punch. Du Mingxi flew backwards again. This time, before he landed on the ground, he was punched again. The immortal golden body blocked this horrific blow and Du Mingxi flew upwards. But at this time, another hall master was already waiting in mid-air and punched Du Mingxi in the chest. When? Even with the protection of the indestructible golden body, Du Mingxi still felt the power of this punch. Du Mingxi fell down at a high speed again, and the hall master below kicked Du Mingxi away and smashed him heavily against a wall. The stone wall collapsed and Du Mingxi was buried inside it. At the same time, there were several explosions. 3 figures fell to the ground almost at the same time. The 10 hall masters are really not something they can resist just by themselves. Ling Ju, don't eat alone. A burly male hall master smiled at the hall master who had offended Chen Kiki before. How about coming together? Ha ha! Ling Ju grinned grimly. Hearing this, all the hall masters laughed out loud. These fools thought their plan was going smoothly, but in fact, after leaving the high wall, they were under the surveillance of the monster camp. The reason we let them come here is because we were afraid that these guys would escape in the forest. Qiuqiu, what's wrong with you? There were several wounds on Chen Qi's body and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Qiuqiu's condition was even worse. One of his legs seemed to be broken and he couldn't even stand steadily. His whole body was covered in blood. Seeing Chen Qi's tears in her eyes, Qiuqiu licked her hand, as if to comfort Chen Kiki that he was fine. He Xin, who was not far away, was also seriously injured, with several wounds on his chest so deep that the bones were visible. I never thought that I would die without ever proving myself in front of my brother. He Xin had just thought about it when a hall master suddenly flashed in front of him and punched him. His body flew backwards and hit a huge stone pillar heavily, spitting blood. Don't waste time, solve it quickly and support the Lord. The hall master who hammered He Xin away said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the other hall masters also became serious and prepared to deal with Du Mingxi and the others. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from the pile of rocks nearby, and a rumbling sound suddenly sounded in the sky. A ray of light suddenly shot out from Chen Qi's body and shone onto Du Mingxi. The 10 hall masters were horrified. An invisible sense of oppression crept into everyone's heart. Du Mingxi's body slowly flew up, his clothes fluttered without wind, golden light lingered around him, his eyes were shining with golden light, he held the mandate in his hand, and stood in front of all the hall masters with his sword across his shoulders. What's going on? His strength, how? The hall master who had offended Chen Kiki before blurted out. Several other hall masters also retreated hurriedly. They felt the pressure from Du Mingxi. They were powerful warriors around level 90, but they actually felt pressured when facing Du Mingxi. This means that Du Mingxi's current strength is far superior to his own. Go! I'll stop them. Du Mingxi tilted his head slightly and shouted. Several hall masters were shocked when they heard this and attacked at the same time. Du Mingxi raised his sword and slashed, and the 100-meter-long blade whizzed away. All the hall masters joined forces to resist it, but it pushed them dozens of meters away before it dissipated. Hurry up! This power can't be maintained for long. Du Mingxi shouted again. Chen Kiki was about to leave carrying the ball that had returned to its original size, but He Xin rushed into the hall. He Xin. What are you doing? Chen Kiki was shocked. Don't worry about me, go. I must destroy this crystal. Hexin burst out with spiritual energy, killed the minion in front of him with one punch, and rushed into the main hall. Kiki, take Shochio and go first. Dumingshi summoned 3 clones, and the 4 of them blocked the 10 hallmasters. Chen Kiki had no choice but to take Shochio and leave first. In the main hall, Hexin fought his way through the blood and reached the purple crystal. A punch hit the purple crystal. Suddenly, his fist was sucked by the crystal, and he felt something was being sucked away. Hexin quickly pulled his fist back with force. Is it really true that I can only rely on the ball? No. I don't believe it. Hexin gritted his teeth, condensed a large amount of spiritual energy into his fist, and punched forward. Buzz. Suddenly, this powerful punch seemed to trigger the crystal's protection mechanism. The crystal hummed. Hexin felt a sharp pain in his hand and quickly pulled his hand back. He was surprised to find that part of the flesh on his fingers had been corroded and he could directly see the white bones. There was a sharp pain, but when Hexin saw a crack appear on the purple crystal, all the pain was forgotten. Bang! 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 Chapter 90. I'll take you back. The sound of hammer blows echoed in the main hall. The monster soldiers around didn't dare to come forward. Because they were scared, really scared by Hexin. Even though the flesh on the entire fist was corroded, the white bone was still pulled by the spiritual energy to clench its fist and hit the purple crystal again and again. Boom! Finally, the first purple crystal shattered. Hexin spat out blood from his mouth, but he did not stop. He struggled to rush to another crystal, clenched his fist, and punched. Every time the right hand hits the purple crystal, the flesh and blood will be corroded a little. The entire forearm turned into bones and the second crystal shattered. Ding ding. The sound of metal hitting the ground was heard, and a monster soldier dropped his weapon and fled. It had experienced war and seen humans die in front of it. But it couldn't imagine such a scene. A person whose entire arm had turned into bones was still struggling to bombard the crystal with his only bony hand. Somehow, if everyone attacked together, Hexin's current state would only allow him to take away 3 or 4 soldiers at most before being killed. But no one dared to go up. The scene was so shocking that even if they were monsters, they were scared. Bang! Bang! The knocking sounds continued. Outside the hall, the 10 hallmasters were very anxious and kept trying to break through Dumingshi's defense. But I really don't know how Dumingshi suddenly became so strong. What's even more perverted is that this guy would take a pill while fighting, and his strength seemed to have increased a lot in a short period of time. He was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! The third piece. Hexin's eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. The frightened monster soldiers around them staggered forward. Hexin suddenly got up and scared them. Hexin grasped the ground with his left hand and slowly crawled to the 4th crystal. A trail of blood was left behind. Bang! 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 The right hand is disabled and the bones are broken. This time, switch to the left hand. Hexin knelt in front of the crystal, and his left hand could just reach the bottom of the crystal. With one punch, the fingers were instantly corroded into white bones, and Hexin could no longer feel the severe pain. The will of death tried to envelop him, but he forced it down. I can't die yet, there are still 2. Hurry up! Hurry up! The sound of Hexin punching the crystal echoed in this huge palace. He is only in his 30s or 40s, it's too early to say he is middle-aged. He also had a girlfriend and has been trying hard to prove himself to his brother since he was a child. He didn't have Dumingshi's incredible talent, so he could only spend more time practicing on his own. For more than 20 years, he has never slept more than 8 hours a day. If there had been no war, he might have had a good job, a gentle and virtuous wife, and 1 or 2 children. But now, he was about to die. Before he dies, he must complete the task. He wants to prove to his brother that he is also very good. There was no need for his brother to deliberately move him to a safe place, and there was no need for his brother to always stand in front of him. He wanted to convey a message to his brother: I can also get things done, I have the ability, you don't have to consider everything for me. Boom! The left hand turned into bones. With his left hand, which was only a skeleton left, he grasped the ground bit by bit and crawled towards the last crystal. Suddenly, a spear pierced into Hexin's body. Some of the monster soldiers broke through their fear and rushed forward. Immediately afterwards, spears stabbed forward without hesitation. Those spears pierced Xian's body, but there was almost no bleeding. His blood is almost gone. The last bit of obsession kept him from dying, and he struggled to move his body towards the last crystal. But there was no way, he had no strength left and his spiritual energy was exhausted. Without the support of spiritual energy, death is about to come. Boom! A sword flew over at high speed and killed all the monster soldiers. Du Mingxi landed in front of Xian, and when he saw his body at this moment, he felt extremely shocked in his heart. My eyes suddenly became moist. The system told me that Xian was going to die, but why would he die in such a painful way? The flesh and blood are being corroded alive. At this time, Xian was still hanging on to his breath, and his left hand, which was only a skeleton left, pointed to the last crystal. Du Mingxi leaped forward and punched the purple crystal hard. At this time, his strength has reached above level 97. The purple crystal shattered directly under his punch. It's over, it's finally over, it's over. When Du Mingxi looked back, Xian had closed his eyes. He had endured so much pain, but at this moment his expression was smiling. The mission was accomplished and I did not disappoint my brother's expectations of me. I finally proved myself. Come on, I'll take you back. Du Mingxi couldn't help but shed tears. He used his spiritual energy to gently lift up Xian's broken body and walked out step by step. Damn it! Stop him! At this time, several hall masters got rid of the thunder magic that Du Mingxi had just launched and rushed towards Du Mingxi. Bang! A punch came from the left, and Du Mingxi met it with a punch. The opponent took several steps back. 4 palace masters attacked from the front and back at the same time. Get lost! Du Mingxi stepped hard, vast spiritual energy burst out, and all the enemies around were blown away. Du Mingxi carried Xian and continued to walk out. Swish! A black shadow flashed over at high speed, and Du Mingxi raised his knife to block it, but people attacked from 3 other directions at the same time. Du Mingxi used his fists and feet to protect Xian's body. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and soon Du Mingxi had several scars on his body. Du Mingxi grabbed the last 3 chi condensation pills and swallowed them in one gulp, and his spiritual energy suddenly surged. Come on! Du Mingxi went crazy and slashed at a hall master with his sword. The opponent retreated quickly, and Du Mingxi rushed towards the enemy on the side. All the hall masters were frightened and quickly distanced themselves. Du Mingxi's eyes were bloodshot. The power boost given to him by the system was only for half an hour. But Du Mingxi endured the burden at the cost of his life and prolonged the duration of his strength. Looking at the mad Du Mingxi, several hall masters were not in a hurry. They followed behind Du Mingxi and waited until the effect of Du Mingxi's chi condensation pill wore off before going forward to kill him. When Du Mingxi speeds up, they speed up. When Du Mingxi slows down, they slow down. Always keep a safe distance from Du Mingxi without losing him. After following for a long time, they began to doubt their lives. Isn't this guy's strength increased in a short period of time? Why hasn't he disappeared for so long? Several hall masters couldn't wait any longer and rushed forward together. The dense forest within a radius of 100 meters was razed to the ground in an instant, and Du Mingxi had 5 or 6 more wounds on his body. Although they were not in vital parts, they were all serious. The 10 hall masters were beaten back again. They panicked and rushed up again. Suddenly, a golden light suddenly shone from a distance. A hall master was hit by it and flew backwards, fell to the ground, and spit out blood. Damn it, He Feng is here. Retreat first. The 10 hall masters retreated violently at the same time. Du Mingxi finally couldn't hold on any longer, he fell to his knees and fell down. Chapter 91 Xian's letter. Somehow, it suddenly started raining heavily. Everywhere you look there is rain pouring down. The whole world is gray, depressing and uncomfortable. The rain outside was roaring loudly, but no matter how loud it was, it couldn't break the dead silence inside the house. Hiss ha hiss ha. There was no color on He Feng's face. He kept smoking cigarettes at a very fast frequency. If you listen carefully, you could hear his voice trembling with every breath he exhaled. He finished his cigarette quickly and went to grab another one. But his shaking hands couldn't hold it steady, and 7 or 8 cigarettes scattered all over the floor. He Feng quickly lowered his head to pick it up, and when he lowered his head, his sight shifted to his brother's smiling pale face. Finally, I couldn't hold back my tears and they flowed out. He couldn't believe it and didn't want to accept it. His brother was gone just like that. The only person I'm worried about in my life is my younger brother. Since childhood, he has been trying every means to protect his younger brother and trying his best to prevent him from getting hurt. He knew that this mission was dangerous, but now it is a time of war, and the powerful monsters should not be in their lairs. This patron saint of humanity, this mighty warrior, was now crying like a child. Especially when he saw that only bones were left of his brother's hands, his heart felt like it was stabbed by 10,000 sharp blades. Only bones are left. One can imagine the extreme pain my brother went through before his death. With a plop, Hifeng knelt in front of his brother. "Brother, I'm sorry, I hurt you." He was shaking all over and choking with sobs. At this time, he found something in his brother's pocket. He took it out quickly. When I unfolded it, I saw it was a letter. "Brother, I have to go on a mission tomorrow. I don't know if I can succeed this time. I don't know why, but I feel a little panicked, so I might as well write a letter. Just in case, right? Brother, let me apologize to you first. I feel like I have been a burden to you over the years. It seems that I haven't completed many of the tasks you assigned to me successfully. There was an accident during the hunting activity 2 years ago. I'm really sorry. But don't worry, I will definitely try my best to complete the task this time. Actually, brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Look, I'm taller than you, and I'm over 30 years old. I don't need you to think about me and protect me anymore. I can protect myself completely. You know what? The more you transfer me to a safe place, the more I want to prove myself, to prove that I can carry out those dangerous missions without your protection. I want to criticize you here. As the commander of the border guards, you have been biased towards me for so many years. I hope you will correct it next time. This mission is also quite dangerous. I don't know what I will encounter, but I promise that I will complete the mission even if I die. After all, this is the best opportunity for me to prove myself. You will be surprised when the time comes. I guess you won't show it on the surface, but deep down you must feel that I have grown up too. Brother, our parents left us a long time ago, and we have been dependent on each other. I have a request. If I really can't come back this time, please don't be impulsive. Remember, you are the guardian of the Central Plains concentration area. Do you remember our dream? To take back our lost territory. I believe you can do it. I've only seen maps of the past in books. At that time, the entire Earth was inhabited by humans. Several concentration areas were connected, so could we travel to other concentration areas? It's exciting just thinking about it. I really hope to see the day when humans take back the Earth. You should be old by then. If I were still alive, I wouldn't despise you. Let's go to other concentration areas together. Brother, I hope you won't see this letter, but if you do, I really ask you not to be too sad. I'll leave my wish to you to help me realize it. It's a pity that I've never had a relationship. It's all your fault. The girl from the logistics department was pretty good last time, but you scared her away. Oh, no more words, brother, take care. By the time I saw the last line, my tears had already wet half of the paper. Hifeng finally reacted and hurriedly tried to wipe it with a towel. But he was tripped by the leg of a chair and fell to the ground. Hifeng quickly got up, grabbed the towel on the table, and gently wiped the tears on the letter. As I wiped my tears, they welled up again. Hifeng shed more tears that day than he had ever shed in his entire life. He is a person who is strong on the outside but gentle on the inside. Outside means the outside world. As an older brother, he has to help his younger brother block all threats from outside. And inside is my younger brother, my only relative. He doesn't need his brother to prove anything to him, he just wants him to grow up well. The rain outside gradually stopped, but after the rain, there was no sunshine and rainbow. But it's night. The night tonight is especially dark, without a single star. The next day. A cold wind blew, and a crow called a few times, then flapped its wings and flew away. Hifeng in the house did not sleep all night and stood guard over his brother's body like a wooden man. In the open space outside, dozens of generals were talking about something anxiously. But no one dared to enter the room first. After a while, a ray of sunlight suddenly appeared from the thick clouds. It just shines through the window into the house. Hifeng seemed to wake up from a dream, shook his body and stood up. Seeing Hifeng taking action, all the generals stopped talking and turned their eyes to Hifeng. At this time, Kiki came slowly over, pushing Du Mingxi in a wheelchair. There was not a single healthy spot on Du Mingxi's body, he had dozens of wounds. But this guy suddenly woke up early this morning and pulled Chen Kiki and Xiaoqiu over. Can't Xiaoqiu save lives? Let Xiaoqiu save he xin. Du Mingxi completely ignored the pain in his body and was very excited. The two of them walked straight in with the ball. Not long after, He Feng's excited voice came from inside the house. Really? I can really save my brother. Xiaoqiu, is it okay? Can you give it a try? Du Mingxi said quickly. Chen Kiki also looked at Xiaoqiu with some anticipation. But the ball flew around He Xin and shook its head. At this time, a voice came from the system. Ding. It is detected that the task has been completed. Please collect the reward. Ding. Reminder, spirit beasts have limited ability to revive. For plants, they can be resurrected within 3 days provided all their parts are intact. As for animals like humans, it is limited to resurrecting them only if their bodies are intact and they have died no more than 24 hours ago. He Xin can no longer be resurrected. The system's words extinguished the last spark of hope in Du Mingxi's heart. The light of hope that rose in He Feng's bloodshot eyes slowly faded away. I'm sorry, Commander He, its resurrection ability is limited. General He Xin can no longer be resurrected. Du Mingxi said reluctantly. He Feng was silent for a long time, then turned his gaze to the window. It was sunny outside. Prepare for a counterattack. I will personally crush the monster's main hall to pieces. Chapter 92 Finding the Undercover. Everyone present felt the extreme anger in He Feng's words. At the command, everyone was about to start taking action when they were suddenly stopped by Du Mingxi. Commander He, this mission will come at such a high price because there is an undercover agent among us. We have been under enemy surveillance since we left the high wall. Du Mingxi's words surprised everyone. Really? He Feng asked excitedly, holding Du Mingxi's shoulders with both hands. Those 10 hall masters said so themselves. Du Mingxi said with certainty. He Feng took several steps back, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and then it turned into extreme anger. Investigate. Investigate for me. No matter what method he uses to hide, you must find him for me. He Feng roared madly. Just as the generals were about to leave after hearing the order, Du Mingxi stopped them again. The only ones who know about the mission are the ones present here. Who else are you going to check? Du Mingxi's words made all the generals very angry. What do you mean? Are you doubting us? We have served the border guard for decades. How could we possibly betray them? A lieutenant general who looked to be in his 60s or 70s roared. Anger also appeared on the faces of several other generals. Whether he is a traitor or an undercover agent, we will know it after one try. Du Mingxi was not afraid at all and responded directly. Okay, how do you want to test it? It was the lieutenant general who asked. Coco. Du Mingxi nodded towards Chen Kiki. As long as you come into contact with monsters for a long time, or if you are a monster, you will be infected with evil spirits. This is different from the evil spirits you get when you kill monsters. The spiritual energy gained from killing monsters will dissipate directly when exposed to the light attribute spiritual energy, while the former will stubbornly resist when exposed to the light attribute spiritual energy. The disguise can deceive ordinary people, but it cannot deceive the light attribute. As soon as Du Mingxi said this, all the generals were shocked. Light attributes are rare. I will illuminate you with light attribute aura. Please rest assured that it will not cause any harm to you. However, if there is demonic energy in your body, it will appear under the pressure of the light attribute. After Chen Kiki finished speaking, her name changed from Xiaohong to Xiaobai. Seeing this scene, the lieutenant general who had been shouting the loudest before secretly walked to the end of the team. Du Mingxi smiled faintly and pointed at the lieutenant general. Why are you hiding? Are you hiding something? Kiki, try this lieutenant general first. Du Mingxi said bluntly. Everyone's eyes turned to the lieutenant general. Just test it, I can't be an undercover agent. The lieutenant general stepped forward again. Chen Kiki immediately burst out with light-attributed spiritual energy, and the pure light shone onto the lieutenant general. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Suddenly, some black demonic energy rose from the lieutenant general's body, but they disappeared in an instant into the air. There was no resistance. This proves that the evil spirit in his body was acquired from killing monsters. What did I say? I've served the border guard for so long, how could I be an undercover agent? The lieutenant general patted his chest and said. Everyone was speechless. Why were you hiding behind the team? It's easy to be misunderstood. Then they started testing the next person, who was a major general, the same rank as EXIN. Under the gaze of everyone, the holy light shone away. Like the lieutenant general, a little black demonic energy rose from the body of this major general, and then dissipated into the air. This one isn't either. Hifeng interrupted Kiki. Can we do it all together? Du Mingxi understood what he was thinking. He really wanted to find out who killed his brother. No, I have to concentrate my spiritual energy, otherwise something will go wrong. If I hide it too deep, it may not be detected. After Kiki finished speaking, she turned around and started testing another general. Hifeng stepped aside and smoked his cigarette again. He is now in a state of confusion. If he can avenge his brother, he will do it at all costs. Du Mingxi was observing several generals who had not yet been tested, watching their reactions. Soon, only 3 generals remained untested. A major general stepped forward to be tested, leaving only 2. Both of them are major generals. Both of them felt uncomfortable being stared at by Du Mingxi, but one of them reacted calmly while the other avoided his gaze. A major general who came forward had completed the test and was found not to be an undercover agent. Now there are only 2 left, and everyone is staring at the last 2 generals. Will you go first or should I? One of the major generals asked. His reaction was relatively calm. The major general who was asked was stunned for a moment and said, "You go first." "I'm not in a hurry." Hearing this, the major general who spoke first stepped forward. Du Mingxi quickly gave Hifeng a look. The latter understood instantly, and flashed directly to the door, blocking the only way out. Seeing that he could no longer pretend, the last general instantly spread his spiritual wings, punched through the wall and escaped. As for why they didn't go through the window, it was because the generals who had completed the test were all over there. In front of a level 96 warrior, especially when he is well prepared, it is impossible to escape. Hifeng's figure disappeared in an instant, and the next second he appeared in front of the fleeing major general, grabbed his neck, and slammed him to the ground. Boom! A big hole was smashed on the ground and Hifeng crashed straight into it. He stepped on his chest and crushed it directly. Then he grabbed his neck, lifted his head, and punched him. He didn't use any spiritual energy, just his fists. One punch, and another punch. The major general's entire face was beaten until it was a bloody mess. Hifeng still didn't stop. Everyone watched him, even though his fists were pierced by broken bones, he kept punching. No one dared to step forward to pull him. Until the undercover agent's entire head turned into a pile of debris. Hifeng then stopped and started laughing crazily, then he started crying again. The guy who killed my brother was right next to me, and I didn't even notice him for all these years. This is a huge blow. After a long time, Hifeng finally calmed down. Only then did everyone dare to step forward to comfort him. Alright, while the crystal is destroyed, launch a counterattack. Hifeng said slowly. Just as EXIN said, he is the patron saint of the Central Plains concentration area and cannot remain immersed in grief. Then the body of General EXIN. The lieutenant general hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Send 2 ice attribute warriors over here. When they crush the monster, that will be his burial time. I want him to watch me destroy the monster. Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised, but still didn't say anything. Immediately afterwards, the generals hurried forward to mobilize the troops. This time the monster camp has no crystals, so it's a good opportunity for a general attack. Mingxi, take good care of your injuries and don't go to the battlefield this time. Also, help me look after my brother. After Hifeng finished speaking, he turned around and left with the generals. Etc. Du Mingxi called Hifeng. Kiki, go get the destiny. Kiki spread her spiritual wings and quickly returned to the villa to get the destiny. This sword has a sword spirit, it can help you at the critical moment. Du Mingxi handed over the mission to Hifeng. Hifeng took over the mission and nodded to Du Mingxi. Soon, the group embarked on the road to counterattack. Chapter 93 Trump Card. Without the crystal, the monster camp no longer had its previous might and was defeated by the army led by Hifeng. After 3 months, the army led by Hifeng reached 1 mile outside the monster's main hall. Commander He, launch a general attack. The lieutenant general came up to Hifeng and said. At this time, standing beside Hifeng were a group of generals in Du Mingxi, Su Lingyan, Tang Cheng and others. Their strength is above level 60. Mingxi, I'll give you the knife back. I'm going to use my fists to take them all away to be buried with my brother. He Feng returned the destiny to Du Mingxi and said. Du Mingxi also took over the mission. Immediately, he Xin issued an order for a general attack. All the troops rushed towards the main hall at the same time. He Feng, the generals, Du Mingxi and others were the first to bear the brunt. He Feng, don't be too happy too soon. Emoli, along with a group of hallmasters, Mo Xiaoxiao and the man in black suddenly appeared and blocked everyone. Happy? Ha, I really want to tear you all to pieces now. Even so, it is hard to relieve the hatred in my heart. Today, I will destroy your palace and let my brother watch you being destroyed. He Feng, contrary to his usual behavior, shouted at length. Ha, relying on you guys to kill us is wishful thinking. Emoli smiled. At this time, there were only 30 of the 72 hall masters left, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was just pretending. Hong Jing, is this the lord you trust? Ha, you decided that she could swallow up the Central Plains concentration area. Look at whose territory we are standing on now. Is it your old nest? No. This is our territory. Let's take back the land that originally belonged to us. He Feng's words surprised everyone. Hong Jing? The former border guard commander abandoned by humans? Didn't he die a long time ago? Haha, He Feng, are you trying to provoke me with these words? Stop being so pretentious here. If your brother hadn't died, would you have done this? You and I both know that humans are not worth protecting. Look at what they have been doing for the past 30 years. In the 30 years I bought them, they didn't think about how to become stronger and regain the leadership, but instead they were greedy for pleasure and even fought among their clans. Are humans like these worth you shouting like crazy for them? I never expected your brother's death to lead to this situation. If I had known, I would have let him go. You've made it this far, but do you really think you're going to win? Ha ha. You are so naive. Beside Emoli, the man in black finally took off his disguise and removed his mask and black robe. It was a thin face and a slightly frail body. He was shouting and venting madly. He had suffered more torment and pain than anyone else in the past 30 years. Abandoned by humans, he was tortured by monsters, becoming unrecognizable and nearly dying. Fortunately, the previous lord died suddenly, and the new lord lacked experience, which allowed me to save my life. And for the past 30 years, he has been observing the human condition. If humans can work hard in these 30 years and take the opportunity to strengthen themselves, they can counterattack the monsters in 30 years. Then he had no complaints. But the opposite is true. Humans have disappointed him greatly. They used the 30 years of peace they had exchanged for to eat, drink, have fun, and engage in clan fights. They have never cherished these 30 years of peace. In this case, let them perish. These humans do not deserve to survive. What do you mean? Do you have any other means to change the current situation? He Feng said coldly. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Hong Jing smiled. Upon hearing this, the human leaders were all shocked. Ha, then I'd like to see how you turn the situation around. He Feng said again. At this time, Hong Jing took out a remote control device. Don't worry, look at this. This is connected to a magic crystal underground in the central city of the concentration area. As long as I press this detonator, all humans in the entire Central Plains concentration area will be infected by pure magic energy. By then, humans in the Central Plains concentration area will no longer exist. Hong Jing smiled. Everyone was shocked to hear this. I didn't expect this guy still had this trick up his sleeve. Swish! A shadow suddenly appeared in front of Hong Jing and snatched the remote control. The speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly who it was. And now? Su Lingyan's upper body was exposed at this time, and Du Mingxi was shocked. I saw that one of his arms was completely infected by black evil energy, half of his face turned purple-black, and his left eye was emitting black and purple light. Su Lingyan, you. Du Mingxi couldn't believe when he was infected with evil spirit. Moreover, he did not transform into a beast. Instead, he was able to use demonic energy to increase his speed to a terrifying level. Get the remote back. At Hong Jing's command, all the hall masters attacked at the same time. All the high-level human beings also rushed forward at the same time. The war begins. The entire hall was destroyed in the war and turned into ruins. The surrounding 72 palaces also all disappeared. All buildings and trees within a radius of several miles were destroyed. With the help of demonic energy, Su Lingyan kept dodging the monster's attacks. Du Mingxi and others were helping him resist the attacks from the Hall Masters. He Feng and a group of generals blocked Lord Emoli, Hong Jing and most of the Hall Masters. At this moment, a purple figure was approaching rapidly, and was about to catch Su Lingyan. Du Mingxi hurriedly spread his wings, his body moved violently, and slashed with one knife. Mo Xiaoxiao was cut into two halves by Du Mingxi's sword. But suddenly, Su Lingyan was knocked down by another Mo Xiaoxiao and the remote control was snatched away. Only then did Du Mingxi realize that he had killed his clone. Du Mingxi hurriedly chased after him and slashed him with a knife. Mo Xiaoxiao dodged the knife by leaning sideways. The two people passed each other. At this moment, Du Mingxi felt a little unreal. He was such a cute little thing, but now he has become so cold-blooded. Could she really have changed so much in just 2 years? Perhaps this is not a matter of time, but she and Du Mingxi and others were originally on the opposite side, so it is normal for them to become enemies. In a moment, a ball of purple demonic energy suddenly attacked Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi quickly chopped it apart with a knife. Mo Xiaoxiao took advantage of the opportunity and flew towards Hong Jing at a rapid speed. Only Hong Jing can activate this remote control, which is one of his life-saving measures. As long as he dies, the monster camp will lose its biggest trump card. So Mo Li never killed him. Halfway through, Kiki suddenly rushed out and punched Mo Xiaoxiao in the abdomen. The latter's body fell heavily to the ground. Du Mingxi suddenly rushed towards Mo Xiaoxiao and was about to grab the remote control. Hong Jing suddenly appeared and punched at him. Du Mingxi quickly raised his knife to block it. Hong Jing seized the opportunity, quickly picked up the remote control and started it. Boom! Purple light shot up into the sky. Chapter 94 Kiki's Sacrifice. At this moment, everyone was stunned. And in that distant central city of the Central Plains concentration area, the magic crystal underground exploded. The vast demonic energy burst out and rushed straight into the sky. That column of smoke can be seen from the monster's lair. Immediately, the evil spirit began to spread. Even those in the houses were not spared and countless civilians were contaminated by the evil spirit. Damn it! I'm going to kill you. Damn it! He Feng was already bloodthirsty and chased after Hong Jing. Mo Li suddenly dodged and blocked He Feng. Ha, He Feng, you still lose. Mo Li taunted as he blocked He Feng's attack. All the humans present at this moment were extremely sad. They had clearly reached the monster's lair, but unexpectedly there was a reversal and their home was lost. Du Mingxi also went crazy and slashed at Mo Xiaoxiao with his sword, using all his spells at once. Wow! A stream of hot blood splashed on Du Mingxi's face. Mo Xiaoxiao's body flew dozens of meters and fell to the ground. A deep wound appeared on the waist. Why? You weren't like this 2 years ago. Du Mingxi's eyes were glowing red, and he approached Mo Xiaoxiao step by step with a knife in hand. Ha, we Inhumans can never be friends. We will always be enemies. Mo Xiaoxiao screamed heartbreakingly. Du Mingxi came in front of Mo Xiaoxiao. Mo Xiaoxiao no longer resisted. Come on. Kill me. You have already lost, and humanity is finished. Ha ha. Mo Xiaoxiao's laughter stopped abruptly, and Du Mingxi chopped off her head with a knife, and her head fell to the ground. Noticing that Mo Xiaoxiao was killed, all the powerful high-level monsters went crazy and kept attacking the powerful human beings who were blocking them. Mo Li went even crazier, revealing his true form and attacking He Feng frantically. The battle lasted for several hours. Finally, with a scream, Mo Li was killed. He Feng was also seriously injured. Seeing the Lord being killed, the remaining Hall Masters lost their fighting spirit and became vulnerable. Only 2 or 3 escaped, the rest were all killed. Just when everyone thought it was over, a burst of laughter was heard. Ha ha ha. He Feng, thank you. Hong Jing suddenly flew out, pounced on the dead Mo Li, opened his mouth and sucked, and the rich demonic energy on Mo Li's body was instantly sucked into his stomach. The strong men rushed forward to stop it, but it was too late. A stand blocked everyone out and they couldn't get close to him at all. After a while, Mo Li turned into a mummy. And the real devil has just appeared. Hong Jing raised his head with a grim smile. At this moment, his face became extremely terrifying, and his mouth was full of fangs. The eyes glowed with an evil purple light. An overwhelming momentum enveloped the place. He Feng, now you are really done. I have already reached level 100. Ha ha. I have waited for this day for so long. I have been planning for this moment for 30 years. Who can stop me now? Hong Jing's voice forced everyone to kneel on the ground. Only a few were able to stand up under the pressure. Level 100. No one has ever reached this level from beginning to end, so no one knows the threshold for promotion to this level. And now, relying on absorbing the evil spirit from Emoli, Hong Jing forcibly raised his own strength to that level. He is indeed invincible now. There is another way. At this time, the seriously injured He Feng threw the token out with force. Du Mingxi quickly caught it. You are the last trump card. Take Shen Kiki back to the concentration area, wake up the people, and use the token to mobilize the power of the people. You can fight him. Go quickly, we will hold him back for you. He Feng roared. These words were naturally heard by Hong Jing. Want to leave? Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Jing suddenly stretched out his hand towards the sky, and the heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. Countless demonic energies descended from the sky, bombarding all the humans present. Once lower-ranking soldiers are hit by it, not a bone will be left. Du Mingxi and Shen Kiki hurriedly flew to the concentration area. Hong Jing's figure disappeared and instantly appeared beside Du Mingxi, tearing the void with one punch. But a painful groan was heard, and Du Mingxi did not fly away instantly. Only then did Hong Jing realize that the person he punched through was Su Lingyan. His speed was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. Su Lingyan held Hong Jing's arm tightly. In the few seconds he managed to gain, Du Mingxi and Shen Kiki had already flown 100 meters away. Other powerful human beings rushed forward and stood between Hong Jing, Du Mingxi, and Shen Kiki. Hong Jing swung his hand violently, and Su Lingyan was knocked to pieces. Before Hong Jing could take the next step, two more generals rushed forward. Clamp his hands tightly. The other two generals also restrained his legs at the same time. Boom! Hong Jing violently shook his demonic energy, trying to shake off these sticky bugs. But even though they were shocked to the point of vomiting blood, they still did not let go. During this period, another 5 or 6 strong men also pounced on him. Trap Hong Jing tightly and buy time for Du Mingxi and others. Get lost! Hong Jing suddenly exploded. This time, several generals who were shocked to the point of vomiting blood were shaken away. This also means that they are dead. Because their will supports them and they will not let go until they die. Just like that, one of the strong men was killed and another took his place. Hong Jing was trapped in this monster's lair and could not go after Du Mingxi and the others. At this time, Du Mingxi and Shen Kiki were already close to the high wall. The strong demonic aura can be felt even outside the high walls. Shen Kiki released her light-attributed spiritual energy ahead of time and flew into the high wall with Du Mingxi. Entering the city, the scene here is like hell on earth, and everywhere are people who are contaminated by evil spirits and are in agony. Some of them still retain some rationality and are fighting a desperate battle against the evil spirit. Unable to overcome his psychological fragility, he chose to commit suicide. Some have completely lost their minds and will pounce on and bite anyone they see. With so many people, it will take a long time to dispel the evil spirit. Du Mingxi understood that there was actually no hope in this situation. Maybe He Feng was just using the excuse to let himself come back to save the people, but in fact he was just letting himself escape first. The current situation is beyond help. Honey, I have an idea. At this time, Shen Kiki suddenly said. Du Mingxi's eyes lit up. What method? Use all my energy to dissipate the evil energy in the entire concentration area. I can do it. Hearing this, Du Mingxi panicked. No. Absolutely not. If you use up all your energy, you will die, right? No. Du Mingxi shouted excitedly. Shen Kiki can be said to be a ray of light in his life. How can he continue to live without Shen Kiki? Hubby, thank you. For so long, I have felt very happy. You have always loved me well. I am very lucky to have met you. Please don't be willful. So many people died just because I could have saved them but didn't. I would go crazy. Hubby, it's a pity that we don't have a child. If possible, I really hope that the system can assign me to you as your exclusive wife next time. Husband, I love you. Shen Kiki spoke with tears in her eyes as a violent pure white light burst out from her body and she slowly rose into the air. No. Don't. Du Mingxi choked up and reached out to pull Shen Kiki, but he couldn't. His spiritual wings seemed to be suppressed and unable to unfold. I could only watch her rise into the air. Boom! The most blazing and pure light burst out from Kiki. The entire concentration area was gently enveloped by this light. The evil spirit quickly dissipated under this pure light. Chapter 95: The Power of the People. The entire Central Plains concentrated area was shrouded in the white light emanating from Kiki. She sacrificed her life in exchange for the lives of all the people in the Central Plains concentration area. What's wrong with me? A man woke up with a confused look on his face. Mom! I'm so scared. A boy threw himself into his mother's arms. He was protected by his mother and was one step slower than his mother's transformation into a demon. He saw everyone go crazy. The mother woke up as if from a dream, recalled what had just happened, and broke down crying while holding her child. In all cities and in every corner, people are slowly waking up from the deception they have been given. What's going on? Why, I remember I inhaled a purple smoke and suddenly became very violent. I remember now, she saved us. In the central city, a large number of people stood in the square, and a man shouted. Everyone looked in the direction the man pointed, and saw a soft white light bursting out from a figure in the sky. Yes. I remember I was almost transformed into a demon just now. It was her. She saved us. Who is she? She's fallen. Everyone immediately became agitated, and saw the white light on Kiki's body slowly dissipating, and her body fell straight to the ground like a helpless leaf. Hurry, go and take a look. One person shouted, and everyone ran towards where Kiki was. At this moment, the invisible pressure on Du Mingxi disappeared. He spread his spiritual wings and soared into the sky to catch Kiki. Wife, you are kidding me, right? You must be lying to me, right? You are not dead. You are just asleep, right? Yes. You must be asleep. Come on, I will take you home. Go home and sleep. Du Mingxi hugged Kiki tightly, his vision blurred by tears. Why? Every time Du Mingxi had to watch the people around him die. Last time it was Xin, now it's Kiki. He was so powerless every time. System. Yes, there is a system. Du Mingxi seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly called the system. System, hurry up. You can definitely save Coco, right? You can create Coco out of thin air, you can definitely save her, right? The system did not respond. Respond. Damn it. System, respond. Du Mingxi went crazy and screamed heart-wrenchingly. He didn't care if anyone knew he had the system, as long as he could save Kiki. The system still did not respond. Du Mingxi fell to his knees. At this time, thousands of people flocked over. All the people in the city came. They surrounded Du Mingxi and Kiki and blocked all the streets. Isn't that Du Mingxi? That's Kiki. How could this happen? Didn't our army defeat the monster's lair? What's going on now? Oh, it was Kiki. She was the one who emitted the white light and saved us. She is now. Everyone was silent. Now everything was clear. Kiki sacrificed her own life to save everyone's lives. Suddenly, the space above the sky trembled, and a figure walked out slowly. Hong Jing. Isn't he dead? Why is he here? An older man said in panic. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly became terrified. Hong Jing, the guardian god abandoned by mankind 30 years ago, is not only alive, but has returned. He must hate humans so much, he must have come back for revenge this time. The people were in chaos for a while. You guys have delayed me for so long. I never thought you could save these humans. But what's the use? Du Mingxi, look at the humans now. They are so scared that they are running away just because I am standing here. You still expect them to contribute to you the power of the people? Stop being ridiculous, okay? I was the first person to use the power of the people, but it's a pity that I didn't fully understand it at the time. But I know one thing, the stronger the cohesion of the people, the stronger this power will be. Look at these selfish people now, how much power can they contribute to you? Hong Jing was not in a hurry to take action. He had been patient for 30 years. At this moment, he wanted to vent all the bitterness that had accumulated over the past 30 years, and then slaughter all these people. Du Mingxi raised his head slowly, and his pupils suddenly dilated. At Hong Jing's ankle, an arm was tightly grasping it. That was the last bit of time that He Feng bought for Du Mingxi. He Feng is dead, so are the others also. Du Mingxi felt a black screen in front of his eyes for a moment. After going around in circles, in the end everyone around you leaves you. What's the point of living? Bring it on. Du Mingxi was about to give up when an old man's sudden shout interrupted him. You're talking nonsense. Who said we can't give him strength? Everyone, don't run away. Let's unite. The old man's words were quickly lost in the crowd. Because there were so many people, the streets were blocked and there was even a stampede in order to escape. Several people were trampled to death. Ha 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 ha. Old man, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Look at this. This is the generation that was cultivated in exchange for me for 30 years. Do they still have human blood? Ha! Why aren't you talking? Hong Jing yelled exaggeratedly. He had been suppressing his emotions for so long and really needed to explode. Grandpa, forget it. Du Mingxi walked up to the old man with a deathly pale face and said in despair. Hey, Du Mingxi, why do you have no hope? You are our last hope. The old man said quickly. The last hope, what a desperate word. Du Mingxi shook his head. Hong Jing was right. Human beings today are a group of scattered sand and there is no way they can resist him. Du Mingxi was like a walking corpse. He slowly came to Kiki, picked her up, and walked out with a dull look in his eyes. Bang! A ball of evil energy came and hit Du Mingxi's left leg. Du Mingxi suddenly knelt on one knee. Hong Jing laughed crazily. He wanted to kill Du Mingxi first and then kill all humans. He controlled the evil energy precisely, making sure not to hit Du Mingxi's vital points, and tortured him slowly. Du Mingxi struggled to stand up, but before he could walk out, another group of evil spirit attacked him. This time it was the right leg. Both legs are broken. Du Mingxi fell to the ground holding Kiki. Du Mingxi immediately took Kiki into his arms. Du Mingxi now looks like a madman suffering from a mental breakdown. Du Mingxi. I'm old and don't have much spiritual energy left. I'll give it all to you. Wake up. You are a hero of mankind. I believe in you. The old man stretched out his hand towards Du Mingxi, and a green spiritual energy surged out of his body and flowed towards Du Mingxi. The token on Du Mingxi's body flew out, welcoming the old man's spiritual energy, and suddenly burst into light. After giving up his spiritual energy, the old man fell straight down. He stripped himself of all his spiritual energy and died. There is no need to do so to contribute the strength of the people. Just give a part of your spiritual energy as usual, and you can recover after a rest. But the old man wanted to wake up Du Mingxi and wake up the people. Seeing the old man fall to the ground, Du Mingxi's soul seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, some people who were blocked and had no time to escape felt shocked when they saw the scene. Du Mingxi, He Feng, Kiki, border guards and so on, they were fighting for themselves and even sacrificed their lives. But now, not only did he not help them, but he was only thinking about escaping. He didn't even have the courage of a man nearly 70 years old. Why are you running? I'm not running anymore. At worst I'll die. Du Mingxi, take my spiritual energy. A young man stretched out his hand first, and spiritual energy surged out. Someone took the lead, and soon many people followed suit and extended their hands. Several streams of spiritual energy gushed out and merged into the token. Chapter 96: The Final Battle. Oh, you're looking for death. How could Hong Jing allow the power of all the people to gather together? A ball of demonic energy fell down with a loud bang. Dozens of people were killed instantly. I thought that everyone would flee again after seeing this scene, but unexpectedly it made more people wake up. Du Mingxi, come on. Humanity is counting on you. I'll give you all my spiritual energy. You must win. Take mine too. It's just one life. In 18 years, you can be a hero again. Hong Jing did not expect that the people who were running away in panic just now suddenly began to contribute their spiritual energy. And just like the old man, he gave up all his spiritual energy, even at the cost of death. Hong Jing was a little panicked for a moment and immediately wanted to attack Du Mingxi. But his figure was suddenly blocked by a barrier. Du Mingxi's body slowly rose along with the token and rose into the sky. Everyone in the entire Central Plains concentration area saw Du Mingxi and the token that was emitting light. An invisible call made them reach out their hands involuntarily. From all directions, vast and mighty spiritual energy rolled in, covering the entire city. At the same time, the people below did not stop, and continued to offer their spiritual energy, falling down one after another. Dumingxi's level test scores rose rapidly. 71. 72. 73. 80. 81. 90. 91. 95. 96. 97. 98. When reaching level 98, the spiritual energy from other areas was interrupted. And the spiritual energy of the city below is still pouring in. Hongjing slaughtered the people like a madman, but no matter how fast he was not as fast as a person's thoughts. Before being killed by him, the people had already released their own spiritual energy. Level 99. The heaven and earth were shaking, and a ray of golden light broke through the dark clouds in the sky and rushed down to the earth, shining on Dumingxi. Boom! A force that defies everything is coming. Level 100. All the wounds on Dumingxi's body were healed at this moment. His eyes suddenly burst into red and purple light, and then gradually disappeared. At this moment, the people of the entire city used their lives to force Dumingxi to level 100. Ha, I didn't expect you to break through level 100. But you are still far from being a hero. Hongjing roared angrily, a loud noise was heard in the sky, and a giant palm hundreds of feet in size came down. Dumingxi looked at the corpses on the ground below and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. With the right hand extended, destiny flew towards him at high speed. Dumingxi wiped it, and its destiny transformed, from a spiritual weapon to a divine weapon. Then, Dumingxi thrust the knife upwards. Boom! Thousands of feet of golden light burst out from Tianling's body, piercing through the giant palm and breaking through the dark clouds. Hongjing stretched out his hands, and the entire space was torn into two halves, and the crack spread rapidly towards Dumingxi. Dumingxi clasped his hands together. With a buzzing sound, the crack was forcibly closed by Dumingxi. Hongjing dug his hands into the ground again, the ground cracked open, and magma surged up. Hongjing waved his hand, and tens of thousands of tons of hot magma rushed towards Dumingxi. Dumingxi closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them, blazing flames pierced through the air. The fiery sky-breaking slash at this moment is already the strongest version. The huge flaming blade that swept across thousands of miles tore open the giant magma curtain and suddenly rushed in front of Hongjing. Hongjing clenched his right hand into thin air, and a giant palm appeared, crushing the flaming blade alive. The raging fire dyed the entire sky red, and under this red, two peak powerhouses kept colliding with each other. With every collision, two space cracks quickly extend out and then heal at a rapid speed. The entire city was razed to the ground within 10 rounds of fighting between the two men. Hongjing punched forward. The wind created by this punch swept up a large area of land, revealing the rocks underneath. Dumingxi slashed forward with a knife. The fierce momentum of this knife tore the sky in half. Boom! Once again a crack appeared, and once again the space and the earth shook. Both of them were forced back by the huge energy. Dumingxi waved his left hand towards the sky, and the sky merged into one again, and the white clouds instantly turned into thick dark clouds. The giant pillar of lightning struck down the next second. This lightning pillar is not comparable to Dumingxi's magic. The diameter of this lightning pillar is several thousand meters, and the energy it contains is enough to destroy a city in an instant. The lightning column hit Hongjing directly. At this moment, a fire dragon appeared out of nowhere, blocking the lightning column and Hongjing. Dumingxi waved his hand again, and a fire dragon appeared out of thin air, roaring and rushing towards Hongjing. Hongjing instantly appeared 1,000 meters away and attacked with a punch. The air currents from all directions were all driven by his fist wind, forming a giant horizontal dragon fist, with that fist as a cone, rushing straight towards Dumingxi. Dumingxi held the knife in both hands, and red and purple spiritual energy surged 1,000 meters behind him. The vast spiritual energy condenses on the blade of the Destiny Blade. A golden shadow appeared behind him, holding a knife in both hands like Dumingxi. Dumingxi jumped up and slashed at Hongjing with a knife. Then the phantom also chopped it off with a knife. Fists and swords collide. There was no loud explosion at the first moment, but all the surrounding scenery suddenly disappeared, and there was darkness all around. It's like being suddenly transported into the universe. Dealing with the two people fighting each other, everything else fell into endless darkness. The next second, all the surrounding scenery suddenly returned, and the sound of an explosion resounded through the sky. The huge amount of energy poured out and blew away all the land within a radius of dozens of miles, leaving only the rock layer. Everywhere you look, it's all ruin. The two men retreated at the same time, and the long sword in Du Mingxi's hand vibrated continuously, as if it would break at any time. Hong Jing's right palm was directly cut in half by the sharp blade. I have planned for so long, but I didn't expect you to ruin it. I am too kind. I should have risked my life to kill you myself. Hong Jing yelled. Du Mingxi exhaled slowly. Humanity is indeed ashamed of you, but now, I am the guardian of this land. So many people have sacrificed their lives for me, I cannot let them down. You and I both have our own positions, come on. The final blow. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he sheathed his sword and began to gather his strength. All spiritual energy is gathered. Ha ha. Everyone has his own stand. This is the only thing I've heard from humans that doesn't make me sick. Hong Jing laughed loudly, and like Du Mingxi, he restrained all his spiritual energy and prepared for his strongest attack. The world seemed to have regained its peace at this moment, and the flames on the ground were still burning quietly. The breeze blew and turned into a sultry hot wind. There was no life on the devastated land, and smoke slowly rose. In an instant, the two of them moved at the same time. Hong Jing simply threw a punch, and a normal-sized fist-shaped demonic energy flew out at a high speed. Du Mingxi simply drew his sword and slashed, but the blade did not have the power to travel 1,000 miles, only a few feet. But this was an attack that both of them put all their strength into. 100 miles away, a little deer was eating grass. Suddenly, an intense light burst out in the distance. The fawn quickly ran into the dense forest, but after a while, he found no danger. Just as he walked out, his ears suddenly bled out, the shockwave hit him, and everything was evaporated in an instant. Chapter 97 Resurrection. Billowing smoke slowly rose from the shattered land and dissipated into the air. Spots of fire were scattered among the rocks. A scorching hot wind blew past. Ha ha. I didn't expect it. I'm not willing to. Hong Jing vomited blood and fell to his knees. One of his arms was cut off by a sharp sword, and countless sharp blades tore his body apart, leaving not an inch of his body intact. Du Mingxi was also shocked by the fierce fist and vomited blood, but with the protective spiritual energy and the indestructible golden body, he was not fatally injured. Hong Jing fell down, and everything was finally over. Du Mingxi slowly fell to the ground. Take out Chen Qi's body from the brocade bag. Before the battle, he protected Chen Kiki. Even though she is dead now. Du Mingxi held Chen Kiki in his arms and walked aimlessly in this wasteland. Everyone around him has died, and now he doesn't know what the meaning of existence is. He just kept walking and walking. Arrived outside the monster's main hall. This place has also become a ruin. He is here to see his friends off for the last time. Even though he was well prepared, Du Mingxi was still shocked when he saw the tragic scene here. Broken limbs were everywhere. Du Mingxi seemed to see that scene. In order to buy time for themselves, strong men gave up their lives and tried their best to hold Hong Jing back. Du Mingxi dragged all the recognizable bodies to an open space. Du Mingxi never imagined that Su Lingyan had been fighting against evil spirits for 2 years and turned the evil spirits into his own use. What a feat! The erosion of demonic energy would bring tremendous pain. One can imagine how much he had endured in the past 2 years. Du Mingxi suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to have said that he couldn't be much worse than himself. I couldn't help but shed tears. Compared to Su Lingyan, He Feng's body was not intact. He did not break his promise. He led humans to destroy the monster's main temple and killed the monster lord. He avenged his brother and lived up to the title of the patron saint of mankind. He spent the last moment buying time for Du Mingxi. Except for the two of them, the bodies of the border defense generals were basically not intact. Du Mingxi put Chen Kiki aside, collected their body parts one by one, and buried them on the spot. What comforted Du Mingxi a little was that the little Lo Li, Ning Yuqi, and Tang Qing's bodies were still intact. On such a large piece of land, I was the only living person left. A strong feeling of loneliness crept into Du Mingxi's heart. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the ruins. Du Mingxi was startled, and vast spiritual energy emerged in his hands, ready to meet the enemy at any time. At this moment, a little head suddenly popped up. Du Mingxi was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. He rushed over and hugged the ball in his arms. Little guy, I didn't expect you were still alive. Du Mingxi had tears in his eyes and rubbed Xiuqiu's face hard. Xiaoqiu also licked Du Mingxi's face. At this moment, Xiaoqiu's eyes suddenly noticed Chen Kiki not far away. In an instant, the little thing suddenly cried out, broke free from Du Mingxi's arms and rushed out. When he came to Chen Kiki's body, Xiaoqiu nudged Chen Kiki with his head, but found that Chen Kiki did not respond. The little creature suddenly became anxious, flew around Chen Kiki a few times, and licked Chen Kiki's face. There was also a cry that sounded a little aggrieved. But Chen Kiki still didn't respond. Golden tears actually flowed from the little thing's eyes. She's dead. That's right. Little guy, can't you save people? Can you save Coco? Yes. You can, right? Du Mingxi suddenly reacted and said excitedly. Xiaoqiu licked Chen Kiki's face again, stepped back, and his eyes became determined. Rich green spiritual energy slowly poured out from the ball. Above the sky, clouds piled up and gathered into a vortex tornado, slowly extending downwards. At this moment, a hurricane appeared around Xiaoqiu, engulfing Chen Kiki, Xiaoqiu, Tang Chang, and others. Du Mingxi was shocked. The energy released this time was obviously much greater than the last time at the beach. A tornado descended from the sky, and the bodies of Chen Kiki, Tang Ching, the little lowly, Ning Yuqi, and others slowly rose up along with the ball. All the way up into the clouds. Boom! A golden light descended from the sky, broke through the clouds, and enveloped everyone. Huge amounts of energy continued to pour out in the form of shock waves. A sound similar to the ringing of a huge bell was heard in the sky. The clouds began to disperse and the sun came out again. Several strands of golden spiritual energy emerged from Xiaoqiu's body and slowly entered the bodies of several people. At the same time, the little guy's body suddenly turned transparent. Boom! Golden light spread in all directions. Wherever the golden light illuminated, even if it had been scorched by the spiritual energy, green plants instantly grew out. The wasteland immediately came back to life. Several people landed slowly, and Du Mingxi hurried forward to catch them. But when Du Mingxi put several people down and wanted to catch the ball, he didn't find it. Xiaoqiu, where have you been? Du Mingxi shouted anxiously. It shouldn't be like this. Isn't it said that when a spirit animal consumes its spirit body, it will turn into an egg? Where are the eggs? Du Mingxi anxiously flew into the air to check, but found nothing. I went back to the ground and searched everywhere, but still couldn't find it. Ding! The ball has disappeared. The host does not need to look for it anymore. At this time, the system popped up. What? Didn't they say it would turn into an egg? How could this happen? Du Mingxi asked hurriedly. If it just burns the spirit, it won't be enough to save everyone, it will sacrifice itself. The system explained. Sacrifice? Sacrifice again. Du Mingxi was a little emotionally broken. You are the system, there should be a way to get it back. Quick! Get it back. I'm sorry, no. The system said helplessly. No. What kind of shitty system are you? I wanted to say the XIN, but you stopped me and said you should just follow nature. All humans were infected by evil spirits, but you kept hiding. Chen Kiki sacrificed herself, but you still didn't say anything. Now Xiaoqiu is gone too, and you say you can't save him. Is there a system as useless as yours? Du Mingxi was very emotional and started cursing. The system was silent and did not answer Du Mingxi. Mingxi. At this moment, a voice with an unbelievable tone was heard. Du Mingxi turned around suddenly and saw that Chen Kiki, Tang Ching, the little lowly, and Ning Yuqi had woken up. Mingxi. The little girl burst into tears instantly, rushed up desperately, and hugged Du Mingxi tightly. Mingxi, I thought I would never see you again. Woo woo woo. Ning Yuqi followed closely behind and also hugged him while crying. This time, Chen Kiki was not jealous. Instead, she had tears on her face and slowly hugged everyone. When Tang Ching saw this scene, he said there was sand in his eyes and turned away to cry. Du Mingxi looked up at the sky where the clouds had cleared and the sun was shining, and a flash of white light passed by. Xiaoqiu sacrificed himself in exchange for their lives, and they will always remember this cute little unicorn. Host, please note that the space channel has been opened. Please rush to the channel and head to Pluto. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the system. Chapter 98 Pluto. Du Mingxi was shocked. Pluto? What's going on? Pluto is the source of monsters. Only by eliminating the monsters at the source can the Earth be safe again. The system explained. These words confused Du Mingxi. Didn't the monster appear because of the revival of spiritual energy? How come it's from outer space now? From the beginning to the end, the monsters came from Pluto. They came to Earth through the space channel. The opening of the channel also allowed the spiritual energy on Pluto to flow into Earth, leading to the revival of Earth's spiritual energy. The system said again. Du Mingxi thought for a moment. It seems to be true as the system said, because historical records show that powerful monsters appeared in the year when spiritual energy was revived. Logically speaking, whether it is humans or monsters, they all need to practice to become stronger. They are so strong right away, so there is only one possibility: they have been practicing in other places for a long time before coming to Earth. Okay, even if you're right, why should I go to Pluto? I finally managed to defeat the monsters in the Central Plains concentration area, and I also lost so many friends. Why should I go through this again? Can't I just live with Coco and the others? Du Mingxi said. How many people died along the way? Hexin, Hefone, Su Lingyan, border defense generals, tens of millions of border defense soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of civilians. If we go to Pluto again, we may have to go through all of this again. Why? If the host does not go and completely destroy the monsters, more powerful monsters will continue to come. And each monster that comes will be more powerful than the previous one. The system continued. The corner of Du Mingxi's mouth twitched. The monsters now have forced humans into this state, and if there are more powerful monsters than these, it will be a disaster. Then mankind will surely perish. But even if I go, how can I destroy them? Du Mingxi said again. Although my strength has now reached level 100. But according to the system, there are even more powerful monsters on Pluto. Perhaps their strength is far superior to mine? Maybe the power division there is completely different from that on Earth, and Du Mingxi's strength there may be just like an ant. Host, don't worry. The system is being upgraded. Upgrade progress, 10%. Upgrade progress, 20%. Upgrade progress, 50%. Upgrade progress, 100%. Upgrade successful, congratulations host, the system has been upgraded to a battle system. The combat power system has been updated. Du Mingxi was dumbfounded. He had to upgrade the system on the spot. Looking at the situation, he had no choice but to go. If you don't go, more powerful monsters will come later. Du Mingxi has now reached the pinnacle of the Earth's military power. If he cannot defeat the monsters, humanity will perish. Du Mingxi had only one choice. Okay, I have something to tell you guys. Du Mingxi said to the three women in his arms. The conversation with the system just now was conducted entirely with consciousness and only took a few minutes. The three women were still crying in his arms. Hearing this, the three of them slowly stopped crying and withdrew from Du Mingxi's arms. Tang Cheng also came over after hearing this. What I'm about to say may sound a bit exaggerated and unrealistic, but I have to go to another planet. Du Mingxi's words really surprised several people. Kiki was surprised that she could receive system information at the same time as Du Mingxi. Alien? Why are you going to alien space? How do you get there? The little lowly was very puzzled. Ning Yuqi and Tang Cheng also looked at him with doubt. The source of the monsters is on other planets. I have to destroy them so that the Earth can be truly safe. Otherwise, more powerful monsters will continue to come. Du Mingxi explained. Are the monsters from outer space? Ning Yuqi said in disbelief. In the minds of Earthlings, the appearance of monsters is caused by the revival of spiritual energy and has nothing to do with alien invasion. It is also written in books that monsters are created by spiritual energy. Du Mingxi also felt the same before the system informed him. Yes. I don't want to go either, but I have to go. You guys should stay on Earth. It must be very dangerous there. Du Mingxi said. But how are you going to get there? Interstellar travel requires a spacecraft. These haven't been developed for decades. Ning Yuqi said. The appearance of monsters has left humans with no energy to focus their attention on outer space, and the development of spacecraft has stopped for a long time. The space channel has been opened, right in Shouyuan City. Du Mingxi said that the system had already marked the location in his mind. Hearing this, the three little Lolas were shocked again. Things like space channels are still somewhat illusory even in this era of spiritual revival. Really? Tang Ching asked, and a look of anticipation appeared on this guy's face. Of course, I have to leave now. The space channel can't be maintained for too long. You guys stay on Earth and live well. Coco, let's go. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he took Chen Kiki and rushed to Choyuan City. Hey! Who told you I'm staying on Earth? Space travel, what a cool thing. I want to see it too. Tang Ching said this and stood next to Du Mingxi. Me too, Mingxi. You saved my life. From now on, I am yours. I will stay by Mingxi's side no matter what. The little lowly said as she stood next to Du Mingxi. If these words had been said in the past, Chen Kiki and Ning Yuqi would definitely have been jealous. But now, after going through so much, they no longer care. As long as Du Mingxi is fine, they can tolerate it. Me too, Mingxi, please don't look down on me. I will be yours from now on. Wherever you go, I will go. Ning Yuqi imitated the little lowly and said. Tang Ching couldn't help but shake his head as he watched this scene, and sighed in his heart, Du Mingxi's character has to jump out. Du Mingxi paused and nodded. It would not be a bad thing for everyone to go together. There is strength in numbers. By the way, where's Qiuqiu? At this time, Chen Kiki asked belatedly. It sacrificed itself to save you. Du Mingxi said with a dim look in his eyes. Hearing this, Chen Kiki felt a sudden pain in her heart. After living together for so long, Chen Kiki had already regarded Qiuqiu as a relative. Now that she suddenly lost him, Chen Kiki felt a little breathless for a moment. Du Mingxi quickly hugged her and patted her back gently. Don't be too sad, if it can see you resurrected, it will be happy too. Chen Kiki nodded, wiped away her tears, and rushed to Choyuan City with everyone else. At this moment, above Akihara City, with a loud bang, the sky was torn open by an invisible force. There is endless darkness inside. Du Mingxi, Chen Kiki and Tang Ching can all transform their spiritual energy into wings. The first two of them, one with the little Lolita, and the other with Ning Yuqi, flew towards Choyuan City. Chen Kiki was very sad along the way. Du Mingxi had no choice. He didn't want Qiuqiu to be sacrificed, and he didn't want millions of people to be sacrificed even more. But what else could he do? As they were flying, a system voice suddenly came from Du Mingxi's mind. Qiuqiu was conceived by spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy originated from the Pluto. It is possible that we can find the original spiritual body of Qiuqiu on the Pluto, and then we may be able to revive it. Real. The couple blurted out at the same time. Chapter 99, First Arrival at Pluto. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crisp sound of dripping water came from a distance. Du Mingxi slowly opened his eyes and felt dizzy. After a long pause, Du Mingxi turned his gaze around. This is a dark alley, and the raindrops remaining on the eaves are falling to the ground drop by drop. There was a faint foul smell in the air, because the sewers were blocked by the rain. Du Mingxi stood up and looked up, and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw a fiery red moon hanging in the night sky, and the whole city was shrouded in red moonlight. It looks like the city from hell. Du Mingxi was unable to care about Hongyue at this time because he found that Chen Kiki, Tang Ching and his group were not with him. Du Mingxi searched the alley thoroughly but did not find a single person. They entered the space channel together with Du Mingxi. After everyone entered, the space channel was closed. In an instant, Du Mingxi's eyes went dark, and he fainted before he could grab others. When I woke up again, I was already in this alley. Du Mingxi rushed out of the alley and looked for several people on the street. The strange thing is that this seems like a dead city, with no one on the streets. The yellow light of the street lamp was ruthlessly swallowed up by the red moonlight. Du Mingxi walked along the street, looking for everyone. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Get out of here! Help! Du Mingxi's expression started to scare him, and he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Stepping into another alley, a bloody scene suddenly rushed into Du Mingxi's eyes. There were two bodies lying on the ground, with dark red blood still oozing out of the cuts in their throats, staining a large area of the cobblestone floor red. A burly figure was slowly approaching a girl who was huddled at the end of the alley. Stop! Du Mingxi naturally couldn't just sit there and watch, so he roared, rushed forward, and punched the figure's head. The black shadow suddenly turned around, its red eyes burst into endless murderous light, and it slapped towards Du Mingxi with a claw. Du Mingxi was shocked. This thing was not a human at all, but a werewolf. Bang! The fist and the claw collided with each other, and there was a loud bang, and the werewolf's claw was directly blown into pieces. Ah! The werewolf took a few steps back in pain and turned to escape. How could Du Mingxi give it a chance? He flashed forward and punched the werewolf on the back. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and the werewolf fell to the ground with a thud. But this guy's spine was broken, but he was not dead yet. He turned around with all his strength and grabbed with his claws. Du Mingxi didn't expect that this thing had such strong vitality, and he accidentally scratched 3 cuts on his arm. Du Mingxi quickly threw another punch, blasting through his body. This is how it was completely destroyed. Du Mingxi was a little surprised when he felt a sharp pain in his arm. This thing can hurt yourself? After expanding its detection capabilities, I found that this thing actually has the strength of level 70. Du Mingxi was shocked. This seemingly ordinary werewolf actually had the strength of level 70? For a moment, Du Mingxi felt panicked. Tang Cheng and Chen Kiki can still deal with this thing if they encounter it, but if Ning Yuqi and the little lowly encounter it, they will be finished. Are you okay? Du Mingxi quickly helped the woman who was slumped on the ground up. The woman trembled when he touched her, but when she saw that he was not a werewolf, she did not resist violently. Have you ever seen a red-haired woman wearing red clothes? She's probably about the same height as me. Du Mingxi hurriedly asked the woman for information. The woman stood up with the help of Du Mingxi and shook her head. Then have you seen a little lowly with twin ponytails, about this tall? With her was another girl about this tall, wearing a light blue dress. Du Mingxi compared their heights to the woman. The woman still shook her head. Seeing this, Du Mingxi didn't ask any more questions. Tang Qing should be able to survive on his own. Thank you. The girl calmed herself down and spoke slowly. Her clothes were torn in many places, her knees were red, probably from scratches, and her hair was disheveled. It's okay, what's going on? Du Mingxi looked around. We didn't have time to evacuate, so we had to hide indoors. Unexpectedly, we were discovered by the werewolf. We fought desperately and finally escaped, but we didn't expect to be caught up by it before we got far. My parents are dead. The girl choked up again as she spoke. Evacuate? Why evacuate? Du Mingxi had no idea about the situation on Pluto. The government army has decided to abandon Xinjiang City and retreat its defense line to behind Xinjiang. During the Red Moon, the monsters are too powerful, so we can only wait until the Red Moon is over before taking back Xinjiang City. The woman said. I see. I still have to go find my friend. Do you want to come with me? Du Mingxi looked at the girl and said. The girl nodded. Her strength was only at level 40 or so. If she encountered a werewolf alone, she would surely die. Du Mingxi took the girl out of the alley and began to look for several people in Xinjiang City. At this time, a voice came from the system. Ding! Host, please collect the reward for killing the werewolf. Du Mingxi was a little uncomfortable with this. Before, the system would assign tasks first and then he would complete them. This time, he completed the task first before he knew about it. But without caring about that, Du Mingxi hurried to receive the reward. A golden light burst out, and a wooden box appeared in front of Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi was very familiar with this thing. It was used to store body refining pills. Du Mingxi opened the wooden box and saw 4 body refining pills inside. Remind the host, the upper limit of the level on Pluto is 200. In view of the possibility of encountering powerful monsters, it is recommended that the host reach 100% of the body refining degree now and complete the immortal golden body refining. The system voice came again. Under the girl's somewhat surprised gaze, Du Mingxi swallowed 4 body refining pills and immediately began to absorb the medicinal power on the spot. The girl was very surprised and looked at Du Mingxi from the side. As the medicinal power was absorbed, Du Mingxi became like a Shaolin bronze man, and every inch of his skin slowly turned golden. At the same time, the body refining pill also made Du Mingxi's body become very strong, with perfect muscle lines. As time passed, the gold color began to fade from Du Mingxi's skin. When it was completely faded, the indestructible golden body was completely refined. But at this moment, 2 roars suddenly came from not far away. The girl was startled, and the 2 werewolves pounced on her with red eyes. The girl was horrified and tried to wake Du Mingxi up, but no matter how she shook him, Du Mingxi did not respond. It's not that Du Mingxi didn't react, he couldn't move during the final moment of the immortal golden body refining, he had to finish the refining. Roar! In the blink of an eye, 2 werewolves appeared before their eyes. One pounced towards the girl, and the other opened its bloody mouth and bit Du Mingxi. The girl quickly dodged to the side to avoid the werewolf. The werewolf missed his move and growled angrily. He turned around and was about to pounce again, but suddenly the sound of crisp teeth breaking was heard. Chapter 100 Heading to Lingming City. Crack. The werewolf bit Du Mingxi hard, but he didn't expect that the sound he heard was actually the sound of his own teeth breaking. Bang! Du Mingxi raised his hand suddenly, and the werewolf's jaw was suddenly hit hard, shattering it directly, and the whole body flew out. The other werewolf gave up on the girl and pounced directly towards Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi gathered spiritual energy in his hands and punched him in the abdomen. This punch directly pierced the werewolf's belly. Blood mixed with broken internal organs flowed out. Du Mingxi threw it out violently. The half-dead werewolf slammed heavily against a green tree, spitting blood from his mouth. The one with the broken jaw saw this and realized that they couldn't afford to offend Du Mingxi, so they turned around and ran away. How could Du Mingxi let it go? He waved his hand lightly, and a golden palm print suddenly appeared, knocking it to the ground. Du Mingxi flashed forward and punched the werewolf in the heart, causing blood to spurt out. The werewolf's fiery red eyes slowly turned dim at this moment. The other one was the same as this one. As blood continued to flow out, both werewolves died. I'm so scared, thank you. The girl suddenly rushed up and hugged Du Mingxi. She was indeed frightened just now. His parents were killed by werewolves, so he had a psychological trauma against them. Du Mingxi hadn't reacted just now, and she felt very desperate for a moment. Sorry, I couldn't interrupt my training just now. Du Mingxi explained and patted the girl's shoulder gently. By the way, what's your name? So that's how it is. My name is Shi Yan. Thank you so much for saving me again. Shi Yan looked at Du Mingxi, her eyes full of trust and dependence. Now the entire Qinjiang city may be full of monsters, and Du Mingxi is her only hope of survival. Moreover, she saved her twice, which further enhanced Du Mingxi's status in her heart. Let's go. I still have to find my friends. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, a voice came from the system again. It has been detected that the host's body refining degree has reached 100%. The immortal golden body has been activated. From this moment on, you will be immortal. No form of attack can kill you. Even if your body is separated, you can be resurrected from the largest stump. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi was pleasantly surprised. He had previously guessed that the immortal golden body might be the immortal physical body, but he did not expect it to be true. Host, please claim the reward for killing 2 werewolves. Then, the host's voice came again. Du Mingxi received the reward as he walked. This time, there are 2 enhanced spiritual energy pills and 1 enhanced qi condensing pill. Du Mingxi swallowed the spiritual energy pill without hesitation. The enhanced version is different. Even though Du Mingxi is already level 100 now, with their support, his level has been raised to level 103 in one go. 2 spiritual energy pills are needed to upgrade to the 3rd level, this is if ordinary spiritual energy pills are used. Not to mention levels above 100, even within the range of 90 to 100, if you want to upgrade to the next level, 30 stars might not be enough. Du Mingxi's actions stunned Shi Yan, who was standing beside him. Judging from the fact that he fought 2 werewolves without being defeated, it can be seen that his strength is definitely far beyond level 70, but the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. How could he level up 3 levels just by taking a few pills? This pill is so amazing. Moreover, how could Du Mingxi conjure these pills out of thin air? Although Shi Yan was surprised, she did not ask. Sometimes the more you know, the more dangerous you are. Du Mingxi took Shi Yan to look for her in the city again. They ran across half of the city but still couldn't find her. At this moment, a message suddenly came from the system. A map appeared in Du Mingxi's mind. There were 4 red dots on the map, all in a place called Lingming City. Where is Lingming Star? Du Mingxi asked Shi Yan. That's the capital of Tianfu, the safest place in the entire Tianfu. If your friends are there, you can rest assured that they are safe. There is no harassment from monsters there, and the public security is very good. There was a look of desire in Shi Yan's eyes. After listening to this, Du Mingxi got some information. Tianfu should be the name of the country where I am now. I am not sure if there are other countries besides this one. Kiki and the others are safe now, don't worry. No longer having to worry about the safety of Kiki and the others, Du Mingxi suddenly felt less nervous. Only then could she take a good look at the girl next to her. She looked about the same age as me, probably in her 20s. Although her hair is long, you can still see her face. She is quite pretty. If she washes herself up, she will probably be a beauty. The chest curve is a little smoother, bigger than Ning Yuqi's and smaller than Chen Qi's. Because his eyes were on her, Du Mingxi inevitably saw Xian's snow-white skin under her torn clothes. Du Mingxi felt a little embarrassed for a moment and quickly took off his coat and put it on her. I'm going to Lingming City, do you want to come with me? Du Mingxi shifted his gaze away and said. Xian was wearing Du Mingxi's coat, and her face turned a little red for a moment. Of course she also noticed Du Mingxi's gaze. Go. I don't even know your name, benefactor. My name is Du Mingxi. You can call me Mingxi too. After saying this, Du Mingxi was about to set off. Xian suddenly grabbed Du Mingxi's hand and placed it directly on her chest. Du Mingxi suddenly felt a softness on his hand. He was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. What are you doing? You saved me twice. Now I have no one to rely on except you. You can do whatever you want, but can you be gentler? Xian lowered her head and said with a flushed face. Du Mingxi was speechless. He just looked at her, and she misinterpreted it like this? You and the little lowly have the same mother, right? Du Mingxi shook his head and touched her head. You don't have to be like this. I'm not familiar with the road. I'll have to trouble you to be my guide on the way to Lingming City. Just think of it as a way of repaying my life-saving grace. How do you think? Really? Xian's face was full of surprise. Of course. Besides being a guide, I have many questions for you. Good. Xian nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The two searched around and found an abandoned car and drove to Lingming City. Shenzhen and Lingming are more than 1,000 kilometers apart. It would be exhausting to walk there. How many countries are there in this world? Du Mingxi asked as the car sped along the road. Aren't you from this world? Yes, I come from a place called Earth. The monsters here have fled to our place through the space channel. I am here to help you completely eradicate the monsters. So that's how it is. We have 3 countries. We are now in Tianfu, to the east is Tianming, to the north is Chao. The south is the territory of monsters. We have fought against them for thousands of years, but we still haven't eliminated them. Ancient books record that there was originally a country in the south, but it was destroyed because of the appearance of monsters. Chapter 101 Werewolf Pack. I see, these monsters are really hateful. Du Mingxi was a little indignant. It was not enough that they had to cause trouble on Pluto, but they had to run to Earth. Yes. We have been fighting them for thousands of years, but we still haven't eliminated them. Brother Mingxi, you just said that you are here specifically to eliminate them? Yes. Because of their appearance, there are less than 1/5 of humans left on Earth, and the few remaining humans were almost killed by them. In order to protect the remaining humans, I have to come and eradicate them completely. Du Mingxi said while driving. Pluto is very similar to Earth, with mountains, rivers, lakes, and everything else. The biggest difference is the red moon in the sky. Wow! Then you are such a hero. Our country also has heroes like you who protect us. Xian tilted her head and looked at Du Mingxi with admiration. Heh, I'm not really a hero, at most I'm just an ordinary person with good luck. After hearing this, Xian looked at Du Mingxi with even more admiration. Not only was he powerful, ambitious and responsible, he was also very humble. Brother Mingxi, my parents are gone, and I don't know anyone in Lingming City. Can I always follow you? I can cook and I can cook for you. Xian lowered her head. Like Earth, Pluto is also in chaos at this time. In this situation, it would be very difficult and dangerous for girls if they don't have strength. Of course, I'll introduce my friends to you then. By the way, Brother Mingxi, do you have a girlfriend? Xian looked expectant. Yes. My wife is among the friends I mentioned. We came here together. Hearing this, Xian lowered her head again, a little disappointed. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded from the system. Alert! A pack of werewolves has been spotted within a 20-mile radius. A total of 156. Host, please quickly move away from this area. Du Mingxi was shocked. He could easily deal with 1 or 2 of them, but this time there were more than 100 of them. Even if he was level 103, he had to avoid them. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car accelerated suddenly and a strong push on the back came. Brother Mingxi, what's wrong? Shi Yan was a little surprised. A group of werewolves are chasing us. They must have discovered the 2 werewolves we killed. Werewolves are monsters that live in groups, and it was lucky that the 2 of them didn't encounter a large group of werewolves before. At this moment, on the side of the road 20 miles behind, a werewolf that was much larger than the other werewolves stood on a huge rock and howled. Hearing the howling, the werewolves around followed the instructions of their leader and split into 2 groups. One group chased along the road, while the other group took a shortcut to block the way ahead. The werewolf leader jumped off the boulder and joined the pursuit. Brother Mingxi, it seems something is catching up with us. The car has reached its speed limit, but the werewolf is faster than the car. Damn it, so fast. Du Mingxi cursed and said, forget it, abandon the car, I'll take you flying. Du Mingxi was about to step on the brakes when Shi Yan hurriedly stopped him. Brother Mingxi, you can't use the spiritual wings when you are illuminated by the red moon. Shi Yan's words shocked Du Mingxi. I didn't expect that this strange red moon could not only bless these monsters, but also restrict humans. Du Mingxi was a little panicked. He originally thought that at worst he could take Shi Yan with him to flying for a while and walking for a while. It would be tiring, but there would be no danger. But now I know that I can't fly, which means I must get rid of these werewolves first. Brother Mingxi, there is a fork in the road ahead. The left side leads to Wuwanjia, and the right side leads to Lingning City. Don't make the mistake. Shi Yan observed the situation behind and reminded Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi was a little nervous and nodded. If these werewolves catch up with him, he will have no problem protecting himself, but Shi Yan will be in trouble. The car sped past and the fork in the road was just ahead. Suddenly, dozens of pairs of red eyes suddenly appeared at the intersection in the direction of Lingning City. Du Mingxi was shocked and quickly turned the steering wheel. The car almost overturned, but it still successfully turned to the left. This kind of werewolf is very strong and powerful. If you charge into it directly, it will definitely be forced to stop, and then you will be in trouble. Brother Mingxi, there is no hope ahead, what should we do? Shi Yan looked very nervous. The hopeless abyss is 10,000 feet deep and surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides. Either jump off the hopeless edge or turn around and face hundreds of werewolves. 2 groups of werewolves gathered together and chased towards Wuwanjia. Seeing the abyss in front of him, Du Mingxi stepped on the brakes and stopped at the edge. Damn it, I can't fly. This is troublesome. Du Mingxi patted the steering wheel. This was really a dead end. Brother Mingxi, don't worry about me. You are so powerful, you will definitely be able to break through. Go quickly, I will not let them touch me even if I fall off the cliff and die. Shi Yan suppressed her fear and said. When a werewolf captures a young human woman, they usually torture her before killing her. Ouch. At this moment, a huge werewolf suddenly jumped out of the woods, followed by hundreds of werewolves. There is absolutely no way out now. Run. Kill my men, I will tear you apart with my own hands. What Du Mingxi didn't expect was that the werewolf leader could actually speak. Listen, I won't give up on you. Du Mingxi said as he walked forward. If you want to die, you can try it. Du Mingxi stepped forward and a wave of air swept out. 103 levels of pressure are released. The ordinary werewolves all began to tremble. 100-level warrior. Oh whoa. So what if he's a 100-level warrior? Guys, we'll have something to eat today. The blood of a 100-level warrior must be delicious. The werewolf leader is level 98 and is almost unaffected by Du Mingxi's pressure. Its howl seemed to have some kind of magical power, and ordinary werewolves suddenly became excited. Du Mingxi quickly took out the destiny from the brocade bag, and the fiery skybreaking slash was ready to go. Superior. The werewolf leader roared, and all the werewolves pounced at the same time. Flames break through the air. Du Mingxi struggled to draw his sword, and a raging fire erupted above his destiny. Destiny swept through the air with flames, and a giant blade of 100 feet appeared instantly, pushing forward with overwhelming force. Ah! The fastest werewolves were cut in half in an instant, and the blade dimmed a little after passing through the first few werewolves. A red beam suddenly burst out from the werewolf leader's mouth and hit the blade. The blade became fainter and fainter, and soon disappeared. Walk! Du Mingxi turned around, pulled Shi Yan into his arms, and jumped off the hopeless cliff. Hold me! Du Mingxi shouted. Although Xian was terrified, she still believed in Du Mingxi. If he dared to jump down, he must have a way to save his life. Xian hugged Du Mingxi tightly, and the two fell down rapidly. The werewolf leader came to the edge of the cliff. There was no hope and mist was shrouded below. If he jumped down from here, even if he was a strong man of level 100, he would be killed without any means to save his life. What's more, it is now the red moon period and humans cannot use the aura wings. You guys, go around to the bottom of the cliff to check, and the rest of you return to Xinjiang City. The werewolf leader looked at Honyue, then turned and spoke to his men. Chapter 102, Unusual Fruit. Wu, what should I do, Brother Mingxi, please don't scare me. In a daze, Du Mingxi seemed to hear Xian sobbing. Du Mingxi woke up slowly. Xian was curled up beside him, crying alone. Du Mingxi shook his head. Fortunately, he had protective spiritual energy and an indestructible golden body, so he was fine even after falling from such a high place. Brother Mingxi, you're awake. Xian suddenly threw herself into Du Mingxi's arms and burst into tears. You just used your body to carry me and passed out. I was scared. I thought something happened to you. Du Mingxi was also a little confused as to how someone could be knocked unconscious with such a strong body of his. I'm fine, how are you? I was also unconscious just now, and woke up before you. Where are we? Aren't we at the bottom of the valley? Du Mingxi looked around and found that the two were in a cave. No, we landed on a protruding rock, and when I woke up I found a cave here, so I dragged you in. Hearing this, Du Mingxi hurried out to check. I saw that the cave was surrounded by clouds and mist. The cave should be in the middle of the cliff, and it should be some distance away from the bottom of the valley. I don't know if I can handle it again. Du Mingxi looked down and said. Although he had means to save his life, this was, after all, a bottomless abyss. If anything went wrong, he would lose his life. Moreover, both of them were unconscious just now, which shows that the impact was quite big. Brother Mingxi, please don't take risks. The red moon only lasts for 5 days, and today is the 3rd day. Can we wait until the red moon disappears before we leave? Please. Xian took Du Mingxi's hand and said in a coquettish manner. Indeed, it is risky to jump down without knowing the situation below. Moreover, it is not known whether the group of werewolves will run to the bottom of the valley and wait for opportunities. Okay, but there's nothing to eat here. I don't mind. What do you do? Du Mingxi and Xian returned to the cave and said. Don't worry. I just found a kind of fruit near the cave and picked a lot of it. Xian happily took out the fruits. Dozens of red fruits looked very tempting. Give me one to try. Du Mingxi smiled. Xian picked up the biggest one and gave it to Du Mingxi. When Du Mingxi squeezed the fruit, a puff of smoke came out from its tip, making Du Mingxi sneeze. Ah, Brother Mingxi, you are so stupid. Xian laughed at Du Mingxi mercilessly. As soon as he said this, he inhaled the smoke and started sneezing. While laughing at Xian, Du Mingxi removed the spore sac at the tip of the fruit, peeled off the skin, and took a bite of the flesh. It's pretty sweet. Du Mingxi smiled. Xian also picked up one and started eating it. It was indeed very sweet. I'm awesome, right? Xian quickly took credit. Awesome. Du Mingxi said perfunctorily, ran outside, found the fruit tree where Xian had picked fruit just now, and broke off some branches without fruit and brought them in. Flames rose from his hands, and the moisture in the branches evaporated rapidly, finally burning. The cave was a bit cold, but it felt much better after the fire was lit. Xian warmed herself by the fire and felt much more comfortable. Thank you, Brother Mingxi. It doesn't matter. Du Mingxi finished eating the fruit and started a fire. Brother Mingxi, the fire is too big. It's a bit hot. After a while, Xian suddenly said. Her face was a little red. Me too. Too close to the fire? Du Mingxi stepped back. Brother Mingxi, I feel a little uncomfortable. Xian's face looked a little ugly. Why is your face so red? Du Mingxi was a little surprised when he noticed Xian's abnormality. Yours too. I don't know why, but I feel a little uncomfortable. Du Mingxi was shocked and hurried to calm Xian. That fruit is wrong. At this moment, Du Mingxi suddenly felt a little unreal. I finally understood why I became unconscious when I fell. The reason was that the smoke from this fruit had been accumulating all year round and became extremely thick. Just inhaling a little bit of it could cause unconsciousness. It is obvious that there are special ingredients in this fruit. I didn't expect that this tiny thing could have such a powerful effect. Du Mingxi wanted to use spiritual energy to force out its components, but it was useless. Du Mingxi's reason was desperately telling himself that he couldn't do that. He already had a wife, and he had said that he only loved her. Thinking that he already had a wife, Du Mingxi became a little more sober and gently pushed Shi Yan away. Brother Mingxi, I feel a little dizzy. Shi Yan could hardly speak clearly and moved forward. It seemed as if there were two Du Mingxis in Du Mingxi's mind, debating madly. While saying this, he said he already had a wife and that he only loved her and would not betray her. On the other side, he said that this was different, it was because of the fruit, and he was not to blame. Moreover, the fruit might be poisonous, and if he didn't help Shi Yan, she might die. While Du Mingxi was struggling, Shi Yan made other moves. The firewood was burning fiercely, and the red flames spread all over the ground. 2 hours later, Du Mingxi lay aside with a look of despair. A strong sense of guilt surged into Du Mingxi's heart. He never thought that he would cheat on his wife as soon as he arrived on Pluto. Unlike the little Lolita and the others, even if they confessed their love to Du Mingxi 1,000 times in front of Chen Kiki, it would not matter because they were still Chen Kiki's people. But now, Shi Yan and I have become a couple, this is betrayal. Brother Mingxi, I'm sorry, I am the one who should say sorry. I betrayed Coco. Du Mingxi said somewhat dejectedly. Brother Mingxi, don't feel guilty. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Shi Yan hugged Du Mingxi and said. It's not a question of whether to tell or not. I don't feel ashamed to see Kiki anymore. But don't worry, I will be responsible. Brother Mingxi, please don't be like this, okay? Am I too bad? Do you dislike me, woo-woo? As she spoke, Shi Yan began to cry. Du Mingxi quickly explained, no, I said before that I only love Kiki, and now I am betraying her. But this is not your fault, and I don't dislike you. How can it be considered betrayal? You didn't do it on purpose. It was because of this fruit, so you don't have to think too much. I think that even if that sister knew, she would definitely understand you. Du Mingxi was in sage time, his mind was clear, and when he heard the words in the tea, he felt a little skeptical for a moment. That's not right. You were born and raised here, so you must know the effect of this fruit. When Shi Yan heard this, she panicked instantly. I don't remember. You. Du Mingxi pushed Shi Yan away angrily. I'm sorry, I do have some small ideas, but there is really no other food here, woo-woo. Shi Yan hugged her knees and cried alone. Du Mingxi gradually calmed down. It has already happened, there is no point blaming her. Besides, just as she said, this is the only food here. We can't go without food for 3 days. Okay, I don't blame you. Du Mingxi touched Shi Yan's head. Real? Shi Yan raised her head, tears in her eyes. Du Mingxi nodded. Seeing this, Shi Yan smiled with tears in her eyes. 666. Brother Mingxi is so nice. Chapter 103 Qingyun City Incident. Because the layer of paper between men and women was broken, the relationship between the two people underwent subtle changes. Shi Yan's every move was more intimate than before. Du Mingxi had no choice but to take responsibility. After all, the matter had already been settled and he still had to take responsibility. Furthermore, Shi Yan's parents have both passed away and she probably has no relatives left. Du Mingxi is her only support at the moment. The two men didn't dare to eat that kind of fruit again and starved for 2 days. Du Mingxi is fine. As his level increases, his demand for food decreases. For a level 100 warrior like Du Mingxi, not eating for a month or so wouldn't be a big problem. But Shi Yan is different. Her needs for food are not much different from those of ordinary people. After 2 days, I was so hungry that my stomach was sticking to my back and my head was dizzy. On the morning of the 4th day, Du Mingxi woke up early. Last night was the last night of the red moon, and Du Mingxi was awakened several times by the howling of wolves outside. It should be the werewolf group that sent werewolves to check it out. Du Mingxi and Shi Yan were not found, so these things should have left. Du Mingxi gently woke up Shi Yan, carried her on his back and flew up, landing on the hopeless cliff. The car we drove out yesterday had been torn to pieces by werewolves, so we could only walk to Lingming City. Brother Mingxi, I can't walk anymore. Shi Yan felt a little embarrassed, but her body would not allow her to be embarrassed. The strong feeling of weakness made her unable to take a single step forward. Come, I'll carry you, let's go to the nearest city for supplies. Du Mingxi squatted down and patted his back. Xian was carried on Du Mingxi's back and flew into the sky with a smile on her face. The nearest city is Qingyun City, 50 miles away. It is a mountain city with beautiful scenery. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is a strategic location after Qin Zheng's heavenly punishment. Brother Mingxi, what kind of person is Sister Kiki? During the flight, Xian asked mischievously. Hearing this, Du Mingxi thought for a moment. She is a perfect girl. She has good looks, a good figure, strong ability, and is virtuous. In short, I can hardly find any flaws in her. Wow, is it so perfect? There was a hint of disappointment and fear in Xian's words. The more perfect Qin Kiki is in Du Mingxi's heart, the more uncomfortable he must be with that incident. Maybe after finding Qin Kiki, his relationship with Du Mingxi will become worse and worse. But she still has a little flaw. The Du Ming River has winding paths. Ah. Really? Xian felt hopeful again for a moment. She loves to be jealous, and she's the type that will kill people when she's jealous. Du Mingxi said with a wicked smile. When Xian heard this, she shuddered with fear. Qin Kiki is a warrior of over level 70, and I am only level 40. If she knew that Du Mingxi and I had had sex, that would be disastrous. Brother Mingxi, if my sister knew about the two of us, I'd better not go to Lingming City. Du Mingxi smiled. What are you afraid of? I said I would take responsibility. I will explain it clearly to her. Hearing this, Xian's expression softened. Brother Mingxi, have you married Sister Kiki? Du Mingxi shook his head. No, we haven't had a formal wedding yet. I owe her that, but I can't help it. I've been fighting monsters all the time. Actually. Xian seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, her face flushed. What's wrong? Du Mingxi was a little confused. In fact, we can marry several wives here. Xian said, covering her face. She had a little expectation in her heart. After all, which woman doesn't want to have a status? Du Mingxi took a breath of cold air. The little girl's intention was very obvious. Why, you want me to marry you? Du Mingxi said deliberately that if there is a question that cannot be avoided, then don't avoid it. I. Xian's face turned red all the way to her neck and she spoke incoherently. Du Mingxi smiled. Then forget it. Xian said dejectedly. You can tell this is impossible just by thinking about it. If my man suddenly brings back a woman and wants to marry her, I will definitely fight him to the death. Du Mingxi smiled slightly and accelerated towards Qingyun City. Soon, the city nestled in the mountains came into view. The city's outline is looming, like a silhouette in the fog, which is very suggestive. A few white cranes broke through the mist, bringing a touch of fairy air to the entire city. This city is a strategic location, so there are troops stationed there and entry requires inspection. If you fly over Qingyun City without permission, you will be attacked. Du Mingxi and Xian landed outside the city. They were blocked by fog in the sky and could not see the city gate. Now standing in front of it, they suddenly felt a majestic feeling. The city wall is nearly 100 meters high, and just standing under it gives you a strong sense of oppression. Coupled with the giant artillery on the city wall, it is even more daunting. The main body of the city wall is made of reinforced concrete, just like the Earth. Many aspects of Pluto are similar to those of Earth. At this time, at the city gate, the army was checking passers-by. Du Mingxi walked over with Xian. There are quite a few people coming into the city, probably all coming from Zhenjiang City. Du Mingxi and Xian waited for a long time before it was their turn. Hello, routine check. A man and a woman came over and searched the two of them. Sir, what is this? The male soldier touched Du Mingxi's secret bag and asked. It's just a magic bag, nothing special. Du Mingxi smiled. The male soldier glanced at Du Mingxi, then at Xian, then turned and talked to the female soldier. Sir, please open the treasure bag. We need to check if there are any dangerous items. The male soldier returned the secret bag to Du Mingxi and said. Du Mingxi hesitated for a moment. There were a lot of things in it, including weapons. If he took them out, something bad would happen. Sir, please open the treasure bag. The male soldier took a few steps back, taking a defensive stance. I have to say that the soldiers in Qingyun City are very vigilant. Don't get excited. Can't I open it? Du Mingxi opened the brocade bag, and a space suddenly appeared. I saw several objects floating in the space, including a large jade tripod, a token, and a long sword. Brothers, something's happening. The male soldier shouted, and dozens of soldiers suddenly surrounded him. These soldiers are all above level 60, so it would only take Du Mingxi a few tens of seconds to defeat them all. But he didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he had just arrived on Pluto and was unfamiliar with everything. Rashly causing trouble might affect his future plans. Several soldiers controlled Du Mingxi. You'd better explain to me the purpose of carrying the knife. The male soldier took out the destiny, put it aside, and said, "What are you doing? Let go of Brother Mingxi." When Xian saw this scene, she suddenly became anxious and rushed forward to pull the soldiers away. But he was knocked to the ground by the male soldier with a punch, and a strange pistol was pulled out of him. "Take her down." Du Mingxi was immediately furious. It was okay not to cause trouble, but if trouble came to him, he had no choice but to cause it. Golden light suddenly burst out in his eyes. Bang! The golden light pierced the male soldier's chest, and his body flew backwards and hit the city wall. Chapter 104 Shadow Army. Boom! Du Mingxi stepped hard, and several soldiers around him flew out. "Are you okay?" Du Mingxi helped Xian up. The little girl's mouth was a little red and her eyes were full of tears. "It's okay, I'll protect you." Du Mingxi protected her behind him. At this time, all the soldiers gathered around, each of them holding a peculiarly shaped pistol in their hands. "Brother Mingxi, be careful, their guns have been modified and are very lethal." Xian hid behind Du Mingxi and reminded him. Du Mingxi nodded. This thing was similar to the ones on Earth, except that ordinary firearms had been modified to become more powerful. "Sir, please calm down. It will do you no good to make enemies with the Tianfu army," the female soldier said, holding her gun. The soldiers simply surrounded Du Mingxi and no one dared to step forward rashly. Just now, Du Mingxi beat the team leader half to death with one blow, which shows that his strength is definitely not weak. "Enemy? Who started it first?" Du Mingxi scolded harshly. The female soldier glanced at Xian behind Du Mingxi and said, "Our job is to check for danger. Please understand that this lady came forward rashly, and the team leader took action for safety reasons." As she spoke, the female soldier was calling out something using a black instrument. "For safety? What level is she? Can she pose a threat to him?" Du Mingxi asked. He didn't know in advance that he couldn't bring a knife, but he was found when he was checked, so he cooperated. He did not resist and cooperated with their work. But it was impossible for them not to see Xian's strength. There were better ways to handle the situation just now, so why did they take action right away? At this time, the team leader who was blown away by Du Mingxi covered his chest and walked over slowly. "Sir, I hope you understand that attacking a Tianfu army soldier is a serious crime." Unexpectedly, the team leader did not think about solving the problem, but used the Tianfu army to suppress Du Mingxi first. "I really don't know." Du Mingxi was already trying hard to suppress his anger. These soldiers are indeed dedicated to their duties, but perhaps because the Tianfu army has a high status, they also have an inexplicable arrogance. Most people would have to restrain themselves if they were blown away by Du Mingxi, but he started by using his backing to put pressure on others, which showed that he was used to being arrogant because of his backing. "Then I'd like you to go to the cell and find out clearly." The team leader was not afraid of Du Mingxi's strength at all and continued to speak proudly. "You can give it a try." Du Mingxi spread his hands. The squad leader looked fierce and winked at the soldiers around Du Mingxi. Everyone rushed towards Du Mingxi at the same time. "Stop!" At this moment, an angry shout spread. All the soldiers stopped immediately. The team leader also restrained his edge and stood upright. "General G, this guy is causing trouble here and even injured me. We must arrest him." I saw a middle-aged man in military uniform, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes walking towards me. When the team leader saw that his backer had arrived, he was no longer afraid of Du Mingxi and spoke in front of everyone. "Nonsense, it was you who hit me first, and you're still making things difficult for us." Xian, who was hiding behind Du Mingxi, poked her head out, then shrank back after she finished speaking. "General G, it's not." "Shut up and tell me what happened." Ji Liqing interrupted the team leader's accusation and said. The team leader quickly recounted what had happened. "Where's the knife?" The team leader quickly took the knife. Ji Liqing took the knife and took a look at it. Just this one glance made him look shocked. Divine artifact. A group of soldiers looked at Ji Liqing in confusion. He rarely showed such a surprised expression. General Ji, this knife exceeds safety standards and he is not a military member, so it should be confiscated. The team leader continued to add fuel to the fire. Okay, take your people and continue the inspection. I'll handle this matter. Can. This is an order. Yes. Keep checking. The team leader reluctantly took a group of soldiers to the side for inspection. My dear little brother, please come to my house. I have a few questions. Ji Liqing directly returned the knife to Du Mingxi and said. This action made the team leader very anxious. Du Mingxi was also confused, but Ji Liqing had returned the knife to him, so he shouldn't make things difficult for him. So he nodded and took Xian into the city. What's going on? Why did he go into the city with General Ji? The female soldier was very puzzled. Ji Liqing was a very strict person. Normally, he would never allow a guy with a weapon to enter Qingyun City. Yeah. Could it be that this young man is a military leader? A soldier answered. The team leader sneered when he heard this. How is that possible? Have you ever heard of such a young general in the Tianfu army? Is it possible that? The female soldier was halfway through her words when she suddenly stopped talking. The expressions of several soldiers were also startled, and they all understood what the female soldier was talking about. The Shadow Army is composed of the strongest combat forces selected by the Tianfu Kingdom every year. Every member must be at least level 100. Although there are not many people, they are very powerful. The worst thing is that the Shadow Army is also the supervisory agency of the Tianfu Army. From time to time, they will send members to inspect below. Once a problem is found, it will be a big trouble. No. That's impossible. He's so young, how could he reach level 100? The captain was obviously panicked. At that moment just now, he could feel that Du Mingxi's strength was far superior to his own. But he didn't believe that Du Mingxi had reached level 100. It was too exaggerated. Not necessarily. Wasn't there a very young genius who joined the Shadow Army a few years ago? Is it Lei Yu? Yes, that's him. I remember Lei Yu was already 30 years old when he joined the Shadow Army. This guy is probably only in his early 20s. If it really is the Shadow Army, then we are done. That's enough, keep checking. The more the team leader listened, the more panicked he became. He was so arrogant just now. If Du Mingxi was really sent by the Shadow Army to investigate, wouldn't he be finished? On the other side, Du Mingxi and Xian followed Ji Liqing into Qingyun City. Ji Liqing is a strong man of level 100, 3 levels lower than Du Mingxi, but he is not inferior to Du Mingxi in momentum. After all, he is in a high position and has cultivated it over time. Ji Liqing is not only a general, but also the lord of Qingyun City. When we arrived at the city lord's mansion, Ji Liqing treated us to some good tea. Ask any questions you have. Du Mingxi took a sip of tea and asked. Ji Liqing didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, is your knife a divine weapon? Du Mingxi nodded. Divine weapons are very rare. The fact that you have one shows that you are not an ordinary person. Ji Liqing sighed. Du Mingxi smiled and said, I just got it by chance. It's all luck. What surprised me most was your level. Why can't I see through your strength? Ji Liqing was very confused. Because I'm already level 103. Du Mingxi said it bluntly. Hearing this, Ji Liqing was shocked. Chapter 105 Joining the Shadow Army. Level 103? Ji Liqing was shocked. Du Mingxi looks to be in his 20s. He can be called a genius for reaching level 80 at such a young age. And Du Mingxi has actually reached level 103, which is even more abnormal than the Shadow Army commander back then. That's shocking, but why haven't I heard of you? Ji Liqing asked doubtfully. It is impossible for a genius like Du Mingxi to hide his brilliance. If he was really so abnormal, the news would have spread long ago. To be honest, I'm not from this planet. Du Mingxi did not shy away from it and said it directly. The people of Pluto, like the people on Earth, have common enemies, so there is no need to worry that they will reject you. Besides, why not have a strong person join your side to help fight monsters? Not from this planet? Ji Liqing looked at Du Mingxi again. There is not much difference between Pluto people and Earth people in appearance, and it is difficult to tell anything just by looking at their appearance. Yes, I'm from Earth. Du Mingxi recounted the story of how the Earth was invaded by monsters, humanity's life was on the line, and then they fought back. After hearing this, Ji Liqing suddenly understood. I see. It's not enough for these beasts to cause harm on our planet, they've even gone to other planets. Ji Liqing was very indignant. So you're not a member of the Shadow Army? Then, Ji Liqing asked again. He had just thought that Du Mingxi was sent by the Shadow Army. Du Mingxi shook his head. He had never heard of the Shadow Army. But with your current strength, there is absolutely no problem in joining the Shadow Army. Ji Liqing exclaimed, and then said, by the way, are you coming from Xinjiang City? Yes, we are going to Lingming City to find my friends. They came to Lingxing with me. Du Mingxi nodded. Lingming City? That's not close. Why don't you rest here first? I'll send someone to take you there. Ji Liqing said enthusiastically. General Ji, you are too polite. Forget about sending someone to deliver it. If possible, can you prepare a car for us? I can give you 2 qi condensation pills. Du Mingxi said. The qi condensing pills were leftovers from Earth, and he had kept them in a brocade bag. When he heard the word qi condensation pill, Ji Liqing's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean the qi condensation pill? Du Mingxi was a little confused. Is this thing very rare? Yes. I didn't expect that you are not only so powerful at such a young age, but you are also an alchemist. Don't worry, I will arrange it right away. Ji Liqing quickly called 2 soldiers and gave them a few instructions. The latter hurried out to help Du Mingxi prepare the car and other necessities. Qi condensation pills are very rare. Du Mingxi asked Xian. Xian said she didn't know either. At this time, a voice came from the system. Unlike Earth, there is a profession called alchemist on Pluto. Alchemists are extremely rare, and the conditions for becoming one are extremely harsh. Not only must one have 2 attributes in one body, but one of them must also be of the fire attribute. Alchemists are rare, so naturally, elixirs are rare too. Qi condensation pills are difficult to refine, and the failure rate is very high. They are also more rare than ordinary elixirs. After hearing this, Du Mingxi finally understood. By the way, I don't know your names yet. Ji Liqing made all the arrangements, walked over and asked. My name is Du Mingxi. My name is Xian, I'm from Pluto. Brother Mingxi saved my life from the werewolves. They each said something. Werewolves, those beasts are easy to deal with individually, but hundreds of them together are very troublesome. Ji Liqing sighed. Turning around, Ji Liqing suddenly seemed to remember something and said, by the way, friend Mingxi just said that you went to Lingming City to look for friends? Du Mingxi nodded. It just so happens that I can directly contact the Tianfu army in Lingming City. Why don't I ask them for you and see if there is any news about them? Ji Liqing walked to the desk and picked up a strange phone. Hello, this is Ji Liqing, please let Ji Lyle answer the phone. A voice came from the other end of the phone. General Ji, your brother is looking for you. After a while, a deep male voice came from the phone. What's wrong, brother? Ji Liqing briefly told Du Mingxi about his situation and stated his purpose. I want you to help find Mingxi's friends. They are also from Earth. Okay. What are their names? Mingxi, what are the names of your friends? Ji Liqing turned around and asked Du Mingxi. Chen Kiki, Tang Cheng, Li Muxue, and Ning Yuqi. Du Mingxi said quickly. It would be a good thing if they could help find them, at least they wouldn't have to worry about each other. Chen Kiki, Tang, wait. Ji Liqing suddenly stopped and asked Du Mingxi again in surprise, Friend Mingxi, are you sure you didn't say anything wrong? Du Mingxi was a little confused and nodded to make sure he was not wrong. Ji Liqing suddenly felt a little restless and said quickly, yesterday, there was news from the Shadow Army of Lingming City that a group of young warriors had joined the Shadow Army, including Chen Kiki and Tang Cheng. Moreover, the 2 were given special approval. Although they did not reach level 100, they were selected as exceptions because one of them has 3 attributes in one body and the other has 5 attributes in one body. Unexpectedly, they are your friends. Oh. What a coincidence. When Mingxi arrives in Lingming City, he can go directly to the Shadow Army headquarters to find them. Moreover, in my opinion, with Mingxi's strength, the Shadow Army will definitely not let him go. Ji Lyle's voice came from the phone. Du Mingxi was also very surprised by this. He didn't expect that after being separated for a few days, they would join the strongest army of Tenfu Kingdom. Then don't worry, they will definitely be safe if they join the Shadow Army, Du Mingxi said to himself in his heart. Du Mingxi had been worried before. After all, the upper limit of the level of this world is 200. Humans are level 200, and monsters are also level 200. If they encounter a powerful monster above level 100, the possibility of survival is almost zero. Brother, please entertain Mingxi. I have something else to do. I'll hang up now. Ji Lile hung up the phone after saying this. Ji Liqing put down the phone and walked over. I never thought that you youngsters are so powerful. With your joining us, defeating the monsters is just around the corner. Du Mingxi smiled and said, we still have to rely on your army. We can only play a supporting role. Mingxi, you are too modest. By the way, your friends are all safe now. You should not rush to Lingming City. Why not stay in Qingyun City for a few more days so that I can entertain you? Ji Liqing smiled. Qingyun City is located in the mountains and has beautiful scenery. Before the appearance of the Red Moon, it was a famous tourist city in Tianfu State. It became a military stronghold after the appearance of the Red Moon. Du Mingxi didn't want to cause trouble, but seeing Xian's expectant eyes, he had no choice but to agree. Brother Mingxi, I have wanted to come to Qingyun City to play for a long time. Thank you. Xian leaned over to Du Mingxi's ear and expressed her gratitude. Seeing the intimacy between the two, Ji Liqing smiled. Chapter 106 Light Armor. Friend Mingxi, this is a delicacy that is unique to Qingyun City. Please try it. In a traditional restaurant, Ji Liqing took Du Mingxi and Xian to eat. Du Mingxi looked at the things in the bowl that looked like both steamed dumplings and small bamboo shoots, and he really couldn't guess what they were. I picked one up and took a bite. Instantly, a soft, glutinous and fragrant taste spread in the mouth. This thing has an extremely delicate texture and melts in the mouth. It is very delicious. Seeing Du Mingxi nodding repeatedly after eating, Xian quickly picked up one to taste and immediately praised it. General Ji, I want to ask you something. Do you have any spirit beasts here? Du Mingxi asked while eating. Ji Liqing put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. I heard about it once a few years ago. During a war, a spirit beast appeared and helped humans turn the tide of the war. At that time, the spirit beast was about level 170. Since then, I have never heard of a spirit beast appearing again. Then do you know where on Pluto's star the spiritual energy is concentrated? Du Mingxi asked again. When Ji Liqing heard this, his face suddenly lit up with pride. If we talk about a place with rich spiritual energy, it must be Qingling Valley in our Qingyun City. Seeing Du Mingxi's interested look, Ji Liqing became happier and said, Qingyun City is located between two mountains. There is a valley in the north called Qingling Valley. The spiritual energy in the valley is extremely rich. Legend has it that there are animals and plants that rely on the rich spiritual energy to cultivate human forms and come to the city. After listening to Ji Liqing's words, Du Mingxi couldn't sit still anymore. Maybe he could find the source of the spirit energy of the ball there. General Ji, can I go take a look? Du Mingxi asked quickly. Ji Liqing nodded. He was the lord of Qingyun City, so how could he not go? The three of them then headed to Qingling Valley. Halfway through the journey, Ji Liqing's cell phone suddenly rang. General Ji, dozens of werewolves were spotted in the southeast plains heading towards Qingyun City. Don't panic. Bring all the people into the city gate first, send someone to watch over it, close the gate, and I'll be right there. After Ji Liqing finished speaking, he turned to Du Mingxi and said, Friend Mingxi, something has happened. I may not be able to go with you. You go. Why don't we just not go? I just heard a monster attacking. Do you want us to help? Du Mingxi asked. Ji Liqing smiled and said, It's just a small scene. There are only a few dozen werewolves. The psychic cannons on the city wall are enough to kill them. Just go and have fun. I'll take care of it. Since Ji Liqing said so, it means that dozens of werewolves pose no threat at all. Okay, then if you need help, feel free to send someone to call me. Du Mingxi said that he really wanted to go to Qingling Valley and see if he could find the source of the spirit energy of the ball. Okay. I'll go over first. After Ji Liqing finished speaking, he spread his spiritual wings, flew up, and headed towards the city gate. Du Mingxi was about to fly to Qingling Valley like him, but was stopped by a passerby. Young man, you are courting death. You can't fly, or you will be shot down by the cannon. Du Mingxi turned around and found that it was an old lady. Why can the city lord fly? Du Mingxi was puzzled. He is the city lord. The cannon can identify him. After the old lady finished speaking, she slowly left. Du Mingxi also gave up the idea of flying to Qingling Valley. After all, he didn't know the power of the cannon. What if it was destroyed by him in an instant? Du Mingxi took Shi Yan for a stroll and headed towards Qingling Valley. It must be said that Qingyun City is indeed a major tourist city. The scenery is truly beautiful. Flowers, plants, and trees are everywhere. There are no tall buildings here, only small villas or bungalows. There are some flowers and plants planted in front of and behind the houses, and the whole city is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers. The streets are paved with bluestone slabs, giving them an ancient feel. And looking around, you can't find any garbage at all. The whole city is very clean. Walking on such a street will make you feel better. Brother Mingxi, what do you think that is? Shi Yan pulled Du Mingxi to a shop. It's embroidery. Wow, it's so beautiful. It was an embroidery shop, and a plump woman was embroidering a landscape painting. It is almost finished, lifelike and very beautiful. In addition to these large items, the store also displays many small items such as purses, all of which are exquisitely embroidered. Brother Mingxi, I want this so much. Shi Yan picked up a purse embroidered with a deer and smiled happily. But I don't have any of your currency. Du Mingxi scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. If it were on Earth, let alone a wallet, we could even give you a nuclear bomb if you asked for one. But on Pluto, Du Mingxi was penniless except for the treasure bag and clothes he was carrying. I didn't think about this at all before coming here. I do. Shi Yan smiled and took out some blue cash from her pocket. There was no portrait printed on it, but a logo and $100. Here, buy it for me. Shi Yan handed the money to Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi was a little confused. Why do you need me to buy it for you? The gift you gave me is meaningful. Shi Yan pulled Du Mingxi's hand and shook it coquettishly. Du Mingxi was a little amused and confused. This girl was a little silly to spend her own money to let others buy things for her. Du Mingxi took the money, bought the purse and gave it to Shi Yan. Looking at the happy face of this girl, Du Mingxi remembered that Coco was also like this at the Lantern Festival, curious about everything. Even if the things you buy for her are cheap, she will be very happy. As he was reminiscing, Du Mingxi was pulled into a shop by Shi Yan again. This is a clothing store, but this clothing store is a bit special because it sells combat uniforms. Various battle suits were lined up on both sides. There are light armor and heavy armor. Light armor has relatively lower combat effectiveness, but it looks good. Some light armor has its armor parts hidden in the clothes, and looks like normal clothes from the outside. So you can wear it every day, and it's not heavy so you won't feel too tired. Wow, this armor is so cool. Shi Yan touched a set of silver armor and exclaimed in admiration. Soon the girl came to a piece of red light armor. This light armor is the kind of armor hidden in the clothes mentioned earlier. It looks like a set of red tights. You too, this light armor was made by Master Ouyang. It's extremely light, but it can block a powerful attack from a level 80 warrior. Once you put it on, you can't see the armor at all. It can save lives in many cases. A middle-aged man wearing glasses came over, cupped his hands, and introduced himself. How much? Shi Yan was obviously very interested in this light armor and asked. 100,000 Tianfu coins. The boss's words made Shi Yan take a few steps back instantly, and she dared not get close to the red light armor anymore. Brother Mingxi, let's go. It's too expensive, we can't afford it. Shi Yan hurriedly pulled Du Mingxi away. Boss, we don't have that much money, but can we exchange something with you? Du Mingxi said to the boss. The boss smiled and shook his head. Du Mingxi took out 2 more qi condensation pills at this time. He had 5 left from the last time. He gave 2 to Ji Liqing, and now there were only 3 left. Can this be exchanged? When the boss saw Du Mingxi take out the qi condensation pill for the first time, there was still a smile on his face, but when he saw clearly what Du Mingxi was in his hand, he was instantly surprised. Chapter 107 Who is bigger? Looking at the qi condensation pill in Du Mingxi's hand, the boss glanced at Du Mingxi again and asked in surprise, Are you an alchemist? Du Mingxi nodded. Du Mingxi cannot be considered a true alchemist, but he has his own system, and what belongs to the system belongs to him. So it's Master Alchemist. Master Ouyang is in the store. How about I ask for you? The boss looked at me expectantly. Good. Du Mingxi agreed. The boss immediately went into the inner room, and soon, an old man with a white beard followed the boss out. Master Alchemist, this is Master Ouyang. The light armor was made by Master Ouyang. The boss introduced. Hello, my name is Ouyang Ling. The old man was not at all arrogant and always referred to himself as the humble one. Du Mingxi quickly replied, Master Ouyang, you are too polite. My name is Du Mingxi. We don't have many Tianfu coins. I want to exchange 2 qi condensation pills for this light armor. Do you think it's okay? Du Mingxi pointed at the red light armor. Ha, Your Excellency is joking. Ouyang Ling stroked his white beard and smiled. Du Mingxi was a little disappointed when he heard this. Pluto is not like Earth. There are still alchemists here. Although qi condensation pills are rare, they are still available on the market, but they are more expensive. Maybe 2 qi condensation pills are not worth 100,000 Tianfu coins, and Du Mingxi is not sure about the value of the elixirs on Pluto Star. I'm so sorry to bother you. We'll be leaving now. Du Mingxi was about to leave with Xian. Hey! What do you mean, sir? Why do you regret it at the last minute? Ouyang Ling hurriedly called Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi was a little confused. Don't you think that 2 qi condensation pills can't exchange for this light armor? Your Excellency has misunderstood. What I meant is that you can just take this light armor. You don't have to exchange it for qi condensation pills. This light armor cannot be exchanged for qi condensation pills. Ouyang Ling smiled. Du Mingxi was speechless. He wondered if he could say everything at once. Master Alchemist, you don't know that the price of qi condensation pills on the market is at least 1 million. This light armor is not worth much compared to that. The boss smiled and Ouyang Ling nodded. No, I can't take your things for free. Please accept this qi condensation pill. Du Mingxi smiled. The two were about to refuse, but Du Mingxi said, the extra money will be considered as consultation fee. I want to ask you a question. After hearing this, the two of them accepted the qi condensation pills. Xian also successfully obtained the red light armor and went to an empty room to change clothes. May I ask what questions you have? We will tell you everything we know. The boss poured a cup of tea for the two of them, and Ouyang Ling asked. It's nothing, actually. I just want to ask, do you know any spirit beasts? I want to know everything there is to know about it. Du Mingxi never forgot to look for the original spiritual energy of the ball. Spiritual beast? The two looked at each other, and the boss said, I've heard of it once before. It seems to have appeared during the war and helped the Tianfu army win the battle. Ouyang Ling nodded, but seemed to be thinking about something. I already know this. Do you have any other news? Have you ever heard of the origin of spiritual energy? Du Mingxi asked. Ouyang Ling, who was lost in thought, suddenly said, Oh, I remember reading in an ancient book that after a spirit beast dies, its spiritual energy will return to the place where it was born and breed the spirit beast again. And this place where it was born is usually a place with rich spiritual energy. Qingyun City's Qingling Valley is a place with rich spiritual energy. After the spirit beast died, the spiritual energy seemed to have returned to the Qingling Valley. Ouyang Ling's words made Du Mingxi very excited. Really? Du Mingxi was a little excited. I also read it in a book, so I don't know the details. However, only places with rich spiritual energy can breed spiritual beasts, and this is a fact that everyone knows. That's right. I don't understand what Master Ouyang said before. Everyone knows that spirit beasts are born in places with rich spiritual energy. The boss continued. Du Mingxi nodded. He really wanted to go and see if there was any of Zhou original spiritual energy there. Okay, thank you, we'll go to Qingling Valley right away. Du Mingxi said. After hearing this, Ouyang Ling said, Are you going to look for a spirit beast? Please allow me to remind you that spirit beasts are born from spiritual energy. It is difficult to tame them, and it may even be dangerous. Du Mingxi smiled and said, You misunderstood. I had a spirit beast before, but unfortunately it died. I want to find its original spirit energy to see if I can revive it. After hearing this, they were both shocked. He is so young and is already an alchemist, and he also has such a rare thing as a spiritual beast. Who is he? I see. I didn't expect you to be so courageous as to let a spirit beast follow you. Oh Yang Ling said quickly. At this time, Shi Yan's voice came from the inner room. Brother Mingxi, come in for a moment. Du Mingxi walked in and came to a room specially used for people to try on clothes. As soon as she entered the door, Shi Yan revealed her snow-white back. Du Mingxi was a little nervous, wondering if this girl was going to do anything weird again. What's wrong? Du Mingxi turned his eyes away. Help me fix the lock at the back, I can't do it myself. Shi Yan said. She had her back to Du Mingxi, and apart from half of her back being exposed, there was nothing special about her. Du Mingxi walked forward to help her fix it, but the lock was extremely delicate and small, and Du Mingxi took a lot of effort to fasten it. All right. Du Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Yan turned around after hearing this. How is it? Does it look good? Brother Mingxi. Shi Yan turned around lively. Du Mingxi was a little confused for a moment. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. When this girl put on this light armor, her temperament seemed to have improved a lot. She was already pretty, and now she's even prettier. Very beautiful. Du Mingxi exclaimed in praise. At this moment, the buttons on Shi Yan's back suddenly popped open, and the entire piece of light armor slid to the ground in one breath as if it was coated with oil. Looking from the side, you see a mountain range, and from the front, you see a peak. The mountains are different in distance and height. When the clouds are cleared, you will see the light. Shi Yan was stunned. Du Mingxi's eyes widened. Although I have seen it last time, that was the effect of fruit. This time it is different. Brother Mingxi, have you seen enough? Did you do this on purpose? Shi Yan quickly picked up the light armor and put it on, questioning with a red face. Du Mingxi came to his senses and felt very embarrassed for a moment. Brother Mingxi, help me again. Shi Yan said shyly. This time, Du Mingxi helped her buckle it up very carefully to ensure it wouldn't pop open again. This light armor is very finely crafted, and no traces can be seen after the buttons are fastened. Seeing that the task was completed, Du Mingxi hurried out to ease the embarrassment. At this time, Shi Yan suddenly asked with a smile, Brother Mingxi, whose is bigger, me or my sister? Du Mingxi couldn't get up in one breath and almost fell down on the spot. Chapter 108, Feint to the east and attack in the west. We're leaving first, thank you for the news. Du Mingxi brought Shi Yan and said goodbye to the two of them. The two of them quickly returned the greeting. Master Alchemist, take care. It's my honor to help you. The boss's speaking style is very respectful. The two of them headed back towards Qingling Valley. At this time, a loud noise came from the direction of the city gate. The werewolves must have arrived outside the city gate. Du Mingxi looked over there and saw the huge cannons on the city gate constantly bombarding below. Every bombardment will produce a shock wave, the power of this cannon is definitely not weak. Du Mingxi was not worried. With Ji leeching around, those werewolves couldn't cause any trouble. Brother Mingxi, you haven't answered my question yet. As they were walking, Shi Yan teased Du Mingxi. Bang! Du Mingxi slapped her on the head. I think about this all day long. Du Mingxi scolded. Humph! Brother Mingxi, stop pretending. What man isn't lustful? Shi Yan's words almost broke Du Mingxi's defense. You're not as big as hers, okay? Du Mingxi said helplessly. Hearing this, Shi Yan looked a little disappointed. Du Mingxi shook his head. Chen Kiki was the oldest besides Qingyue. How could Shi Yan compare to her? I really want to go to Lingning City more slowly. Shi Yan sighed in her heart. What are you thinking about? Du Mingxi looked at the little girl with a worried look on her face and asked. I wonder if I'm going to get pregnant. Unexpectedly, when this girl said this, Du Mingxi was petrified. What's the matter, Brother Mingxi, you don't want to take responsibility? Shi Yan continued to tease Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi coughed twice, said nothing, and quickly pulled Shi Yan away. Just now, a passerby passed by and if he didn't know, he would have thought that I had kidnapped a little girl. Don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility. Du Mingxi spoke only after there were fewer people. Shi Yan smiled when she heard that. I was just kidding, Brother Mingxi, you saved my life, even if you don't take responsibility, it doesn't matter. Nonsense. Du Mingxi scolded her. But she became even happier. The two took a taxi and left the city. The economic development on Pluto is more advanced than that on Earth, and cars and other things are very common. The car drove away from Qingyun City along the road. The road was built alongside the tall city wall, probably to facilitate the construction of the wall. As he was walking, Du Mingxi suddenly saw several figures on the city wall. Because there were some trees, I couldn't see clearly. The car drove past, but the more Du Mingxi thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. If the werewolves that were attacking Qingyun City this time were the ones that were chasing him, then there couldn't be only dozens of them. The last time he saw them, there were at least hundreds of them. "Master, turn around," Du Mingxi shouted hurriedly. The driver stepped on the brakes to stop the car. "What's wrong?" Master and Xiyan asked the question at the same time. "Go back first, quickly." Du Mingxi was very anxious. The master had no choice but to turn around and go back to the place where Du Mingxi had just seen the figure. Du Mingxi hurriedly got out of the car and ran over to check. This sight made him horrified. A huge hole appeared on the city wall, which seemed to have been dug just now. It was difficult to find because of the cover of bushes and trees. Oh no! At least dozens of werewolves have entered Qingyun City. The grass on the ground has been trampled flat, and the werewolf group's target is Qingyun City. Du Mingxi rushed back to the car. "Master, send her to Qingling Valley first." Du Mingxi said, "Xiyan, take this knife. There is a knife spirit inside that can protect you. I must go and tell General Ji that a werewolf has come in." Du Mingxi handed the destiny to Xiyan, and without waiting for her to say anything, he spread his spiritual wings and soared into the sky. Master and Xiyan were horrified. Qingyun City had a very powerful air defense system, and the cannons on the city walls could break through the defenses of hundreds of level-strong men. "No, I want to go and see." Xiyan was very worried and wanted to get off the car, but was stopped by the driver. "Didn't you hear him say that there are werewolves entering the city? You will only hinder them if you go there. Just listen to him and go to Qingling Valley to wait for him." The master took another look at Du Mingxi flying high in the sky, returned to the car, and drove Xiyan to Qingling Valley. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy bomb exploded around Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi kept dodging the bombardment from Qingyun City's air defense system and flew towards the city gate at a rapid speed. On the other side, Ji Liqing commanded the defenders to continuously bombard the werewolves outside the city gate. There were dozens of werewolves, but now there are only about 20 left, hiding behind the rocks. To be on the safe side, Ji Liqing did not rush out of the city to kill them, but continued to bombard them with cannons, trying to destroy them without losing a single soldier. At this moment, the sound of artillery fire suddenly came from behind. Ji Liqing was shocked. He forgot to tell Du Mingxi that Qingyun City had an air defense system. In the distance, a figure was seen dodging the bombardment of huge cannons and flying towards the city gate at a rapid speed. Several times, the spiritual energy shells passed by Du Mingxi and exploded in mid-air. The impact of the explosion alone caused Du Mingxi to passively activate his body-protecting spiritual energy, which shows how powerful this thing is. Ji Liqing quickly took off into the air and rushed towards Du Mingxi at an extremely fast speed. The Qingyun City air defense system only recognizes the city lord. All other outsiders, even the top leader of Tianfu Kingdom, will be bombarded with cannons. Bang bang! Two loud noises were heard. Du Mingxi's heart trembled. How could there be another simultaneous attack? In an instant, the shell came in front of him. With nowhere to hide, Du Mingxi could only activate his immortal golden body and protective spiritual energy. Boom! Du Mingxi was instantly engulfed by the fire aura. Ji Liqing was shocked. Du Mingxi was seen falling straight into the city. Ji Liqing felt extremely guilty and rushed over. "My dear Mingxi, how are you?" Ji Liqing quickly landed beside Du Mingxi. At this moment, one of Du Mingxi's arms had been blown off and blood was flowing. The streets were empty at this time because once the air defense system sounded, everyone had to go back indoors. Fine. Du Mingxi gritted his teeth and activated the immortal golden body. The arm that was blown off suddenly began to grow. In just a dozen seconds, another arm grew out. Except for Du Mingxi's face turning a little paler, everything else was no different from before. Ji Liqing was shocked. You, what are you doing?" "Let's not talk about this for now, General Ji. I found a group of werewolves digging holes through the city wall and entering the city. They should be approaching the city now." "What?" Ji Liqing was shocked. "I encountered this group of werewolves a few days ago. There were at least 100 of them. The group at the city gate should be cannon fodder, just to attract your attention and buy time for the werewolves behind. Luckily you found me, otherwise it would be over. Ji-Liqing quickly said to the special mobile phone, leave 500 people to use the defensive cannon to eliminate the remaining werewolves, and the rest of you will gather in the north of the city immediately, quickly. Chapter 109 Qingling Valley. Hundreds of soldiers came quickly. They were all very strong, all above level 60. 80% of the soldiers formed a barrier, blocking the Qingyun city area and the oncoming werewolf group. Another 20% of the soldiers moved to the city walls to operate the anti-aircraft artillery. Soon, dozens of werewolves appeared not far away. Fire! Ji-Liqing shouted into the phone. The soldiers on the city wall heard the order and fired at the same time. Boom! The spiritual energy shells landed among the werewolves, and the violent explosion tore the 2 or 3 nearest werewolves into pieces. 5 or 6 werewolves around were also blown away by the powerful shock wave. Before they could react, another spiritual energy shell fell. There was another loud bang, and blood and flesh flew everywhere in an instant. Wails of pain could be heard. The shells covered all the werewolves, and each of them was hit to varying degrees. At this moment, a shrill howl was heard. As the sound spread, the 20 or so surviving werewolves all fled in all directions. It is true that the spiritual cannons are powerful, but they need to be charged to fire. Now that the werewolves are scattered, they have basically no killing power. Stop them and don't let them enter the city. Ji-Liqing spread his spiritual wings, flew into the sky, and swooped down towards a werewolf. Bang! There was only a loud bang, and Ji-Liqing was standing in a big pit, holding a werewolf's head tightly in his hand. Other soldiers rushed out one after another, and it was easy for hundreds of people to stop more than 20 werewolves. At this time, Du Mingxi saw a somewhat familiar figure. Werewolf leader. Du Mingxi's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a deep murderous intent emerged. Spiritual wings suddenly appeared behind him, and Du Mingxi rushed forward, flying at a low altitude at a high speed. Last time, it was because they were so numerous and powerful that even Du Mingxi had to avoid their edge. But now it's different. The isolated and helpless werewolf leader is no match for Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he flew in front of the werewolf leader who was fighting with the soldiers and punched him in the head. The werewolf leader naturally sensed Du Mingxi's breath and turned around and ran away. Du Mingxi smiled contemptuously, and 3 Du Mingxi appeared at the same time. The 4 Du Mingxi surrounded the werewolf leader in the center. Bang! With a right hook, the werewolf leader's huge body flew directly into the air. The 4 Du Mingxi attacked at the same time, 1 punch each, and knocked the werewolf leader to the ground. Crack! As a crisp sound rang out, smelly blood spurted out of the werewolf leader's mouth. Du Mingxi flashed above him and stepped on him to the ground. Boom! The werewolf leader's entire body was trampled into the ground by Du Mingxi, and his blood dyed the surrounding soil red. Seeing their leader being killed, the other werewolves who were still fighting suddenly became chaotic and were all killed by the soldiers in a short while. Looking at the werewolf corpses all over the ground, Ji-Liqing breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't discovered in advance that these beasts had entered the city, the consequences would have been disastrous. Friend Mingxi, it's a good thing you discovered these beasts sneaking in, otherwise the people in the city would have suffered. Ji-Liqing's military uniform was dyed bright red by the werewolf's blood. Du Mingxi nodded. General Ji, please send someone to fill the gap. I will go to Qingling Valley first. Shi Yan will wait for me there. Seeing Ji-Liqing nod, Du Mingxi flew directly into the sky and headed towards Qingling Valley. The air defense system was temporarily dismantled by Ji-Liqing, otherwise the soldiers would not be able to use the spiritual energy cannon. Not long after, Du Mingxi arrived at Qingling Valley and saw 2 girls waiting at the entrance. Du Mingxi slowly descended and was a little confused when he saw Qingyue appear. What's wrong? Du Mingxi stepped forward and asked. Brother Mingxi, you're finally here. Just now a few hooligans tried to molest me. Fortunately, Sister Qingyue is here. Shi Yan hugged Du Mingxi without saying a word and complained in a crying voice. Qingyue couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. After hearing this, Du Mingxi was glad that he had kept back his plans and gave the destiny to Shi Yan. Okay, let's go in. Du Mingxi touched Shi Yan's head and said. When Qingyue saw these intimate scenes, she was very surprised and her chest heaved. Yuer, let's go. Seeing the girl standing there in a daze, Du Mingxi waved his hand. Unexpectedly, Qingyue suddenly grabbed Du Mingxi's hand, placed it on her head, and said coquettishly, "Master, I want to touch it too." Du Mingxi was a little stunned. Shi Yan was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that Sister Qingyue was also her love rival. Du Mingxi touched Qingyue's head helplessly. Qingyue smiled instantly and took Du Mingxi's arm. Seeing this, Shi Yan hurriedly took Du Mingxi's other arm. Du Mingxi's face was full of black lines. How embarrassing it would be if others saw this. But what can we do? Women are creatures that you can never figure out why they get angry. Du Mingxi had no choice but to walk into Qingling Valley with a beauty on each side. Fortunately, Qingyun City is no longer a tourist city, and there are very few people in Qingling Valley. The entrance to Qingling Valley is a huge and imposing stone gate, which must have been built in the past. After all, it is a tourist attraction. As you step through the stone gate, you will be greeted by a variety of plants, from short shrubs to towering trees. In the distance, on a cliff, a white waterfall is rushing down. The light green fluorescence enveloped the entire Qingling Valley, truly a place with rich spiritual energy. Du Mingxi was a little excited, thinking that maybe he could really find the source of the qi of the ball. Thinking of this, Du Mingxi hurriedly pulled the two of them deeper into the cave. There is a cobblestone path extending deep into the valley. After walking for a while, a fork in the road appeared in front of the three people. One road extended to the upper left, which should lead to the waterfall. The other one extends toward the lower right, but it is not known where it leads to. Du Mingxi was just about to make a choice when he suddenly found a sign on the side of the road leading to the waterfall, which read, "Tourists are not allowed to proceed, otherwise the consequences will be at your own risk." This ignited Du Mingxi's curiosity. This clearly indicates that there might be something at the waterfall. Du Mingxi hurriedly pulled the two of them towards the waterfall. When we came to the foot of the waterfall, humid water vapor hit us in the face. Below the waterfall was a small pool of water, which was not deep and clear enough to see the bottom. Du Mingxi saw at a glance that there seemed to be an open space under the waterfall. Du Mingxi walked around the edge of the waterfall without saying a word. When he got closer, he could vaguely see something like a crystal emitting a faint light in the open space under the waterfall. A feeling of excitement suddenly surged into Du Mingxi's heart. Without caring about anything else, Du Mingxi jumped directly into the pool and swam to the bottom of the waterfall. Seeing this, the two beauties wanted to follow, but Shi Yan was stopped by Qingyue on the grounds that the situation inside was unclear and it would be dangerous for her to go in. To put it simply, you are too weak and are a drag when you come in. This made Shi Yan very angry, but there was nothing she could do. Du Mingxi swam into the space behind the waterfall, and a green crystal appeared before his eyes. Chapter 110 Tempering. When Du Mingxi saw the green crystal, he was instantly overjoyed. This thing was full of spiritual energy. Maybe it was the original spiritual energy of the ball. Just as Du Mingxi reached out to take it, a wild roar suddenly rang out. Du Mingxi was shocked and quickly stepped back. Suddenly, in the deep darkness, two red eyes lit up, like two red lanterns. Before Du Mingxi could react, a black shadow rushed out at a rapid speed. Bang! The sharp claws were blocked by Qingyue, who arrived just in time. After Qingyue was shocked and retreated, the opponent turned out to be stronger than Qingyue. At this moment, Du Mingxi saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a strange crocodile. The peculiar thing is that its mouth is not long like that of ordinary crocodiles, but very short. Du Mingxi had read in a book before the revival of spiritual energy, there was a creature called an alligator, and this guy looked very similar to that creature. This alligator is not very big, but it has a terrifying level of 98. Qingyue retreated repeatedly after receiving her claw, but it felt no pain at all. Du Mingxi held Qingyue steady, gathered his spiritual energy, and punched the alligator. The alligator was not afraid at all and attacked with its claws. The punch and the claw collided, causing the spiritual energy to vibrate. Stones kept falling from the surrounding space. After taking Du Mingxi's punch, the alligator retreated a distance. Du Mingxi followed with another punch. The alligator nimbly rolled to the side, avoiding Du Mingxi's punch, which created a big hole on the ground. Swish! Before Du Mingxi could retract his fist, a claw attacked him. Du Mingxi grasped the alligator's claw with his left hand and threw it out with force. Qingyue followed and threw another punch. The alligator hit the stone wall nearby heavily, but this guy didn't retreat. As soon as he landed on the ground, he pounced on it again. Du Mingxi seized the opportunity, did a somersault, and landed on his back. Once a crocodile is pinned from behind, it will be very difficult for it to turn over. After Du Mingxi punched the alligator a few times, the alligator stopped struggling. Just as Du Mingxi was about to get up, the guy rolled over again, trying to shake Du Mingxi off, and Du Mingxi punched him again. Now he is completely obedient. Du Mingxi signaled Qingyue to take the green crystal. Du Mingxi then let the alligator go, followed Qingyue out of the waterfall, and swam back to the pool. The alligator seemed to be subdued by Du Mingxi and did not dare to chase out. "Brother Mingxi, what happened just now? Are you okay?" When Xiyan saw Du Mingxi coming out, the anxiety on her face disappeared immediately and she quickly expressed her concern. The loud noises that came from inside just now made Xiyan very anxious, but she didn't dare to go in rashly for fear of being a drag, so she could only worry. "Nothing, just another little thing." Du Mingxi said that there was no demonic energy on this thing, so it should not be a monster. Usually, where natural treasures are found, there are living creatures protecting them. This alligator should be one of them. Du Mingxi took the green crystal from Qingyue and quickly communicated with the system. "System, is this the original spiritual energy of the ball? Can we revive it now?" Du Mingxi was a little excited as he could finally see the little guy again. Unexpectedly, the system's words suddenly poured cold water on them. "This crystal is not the original spiritual energy of the spiritual beast, but the spiritual energy of this thing is extremely rich and can be used to temper weapons." Hearing this, Du Mingxi felt a little disappointed. But the system's next sentence piqued Du Mingxi's interest again. "Tempering weapons? How to do it?" "Just let the sword spirit absorb this crystal. The sword spirit will be sublimated, and the destiny will naturally transform." After the system finished speaking, Du Mingxi turned his gaze to Qingyue. Qingyue felt a chill down her spine when she saw Du Mingxi's strange look. "Master, what are you going to do?" Qingyue said tremblingly. Du Mingxi restrained his gaze and gave the crystal to Qingyue. "Absorb this." Qingyue let out a long sigh and took the crystal. The three of them moved to an open space in a small woods. Qingyue sat cross-legged and began to absorb the crystals. As Qingyue began to absorb, the crystal floated up and burst into a soft green light. At the same time, the destiny in Du Mingxi's hand also began to float. Green spiritual energy gushed out from the crystal and continuously flowed into the destiny. The entry of spiritual energy made the surface of destiny begin to shine. The absorption took more than 2 hours. Qingyue was sweating profusely. The green crystal was completely absorbed and disappeared. At this time, many obscure inscriptions appeared on the entire blade of Tianming, and the inscriptions were flashing with green light. As Qingyue finished his work, the inscriptions disappeared into the blade of the Tianming sword. Suddenly, Qingyue's hair glowed white, and under the gaze of Du Mingxi and Xiyan, Qingyue's clothes suddenly disappeared, and the entire scenery was exposed in front of the two without any obstruction. "Wow! It's so big!" Xiyan blurted out unconsciously, touching her own while speaking. Du Mingxi expressed his deep agreement. It was recognized that Qingyue was much bigger than her. Even Chen Kiki was slightly inferior to her. Qingyue's face turned red instantly. It was okay to be exposed in front of her master, but now there was an outsider, which was very embarrassing. Before Qingyue could cover herself, a green long skirt gradually appeared on her body. This long skirt is extremely exquisitely made and the entire piece is sewn with gold thread, which makes it very precious. The skirt appeared and the golden light disappeared. Du Mingxi suddenly discovered that Qingyue had changed a little. Her face became more delicate, her eyes became more watery, her legs became longer, and her skin became whiter. Including the mountains, everything seems to have grown a little. She was already very big, and after this, she was no longer just big, she was huge. Ahem. Qingyue coughed twice awkwardly, and then the two came to their senses. "Qingyue, you're bigger, no, you're more beautiful." Du Mingxi smiled. Hearing this, Qingyue's face turned even redder. "Sister, can you share with me how you got so big?" "Brother Mingxi said he likes big ones, and I want to be big too." Xiyan asked without hesitation. Du Mingxi quickly denied, "Don't talk nonsense, when did I say that?" Hearing this, Qingyue blushed, looked down, and felt a little happy in her heart. "Born." Qingyue said this with some pride. Looking at the arrogant Qingyue, Du Mingxi felt helpless. She really thought she liked the older one. Although there is nothing wrong with this thing being bigger, you still have to pay attention to the image issue. Du Mingxi shook his head and was about to take the two back when he suddenly discovered that Qingyue's level had changed suddenly. "Qingyue, how come your level has reached level 100? Du Mingxi was very surprised. Xingyue nodded. It should be the credit of this crystal. Du Mingxi took a deep breath. This thing could actually allow Xingyue to soar more than 20 levels. Coming to a fork in the road again, the three turned to the other side. This road leads into the dense forest and no one knows where it ends. Du Mingxi led the two of them and walked slowly on the cobblestone road, and soon they entered the dense forest. The sunlight was blocked by the dense woods, with only a few scattered beams of sunlight shining through the trees, making the environment a bit gloomy and chilly. Du Mingxi discovered that there were many strange plants on both sides of the road. They were similar to grass, but there was something like a spore on their heads. When touched, they would emit a lot of green smoke. It was not known whether it was spores or spiritual energy. After a while, a dilapidated wooden house appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 111 Spiritual Beast Space. The wooden house looked shabby, as if no one had been there for a long time. Sensing someone approaching, a few insects ran out of the wooden house and disappeared after a while. Du Mingxi was the first to push open the door of the wooden house. With a creak, the wooden door that had been eaten away by insects slowly opened. A stench of rotting wood filled the air. A ball of fire ignited in Du Mingxi's hand, illuminating the space inside. There was a table and two wooden chairs in the middle of the wooden house. There was a stone round plate on the table, but I didn't know what it was used for. Apart from these, there is nothing else in this wooden house. Du Mingxi walked in first. What surprised Du Mingxi was that the wood around it was eaten away by insects and was in tatters, but the table and chairs were as new, with not even a speck of dust on them. Xingyue and Xian followed Du Mingxi in. The stench made them feel a little uncomfortable, but it was not to the point where they could not bear it. What is this for? Xian also noticed the stone disc on the table and pointed at it. Du Mingxi's eyes also fell on the disc. Some animal patterns whose names are unknown appeared on the stone plate. The stone plate was not big, only the size of 2 palms. There is a bulge in the middle of it that looks like it can be twisted. Du Mingxi walked forward and tried to twist the stone plate, but found that he couldn't do it at all. Du Mingxi was a little confused. When he got closer, he could see the shape of the stone plate clearly. There was a crack on the ground, so he should be able to twist it. Du Mingxi looked at the chair next to the table. Was he going to sit on it? Du Mingxi sat on it, but still couldn't turn it around. Seeing Du Mingxi's puzzled expression, Xingyue walked forward and sat on the other side. Master, this should be some kind of mechanism. As she spoke, Xingyue placed her hand on Du Mingxi's hand, and the two of them twisted the stone plate together. Unexpectedly, this time, the stone plate under his hand was twisted easily. As a harsh friction sound spread, the stone plate turned 180 degrees. Suddenly, the whole cabin shook. The already extremely unstable cabin was shaken so much that one corner suddenly collapsed, and the rest of the cabin was also crumbling. The vibration ended, and a gangster appeared on the wall opposite the table. The three were shocked. They didn't expect that there was another space hidden here. Just as Du Mingxi was about to go in and take a look, the passage was suddenly closed. Du Mingxi sat back in the chair again, twisted the stone plate, and the passage opened again. Du Mingxi stood up again, still twisting the stone plate with his hands, but the passage did not open. Du Mingxi understood that this thing required 2 people sitting here at all times to twist the stone plate in order to keep it open. This passage requires 2 people to sit here and maintain it. You two wait here for me. I'll go in and take a look. Du Mingxi called Xian over. Brother Mingxi, is there any danger in there? Xian was very worried. Du Mingxi looked at the entrance of the passage. It was brightly lit and he couldn't see what was inside. I don't know either. I'll have to go in and see for sure. You guys maintain the passage here. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Protect yourselves first. Hearing this, both of them shook their heads. If you don't come out, I'll wait here. Xian raised her head and looked at Du Mingxi and said. Xingyue also nodded at Du Mingxi. Master, me too. This girl is making a fuss, why are you joining in the fun? Du Mingxi looked at Xingyue and scolded her softly. Although Xingyue is a sword spirit, her corresponding age is about 25 or 26 years old. In terms of age, Xian is 3 or 4 years younger than Xingyue. I'm not kidding. Xian quickly denied it. Xingyue also turned her head to the side, indicating that she didn't want to hear anything. It was just a turtle chanting sutras. Du Mingxi was somewhat helpless. After closing the wooden door, he stepped into the passage. The strong light occupied the entire world, and Dumingshi felt his body floating and sliding towards the unknown. The dazzling white light made Dumingshi unable to open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the world in front of him had changed drastically. Dumingshi seemed to be in the world of a cartoon. A colorful river flowed by him. Beside the river grew huge mushrooms that were dozens of meters high. In fact, Dumingshi was not sure whether it was a mushroom. It looked similar to one, but it was emitting light. There were colorful clouds floating in the sky. The sun was very big, but the sunlight was unusually soft, and there was no glare when looking directly at it. A kind of small grass with green dewdrops hanging on the tips is spread all over the land. At this time, Dumingshi found a path in the grass, which extended out and connected each big mushroom. Only then did Dumingshi discover that there was a door at the root of each of those big mushrooms. The door is as tall as two people, taller than ordinary doors. Dumingshi walked over and knocked on the door. "Anyone there?" Dumingshi shouted. Suddenly, a cry of some unknown animal was heard, and Dumingshi felt as if facing a great enemy. But the mushroom door slowly opened. Woo woo! I saw a big lion head sticking out, making a humming sound. Dumingshi was stunned when he saw the familiar lion head. When the big Qilin saw Dumingshi, his eyes suddenly widened. Bang! The mushroom door slammed shut. Immediately, an anxious roar came from the mushroom door. After a while, dozens of responses were heard, and dozens of unicorns walked out of the mushroom houses. They look exactly like Shocho, but some are bigger and some are smaller. They quickly surrounded Dumingshi, looking at him with their big eyes. Dumingshi was frightened because these spirit beasts were too powerful. The lowest level is around level 90, and the strongest is over level 170. System, what should I do? Dumingshi asked the system tremblingly. This is a special space created by spirit beasts. You can explain your purpose to them. Once they know that you are the owner of a spirit beast, they will not embarrass you. What the system means is, just fend for yourself, I don't care about you. Don't get excited, everyone. Listen to me carefully. Dumingshi began to talk at length about everything related to Chocho. So I came here, hoping to find the source of the ball's spiritual energy to revive it. After Dumingshi finished speaking, a little Qilin finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Dumingshi's face was full of black lines. How could he fall asleep while listening to this? Seeing the little Qilin fall asleep, the big Qilin next to him may think this is a bit impolite and gently pushes the little Qilin. Woo 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 woo. The largest Qilin stepped forward and mumbled something. Dumingshi was dumbfounded because he didn't understand animal language. Fortunately, the system quickly translated in real time. We have never seen the spiritual beast you mentioned, but our spiritual beasts are of the same lineage. We may be able to find its original spiritual energy in our holy land. If you want to go, I can accompany you. Dumingshi didn't expect that these spirit beasts were so friendly, and nodded quickly. Thank you for your help. Chapter 112 Three Rogues. These spirit beasts can understand human language. As soon as Dumingshi finished speaking, the unicorns of all sizes gradually dispersed, leaving only the largest one. It seems that it should be the boss of the spiritual beasts. Or someone like the village chief. After all, this place looks like a small village. Woo woo. Village Chief Qilin turned his head, and the system quickly translated, "Follow me." Dumingshi hurriedly followed. Along the way, Village Chief Qilin was a little cautious. Although he was very big, he always stepped on the small path and did not step on the strange grass. Dumingshi didn't expect that this spirit beast was so well-mannered, and he walked very carefully. Woo woo. Qilin seemed to notice that Dumingshi was as cautious as himself, and said a few words. The dew on this grass is condensed from spiritual energy. It is our food, so we are very careful and try not to destroy it. The system then translates. I see. No wonder you built your house nearby. It turns out there's plenty of food. Dumingshi looked at the grass differently. Before, he thought it was just ordinary weeds, but he didn't expect that these inconspicuous little things were actually food for spiritual beasts. By the way, have any humans come here before? Dumingshi asked as they walked. Qingling Valley used to be a tourist destination. The cabin was obviously built by humans, so the mechanism that triggered the passage should also have been set by humans. Woo woo. Village Chief Qilin turned his head and said with a whimper. A long time ago, a human came here to seek our help. Tu Yu went to help as a representative, but in the end only a trace of spiritual energy returned. It is still in the process of repairing. If it wants to be reborn, it will take at least 200 years. Du Mingxi was surprised when he heard this. The spirit beast named Tu Yu should be the spirit beast that Ji Liqing and others mentioned, which helped humans turn the tide of the war. I'm sorry, but I guess monsters are our common enemy. Du Mingxi said. The spiritual energy cultivated in the bodies of spiritual beasts is the same as that of humans. The demonic energy in the monster's body is fundamentally different from the spiritual energy cultivated by humans, and the two are always in conflict. Woo woo. Village Chief Qilin nodded. You're right. The two talked as they walked, and soon arrived outside a hall. The door of the hall was closed tightly, looking solemn and majestic. Village Chief Qilin walked forward, raised his front paws and placed them on the door of the hall. Several streams of light began to spread from his paws in all directions of the gate. After a while, the two doors were covered with a net like golden light. With a sound, the door of the hall slowly opened. A strong spiritual energy came towards him, and Du Mingxi was very surprised. With such a strong spiritual energy, if he practiced here, his strength would increase dozens of times faster than that in the outside world. Woo woo. Village Chief Qilin walked in first. Come in. Du Mingxi hurriedly followed. Entering the hall, you will see a stone egg of a spirit beast, which is exactly the same as the stone egg that Xiuqiu had before he hatched. This must be Tu Yo. Du Mingxi walked around the stone egg and followed the Qilin village chief into the hall. A huge spherical object emitting green light was suspended in the air, with many small stars with green tails on it. Woo woo. Village Chief Qilin looked at the giant ball and explained. Each point of light here represents a spirit beast, including the differentiated spirit beasts. You just need to look for any dim star points, because as you said, the star points of the ball should have lost their light. This giant ball records the status of every spiritual beast, including those on Earth. All the spiritual beasts in the universe are of the same lineage, and their records are all on this board. Once a spiritual beast is injured, the stars on this board will flash. If the spirit beast turns back into an egg shape, the stars will shine with golden light. If the spirit beast is sacrificed like Xiuqiu and dies completely, the star-like light above will dissipate. Woo woo. Village Chief Qilin spoke again. The status of all spirit beasts is here. If you find its original spiritual energy, you should be able to revive it, but it's difficult. You can try. After hearing this, Du Mingxi moved closer to the giant ball and began to screen every spot of light. At first Du Mingxi thought this would be easy. After all, there was a range and he just had to look for the dim light. But I didn't expect that these light spots were moving quickly all the time. As soon as I saw a dim light spot, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Du Mingxi stood in front of the giant ball with his eyes wide open, examining it carefully. At this time, outside the cabin, 3 ruffian-looking young men slowly came outside the cabin. Boss, they are in here, I saw them go in with my own eyes. A shorter younger brother said to the tall boss next to him. Good fellow, it's not good in the city, so we have to come here to fight in the wild, and bring 2 at a time. The second brother spat and said angrily. The 3 brothers have been eyeing Du Mingxi and his group for a long time, and they decided to rob them. Okay, rush in later. You 2 hold down that man first. I'll play with those 2 beauties first, and then I'll give it to you. Finally, take the money and leave. The boss gave a lewd smile. Boss, can you hold down 2 women? Do you need my help? The second brother said in the same obscene way. The boss gave him a slap. Am I a vegetarian? Can't I handle 2 women? After the 3 of them finished speaking, they began to slowly walk towards the cabin. On the other side, Du Mingxi's eyes were full of stars. You can see dim stars, but they are fleeting and cannot be retained, and just looking at them is no use. Even if I saw it, I couldn't stop it. Du Mingxi said to Qilin village chief. Woo woo. You used to be the owner of the ball. Its original spiritual energy can sense your spiritual energy. You can inject your spiritual energy into it. After hearing this, Du Mingxi was speechless and asked, why didn't you say so earlier? Du Mingxi slowly urged the spiritual energy out, flowing from his hands into the giant ball. A powerful aura instantly descended upon Du Mingxi's mind. For a moment, the intense pain made Du Mingxi's eyes go dark and he almost fell down. Why is it so painful? Du Mingxi couldn't help but speak, his head felt like it was going to explode. Woo woo. Village Chief Qilin explained on the side. The spirit ball contains the original spiritual energy of all spirit beasts, and the original spiritual energy carries their will. All of their wills are descending upon your mind. This is extremely painful. If you can't bear it, you may burst. This is also the reason why Village Chief Qilin did not tell Du Mingxi about this at the beginning. The severe pain made Du Mingxi unable to sense anything, so how could he find it? On the other side, the three gangsters sneaked out of the wooden house, lay outside and listened for a long time, and found that there was no sound they imagined, and they couldn't help feeling a little strange. After waiting for a while, the boss couldn't wait any longer and kicked the wooden door open. The two girls in the room were startled. Their attention was focused on maintaining the passage and worrying about Du Mingxi's safety. What about the guy? The two younger brothers came over, but not seeing Du Mingxi, they didn't dare to act rashly. Maybe Du Mingxi was hiding in the dark. Sister Qingyue, what are they going to do? I'm scared and we can't move. Xian blurted out of nervousness. Upon hearing this, the three gangsters' eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 113 I wanted to. Can't move? The gang leader licked his lips and looked greedily at Qingyue's chest with obscene eyes. Oh my god, it's so big. The gang leader rubbed his hands and slowly walked towards Qingyue. The other two gangsters' eyes were full of envy, but they could only stand aside and watch obediently. After all, the boss was stronger than them. Sister Qingyue, what should I do? Xian was shaking with nervousness and was about to cry out loud. Qingyue is also very nervous now. They can't let go, because once they let go, the passage will be closed. They are not sure whether they can pick up Du Mingxi after it is opened again. Suck it, it's really top-notch, come and let me touch it. The gang leader reached out to touch Qingyue's face and was bitten by Qingyue. Hiss. Damn it. You dare to bite me? I'll kill you. The gang leader suddenly pounced on him. Whoosh. A sound of breaking through the air came rapidly. I saw a stream of spiritual energy flying out from the passage and hitting the leader of the gangsters. Bang! The violent explosion blew him away, and his body hit the wall, causing the wooden house to shake again. If you dare to touch my people, you must die here today. Words as cold as ice came from the passage, and Du Mingxi's figure slowly appeared. You can't see clearly inside this passage from the outside, but you can clearly see the scene outside from the inside. After Du Mingxi found the source of the qi of the ball, he hurried back and happened to see the scene. Brother Mingxi. Xian's eyes were filled with tears, and she almost jumped for joy the moment she saw Du Mingxi. Qingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Du Mingxi return. Ahem, come on. The gangster struggled to get up and waved his hands violently. But the two younger brothers did not respond at all. When I turned around, I found that the two younger brothers had already run away. Seeing this, the gang leader turned around and tried to run away. How could Du Mingxi let him get away? He waved his hand and an extremely powerful pressure instantly descended upon the gang leader, forcing him to his knees. The gang leader is only level 70 in strength, not even as strong as a werewolf. It is easy for Du Mingxi to kill this kind of guy. Sir, I know I was wrong, and I will never do it again. Can you forgive me and let me live? I kowtow to you. The gang leader's eyes were now filled with fear. He endured the pressure, turned around and kowtowed to Du Mingxi repeatedly. Du Mingxi slowly approached, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. You are heading for a dead end and you want me to give you a way out? Du Mingxi exerted force with his hands, and the gang leader's face instantly turned red, his eyeballs bulged forward, and he opened his mouth to breathe air, but the feeling of suffocation became stronger and stronger. Crack! Du Mingxi twisted hard, and only heard a crisp sound of bones breaking. The gang leader stopped struggling. Boom! It's not over yet, flames rose in Du Mingxi's hands, and the gang leader was instantly ignited. Du Mingxi threw it out, and the powerful fire quickly burned all its flesh and skin, leaving only a pile of black ashes. Are you all right? Du Mingxi turned around, regained his composure, and asked. Xian suddenly threw herself into Du Mingxi's arms again, like a clingy and timid kitten. Brother Mingxi, it's a good thing you came back in time, otherwise Sister Qingyue would have been killed by that beast. Xian didn't dare to say anything more after she finished speaking. Qingyue stood aside. If it were in the past, she would have thrown herself into Du Mingxi's arms at the first moment. Compared with Chen Kiki and the others, she was the one who liked to act coquettishly. But ever since Du Mingxi met Xian, she rarely acts like a coquettish person, as if her position had been replaced by Xian. Du Mingxi looked at Qingyue, with a hint of heartache and concern in his eyes. Come over. Du Mingxi waved. Qingyue was stunned for a moment and walked over slowly. Du Mingxi held her in his arms and gently stroked her head. Sorry, I didn't think it through this time. For a moment, Qingyue felt as if there was a warm current in her heart, warming her heart. She was no longer restrained and hugged Du Mingxi tightly. Seeing this, Shi Yan also hugged Du Mingxi jealously. Sister Qingyue, you don't like brother Mingxi too, do you? Shi Yan looked at Qingyue's actions, felt a strong sense of crisis, and simply asked directly. No, she and I are just the sword spirit and its master. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi quickly explained. Unexpectedly, Qingyue suddenly retorted, No. I like the master too, the master is mine. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan got a little angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Mingxi is brother Mingxi. Whatever is yours, no matter who it belongs to, it is mine. Du Mingxi was speechless. Why did they start fighting again? Stop arguing, let's leave first. Shut up. The two girls yelled at Du Mingxi at the same time and started arguing again. You've only known the master for a few days, and you have the nerve to say that the master is yours. I've known the master for years, and you're not as good as me on this alone. To sum up Qingyue's words, love grows over time. Pooh, how can you measure feelings with time? Even though I've only known brother Mingxi for a few days, he and I have experienced more than you. Humph. Shi Yan responded without hesitation. You're just bragging. You seem to have a lot of experience. As the master's sword spirit, I've fought him countless times. How many times have I fought against a little girl like you? You should just take a rest. Qingyue didn't give him any face at all, and her tone was full of dominance. Who said that the more you fight with brother Mingxi, the more you experience with him? You just fought with him, but the experiences I had with him are much richer than yours. Shi Yan still didn't give in. She hugged Du Mingxi's left hand and said, As for you, you have no breasts and no strength. Don't you know that the master likes women with big breasts and strength? Humph, your experience with him is nothing more than the master protecting you all the way. This is not experience, this is a drag. Du Mingxi disagreed with Qingyue's words. How could she say that? Big breasts are good, but it still depends on how you feel. Qingyue's words made Shi Yan's face turn red with anger. Her breasts were indeed not big, at most a little bigger than B-cup. Compared with Qingyue's, which were at least E-cup, they were indeed much inferior. But she and Du Mingxi had sex, so how could she admit to being inferior? What's so great about your big breasts? You've known brother Mingxi for such a long time, and brother Mingxi has never touched you. Doesn't this prove something? Humph, a woman with big breasts and no brains. Feeling that her counterattack was very powerful, Shi Yan's mouth corners slightly raised. What? Qingyue looked at Du Mingxi in shock. Any normal person would understand what Shi Yan meant, which was that she already had a relationship with Du Mingxi. Ahem, this is just a complete misunderstanding and coincidence. Du Mingxi felt like he was caught cheating in bed and couldn't even speak clearly. Brother Mingxi has only known me for a few days and he has already done that with me. It doesn't matter if you have breasts, brother Mingxi will not touch you. Shi Yan continued to finish off the enemy. That's enough, Shi Yan. Seeing Qingyue was about to cry, Du Mingxi hurriedly stopped her. The next second, Qingyue suddenly threw herself into Du Mingxi's arms and cried, Master, I don't care, I want it too. Du Mingxi was stunned. Chapter 114, Resurrection. Are you satisfied now? Du Mingxi said to Shi Yan with some resentment. How could Du Mingxi possibly satisfy Qingyue's request now? After all, they were in this remote countryside. So Qingyue was so angry that she returned to her destiny, and no matter how Du Mingxi tried to coax her, she wouldn't come out. Humph, it's better for her to go back, so she doesn't have to compete with me for you. Shi Yan took Du Mingxi's arm and spoke proudly, as if she had just won a battle. You little girl. If I, Du Mingxi, wasn't an upright person, I would have thrown you away long ago. Du Mingxi pointed at Shi Yan's forehead and said something that sounded like a curse. Brother Mingxi is the best, how could he abandon me? Shi Yan said with a smile, but held Du Mingxi tightly in her hand. Du Mingxi sighed. Something was wrong with his relationship with this girl. His wife is still waiting for him in Lingming City. For a moment, Du Mingxi felt a little guilty, as if he had betrayed Kiki. Du Mingxi didn't want to do that, but things had already happened, and it was impossible for him to really abandon Xian. Forget it, I'll make it up to Coco later. Du Mingxi sighed in his heart, there was nothing he could do. Xian looked at Du Mingxi and felt a little melancholy. She immediately guessed what Du Mingxi was thinking. Brother Mingxi, are you thinking about Sister Kiki again? Yeah, I was wondering how many ways she would hammer you to death. Du Mingxi threatened. The little girl was not afraid at all, and said with a smile, Humph, I don't believe Sister Kiki will beat me to death. Do you want me to talk to her and let Brother Mingxi have 2 wives? Xian started to smile evilly as she spoke. Then you talk to her again, and I'll marry all the girls I know. It will be more fun with more of you. Du Mingxi followed her words and joked. No way. Don't even think about anyone except me and Sister Coco. Xian pinched her waist and said with full momentum. Du Mingxi smiled bitterly. If this guy got together with Li Muxue, they would quarrel every day. Let's go. Don't quarrel with Qingyue next time. Du Mingxi took Xian out of the wooden house and said. Brother Mingxi, you are biased. I didn't expect you really like big breasts. Xian looked pitiful. Du Mingxi was speechless. This girl was really cunning. I'm not biased, Qingyue is my sword spirit, you should live in peace. What's wrong with a sword spirit? She's a woman too. It's precisely because she's a sword spirit that I have to be on guard against her. What if she tricks you into bed while I'm not around? Du Mingxi felt that this was somewhat familiar. I didn't mean to lie to you that time, I just had no choice. Xian hurriedly explained again hesitantly, and her face suddenly turned red. Du Mingxi slapped his forehead, feeling a headache. The two soon arrived at the entrance of Qingling Valley. At this time, Ji Liqing had been waiting here for a long time. Mingxi, how is it going? Did you gain anything? When Ji Liqing saw Du Mingxi coming, he hurried forward and asked. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxi took out something similar to a crystal ball from his brocade bag. Inside it was a gray dot that was circling around with a tail. This is the original spiritual energy of the ball. Du Mingxi said that the sphere outside was an aura shield that Qilin village chief helped him condense to protect the original aura of the ball from being destroyed. I actually found it, that's great. Ji Liqing was very happy looking at the crystal ball in Du Mingxi's hand. If Qingyun City can do a favor for a devilish genius like Du Mingxi, he may receive special care in the future. I found it, but there was a little incident in the middle. The change in Du Mingxi's tone startled Ji Liqing. Mingxi, why don't you tell us about it? Ji Liqing was a little nervous. Could something bad have happened to offend Du Mingxi? When Brother Mingxi went to look for Qiuqiu's original spiritual energy, a few hooligans tried to take advantage of us. Fortunately, Brother Mingxi came back quickly, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Xian said quickly, she still felt a little scared when she thought about it now. What? Ji Liqing was shocked. Because it was the Red Moon period a few days ago, a large number of outsiders poured into Qingyun City. Ji Liqing knew that the public security in the city would definitely be affected, but he didn't expect that these guys would offend Du Mingxi out of any other people. My dear friend Mingxi, I am so sorry. I will investigate this matter immediately. General Ji, to be honest, I have killed the gangster leader. Du Mingxi didn't know the laws of this world, and didn't know what crime he would be sentenced for murder. Killing? No, how can you call it killing? Young friend Mingxi was just acting in self-defense. After hearing this, Ji Liqing hurriedly said. They are just a bunch of scumbags anyway, and it's a waste of resources to keep them alive. Hearing this, Du Mingxi and Xian smiled at each other. From what Mingxi said, they have accomplices? Don't worry, I will send people to investigate immediately and will definitely catch them. Ji Liqing said again. Du Mingxi nodded. The strong will be respected and given special care wherever they are, while the weak will be exploited and bullied wherever they are. This is the law of the jungle. The three of them then returned to Qingyun City. Ji Liqing arranged the best hotel for Du Mingxi. The various industries on Pluto are not much different from those on Earth. Almost everything that exists on Earth can be found here. After Ji Liqing settled Du Mingxi and Xian, he went to organize an investigation into the gangsters. Du Mingxi began to communicate with the system, preparing to revive Qiuqiu. System, we have found the source of the ball's spiritual energy. How do we revive it? After a while, a voice came from the system. Host, please prepare to receive the method of resurrection. As soon as the system finished speaking, a surge of energy suddenly poured into Du Mingxi's mind. A spell book suddenly appeared in Du Mingxi's mind. The method of resurrection, a special spell. It can bring dead things back to life, but the cost is a large amount of spiritual energy. But only non-human life forms can be resurrected. Du Mingxi read the introduction with shock on his face. Special spell? It is a level higher than advanced spells, and this kind of thing has never appeared on Earth. Not only is the level impressive, but the price is also so low. Although there are limitations and humans cannot be resurrected, this ability is already incredible. Du Mingxi was very excited. He took out the original spiritual energy of the ball and prepared to start the resurrection. Reminder, the resurrection spell must not be interrupted during casting, otherwise the spiritual energy will rush back and impact the meridians. If you cannot eliminate the reverse spiritual energy by yourself, you will be seriously injured. Hearing this, Du Mingxi stopped what he was doing, went to take a look next door, and found that Xian was sleeping. Then he returned to his room with peace of mind and locked the door. System, start. Du Mingxi placed the ball's original spiritual energy on the table and activated the resurrection method according to the special spell in his mind. Suddenly, a strange formation appeared in the room, and as a large amount of spiritual energy poured in, the formation started. Chapter 115 almost crashed. A strange feeling rose from Du Mingxi's body, and a huge force suddenly descended upon him. Du Mingxi seemed to be sucked into another world, where everything was white, with no distinction between heaven and earth, and white light everywhere he looked. Du Mingxi took a tentative step forward. Suddenly, the world changed rapidly, and the world of white light suddenly turned into a magical world. This place is just like Qilin village, with many giant plants growing everywhere, and all kinds of creatures that Du Mingxi has never seen before appearing before his eyes. A creature that looked like a butterfly slowly flew over and gently landed on Du Mingxi's fingertips, then flapped its wings and flew up, guiding Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi hurried to catch up with it, passing through the forest of towering trees, stepping over the stream with blue water, walking across the meadow of red grass, and finally came to a big tree. It was so huge, taller than all the trees, that only its trunk could be seen below it, with its crown partially extending above the clouds. Under the giant tree, there was a big tree hole, and butterfly-like creatures emerged from the tree hole. They radiate blue light all over their bodies, like elves. They flew around Du Mingxi as if they were performing some kind of ceremony. Soon, they surrounded Du Mingxi and walked into the tree hole. The tree hole was not completely dark, but there was a faint blue light. Du Mingxi didn't know where the light came from. There was a staircase in the tree hole, and Du Mingxi walked up the staircase. The further he walked, the more he felt a sense of purity. Until he reached the top of the tree canopy. There is something like a pistol here, and in this pistol, a little guy is lying quietly. It has a lion's head, deer horns, tiger eyes, a elk's body, dragon scales, and a cow's tail. Compared with the big unicorns in Qilin village, it is like a child. Du Mingxi gently picked up Qiuqiu and slowly walked down the stairs. As Du Mingxi walked down, the stairs began to turn into points of light and disappear. Every time Du Mingxi took a step, the stairs disappeared, until Du Mingxi returned to the tree hole and the stairs completely disappeared. Those butterfly-like creatures began to fly towards the ball in Du Mingxi's arms. They actually passed through the body of the ball. But after they pass through the ball's body, they themselves will turn into flames and disappear. Du Mingxi wanted to stop them, but they went straight through Du Mingxi's arms. All the butterfly-like creatures turned into ashes after passing through the ball's body. Du Mingxi started walking back holding the ball. As Du Mingxi left, the whole world began to collapse, the giant trees began to melt, and the earth began to evaporate. But their pace of disappearance was always slower than Du Mingxi, and a line followed closely behind Du Mingxi. The fiery red grass, the towering trees, the giant mushrooms, the stream, everything was disappearing. Du Mingxi walked out of the forest and was about to return to the place where he had just arrived when the front suddenly collapsed. A voice came, "Brother Mingxi, what are you doing? Those two gangsters have been caught. General Ji asked us to come over." Du Mingxi suddenly felt something was wrong. This girl must have discovered that he had locked the door and went to the front desk to get the key to open the door. If I had known this earlier, I would have woken her up and reminded her not to disturb me. But now is not the time to regret. Du Mingxi hurriedly walked forward, and a huge crack appeared in front of him, and the crack was still expanding. Du Mingxi jumped desperately, but he still managed to get over it. Du Mingxi, holding the ball, suddenly fell into endless darkness. "You damn girl, the master is resurrecting the ball and needs quiet. why are you making trouble here? Xingyue and Tianming heard Xian's voice, ran out and cursed. I don't know. Besides, you are the one who came to make trouble. I have something important to discuss with Brother Mingxi. Xian also retorted. What's more important than reviving the ball? Get out of here. Xingyue wanted to drive Xian away directly. How could Xian agree to this and refuse to leave? I won't leave, you dare to hit me? Xingyue instantly got furious. She was already angry, and now this girl was looking for trouble. She was simply asking for a beating. Xingyue stepped forward and was about to hit her twice, but suddenly, Du Mingxi spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Mingxi. Xian ignored Xingyue's attempt to stop her and hurried to Du Mingxi. At this time, Du Mingxi's consciousness had not yet returned, and no matter how Xian called him, he did not respond. Brother Mingxi, what happened? Xian's eyes suddenly turned red, and she didn't bother to argue with Xingyue and asked. Xingyue also frowned. It should be you who came in and interrupted the master's spell. We can't handle this situation now. Go and call General Ji. His strength is similar to the master's. Maybe he can save the master. Go! Xian's whole body trembled, and she ran out crying and called Ji Licheng. When Ji Licheng on the other end of the phone heard what Xian said, he was shocked and hurried to the hotel. Xingyue stood in front of Du Mingxi, but there was nothing she could do. She had no idea about the resurrection ceremony and could not get involved at all. Where is young friend Mingxi? After a while, Ji Licheng's anxious voice came from outside the room. Xian quickly brought Ji Licheng in. As soon as Ji Licheng saw the blood in front of Du Mingxi, he felt something was wrong. Let me see. Ji Licheng hurriedly came to Du Mingxi, closed his eyes slightly, and a stream of spiritual energy surged out and merged into Du Mingxi's body. In Du Mingxi's sea of consciousness, he seemed to have fallen into a black hole. It was pitch dark all around, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. He had no choice but to hold the ball tightly and keep walking forward. But no matter how he walked, he could not reach the edge or end of this world. The footsteps seemed to be amplified here, echoing continuously. It seemed as if there were many people following Du Mingxi, which was chilling. As they walked, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of them. Du Mingxi was overjoyed and hurried towards the light. Just as he was about to enter the bright light area, another bright light appeared. Ji Licheng's words came from the other side, Friend Mingxi, break through the barrier now. Otherwise, you will never be able to get out. Du Mingxi glanced at the white light in front of him, hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran towards Ji Licheng. The next second after Du Mingxi left, the white light slowly closed, and a pair of red eyes appeared above the white light. That white light was not a way out, but a huge mouth. Du Mingxi ran headfirst into Ji Licheng's white light. In an instant, the vision in front of him was swallowed by white. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Ji Licheng half kneeling in front of him. Xingyue was waiting anxiously on the side with a frown on her face. On the other side, Xian finally realized that she had made a mistake and burst into tears. Master! How are you? Seeing Du Mingxi open his eyes, Xingyue was overjoyed and asked quickly. Ji Licheng also woke up at the same time. When Xian heard the words, she hurried over. I'm fine, don't worry. After hearing what Du Mingxi said, everyone felt relieved. At this moment, a ray of light poured out from Du Mingxi's body, entered the crystal ball, and merged with the ball's original spiritual energy. The shape of a little guy began to gradually emerge. Chapter 116, Forced Submission. As the shape of the ball emerged and spiritual energy poured in, the body of the ball gradually changed from transparent to becoming more and more solid. This process took about an hour. Finally, the ball recovered completely and lay quietly on the table, as if it had fallen asleep. Du Mingxi's eyes were a little red. He didn't expect that he could really resurrect this little guy. If Chen Kiki knew that Xiaoqiu was resurrected, she would be very happy. Little guy. Wake up! Du Mingxi gently moved Xiaoqiu's body. The little guy moved, then his two big eyes suddenly opened and he stretched. Seeing this scene, both girls' hearts were melted by this little thing. Xiaoqiu was stunned for a moment, then discovered Du Mingxi. He suddenly flapped his little wings and flew around Du Mingxi several times, and then licked Du Mingxi's face frantically. This scene is indeed a bit heartwarming. After a while, Xia Kiwia stopped licking Du Mingxi. It turned around and flew around Xingyue twice without licking her. When it was with Chen Kiki, it had a very bad attitude towards Xingyue, because it knew that this girl was its mother's love rival. Although she is reborn now, her memories are still there, and she doesn't like Qingyue. When it focused its attention on Xian, the little guy opened his mouth, looked at Du Mingxi, and then looked at Xian. It flew around Xian a few times and sniffed her, and suddenly the little guy got angry. It flew in front of Du Mingxi, whined twice, and then kept nodding Du Mingxi with its head. Everyone was a little confused, but Du Mingxi was rarely embarrassed. The system helped him translate Qiuqiu's words, "You are such a heartless man. Mom treated you so well, but you found a woman behind her back. Go to hell, you stinky man." Du Mingxi was speechless. How did this little thing know all this? It wouldn't be so embarrassing if I didn't understand what it said, but the system insisted on translating it, which made Du Mingxi very uncomfortable. "Friend Mingxi, since everything is fine, I'll leave first. By the way, come over here when you have time. We have caught those two hooligans." Ji Liqing saw that Du Mingxi was safe and sound, so he stood up and said goodbye. Xian saw Ji Liqing off from the hotel. When he returned, Qiuqiu began to shift his target of attack and bared his teeth at Xian. This gave her a fright. "Oh, you are still so arrogant." Qiuqiu protects Chen Kiki the most. "You messed around with the master, and Qiuqiu will definitely not let you go this time." Xingyue gloated from the side. Du Mingxi quickly pulled the ball back and said, "Don't make any noise, Xian, go back and have a rest. I'll watch over the ball and will never let it hit you." What Du Mingxi didn't expect was that after Qiuqiu was reborn, his level reached level 100. "Even I can't stop it. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo." Qiuqiu whined to Du Mingxi for a few words, and the system translated in real time, "Let me go, I'm going to beat her to death, stinky woman, she stole my mother's man, I'm not done with her." Du Mingxi was very troubled. How come this little thing was like this just after being resurrected? I should have known not to resurrect you. After hearing Du Mingxi's words, Xian felt a little disappointed and returned to her room with her head down. Only after seeing Xian leave did the little guy calm down. Maybe he had just been resurrected and was not in good health, so he ran to the side and fell asleep. "Master, are you okay? You just vomited blood." Xingyue hurried forward and asked. Du Mingxi shook his head, "It's nothing serious, just a stream of spiritual energy flowing backwards, slightly impacting the tendons and veins, but this time it's a good thing that General Ji came, otherwise he would be seriously injured at least." "Ah, is that serious? Can you adjust it yourself?" Xingyue said as she walked to the door and locked it. "You, what are you doing? Don't mess around." Du Mingxi had a bad feeling. "Master, are you biased? You did it with Chen Kiki so many times before, and I had no complaints. After all, she is your legal wife. But you did it with that stinky girl instead of with me. Do you really not like me?" Xingyue said with grievance. "No, listen to my explanation, it was a misunderstanding." "I don't want to hear it, I want it now." Just as Xingyue was about to step forward, Qiuqiu beside her suddenly raised her head. The two were shocked at the same time. If the little guy saw this scene, he would definitely go crazy. But fortunately, the little guy just moved his head and continued to sleep. The retrograde spiritual energy in Du Mingxi's body kept impacting his tendons and veins, making him feel weak. Xingyue's hands held him tightly, and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. In order to prevent Qiuqiu from waking up midway, Xingyue directly dragged Du Mingxi into the room. Because the rooms that Ji Liqing arranged for them were all presidential suite style, with a living room. Du Mingxi wanted to resist, but he was powerless and had to be dragged in. "Xingyue, don't mess around. Kiki will kill you if he finds out." "I don't care, I just want it, you can't be partial." Xingyue locked the door without saying a word and began to explore the mysteries of human beings. Next door, Xian, who was in a bad mood, wanted to take a shower and was changing clothes when she suddenly heard some unspeakable sound. It's not that the hotel's soundproofing is bad, but Xian was born with excellent hearing. Her heart was in a mess for a moment. She went to the wall and listened again. After confirming that the two were doing that kind of thing, she was furious and was about to rush over to stop Qingyue's misconduct, but suddenly stopped. Du Mingxi's strength is far superior to Qingyue's. How could Qingyue do it with him if he didn't want to? When she thought of this, Xian collapsed instantly and tears welled up in her eyes. Sure enough, there is no man who is not lustful, woo-woo. Xian hugged her knees and huddled on the bed crying. The saddest thing in life is to watch or hear the person you like playing games with another person of the opposite sex. After crying for a long time, Xian finally calmed down. In fact, there was no requirement for monogamy in the Tianfu kingdom. Some people practiced polygamy, and some even practiced monogamy with multiple concubines, which was similar to the previous dynasties on Earth. What should I do? I don't have any advantages. I can't compete with them. After her emotions calmed down, Shi Yan began to examine herself. First, she has no talent, and second, she has no breasts. Her looks are at most similar to Qingyue, or even a little worse. Nothing can compare to Qingyue, let alone Kiki, whom Du Mingxi has been talking about all the time. And after getting along with Du Mingxi, she learned that she had more than just these two beauties. There were two more in Lingming City. But brother Mingxi doesn't seem to have any children yet? For a moment, Xian's thoughts reached a dangerous point. Qingyue is a sword spirit, so she definitely can't have children. That means, before we get to Lingming City, I'll be the only one. Xian seemed to have found a way to surpass them. On the other hand, the 2-hour-long game made Du Mingxi very tired, but the retrograde spiritual energy was unblocked. Du Mingxi didn't know where Qingyue learned all these moves, but she knew all these moves. Maybe she learned it from me when we were playing games together before. Chapter 117, Gangster Brother. The next morning, Du Mingxi woke up slowly. Yesterday's battle left him with back pain. Master, you're awake. Qingyue happened to walk in and said in a delicate voice. Du Mingxi had a headache? He had sex with 2 girls before even meeting Kiki. If she knew, she would skin him alive. When we get to Lingming City, you can explain it to Coco yourself. I am passive. Du Mingxi said angrily. Qingyue smiled slightly, sat down next to Du Mingxi, and whispered in his ear, Master is so mean, you were so strong yesterday, and you said it was passive, I did that several times. Du Mingxi's body shook and he jumped 1 meter away. Don't talk nonsense. At this time, Xiuqiu flew in and Qingyue didn't dare to go closer. When Xiuqiu's gaze shifted to Qingyue, he was completely stunned. The next second, the little guy suddenly burst out with spiritual energy and rushed directly towards Qingyue. Du Mingxi was shocked and rushed forward to block it. Boom! The shockwave shattered all objects around. Woo woo woo! Xiuqiu roared a few times angrily. Just as the system was about to translate, Du Mingxi stopped it directly. In this situation, you can guess what it says. Go back to your destiny. Du Mingxi held the 2 corners of the ball with both hands and turned back to say. Qingyue quickly turned into a stream of light and returned to Tianming. Seeing Qingyue go back, Xiuqiu calmed down, turned his head and ignored Du Mingxi. Brother Mingxi, can I come in? At this time, Xian came knocking on the door again. Du Mingxi walked over and opened the door, but did not let her in. Xiuqiu had just gotten angry, and she might be hit later. The little guy is angry now. It's too dangerous for you to go in. Du Mingxi explained. Xian also nodded obediently. Brother Mingxi, did you do that with Sister Qingyue yesterday? I didn't expect the girl to ask so bluntly. Du Mingxi's eyes were evasive, not knowing what to say. That. Humph. You keep saying that you only love Sister Coco, but you're actually a playboy. Xian put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Du Mingxi frowned. This was a bit unreasonable. Why was this girl speaking for Kiki? Xian's next sentence made Du Mingxi understand. Brother Mingxi, you don't want Sister Kiki to know, right? He. Looking at Xian's mischievous expression, Du Mingxi just felt a headache. Don't even think about it, our last time was an accident. Du Mingxi said directly. Unexpectedly, the girl started crying as soon as these words were spoken. While crying, she shouted, You are such an ungrateful man. You slept with me and you still don't take responsibility. Woo. Du Mingxi quickly covered the girl's mouth and forcibly pushed her into her room. Xiuqiu is in her room. If she goes in, there will probably be a big fight. Brother Mingxi, what are you doing with your hands? Du Mingxi quickly pulled his hand back, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment. Girl, I can't possibly touch you again. Do you understand? Stop thinking about this. Du Mingxi directly issued an ultimatum. Humph, you are a man who says one thing and thinks another. Didn't you say before that you only loved Sister Kiki? And you did that with Sister Qingyue. Humph. Xian said angrily. Du Mingxi was numb. She forced me to do it yesterday. I didn't want to do it. TSK, who would believe your nonsense? Xian crossed her arms and shook her head. Believe it or not, I'm going to General G now. You stay in the hotel obediently. Do you hear me? Du Mingxi said and walked out. Xian threw herself on Du Mingxi's back and said, I want to go too. Du Mingxi shook his head helplessly and had to carry her out of the hotel. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, Ji Liqing happened to be there and welcomed them in. Friend Mingxi, those two losers are in the prison. I'll have someone take them here. Ji Liqing treated Du Mingxi with great respect. No need, General Ji, let's go to the prison. Du Mingxi said. Ji Liqing also nodded and went to the prison with the two of them. In the dark and damp cell, two young men in tattered clothes and covered with wounds were huddled in a corner, shivering. With Ji Liqing's action, these small-time hooligans were quickly caught. Being caught would have been fine, but who would have thought that Ji Liqing would start beating them up with fists and kicks? It was only because he held back that the two would have been beaten to death. Brother Chen, what should I do? This is over. The man in the blue shirt turned pale and trembled as he spoke. Chen Wen had no idea what to do as he was also a small-time gangster himself. How would I know what to do? I'm in big trouble this time. It's all my fault. I had to pick a fight with him. This time I hit a wall. Brother Chen, I don't want to die yet. I haven't slept with a woman yet. If I die like this, my life will be lived in vain. Shut up. I get angry when you mention sleeping with women. It's all because of that idiot boss who coveted other people's women. Now he has ended up like this, and we are suffering as well. Chen Wen is more physically fit than the guy in the blue shirt and is in better condition now. As the two were complaining, the prison door suddenly opened. It's over. Are they here to kill us? Brother Chen, what should we do? Shut up. Chen Wen slapped the guy in the blue shirt and forced him to shut up. I saw 5 or 6 people walking in slowly. Chen Wen showed a look of shock on his face. The people who walked into the wooden house were the man he met and one of the women. City Lord Ji also came with them. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to have such a good relationship with the city lord. Chen Wen secretly said in his heart that if he was given another chance, he would never provoke Du Mingxi again. My dear friend Mingxi, I have already taught you a lesson these past 2 days, but it doesn't matter if you wipe away this kind of trash. Everything depends on you. Several people stopped in front of the cell of the two thugs. Ji Liqing's words shocked the two of them. Du Mingxi looked inside and saw that the two people huddled in the corner were indeed covered in scars. Originally, these two guys didn't do anything wrong, and they've already tasted the bitter fruit, so they probably won't do it again. General Ji, that's not necessary. Just let them stay here for a few days. Du Mingxi said. It was also because they did not touch the two girls, otherwise they would never have been let off like this. That's fine. If you don't want to pursue it, then forget it. After saying this, Ji Liqing turned to the big boss guarding the side and said, let them out after 3 months. Yes. The words outside the door naturally reached the cell. Originally thinking he would not die, Chen Wen unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief when he found himself alive. The boy in the blue shirt was so scared when he heard Ji Liqing's words before. Now that he didn't have to die, he started crying instead. This guy's mental state is in a dangerous state. If he's provoked any further, he'll probably go crazy. Friend Mingxi, it's thanks to you that you discovered the werewolf last time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. This is my gift to you on behalf of the citizens. Ji Liqing took out a box with 3 pills in it. Chapter 118 Pregnant. The 3 pills are different, one is green, blue and red. General Ji, no need, I just discovered it by accident, I can't bear it. Du Mingxi declined. But Ji Liqing insisted on sending it. This is what the citizens want. I have already promised everyone. Please don't make it difficult for me. The red one is a spiritual energy pill. As an alchemist, you should understand it. I won't say more. The blue one is a soul-nourishing pill, which can help consolidate spiritual energy. It is also suitable for spirit beasts. Didn't your spirit beast just come back to life? You can give it this pill. And the green one is the resurrection pill, the most precious of the 3. It can help you withstand a fatal blow. Once you take it, the effect will last until the effect is triggered or you die. Very practical. After Ji Liqing finished the introduction, he handed the pill to Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, General G. No, I should be the one thanking you. If anything happens to Qingyun City, I will be punished. The two chatted and laughed for a while, and then Du Mingxi came back to the hotel. Let's set off tomorrow. We've been staying in Qingyun City for quite some time. Let's set off early and reach Lingming City as soon as possible. Du Mingxi gathered all the creatures together and announced. Upon hearing this, Xiuqiu turned around and nodded. If we find Kiki sooner, Du Mingxi, this playboy, will be taught a lesson sooner. Xingyue also nodded. She had no reason to object. But Xiyan disagrees. No, brother Mingxi, can you play for a few more days? Xiyan wanted to hold Du Mingxi's hand and act coquettishly, but Xiuqiu glared at her fiercely and she didn't dare to go forward. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The little girl is getting worse day by day. It's decided. Du Mingxi flicked her head and cursed. That night, Du Mingxi was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He woke up abruptly and saw Xiyan lying in front of him. Damn it, are you dreaming? Du Mingxi couldn't believe it at first, until he bit his tongue and found it hurt, then he realized that he was not dreaming. Auntie, how did you open the door? Du Mingxi was also drunk. Well, last time, I asked the front desk for one. Xiyan said this and continued to work. Du Mingxi pushed her aside. You are allowed to sleep here. I will sleep on the sofa. Don't be too extreme. Unexpectedly, Xiyan was absolutely unwilling to let Du Mingxi go, and stuck to Du Mingxi like a piece of taffy. Du Mingxi sighed deeply and pushed him down on the Simmons mattress. Why are you so disobedient, little girl? Since you like it so much, well, don't cry later. The next morning, Du Mingxi was awakened by the sound of a cup falling to the ground and breaking. When he opened his eyes, Xingyue was standing at the door in a daze, his eyes full of murderous intent, staring at Xiyan who was still unconscious in his arms. Du Mingxi quickly let go of Xiyan and put on his clothes. Come on, what you see may not be true, let's get ready to go. Du Mingxi quickly took Xingyue out. Not long after, Xiyan also came out. The girl was in high spirits and looked very healthy. Xingyue stared at her intently, and she looked back at him proudly, as if to say, "Tsk, you only did it once, but I did it twice." In order to prevent the two from fighting, Du Mingxi hurriedly took a few people to the city lord's mansion to say goodbye. Ji Liqing was a little surprised when he heard that Du Mingxi and others were leaving. Mingxi, why are you leaving so suddenly? Is there anything that has failed to entertain you well? No, I have to go to Lingming City to find my friends. I won't stay here any longer. Du Mingxi quickly explained. How could Ji Liqing not treat him well? No matter what Du Mingxi wanted to do, he would try his best to help him. How could he not treat him well? Okay, then wait a moment, I'll have someone drive the car over. Ji Liqing quickly asked someone to drive the car. After a while, an off-road vehicle appeared in everyone's sight. There are two roads leading to Lingming City after leaving Qingyun City. One has a highway, but it takes a long detour. The other is to go straight through here, but it passes through grassland and a desert. Ji Liqing took out a map and showed the way to Du Mingxi and others. I suggest you take a detour. Although the road between the grassland and the desert is close, it is not only difficult to travel on, but also very dangerous. Many monsters will sneak in from the desert. If you encounter them, you will be in trouble. Okay, thank you General Ji, we're off. Du Mingxi sat in the driver's seat and said to Ji Liqing. Ji Liqing nodded and watched the SUV slowly leave. Turning back, he suddenly discovered that there were several red and purple pills on the table. Ji Liqing was very nervous for a moment. He picked it up, smelled it, looked at it carefully, and understood what it was. A spiritual pill with dual attributes of fire and thunder. Looking at the street where the SUV disappeared, Ji Liqing sighed. These 5 spiritual energy pills are much more valuable than what he prepared for Du Mingxi and the others. On the other side, Du Mingxi was driving a car with his 2 daughters-in-law, no, 2 girls were walking on the road. He took out the pills that Ji Liqing gave him from the brocade bag and gave them to the 2 girls and Xiuqiu. Xiuqiu's is for strengthening. Xiyan, yours can resist a fatal attack. Xingyue, yours is a spiritual energy pill. Du Mingxi said as he drove. After hearing this, Xiuqiu swallowed it in one gulp and fell asleep soon after. It should be the effect of the medicine. Xiyan held the pill but didn't eat it. Girl, do you want to eat? Du Mingxi asked in confusion. I can't bear to eat it. What Brother Mingxi gave me is the most precious thing in the world. I'm not like some people who don't know how to cherish it at all. Xian looked at Qingyue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said sarcastically. Qingyue, like Qiuqiu, just ate the spiritual energy pill. It was obvious who Xian was talking about. I didn't expect that after spending so many days together, I finally realized that you are a green tea bitch, a scheming woman. Qingyue didn't give Xian any face and directly retorted. Bah, you're not much better, you female hooligan. You can only use those 2 pieces of fat on your chest to seduce Brother Mingxi. Xian's words made Qingyue furious. Do you believe I'm going to kill you today? Qingyue said this and was about to rush to the back row and beat Xian up. Ah! Brother Mingxi, this stinky woman wants to beat me up. No, she wants to murder me. Stop her quickly, or there will be 2 deaths. As soon as these words were spoken, the car fell silent. You, what did you say? Du Mingxi said in disbelief. Xian suddenly covered her mouth. What's going on? Du Mingxi asked. I'm pregnant with your child. Xian puffed out her chest and said proudly. In fact, she didn't know whether she was pregnant or not, but using this gimmick would allow her to argue more than Qingyue. Master, this. Qingyue felt a little frustrated for a moment because she realized that she and Du Mingxi seemed unable to produce a child. Don't listen to her nonsense. How can she know if she hasn't even tested it? Du Mingxi said something. Xian quickly replied, Humph, you ungrateful man, you want to evade your responsibilities again, right? I know my body best. Chapter 119 Lizard Man. Humph, you idiot, just keep bragging. When Qingyue heard Du Mingxi's words, she naturally felt relieved and confronted Xian. You big-breasted girl, you're the one bragging, humph. Xian refused to give in, clasped her hands, and cursed back fiercely. I can't stand it anymore. It's not you who has to die today. Qingyue pounced forward instantly and raised her fist to hit him. How could Xian, with her small body and weak strength, possibly withstand a punch from Qingyue, who was at level 100? She screamed in fright the instant. Fortunately, Du Mingxi grabbed Qingyue's fist and saved Xian. Okay, stop messing around. Qingyue snorted and sat back, while Xian rolled her eyes at her. With Du Mingxi around, her life would not be in danger, otherwise she would be nothing but ashes now. The car suddenly became quiet, and Du Mingxi turned around and said something. Take the pill. You are relatively weak, and I may not be able to protect you all the time when you encounter danger. You must have some self-protection ability. Okay, Brother Mingxi is so nice. Xian obediently swallowed the pill in one gulp. After taking the pill, in the blink of an eye, a clear light shone from Xian's body, and then retracted into her body. Humph, you're a burden. At this time, Qingyue in the co-pilot seat snorted coldly. Xian got furious when she heard this. What's wrong with me being a burden? At least I can give birth to a child for Brother Mingxi. What about you? Humph. Xian's words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding in Qingyue's heart in an instant. She is a sword spirit and cannot bear children, so she is particularly sensitive about the issue of having children. Green tea bitch, you must have grown up drinking green tea. You have no skills at all. You are just a waste. Qingyue wanted to take action, but with Du Mingxi there, it was definitely impossible. Lulu, keep your voice down, don't scare my baby. Xian touched her belly in a bitch-like manner and said. Qingyue clenched and unclenched her fists, and finally decided not to bother with this damn girl and sat back. Seeing this, Xian stopped mocking him. If Qingyue was really pissed off, she would probably be beaten even if Du Mingxi was there. The off-road vehicle was speeding along the road. Pluto is different from Earth. Because Earth was invaded by monsters, only a few concentrated areas are left. Everyone is crowded together, and there is no distinction between rural and urban areas. Pluto, on the other hand, is divided into countries, and its territory is relatively intact, with only a small part occupied by monsters. So there is rural and urban here. From time to time, 1 or 2 villages appear along the road. However, Du Mingxi and his friends saw that there were no people in these villages. It was probably because they were close to the border and monsters would enter from time to time, so everyone had moved away. The vehicle continued to move forward, and when passing a village, Xiaqiwia suddenly woke up and spoke at the same time as Qingyue. Woo woo woo. There is demonic energy. The system translated Qiuqiu's words into the same as Qingyue's. We are behind the defense line. There must be a monster sneaking in. Let's go and take a look. It would be best if we can eliminate it. Otherwise, if it gets into the hinterland, many civilians will suffer. Du Mingxi turned the car around and drove towards the village. The reason why he dared to meddle in other people's business was because there were 3 strong men over level 100 in the team, including himself. With such strength, they are not afraid of ordinary monsters at all. Even the group of werewolves like last time can be easily dealt with by the 3 of them. Secondly, Shi Yan took a protective pill, so he didn't have to pay too much attention to herself and could deal with monsters better. Like the previous few villages, there should be no one here. Following the instructions of Qingyue and Xiuqiu, the car continued to move forward. There are bungalows all around, and from time to time there is a small shop selling groceries. But it can be seen that no one has lived here for a long time. The car finally stopped outside a villa. This house is probably the most luxurious in the whole village, and it also has a garden. But the garden has been overgrown with weeds because no one has taken care of it for a long time. Let's go in and take a look. Be careful, Du Mingxi said. After getting off the car, Du Mingxi took Shi Yan's hand. If she was left in the car, it was afraid that the monster would circle around and come near the car, and Shi Yan would be in danger. It is safest to stay by your side. Brother Mingxi, could it be a very powerful monster? Shi Yan's hands were trembling a little. Du Mingxi naturally felt it as well and consoled her. It's okay, we will protect you. As soon as Du Mingxi finished speaking, Xingyue taunted Shi Yan, don't be such a pessimist, you silly girl. If we really encounter a powerful monster later, I will leave you behind to delay time. In this environment, Shi Yan was not in the mood to argue with Xingyue. Instead, she felt a little scared when she heard what she said. Brother Mingxi, I'm scared. Although it is a villa, it has been uninhabited for a long time. There are spider webs everywhere, and there are a lot of porcelain fragments and garbage on the ground. There was a dilapidated scene everywhere, and there were monsters inside, which was a bit scary. Xingyue, don't scare her. Du Mingxi said to Xingyue, and then said, don't worry, the powerful monsters have strong demonic energy, and the strong men in each city can sense it. They usually can't break through the defense line, and those who can sneak in are usually not too strong. After listening to Du Mingxi's words, the trembling in Shi Yan's little hands eased a little and she nodded. Everyone came to the door of the living room at this time. Just as Du Mingxi was about to open the door, there was a rustling sound from inside. Du Mingxi quickly pulled the 2 girls back. The next second, the living room door shattered. A half-human, half-lizard monster pounced over with its bloody mouth wide open. Level 105. Be careful. Du Mingxi shouted and pulled Shi Yan to dodge. Xingyue swung his fist and hit the lizard man in the jaw. The lizardman's teeth slammed together, and the crisp sound of teeth breaking spread out. Roar! The lizard man roared in pain and waved his 2 sharp claws wildly towards Xingyue. Du Mingxi quickly took out Tianming, drew his sword, and slashed it with 1 blow. Only a howl was heard, and one of the lizardman's claws was cut off. Xingyue saw the opportunity and kicked the lizard man in the abdomen, sending him flying. The ball floats near Shi Yan to protect her. Du Mingxi and Xingyue can deal with them, so it doesn't need to take action. Just when several people thought that this thing was vulnerable, the lizard man stood up suddenly, and the front claws that had been severed grew back within a few seconds. Must kill with 1 strike. Du Mingxi also became serious. This monster with extremely strong recovery ability must be killed instantly with 1 blow, otherwise he would be exhausted to death. Of course, if it is really impossible to kill it, Du Mingxi can also fight it. After all, the immortal golden body also has the ability to regenerate broken limbs. The lizard man roared, and kicked the ground with his strong hind legs, leaving 2 large holes in the concrete floor. His body rushed out like an arrow. Du Mingxi and Xingyue set off at the same time, 1 on each side. The lizard man went straight to Du Mingxi. Squeak! The claws collided with destiny, splashing sparks. Xingyue took the opportunity to punch the lizard man on the head. The powerful force made his eyes bloodshot and he took several steps back before he could steady himself. At the same time, Du Mingxi drew his sword and slashed horizontally, and a blood mark immediately appeared on his chest. Don't give it a chance to recover, go again. Du Mingxi shouted, and the 2 of them pressed forward at the same time. Chapter 120 The Girl Infected by Demonic Energy. Swish! Du Mingxi made a sharp move, and a long cut extended from the lizardman's abdomen directly to his jaw. Xingyue attacked his lower body at the same time and swept him down with a kick. Du Mingxi held Tianming with both hands and stabbed it hard at his head. But the lizard man is at least a level 105 monster, so it is not so easy to deal with. He rolled over to avoid Du Mingxi's fatal knife, hurriedly got up, and grabbed Du Mingxi with his claws. Du Mingxi swung his sword to meet the attack. The lizardman's claws are not only sharp, but also extremely hard. When they are hit by Tianming, only sparks will fly, but there will not be much damage. The knife hit right between the lizardman's claws, and he quickly clenched his claws, trapping destiny in his hands. At the same time, the lizardman's other claw quickly grabbed towards Du Mingxi. Qingyue rushed out with a punch, but was a step too late. The lizardman's claws suddenly grabbed Du Mingxi. To be precise, it was grabbed a few centimeters away from Du Mingxi's body. Because protective spiritual energy suddenly rose around Du Mingxi's body. This time, the protective spiritual energy was not broken on the spot. The protective spiritual energy will grow with Du Mingxi. As long as Du Mingxi continues to become stronger, the protective spiritual energy can also continue to become stronger. The protective spiritual energy shook away the lizardman's claws, and Qingyue punched him on the head. The lizard man flew out and hit the wall of the villa. A big hole was smashed in the wall. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, the lizard man quickly turned around and tried to escape. Du Mingxi rushed forward instantly, his spiritual energy bursting out, and slashed with the long sword in his hand, flame-breaking sky slash. The fire and thunder blade rushed away. There was a loud bang and the lizard man collapsed to the ground. Thunder breaks through the sky. Du Mingxi cast another spell? The thunder and lightning were so powerful that it resounded through the sky. A bolt of lightning suddenly came down and hit the lizard man. The current Lei Puanjun is completely different from what it was 2 years ago. The improvement of Du Mingxi's strength will also lead to an increase in the power of these spells. The powerful lightning directly blasted a big hole in the lizard man's body. If it weren't for its high level, it would have been turned into ashes by the thunder. Seeing that the lizard man had stopped moving, Du Mingxi and Qingyue went forward to check. In order to prevent this thing from being dead, Du Mingxi stabbed it a few more times. After guarding for a while, until they saw that the guy's wounds had not healed, Du Mingxi and Qingyue returned to the yard. Okay, it's solved, let's go. Du Mingxi clapped his hands and prepared to continue on his journey. But Qingyue and Xiuqiu shook their heads and looked towards the villa at the same time. No, there is still demonic energy inside, Qingyue said. Hearing this, Du Mingxi decided to go in and take a look. He couldn't let any monster go, otherwise it would be troublesome if it lurked in the heart of Tianfu, as there were a large number of civilians there. Xiuqiu, you protect Xian, let's go in and take a look. Du Mingxi touched the little guy's head and said. Although somewhat unwilling, the little fellow still nodded and hovered beside Xian. Du Mingxi and Qingyue walked slowly into the villa. The inside was in a mess, probably the work of the lizard man. There were also some bones in the living room, which Du Mingxi confirmed were not from humans but animals. There was nothing found on the first floor. Du Mingxi and Qingyue wanted to go to the second floor, but found that the stairs were blocked by a lot of debris. Du Mingxi chopped the debris into pieces with one knife, and the two went upstairs. The second floor is much cleaner than the first floor, but there is dust everywhere. However, it was this dust that allowed Du Mingxi to discover the footprints on the ground. Du Mingxi was very surprised and looked at Qingyue. These are human footprints. Qingyue was also very surprised. Are there humans in this villa? How did he live under the same roof with a monster over level 100? Anyone there? Du Mingxi shouted, if it was a human, there would be no need to be too nervous. But Du Mingxi's words did not receive any response. The two searched the second floor but found no humans. The two wanted to go to the third floor, but found that the stairs were locked by an iron door. But this did not pose a problem for Du Mingxi. He cut it open with one knife and the two continued to move forward. Just as Du Mingxi stepped into the third floor, a black shadow suddenly pounced over and stabbed down with the sharp knife in his hand without hesitation. Squeak! The sharp knife stabbed Du Mingxi, but did not penetrate Du Mingxi's body. Instead, a sound of metal friction was heard. Du Mingxi pushed him to the ground and snatched the knife from his hand. Master, she is the source of the evil spirit, Qingyue said, and then she was a little confused. This seems to be a girl? Du Mingxi used his spiritual energy to control his body, moved him to the sofa nearby, and pressed him to death on it. Only then did the two of them see clearly that it was indeed a girl, about 15 or 16 years old. Her hair was messy and dirty, as if she hadn't washed it for a long time. Her face was also yellow. The worst thing was that the girl's eyes were beginning to turn purple, and her 2 canine teeth had grown very long. The first thing he did when being held down by Du Mingxi was not to speak like a normal person, but to growl like a wild beast. Looking at the symptoms, he must have been infected by the devil's energy. Du Mingxi has been controlling her with his spiritual energy. Check if she has any wounds. Du Mingxi said and turned away. Xingyue walked up, took off the girl's clothes and checked her. Sure enough, she found 2 black wounds on her back, but they did not look like they were caused by the lizard man's claws. Xingyue helped her put her clothes back on and said, "There are indeed wounds, and it must have been there for a while. What should we do? Should we kill her? If you are infected by evil spirits and discovered on Earth, you will be wiped out immediately." Du Mingxi turned around and looked at the girl carefully. Just when he was about to strangle her to death, the girl suddenly said, "Save me." The girl looked very painful because she was trying to resist the control of evil spirit. Once infected by evil spirits, one will generally lose their sanity quickly and will not be able to speak at all. Seeing this scene, Du Mingxi suddenly changed his mind. Coco can eliminate evil spirits, why not take her to Lingming City? Du Mingxi said. But on the way, Xingyue was a little worried. They passed through several cities along the way. If the army or human strongmen in those cities saw them carrying a person infected by evil spirit, there would definitely be conflicts. It doesn't matter. I can put her in my treasure bag. Du Mingxi said, walked forward, squatted in front of the girl, and said, "I can save you, but every time you pass a city, you have to enter my treasure bag. It will be a little uncomfortable there, but it won't kill you. Do you understand? Although the magic bag can hold living things, it cannot be kept there for too long, otherwise something bad will happen." The girl seemed to still have some sanity left and tried desperately to speak, finally squeezing out the word "okay." Du Mingxi waved his hand, and the spiritual energy surged and turned into a solid entity, locking the girl's hands and feet respectively, and also sealing her mouth. The reason why her mouth was sealed was because they were afraid that she would bite people, but Du Mingxi could just untie it with a wave of his hand. Du Mingxi let go of his restraint, picked up the girl and went downstairs with Xingyue. Chapter 121 Blackbird's Attack. Brother Mingxi, how come you are so popular with women? Women are always chasing you wherever you go. Seeing Du Mingxi coming out holding a girl, Xian put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Du Mingxi walked up to her and slapped her on the head. Oops. Xian screamed and was about to speak when the girl in Du Mingxi's arms suddenly bared her teeth at her, revealing her 4 fangs as if she was crying, which was very scary. Xian was so frightened that she took several steps back. This. She has been infected by evil spirits. Take her to Lingming City. See if you can save her. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he carried the girl and walked out of the villa first, followed closely by Xingyue. Xian and Xiuqiu also followed. Du Mingxi put the girl in the back seat. The SUV had a lot of space, and it wasn't crowded at all for 2 people and 1 animal in the back seat. But Xian refused to do it. She didn't dare sit in the back with the girl, so Xingyue exchanged seats with her with a look of disgust. Brother Mingxi, can Sister Kiki really save her? After moving to the passenger seat, Xian was finally no longer afraid and asked. Du Mingxi started the car and got back on the road, saying, Kiki has the attribute of light, which can dispel evil spirits. But whether we can save her depends on when we can reach Lingming City. Judging from her current condition, she can only last for 2 weeks at most. After 2 weeks, she will completely transform into a beast, and no one will be able to save her by then. I see. I didn't expect Sister Coco to be so amazing. Xian Shuiling's eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking. Why do you sound so sarcastic? Xingyue said coldly. Hearing this, Xian didn't even think twice and replied directly, You are the one who is being sarcastic. What's wrong with me praising Sister Kiki? Are you jealous? Xingyue shook her head and said no more to her. She didn't expect this girl to be such a green tea girl. Du Mingxi also expressed his helplessness. He was stuck in the middle and couldn't speak for anyone. The car fell silent again. After a while, the originally quiet girl suddenly became agitated. Master, something is wrong. Xingyue looked behind the car. Woo woo woo. Xiuqiu muttered a few words anxiously, and the system translated it in real time. There are a lot of monsters chasing us. Du Mingxi was very confused. This was behind the defense line, so how could a large number of monsters appear here? At this time, Qinyue looked back but did not see any monster. Where is the monster? Xiuqiu, did you sense it wrongly? Du Mingxi observed through the rearview mirror and said. When Xiuqiu heard this, he got so anxious that he kept banging against the roof of the SUV. Woo woo woo. At the same time, an anxious sound was made. Up there. When the system's translation came, Du Mingxi was shocked. By the way, the monsters I encountered before all ran on the ground or swam in the water, but I have never encountered one that flew in the sky. Xiuqiu said it's in the sky. Qinyue, come and have a look. Du Mingxi shouted. Qinyue stuck her head out and took a look, and was stunned for a moment. I saw a dark cloud moving quickly towards me from high in the sky. Qinyue looked carefully and found that those were not dark clouds, but flocks of giant flying birds. Every flying bird exudes black demonic energy. The flock of birds was like an approaching army, flying over in a black mass, and in an instant the sky and the earth were dark. Bah! With a sharp cry, all the birds turned around at the same time like a well-trained army and swooped straight towards the off-road vehicle on the road. Master, there are at least 200 of them. Qinyue retreated back into the car, her tone somewhat heavy. Last time, more than 100 werewolves forced Du Mingxi into a desperate situation. Now that this flock of birds has the air advantage, even with more balls, it will probably be difficult to deal with. Qinyue, you drive. I'll go and disrupt them. The nearest city is only 15 kilometers away, hold on until you get there. Du Mingxi opened the car door, handed the steering wheel to Qinyue, and climbed over the roof from the side. Du Mingxi was stunned when he saw the dense blackbirds swooping down from the sky. Each of these TM1s is 110 levels. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about so many things. Fire and lightning surged out of his body, thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning struck down. At the same time, fireballs were thrown out from Du Mingxi's hands. The fireball rushed into the flock of birds and then exploded suddenly. Many blackbirds were interrupted in their dives by Du Mingxi, and some were even injured by lightning and fireballs, but their levels were all above Du Mingxi, so it was too difficult to kill them with these. Ding! Detecting that the host is in danger, prepare to transmit energy. 3, 2, 1. Boom! A brilliant ray of dawn light descended from the sky, instantly piercing through the flock of blackbirds. Anyone touched by this light will instantly turn into ashes. The light shone on Du Mingxi, and a chant appeared in his mind. Then, powerful force ran wildly in his body. While enduring tremendous pain, an overwhelming pressure spread from Du Mingxi. At this moment, Du Mingxi's level has reached 140. The people of Pluto have a long lifespan, with the average person living 300 to 400 years old. However, in the first 20 years of their life, their growth is exactly the same as that of humans on Earth. After they reach the age of 20, their appearance changes will become extremely slow, so a little beauty you see everywhere may be an old woman who has lived for hundreds of years. The higher the level, the longer their lifespan will be. Some strong ones who are over level 100 can easily live to 500 or 600 years old, or even thousands of years old. And among the strong men above level 140, there are no more than 5,000 in the entire Pluto star. It seems that the value of level 140 is not low. A powerful deterrent force emanated from Du Mingxi. Although he was level 140, which was not the top force on Pluto, he was also first-rate. Du Mingxi pulled out his destiny, flapped his golden wings wildly, and flew into the sky. Facing a sky full of black birds, Du Mingxi slashed with his sword. The red and purple blade rushed away. Thunder and lightning roared all around, and flames raged. The entire blackbird team was torn apart by the blade, and more than a dozen blackbirds that were unable to dodge were killed. The blackbird was not stupid either. It changed its strategy instantly. All the birds scattered and flew towards the off-road vehicle from all directions. Du Mingxi quickly flapped his wings and chased after him. Inside the car, the girl seemed extremely anxious and kept struggling. Xian had been thrown to the back row by Qinyue to help calm the girl's emotions, but no matter how Xian comforted her, the girl became more and more irritable. Seeing this guy so agitated, Xiuqiu was quick-witted and hit her on the head with one blow, and the girl fainted instantly. Xian was stunned for a moment, then gave Xiuqiu a thumbs up. Good idea. The next second, the left wing of the off-road vehicle was hit violently, and the vehicle instantly lost balance and was about to overturn. Qinyue quickly stretched out his hand and burst out spiritual energy towards the right side. The vehicle that was about to overturn was pushed back by Qinyue. Woo woo woo. Xiuqiu muttered something, then flew out of the open car window. After a while, the sound of fighting was heard outside the car, and the spiritual energy impact instantly turned the brand new off-road vehicle into a battle-damaged one. Sister Qingyue, it seems that Jojo can't beat them. Xian looked at the ball outside the car window, which was fighting with the black bird while flying along with the car, and couldn't help but worry. Look at the map. How far is it? Qingyue shouted. Xian hurriedly took out her cell phone and took a look. 5 kilometers to go. Chapter 122 Familiar Power of the People. No, you drive, I'll go help Jojo. Qingyue glanced at Jojo. Although Jojo had turned into a giant unicorn, there were already several scars on his body. There is no way, Jojo is currently only at level 100, while each of the blackbirds is at level 110. Then be careful. Xian climbed to the front seat, took the steering wheel, and said something. This was not the time to bicker, she could still tell the difference. Qingyue nodded, and just like Du Mingxi had just done, she climbed onto the roof from the side, then spread her spiritual wings and flew up, helping Jojo to resist the blackbird that Du Mingxi could not take care of. Just like that, under the protection of the 3-person defense line, the off-road vehicle drove forward at a high speed. 3 kilometers. Xian had already stepped on the accelerator to the limit, but it still felt slow. After all, every extra second might mean something bad happened to the 2 people and 1 beast protecting them outside. 2 kilometers. Every once in a while, Xian would glance at her phone. A small hill appeared in front of us, and behind the hill was Wuhua City. Like Qingyun City, it was protected by huge cannons, so we would be safe as long as we entered it. However, just as the vehicle turned the corner and Wuhua City was in sight, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the hill. Boom! A black shadow fell heavily in front of the vehicle. Xian had no time to do anything. The SUV was directly overturned, rolled several times, and stopped on the side of the road. Ahem! There were several cuts on Xian's arm caused by the broken windshield, and the powerful impact made her feel black in front of her eyes. The worst thing was that she was stuck in the driver's seat and couldn't move. Qingyue and Jojo rushed towards the black shadow, but were instantly stopped by several blackbirds. At this time, several people finally saw the black shadow clearly. It was a half-human beast with a human face but the body of a black bear. Du Mingxi, Qingyue and Jojo were all stopped by blackbird. At this moment, it would be easy for Du Mingxi to kill a blackbird alone, a matter of tens of seconds, but he couldn't stand 70 or 80 of them blocking his way. Not to mention Qingyue and Jojo, it would be difficult for them to deal with just one, let alone a man and a beast facing more than a dozen. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. The human-faced black bear completely ignored the situation in the sky and slowly walked towards the overturned SUV. Hey, wake up! Xian was stuck in the car, but she could see the scene outside the car. Seeing the human-faced black bear getting closer and closer, Xian was so anxious that she could only call the girl, hoping she could wake up. But maybe Jojo hit the girl too hard, and the girl couldn't wake up no matter how hard she shouted. Xian even tried to see if she was still breathing. Fortunately, she was, and she was indeed unconscious. Crack! The sound of metal being crushed was heard, and the entire off-road vehicle was turned over by the human-faced black bear, with all 4 wheels on the ground. Before Xian could make any move, the car door was torn to pieces. The human-faced black bear poked its head in, took a quick look, and saw Xian, with no interest on its face. But when its gaze shifted to the girl in the back row, an expression of excitement instantly appeared on the man's face. With one claw, the main body of the off-road vehicle was torn apart, and the human-faced black bear stretched out its claws to grab the girl. Suddenly, a figure came flying over, and the moment it touched the girl, it slashed her neck with a knife. Swish! Tianming slashed the neck of the human-faced black bear neatly, but the scene of blood gushing out that Du Mingxi imagined did not appear. There was only a shallow cut on the neck covered with black hair, and some blood flowed out, but very little. The human-faced black bear instantly became furious and slapped Du Mingxi with one claw. Du Mingxi dodged quickly, then slashed back with a knife. Tianming's sword hit the black bear's claws, but still did not cause serious damage to it. However, it angered the human-faced black bear. It spread its black wings, and its huge body flew up at an extremely fast speed, crashing directly into Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi dodged quickly, and although he avoided the black bear's charge, he was unexpectedly hit by the surrounding blackbirds. Several blood marks appeared on the back instantly, and a burning pain came instantly. The attacks of these monsters will carry demonic energy. Once the air claws are broken, the demonic energy will enter their bodies. Of course, Du Mingxi's strength is similar to theirs. As long as he forces out the evil spirit within a certain period of time, he will not be contaminated like the girl. Reikage no Suk. Dumingshi roared, and 3 Dumingshi appeared at the same time. The strength of each clone was 10 levels lower than Dumingshi, but it should be no problem to resist for a short time. Die, tiny human. Suddenly, the human-faced black bear opened his mouth and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of demonic energy burst out from his body, and a huge black claw mark appeared on his hand. The human-faced black bear waved his hands violently, and the claw marks left by its claws came roaring over with a sound of breaking through the air. Flames break through the air. Dumingshi held onto his destiny tightly and slashed out with all his might. The flaming blade suddenly crashed into the giant black claw. Boom! The flaming blade slashed into the giant claw, and was about to cut it completely, but it was crushed by it. The giant claw is coming instantly. Bang! The protective spiritual energy burst out and Dumingshi flew backwards. At the same time, Xiuqiu and Xingyue were knocked to the ground. Blackbird did not want to fight anymore and turned around to pounce on the off-road vehicle. They are not like the human-faced black bears who are picky. More than 10 of them came together, grabbed the off-road vehicle and flew away. Court death. Dumingshi instantly became furious and rushed forward. But the human-faced black bear was 1 step faster than him and stood in the middle. The two fought again, and Dumingshi was forced to retreat again. The human-faced black bear has a strength of level 150. Even with the energy support of the system, I am only level 140 now and am no match for the opponent. Seeing that the flock of blackbirds was about to grab the off-road vehicle and fly away, Dumingshi suddenly thought of something, and reached for his waist, and a jade token appeared. The power of the token comes from the power of all the people. The more people contribute, the stronger its power will be. Now I am far away on Pluto, and the people here don't know me, so it is impossible to rely on them. Then there are only the people of Earth, but they are so far away. Is that really possible? Even if it is possible, how much? No matter what, Dumingshi picked up the token and activated it with spiritual energy. In an instant, a dazzling light burst out. 5 Rivers City. My Lord City Lord, an unknown flash of light was spotted 1 mile outside the South City Gate. After observation, I discovered a powerful monster and a human. Damn it, why don't you just call me for support? You piece of shit. There were curses coming from the other end of the phone. Those above level 90, follow me. Prepare the cannons. Fire as soon as you receive my order. In Wuha City, more than a dozen people flew up and rushed towards Dumingshi and others. At the same time, the human-faced black bear pounced directly towards Dumingshi, ready to kill him instantly with all its strength. Bang! A claw attacked, and Dumingshi quickly drew his sword to block it. A powerful claw directly knocked Dumingshi away. At the same time, the flock of blackbirds had already flown high with the off-road vehicle and would be far away in less than 3 minutes. Is it useless? Dumingshi got up from the ground and looked at the glowing token in his hand. He did not feel any power. At this moment, the human-faced black bear in the sky looked stern, as it sensed the soldiers from Wuha City were on their way. After hesitating for a second, the black bear pounced directly at Dumingshi, choosing to kill Dumingshi before leaving. In the blink of an eye, the black bear was right in front of us. The huge claw slapped down without hesitation. Boom! A space tunnel suddenly appeared above the sky, and a huge beam of light shone down. The black bear was directly blown away by the beam of light, and a familiar feeling surged in Dumingshi's heart. Boom! The light beam dissipated with a bang after being output. Dumingshi slowly rose into the air, and a giant golden shadow appeared behind him. Chapter 123, Your wife isn't teaching Kiki, is she? The human-faced black bear steadied its body and looked at Dumingshi with a completely different look than before. Just now in its eyes, Dumingshi was just a bug whose bite was painful, but now, the relationship was reversed. A breath of death slowly surged into the heart of the human-faced black bear. Dumingshi's momentum completely suppressed the human-faced black bear? In front of Dumingshi, he looked like a bug. The human-faced black bear turned around and ran away. It was not stupid. Dumingshi's strength at this moment was at least 20 levels higher than its own. If he continued to fight, he would be killed by Dumingshi without the need for support from Wuha City. Black demonic energy surged out, and the speed of the human-faced black bear suddenly increased, turning into a black light and flying towards the blackbirds in the distance. When? Just as the human-faced black bear was about to escape, a golden barrier suddenly appeared in front of it. The human-faced black bear charged forward, and was immediately hit so hard that it saw stars. The human-faced black bear came to his senses, Dumingshi disappeared, and appeared behind it the next second. One knife. The huge shadow behind it also swung a knife. Swish. Tianming cut open the black bear's back with great ease, and black blood gushed out. With the blessing of power, destiny also became extremely sharp. Even though the human-faced black bear had extremely strong defense, it was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of destiny at this moment. The intense pain made the black bear roar, but at this moment, it had only one thought in its mind: escape. The human-faced black bear quickly flew in another direction, but the same result occurred: a golden barrier blocked its way. When I looked back again, I was surrounded by the collision of golden light. Breaking through is impossible. In desperation, the human-faced black bear begins to frantically attack the golden barrier. A rumbling sound spread. Ripples continued to appear on the golden barrier. Dumingshi held the destiny in his hands and made a gesture of sheathing the sword. An absolutely domineering force began to gather rapidly. At the same time, the golden shadow behind him also put away his sword and gathered his strength, just like Dumingshi. Fire breaks through the air. Dumingshi roared, and as soon as he finished speaking, Tianming slashed out. The phantoms on his body swung their swords at the same time. The 100-foot-long blade rushed forward, tearing the space apart wherever the blade passed. Boom! The giant blade did not cut the human-faced black bear in half, but tore it into pieces directly. The flesh and blood were directly evaporated by the high temperature, leaving only a few pieces of bones falling to the ground. It's not over yet. Dumingshi stretched out his hand, and the shadow behind him also stretched out his hand. The huge golden palm extended out rapidly, grabbed the off-road vehicle several miles away and pulled it back. As soon as those blackbirds touched the golden shadow, they all turned into ashes. Dumingshi gently placed the off-road vehicle on the ground and waved his hand again. The huge golden shadow's palm instantly killed all the blackbirds around it. At this point, the danger is finally over. Dumingshi exhaled, the light of the token began to dissipate, and the powerful force slowly faded away. Dumingshi spread his spiritual wings and flew to the side of the off-road vehicle. I saw Shiyin inside had fainted, probably from being scared. The girl had woken up and was staring at Dumingshi in a daze. After making sure that both of them were fine, Dumingshi flew to the other side to check on Qingyue and Xiuqiu's injuries. Both of them were seriously injured. However, Qingyue is a sword spirit and Xiuqiu is a spirit beast. Neither of them will be infected by the evil spirit, so there is no need to worry too much. At this moment, several generals from Wuha City flew down. Hongyun was shocked when he saw the mess on the ground and the few white bones. Who are you? What happened here? The few people did not come over rashly, but stood not far away and asked. Because they were not sure whether Dumingshi was good or evil, if they approached rashly they might be killed instantly. We came from Qingyun City and were heading to Lingming City, but we encountered a group of blackbirds on the way and were chased here. We also encountered a black bear monster, and we fought it and finally killed it. Dumingshi explained patiently and finally asked a question. You killed so many monsters? Hongyun looked around and said in disbelief at the broken limbs and bones all over the ground. They just felt the breath of the monsters and could roughly guess their level. Dozens or even hundreds of blackbirds above level 101 other monster above level 130 were killed by these young men in front of them? Yes. Dumingshi replied and immediately helped Qingyue up. Return to your destiny and rest. Dumingshi helped Qingyue wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with some heartache. As long as the sword spirit is not killed, no matter how seriously injured it can return to the sword and rest for a while. However, the more serious the injury, the longer the recuperation time will be. If it is really serious, you can recover by sleeping for a while. Qingyue nodded happily, and turned into a ray of light and returned to the destiny in Dumingshi's hand. This scene frightened several generals, and they immediately took a defensive stance. What's going on? Where is she? Don't try any tricks. Hongyun questioned Dumingshi like a fool. Dumingshi didn't want to pay any attention to him and picked up the ball again. Xiuqiu's injury is not light either, but the little guy is similar to Qingyue, so he just needs to rest for a while. The moment they saw the ball, several generals started to get startled again. What kind of monster is this? How dare you associate with a monster? Get ready for a fight. Dumingshi was speechless, but still explained helplessly, this is a spirit beast. Does a spirit beast understand? The girl just now is a sword spirit. Does a sword spirit understand? Du Mingxi waved Tianming, which scared several people. But seeing that Du Mingxi had no ill intentions, they felt relieved. Du Mingxi carried Qiuqiu to the SUV and rescued Xian and the girl. No! That girl has demonic energy. Hongyun shouted loudly and took several steps back. Got it. Shall I give you a prize for your observation skills? Du Mingxi spread his hands, feeling helpless, looking at people in their 40s or 50s. How could they have no experience at all? How can you say that? This man has been infected by evil spirits and must be killed on the spot. A slightly younger general stood up and spoke aggressively. This person can be saved. Du Mingxi glanced at the girl. No one knows what she went through or how she survived the lizard men. Since she can be saved, we must try. Save her? How? She's already in her bestial state. She'll definitely become a monster in less than a week. The young general's eyes were quite sharp, and he noticed the girl's sharp fingertips and protruding fangs. She still has a trace of humanity. We can use the light attribute to remove the evil spirit in her body. Du Mingxi looked at the girl and said, there is a successful case. Feng Shuang's mother's symptoms were more serious than the girl's back then, but she was also saved by Coco. Speaking of which, Feng Shuang and Yang Xingyu did not participate in the war, and should still be on Earth and alive. Light attribute? You are a light attribute? Hongyun said in surprise. No, my wife is. Although Du Mingxi was speechless, he still forced himself to answer. Hearing this, several generals were shocked and asked in unison, is your wife's name Chen Kiki? Du Mingxi was puzzled, how did you know? Chapter 124 Corrupt Officials. After hearing Du Mingxi's words, everyone instantly became extremely respectful. I didn't expect that Chen Ko, the light attribute genius who just joined the Shadow Army, is your wife. When Du Mingxi heard this, he understood what was going on. Chen Kiki and the others had already joined the Shadow Army in Lingming City. And every time a new member joins, the Shadow Army will send the new member information to every city. Chen Kiki and her friends naturally became famous. But what surprised Du Mingxi was that Chen Kiki had not yet reached level 100. How was she selected by the Shadow Army? And this guy Tang Cheng, could it be that he has already broken through level 100? Let's go into the city first. May I ask your name? Hongyun changed his skeptical attitude, became somewhat respectful, and stepped forward to ask. The crowd began to walk towards the city. My name is Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi answered and input spiritual energy into the ball to help it heal. Sensing the aura emanating from Du Mingxi, Hongyun's pupils suddenly contracted, and he said in disbelief, Mingxi, your strength? Hongyun is level 105, but he senses that Du Mingxi is stronger than him. And he is not just a little bit stronger. The gap between him and Du Mingxi seems to be huge. Oh, I'm level 140 now. Du Mingxi's casual words caused an uproar in the hearts of several people. Which old monster is this? This guy must be more than 20 years old. He must be hundreds of years old. There is no way he can be so powerful in his 20s. Hongyun shouted a few words wildly in his heart, glanced at the people he was traveling with, and found that their expressions were similar to his. How could Du Mingxi be as old as he looks? If he really reached level 140 in his 20s, wouldn't it be embarrassing for those of them who started at the age of 100? May I ask how old you are today, senior? Hongyun asked more respectfully. Du Mingxi was so upset that he shook his head. I should call you senior. I'm only 24 years old this year. Senior, you are joking. Since you are unwilling to reveal it, I will not ask. Hongyun said quickly. This confused Du Mingxi. I'm not lying to you. I'm really only 24 years old. By the way, I'm not from your planet. I come from a planet called Earth. People there consider it a very long life if they can live to be 100 years old. Du Mingxi's words froze the expressions of several people. Earth? 100 years is considered a long life? Is it really 24? Looking at the stiff expressions of the few people, Du Mingxi smiled and said, I am indeed only 24 years old. Some monsters have come to Earth to commit crimes and brought great disasters to mankind. We are here to completely eradicate the monsters. Du Mingxi didn't know why, but the power transmitted by the system did not disappear this time. So I see. He is actually a powerful person from another planet. Hongyun laughed awkwardly and said, Friend Mingxi, is this a spirit beast? I've heard from the older generation that a spirit beast also appeared in Tianfu Kingdom before, but unfortunately it died in battle. Du Mingxi nodded. It's interesting to say that. In fact, this little guy died once. He was sacrificed to save my friends, but I found its original spiritual energy on the Pluto and resurrected it. Really? Your Excellency Mingxi really has great powers. The young general exclaimed. Several generals nodded. Everyone came to Wuha City while chatting. As the name suggests, Wuha City has 5 rivers converging here, which makes Wuha City both a strategic location and a major economic city. Compared with Qingyun City, Wuha City's permanent population is twice that of Qingyun City, and its economy is 3 times that of Qingyun City. As soon as I entered the city, a large group of people came over, surrounding a slightly plump woman. City Lord. Several generals hurried forward and said something. Has the person been rescued? The fat city lord asked hurriedly. It can't be considered a rescue. When we got there, they had already dealt with it. His name is Du Mingxi, he came from another planet, he's 24 years old, level 140. And his wife is Chen Kiki. As for that girl, she was a girl infected by evil spirits that Mingxi rescued. He said Chen Kiki could save her. 24 years old and already level 140? And she's Chen Kiki's wife? What a talent! Lu Feng exclaimed in admiration and quickly walked up to Du Mingxi. Hello, I am the mayor of Wuha City. I welcome you to Wuha City. Just now, the army observed that you encountered a monster, and I immediately sent people out to check. But I didn't expect that young friend Mingxi was so brave. I wonder whose general he is. Are you interested in coming to Wuha City as a mercenary? As Lu Feng was talking, he realized that he had gone astray, and hurriedly said, It's not convenient here, let's go to my house. I'll just take this as an apology for not being able to help you, little friend. Surrounded by a group of people, Du Mingxi and others came to the city lord's mansion in Lufeng. Originally, Lu Feng gave Du Mingxi the impression of a corrupt official or a local tyrant, but when he saw his mansion, Du Mingxi was certain that this guy was a corrupt official. The entire mansion is like a small palace with an extremely special layout. Once you enter the gate that is dozens of meters high, you will see a super large courtyard. There are no houses around the yard. You have to walk inside and step through another smaller stone gate to find the houses. These houses are also very luxurious, each one is designed in a palace style. Quick, take out the 6- and 7-year-old fragrant tea that I have treasured and make tea for the distinguished guest. Arriving at a main hall, everyone sat down according to their status. Lu Feng said something to the attendant beside him. Hearing this, Du Mingxi quickly waved his hand and said, No need, Lord City Lord, we are just passing by and will leave soon. You don't have to go to such trouble. Du Mingxi didn't have a very good impression of him to begin with, and wasn't very polite when he spoke to him. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Since you are here for the first time, I, as your host, must entertain you well. Lu Feng said with a smile, and his somewhat fat face made Du Mingxi even more disgusted. City Lord Lu, we still have to find a place to stay. We won't stay long. Goodbye. But Du Mingxi already regarded him as a corrupt official in his heart, and he was really disgusted with him, so he spoke directly. Mingxi, why are you so rude? At this time, Hong Yun on the side could no longer sit still. Although Du Mingxi was very powerful and had a strong background, he could not treat City Lord Lu like this. It's okay, it's okay. You may have some misunderstandings about me. Since you don't want to stay for long, forget it. But listen to me, you will definitely not find accommodation in the city with a woman infected by evil spirits. I'll have someone arrange it. If there are any misunderstandings between us, we can slowly resolve them later. Du Mingxi wanted to refuse, but Hong Yun spoke first. City Lord, I will take Mingxi to the hotel now. I'm really sorry. After saying that, he walked out with Du Mingxi. My dear Mingxi, how can you be so rude? After coming outside, Hong Yun spoke again. In response, Du Mingxi laughed and said, Why, he's just a corrupt official, why is he worthy of your protection? If Lu Feng himself had not been at level 120, and if all his generals were not strong warriors above level 100, Du Mingxi would have brought him to justice long ago. Hearing Du Mingxi's words, Hong Yun was startled at first, then burst into laughter. You said City Lord Lu is a corrupt official? Ha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Chapter 125 I have 2 hearts in my body. Hearing this, Du Mingxi looked confused. With such a luxurious city lord's mansion and Lu Feng's fat body, it would be a bit of a stretch to say that he is poor. You have misunderstood City Lord Lu. Hong Yun began to feel a little disgusted when he saw the way Du Mingxi looked at him. He knew that Du Mingxi regarded him as someone who was in cahoots with Lu Feng. Sighing, Hong Yun said, City Lord Lu is really not a corrupt official. Since he took office, he has not only drastically reduced taxes on the people in the city, especially the shops in the city, but he has also reduced the tax rate from 30% to 10% despite the pressure. As soon as this measure was announced, many people in the country's top leadership were trying to impeach City Lord Lu, but he went to Lingming City hundreds of times to plead for mercy, and only then was it implemented. It was also because of years of hard work that he developed uremia and gained weight rapidly in 2 years. So it seems that he lives a good life, but in fact it is the opposite. He is usually very frugal. The tea he is going to treat you with today was given to him by his friends when he went to Lingming City last time. He has never been willing to drink it, so he is treating you with it. But you treat City Lord Lu like this. It is really wrong. Hong Yun said a lot in one breath. These words surprised Du Mingxi. But how do you explain this mansion? Du Mingxi looked at the large mansion of several thousand square meters and said, most people can't afford such a luxurious residence, right? You have misunderstood. City Lord Lu only has that one residence. The 4 palaces nearby are the strongest air defense military facilities in Wuha City. Hong Yun pointed to a small house at the innermost part and said, if Du Mingxi wasn't so strong, he would have taken action long ago. Du Mingxi looked at the house that Hong Yun pointed at. Compared with the surrounding palaces, it did look very simple. But how can these palaces be air defense facilities? There was no doubt in Du Mingxi's words at this time, just some curiosity. There is a giant spirit gathering a ray cannon under each palace. Their power is enough to seriously injure a level 150 warrior with one strike. They are the most powerful anti-aircraft firepower among dozens of cities in the surrounding area. Once a flying monster attacks, the domes of these palaces will open, and the giant cannons will rise to bombard the monster. Hong Yun's words made Du Mingxi suddenly realize that he had indeed wronged others. I see. Please help me apologize to City Lord Lu. It was a misunderstanding just now. Du Mingxi realized his mistake and apologized quickly. It's okay. You're from another planet. It's normal that you don't know. I'll take you to your place. Hong Yun did not make things difficult for Du Mingxi anymore. The 2 men brought the girl to a villa. This is? Du Mingxi was a little surprised. Isn't this a hotel? This is specially used to entertain distinguished guests and special guests. If you bring this girl with you, no hotel in the city will let you stay, and it may even cause some unnecessary trouble. While explaining, Hong Yun opened the door of the villa and walked into the yard. There was a fountain in the yard, and water was gushing out at this moment. Du Mingxi followed with Shi Yan and the girl whose hands and mouth were sealed. Although the girl was infected by evil spirit, she still had some humanity and she could remain calm in the presence of Du Mingxi. Walking into the villa, Du Mingxi was surprised by the luxurious decoration inside. But after all, it is specially used to entertain distinguished guests, so it is normal to be a little luxurious. Then you guys just rest here. I'm leaving first. After saying this, Hong Yun turned and left. Du Mingxi put the ball aside, took the girl upstairs, placed her in a room, and then walked downstairs. The girl was bound by his spiritual energy, which, on the one hand, could help her resist the erosion of the evil spirit a little. On the other hand, being bound by the spiritual energy would allow her to not have to fight the evil spirit with all her strength, and perhaps she could get some sleep. Back in the living room, Du Mingxi practiced for a while. Shi Yan fell asleep on the sofa beside him. She was quite scared today. The reason why they chose to settle down in Wuha City was because Du Mingxi was not sure whether there were any monsters outside chasing them. Come to think of it, looking at the performance of the flock of blackbirds and the black bears, their target is either the girl or Shi Yan. It shouldn't be possible for Shi Yan. Du Mingxi has been with her for such a long time and even had in-depth communication with her. She should be a normal human being. Of course, she could also be a hundreds-year-old monster who is just hiding very deeply, but the possibility of this is very small. The girl is more likely to be the one. Du Mingxi and others have no idea about her origins and life experience. Moreover, she can face a lizard man over level 100 alone and survive. This is a bit unreasonable and makes her look very suspicious. Du Mingxi looked at Shi Yan, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa, and went upstairs. Du Mingxi's footsteps had just disappeared in the corridor when Shi Yan suddenly woke up. Her pupils turned red in an instant, and then quickly disappeared. Du Mingxi came to the girl's door and was about to push it open when he suddenly thought of the situation when a group of people rescued her. Her behavior was indeed no different from that of a human being. After hesitating for a while, Du Mingxi decided to go in. The door opened and the girl's attention was attracted. When she saw it was Du Mingxi, the wariness in her eyes disappeared in an instant. "Can you tell me your name?" Du Mingxi sat on the edge of the bed. At this time, the girl was bound to the bed by his spiritual energy and could only move a small range of her body. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he waved his hand and the spiritual energy that was sealing the girl's mouth disappeared instantly. The girl breathed a few times through her mouth, somewhat uncomfortably, and then calmed down. She wanted to speak, but no words came out, so she could only point to the notebook under the lamp. It must be said that the details of this villa are very well done. Du Mingxi picked up the notebook and pen and handed them over, but the girl couldn't use the pen because her hands were trembling with evil spirit, so she simply carved 3 words on the notebook with her sharp fingertips: Reign of Ancient Books. "You know what, this name is quite high class." Du Mingxi nodded and looked out the window. The flock of blackbirds and the black bear with a human face that were chasing everyone appeared in his mind. He said slowly, "Let's call you Shuyu. I have some questions. What is your relationship with those monsters? Why are they chasing us for you?" When Gu Shuyu, who was lying on the bed, heard these words, a purple light suddenly flashed in his eyes and he became a little excited. But under Du Mingxi's gaze, Gu Shuyu did not make any extreme moves and finally calmed down. Gu Shuyu's performance further proved that her decision was not simple. Du Mingxi thought of a somewhat terrifying possibility in his mind, but he did not ask directly. Instead, he comforted Gu Shuyu first. "Don't get too excited. As long as you are human, I will definitely let my friends save you." Gu Shuyu pointed at the notebook in Du Mingxi's hand. Du Mingxi handed it over. Gu Shuyu hurriedly took it, tried hard to control the trembling of his hands, and wrote a sentence on it with difficulty. Du Mingxi took it slowly and was shocked when he saw the words on it. "I have 2 hearts in my body." Chapter 126, Microcosm Explosion. "What?" Du Mingxi looked surprised, his eyes full of shock. "Both hearts are yours?" Du Mingxi asked quickly. "It is definitely impossible for a normal person to have 2 hearts. It is possible that one of her 2 hearts was acquired." Gu Shuyu shook his head. Immediately, she tore off her clothes with trembling hands, and Du Mingxi quickly covered her eyes. "No, I believe you, you don't need to prove it." When the girl heard this, she turned over and turned her back to Du Mingxi. Du Mingxi waited for a while before looking. The scene before him caused a storm in his heart. I saw a purple light on the back of Gu Shuyu, which kept flashing with the beating of his heart. Du Mingxi unconsciously moved closer to take a look. The purple light is on the right side, so the second heart must be on the right side as well. "Okay, I see, put on your clothes." Du Mingxi's words made Gu Shuyu feel very embarrassed. She had already been infected by the evil spirit, and her hands became very stiff. She had just taken off her clothes by pulling them off directly. Du Mingxi saw that she had no reaction, guessed the reason, turned his eyes to the side, and helped her pull up her clothes. The girl went to the notebook again. After a while, Du Mingxi took it and took a look. Heart, energy, reinforcement, monster snatch. It took Gu Shuyu more than 10 minutes to write just a few words, and it looked like he was really struggling. She has now lost the ability to speak, which shows how much pain she is suffering. Du Mingxi looked at the words written on the paper with his fingers and began to analyze them. In fact, it is not difficult to see that what Gu Shuyu meant is that this heart is a very critical energy source, so the monster wants to snatch it. In addition, Du Mingxi also thought that if she could survive under the eyes of the lizard people, there were probably 2 possibilities. First, this energy heart can help her hide, so that the lizard man cannot find her even if he comes downstairs. But the energy heart has become one with her and must be captured alive. Otherwise, the human-faced black bear had the upper hand at that time and could have quickly crushed Gu Shuyu to death and taken the energy heart. Neither it nor the flock of blackbirds did so, which proved that they did not want to carry a corpse back with them. I would also like to ask, what is the function of your energy heart? Du Mingxi asked. The more information Gu Shuyu told him, the better it would be for him to help her. Gu Shuyu took the notebook again and this time only wrote 4 words, Infinite Red Moon. Bang! Du Mingxi didn't hold the notebook firmly and it fell to the ground with a loud noise. Du Mingxi had a deep understanding of the concept of the red moon. He and Xian were almost killed by it. If an infinite red moon appears, humanity's combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. Just imagine, 3 days of red moon had already forced humans to abandon Xinjiang City and move the people back to the defense line. What a horrible scene it would be if there was an infinite red moon. I see. Fortunately, they didn't snatch you away, otherwise Pluto would be doomed. Du Mingxi picked up the notebook, sighed, and felt a little scared. Fortunately, the power of all the people was useful at that time, otherwise Gu Shuyu would have been taken away by the monster. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. When we get to Lingming City, I will ask my friends to help you get rid of the evil spirit, and then let the government protect you. You don't have to be afraid. Du Mingxi said. Lingming City is home to the Tianfu royal family, the Shadow Army, and top masters from various factions. It is also a place where monsters are forbidden to enter. Unless the king of monsters comes in person, most monsters will be killed by strong men in the suburbs before they even enter Lingming City. There, Gu Shuyu is safest. After listening to Du Mingxi's words, Gu Shuyu seemed to feel a lot more at ease. Because of Du Mingxi's spiritual energy and her own strong will, the speed of the demonic energy's erosion was greatly reduced. This allowed her to catch her breath, and her eyes slowly closed, about to fall asleep. Du Mingxi stood up gently, ready to let her rest quietly, but as soon as her butt left the chair, the door of the room was suddenly blasted open by an extremely powerful flame. Du Mingxi quickly blocked the flying door panel. Gu Shuyu woke up in shock and became furious. Before Du Mingxi could recover from his shock, a pair of white but extremely powerful hands grabbed his neck. Only at this moment did Du Mingxi realize that the super strong man in front of him was actually Xian. The 160 on her head was so shocking. How is it possible? Xian is just a little girl in her 40s. How did she suddenly become a super strong person at level 160? Infected by evil spirit? But Du Mingxi did not detect any demonic energy in her. On the contrary, the fire energy in her was extremely pure and overbearing. Du Mingxi felt suppressed for a moment and even breathing became difficult. Just when Du Mingxi felt something was wrong, the furious Xian suddenly retracted her arms, pulled Du Mingxi in front of her, and kissed him very forcefully, and it was a French kiss. Du Mingxi was already having difficulty breathing, and now his face turned a little purple. Xian let go of Du Mingxi's neck, but did not let go of him. She hugged Du Mingxi tightly and whispered in his ear in a condescending tone, "Listen carefully, from now on, you belong to me alone. If another woman dares to touch you, I will kill her." Du Mingxi had a look of speechlessness on his face. What happened to this girl? Was she suppressed for a long time because she had no advantage and finally her little universe exploded? Just as Du Mingxi was about to persuade her not to make trouble, an equally powerful force suddenly descended. In an instant, a purple gas shot out at a very fast speed, at an extremely tricky angle, brushing past Du Mingxi's ear and shooting towards Xian. Xian reacted extremely quickly, holding Du Mingxi and moving to the side to avoid the attack. They did escape, but the wall behind them suffered and was instantly blown into pieces. Du Mingxi looked back in surprise, only to see that Gu Shuyu had broken free from his restraints, with a purple aura lingering all over his body. Du Mingxi couldn't tell whether it was demonic energy or spiritual energy. He couldn't be sure whether it was demonic energy or not, but he could tell the level of the ancient book. The girl who was originally weaker than Xian is now leveling up rapidly like a plane. It was still rising even when the three of them were confronting each other, and it reached level 170. Well, this is another small universe explosion, and it's even more fierce than the previous one. Du Mingxi stepped back silently. If he said one more word in such a situation, the two of them might blast him into ashes, or he would definitely get slapped in the face. Gu Shuyu didn't say anything, and no one knew whether her language function had recovered or not. She just stared at Xian with a sharp gaze. Xian could naturally feel that Gu Shuyu's aura was even stronger than her own, so she did not act rashly and just observed Gu Shuyu. The situation came to a standstill. As luck would have it, Xiaoqiu downstairs was woken up by the explosion and slowly flew up. Its injuries had not yet fully healed, and its little face was full of fatigue. But when it flew to the door of the room without a door, its expression suddenly changed, its eyes opened wide, and its little mouth opened slightly. The next second, Xiaoqiu's expression changed and quickly returned to normal. He pretended that he didn't see it and flew away slowly. Chapter 127 Remuneration. Wow, this little guy is a man of insight. Du Mingxi was caught in the middle and didn't dare to breathe. Can you believe that Du Mingxi is a super strong man of level 140? But no matter how strong you are, I am the king among kings. The two girls are more awesome than the other, and given the current situation, Du Mingxi might be criticized if he says something. Du Mingxi really couldn't understand why Xian suddenly became so awesome. I know her second only to herself, and we have had 2 in-depth conversations. It is really strange that I didn't notice anything unusual about her. Gu Shuyu could understand this. After all, her energy heart was something that made the monsters risk their lives to go deep into the heart of Tianfu country to snatch it. It was reasonable for her to have such power. The atmosphere in the room was extremely depressing, and Du Mingxi felt panic rising in his heart. Du Mingxi was sure that the two would take action in the next second. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the tense atmosphere in the room was interrupted by a shrill alarm outside. Du Mingxi quickly pulled open the curtains and was stunned for a moment. In the distant sky, densely packed dots are slowly moving towards Wuhua City. Although far away, Du Mingxi's ability to see through levels is still effective. When he saw the numbers on the little black dots, he took a breath of cold air. Each small black dot has a strength of level 140. Du Mingxi is only level 140 now. You know, level 140 is considered a top-notch strong person in Tianfu Kingdom. And now, it is estimated that there are more than 100 level 140 monsters flying towards Wuhua City. All of them are level 140. Hurry up, the Wuhua City defenders alone may not be able to defeat them. Shuyu, you stay here. Du Mingxi said quickly, pulling Xian and walking out. Xian glanced back at Gu Shuyu, then turned around and walked out of the house with Du Mingxi. At the same time, Gu Shuyu's aura gradually weakened and finally returned to normal. The light of the energy heart quickly dimmed, and Gu Shuyu fainted immediately afterwards. How long can you maintain this power? Du Mingxi took Xian and walked towards the south of the city, asking. Xian's current strength has reached a terrifying level of 150. If this power can be maintained for a long time, it will be a very strong fighting force. Why should I tell you, little brat? Unexpectedly, Xian said something shocking. Du Mingxi was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said, Stop messing around, this is an emergency. What does this have to do with me? At worst I can just take you away. Xian lifted Du Mingxi's chin with her fingertips and spoke in a very teasing tone. There was no trace of the previous Akiji in that gaze, instead it revealed a sense of maturity and charm. Tell me the truth, are you Xian? Du Mingxi shook off her hand and looked into her eyes questioningly. Suddenly, Xian's eyes twitched, and her look suddenly returned to its previous childishness. She grabbed Du Mingxi's hand in panic and said coquettishly, Brother Mingxi, how can I not be Xian? I am your sister Xian. Du Mingxi was a little confused for a moment, and just when Du Mingxi was confused, Xian's eyes changed again. Then came the tone of a domineering queen, Little brat, you want me to help you, right? Du Mingxi was speechless. Is this a split personality? Why do the girls around me like to do this? Isn't Cuckoo a person with a split personality? The fire attribute is like a clingy kitten, and the ice attribute is keep away from strangers. Of course, she did not have a keep away attitude towards Du Mingxi at all. Right. Du Mingxi had no choice but to nod. Okay. But I'm not working for nothing, I need some compensation. As she spoke, Xian's lively eyes moved down along Du Mingxi's body. Du Mingxi quickly jumped a few steps away and looked at Xian with a perverted look. What's wrong? I'm working for you, shouldn't you give me some compensation? Du Mingxi was stunned, so what was the reward? Forget it, I'll go by myself. After Du Mingxi finished speaking, he spread his wings and was about to fly away, but was suddenly controlled by Xian. If you don't agree to me, I won't let you go. Xian's spiritual energy enveloped Du Mingxi, imprisoning him in place. Although Xian is 10 levels higher than him, it is not difficult for Du Mingxi to break the shackles. But it's hard to get rid of Xian. Do you know what you are doing? If those monsters successfully enter the city, the consequences will be disastrous. Du Mingxi wanted to use civilians to suppress her. Unexpectedly, Xian didn't react at all. Instead, she said, then why don't you just listen to me? Du Mingxi looked back at the group of flying beasts that were getting closer and closer, and became very anxious for a moment. Okay, I promise you, but only if you help me fight off the monster. Du Mingxi finally gritted his teeth and agreed. I silently thought in my heart, Kiki, I didn't want to agree to her, she forced me to do it. Hearing this, Xian smiled slightly, took Du Mingxi into her arms and kissed him. Du Mingxi quickly pushed her away and was about to spread his wings and fly away, but was stopped by Xian again. Didn't I promise you? Du Mingxi had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized something. He nodded and drove to the south of the city with Xian. There is a car in the villa, a black sedan. The reason for not flying is because the city has an air defense system. Wuha City's air defense system is the most powerful among dozens of cities in the surrounding area. Du Mingxi doesn't want to be blown to pieces as soon as he flies into the sky. Cars speeding on the streets. At this time, the originally prosperous city had already been deserted, and almost all citizens moved to the underground air defense facilities within 10 minutes of hearing the air defense alarm. The few who did not have time to evacuate also hid indoors. What surprised Du Mingxi was that all the vehicles on the street moved to both sides, leaving a path in the middle. Du Mingxi didn't know that this was exactly the rule issued by Lu Feng, whom he thought was a corrupt official. After hearing the air raid alarm, any citizen who wants to abandon his car and escape must move the car to the side of the road, otherwise he will be severely punished after the air raid. This rule is one of the strictest rules in Wuha City. Within the limits of the rules, everyone must comply with the regulations. Even if there is a collision, the car must be pushed to the side of the road. After the air raid, the Wuha government will bear the losses of the car owners. All of this is to facilitate the transfer and support of the army in the city. Du Mingxi and Xian had a smooth journey and soon arrived near the city lord's mansion. When Du Mingxi saw the huge heavy artillery that had been raised, he was stunned for a moment. Hong Yun did not lie to himself. Each of the 4 heavy artillery pieces was majestic and full of oppression. That thick gun barrel is at least 3 times larger than Qingyun City's anti-aircraft gun. Stop. Please move to the underground shelter immediately and wait for news from the government. Do not move to the south of the city anymore. Chapter 128 Dragon Army. A team of fully armed soldiers stopped in front of Du Mingxi's car. Du Mingxi and Xian hurriedly got out of the car. We are here to help. Where is City Lord Lu? Please take us to see him. Du Mingxi hurried forward to express his purpose. The leading soldier shook his head. It is our duty to protect Wuha City. Unless we are all killed, we will not allow citizens to participate in the battle. Now go to the underground shelter. Your safety can be guaranteed there. Du Mingxi didn't expect that they would be rejected directly. Just as Du Mingxi was about to explain again, the huge cannon in the city lord's mansion suddenly began to make a buzzing sound. The spiritual energy in all directions of heaven and earth was quickly sucked towards the giant cannon. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured in, complex glowing inscriptions appeared on the 4 giant cannons, looking extremely ancient and mysterious. Du Mingxi only felt a strong sense of oppression, as if the giant cannon had some magical power. Hurry to the underground shelter. At this time, the squad of soldiers hurried away in a hurry, and the huge cannon was ready to fire, proving that the flying beasts had arrived outside Wuha City. Before leaving, the captain of the soldiers did not forget to turn back and warn Du Mingxi and Xian again before leading his men to the south of the city. At this moment, the cannon suddenly shook. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the ground was shaking. Boom! Beams of light shot out from 4 giant cannons. It was a super beam formed by the condensation of thousands of spiritual energies, which could seriously injure a level 150 strong man with one strike. The light from the 4 beams was brighter than the scorching sun, and they rushed straight towards the group of flying beasts in the sky outside the city with unstoppable force. Du Mingxi looked towards the south of the city and saw 4 beams of light perfectly hitting the herd of flying beasts. With just this one strike, a big hole was torn in the herd. Even here, Du Mingxi could see the broken limbs of the flying beasts that were killed in the explosion. A blood mist suddenly appeared in the sky. Damn, it's so powerful. Du Mingxi took a deep breath in his heart. It was Xian who reminded him just now. Otherwise, if I flew up, I would be hit by this thing and almost turned into ashes. This attack killed at least 20 or 30 flying beasts. After firing once, the 4 giant cannons began to accumulate spiritual energy again. It looks like we don't even need to do anything. Du Mingxi smiled. This giant cannon needs the spiritual energy of the 4 directions of heaven and earth as its launch medium. Haven't you noticed? The speed at which it accumulates spiritual energy has slowed down. Xian was in royal sister mode at this time, and analyzed very calmly. Du Mingxi felt the surge of spiritual energy around him. Indeed, the speed at which the giant cannon gathered spiritual energy had slowed down. This doesn't mean that there is something wrong with the giant cannon, but the spiritual energy in the four-dimensional space is limited and cannot support multiple bombardments from the giant cannon. In other words, the cannon's attack power is limited, and you can't fire as you wish. Let's go. Go take a look outside, little brat. Shi Yan jumped back into the car and said. It took about a minute for the giant cannon to condense and fire for the first time. With each additional fire, the time to condense spiritual energy would increase by 5 to 10 minutes. The next fire should be in 6 minutes. Du Mingxi also returned to the car, started the car and drove towards the south of the city. Shi Yan, why do you always call me a brat? Are you a hundreds-year-old monster? Du Mingxi asked while driving. Humans on Pluto have a long lifespan. There are many people like Shi Yan who look like girls but are actually hundreds of years old. Yes. I am already over 600 years old, little brother. Shi Yan said again in a teasing tone. This made Du Mingxi confused as to whether she was joking or really had lived for hundreds of years. Then why didn't I notice it before? Du Mingxi asked tentatively. I don't know. I seem to have lost my memory and only recovered after being stimulated. The little girl before was not me at all. The me now is the real me. As soon as these words were spoken, Du Mingxi instantly felt alienated from her. It's like your girlfriend suddenly changes her personality one day and tells you that the old me was not the real me, and the current me is the real me. But the next second, Shi Yan's eyes changed again. Changes in eyes represent changes in personality. She spoke in the tone of a little girl again. Brother Mingxi, don't listen to her nonsense. I am who I am. I am Shi Yan. Please don't hate me, okay? As she spoke, the little girl started to cry. She hit herself while crying and kept saying, it's all your fault. I'm Shi Yan. Get out of here. Just when Du Mingxi was about to stop her, the guy's eyes changed again. Humph, you silly girl. Du Mingxi, listen to me, if I see you doing that with another girl again, I will kill you. This sudden threat left Du Mingxi speechless. As they were talking, the two had already arrived in the south of the city. At this time, the south gate was closed, and the city walls were full of soldiers. All kinds of spiritual energy surged, fighting against the monstrous demonic energy. Only at this moment did Du Mingxi truly see what this monster looked like. That thing looks very much like a four-horned, two-winged dragon recorded in ancient earth records. The Chinese at that time called it the Western Dragon. There was a fight between people and dragons everywhere on the city wall. Only soldiers above level 90 can participate in battles of this level. Fortunately, the guards of Wuhua City are strong and have a large number of powerful troops, so they can compete with these dragons. However, not many dragons landed on the city wall. Most of them were still in the air, as if they were searching for something. Du Mingxi smiled slightly. He knew of course that they were looking for Gu Shuyu, but before coming out, Du Mingxi used his spiritual energy to protect the entire villa. With Gu Shuyu inside, his aura would not be leaked, so these monsters naturally lost their target and flew around in the air like a group of headless flies. At this time, Du Mingxi noticed that there were dozens of figures in the sky fighting with a group of giant dragons. Those people were Hong Yun, Lu Feng, and others. Let's go up and help. Du Mingxi shouted, spread his wings and soared into the sky. Shi Yan followed closely behind. Du Mingxi took out Tianming during the flight, drew his sword from its sheath, and suddenly a cold light burst out. At this time, the destiny has reached the level of a divine weapon, and in the hands of a strong person it can open up mountains and create land. This time, Xinghua did not appear with Tianming, probably because he is still recovering from his injuries. Du Mingxi swung his sword fiercely. A giant dragon was suppressing a general, but was suddenly hit by Du Mingxi's blade. The situation was immediately reversed, and the general seized the opportunity and beat him dizzy. Du Mingxi now understands that level does not represent everything. It is only a criterion for measuring hard strength. When in actual combat, this part of the gap can be made up by combat experience and strategy. For example, these giant dragons, although powerful, the mission of each of them is the same, which is to find Gu Shuyu and bring her back alive. This resulted in the powerful dragon army instantly becoming a mess after Du Mingxi hid the aura of the ancient book rain. On the other hand, the defenders of Wuhua City may not be as strong as the dragons, but their advantages lie in their large numbers, rich experience, and good coordination. The collective power is strong, and this statement will never go out of date. Chapter 129 The Missing Princess. Du Mingxi swung his sword to cut off a giant dragon's claw, and saw Lu Feng standing beside him out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, he was fighting two giant dragons alone. The spear in his hand was like a swimming dragon, stabbing, piercing, swinging and sweeping in one go, without any delay. The two giant dragons were actually at a disadvantage under his attack. You know, Lu Feng is only level 120. Du Mingxi's feeling towards Lu Feng has completely changed. He is not the corrupt official in his eyes. On the contrary, he is a good official who is both powerful and a good person. Du Mingxi used the spell Thunder Shadow Assist, and 3 clones instantly surrounded the giant dragon in front of him. Du Mingxi turned around and went to support Lu Feng. Swish! A crisp sound was heard, and a deep wound appeared on the dragon's body. Lu Feng seized the opportunity and attacked the other dragon fiercely. The spear in his hand kept stabbing, and several wounds soon appeared on the dragon's body, and the blood continued to flow. Careful! Du Mingxi shouted and slashed with his sword. It just happened to hit the claw of the giant dragon that was rushing towards Lu Feng at high speed. Lu Feng quickly turned around and stabbed the dragon's body with a gun, and blood gushed out. Thanks! Lu Feng said something to Du Mingxi, and then rushed towards another dragon. At the same time, the sky was full of battlefields. Hong Yun and other generals were also fighting the dragon at the same time. Not yet? Du Mingxi shouted downwards. Xian, with her domineering personality, doesn't listen to him at all, which gives Du Mingxi a headache. Okay, I got it. As the sound spread, a red light shot up into the sky. Boom! A loud noise was accompanied by a red light. Xian's body turned into red light and rushed directly towards a giant dragon. Under Du Mingxi's gaze, Xian grabbed the dragon's neck. With a slight twist of her delicate hand, the dragon's long neck broke directly. The blood splashed downwards like a stream of water. Du Mingxi was both surprised and puzzled. Is the difference of 10 levels so terrifying? Then how did Lu Feng manage to fight 2 dragons alone? Xian casually dropped the giant dragon's head, and with a flash of red light, she rushed towards another giant dragon again. With the addition of the super strong Xian, the situation is more favorable to humans. Soon, the surviving dragon let out a series of roars, then turned around and ran away. 70 or 80 giant dragons flew away from the sky above Wuha City at a high speed. They were very fast and had strong defenses. They wanted to escape and humans had no way to stop them. Du Mingxi slowly landed on the ground, his body already stained red with the dragon's blood. He killed 3 dragons. Xian also fell down, and she killed 10 giant dragons by herself. Apart from those killed by cannon, she was the one who killed the most. In fact, although the cannon is extremely powerful, it also has great limitations. Once the melee begins, the cannon is almost useless. It's impossible to attack our own people as well. Mingxi, my friend, this time it's all thanks to you too, thank you so much. A group of strong men also fell back to the ground. Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward and said to Du Mingxi, Lord Lu, you don't have to be polite. I was wrong about you before. You are a good official. Du Mingxi said quickly. The attack of the giant dragons this time clearly demonstrated Lu Feng's management capabilities. In order for citizens to be able to enter the underground shelter at the first possible moment, regular publicity and drills are definitely necessary. The army of Wuha City is even more admirable. They stopped Du Mingxi and his men from joining the battlefield and instead faced the danger themselves. This shows that their daily management must be very good. No, my friend Mingxi, this is really troublesome. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the people of Wuha. Du Mingxi nodded and was forcibly taken away by Xian. What are you doing? Du Mingxi was left in the passenger seat while Xian drove towards the villa. What? Are you playing dumb? Of course I'm paying you. Xian said with a smile. Du Mingxi felt a chill down his spine. How about another day? Humph, you wish for it. I'm going to do it in front of that woman. Xian's words shocked Du Mingxi. This was no joke. The two of them almost got into a fight before. If this really happened in front of Gu Shuyu, she would definitely go crazy. By then, the two of them will have to tear down the villa. Is there a pattern to your personality changes? Du Mingxi asked. Xian smiled and said, I'm suppressing the little girl, don't even think about letting her come out to stop me. Seeing that they were almost approaching the villa, Du Mingxi simply grabbed the steering wheel. What are you doing? Go away. Xian said a little angrily. Du Mingxi did not give in at all. He dodged the steering wheel and forced the car to the side of the road. Yen had no choice but to step on the brakes. Little thing, you are looking for death, aren't you? Don't think that just because the little girl likes you, I must have you. If you make me angry. Before Yen could finish her words, Mingxi forcefully kissed her. Stop talking, don't you just want a reward? Come, I'll give it to you now. Mingxi smiled, and his momentum instantly soared. The system took action again, pushing Mingxi's strength to level 160. At this time, Mingxi was already able to suppress Yen. Yen wanted to take the initiative, but found that Mingxi's momentum was already above hers. Yen was a little surprised. Mingxi didn't care whether she was surprised or not. The black car soon began to shake. 1 hour later. Didn't you claim to be loyal before? Why are you working so hard now? Ha ha. After finishing, Yen lay dejectedly in the back seat and said with a smile. This is the last time. After Mingxi finished speaking, he climbed into the driver's seat and drove the car back to the villa. When the two returned to the villa, Gu Shuyu had already fallen asleep in the room. Mingxi looked at the sleeping Gu Shuyu and should understand why Gu Shuyu could hold out for so long without being completely demonized. It is the energy heart in her body that helps her fight against the erosion of evil spirit. This is why she usually looks very weak, because the power of the energy heart is used to resist the evil spirit. Otherwise, if this energy is released, it will be extremely terrifying. Why, you don't let her go either? Yen walked in, holding onto the wall, and joked to Mingxi. Get lost. Mingxi cursed. Humph, all men in the world are the same. Yen smiled, and then her eyes changed, and control of the body returned to the little girl Yen. Brother Mingxi, I'm sorry. Yen was extremely sorry. Although she was suppressed by the royal sister's personality, she could sense everything she did, including what happened in the car. It's okay, I don't blame you. Do you know the origin of that personality? Mingxi asked. After listening to what that personality said, Mingxi speculated that Yen was most likely a person who had lived for hundreds of years. She's a princess who's been missing for years. Yen hesitated for a moment, but finally said it. Maybe because she was too frightened last time, Yen suddenly awakened some of her memories, which were about a missing princess. Chapter 130, starting again. Princess? Mingxi was a little surprised. Come to the living room and talk. Don't disturb her. Mingxi brought Yen to the living room. Tell me in detail. She was the third daughter of the former king of Tianfu. At the time, she was hailed as a rare genius. The king used his resources to train her as a successor, but she suddenly disappeared during a war. The king mobilized the entire country to look for her, but there was no clue. In the end, the disheartened king held a grand funeral for her, claiming that she had died in battle. Now, nearly 100 years have passed, and people have almost forgotten about her. Listening to Yen's words, Mingxi was very surprised. He didn't expect that there was a sad history behind this. You mobilized the whole country but still couldn't find her? Mingxi was a little confused. A princess with strong personal strength, it should be easy to find her unless she was hiding on purpose. She was injured by a monster and her face was completely destroyed. But fortunately, she was saved by a spirit beast, which used the spirit spring to help her recover from the injuries on her face. However, her face after recovery was a little different from before, and she lost her memory, so no one could find her. Yen touched her face as she spoke. Mingxi quickly searched in his mind. It knew that all the spirit beasts in Tianfu Kingdom were now in the space that Mingxi had visited last time. The spiritual spring seems to be the source of the five-colored stream. She was then sent back to Tianfu country by a spirit beast and taken in by a couple. Having said this, Yen suddenly paused. It turned out that she was not her parents' biological child. And my personality should have been developed under decades of nurturing by my parents. For a moment, Yen found it hard to accept that she had been occupying someone else's body. Thinking of this, Yen couldn't help crying. No one can explain this situation clearly. Don't be too sad. Get ready and leave tomorrow. Mingxi rode. Although this place is within the defense line, the previous monster attacks have shown that it is not impossible for the monsters to enter the defense line. Moreover, the strength of the monsters that come each time is increasing, which is a bad sign. Who knows if the next one that comes will be a super monster above level 160, or even level 170 or even level 180. Therefore, the sooner we reach Lingming City, the safer we will be. Lingming City is the capital of Tianfu Kingdom and the real heartland of Tianfu Kingdom. It is the safest place in the entire Tianfu Kingdom. Good. Shi Yan sniffed and nodded. The next day, Du Mingxi and others went to the city lord's mansion early to say goodbye. Mingxi, why are you in such a hurry? You haven't had time to entertain you properly. Lu Feng was a little surprised that Du Mingxi was leaving suddenly. It was a pity that Du Mingxi was leaving just when the misunderstanding was resolved. City Lord Lu, Gu Shuyu's condition is getting worse and worse. We have to rush to Lingming City as soon as possible. I'm really sorry for the previous misunderstanding. After saying this, Du Mingxi took Shi Yan and Gu Shuyu and left the city lord's mansion. Halfway through the journey, Hong Yun caught up with them. Friend Mingxi, are you guys going to leave on foot? This place is still thousands of kilometers away from Lingming City. Of course Du Mingxi wouldn't be so stupid, he thought about buying a car. Of course not, we will buy a car ourselves. Hearing this, Hong Yun shook his head, pulled Du Mingxi and said, Friend Mingxi, follow me. Du Mingxi was a little confused and followed Hong Yun with the two girls. After walking for a while, everyone arrived at a huge breeding farm. All I saw were huge figures resting in the field. This is? Du Mingxi asked, looking at the giant eagle in the field. This is a Hongi eagle. After more than a dozen generations of domestication, it has become very docile and can be used as a means of transportation. In the current environment, airplanes are used in extremely special situations. For long-distance travel, this kind of flying beast is more commonly used. Hong Yun said. This Hongi eagle was an ordinary eagle in the past, but it evolved due to the revival of spiritual energy. This is what the city lord meant. You are going to Lingming City, a total distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. Even if you use a car, it will take several days. But this Hongi eagle can shorten the time to 2 days. And compared to an airplane, it is more flexible. Once it encounters danger, it can stop anywhere. Hong Yun led a few people into the training farm. It looked nothing like that from the outside, but when he actually stood in front of this giant shadow, Du Mingxi felt what a truly giant character was. Du Mingxi is 1.83 meters tall, and when he stands in front of the giant eagle, he is only half the height of its claw. These giant eagles are at least 10 meters tall. Each giant eagle carried a small wooden cabin on its back, so it wouldn't be too crowded for Du Mingxi and the other two to go in. Friend Mingxi, this is the whistle and instruction manual for controlling the giant eagle. This is the best one among them. Hong Yun handed over the whistle and instruction manual, pointing to the strongest giant eagle and said, General Hong, this. Friend Mingxi, you have done a great deed by helping Wuhua City resist the monsters. Don't worry about using it. Someone will come to pick up the giant eagle when we get to Lingming City. After Hong Yun finished speaking, he brought a few people to the side of the giant eagle. Just go up from here. I wish you a safe journey. There is a row of hanging ladders on the side of the giant eagle. Of course, this is for those who cannot use the wings of aura. Shi Yan was the first to spread her spiritual wings, soared into the sky, and landed on the back of the giant eagle. This also shows that the one who is in control of the body at this time is the royal sister Shi Yan. Du Mingxi then spread his spiritual wings and flew onto the back of the giant eagle with the ancient book rain. Gu Shuyu's hands and mouth have been sealed by Du Mingxi. After all, although she has an energy heart in her body to help her fight against evil spirits, her condition is still not optimistic. She might turn into a complete beast at any time. Du Mingxi flipped through the instructions and whistled. When the whistle sounded, dozens of giant eagles responded at the same time, but the other giant eagles were controlled by the keepers. Only the one Du Mingxi and his companions took off into the air. The giant eagle's wings were very huge, casting a huge black shadow on the ground, and it slowly rose into the air with Du Mingxi and others. My dear friend Mingxi, have a safe journey. Hong Yun shouted from below. Du Mingxi stood beside the giant eagle and nodded. The whistle sounded again, and the giant eagle adjusted its direction and flew towards the northeast. All the movements of the giant eagle can be controlled by changes in the whistle. The giant eagle can glide a long distance with just 2 flaps of its wings, and at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Du Mingxi suddenly remembered something. Where's the ball? Didn't I ask you to take it with you? Du Mingxi was shocked and questioned Shi Yan. Oh. I forgot. Shi Yan was heartless and spoke directly. At this moment, a little unicorn was flapping its wings desperately, trying to catch up with the big eagle in front. It had just woken up and found that Du Mingxi and the others were gone, so it followed the scent and came over. It's a good thing it woke up early, otherwise it would have been abandoned. Chapter 131, Strong Enemy Attacks Again. Fortunately, the little Qilin finally caught up, but he was very tired. The group rode on a giant eagle and flew quickly towards Lingming City. Du Mingxi and others set out in the morning and would not arrive until at least the next afternoon or even evening. At night, Du Mingxi sat outside the cabin. He didn't dare to rest because monsters might attack at any time. Whenever Xian was controlled by the royal sister's personality, she became heartless and fell asleep on her own. The little ball was too tired from flying during the day and fell asleep. Gu Shuyu had his hands and mouth sealed by Du Mingxi and sat quietly in the corner. The wind in the sky was extremely cold, and Du Mingxi raised a ball of fire in his hand to drive away the cold. At some point, Xingyue appeared beside Du Mingxi. "Master, if Kiki knew you were messing around like this outside, would she be mad?" There was mockery in Xingyue's tone. "Maybe, but what can we do?" Du Mingxi didn't have any special reaction, he just said it lightly. "Will you ever go back to Earth?" "I want to go back. I don't like it here." Xingyue sounded like a little child saying that she missed home. But in fact, she is only in her 20s and has been a sword spirit for only a few years, so it is not wrong to say that she is a child. "I want to go back, but the world will never be at peace until all the monsters are eliminated." Du Mingxi stroked the destiny. When he was on Earth, the system protected him all the way and brought him to the position of a hero. After arriving at Pluto, the system appeared less and less frequently. Perhaps it also wanted Du Mingxi to accomplish his great cause on his own. The two were silent for a while, and Xingyue spoke again, with a sad tone, "Master, if only I were a normal girl." Du Mingxi shook his head. "Everyone has their own value in existence. Although you are a sword spirit, you also have your own value. There is no need to envy others. You should be proud of yourself." Hearing Du Mingxi's words, the gloom on Xingyue's face suddenly dissipated. "Master, thank you." Xingyue snuggled up to Du Mingxi. There is a cool breeze and the moon is bright. After flying for a while, Xingyue was called by Du Mingxi to Tianming to rest. Du Mingxi walked into the wooden house and found that Gu Shuyu was still not asleep. "What's wrong? Why don't you rest?" Du Mingxi untied the restraints on Gu Shuyu's hands and took out paper and pen, which Du Mingxi had specially prepared before they set off. Gu Shuyu took the paper and pen with trembling hands and wrote a few words. Du Mingxi took it and looked at it. He was a little flustered for a moment, and quickly squatted in front of Gu Shuyu. "Don't worry, turn around, I'll help you take a look. The ancient book you wrote about back and pain. Just 2 words." Gu Shuyu slowly turned around, and Du Mingxi gently took off Gu Shuyu's clothes. The moment he saw Gu Shuyu's back, Du Mingxi was shocked. I saw that half of Gu Shuyu's back was glowing purple, and a purple pattern covered most of his back. The purple light of the energy heart was brighter than before. "I'll try to input spiritual energy. If you feel more pain, stop me immediately," Du Mingxi said. It is not known whether Gu Shuyu's symptom is good or bad. The energy heart in her body can indeed help her resist the evil spirit, but Du Mingxi is not sure whether it will in turn erode Gu Shuyu. Du Mingxi slowly drew out the spiritual energy and poured it into Gu Shuyu's body. The moment the spiritual energy entered Gu Shuyu's body, a strong repulsive force quickly came. Her body seemed to be resisting the entry of spiritual energy. Seeing that Gu Shuyu had no reaction, Du Mingxi continued to infuse spiritual energy into him. With Du Mingxi's slow injection, it took a while before the spiritual energy really began to enter Gu Shuyu's body. Just as it appears on the outside, there are 2 forces constantly competing within Gu Shuyu's body. One is the energy heart, the other is the devilish energy. The 2 forces were much stronger than the spiritual energy in Gu Shuyu's body before, so after they entered, all the spiritual energy in Gu Shuyu's body was forced out of his body. There is not a trace of spiritual energy in her body now. The reason she was able to burst out with such powerful momentum last time was entirely due to the power of the energy heart. As Du Mingxi continued to input spiritual energy, the purple light on Gu Shuyu's back began to weaken. When Du Mingxi saw that it was effective, he continued to input the medicine for a while. Du Mingxi didn't stop until the lines on Gu Shuyu's back began to shrink and return to their previous level. Only then did Du Mingxi realize that Gu Shuyu had fallen asleep, with no trace of pain on his face. Du Mingxi helped her put on her clothes gently, put his coat on the wooden board and let her sleep on it. There was no chance before, so Du Mingxi didn't realize that Gu Shuyu was actually a beauty. She has an oval face and delicate features, but she looks pale. If she hadn't been tortured by evil spirits, she would definitely look like a girl next door. Du Mingxi continued to walk outside the wooden house and sat on the eagle's back. The giant eagle flew very fast, and patches of light appeared below from time to time, but they would quickly fly past. The night was extremely quiet, so quiet that it seemed a little strange. While flying, the giant eagle suddenly screamed. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in the air far ahead. Xingyue and Shi Yan were the first to appear beside Du Mingxi. What's going on? Shi Yan still has the personality of a queen at this time. Level 180. Damn it! Du Mingxi looked at the level above the figure in the distance and couldn't help but curse. Xingyue and Shi Yan also noticed the figure. This guy should be coming for Gu Shuyu. Xingyue, protect her. Shi Yan, the two of us should hold him back. Du Mingxi gave Xingyue the whistle for controlling the giant eagle. Humph, why don't you just throw that burden away? Why do you have to take risks for her? Shi Yan glanced at the ancient book rain in the wooden house and said unhappily. After all, the two had conflicts before. She has something very important on her, she must be protected. Du Mingxi said to Shi Yan. Looking at Du Mingxi's serious expression, Shi Yan didn't say anything else. At this time, the giant eagle was getting closer and closer to the figure floating in the air. In just a moment, the black shadow disappeared, and Du Mingxi and Shi Yanting rushed out at the same time. Bang! The black shadow slapped the two men back with one palm. Du Mingxi is level 160, while Shi Yan is only level 150. The opponent is at a terrifying level of 180. The gap between them is simply too huge. The figure disappeared again, and the next second, a black figure appeared in front of the cabin. Du Mingxi drew his sword from its sheath and slashed with all his might. The black shadow casually raised his hand to block, and only a sound of metal collision was heard. Du Mingxi was shocked back, and a dagger emerged from the black shadow's sleeve. Swoosh! Two sounds of breaking through the air spread quickly, and a flash of cold light appeared. Du Mingxi rushed to knock Shi Yan down, and the two daggers flew past them. Before Du Mingxi and Shi Yan could make any move, the flying dagger suddenly returned and flew towards the two of them. Chapter 132 ending. Du Mingxi quickly burst out with spiritual energy, and vast spiritual energy surged out, all bombarding the two flying knives. The flying knife's trajectory was forcibly changed, and it flew past the two people and returned to the black shadow's hand. The black shadow sneered, and a monstrous demonic energy surged out. He waved his hand lightly, and the air around Du Mingxi and Shi Yan solidified instantly. With another push, the two were blown away hundreds of meters. The black shadow walked into the wooden house without any hesitation, grabbed Gu Shuyu's neck with one hand, checked and made sure that the energy heart was still there, then bound Gu Shuyu with magic energy and was about to leave. Boom! A flaming blade came slashing at him at high speed. The black shadow stretched out his hand to block it, but was pushed back a few steps by the blade, and only then did the force of the blade disappear. This knife seemed to arouse some interest in the black shadow. The evil spirit bound Gu Shuyu, and his figure flashed and he came directly in front of Du Mingxi and slapped him in the face. Du Mingxi dodged quickly, but was still hit on the shoulder. The protective spiritual energy was broken. The immortal golden body was activated, golden light burst out, and blocked the attack. However, Du Mingxi was pushed downwards by the huge force and fell at a very fast speed. Shi Yan seized the moment when the black shadow was about to strike out, condensed her spiritual energy and punched the black shadow on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, her attack did not hurt him. Instead, he grabbed her arm and threw her out. Shi Yan had just been thrown out when Du Mingxi slashed at her with a knife. The black shadow grabbed Destiny and the power in his hand increased dramatically, wanting to crush Destiny directly. But what he didn't expect was that Tianming was so tough and sharp that it directly cut his palm and blood flowed out. The black shadow pushed Tianming away with one hand and slapped Du Mingxi with his other hand. Du Mingxi condensed his spiritual energy and punched out. When the fists and palms collided, a shockwave swept across instantly. Du Mingxi was pushed dozens of meters away, and the black shadow was also knocked back 2 steps. It seemed that the pain from the cut palm calmed him down. The black shadow decisively gave up fighting with Du Mingxi, flashed to Gu Shuyu's side, and was about to leave with Gu Shuyu. Now that you're here, don't leave. At this moment, a deep male voice was heard. The originally dark sky was suddenly lit up by golden light. The black shadow was shrouded in golden light. At the same time, colorful lights lit up all around, and hundreds of people emerged from the darkness. In the golden light, a middle-aged man holding a spear and wearing golden armor fell from the sky. Du Mingxi took a breath of cold air. This guy is actually level 198. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the Black Shadow stretched out his black hand towards the ancient book ring beside him. A palm condensed with demonic energy slapped directly towards Gu Shuyu. At the critical moment, Qingyue, who was on the back of the giant eagle, suddenly pounced on it. Block a palm strike for the ancient book rain. The man in golden armor moved violently, golden light filled the sky and earth, and he pierced the Black Shadow's arm with a gun. With another upward strike, the Black Shadow flew dozens of meters away. The others rushed forward at the same time, and five-colored spiritual energy rushed up into the sky. Under the siege of so many people, the Black Shadow was quickly killed. Du Mingxi quickly moved and flew onto the back of the giant eagle. At this moment, Qingyue's abdomen was pierced, and her body was turning into spiritual energy and dissipating. Qingyue, how are you? I'll infuse you with spiritual energy, just hold on. Du Mingxi's eyes were red as he continued to infuse spiritual energy into Qingyue, but it was of no avail. Qingyue's body was disappearing rapidly. She used up her last bit of strength to stop Du Mingxi from continuing to infuse her with spiritual energy. Master, we'll see each other again if we're destined to. As soon as he finished speaking, the bright moon turned into tiny dots of light and disappeared into the night. With the help of the king of Tianfu Kingdom, Du Mingxi and his party successfully arrived in Lingming City. When he came here, Du Mingxi realized that Chen Kiki had reached level 140 and became a member of the Shadow Army. Not only did Tang Qing awaken 5 attributes, he also reached level 150 and joined the Shadow Army. Li Muxue and Ning Yuqi both reached level 80. Although they did not join the Shadow Army, they joined the Tianfu Army. Coco, I have something to tell you. It had been 2 weeks since Du Mingxi came to Lingming City, and he decided to confess everything to her. Is it about that girl? Chen Kiki and Du Mingxi stood together at the edge of the attic, looking into the distance and said. After being rescued back to Lingming Kingdom by the king of Tianfu Kingdom, Du Mingxi found Chen Kiki as soon as possible and asked her to help treat Gu Shuyu. Gu Shuyu was badly eroded by the evil spirit, but fortunately, she had the energy heart that had been helping her resist it, and she was successfully rescued. At the same time, because she has an energy heart, people don't know its use, and the monsters want to get it so much, so she is also protected by the Tianfu government. Shi Yan also joined the Shadow Army with Du Mingxi. It was fine when she didn't have a queen personality, but once she had a queen personality, she had no sense of propriety at all and made Chen Kiki jealous several times. Du Mingxi tried to persuade her to restore her status as a princess, but she got furious when she heard that and said nothing she said would do anything. Du Mingxi could do nothing about it. Yes, you should have guessed it, she and I, but, never mind, sorry Coco. Du Mingxi originally wanted to say it was just a misunderstanding, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. No amount of excuses could change the facts that had already happened. If it was 2 years ago, I would have killed her myself. Chen Kiki choked up a little, paused and said, but it's different now, I just want you to be by my side, I don't want to care about anything else. Chen Kiki's words made Du Mingxi feel very uncomfortable, as it was clearly his fault. It's all my fault, I'm sorry Coco. Du Mingxi said helplessly that he had expected this day to come, but when the day really came, Du Mingxi was completely overwhelmed by a huge sense of guilt. It's okay, but you have to pay for your actions. Chen Kiki wiped her tears and said. Du Mingxi quickly replied, okay, go ahead. I want a baby. Chen Kiki smiled with tears in her eyes. Du Mingxi was stunned, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Good. Du Mingxi nodded. 2 months later, the Tianfu government discovered the purpose of the ancient Shuyu energy heart. It was a mobile massive energy body that could continuously provide power to its own warriors. After discussion, the government, and with Gu Shuyu's own consent, removed her energy heart through surgery. Gu Shuyu no longer has a space energy heart and has become an ordinary person, but she is very happy because she doesn't have to worry every day and bear so many burdens. With the support of the energy heart, the strength of the Tianfu army increased greatly. The king of Tianfu immediately joined forces with the other 2 countries to launch a counterattack against the monster. Monsters have invaded humans for thousands of years, and finally the day has come when they will be invaded back. It took 5 years and 6 months for the entire monster camp to be wiped out. The evil abyss, the source of the evil energy, is sealed forever. Humanity wins. This is not only a victory for humans on Pluto, but also a victory for humans on Earth. Without the support of the evil spirit on Pluto, the monsters on Earth became vulnerable within a few years. Several other concentrated areas immediately began to fight back, and humans regained the land that originally belonged to them. Earth. Dad, Shishue bullied me. A petite and adorable kid ran up to Dumingshi, who was sunbathing, pouting, and complaining. Good baby, Daddy will take you to eat ice cream later without her, okay? Good. When the little one heard that he could go eat ice cream, two dimples appeared on his face and he jumped and ran away to play. End of this book.